In a lie detection program, you claim to be a time traveler, but faced skepticism from the audience. To prove that you come from a world of 1,000 years of elegance and brilliance, you used a sentence to establish the heart for the heavens, to establish the fate for the people, to inherit the learning from the past sages, and to bring peace for all generations, making everyone present shudder. Seeing the judges still being stubborn, you first said to settle the affairs of the world, and win fame before and after death. Then you added, since ancient times, who has not died in this world, leaving a loyal heart to illuminate history. This made the judges' scalps tingle, causing them to sit paralyzed on the ground, just when everyone thought they could catch their breath. You eloquently stated, half of the brilliant Chinese civilization, the Great Rock rises with the wind in one day, soaring 9,000 miles. At midnight, listening to the wind and rain, the iron horse and icy river enter the dream. With innate talent, I will surely be of use. Even if 1,000 gold pieces are spent, they will return. All because you crossed over to a parallel timeline where the culture, history, and world civilization are completely different from your previous life. As soon as you opened your eyes, you found yourself in a reality show scene. As a contestant, you must face hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room and a panel of invited experts, telling a seamless and grand lie, and also undergo professional verification and authoritative experiments. Take the contestant from the previous season. For example, he claimed to be a tomb raider, inheriting a secret book from his family. Faced with the judge's doubts, he confidently talked about a 16-word yin and yang feng shui secret technique. He also claimed to have found the lost Dragon Tower Palace through this secret book. After that episode aired, it unexpectedly attracted the attention of relevant authorities and led to the exposure of a major tomb robbing group. Although this person disappeared without a trace in the end, he advanced for 16 consecutive episodes in that season, and the prize money reached a terrifying 30 million. Here you are merging the memories of the original host. While the first contestant has already taken the stage over there, he loudly declared, "I am a fraudster adventurer, having deceived the world by assuming the identities of a pilot, a banker, and a mercenary, traveling through dozens of countries without spending a penny. So far, my bounty has reached 1 billion, causing a stir among the audience in the venue and the live broadcast. This lie is too good to be true. I feel like I've read similar news before. Could it be that I am seeing the real deal today?" The barrage of comments surged crazily, clearly indicating that the first guest's lie was intriguing enough in terms of credibility and audience appeal. However, the next moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the program venue. The host's expression froze, then announced, "I'm sorry, the first guest, the lie detector on site has produced a result. You have been eliminated. This is the difficulty of the show. Lying is the hardest thing in the world. Even if you pretend to be calm on the surface, the real reaction feedback from the body's subconscious is the first level that the contestants need to face." Following that, the second guest was also eliminated. The second guest claimed to have 58 personalities. Sometimes he would become a cold passenger on the tram, sometimes a deaf colleague in the tea room, and sometimes a husband who couldn't wake up at night. Although he spoke very convincingly, unfortunately, he did not pass the lie detector test in the end. With 2 contestants failing in a row, the 5 expert judges couldn't help but sigh. Is the production team looking down on people too much? What level of fraudsters did they choose? Teacher Meyer, not everyone has a super high IQ like you with 159, but I heard that the next contestant is an amateur with an intelligence quotient of 141. I wonder how many rounds he can last. Meyer adjusted his glasses and said lightly, just 1 round is enough. I will make him understand the 18-point IQ difference, which is the difference between God and humans. At the moment of the judges' conversation, you have stepped onto the stage, your gaze slowly sweeping over the 5 judges who hold the fate in their hands on the judging panel. Your voice, devoid of any emotion, slowly opens and speaks the first lie that you have been in this parallel world for less than half a day. Yet it is enough to shake the world. Hello everyone. My name is Su Chen. I come from a parallel world that is extremely similar to the planet Blue, and it's called Earth. Yes, you didn't mishear. I, Su Chen, am a traveler. Quiet. Almost instantly, the entire program site, including the live studio, fell into an eerie silence. But just the next second, the entire audience erupted into an undisguised roar of laughter. Did I hear you wrong? A traveler? Ha ha ha. Despite the clarity of the brain, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Ha ha ha. It's quite handsome. How come it's so cute and stupid? Did this show sneak in a connection? How could such a poorly written lie appear on a show like this? I originally thought player number 1 was bad enough, but I didn't realize that compared to player number 2, player number 1 is simply elite, and the pop-ups were rolling like crazy in the live stream. I've heard that contestant number 2 is a highly intelligent vegetarian with an IQ of 141. and I didn't realize that such a highly intelligent person would weave such a lousy lie. This is probably the most ridiculous lie I've ever heard in the 8 seasons I've been following this show. Crap. I spit out a mouthful of salt water. It's hilarious. Ha 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 ha. With lies like this, I have a hunch that a lie detector is almost not even needed to conduct the test. Hey, the quality of this program is slipping too badly. Various mocking pop-ups instantly dominated the screen. While there are some lies in the program that even though they don't stand up to authoritative validation, they will gain attention just the same through some alternative explosions. But this lie of Su-chan's made everyone feel that this was no longer explosive, but brain dead. Scene. The person in charge of screening the players was red in the face. This time it's a fucking rollover. He already had a feeling that the chief director of the program was going to give himself a drubbing. He glanced hatefully at Su-chan on the stage and silently pulled the other party onto the blacklist of his little book. Wait till you get off the stage. You're in for a treat. The judges on stage were momentarily dumbfounded. After a slight reaction, Chen Qingan, a professor from the literature department of Huaqing University, then said with slight displeasure, "This is the most bullshit lie I've ever heard. I think you've seen the reaction in real time on the ground. We no longer have a need for validation. Who knows?" After Su-chan pondered a little, he said in a firm tone, "Why not? To dumb down the readers on the matter of me being a traveler. Surely I possess the golden finger of travel, and I don't think there's anyone in the world who can prove that there's a loophole in my words." In other words, Su-chan's words once again triggered the pop-up screen. What a wild mouth. Golden finger? You don't want to cry until you see the coffin. If it is true, then what evidence does he have to prove it? That is, if you're a traveler, I'm the desolate emperor. Program site. Chen Qing'an's face was similarly dark and not very pretty. Is Su-chen crazy? Madness. After activating the fraudulent system, as long as he obtained the popularity value, he could unlimitedly exchange any information data of the Earth's civilization he needed in the system mall. In other words, what stood behind him was the civilization treasure of the former Huaxia and even the entire Earth. And if you want to complete the quests to get the popularity value, as soon as he starts, he grabs everyone's attention and expands the conflict with the show's panel of experts, creating a bigger buzz. Madness. It was just an agitation technique deliberately put up by Su-chen. According to the show's rules, any contestant's lies are in line with the process until they are substantiated. At that moment, the host could only shake his head with a bitter smile. The staff was signaled to come up to the stage and connect the live lie detector to Su-chen's body. The real-time big screen at the scene instantly produced synchronized polygraph test data. A spectrum of fluctuating lines began to roll up. Based on the polygraph monitoring data, any subtle changes in the fraudster's body can be comprehensively and accurately detected. Green. Then it means that everything is normal. Red. Then an alert is sent out to alert everyone that the fraudster is lying. All the staff at the scene waited for the results of the lie detector test with a teasing mood, and when everyone looked at the fluctuating line score, the air first stagnated, and then all of them stared at the colors on the big screen with wide eyes, as if in disbelief. Green indicates that all consolidated data is completely normal. In other words, the polygraph showed that Su-chen did not lie. How is that possible? The crossing. What kind of mental capacity does one have to be able to lie so clumsily and not change his face and body as usual? Sloppy. I can't believe that this vegetarian's lies were so bad, but her mental strength was so strong that she passed the first level of the lie detector test. Interesting up. It's still too early to draw any conclusions. The next step is the real test of true lies. The expert panel's faces are all hard to see. The pressure that this person is going to face will slowly become more and more intense. As long as he leaks out a single break, the lie detector will capture the cue and eliminate him outright. That's right. After all, he's a highly intelligent vegetarian. And it's not hard to be as calm as your heart. It's the next specialized test that's going to really give him away. The clumsier the lie, the stronger the chain of logic required. And I'm sure he won't last more than a few minutes. The audience was talking for a while. And on the panel side, all 5 judges were dumbfounded. Especially the literature professor Chen Qingan judge. His face directly blackened. He never thought that such a poorly crafted lie could pass the real-time monitoring of a lie detector. A traveler? Parallel worlds? No way. As a materialist, he wouldn't believe such a bullshit lie. Hype. This lie is a complete and utter hype. But, follow the flow of the program. To be fair, any fraudster, in the first installment of the show, the panel of expert judges could only ask 3 questions for authoritative verification, and he had no choice but to ask the first questionable question. Well, since you say you're from a parallel world similar to ours, I'm going to authoritatively verify you from my specialty. His tone changed. In 57, as a literary authority on the Dragon Kingdom, I participated in a restoration of the lost culture of the Dragon Kingdom. The name of this lost culture is poetry, on an ancient book unearthed in the city of Qin. there was a long-lost character in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, named Zhuangpei, on which were recorded two ancient types of literature that the carriers had never seen before. And we found, after checking many historical sources from many sources, that it was the very culture that had already been lost in the Dragon Kingdom, the ancient poems. Speaking of which, Chen Xingan paused between words, but a hint of pride came to his face. Now that 50 years have passed, these two ancient poems of the Dragon Kingdom still stand proudly at the top of world literature. It is a testament to the lost cultural treasures of our Dragon Kingdom, and likewise, a cultural confidence that belongs to our Dragon Kingdom itself. After saying that, Chen Xingan looked at Su Chen with slight disdain. Could it be that there is such a lost and radiant culture in your world as well? Chen Xingan's question came out. The entire program site, including the broadcast room, was in an uproar. What a tricky question. Because almost all the people of the Dragon Country understand that what Chen Xingan judge put forward, where is the validation of the questioning? It is simply to kill and kill. In Blue Star's history of world literature, the Dragon Kingdom had gone through several upheavals, and almost most of the ancient literature had disappeared into the dust of history, and the existence of ancient poetry is a nebulous legend. So far, the only thing that the Dragon Kingdom could corroborate was only those two mysterious literary accounts by that ancient man, Zhuangpei. The question. It was almost as if the lie of Su Chen, the traveler, had been directly forced to the brink of extinction. If Su Chen answered in the affirmative, then the lie of his being a traveler is not broken. If the answer is no, then, obviously, Professor Chen Xingan would pursue this lost culture in detail, and even a genius with a high IQ would never be able to make up the contents of a lost culture of the Dragon Kingdom on the spot. This is the pinnacle of ancient literature in the Dragon Kingdom today. Once it was released, it stunned the world. One time, everyone on the scene looked at Su Chen as if they were watching a good show. Next moment, Su Chen shook his head. No, we don't have a lost culture of poetry. Sure enough, Judge Chen Xingan's face swirled with a hint of smug joy, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, Su Chen directly opened his mouth and stated his reason. Because, in my world, poetry is one of the brightest jewels in Chinese history and culture. It is the backbone of the nation. It is a historical legacy, but it has always been passed down through the 5,000 years of our Chinese history. It never lost. This book uses the logic of falsification to do a lie detector test. Just need him to be able to use the angle proposed by the expert to prove that he is a traveler. Do not understand what the meaning of falsification is. Too many awkward black school children. Here in advance to explain the principles of this program lie detector test. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. How is it possible? Even if he is a traveler, how is it possible that ancient poetry is never lost in their world? Is this what he calls his country? It sounds more in line with our country than the Dragon Kingdom. Why do I think he's bragging? This dude, can you make a lie any more false? He's never lost it? If he makes up a few poems as amazing as Zhuangpei's, he'll be able to break his lies. That is, I don't believe that anyone can make up a poem that is more shocking than the Dragon City Fugue. The program director's room at the moment. General Director Zhang Yang looked at Su Chen on the program site in a stupor, his face equally full of disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, an emergency call just came into the General Director's office from the technical back office of the True Lies program. Director Zhang, the live streaming lines in the engine room are already operating at full capacity, and the backstage online viewers have already surpassed 3 million in less than 10 minutes, and the number of pop-up refreshes reached tens of millions. To know, although the program True Lies is the most popular variety show on the internet, after all, it has been through 8 years of stormy weather, and there have been very few masters of fraud and highly intelligent vegetarians who can be tapped in the country, and the lie topic is even more lackluster. Even when the show progressed to the final match point, and the show's showdown with the frauds entered the white-hot stage, the show's popularity was only in the mid to low 5 million range, with pop-ups in the high 30 million range. Less than 10 minutes into the broadcast, then it's directly approaching the peak ratings of True Lies, which means everyone is coming for Su Chen's crosser lie. Exploded. It's amazing that this kid's lies have drawn the questioning of such a large number of the country's people. He's setting himself on fire. Burning. Program site. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Judge E. Tian, an expert from the history department who was also a judge, nodded secretly and spoke. Su Chen, it seems like you did some homework before coming here. Poetry is the pearl of history and culture, the bones of the nation, the legacy of history, including the name you call your own country. Yet it also matches some of the ancient details of the history of my Dragon Kingdom. Even Judge Mireille, the superintelligence expert, nodded. From a logical point of view, he changed the name of the Dragon Kingdom, and even more so, he made a precise generalization of the ancient poem, which perfectly fits the logic underlying his lie that he came from a parallel world similar to ours. That is what makes this program so special, even though all the judges had decided that what Su Chen had said was a lie. But the key to the program itself is the falsification of the lie. As for Chen Qing'an's question, Su Chen's answer neither denied the lost pinnacle culture of the Dragon Kingdom, but also directly began to express the current state of poetry in his own world, which was considered an extremely clever falsification. While Judge Chen Qing'an, who had raised the first challenge, was filled with a hint of disdain. As a flying guest for 8 consecutive seasons, this is clearly not the first time he's had to deal with such a lie. After all, his first query can only be considered a throwaway. Ancient poetry, as the pinnacle of the lost culture of the Dragon Kingdom, can be summarized by more than just a couple of lines about the bones of the country and its historical legacy. Next question. It was Chen Qing'an's royal kill. He had a premonition that it wouldn't even take 3 chances for this Su Chen's traveler's lie to fold directly under his second verification. Chen Qing'an cleared his throat, completely not giving Su Chen a chance to catch his breath. He directly began to raise the second validation question that he had thought of in advance. Su Chen, since you said that you are a traveler, then the history of your world is very different from our world? Su Chen nodded. According to my current understanding, both humanities, history, and culture, including the inheritance of ancient poetry, are very different. Chen Qing'an said quickly. Okay then, so my question is, in the culture and history of your world, what kind of influence do ancient poems have on your so-called Chinese people? Please give me some examples. Chen Qing'an's validation question came up. Even the history expert, Judge Yi Tian, and the superintelligence expert in charge of logic, Mireille, who were on the side, could not help but twist their heads and look deeply at Chen Qing'an. Not bad for an old fox. What a kill! This second problem can involve not only the writing of ancient poetry, but also history, humanities, and the evolution of civilization as a triad. With the current literary and historical sources in the Dragon Kingdom, such a question is an almost insurmountable dilemma. To know, the reason why the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom had become the pinnacle of world literature was that it had been given this honor only on the basis of those 2 poems that had been unearthed for less than 100 years. It is enough to see the peak of these 2 poems of Longhua. Even if Su Chen had a higher IQ and had done his homework, with the Chinese civilization that he had fictionalized, it was absolutely impossible for him to make up a great poem that could rival that of the poet Chuang Pei. Not only that, Chen Qing'an even demanded that the poems compiled by Su Chen needed to correspond to the history of a country that could not exist at all, and that the ethos of history varied from one historical period to the next. There needs to be a variety of distinct poetic styles, and it fits perfectly with Su Chen's fabricated history of China. And the third point, it is the humanities. Underneath the historical ethos is humanity. Humanity, the ideals and ethos possessed by the literati varied from one historical climate to another. These 3 are 3 in 1. Chen Qing'an's verification question asks not only about the cultural treasures of a fictional world, but also about the cultural evolution of an entire civilization. Even if you, Su Chen, have a high IQ, there's only so far you can go with your traveler's lies. The corners of Chen Qing'an's mouth rose. He laughed. The cultural evolution of a civilization is complex, and making things up is not at all possible. His question, even the Dragon Kingdom, as an ancient blue star civilization, was equally unsolvable. Wasia, a historical and civilized country where the culture of ancient poetry has been passed down for 5,000 years? Never. The program audience, likewise, roared with approval for Chen Qing'an's second question. This question Bola actually dared to wildly claim that in his world, ancient poetry has never been lost. This is simply an insult to my Dragon Country poetry immortal Zhuang Pei. I originally only thought of letting him make up an ancient poem now. I didn't expect Professor Chen's test to be directly in the atmosphere. Although the identity of the traveler is interesting, he dares to mouth off in front of the pinnacle of our cultural confidence in the Dragon Kingdom, and deserves to be punched in the face. Originally, I wanted to see him live for a few more rounds, but I can't imagine that Professor Chen came straight to the kill. It's really a real-life variety show. The whole thing is not scripted. Claptrap lies have proven to be only self-defeating in the face of the venom of the program's experts. All this questioning and abuse of Su Chen, naturally, it also appeared in front of a live big screen on the show's set. Su Chen frowned slightly. Chen Qing'an raised his eyebrows. What? Is it hard to answer my question? Su Chen first shook his head, then smiled confidently. No, the history of my Chinese culture is vast and profound, and the classic masterpieces are like stars in the sky. So I was thinking that if I had to choose a few sentences to summarize first, that is, classical Chinese poetry is the sacred path of countless sages, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. Boom! Everyone who was waiting to see Su Chen's joke, their brains instantly exploded, and cold hairs exploded all over their bodies. Crap! What's this verse? This verse? From the famous poem of Zhang Zai, a great man of the Northern Song dynasty. Simple words, yet it has been celebrated for generations to come. Once Su Chen's introduction came out, it was as if the self-confidence trumpet in the poem was used to bring the ancient poems to the sky, blowing the cultural music of an entire civilization. The entire live broadcast room of the program first lurched, and then erupted into a frantic surge. What a line about establishing a heart for heaven and earth, and a peace for all ages. He actually knows how to compose poetry? I don't understand it, but it's not clear. That's right, even though I don't understand the deep meaning behind these 4 lines, this is the kind of momentum that should be present in the poetry of my dragon country. My DNA moved. It's amazing that he's actually starting to falsify. Crap, how is that possible? And within the program site, Chen Qinggan on the judge's bench was dumbfounded, and the historian Yi Tian next to him was equally filled with disbelief. In sight, Su Chen, the weaver of the lie that they thought would immediately be slapped in the face, was calm and calm. His voice was not too loud and not too small, but every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. But after seeing Su Chen open the field, slightly straightened his waist, his head was gradually lifted up, showing a kind of the people have never seen the bones of the temperament. His gaze was full of sharpness. It was as if they had penetrated the barrier of the world and seen the brilliant civilization of another time and space observing the years. He said, "Ancient poetry is the core soul of our brilliant Chinese culture." Confucius said, "Poetry can be xing, can be viewed, can be grouped, can be complained. It records without prejudice the vicissitudes of the emotional journey of the children of China. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the literati made nature, the idol, the ultimate pursuit of life. Ji Kung, the soul of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove, once said, transgress the name and teach and let nature take its course." His transcendent mindfulness opened up the aesthetic realm of Chinese ancient poetry that embraces simplicity and honesty, accomplished the idyllic paradigm of Chinese classical poetry, and became the emotional home of Chinese scholars. He started with one sentence, beginning with the establishment of the heart of Huaxia heaven and earth, and threw his voice to the ground. Everyone on the program was stunned by Su Chen's voice and description. They were transported to the natural beauty of a brilliant civilization where the literati were born in the mortal world, but opened up a piece of their own idyllic world outside of the red dust. This is a historical culture that has never been recorded in the cultural history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. But Su Chen's vivid description, it was so immersive for everyone present that it was like seeing it with their own eyes. How is that possible? How can this man's lies be so true? Chen Qinggan stood up incredulously, his voice seeming to emanate from the depths of his throat. The Wei and Jin dynasties, the idyllic paradigm? Not bad indeed, but is that all you've falsified? Su Chen smiled and shook his head. No. Chen Qinggan froze in place, despite the bravado of the mouth. But a voice inside him seemed to be telling him, this idyllic poetic era depicted by Su Chen alone was enough to provide a strong response to the questioning he had raised. However, he saw Su Chen continue. Ancient Chinese poetry, moreover, is the cultural wisdom accumulated and internalized by Chinese literati under the inculcation of a particular culture. Northern Song poet Su Shi, relegated to Huangzhou because of the Wutai poetry case. In this adversity he did not clash with the outside world, but chose to accept it, as he himself said. Looking back to the past, I return to the past, and there is no storm or sunshine. Pensive, hopscotch, self-contained. What a dashing persona. Chen Qinggan, however, nodded, pretending to be a noble gesture and said, Northern Song Dynasty, Su Shi, not bad, made up like it. Su Chen laughed again and shook his head. Then keep talking. The entire program taping was in an uproar. However, he saw Su Chen's voice tone sink, and his body's qi was slightly more robust. Continued. Ancient Chinese poetry, bone and breath, and even more energy to view the years. Jianan, Cao Cao lamented, a martyr's heart is strong in his twilight years. In the early Tang dynasty, Wang Bo recited, we are the same eunuchs as you in your intention of parting. In the Shang Tang dynasty, Wang Jilu sings, the yellow river is far away from the white clouds, and a lone city is 10,000 feet high. Li Qingzhao of the Song dynasty sighed, Mo Dao does not dissipate. Soul, the curtain rolls in the west wind. People are thinner than yellow flowers. These people, these lives, or solemn or harmonious, loving or hating, sparing or obsessive. Chen Qinggan this time, finally there was a subtle change in his expression, and regardless of whether it's true or not, single-handedly to round out the lie, Su Chen's litany of the cultural splendor supported by these literati of the bones of the people is enough to make a strong rebuttal to his questioning. He nodded slowly. Not bad. Your lie is the most perfect one I've seen woven since that gold digger in the first season. These verses, even if they only appear in a lie, equally beautiful. Su Chen shook his head once again. Not enough? There's more. What? And, Chen Qinggan was in a flash, his mouth wide open. Inside the live feed, the pop-ups were rolling like crazy at this point. Poetry by Su Chen. From China, but connected to the Dragon Kingdom bloodline of this world. Totally hooked all the netizens and viewers. These words and phrases, never heard before, but they are all intriguing and meaningful. Are these all made up by Su Chen, the fraudster himself? These, absolutely impossible to exist in the cultural history of our dragon country. If it is really written by Su Chen, then the talent of this person is not to a person's strength, will override the peak of the ancient poetry with my dragon country above? I never thought that the ancient poetry of our dragon kingdom could still achieve such beauty. Su Chen's poetry has already killed the poetry immortal Zhuang Pei seconds to Grandma's house. Okay? Haven't you guys noticed that by now? The poet has yet to make an appearance in this lie he says he's making up. I see what you mean. It means that Su Chen still has a truly unparalleled masterpiece that he hasn't shown off. Crap. That's scary. Such a superb poem was featured in a bridge of proof of a lie. And Mama asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. And the scene. Director's room. The general director has long since been dumbfounded. From the second session when Su Chen started to falsify, the background data started to rise like crazy. A few short minutes, the number of live streamers surprisingly broke the highest record of 120 episodes in 8 seasons of True Lies outright. 12 million people watched the live stream online. Compared to just starting with the first contestant, the past is just less than half an hour, and the traffic of the program has skyrocketed 12 times since Su Chen took the stage. At the same time, there have long been numerous hot searches on hot search lists all over the internet for things like this. True Lies shocking big lie #I am the traveler. Su Chen displays stunning verses to disprove the lie of crossing the border. Su Chen's lies versus the show's experts. That is to say, the show's traffic, at the moment, will still have a lot of room for improvement. More and more viewers are flocking to the True Lies program live program site. Su Chen lightly glanced at Chen Qinggan, but continued. The ancient poems of Huaxia are even more indicative of the Chinese literati's sense of family and country. Xin Shiji, to settle the affairs of the world for the king, to win the name of the world after life. When Tianxian, life has no death, and the heart of the man will shine through the colors of sweat and green. The country is broken, the grass is deep in the springtime of the city. Su Chen simply recited away directly one classic poem after another, until the last song of Family Affair. The rivers and mountains are so beautiful that they attract countless heroes. It is a pity that the Qin Emperor and the Han Emperor are slightly less literate, the Tang Emperor and the Song Emperor are slightly less popular. The pride of a generation, Genghis Khan, only knows how to bend his bow and shoot a great eagle. It's all in the past, counting the wins. The time has come to count the blessings of the world. And look at this day. Su Chen let out a long breath, his brows spanning millions of miles, embroidered mouth, as if in a flash. It was the ancient and brilliant civilization of China in the past life. The program was recorded live. First it was still for several minutes. Next, then there was a stormy baptism of applause. Everyone wanted to say something, but when the words reached their mouths, they surprisingly felt that any word seemed so pale and powerless in front of such classical poetry. Was Su Chen's answer perfect? Simply perfect. All the viewers and netizens never thought that they would one day see so much amazing poetry in a lie program, falsified by a lie. In the subconscious, it was as if a voice was telling them that perhaps such verses were what Dragon Kingdom poetry should have originally looked like. In the Blue Star world, due to the loss of poetry is a niche field at best, and their ability to appreciate ancient poetry prevents them from truly being able to fully appreciate each masterpiece. But, the power of civilization contained in the poems, the mood of the combination of Chinese characters and the shock that makes people chew on it, brought them a real impact. All 5 judges present also stood up, shocked by the scene before him. Is Su Chen's lie clumsy? It's so clumsy it's laughable. But, the aftertaste of those shocking verses brought them feelings that lingered and lingered as well. This has never been the case in the 8 seasons of True Lies. Is this person really a traveler? Or rather, even if he's lying, he's talented enough to overshadow the entire era. At this point, Kyoto, Rokoku Ancient Civilization Research Society, Divine Psalms, even if they are lies, these poems are enough to make the Su Chen famous in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom. A half-hundred man in robes wore shock and a look of shame. As the president of the Kyoto Ancient Civilization Research Society, he was extremely famous in Kyoto. It is far from being comparable to a professor from a prestigious university such as Chen Qinggan on the program, plus his status as a teacher. He is a leading literary figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, he was quite knowledgeable in the study of all the civilizations of the Dragon Kingdom. Poetry as a lost civilizational treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Exhumation restoration work in the current year. It is he who presided over the unfolding. Just a moment ago, he happened to open his computer and entered this variety program. And when he saw someone claiming that there were countless ancient sages and saints in his past life with the lie of being a traveler, he took it all as a show, and even despised it a bit. Claptrap. Civilization is the sediment and wisdom of countless histories. It is not a matter of making it up. However, after Suchen displayed a divine verse he had never heard before with his amazing talent, he was shocked for a long time. Where's the claptrap in that? I believe that as long as any person from the Dragon Kingdom hears those deafening and fervent poems, he will be shocked to the bone, especially with the caliber of his study of the ancient Chinese language of the Dragon Kingdom. When Suchen recited just now, he was actually able to follow the mood and feel how the era behind a poem was rippling with a backbone of the times that he had not seen before. But, how is that possible? The study of the lost poetry of ancient Manhwa has been his subject for half his life. Ancient poetry is almost extinct. He had felt sorry for himself more than once, until he saw these poems that Suchen displayed. The more he tasted, the more alarmed he became. The more you sip it, the more you savor it. A traveler? That's the kind of lie he simply doesn't believe. So, then there is only one possibility. These poems, pressed, are original to this young man on the program, with such talent that is good enough to go down in history. It's amazing that it's just to weave a lie in a little program. Ta-da-da-da. This time, a white-haired old man, dressed in a tang suit with a sharp gaze, slowly walked over. What are you looking at? What's with the look? He patted the man's shoulder, full of favor for this shut-in disciple. Teacher, just now in this program, there was even a young man, who spoke out of his mouth, and as soon as he spat out his embroidered breath, it was all divine poetry. The man replied, pointing to the computer screen. Oh, that's interesting. There aren't many young people nowadays who can talk out of their mouths. This literary giant, with his position in the Dragon Kingdom, there had not been any poems composed by young people that could enter his eyes. Poetry is the way of literature. It is also the heart of the text. With his status, it could be said that no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom could surpass him in terms of authority in modern poetry. It's safe to say, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, he, and he alone, was able to define a poem and whether or not it was truly a divine psalm. The same can be said. In the poetry world of the Dragon Kingdom, he is a god. With curiosity, he moved closer to the middle-aged man's computer screen, wanting to see what kind of verse would cause his grandson to be so perverse. The screen camera. All the images were gathered above Suchen, who had a bland look on his face. At this point, the program subtitles were being used by the netizens who had just entered the live broadcast. In a subtitle situation, scrolling through every verse that Suchen had just recited. Just for a moment, the white-haired old man's expression then froze. He stared dead at the screen, eyes wide open. More so, he repeatedly put those psalms in his mouth and chewed on them, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Ryoko. It was only then that he raised his head and looked at Suchen in the computer screen, disbelief still written all over his face. These poems, they were all written by this young man on the spot? The man at the side hurriedly and respectfully said, whether it is written now or not I don't know, but it does all come from this young man's mouth. The corners of the white-haired old man's mouth twitched a bit. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked to this close disciple of his, Qingrong, what do you think of these poems? How are they? The disciple named Pei Qingrong's heart lurched and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. Poetry through and through. Ancient, long-lasting and evocative. Immediately, he added, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the student to make such a poem as he is so illiterate. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. This disciple of his own, his eyes are still there. Only, his expression looked very serious. You're right about everything, but you still don't understand what's so good about these verses. Really? What? As soon as the white-haired old man's words fell, Pei Qingrong froze. With his status as the president of the Ancient Chinese Language Research Association of the Dragon Kingdom, even though he couldn't write such heirloom lines, it wasn't so bad that he wasn't even qualified to appreciate them, was it? Eventually, he couldn't help but ask curiously, I'm a humble disciple, so I'd like to ask my teacher to explain. The white-haired old man said, the ancient poetry of my Dragon Kingdom is profound, and is the cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. Poetry immortal Zhuangpei brought back this lost heritage to Blue Star with just 2 heirloom compositions. It's just a shame. Apart from Zhuangpei, there are no more poems that can be called the best lines of the ages circulating in the Dragon Kingdom. Even with the full force of our Dragon Kingdom's literary world, no geniuses have emerged to add to this lost civilization. I had thought, I fear, that when I am in the ground, I shall hardly see what dazzling verses can appear. I didn't expect that there would be a program in which there would be ancient lines that could be passed down to the next generation. And, still, so much more. The white-haired old man's tone was serious, and the words he uttered were stone-cold shocking. This young man, with his talent, I'm afraid, it will pull off a lost renaissance of ancient poetry in the Dragon Kingdom. A revival of the ancient poetic underpinnings of the Dragon Kingdom. With one man? Pei Qingrong's expression froze. He didn't expect that his teacher, who was a leading figure in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom, would have such a high opinion of this young man and these verses. He thinks he has rated these verses quite highly. Didn't realize. He still underestimated the horror of these poems. Reviving lost cultures. What kind of concept is that? With the decades of time in the Dragon Kingdom, countless people had buried their heads in research and were unable to do anything. How could this Su Chen do it all by himself? Pei Qingrong could hardly imagine what a sensation this news would cause in the entire Dragon Kingdom. And the white-haired old man could not wait in general at the moment. You get a hold of this program and find a way to reach this young man. I'm going to contact the old guys at the Ministry of Education. It seems that this year's language textbook is going to be revamped. Pei Qingrong heard this. The heart that had been let go instantly startled again. There's a lot of information here. So big. And the white-haired old man had already pulled out his own cell phone and was ready to dial the number. He had a return-to-youth-like joyful look on his face as he casually asked, "By the way, Qingrong, what does this program do? This young man, could he be the descendant of some famous family?" Pei Qingrong's face was a bit odd. "Teacher, it's a reality show of lies. This young man's name is Su Chen, and he calls himself a traveler. And these verses are the corroboration that he puts forward for this lie of his." Bam! The cell phone in the white-haired old man's hand, which had just been dialed, fell to the ground out of shock. Lies? These thousands of lines are just a lie he uses to prove a lie? This literary giant of the Dragon Kingdom. Straight up stupid. The program team is on site. Popularity value plus 100. Popularity value plus 35. Popularity value plus 50. Such a beep had been echoing in his head since a moment ago. Su Chen roughly scanned the system interface. Short time. He has already reaped tens of thousands of popularity points. According to the rules of the True Lies program, the judges can only push for truth in one major category per episode. Then before the next installment kicks off, he could definitely accumulate the popularity value to redeem the next civilization category data. Just as he was reckoning, the program's pop-ups, however, were split into two factions bickering. It's so beautiful. I don't know what these poems mean, but the beauty that comes from that Chinese writing is real. Did Su Chen write all these? His ability to write poems can actually kill our Dragon Country poetry immortal Zhuangpei? Although the poems are beautifully written, I doubt that he is an actor hired by the show. How could anyone make up so many verses for such a cheap lie as a traveler? Crap. Upstairs you're really saying that the show True Lies even hires actors? Hissing. Can't you see such a simple script? How is it possible for a young man to make up so many verses? And every one of them is a classic. And for a lie so false. This is all a gimmick that the program has hired an unknown number of literary giants behind the scenes to create. Crap. Why can't I believe that? That's right. I'd rather believe his lies than your words. Backstage at the show, General Director Zhang Yang naturally saw the pop-ups. He wanted to explain to these viewers that the show was not shady. But soon, his eyes widened as he saw the latest online data from the livestream. 5 million. In less than a few minutes, it's up another 2 million. He suddenly looked at the argumentative pop-ups and realized something. What do you mean by traffic code? It's called a traffic code, whether it's the judges or the audience. As long as someone questions Su Chen, then the live stream audience would only grow. He suddenly grabbed the live conductor's microphone on his desk. Teachers of the judges, by now, you haven't found any better words to refute Su Chen's crosser. Then the first round belongs to Su Chen passing. Tian, Milei, Chen Qingan and other experts at the scene froze when they heard the voice in the headset. It was silly. Chen Qingan was even more forthright. We still have one last chance to question the questions. Is the program team going to take a pass on this Su Chen? In the headset. Passed on the instructions from the program. No, on the contrary. Since Su Chen claimed that he was a traveler, we need to step up our lie detection efforts and deliberate on how to refute his lies. Even, we can invite all the viewers who question Su Chen. Universal polygraph. Several of the judges looked at each other. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. How big is the increase in polygraphing for forgery? All people. In other words, as long as you have doubts about Su Chen being a traveler, then all of you can join the show and come along with the crew to find his loopholes. Perhaps, poetry happens to be an area in which Su Chen, a highly intelligent vegetarian, excels. The validation of this issue hit him right on the gun. However, No one can be perfect in all areas. This is a big game for the show. They are going to use everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom to expose Su Chen's lies. Since you guys said Su Chen is an actor hired by the show, that's good. Just join in. Since you say his lies are worthless, that's good. Join in too. 2 for the price of 1. Receiving instructions from the program's team, the host, Ice, immediately picked up the microphone and began announcing the news in a tone of equal parts adoration and sigh of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the True Lies program process, for each episode, the showrunners are only allowed to question and validate the contestants in one major category of begging the question. So far, in terms of poetry, the program has been unable to find any points that can refute Su Chen. The program team has decided that this round will be decided directly in favor of Su Chen. He calls himself a traveler. Impeccable. At the same time, the program group decided, the next issue, for Su Chen contestant personal, the program difficulty adjustment increase. All the netizens, all kinds of experts, can join the ranks of debunking Su Chen. National debunking, Su Chen traveler lies, to encourage universal participation. Just whoever can expose the Su Chen traveler lie. So, Su Chen's prize money will go to whoever owns it. Bing Bing's words caused an uproar. Crap. This is the program team purposely changing the flow of the program in order to expose Su Chen? 8 seasons. This is the first time this has happened. Anyone who thinks they can expose Su Chen can try. Interesting. He was so amazing today. It's no wonder the program is so important. But he can't be this amazing in all areas. Is this an ironic attempt to dismantle his lies? Lively discussion underway. The host, Bing Bing, however, looked at Su Chen and continued. Of course, the program group is fair. In order to compensate Mr. Su Chen, you in each phase of the prize money are in the original basis, will be doubled. Now, you may choose to advance, or take the bonus and leave. The host's words had just fallen. All the cameras on the scene were focused on Su Chen. Everyone was curious about what kind of answer Su Chen would make. After all, next, he's fighting against the whole population. But see the next second. Su Chen nodded and directly replied, I choose to advance. There was a pause. He continued, I am a traveler, a true traveler. No one in this world can poke me. I, for one, await your challenge. Wow. The whole scene was in an uproar. With Su Chen's advancement, his prize money was directly doubled from its original base as promised. 2 million. This is exactly the amount of Su Chen's current prize pool. As long as he gets past the promotion every time, then it will still keep doubling. With Su Chen off the stage for a break, the program resumed its normal flow. The first phase of the rest of the contestants on stage one after another, but with Su Chen's pearl in front, the rest of the lie, more or less seem a little tasteless up. The whole show, most people were still discussing those ancient Earth Chinese poems from Su Chen's testimony, as well, the truth of the lie about his crossing, on the web. With the True Lies program's temporary rule change and a series of adjustments for Su Chen, various streams and short videos have caused quite a stir. The shocker. Someone in the Dragon Kingdom is claiming to be a traveler. Billion-dollar variety. Adjusting the rules of the program for this traveler to encourage exposure. With his own power, he crushed the lost culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Where is he? Veteran variety show, setting another ratings record. And the reason behind it is shocking. The contestant puts down the word to challenge everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. The live video of Su Chen fighting the judges tongue-to-tongue and displaying 1,000 poems from his previous life was also edited out separately by various title parties, with some exciting music for the occasion. That uniquely exclusive and moving charm of the Chinese language and script makes people instantly go to their heads. Soon, the video already has over 2 million likes and tens of millions of views, and as time festers, more and more people began to pay attention to Su Chen and his traveler's lie. How dare he claim to be a traveler? This is too crazy. Even if he can do some poetry, but if he changes fields for revelation, he will immediately reveal himself. His poetry does have a little something to it. It's just a gimmick of the program. I don't believe there's really a traveler in the world. I'm going to join the ranks of all the people to expose and find the loopholes of the program and Su Chen. Su Chen, a young man, how could he have the experience to write so many poems with different moods? This is definitely a trustee hired by the program group. Tokai City. A student has just finished writing the homework assigned by the teacher, then picked up his cell phone and swiped through the doo-wop. Looking back to the past, I return to the past, and there is no storm or sunshine. With the accompanying music mirrored, Su Chen's voice accompanied by a line of poetry came out from his cell phone. Wow! The teenager's eyes were wide open. These poems were quite a bit more shocking than the 2 poems of the poetry immortal Zhuangpei. It's so beautiful. And just below the heat of the video, there was a related hot story that he clicked right into. And see the title. He was just straight up stunned. In a reality TV variety show, the emergence of the thousands of great lines has attracted the attention of the Ministry of Education. According to the people concerned, the Ministry of Education intends to approach the contestant, perhaps will promote this revision of the textbook. After Su Chen left the recording site of the True Lies program, he took the subway back to where he lived in this life. Go back to your house and lie down on your bed. The day's experience was like a dream. Blue Star, Dragon Nation, Lies program, dialogue with the entire population, and the world at large. He didn't choose to check the popularity value he had gained in the first installment of the show first. There was still plenty of time before the next installment started. Follow the rules of the program. The next time the topic of exposing lies is what will be done in advance. This is also to give Su Chen some preparation time. By the program's estimation, Su Chen's lie, even if it was fictitious, I'm afraid it would require a lot of time to prepare. It just happened to give him some time to do other things as well. Now that it has crossed over, then Su Chen's vision is naturally no longer limited to the acreage of True Lies alone. He believes, with his ability, the jewels of Earth's civilization will bloom differently on the blue planet. Next, he still has a lot to do. Slowly, a heaviness crept into his eyelids, tired after the excitement on the program set, so that he could finally relax his nerves at the moment and fall asleep instantly. And at the moment, on a high-speed train from Kyoto to Ebina, business class compartment, Pei Qingron looked around the scene for a week without moving, and with a few cursory glances, he saw many of the Dragon Kingdom's prestigious and earth-shattering people. No exaggeration. Most of the people seated in this compartment were giants of the academic, literary and educational worlds of the Dragon Kingdom. They, even, can represent half of the cultural world in Dragon Kingdom today. And the leader, it was none other than his teacher, the leading literary figure of the Dragon Kingdom, Elder Zhou. Old Chang, do you know what's really going on? I don't know. I'm giving a lecture at Huaqing University. A call from Old Zhou made me drop everything and make sure to come. Where are we going? Old Chao is secretive. What's in Riverside? They landed their gazes on Elder Zhou. Although this old guy didn't say a word along the way, everyone at least understood that for this great god to be able to summon them over to Binjiang in such a hurry, there was bound to be a shocking event. These people are running on the front lines of culture, or busy with academics. Naturally, there is no time to browse the hot news on the internet. Old Zhou, can I ask, what exactly are we going to do? Lips wriggling, an old academician finally couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Zhou Lao, however, was secretive. You'll find out soon enough when we get to Riverside. The words fell. Instead, he remembered something and raised his eyes to his student, Pei Qingron, who was the president of the Kyoto Ancient Civilization Research Association of the Dragon Kingdom, was only worthy of being reduced to serving tea and water in this business compartment. Qingron, on the side of the program, is there any news? Pei Qingron hurriedly got up and respectfully reported. Before I got on the car, I had already approached that program group in Riverside, and I got that young man's information and contact information from their hands. But, I have been contacted by phone and by message, neither of which has been responded to, or I'll, again, it's not necessary. Zhou Lao waved his hand, stopping Pei Qingron's next move. It's good to have his information. After getting off the bus, immediately arrange for transportation and we'll head directly to his residence to meet with him in person. A conversation between two people. It fell on the ears of the rest of the giants in the carriage, drawing frequent side glances from the crowd. What program? What young man? Could it be that Zhou Lao, the great god, had risen up and hastily summoned to rush to Riverside just to meet a young man in person? Next, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, their scalps tingling. What kind of young man was this that could cause such a terrifying commotion? What did he do? And after the originator, Su Chen, fell asleep, he didn't know about the world outside, because his performance in the first installment of the program had already stirred up the literary world in the Dragon Kingdom. After receiving a call from the Kyoto Ancient Civilization Research Society, Chief Director Zhang Yang's entire body was in a trance. Su Chen's performance had even alarmed the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom. He repeatedly guaranteed that before there was any more permission from Su Chen's poems in the program would never be abused by the program team. Before the other party asked for Su Chen's contact information and hung up the phone hastily, before he had time to think about the mystery. But soon, the phone number for the program was then flooded with a sea of calls for registration. All kinds of viewers are signing up like crazy, wanting to attend the live taping of the second installment of the show. The webcast was available for viewing, but they all wanted to be there in person to see what Su Chen would show in the second installment to corroborate his traveler lie. To the end, the program team hastily issued a notice saying that in the next issue, they would add 1,000 audience seats to the site and even focus on setting up a small stage for Su Chen's revelation, before they could calm the frantic audience. It's hard to imagine. It's a reality variety show that has been taped for 8 seasons. And, For Su Chen, he had only just gone through the first installment of the challenge. Such popularity. It's quite enough to independently supervise a brand new variety show. Time passes slowly. This sleep was considered to be the first comforting sleep Su Chen had ever had when he came to this world. Early the next morning, before he could open his eyes, there was a sharp knock on the door outside his house. Su Chen! Su Chen! Wake up for me! Obviously very mature and a little gentle voice, but at the moment the tone is full of violence. As if no longer open the door, there is the momentum of breaking and entering. Su Chen sat up violently. A message from the owner of this voice immediately appeared in his mind. Lin Qingyu. Speaking up. This person is considered to be the little sister next door to the owner of this body, currently in her sophomore year at Riverside University, just a few years apart from Su Chen. Windy and fiery, nicknamed Gunslinger Loli. Doesn't this girl go to school? What's she doing here? He got up and dressed and opened the door to his room. Outside, a good-looking, but with an aura of pure lust, a small, clear beauty, was glaring angrily at Su Chen. Su Chen. In the first instant she saw Su Chen, she stretched up her slender hand and made a gesture to jump up to grab Su Chen's hair. What's wrong with you? You said you'd only participate in one installment and then get paid to withdraw. And you choose to advance? $500,000. That's $500,000. Did you know? As long as you have that $500,000, not only will your life not be a problem in the future, you can also enroll directly in the self-test to go back to school without having to work. She grits her teeth at the word. The eyes that looked at Su Chen were even more eager to eat. Su Chen casually slapped off her probing 9-in white bone claw. He was not a fool. He could hear the concern in Lin Qingshua's words, and his heart could not help but be flooded with a warm current, fused to the body. The body's original owner's memories of Su Qingyu were also fused in the depths of Su Chen's soul. The original owner of the physical body had a rough fate. The family has been poor since childhood. Then it went through a series of more changes, until adulthood. Out of a small mountain village, came to the strange city of Riverside, picking up rags, odd jobs, hard work and graduation. Su Chen has a super high IQ of 141 though. Even later, he was accepted to study at a foreign institution, but due to financial problems, he simply gave up and took a halfway break to enter society. But in a first-tier city like Riverside, competition is particularly fierce, so keep going to school. It had always been Su Chen's wish. This time Su Chen was given an opportunity to participate in the True Lies show, which he had only mentioned to this little sister next door, and he had long ago dished it out in advance. With any luck, squeaked through the first test. Immediately opt out of the race to collect your money and walk away. After all, in a life like his, it was extremely rare for God to favor him once. If you miss it, he doesn't have any do-overs. Now, you call the show right away and tell them you're backing out and want to quit, and see if you can get a discount. $250,000. Even if we were only given $250,000, that would be enough. No, $50,000 will do. You're not getting any younger. Self-examination for re-entry into school has to be caught up. Hear that? Lin Qingyu gave Su Chen a lecture, making Su Chen all a bit unable to hold back. Counting down. This little sister next door was considered one of the most caring people Su Chen had in this city. Got it, Ms. Kobayashi. When I last 10 more installments, I'll listen to you right away. Lin Qingyu stared at Su Chen with wide eyes, looking at him like he was looking at a madman. 10 periods? That's $500 million. Are you dreaming? That's the #1 lie detector program in the country in terms of difficulty. After she glared at Su Chen without any good humor, seeing that Su Chen still looked indifferent, she was so angry that she directly walked into the room and sat down on the worn-out sofa, a look of not wanting to care about Su Chen anymore. Su Chen was dumbfounded, pouring a cup of water and handing it to Lin Qingyu. He softly said, "Xiao Yu, don't worry, our life will get better next, and I'm not going to school. I have a lot more important things to do next in my life. I believe the hell out of you." Lin Qingyu gave him a blank look without any good reason, but still, he took the glass of water and filled it with several large gulps. Not the slightest hint of a beautiful woman. This all the way out from the school she but did not take a breath to kill directly back. You can imagine Su Chen's behavior on her caused a big impact. There are rumors all over our school about your program. Just that universal lie detector test. It's not good enough for you to make up a lie, but you found such a cheap one. Even some of our classmates want to sign up to expose you on the show. Lin Qingyu had a sultry look on her face. The crossing. With lies like that, I can't believe people still support you on the internet. Ha, you're just as lucky. Su Chen, honestly, those poems of yours, are they some collection of poems of a cold poet bought from some stall? Su Chen was furious and amused. Those are all proper 1,000-year-old sentences of mine. You don't understand, he said as he did so. A frown settled on his face as he pulled out his muted cell phone. Countless unfamiliar missed calls on it. There were even some text messages. Su Chen. This is Director Zhang Yang. About this program, there are some media publicity that may need your cooperation. Please keep in touch with the communication. Su Chen. There are people in Kyoto who may be contacting you, and I have given your contact information and address to the other party. It's from the show. Su Chen. Hello, my name is Pei Qingrong. I'm the president of the Dragon Kingdom Ancient Civilization Research Association. Regarding your poetry, my teacher would like to consult with you. Su Chen. We have embarked on the high-speed train to Riverside. Let's meet and talk. Su Morning. We've arrived at Riverside. It's an unfamiliar number. The most missed calls on it were also made from this very number. Apparently it's none other than the people the show called Kyoto, the Society for the Study of Ancient Civilizations of the Dragon Kingdom? What does this have to do with your own poetry? But the latest text message, too, had been half an hour ago. He then dialed. The call was quickly answered and a thick baritone voice recalled from the receiver. Hello, Su Chen. Hello. On the other end of the line, in addition to this baritone voice, there was a rustling of footsteps, as if they were walking on something extremely echoing. My name is Pei Qingrong. May I ask if you saw my text message? Su Chen nodded. I probably understand, but may I ask what you're looking for? Let's talk about the specifics in person. Now, we're at your doorstep. Pei Qingrong's voice had just fallen. Duck duck duck. A knocking sound then came from outside the door of Su Chen's house. Su Chen looked stunned. A glance was exchanged with Lin Qinyu, who was drinking water. Wait until you get to the door and open it. Outside the door, from Su Chen's door to the building, it was crowded with nearly 24 people, all of them with extraordinary temperament and elegant and gentle, except for Elder Zhou and Pei Qingrong, who were at the head of the group. The rest of the cultural giants were also curiously sizing up Su Chen. This young man, the mysterious young man that Zhou urgently summoned them across 1,000 kilometers to meet in person? And Lin Qinyu directly covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes flashing with unbelievable shock. Zhou Lao, a leading figure in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom. Almost every person in the Dragon Kingdom is a fan of this great god. And who doesn't have a copy of Zhou Lao's literary works on their bedside? Look further back. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. President Pei Qingrong Pei? That's the idol of many college literary girls. Old Chang, a bigwig in the education and culture sector of the Dragon Kingdom. She looked over them one by one. She, who had never seen such a formation before, turned back violently and looked at Su Chen with a look of a monster. This is almost considered to be the general lineup of half of the cultural sector in the Dragon Kingdom. It's here to see his big neighbor brother who didn't even finish school. Hello Su Chen. I'm Pei Qingrong, who just spoke with you on the phone. Pei Qingrong very enthusiastically went forward and shook hands with Su Chen. Turning to Su Chen, he introduced that half of the Dragon Kingdom's literary world behind him. This is my mentor, the Dragon Kingdom's leading literary figure, Zhou Luwen, Elder Zhou. This, along with Pei Qingrong's detailed introduction, it once again caused Lin Qinyu's heart to beat wildly on the side. Some of these she had heard of before, some she hadn't even heard of, but that litany of titles, I'm afraid that any one of them appeared, are worthy of Jiangbin City Education Bureau and the cultural sector personally accompanied by serving some, especially Old Man Chao. That's a legend, a living fossil in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom. These people are gathered together. I'm afraid that the entire land of dragon culture will shake a little. What's the point of running to their little place? Hello, little friend Su Chen. Zhou Lao slowly walked over and shook hands with Su Chen as well, casually surveying the small house Su Chen lived in and said, Today, I brought this group of old men here uninvited to see you specifically. I just want to see it. What exactly is the young man who can crush poetry immortal Zhuang Pei with his own strength? The moment Elder Zhou opened his mouth, he shocked the uninformed people present. Zhuang Pei, the poetry fairy of the Dragon Kingdom? Crushed? Everyone's eyes condensed. All the people present were not generalized. These words came out of the mouth of Zhou Lao, the literary world's leading figure. The amount of information behind it could be extraordinary. Who is the poet Zhuang Pei? Decades ago, since his two poems were unearthed, hard with these two dusty pearls, the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom, a lost cultural heritage, back to the world. Decades. It's been a whole couple of decades. The literary and educational circles of the Dragon Kingdom have spared no effort to develop the new force of ancient poetry in all aspects. But good poetry. It's not easy to get a good poem. But it's not easy to get a good poem after a few years of polishing. But on crushing poetry? That's just a fool's errand. This has also led to the promotion and development of poetry in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom, which has become a lingering wish in the minds of all. The unheralded young man in front of us. He was able to crush the poet Zhuang Pei. Next, These giants in the Dragon Kingdom's literary world, each of whom had sky-high reputations, breathed heavily for a few minutes, and their eyes became much brighter as they looked at Su Chen. So that's what it's all about. Su Chen was slightly relieved. At this point, an old-timer's eager single-mindedness. Can you show one song? So that the old man can open his eyes. The rest of them nodded. They want to hear it. What kind of poetry can crush the poetry fairy Zhuang Pei? Su Chen nodded. Taking a deep breath, the tone came out in a long sigh the next second. June don't see. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky. Hiss. Lighting this sentence out, everyone's scalp tingled, instantly understanding why Elder Zhou had to personally come to see this young man. That's right, just the first sentence. It has already crushed the poetry immortal Zhuang Pei. No, the entire Dragon Kingdom poetry. The first 3 words, don't you see, seem to be simple rhetorical questions. However, it has already reached the high attainment of avoiding complexity and exhausting variations of the best poems, especially in conjunction with the next sentence. The poetic mood is transformed into the atmosphere of the Yellow River flowing into the sea, which can be as majestic as this, and the momentum sweeps through the whole scene. Born to run. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. In Su Chen's previous life, in the centuries of Tang Dynasty poetry, there were countless works with far-reaching and atmospheric moods, but by the time of Li Bai, there were very few that could match the mood of this song. Will enter the wine. Sheng Tang literati that skyrocketed, uninhibited but full of everyone's poetic style, being displayed by Su Chen was undoubtedly. Everyone's mouths were wide open by the end of the poem, and Elder Zhou's gaze was even bigger. The poem. Su Chen is not shown in the program. He originally thought the psalms in the program were already all Su Chen had to offer, and I couldn't imagine there were surprises in store. Good, good, yes. Zhou Lao led the applause. His face flushed, the wind all the way. Dusty in this moment, all worth the price of admission. He turned back to an old man in the Ministry of Education behind him. Old Zhang, this poem, what do you think? That old Zhang froze for a moment when he heard Elder Zhou's words, but then he also laughed. How about a poem? Everyone has ears, but with a poem of the caliber of this one, I'm afraid that if the entire Dragon Kingdom were given another 100 years, it would be difficult for them to come up with such a masterpiece. Elder Zhou, you mustn't make fun of me. Such a level of poetry, not to mention me. I'm afraid, even the poetry immortal Zhuang Pei is alive. He would be ashamed of himself. It was worth the trip. Lin Qinyu's brain on the side was still in a state of confusion. Su Chen was only there for a variety show, and then it became a crushing Dragon Kingdom poetry immortal Zhuang Pei level character? While the rest of the crowd was looking at Su Chen, their gazes were all shining brightly, feeling that the young man in front of them, who appeared to be just in his early 20s, exuded a kind of clearness, just like a poet fairy descending to the earth. Gentlemen, you have no idea. Pei Qingrong, who was on the side, smiled and stood out at this time, looking at Su Chen with an almost worshipful gaze as he introduced himself. This Su Chen, he has more than just one poem just now. It's no exaggeration to say that every one of his poems is a masterpiece. This statement was made. The crowd was appalled. Is this kind of poetic talent still human? But, just then, a Wenyuan master who had chewed Su Chen's poems over and over again, wondered, just now in the Psalms, there are quite a number of allusions to this Yellow River, which I cannot understand. I have searched my mind's memory, and I have not heard of such a raging river in the vast expanse of my Dragonland. Su Chen said frankly, the Yellow River is the great northern river of my former hometown, one of the world's longest rivers, with a length of 464 kilometers and an extremely wide watershed. Past life? Hometown? Everyone knows that this Su Chen, he claimed to be a traveler in a program, and the poems he showed were precisely composed in the program to support this claim of his. Pei Qingrong stood out again at this time to act as Su Chen's commentator. Program? A self-proclaimed traveler? To corroborate such words, he displays this amazing poetic talent? That is to say, this young man, just for one program, he crushed the poetry fairy Zhuang Pei? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Su Chen acted quite frankly. Exactly. He nodded. Most of my poetry comes from my former home, the Earth China. As one of the Earth's 4 ancient civilizations, we have a long history in China, and more than just poetry and songs, whether it's architecture or historical civilization, China is the brightest oriental star of Earth's civilization. Elder Zhou and the others left. Also taken away was a book of 300 Tang and song poems that Su Chen had personally excerpted for them, and it was believed that soon, it would be put on full sale in the bookstores of all sizes in the Dragon Kingdom in this world. But, Su Chen insisted that when it was published, it needed to be noted that all the poems, which were published by Su Chen on behalf of the sages of previous generations, were copyrighted by the sages of previous generations. At the same time, several old-timers in the Ministry of Education have also deliberated that this year's language textbooks are bound to see a major overhaul in order to include these cultural jewels. With the cultural community of the Dragon Kingdom back in Kyoto, there was a conscious and unconscious push behind the scenes. Su Chen's name began to appear more frequently above the major media, for the discussion of Su Chen's identity as a traveler. Once again, a new high. Crap. Su Chen's poetry has actually been recognized by the Dragon Kingdom's literary world and the Ministry of Education. Doesn't that mean that these poems were not created by the literary giants invited by the program's team, but were written by Su Chen himself? Shocked. Is it true that he has now made up so many classic Jeremiads for the sake of the traveler's lie? I'd rather believe, by now, that he's talented than a traveler. I've heard that future language textbooks will also include a few selections from his collection of poems. Hissing, horrible as it is, how dare he, in order to participate in the program, pull off a historical chapter in the revival of ancient poetry in the Dragon Kingdom with his own efforts? I'm now starting to look forward to how he'll face the universal lie detector test and present it in the second installment. As the heat continues to build, a week passed quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Popularity value plus 3,000. Popularity value plus 5,000. Popularity value plus 1,000. Congratulations to the host. The million popularity value achievement is reached. Su Chen, who was on the phone with Lin Qinyu after returning to school, was slightly stunned. Has the million popularity value been reached so quickly? On the phone, Lin Qinyu was being earnestly guided to him. Su Chen, steady, don't wave. If the second installment of the show is lucky enough to muddle through again, never choose to take the money and withdraw from the competition. Don't advance. Don't advance. Don't advance. Although she had seen the shocking scene at home where the giants of the literary and cultural world of the Dragon Kingdom had personally come to meet Su Chen, Lin Qinyu seemed to have already decided in her mind that Su Chen must have gotten a lost ancient book of poems and lyrics from some stall in a humble way, and was lucky enough to have a series of good luck later on. After all, this older neighbor brother of his, although he had been good to him since he was a child and his IQ was quite high, he was just an ordinary person. This True Lies show was notorious for being a godsend, where it could be imagined by mortals like Su Chen and her. Listen to her bitter, hateful voice. Su Chen smiled. You do well in school and don't get any ideas. After I earn my small goal, your brother Su will send you a set of my autographed Chinese poetry books. The little girl had the wind knocked out of her. Hang up the phone. Su Chen checked the virtual page of the system. Compared to just coming into this world a week ago, some of the information on the panel changed radically. Current mission, to weave a true lie and use one man's talent against everyone in the entire history of the Blue Planet. Mission progress, 10%. Redemption Mall. Popularity points, 100W. The civilization influence caused on the Blue Star civilization can generate corresponding popularity points. At the same time, the Redemption Mall had been displaying gray information of many civilization data of the previous Earth civilization, except for the gold color of culture which showed that it had been redeemed. Architecture, art, medicine, history, and so on were flashing with a circle of streams of light. This was on behalf of the fact that currently, Su Chen's popularity value was enough to redeem any of these major categories. The only final science, still gray, indicating that the popularity value permission has not yet been reached. That was pretty fast. Su Chen understood that apart from the True Lies program group's publicity for the first installment, it was more the series of help from Zhou Lao and the others after they returned to Kyoto that allowed his popularity growth to enter a small explosive period. Beyond that, what made him look sideways was a change regarding the current task. Mission progress? This is a hint that wasn't there before. And the extra 10% this time means that he'll have other fraudulent quests that might activate later on. In addition to this lie, he was not in a hurry to carry out the exchange of new civilization information data at the first time. Over at True Lies, the showrunners are still tallying up the most challenging and difficult topics to come out of the week of national lie detector tests. It's been a rushed week. The new stage for the TV station has been renovated. At the same time, the True Lies crew specifically approached Su Chen for a promo shoot in the middle. Go to the program's official website. A mashup featuring a close-up of Su Chen and the first installment of the poem hangs at the head of the official website, with a muffled voiceover. It was as if a naked challenge had been issued to the entire population. Naked challenge. He, the unprecedented master of lies, for the sake of a lie, he plucked up the heights of dragon poetry by himself. He, the public enemy of all polygraphers, for a lie, he created a civilization called Earth. Him, called a true traveler. There is no one in the world who can expose his vulnerability. You guys, ready to challenge him? Underneath this promo by the program group is the registration portal and message board column for the universal lie detector test that the program group has specially opened for Su Chen. In addition to the 5 judges from the previous program, The interface also has a large blank question mark representing who gets to be the next guest judge on the show. Within the Dragon Kingdom, all the viewers who are concerned about the Su-Chun Traveler like and participate in the comments, questioning and exposing Su-Chun from their own professional point of view. With thousands of people flocking to this board, there is no shortage of some of the top experts in various industries. Those names alone sent a strong firestorm through the netizen audience. I don't believe that there are travelers in this world. The last time Professor Chun Shingon just accidentally bumped into an area that Su-Chun excels in. Art is the symbol and treasure of a civilization. I'm going to expose him from the perspective of art. His traveler's lies, unbeatable. This is a message from an artist who has been a recluse in the Dragon Kingdom for many years. Poetry? With all due respect, Su-Chun's poems are hot chickens in my eyes. The various illusions are bullshit. I have a world-class math problem here. Does he dare to fight? This is a challenge issued by the schoolboys of a university. Military and history are the core criteria for testing a strong nation. Since he said his previous life was one of the 4 ancient civilizations, let's conduct a sand table exercise of famous battles and debunk him. All it takes is a single soldier and a single pawn. This is a military commentator on a TV station, with an endless stream of polygraph challenge messages. The program also set up a popularity-like feature for each message. The deadline is the day before the second installment begins. The team will pick the one lie detector challenge with the most likes and popularity and invite the other person to come to the show and face off with Su-Chun on the show floor on the spot. And as of today, in the Universal Lie Detector section, the most popular query is a message from the Bridge Infrastructure Department of the 4th Construction Bureau of the Dragon State. In the field of ancient poetry, Su-Chun's display is indeed too amazing. But we, in the Dragon Kingdom, currently have a great bridge infrastructure project. Total investment is estimated at 1.2 billion. We expect it to take 20 years to complete. Since Su-Chun is known as a traveler in his world, can there be such an amazing project? It's a challenge issued by a group of bridge engineers who have put their hearts and souls into the infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom. The project is located in the territory of an autonomous prefecture in Huguang Province. If it is built, second only to the top 10 famous bridges in the Blue Star world, it became the first mega suspension bridge in the Dragon Kingdom. But building a bridge is not a poem. It needs to calculate every piece of data from a professional point of view, and any deviation of a decimal point can bring about the demise of the whole project. They don't believe it. Su-Chun claimed to be a traveler and could accept such professional falsification. A few short days, the popularity of this message's likes went up to more than 4 million, and underneath, netizens who supported these bridge engineers were posting various messages of support. My Dragon Kingdom engineers are invincible. Does Su-Chun dare to accept the challenge? This is the show's most specialized challenge yet. And I've heard that the design of the drawings for this project alone has now plagued all the engineers for 5 years. This is what only a true techno stream can do. Su-Chun claims to be a traveler, and his lies are going to be exposed this time. The day before the second installment of True Lies begins, a rehearsal scene recorded by the show's crew. Su-Chun walked into the studio hall, and immediately many of the people working threw glances at him. Also over a week ago, this kid is still a rube who's on his first show. The name is not known. Just this week or so, Su-Chun's clip video in the first installment swept almost the entire internet and exploded in popularity. They heard. Even half of the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom had specially come to Jiangbin from Kyoto to sign with Su-Chun for all the poems. This popularity. It's almost swifter than a rocket ride. PD, the person in charge of screening contestants for the show at the time, ran over excitedly and shouted, "The big star is here." End of first installment. The director-in-chief was hard on him afterward. Now, Su-Chun was his lucky star. Even the chief director Zhang Yang came over and patted Su-Chun's shoulder. Congratulations, Su-Chun, you're completely on fire now. True Lies is now sort of tied to Su-Chun's popularity. He'd hoped Su-Chun was able to stick around in their program a bit longer, so that the program could slowly make its way out of the ring and become a true national hit variety show. Su-Chun modestly said, "Where's the exaggeration? It's all thanks to the program's help in publicizing me." Zhang Yang waved his hand in a hurry. Hyperbole? He opened the statistics on his portable computer straight away. Look, just yesterday night alone, the daily activity of our program's official traffic has reached 2 million. A program's official website's daily activity of 2 million. Do you know what concept this is? It's all about you traveler lies. After saying that, Zhang Yang was not only a little envious of Su-Chun. Besides, with the energy of our program, it's not enough to invite half of the Dragon Kingdom's literary world to come to Riverside to meet in person. Your explosion has already crushed that gold digger in the history of the show outright as well. Just then, a voice came from behind Su-Chun. "You're Su-Chun?" When Su-Chun turned around, he saw a middle-aged man with a robust figure, thick black eyebrows, and a temperament with a hint of rigidity and cleanliness walking over. He extended his hand towards Su Chen. Zhang Yang, the director of the program, introduced himself. Introducing, this is the famous bridge engineer from the Dragon Kingdom who will challenge you in the second episode, Liang Dongwei. Su Chen shook hands with him. Liang Dongwei's bright eyes looked flatly at Su Chen, and his tone directly opened the door. Su Chen, although director Zhang Yang has already explained that for the sake of the program's effect, if your performance is too bad, we appropriately have to cooperate with you a bit. But, I'm not going to let up, and tomorrow, I'm going to use my professional perspective to dismantle your traveler lies. Su Chen smiled. Actually, the second installment of the show is still to come, but discussions and predictions about Su Chen are already all over the internet. After all, Su Chen was now challenging the universal lie detector test with one person. People believe, even if a person's ability is strong, it is ultimately limited, and with thousands of netizens holding a magnifying glass, it is absolutely impossible for him to cover all the bases. Who will be the first to find the loophole in Su Chen? This has galvanized countless people. Well, I'll see what happens then, Su Chen said seriously. When Liang Dongwei left, program director Zhang Yang said to Su Chen with a slight sense of shame. Su Chen, I didn't expect his tone to be so nonchalant. If I had known that I would have arranged for you to rehearse in 2 time slots. Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, in my original world, there was also such a group of serious and ridiculous engineer experts. Rigor and truth-seeking were part of their own character. Precisely because of having them. It's only then that we in Huaxia got a unique title on Earth, Infrastructure Frenzy. With the rehearsal warm-up, the second installment of the taping is starting to get all the attention it deserves. The next day, early morning, since 8 o'clock, the program's live broadcast room had been flooded with 5 million online viewers. It was a hit before it aired. This was a feat that was the first of its kind in the history of variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom. Backstage at the show, program director Zhang Yang's palms were covered in sweat. Whether or not his own show can become a national hit depends on Su Chen's specific performance in the program. A show that has gone on for 8 seasons. Who would have thought that the road to bursting into flames had only just begun? Scene. A few judges are ready. In addition to them, the program site is in accordance with the agreement. An additional 1,000 audience seats, and in a corner of the program, but also focus on the layout of a small stage, which is for Su Chen's revelation of the session focus on the ad hoc, and live on air. Thousands of netizens are hotly discussing this installment of the show and whether Su Chen can once again have a shocking process of falsification like the first installment. Riverside University. Inside one of the sophomore year's intersession classrooms, Lin Qinxue took out her cell phone and opened the True Lies live broadcast. Her best friend put her head together. Ha, Yuki, you're following this program too? Lin Qinshue's body stiffened and smiled sarcastically. Yes. The BFF was instantly interested. Have you ever thought that Su Chen, the one in the program, is so handsome that I'm a fan of his face? Ha, cool, yes? Lin Qinxue looked at her best friend with a slightly odd expression. He even has face powder? Of course, he's the hottest thing on the show right now. There are whispers in the rice circles that he's some kind of company artist. Right, spending a lot of money to create the persona of a traveler. I wish, instead, that he was a real vegetarian. But how can that be? How can an ordinary vegetarian have that kind of talent? Without a team of hundreds of people behind him, I would never believe it. The girlfriend whispered and revealed all these gossips that Lin Qinxue had never even thought of. But that's normal. Whether it was Su Chen's traveler's lie or his current hotness, it was enough to make many people speculate about him with the most conspiratorial words. I heard that a lot of people went and signed up for the live audience of the program just today, wanting to tear down this Su Chen's crosser persona. And that? Lin Qinxue blinked. Could it be? Is this what happens when people are popular? Next moment, her gaze couldn't help but show a hint of worry. Whether Su Chen was a vegetarian or not, she knew better than anyone else. How could a pure vegetarian who couldn't even afford to pay his tuition fees since he was a child, have the strength to challenge an expert's most extreme lie detector test? Time passes by. Soon, the show has officially begun. As Lin Qinxue's best friend said, there are many right and wrongs when people are popular, and the same is true for the show. With Su Chen's drive, the number of contestants who sign up for this program was more than 10 times more than before. Everyone wanted to expose Su Chen, and everyone wanted to be Su Chen again. Su Chen's session as a focus was placed in the final appearance of the program. Stage. A contestant finishes his or her story, and before they even wait for the judge's session, the polygraph goes off right through the entire taping of the show. The player was a little embarrassed. He's been on the internet before, and determined that there was shady behavior on the part of the show and the contestants, and that even the lie detector test was just a gimmick. I can't believe it's all true. This also made the hearts of those contestants backstage who were participating in this program for the first time tense up. Is it surprising that this show has been playing for real? The whole show, except for one or two contestants who still barely passed, most of them folded under the first level of monitoring by the polygraph. And just when all the online viewers were waiting impatiently, host Ice began to walk towards the ad hoc mini-stage that had never been activated for use on the show floor. At the same time, the show's magnesium light began to strike a ray of light from the darkness, as if it was a cosmic black hole, rotating and flowing around the stage in space. And at that moment, a figure stood in the center of the stage with its back to everyone, giving off an illusory and hazy feeling. The host, Bing Bing, has a magnetic voice, clear and with inexplicable magic. Monologue introductions begin as well. In the distant parallel world of Earth, there's a household movie, Terminator. It tells a story about humans crossing paths with an intelligent Skynet that, in the end, crossing over has not changed history. Instead, history was made. This movie was provided by none other than Su Chen for the show. As soon as this illusion came out, the previous dull feeling of the program team was swept away, and a strong sense of style and atmosphere immediately filled the entire live room. Here we go. The program is finally starting. What were all those lies called before? The program's packaging for Su Chen is spot on. This backdrop plus the choreography is really a bit of a traveler's feeling. And the host's icy voice continues. A week ago, the Blue Star Dragon State, he came across with an entire world's worth of civilization. Absolute poetry. A new cultural chapter in the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom has been created. Amazing civilization. It has set off tens of millions of followers. It's Su Chen. With the introduction of the host, Ice, the lights of the entire stage looked like they had been shattered into pieces of broken glass, and the figure that had been turning his back to the camera slowly turned around, and Su Chen was even wearing a plain Zhongshan suit, slowly moved from this brokenness to the audience, as if stepping over the barriers of the world, crossing over. Everyone's sense of anticipation was pulled right through him. Backstage at the program's recording hall, General Director Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had been sitting apprehensively in his chair, always waiting for news from the staff side. 8 years of doing this show, with his keen intuition, he focused and pronounced the show on Su Chen's traveler's lie. But, as long as no concrete conclusions come out, everything is uncertain. He stared dead at the monitor screen. From the moment Su Chen appeared on the stage, he walked directly towards the statistics staff at a fast pace. What's the situation? 8 million real-time online viewers. The staff scanned the data, first thinking that they had misread it, and when they triple-checked it, their entire body went numb. From the moment Su Chen made his debut, that statistic has been rising wildly. It shows, for once, the show's universal lie detector stunt worked. This is a record that has never been seen before in the history of variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom. Not bad. Very nice. General Director Zhang Yang's heart was slightly relaxed and he looked at the scene. Su Chen's entrance, heralding the official start of the program's main event. The next step is how he will face the doubts of nearly 10 million netizens and the difficulties of the invited experts and the 5 senior judges. Several judges looked at Su Chen with interest. It's been over a week. The various news of Su Chen's traveler's lie and the collection of Chinese poems could be described as a bombastic explosion on the internet. At this moment, he watched Su Chen come out with a confident smile. Even a few of their veteran senior judges were a bit curious as to whether Su Chen would be able to hold on to his traveler's lie in this episode. Host IC said, "Today, the program team has 5 senior judges in addition to Mr. Mirai, Professor Chun Shingon, and Professor E. Tian, and the special guest who came out on top through the popularity contest of the Universal Lie Detector Test, Chief Bridge Engineering Designer of the Dragon Kingdom, Mr. Tony Liang," said. At the judges' table, a seat turned under the spotlight, and it was Liang Dongwei, the representative of the Bridge Infrastructure Department of the 4th Construction Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, who had let it be known that he would expose the lies of Su Chen's traveler with his expertise in bridge engineering, and his appearance caused a frenzy in the pop-ups. Surprisingly, it's Chief Master Liang. Su Chen is finished. 80% of the bridges in the Dragon Kingdom are from this man's hand, and he is truly the Dragon Kingdom's bridge infrastructure god. The first station of the National Lie Detector Test is a king of bomb. Liang Tongwei came out on stage. Then he directly stretched out his hand towards Su Chen. "Su Chen, I will issue a challenge to you on behalf of all of Long Chijin's colleagues, and today, I will definitely expose you." Su Chen smiled. "I am a true traveler in this world, and if you don't believe me, then I will convince you with the magnificent civilization of Earth." Tony Liang nodded. "If you say you're a traveler, so, our worlds are extremely similar, aren't they?" Su Chen said. "That's right, except for the different cultures, histories, and inheritance of civilizations. The world's geography and the distribution of countries are all almost the same." Tony Liang said directly. "Same geography. Then, in our dragon country, We are currently working on a great bridge infrastructure project in our 4 construction bureaus. The total investment alone is estimated at $1.2 billion. Meanwhile, according to our calculations, such a great project would take 20 years to complete. Wait until the day it's completed. It will be the world's first extra-large suspension bridge on the blue planet. And even calling it the first sky bridge would not be an exaggeration. Then, since we have the same geography, in your world, is there, too, such a great work? Liang Tongwei's dilemma has just been issued. The whole pop-up then just exploded. A bridge project that takes 20 years to complete. My goodness. It's worthy of my Ministry of Infrastructure of the Dragon State. But I've never heard of such a scale before. 1.2 billion. Does anyone tell me what a great project this must be? I am in Huguang Province. I can tell you very responsibly that this news is true. The 2 mountainous regions are very steep. The canyon is deep. And both sides are cliffs. And the only people who can think of building a bridge here are us from the Dragon Kingdom. How would Su Chen answer since he claims to be a traveler? Building bridges is not his minstrelsy. And he cannot answer to the problems that hundreds of top bridge engineers in the Dragon Kingdom are working in unison to solve with one man's answer. And Liang Dongwei was even staring at Su Chen. He didn't believe Su Chen's traveler's lie. As an engineer, his rigorous nature made him not at all impressed by this kind of gimmick of the show's claptrap, as long as Su Chen casually said a similar building. Then, his fellow engineers who were observing the live broadcast in real time would immediately perform data calculations to find the loopholes in Su Chen's lies. Off stage, watch as Tony Leung opens the show by flinging out the king bomb of questions. Some conspiracy theory viewers who decided that Su Chen was the team behind the creation of the traveler persona. One by one, they began to call out, does Su Chen not know what to answer? It's also true that his crossover persona is just a shady creation of the show's crew and the artist company. So how can he possibly talk about examples of this kind of hardcore questioning of truth-seeking? Sure enough, showbiz is all dark. What a traveler. It's all a lie. Some of the staff on the show's set had black faces, just about to go up and drive these black fans away. Suddenly, in the face of these queries, Su Chen, who had been silent, opened his mouth and smiled. He didn't speak just now. It was in the process of redeeming the infrastructure data of the Chinese civilization in the system interface with the popularity value points gained so far. China has become an infrastructure fiend. The amazing infrastructure project was more than 10 million. A whole exchange down. Su Chen spent a whole 5 minutes before consuming all the data and information flow. At the same time, the millions of popularity values gained from the poem were even more directly consumed at one time. Is this the horror of infrastructure mania? He blinked, shaking his brain, which was a little dizzy from the huge amount of data rising. He smiled. The autonomous province of Huguenot? 20 years, 1,200 million. If I'm not mistaken, this project of yours is called the Seto River Bridge. Even in China, it's also considered the world's first flyover project. The Seto River Bridge. He spoke directly and continued. Canyon-long wind, the main span of 900 meters. Flying in the air, the top of the rope tower is 650 meters from the bottom of the valley. The bridge is 560 from the bottom of the valley, equivalent to the height of a 200-story building. And the bridge is 365 meters long. And if it is built, it is true that it can be called the Sky Bridge and the Sky Road. But with the budget and construction lead time you mentioned, you guys, I assume, are still stuck on top of the complicated geology of the mountains? Boom! The pop-ups exploded. Everyone couldn't understand what the data Su Chen said represented. But face to face with the chief engineer of bridge design, the chief bridge designer of the Dragon Nation, Su Chen, a traveler, has turned against the enemy and found a loophole in the Dragon Kingdom's super project? Inside the live feed, those who were waiting for Su Chen's lies to be exposed were nonplussed. Crap, I remember that Mr. Liang, the chief engineer, he only said that the project would take time and the estimated investment, and the specific project index. I don't think it has been announced, right? How could you possibly say that? These are all secrets of our Dragon Kingdom. Until it is completed, any data is confidential and absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. The cable-stayed towers, bridge length and span, as far as I know, have not been finalized even by the 4RC itself. Seto River is a millennium project. Every data index needs a large number of engineers to simulate the feasibility of countless test data. How could he know? Every decimal point can be wrong. And the rigor of such a great project is almost outrageous. So he couldn't have just blurted out a bunch of data off the top of his head. Could he? He said the engineering design got stuck in the complicated geology of the mountains. What's going on? I've heard that, regarding this project, our engineers are stuck on a problem that hasn't been solved for 5 years. Is he talking about this? How did he do it? Calculated by extrapolating the schedule and budget? How is this possible? Crap, The opening is a bit outrageous. It's blindfolded, right? It's definitely a cover-up. And all it takes is for Chief Master Liang to verify it, and then we can directly poke holes in his lies. Program site. Liang Dongwei. After hearing Su Chen's words, the entire group froze in the same way. Nothing wrong with that. At the present time, although the project has been in progress for 5 years, it has remained at the critical point of calculating the feasibility of the simulated design. All engineering design data, except for insiders, simply cannot be leaked. This Su Chen, why did you open your mouth? He then spoke. That's right, the great project I just mentioned is none other than the Seto River Bridge. But the numbers you're talking about are not the final engineering targets we're finalizing right now. Because, according to our projected simulations, both sides of the Four Waters River are very steep cliffs with fairly deep canyons that are simply inaccessible to excavators. So we plan to split into several smaller sections and eventually bridge the river. But even so, the final presentation will be absolutely world-shaking. His words just fell. Inside the live feed, a sudden realization dawned. Sure enough, Su Chen's data open-mouthed is completely out of line with the existing topography of the Seto River. Su Chen is making a fool of himself. Now he's been slapped in the face. Right? How can someone who only writes poems build bridges? I really believed him just now. Damn it! Is this a revelation of his lies? However, just as everyone was laughing at Su Chen shook his head and smiled. What is impossible in the Dragon Kingdom? Who told you that we in Huaxia can't do it? Said. He then waved toward the stage. One of the program's staff members, who was temporarily acting as his assistant, rushed onto the stage clutching a laptop computer and connected it to a real-time big screen at the program's recording site. Everyone was confused. What's he going to do? Computer? Ha! He opened a software I've seen before, like it's for designing engineering drawings. Wait, he shouldn't. However, after seeing Su Chen open the computer's design software, he smiled towards everyone. Since Chief Master Liang doesn't think it's feasible, I'll draw drawings on the spot to show you that in our distant Earth, there's a country called Huaxia, which has another name. Infrastructure frenzy. Boom! Drawings on the spot? What drawings? Drawings of the Seto River Bridge? Really? The General Engineering Department of the Seto River Bridge has hundreds of top engineers in the Dragon Kingdom, all of them working together as a group, and he wants to challenge it with one person's strength? He's not going to be unable to act and have to draw a random picture, is he? Everyone in the live room was confused, and Tony Leung froze. Drawing on the spot? Knowing that designing the drawings of a bridge requires calculating every single piece of data, the level of rigor is simply outrageous, especially a great project like the Seto River. How could he possibly calculate that? And he didn't think about it. Su Chen, who had just finished melting all the infrastructure civilization data of the Earth plane, didn't need to calculate at all. All he had to do was plot the data that was already ripe for the picking. Calculations? That's a matter for the Dragon Infrastructure Department. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the Seto River Bridge is not yet complete, but on Earth China, it's been almost a decade since the Seto River Bridge was put into service. The extent to which Huaxia is leading in infrastructure can be more than just crushing the Dragon Kingdom by a little bit, he said. Then he directly manipulated the computer and directly began to draw up quickly with both hands in front of tens of millions of netizens and the program team. He was naturally comfortable manipulating this software with the fusion of infrastructural information, foundation piles, bearing table, pagoda base, SOTA, main span structure. Meanwhile, Huaxia has applied several innovative technologies in the design of the Seto River Bridge. An example is the tunnel anchor construction technique, 3 tugs plus 1 auxiliary push rope saddle transportation technology, etc. One by one, Su Chen annotated the drawings as he drew them. The whole scene, including the live broadcast, there was a dead silence, and Liang Dongwei, as the chief bridge design engineer of the Dragon Kingdom, was the first to start verifying the large, densely packed data and formulas. Having just projected the beginning, he took a long breath of cool air, because, just the first innovative technology mentioned by Su Chen in his drawing, he then immediately calculated that the data within this drawing was most likely true. After realizing this, he rubbed his head and instantly stood up from the judges' table, shock dripping from his eyes. Seeing Liang Dongwei's reaction, the rest of the judges glanced at each other and were confused. What's the situation? Didn't Chief Engineer Liang just comment earlier that Su Chen's engineering parameters were completely impossible to achieve? How is it that Su Chen had just started drawing the engineering bridge design and he reacted like this? And, Su Chen's drawing, each of the parameters of the project are noted extremely clear, even if they do not understand the engineering infrastructure, but only to Su Chen's current appearance. He seems to really understand the bridge infrastructure? How is this possible? Liang Dongwei looked at the various engineering parameters and infrastructural designs that Su Chen kept drawing out. His heart was shocked. In his specialty, currently, all of Su Chen's designs were completely in line with the basic design of the bridge. Not only that, but the several innovative technologies labeled above could be called ingenious. Suddenly, he reacted. If Su Chen's data was feasible, then the drawings he was making now would be enough to shock all the bridge builders in Longhua, and could even influence the next step forward of the Sidu River Bridge project. This is a super project for the millennium. Read about it. Not caring that he was still in the middle of the program, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Wang? As soon as the phone was connected, Liang Dongwei said eagerly, Mr. Liang, what's wrong? Didn't you go to Riverside for the recording of a variety show? The other party said slowly, I heard that there was a kid who claimed to be a traveler. You went to act as a guest to expose him. Liang Dongwei's old face suddenly turned red. Let's leave this aside for now. We may have had a major breakthrough with our Sidu River Bridge project, even more innovative and practical than what our top engineers on the front line have designed. What? How is it possible? Our current program is the masterpiece of hundreds of top engineers, and there are teams that can be more professional than our hundreds of top engineers in the Dragon Kingdom? Liang Dongwei's expression was complicated. It's not a team, it's a person. The same crossover design that I'm going to dismantle on the variety show I'm on. On the other end of the phone, there was a brief moment of blankness, followed by a chuckle from the other man. Old Liang, don't joke. A person from a variety show. Is he hardly the god of infrastructure? Liang Dongwei's voice rose sharply at once. I'm not kidding. Now you immediately gather all of our engineering department and start calculating the feasibility of simulating his drawings. Having said that, then he directly hung up the phone and directly picked up his cell phone and took a picture of the drawings in the big screen of the program site and sent it to Lao Wang, the building authority of the Dragon State. Wang Jianye, the chief engineer in charge of the bridge infrastructure technology, looked at his cell phone in a daze, unable to react. A variety show. Someone who, on his own, designed engineering drawings that were more specialized and groundbreaking than the hundreds of top design engineers in the Dragon Kingdom? It's no wonder he doesn't believe it. Bridge infrastructure design is a huge project that requires a lot of calculations and trial and error, and any small detail may lead to the scrapping of the drawings. And the Sidu River Bridge project is a super project that has been troubling the Dragon Kingdom for 5 years. 5 years. How many engineers have poured their hearts and souls into making a barely usable engineering drawing? How could someone break through just by saying so with their own strength? Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated, and when he opened it to view it, a clear photo showed a recording session at a program. A huge screen. A drawing that is halfway through being drawn with all the details on it clearly visible. Professional engineers in the end. Just a glance. Wang Jianye's body then shuddered and immediately picked up the intercom on the table. All the engineering designers of the Sidu River Bridge now immediately put down what they are doing and come to the headquarters conference room with all speed. The program was recorded live. At the same time that Liang Dongwei started to make the call, everyone in the entire scene stared in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe the scene that was happening with their eyes. What's going on here? Wasn't Chief Master Liang here to expose the lies of Su Chen's travelers? Could Su Chen really be able to do it all by himself? To do what the entire Dragon Kingdom can't accomplish? Although the final result had not yet come out, Liang Dongwei's reaction was a good proof that the drawings of the Sidu River Bridge project that Su Chen had drawn so far were definitely not haphazard. Rather, it is quite forward-looking and feasible. This man is superb. Moment. The thousands of viewers at the True Lies program recording site and the netizens in the live broadcast room who were online up to 9 million at the same time at the moment, directly exploded, hissing, "Fuck! What the hell is this? Wasn't Su Chen's traveler's lie about to be torn apart? Why is the situation suddenly reversed? Worry! This is a billion-dollar project. With your hand open? Is this the strength of a real infrastructure maniac? How does it seem easier than writing a poem to design a billion-dollar project? Say design? Easy? Hundreds of Dragon Kingdom's top engineers are involved in a superb project that's expected to take 20 years. And you say it's easy? You're afraid you're living in a dream, right? Martyr. After crushing the Dragon Kingdom poetry fairy, have you started crushing the Dragon Kingdom infrastructure again? Is this still human? Honestly, my whole body is stupid right now. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch a variety show, and I told her there's a god in it. I thought Su Chen was about to be revealed. Now my face is swollen like a pig's head. The entire True Lies live streaming network, one after another, they sent out pop-ups, venting the shocking feelings that could not be suppressed in their hearts at the moment. And Riverside University. Inside the sophomores' classroom, Lin Qinxue and her best friend, who were watching the live broadcast of the program, had their mouths open into an O shape, especially Lin Qinxue. When Chief Engineer Liang Dongwei began to suggest that Su Chen's data was not feasible, her heart had already begun to pronounce a death sentence for Su Chen's trip to the program. But from the moment Su Chen opened the computer drawing software, her pair of beautiful eyes then involuntarily widened. No one else knows. She was incredibly clear about where this guy Su Chen had studied the construction industry, where he knew anything about bridge infrastructure, and where he knew anything about engineering drafting. But now, all of the top engineers in the Dragon Kingdom were actually going to start going together to verify Su Chen's engineering drawings. What the hell is going on here? The four-building authority of the Dragon State. When all the engineering designers of the bridge construction department of the Sida River Bridge hoofed it to the conference room of the engineering headquarters of the Four Construction Bureau, other engineering researchers at headquarters were puzzled. What's the big deal? How come all the engineers from the bridge construction department are out? Soon, as the largest conference room in the URA, the first-line staff of the Four Ferry Bridges Engineers and the Bridge Design Institute of the URA, headed by Chief Engineer Wang Jianye, were all in place one after another. Chief Engineer Wang? Surprisingly, it's Chief Engineer Wang of the Sida River Bridge. There was a lot of whispered discussion below. Wang Jianye can not only be the chief engineer of the Sida River Bridge, but also a legendary figure in the construction industry of the Dragon Kingdom, second only to Liang Dongwei, the chief infrastructure engineer of the Dragon Kingdom. In the infrastructure industry of the Dragon Kingdom, when everyone was seated, Wang Jianye's gaze solidified and slowly swept over every researcher and engineer present. With that, he cleared his throat. The meeting will now begin. What we are conducting now is a brand new simulation of the engineering design program for the Sida River Super Project. Everyone can discuss it, but pay attention to the order of the meeting. Having said that, Wang Jianye then followed the address of the program's live broadcast room sent by Liang Dongwei and directly asked his assistant to cast the live broadcast room onto the big screen of the conference room. A variety show? The first thing everyone noticed was that the top of the screen, the title of the official number, was actually the True Lies live broadcasting room of the Traveler's Lies, which had been making a lot of noise in the Dragon Kingdom recently. Some of them heard. This program has produced a contestant who has pulled off the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom with one man. And the show has a special national lie detector column for this contestant. What does this have to do with the Sida River Bridge? A super project that will benefit the country and the people? However, by the time all of them looked clearly at the images within the live broadcast room, all of them felt as if their hearts had been struck violently, and then they revealed a shocked look. Those present can be the top bridge engineers of the Dragon Kingdom. With their degree of professionalism, just one glance, they can see that the engineering design drawings of the live broadcast are drawn for the special terrain of the Sida River. How is this? How is this possible? An engineer in charge of the bridge foundation stared at an innovative technology mentioned in Su Chen's drawing and froze. Crafty. His breathing then became ragged. Due to the special terrain of the Sida River, ordinary excavators could not enter the mountainous region. But this technology of Su Chen's turned out to be a perfect solution to the problem that plagued the direction of their bridge foundation. 3+1 roping saddle technique? Crap. Wonderful. The other engineer similarly lost his temper a bit. Next, the entire conference room of the URA was constantly filled with the sound of sucking in cool air one after another. Soon, all that remained in the conference room was the sound of various mesmerized emotions and arithmetic simulations of various parameters. Until an hour later, inside the live feed, seeing that Su Chen, who had been drawing for more than a whole hour, straightened his back and moved his cervical vertebrae, and live on the show and in the broadcast booth, everyone had looked dumbfounded. Finished painting? Unbelievable. I've been watching people draw engineering drawings on a variety show for an hour. A great project that the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom couldn't do. And he actually accomplished it in an hour with the strength of a single person? It's simply unbelievable to say that. Didn't Chief Master Liang have someone simulate the deduction? What's the result? I'm looking forward to it. As for Liang Dongwei, after Su Chen finished drawing, he directly dialed Wang Jianye's phone, and he could hear that the chief engineer Wang on the other end of the phone was breathing a little roughly. How did it turn out? The URA. Inside the general conference room, the hearts of all the engineers in the room were in an uproar. At the last moment when Su Chen finished drawing, the simulation had likewise ended on their side. Based on the many innovative techniques in it alone, this person could become a titanic master in the field of infrastructure in the Dragon Kingdom. Unbelievable. Such a sophisticated and complex arithmetic idea was really thought up by that young man on the program alone? This drawing is more scientific than any engineering designed by our top team of hundreds of people, even crushing our designs. It was able to reduce our original construction cycle from 20 years to 5 years with a project budget of. The engineer who accounted for the costs looked up, gives the final results. The cost estimate can be reduced from 1.2 billion directly to less than 500 million. His results came out. And the air in the conference room stagnated straight away as far as the naked eye could see. The entire conference room, all fell into a ravenous, dead silence. Almost everyone subconsciously gulped. During the projection process and simulation just now, almost everyone already knows where this drawing came from. A lie from a self-proclaimed traveler who, in order to prove his lie, straight away produced such a genius design drawing that was enough to shock the entire Dragon Kingdom. Receiving Liang Dongwei's call from the program, Wang Jianye's tone carried a strong sense of disbelief. Outrageous! It's outrageous! The construction period has been shortened to 5 years, and the cost has been reduced to $500 million. And it can be a direct suspension drawbridge. No need to cut the project. How is this possible? Our top engineers in the entire 4-building authority are inferior to a liar who claims to be a traveler? Speaking of the end, even Wang Jianye himself felt a little double-faced, more than less than. All of them, and this young man named Su Chen. It's simply not on the same level. There is absolutely no comparison. They were crushed. Suddenly, one of the engineers in charge of the pilot cable jettisoning suddenly raised his hand in the conference room. No! His drawings, there is a big hole. His voice, along with Liang Dongwei's cell phone, it spread throughout the room through the program's headset. What? Could it be that? On the side of the 4-building authorities, they have found the loophole in Su Chen's lie? What loophole? Almost everyone, at the same time, looked up. It was an old engineer with gray hair, but he was seen tapping his pen on a piece of manuscript paper he was using for calculations and said, "Follow this Su Chen's design. The total length of the Sida River Bridge is at 1,365 meters, made up of a 105-meter bridge and a 228-meter roadbed, but the deep canyon of the Sida River spans more than 900 meters, which works out to be as high as a 200-story building. The valley has very steep cliffs at both ends, and the strong and variable winds within the mountains limit the way in which aerial platforms can be utilized to assist in construction. We can't throw the pilot cable directly across the river. Even if you use a helicopter or other vehicle, with such a long span, the weight of the pilot cable is simply too much for all current vehicles to handle. That is to say, his theory is feasible, but in practice, I'm afraid that the problem of the pilot cable will prevent the first step of the project from advancing." All the professionals in the room were shocked at this statement. It seems like it. Let's see how your calculations extrapolate. And the show is live, inside the live feed. Although I didn't understand the parameters reported by our dragon engineer, I can understand a little bit. Su Chen is a traveler this time. The proof drawings. There is a big bug. Ha ha ha, that makes me much more balanced. I told you. How can a lie really solve the problem of over 1 billion super projects in the Dragon Kingdom? If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen's lies are going to be exposed this time. Su Chen must have done his homework in advance and asked someone to design the drawing for him, but he didn't expect that the drawing would have such a big bug. Those who didn't believe Su Chen was a traveler attributed Su Chen's amazing performance in today's program to the fact that Su Chen had hired someone behind him to design the drawings in advance. This is, after all, a super project in the Dragon Kingdom. How could an ordinary vegetarian really draw godlike drawings on the spot in front of millions of netizens? Several of the True Lie show judges also looked at each other. Su Chen's traveler's lie. Is this about to be revealed? However, nor did he wait for Tony Leung to continue his question. Su Chen, who had finished drawing the engineering drawings, raised his eyebrows at this moment. In a previous life on Earth, the question posed by this engineer has likewise become a problem for all engineers in China. But, being the infrastructure maniacs that they are, the engineers of China have long come up with a solution that no one has ever thought of before or since. That is, rocket teleportation. That's right. Instead, he cleared his throat and spoke in the face of everyone's skepticism. This problem, which is very well solved, was accomplished in our previous life by engineers using technical equipment directly from the military field. That is, military rocket technology, where the pilot cable is fixed on top of a military rocket, which, through precise calculations, can easily cross a 1-kilometer canyon and launch the pilot cable directly at a designated location, and it only takes 2 or 3 seconds. This technology not only solves the problem of throwing the pilot cable, but also speeds up the construction of the subsequent suspension sections. His words just fell through the phone. All the engineers of Long Jianxi Bureau who heard Su Chen's answer were instantly confused. What? Military rocket launch pilots? What kind of thinking is that? But soon, all the engineers first froze, and in an instant, they all stood up from their seats and projected. Even a couple of engineers immediately called some of their own rocket experts in the military. Straight to Netflix. Crap, a rocket launching a pilot cable? What kind of wild ride is this? Did I hear you right? Using military rockets to build a bridge? How dare he think of that? I'm so uneducated that I don't even dare to utter such a suggestion. Che, does this have anything to do with your cultural level? You know that on the other end of the phone, there are hundreds of top engineers from the Dragon Kingdom verifying Su Chen's lies. Why do you somehow think that this idea is pretentious? Never seen this line of thinking before. The audience in the live room was a bit dumbfounded. This kind of problem-solving idea proposed by Su Chen was unheard of in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire Blue Star, and the Dragon Building 4, inside the conference room, with thoughts. Then extrapolating the results seems extremely fast. Soon, the engineers who were on the phone gulped deeply, hung up the phone and looked up in disbelief. May, just now a simple projection with the rocket experts, theoretically, is completely feasible. Immediately, the entire conference room fell into an even more heated debate, and the show is live. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Theoretically feasible? How is that possible? Liang Dongwei even took a deep breath. At this moment, if he was not still recording True Lies, he could not wait to immediately fly back to Siju, and deduce and simulate this drawing of Su Chen and those innovative technologies with his colleagues, especially the last idea of military rocket tie-in engineering. He gave Su Chen a deep look, admiration flowing from his eyes. Genius, I have to say. Your drawings and ideas are considered genius ideas, by our deductive calculations. Your drawings, at a minimum, saved us 15 years of labor and nearly $700 million in costs. He couldn't help but be in a trance. With your strength, you don't have to participate in this program at all. Any department of infrastructure in the Dragon Kingdom can open its doors for you. Liang Tong wise words. It made the entire audience of the show start to gasp. Crap, the chief engineer of the Dragon Kingdom threw an olive branch to Su Chen, saving $700 million? How much was Su Chen's prize money for one episode of the program again? Patterns? I suddenly feel like my daily patterns are smaller. I am now beginning to believe a little in Su Chen's identity as a traveler. Does this mean that even Chief Engineer Liang Dongwei Liang can't find any doubt about Su Chen's lies? Could it be that the first shot of the universal lie detector test is about to end? Crap. This issue. It took my breath away to watch it. However, he saw Su Chen shake his head. I told you, I'm a traveler. These, all of them, are the culmination of the civilization called Huaxia, on my distant homeland, Earth. Since Chief Master Liang no longer has any questions, may I ask the other judges if there is anything else they would like to ask? Su Chen stood in the center of the stage, starlight falling on his shoulders as if time had scattered all over him. Several of the other judges on True Lies shook their heads. Just now, hundreds of top engineers in the Dragon Kingdom were crushed by this kid alone, so how could one find doubts to refute? Seeing the program come to a close, the host Bing Bing walked onto the stage, holding a microphone and looking at Su Chen with eyes full of admiration. Now that the falsification has ended, all judges passed the second installment of Su Chen's crosser lie deduction. May I ask contestant Su Chen? Your prize money has currently rolled over to $4 million by doubling it. Do you choose to withdraw from the tournament to collect your prize money, or advance? Su Chen replied without hesitation. I choose to advance. This issue of his, redeeming all the infrastructure information. But the millions of popularity value from the first issue was directly consumed. He must be on the show and gain more popularity value. Of course it will go for promotion. Ice nodded, picking up on the director's on-set instructions. In his headset, audience, this is the second installment of True Lies Season 8, with the Su Chen Traveler Lies infrastructure theme, coming to a close here. If you believe Su Chen is a traveler, come, then, with appreciative eyes, and watch the shock and awe that another world civilization brings to us. If, on the other hand, you don't believe it, welcome, to the taping of our program, along with tens of millions of netizens, to find Su Chen's loophole. We'll see you next issue. When her words fell, the lights of the scene went out. All the crews are starting to wrap up the post-production work for this episode, and live on air. The netizens, however, just blew up. What? That's it? When's the next installment? Su Chen's Traveler's Lie, even passed the test once again? $4 million bonus. Doesn't it mean that if he succeeds again in the next period, the bonus will be directly doubled to $8 million? He saved our Dragon Kingdom $700 million in this issue. Is $4 million a lot of prize money? I have to say that this installment simply refreshed my perception of variety shows. Doesn't anyone think that this episode, too, is a hype conducted by the Ministry of Infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom in conjunction with the program? Drawing drawings worth hundreds of millions of dollars on the spot. How can this operation be seen as unbelievable awe? As for Liang Dongwei's side, as soon as the recording of the program ended, he then left Riverside in a hurry and rushed over to the works on the Four Fairy River. Soon, a piece of news from the Ministry of Infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom detonated the entire network of the Dragon Kingdom. Riverside University. Lin Qinshua looked dazedly at the True Lies live broadcast. a deep shock in her eyes. So Chen survived another lie detector test and made it to the next round? The second installment of the Traveler's Lie verification had already ended, but inside the broadcast room, footage of the process of the figure standing on the stage and using the software to draw the Dragon Kingdom super projects at an incredible speed during this installment began to be replayed. Skilled and confident, as if to shine far more brightly than the lights on the stage, shining in the eyes of every audience member. How did this guy do it? Lin Qinxue looked at the cell phone screen in disbelief. That calmness and composure in the air between her hands and feet lingered in her mind. Simply divine. This man is the most handsome man I've ever seen in the world. I want to give him monkeys. Sister. Her best friend was equally excited, and her eyes began to glow as she hugged Lin Qinshue's arm. What did you just say? Lin Qinxue froze and twisted her head to look at her best friend. I'm gonna give him a monkey. Sister? Is not. The previous sentence. Is this man the most handsome man I've ever seen in the world? The BFF froze. Simply divine? Yes, that's it. Lin Qinxue instantly jumped up from her seat. It's simply divine. Sister, how do you think he did it? No one else knows. Lin Qinxue, however, was particularly clear that Su Chun was a pure vegetarian, and it was simply impossible to take the program's money and create any so-called dark secrets. Have you ever seen such a poor shady player? What's more, that's the Sider River Bridge, the Dragon Kingdom's super project. Hundreds of top engineers from the Dragon Kingdom worked together to validate his engineering drawings, and were also struck by the fact that his peculiar program directly broke through the existing infrastructure thinking in the Dragon Kingdom. No doubt about it. That's something only God can do. He's probably an infrastructural genius himself, isn't he? I've heard that his IQ is a whopping 141, and wasn't he just as good at poetry last time? The BFF analyzed it seriously. No way. This guy, what does he know about infrastructure? Lin Qinxue hastily shook her head in the negative. Immediately, she felt a stillness coming from beside her. With a twist of her head she met her best friend's suspicious gaze. She hurriedly coughed and said, I mean, how could it be possible that someone with the strength of one person could crush hundreds of top engineers in the Dragon Kingdom? Where is this something that an ordinary infrastructure engineer could do? After saying that, she hastily lowered her head. Although she didn't understand what kind of medicine Su Chen was selling in his gourd right now, which would most likely affect Su Chen's crosser lie in the program, she thought in her mind that in the future, she couldn't disclose too much information that she knew extremely well about Su Chen to her best friend. But, in her own mind, she couldn't help but mutter, she really is. Know this Su Chen in front of you? As soon as the taping of the program was over, all the staff members then immediately came forward to help wipe the sweat and hand out water. Su Chen's performance in this installment is obvious to everyone. Totally shocking level of performance. The entire show, so to speak, has to look up to this master's popularity. At this point, a few of the judges approached with complicated eyes. Su Chen, since you are known as a traveler, and this time by your fluke you passed again, we can go back and discuss how to give you a hard time. I hope you won't back down. This episode, Lian Dongwei directly utilized hundreds of top engineers from the Longjiang Bureau. It made a few of their judges straight-up chaperones. It was purely because the Sido River Bridge project was a big deal, so the program did not stand in the way. But, they also didn't expect that following the crushing of the dragon's lost culture poetry, Su Chen had actually crushed the dragon's infrastructure as well with the same gesture. Su Chen smiled. Okay, I didn't do well in this installment because it was a bit easier, and I look forward to your next puzzle. Problems? The civilization of the Blue Planet and the Dragon Kingdom, however, was far behind Earth's civilization by many years. Su Chen also understood now, as long as one's performance on the program was amazing enough, the program's publicity would inevitably increase, and one's popularity value would definitely not be lacking at that time. He also had to show more of Earth's magnificent civilization to the people of this world. Hearing Su Chen's words, a few of the judges' faces darkened. And that's what you call being relatively easy and not performing well? A few people glared at Su Chen and directly left with black faces. Su Chen ignored it. That's how things are in this world. If people honor me, I'll return the favor. Granted, the rules of this show have the judges and the contestants on opposite sides of the lie detector test, but it's clear that these judges don't have any good intentions. Naturally, he didn't need to show the other party any mercy. Back to the show's break room. Before he could sit down, the general director Zhang Yang pushed his way in with an excited face, holding a statistical file. It's blown up. It's just blown up. Su Chen. The show started when you took the stage and the online viewers on the livestream climbed straight up until it reached almost 15 million before it stopped. He patted Su Chen's shoulder hard. Su Chen ate the pain and couldn't help but glare at Zhang Yang in amusement. Lighten up. Director. I'm still a kid. Don't scare me. Zhang Yang was in a great mood now. After the first installment, He bet on Su Chen, focusing the show's entire promotional efforts on the crosswalker's lying gimmick. He admitted that there was an element of gambling on his part. Before the program started, he saw that Su Chen's special guest judge for this issue was Liang Dongwei, and that behind the other party stood an entire infrastructure elite of the Dragon Kingdom. He really pinched a cold sweat for Su Chen. But, unexpectedly, not only did Su Chen not let him down, the performance on the show was nothing short of breathtaking, even far more shocking and bombastic in effect than the first installment of the poem. Su Chen, there's a celebration party in a while. You must come to it. You're the main character of our program now. Zhang Yang handed an invitation to Su Chen. Apparently, it was improvised by the props team of the program just now. In big, hot gold letters above, it reads, a celebration of the program True Lies surpassing 15 million in online popularity. And the inside of the invitation has a picture of a person printed directly on it. It was Su Chen himself. Have to say, the show is still moving really fast. Su Chen was clear. For tonight's celebration, Zhang Yang must have made another new adjustment and arrangement for the next program. It was highly likely that he was going to talk to himself about some kind of collaboration. Su Chen understood that his future fate in this world was now considered to be completely tied to this program. Don't look for the show to go out of its way to publicize and promote its own lie detector test. From the program's perspective, they can't wait until no one will ever be able to expose themselves on the show. Su Chen nodded. Okay, I'll be there on time tonight. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Okay, I will arrange for a special car from the program to pick you up when the time comes. You've had a hard day, so I'll leave you alone for now. The second installment of True Lies Season 8 just aired less than an hour ago. Weibo, Douyin and other platforms on the hot list. It has begun to be the program various topics again slaughter list. Hashtag Traveler Su Chen. Hashtag transforming the Dragon Kingdom super project. Hashtag Traveler Lies 2. Hashtag. Just tap on the major popular platforms. Almost most of the hot searches were related to Su Chen, the Traveler. That kind of heat has long since surpassed that gold digger from the first season of the True Lies show. It's not like there aren't variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom that make it to the top of the major hit lists. However, it was the first time that a situation like Su Chen, who had influenced the major national fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom with such a stunning and shocking performance, had appeared, especially in the second issue. Taking a domineering stance and subduing hundreds of top engineers from the Dragon Kingdom allowed everyone to see Su Chen's toughness as well as the unthinkable nature of his so-called Earth civilization. Along with the first installment of the poem, the topic of Su Chen's poetry collection, which was jointly launched by the Dragon Literature Forum and the Ministry of Education, was also directly driven much hotter. And many of the big V's began to record videos at the first time and began to analyze the lies of Su Chen, the crosser. I believe that this month, anyone who has been online has brushed up on a contestant who claims to be a traveler in this variety show called True Lies, Su Chen. For 2 consecutive installments, Su Chen's strong performance in the program not only set various variety records in the program, and it also makes more people curious. This Su Chen, is he really a traveler or not? Is it true that there exists a parallel world with a planet similar to ours named Earth? And on top of it, there is a bright and dazzling civilization that is connected to our bloodline named Huaxia. According to our careful investigation, Su Chen is not a native of Riverside. Since he was a child, he dropped out of school early, and has been working in society to make ends meet. And before joining the program, no one ever found out that the vegetarian's IQ was as high as 141. These bloggers also get their tidbits of information from somewhere. Well, Su Chen, this person began to analyze in a decent way, relying on Su Chen's hotspot, quickly under the video to attract countless fans' audience. People find out about everyone's curiosity about Su Chen as a person was expressed very precisely by these bloggers. Is Su Chen really a traveler or not? Whether Su Chen's crosser persona is a product of the program's packaging and creation. What's the team behind Su Chen? And so on. And these videos questioning Su Chen, with the heat of the program, were soon found with some netizens who had been road-tripped by the talent Su Chen had shown in the 2 episodes of the program. 2 voices appeared online at once. Packaging? You packaged me with a persona who wrote a book of Su Chen's poems and built a super project. Drawings recognized by hundreds of top engineers. Tell me, where did such a high-level person come from? Regardless of whether Su Chen is a traveler or not, I've already been enamored by his strength. And with each side not giving an inch of momentum, the discussion about Su Chen's traveler on the internet was getting more and more heated. And the man named Su Chen, whether or not it was a true traveler, was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's mind. Because of the evening's celebration, Su Chen simply didn't go home either, but simply slept in the program's lounge. A whole hour. Although he was only reproducing the engineering drawings in his mind about the Sidu River Bridge in Huaxia, the high intensity of the drawing made him feel slightly tired. Wait until Zhang Yang calls. he just walked out of the restroom. Just walking outside. Those staff members of the program group who were responsible for packing up the stage props and equipment greeted Su Chen warmly. Hello Su. Brother Su. Are you going to the celebration banquet? We have a handmade suit in the props team. Why don't you just wear it there? No, thanks, Brother Su. I'm the driver arranged by the director. You come with me. This way. Whether they knew or didn't know, all of them greeted Su Chen enthusiastically. The scene. Those who didn't know thought that Su Chen was the chief director of this program. Half an hour later, the 5-star Sia Hotel in Riverside. Almost all the important people from the show True Lies were there. Zhang Yang, the chief director, looked extremely happy and stood on the hosting stage of the auditorium and said to everyone, "This celebration today is a good news to tell you that today, the program True Lies, which has gone through 8 seasons of stormy weather, finally breaks the record of live online broadcasting of all the variety shows in Jianbin City. The highest number of people online in a single session. 15 million. Hiss. The crew of the program on stage sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Su Chen's lies had completely set the show on fire, but never thought that, surprisingly, with only 2 periods of performance, Su Chen let this program have such a horrible popularity. Everyone had their gazes on Su Chen, who was sitting at the very back, eyes on. There was envy, jealousy, admiration, and shock. Such popularity. Even if the program tilts more resources, it's not too much to ask. Sure enough, the general director's next sentence, which could be described as a shocking statement, said, "However, our overall data from the program shows that, except for Su Chen's appearance, the audiences online was extremely unstable throughout the entire program's time slot. In other words, right now, almost all the viewers are here to see Su Chen alone. So, just now I had a small meeting with a few of the show's shareholder bosses. We study the decision. Starting with the next installment, True Lies is being completely revamped and renamed directly to All Lies, Who's Crossing the Line. For the entire episode, start adjusting all program rules for Su Chen. There is only one purpose. Full steam ahead. A lie detector showdown between all the people and Su Chen. Hiss. All the staff on stage were all startled. Is the general director crazy? Is this going to make this show, which has been on for 8 seasons, Su Chen's personal show? To give such great resources? Making such a big adjustment? Crazy. The general director and the shareholders of the program must have all gone crazy. After announcing this amazing crew change, everyone looked at Su Chen with shocked gazes. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang stepped down from the hosting stage and apologized to Su Chen. Teacher Su, I'm sorry that I didn't discuss this kind of thing with you in advance, mostly because we didn't expect this lie about you posing as a traveler to be so hot. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. It's okay, I can understand. Zhang Yang sighed in relief. Su Chen's performance in the program for 2 periods had already caused quite a stir in the Dragon Kingdom, and with the talent he had shown so far, he would by no means stop at just one variety show in the future. The identity of the traveler was something that Zhang Yang naturally did not believe in, but after 8 years of doing variety shows, he was keenly aware that it was no longer Su Chen who was borrowing the program's platform traffic, but rather the program was dependent on Su Chen. Traveler status. As long as no one was able to dismantle Su Chen, then there was bound to be a much higher rise in popularity. A corner of the celebration. I can't believe the program has been revamped again. Several judges gathered together, their eyes staring at Su Chen and the chief director from afar. I don't believe he's a traveler, and I'm going to continue to question it. Historian Yitan said, there's no rush. I don't believe that he can really weave an entire civilization with the power of one man. Maybe, after our program changes to a new way. Mireille, a highly intelligent reasoning judge with thick glasses, pushed his glasses up and said lightly, his shortcomings appear quickly. After attending the celebration banquet and just returning home, Su Chen's ears rang with the system's mechanical beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Popularity value plus 10, 000. Popularity value plus 20, 000. Popularity value plus 3000. Congratulations to the host. The 2 million popularity value achievement is reached. Current mission, to weave a true lie and use one man's talent against everyone in the entire history of the Blue Planet. Mission progress, 30%. Su Chen opened the system attribute panel. The sentiment value above shows, 214-9287. These are the sentiment values collected so far from the end of the second installment of the show's opening, compared to the first installment which took a whole week to accumulate 1 million popularity values. This time the speed of popularity value accumulation was much faster than before. Just then, there was a jolt in his pocket. Su Chen, I didn't expect that your performance in the second installment would be just as wonderful. It was Pei Qingrong who called. After returning to Kyoto from Riverside, his teacher, Zhou Lao, brought back Su Chen's Book of Earth poems. which set off a tornado in the entire cultural circle of Kyoto. They had already contacted the publisher. The first issue was rushed straight through, with 2 million copies printed. As per Su Chen's request, they annotated after each poem that they were from the hands of those great poets from another world. With Su Chen's current popularity as a traveler, ironically, it will be sold out right after it goes on sale. By then the royalties alone will be in the millions. Therefore, Su Chen can already achieve financial freedom just with the current 2 civilization data. But Pei Qingrong came to find him, and it was clear that there was something else going on. Sure enough, after a brief courtesy, Pei Qingrong opened the door and said, "Teacher Su, it's like this, because currently a lot of poems are out of the world you call the one called Earth. So within the literary world, there are some people who want to invite you to attend some talks and exchanges in some prestigious schools, and the theme is, the civilization of poems behind the travelers." Su Chen nodded. "Okay, just notify me of the location when the time comes." Pei Qingrong cheered up. "Good. It is estimated that the location will be confirmed in the next few days, and before the next program begins, the collection of poems from the other world will be on general sale in all major bookstores. My teacher specifically asked me to find you a few signed books. Over here in Kyoto, a lot of literary giants can be your fans now." "No problem," Su Chen smiled. "When the time comes, you send me the sample book, and when we meet, I'll bring the signed book over directly." Yi Xiling, a small anchor on a live broadcast platform. Her section is cultural export. It's about inviting some of her foreign student classmates or friends from abroad to take in the terroir, culture, etc. of the Dragon Kingdom, and then making a reaction video. Today, she invited 2 of her classmates from Chill Country to come and watch some hot videos on Douyo together. "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Xiling." The sweet-looking Yi Xiling waved her hand toward the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Park Misuk. I'm Star." Her 2 classmates also smiled and greeted her toward the broadcast. The pop-ups started rolling in the live feed at once. My Goddess Yi and Goddess Meishu and Goddess Star actually appeared in the same time. A great feast for the eyes. The 3 beauties. What cultural content is Goddess Yi going to recommend to them in this installment? Highly recommend Su Chen's otherworldly poetry. Hiss, you can even encounter Su Chen's water army in Goddess Ye's live broadcasting room? What do you mean by water army? After 2 installments, I think Su Chen is the traveler. Impossible. How can there be travelers in this world? Yi Xiling's embroidered eyebrows frowned slightly. Stop, 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 stop. Everyone, what's this Su Chen terrain? How come there's otherworldly poetry? There was a flurry of talk in the live room. Some were even mimicking Su Chen's self-introduction in the first installment. "I come from a world that is extremely similar to the blue planet called Earth, and I, Su Chen, am a traveler. I will prove myself with the treasures of civilization of the entire world." Looking down, Yi Xiling instantly understood. Turns out it was a lie detector variety show where someone claimed to be a traveler and even made up a civilization's culture out of it. Watch the pop-up excitement. Yi Xiling was speechless for a while. She's trying to promote the culture of the Dragon Kingdom as a reaction video. Crossover? That's too much bullshit, isn't it? But, looking at the fans' reactions in the live room, she still tried to search if there were any related introduction videos on Douyin. At the same time, and 2 students from the cold country said, "Since everyone wants to see us watch this video of Su Chen's poetry, why don't we get to know each other briefly?" The 2 Cold Kingdom girls nodded. Yes, after all was said and done, but Yi Xiling still fought in his heart that the fans in the live broadcast room were spoofing. Make up a world civilization, or even a world culture. This is completely outrageous to the core. Soon, they then searched for a promotional video about this Su Chen's upcoming e-version of a book titled A Collection of Otherworldly Poetry. She frowned, opened the promotional video. Soon, an off-screen voice came out of the computer. Su Chen as a traverser. Unlike Blue Star, his world's cultural development is extremely prosperous. Poetry is never lost, but in the history of 5,000 years long river to maintain the heyday, and in his world, the birth of uncountable poetry and literature, heirlooms countless works. Among them, there was a poet. His name, Su Shi. He has a verse. As soon as this poem came out, although it is about the moon, this masterpiece came out and took advantage of the historical wind. This is a poem of the moon, but when this masterpiece comes out, it will take advantage of the historical trend. Yi Xiling frowned slightly. As the cultural output anchor of the Dragon Kingdom, she actually loved poetry, and although she herself wasn't good at it, which girl didn't have a little bit of romance in her heart? This Su Chen who claims to be a traveler, is his world poetry really that great? Is it better than what poetry immortal Zhuang Pei wrote? And the promotional video, that painted voice had begun to chant softly. When will the moon rise? She read along softly. When will the moon rise? I don't know about the palace in the sky. I don't know about the palace in the sky. What year is this? What year is this? Bang! 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 Yi Ziling's heart, as if it was hit hard by something, the whole person's emotions, were driven up. This promotional video was apparently recorded by a professional hired by Kyoto Bunka. Follow the rhyme scheme of the words. The person who recites it closely fits the meaning of the words and phrases in a single breath. Ethereal. Atmosphere. Long. The words begin with such a question as when is the bright moon? Which, in conjunction with the next line, naturally unfolds the mood. And then, when it comes to the palace in the sky, the poetic mood is transformed without any abruptness from a murmuring brook to a mountainous river. Yi Ziling continued to chant along with the video. I want to return on the wind. And I'm afraid that the agora is too high up. Boom! Yi Ziling's entire brain was blown apart by these last two sentences. Start here. This poem of Su Chen's, surprisingly, directly transformed the mood of the poem into the atmosphere of the Yangtze River and the sea running endlessly. But the second half of the sentence is followed closely by a handful of sentences, but also can be instantly ethereal as such, not touching half a bit of fireworks, showing a pleasant fairy palace weather. Dragon State Poetry. Since the appearance of the two poems of the poet immortal Zhuang Pei, the Dragon Kingdom has made great efforts to promote the development of poetry. But the intention can get to the one in front of you that is so varied and yet so weighty, but it is absolutely unique. Just the upper K. This Su Chen's greatness in poetry had been displayed. Rise and shine. He is like, on earth. Bang! Not only Yi Ziling, the two foreign students from the cold country next to her, violently covered their small mouths, their pupils revealing a kind of shock at the poetic culture of the Dragon Country. This is the first time since they did the Dragon Country cultural response video. One of the truest reactions. Come to the Dragon Kingdom for a few years. They, along with Yi Ziling, had also watched many videos, large and small, that publicized the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Although their understanding of Chinese was far less profound and shocking than that of the pure Dragon Kingdom. But, even the two of them could feel this poem of the Dragon Kingdom. The meaning revealed in the simple words was enough to seal the gods. In the live broadcast room, from the moment Yi Ziling started to watch the promotional video of Su Chen's poetry, those fans who had never known Su Chen before also froze. Crap! What kind of divine verse is this? When did our Dragon Kingdom come out with such atmospheric and far-reaching poetry? Su Chen? How come I've never heard that name before? Nima, you guys are saying that these poems are a special display of his talent for a variety show? What did I miss? What kind of variety show is it? When everyone realized that these divine poems were actually written by a vegetarian who claimed to be a traveler and came from a distant parallel world, everyone was dumbfounded. It's practically pushing the poetry of the Dragon Kingdom across the board. This poetic prowess, it's just bunker. And Yi Ziling paused, took a few deep breaths, and looked up at the shocked reaction after shocked reaction in the live broadcast pop-ups. That's before you continue to follow the video and read the next cue. Turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door, illuminating the sleepless. There should not be hate. What is long to the parting round? People have sadness and joy. The moon has the een and ing and round in short. This matter is anciently difficult to be complete. But I wish that people will be long to be together in 1,000 miles. Wish for a long time. 1,000 miles. After reading, Yi Ziling muttered again and repeated the last sentence. Looking at the pop-ups within the live broadcast, he couldn't help but inexplicably feel an unfulfilled emptiness. A good half hour. She just sighed. Great words. At this time, the two foreign students from the Cold Kingdom beside her looked at each other for a few moments, similarly murmuring and repeating the words and phrases of this song that they had never heard before, in an unusually quiet manner. This was a very different situation than when they had watched any previous videos of reactions to the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the charm of Chinese poetry that has been passed down for thousands of years and has never faded. Whenever you listen, all of them will be deeply controlled by the cultural atmosphere brought by this mood, and all the emotions inside. The traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Park Mi-suk whispered. No. Yi Ziling interrupted her comment. In the video, it was briefly introduced that Su Chen, who is known as a traveler, claimed that the poem came from the parallel world of China written by a literary figure named Su Shi. Travelers. After saying that, even Yi Ziling was whispering and chewing on the aftertaste from the poem just now. There really exists a world called Wasia, and Su Chen, as a traveler, brought such beautiful poetry that doesn't belong on Earth? If as a traveler, then the heirloom civilization he brought with him must have been more than that. Yi Ziling suddenly thought. She opened the video and, in front of her fans on the air, once again began to reminisce about the video's heirloom. Suddenly, she noticed a related news item. Traveler Su Chen's collection of poems from the other world will be on full sale in all major bookstores, and the Dragon Kingdom Literary Forum has specially invited Su Chen, to attend a cultural exchange summit for the collection of poems, at location XXXX. Wow! Yi Xiling fiercely stood up and said excitedly to the fans in the live broadcast, I'm going to go and meet, in person, this otherworldly great writer from a parallel world. The next few days, Su Chen didn't have anything important to do. The revamping of the True Lies showrunner will also require some innovations in the flow of the show in response to Su Chen's status as a traveler. Like a polygraph, it was obvious that it no longer had any effect on Su Chen, the section on universal polygraphs. Instead, it was in full swing, and since Liang Dongwei led hundreds of top engineers to be crushed by Su Chen alone, the online debate about how to challenge to reveal Su Chen's identity as a traveler began to intensify. Also joining the hot debate are several of the show's judges. A vegetarian who definitely has an upper limit on his ability ceiling. On the internet, thanks to some anchors and youpmasters, more people noticed the bookstore release of The Traveler, from Otherworldly Poetry, and everyone was waiting with bated breath. This time, online, a piece of news, on the other hand, detonated the hot search of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Chuan, a rising star in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom, after debuting from an essay contest, the novel once became a sought-after object for all teenagers, and was hotter in the literary world than Su Chen ever was. His team is also considered extremely visionary. That's why the development for him has been extremely well promoted and the novels have been adapted into movies and various TV series. It made him a hidden leader of the younger generation in the literary world. It all started with a scarf he posted. Recently I saw an extremely hot compilation of ancient poems going to hit the shelves of major bookstores, and I heard that he claims to be a crossover, and I'm planning on attending his poetry exchange to talk to him face to face, once his bib is posted. Some of the younger generation of the entertainment and literary world have started retweeting and interacting with each other. Travelers? Claptrap. Also claiming to be from a parallel world called Huaxia. The variety shows nowadays are just too bottomless. And the literary world even promotes his poetry collection. My whole body is dumbfounded. It's amazing that the cultural scene in the Dragon Kingdom has to rely on this kind of gimmick. And it won't be long before people get tired of this kind of traffic circle. And at the moment, inside a luxurious villa in Donghai City, a slim young man turned off his cell phone with disdain. Playing with traffic in the cultural scene? Heck, it's all left over from my play. He is Qin Chuan, relying on the flow of literature to start. Even this piece of cake is so big. Su Chen's heat will inevitably affect the interests of many young writers like him. And recently, how could Su Chen, who relied on the universal lie detector test and almost slaughtered the hot list, not let him feel jealous? Lately, he has a new movie based on a novel coming to theaters. But his movie promotion was dead below the traffic pool by Su Chen's hot search, which instantly made him extremely unhappy. Just a group of anchors and a bunch of young writers like Qin Chuan joined in Su Chen's symposium and on sale of this book, The Traveler, from Otherworldly Poetry, instantly attracted more attention. Eventually, under the promotion of Zhou Lao and Pei Qingrong and other giants of the literary world, the venue was set within the Huaqing University in Kyoto, next to the Huaqing Pond. It was drizzling with a continuous rain that is not common in Kyoto, which brought a different flavor to this symposium, and the symposium due to the admission-free situation. Early in the morning, a large number of young people who are passionate about culture and literature gathered inside and outside the entire venue. And let's not talk about how much romantic fulfillment Su Chen's ancient poems brought to the literary youth. Just by virtue of the young writers led by Qin Chuan, the first person of youth literature, chasing after Su Chen, the traveler, on the internet, it was enough to make these people rush to him. Inside the venue, a number of staff members are working furiously to set up the scene for the symposium later on, as well as facilities such as microphones. As agreed, Su Chen had rushed to Kyoto from Riverside by plane early in the morning, and at the moment he was sitting alone in the background, texting with Lin Xinxue who was in class. Su Chen, the voices on the internet questioning you right now are getting louder and louder. Lin Xinxue's text message was full of worry. By now, Lin Xinxue similarly did not believe in Su Chen's identity as a traveler. According to her understanding, Su Chen's performance in these two programs, most likely from somewhere to get some ancient books, thus only traveler this lie persists to date. Su Chen laughed and replied, "Don't worry, with these small fry, they can't stop my momentum of achieving a small goal at all. After all, I'm a traveler with an entire civilization standing behind me." Lin Xinxue sent a fainting emoji in reply. "I believe the hell out of you." Su Chen was about to reply. At this time, a voice came out from behind him. "Who are you texting with, smiling like that?" It is Pei Qingrong who was responsible for acting as the moderator of the symposium this time. "One of my neighbor's little sister. She's worried that some people are targeting my identity as a traveler and making things difficult for me at the symposium." Su Chen closed his cell phone and said greatly. Pei Qingrong frowned. You mean Qin Shuwen's gang of young writers? Regarding Su Chen's controversy on the internet, they in the Kyoto literary world had also heard a little about it. This group of young people, they simply won't understand the long-term historical significance of your poetry to our literary world. If not for the fact that this symposium does not set a threshold for participants, I would never have agreed to this kind of flow of writers to participate. Su Chen waved his hand. No matter. I heard that he got his start writing romance novels? Pei Qingrong was instantly a bit surprised. What? You dabble in this kind of fiction? Su Chen smiled faintly. Don't say romance novels. In his world, countless literary greats have created many popular and immortalized literary works throughout history. Romance? Does The West Wing count? Does Dream of the Red Chamber count? The True Lies Crew is, after all, just a variety show, and its influence is ultimately limited. Splendid Earth Chinese civilization, just through the questioning of these people, can be shown more to the Blue Star people, outside of Huaqing University. As the time for the symposium to take place approached, a cool-looking luxury sports car slowly drove into the campus road of Huaqing campus. It's Qin Shuwen. As the #1 youth flow writer, Qin Shuwen's popularity is naturally not for nothing. Many long-awaited reporters and media outlets aimed their long guns at Qin Shuwen's luxury sports car. Wait for Qin Shuwen to get off. Some of his avid female fans crowded over, holding his latest published works and begging Qin Shuwen to sign them. Some of the literary peers who had agreed to come together to see Su Chen's jokes also came over and greeted Qin Shuwen with a smile. Qin Shuwen courteously responded one by one. Then he glanced at Su Chen's publicity poster hanging outside the symposium and couldn't help but disdain it in his heart. What's the point of using a traveler as a gimmick to enter the literary world? My brother's popularity has been built up with one popular work after another. Director Qin, I heard that the movie you adapted this time is directed by you personally, and the stars starring in it are networked with most of the flow of today's entertainment industry. Do you have any confidence in taking the box office title? A reporter asked aloud. Qin Shuwen stopped and looked at the reporter. This friend from the media, please pay attention to your question. My works, all of which have been tested by our vast number of literature lovers, and the results are not determined by me, or any of the stars who have participated, but rather by the quality of the work and the word of mouth of the vast number of readers. After a pause, he said in an extremely confident tone, if anything, my work ultimately fails, then I'll work harder on it, but any gimmick is superfluous to literature. Having said that, he sighed meaningfully at the poster of Su Chen outside the venue. Step right in. But, many people had already heard Qin Shuwen's contention about Su Chen and this symposium. Many people turned on their computers on the spot, started editing a press release. Romance #1 Qin Shuwen disdains Su Chen's traveler gimmick. Qin Shuwen, the first young writer, on the goodness of works tested by the general readership, not by the gimmicks of travelers and variety shows. The traveler, is it a gimmick, or is it a strength? Qin Shuwen accuses on the spot. And the venue. After Qin Shuwen entered, several accompanying staff members immediately came forward, those who helped him with the microphone and organized his clothes. Nothing shows his present-day status in the literary world at large. When Su Chen and Pei Qingrong walked out from the backstage with a smile on their faces, his eyes condensed and he immediately walked over, stopping in front of Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Su Chen. Qin Shuwen's tone was not salty. Not a trace of emotion or sincerity could be heard. I've been wanting to meet with you in person to discuss how to break into a hot topic in the literary world with such a false lie since I saw your Traveler's Lies clip online and your book of poems claiming to be from an otherworldly world. And today, I finally got my wish. The taunts in Qin Shuwen's words immediately caused Pei Qingrong's face to sink. Pei Qingrong was about to open his mouth to reprimand. Su Chen had spoken. At the moment, there is probably no one in all of Blue Star who can prove that my status as a traveler is false. Mr. Qin speaks so uncritically. Your work, presumably, is as flawed as you are? Qin Shuwen's face stagnated. The next second, it was instantly cold. Claptrap. You don't know what you're talking about. Leaving these words behind, Qin Shuwen's eyes carried a hint of coldness as he turned around with a cold snort. Seeing Qin Shuwen leave, Pei Qingrong gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen, Qin Shuwen. This kind of rising star in the literary world has always been arrogant. Even for us seniors who have been famous for a long time, we all have to avoid the front line for the time being. And you're still the first one to be so nonchalant to him. Su Chen was dumbfounded. With his understanding of Blue Star and even the Dragon Kingdom since he came to this world, this Qin Shuwen's path was somewhat like that of a famous young writer with a very poor reputation in his previous life. But, behind him stood an entire civilization of Earth, even if Qin Shuwen was more popular. For Su Chen, it was just that. As the minutes ticked by, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Douyin, a certain fish, and 7 or 8 popular live broadcasting platforms in the Dragon Kingdom all locked in at the first time for this symposium and exchange meeting. which is extremely important to the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom, for no other reason. 1. To come. Su Chen's identity as a traveler was currently a hot topic that had been repeatedly slaughtered across the internet. 2. Qin Chuan. A group of young literary representatives whose topic and fame are in no way inferior to Su Chen's, has questioned Su Chen, and has become a major topic of conversation in the literary world at present. Wakinki Symposium Field. 5 o'clock sharp. All the spectators started to enter the venue one by one under the guidance of the staff. The entire venue could hold a whole 20,000 people, but at the moment all the seats were filled to capacity. And along with that some official omni-channel platforms. On the web, there were also hefty hundreds of thousands of online viewers. And for the Dragon's literary world, such attention was still due to Su Chen's bright performance in True Lies. When Qin Shuan and some of the rest of the representatives of the young literary world came out, the scene was filled with loud cheers. After all, in the bookstores of the Dragon Kingdom, the works of these people are perennially dominating the sales lists of popular books. There were naturally a handful of fans and followers of their books on the scene. Brother Chuan is just too handsome. If he didn't have to rely on his talent to make a living, relying on his face value, he would be good enough to become a popular traffic star in the entertainment industry. This is a real power writer. Unlike some people who still need to rely on variety show gimmicks to enter the literary world, these live cries, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among some of the poetry lovers who had come to support Su Chen. Bah! If it weren't for you brain-damaged fans, I wouldn't even want his books if they were given to me for nothing. Gold-worshipping, pretentious, and all three views are distorted by these books of his. This is a symposium on poetry. Don't play your rice circle routine here. In the audience, the symposium has not yet begun. The two gangs then began to fight each other, and a corner of the audience, anchor Yi Xiling, who had come to personally try to support Su Chen, couldn't help but frown. She was currently holding up her cell phone and interacting with her fans on her live stream. Classmates, Su Shen, who can write about the bright moon, was scolded by a group of brainwashed fans of the rice circle at the scene. This breath, can I bear it? Inside her live stream. Through the past few days Yi Xiling kept finding out some of Su Chen's information to record a large number of cultural reaction videos. There have long been a lot of people like Yi Xiling who have become Su Chen's iron fans. Crap! These brainwashed fans of the rice circle are worthy of questioning my Su Shen? Qin Chuan? Isn't his nickname the cultural circle's avian beast? I heard that his favorite thing is to invite some of his fans to his house for a mysterious party after a book launch. This kind of person is also qualified to participate in this kind of high-end cultural symposium? No wonder our Dragon Kingdom's literature has stagnated, with scum like them around. It's simply a regression in literature. And right in the middle of the brouhaha, an artificial smoke rises from the ground on the stage. A nice female voice sang softly at this point. When will the moon rise? I don't know about the heavenly palace. What year is this? The song was beautifully sung and floated throughout the venue. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Isn't the Su Chen song Song of Water? You can still sing like that? The female voice, without too much accompaniment, simple stage decoration, will instantly bring the crowd's mood to a kind of misty and not a little bit of earthly smoke and fire in the heavenly palace. Immediately. Next, comments began to blow up throughout the site and on the major live channels. Crap! It's so good. This Su Chen's poetry. It's so good to sing it? I'm small in pattern. I didn't realize poetry could be played this way. The poem itself is already beautiful enough, and this tune is even more perfectly suited to the mood of the words. What kind of fairy composed the music? Just as the crowd was immersed in this absolutely beautiful mood. Next, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, Su Chen appeared at the center of the stage with this magical melody. At the same time, on the big screen on the stage, the songwriter of the song appeared. Su Chen! Crap! It's Su Shen! No way! Such a nice melody. But it was composed by Su Shen? This is the first time I've seen someone who can compose a poem into a song. This operation makes my scalp numb. Worthy of my Su Shen. And the stage couch. Qin Shuan's face froze as well. He never expected that this Su Chen had prepared such a hand for this symposium. He is, after all, considered a top streamer in the literary world. It was judged immediately. Once the song comes out, I'm afraid, Su Chen's poetry will detonate the whole room at today's symposium. Accompanied by tranquil music, Su Chen slowly walked to the front of the stage, together with the words and phrases of the water song of songs in an ethereal and otherworldly realm. It was as if a water-sleeved neon dress in the past life, the moon's shadow appendage, and the hazy skycay were perfectly displayed in front of the eyes of the crowd. At Blue Star, the audience had never heard a poetic adaptation of a song, a perfect blend of poetic mood and music. It creates a sense of unreality in everyone's mind. I want to return on the wind, but I'm afraid of the agora, higher ground, rise and dance. What's like being on earth? So beautiful. All the spectators on stage could not help but be inwardly mesmerized. This and other heavenly palaces of immortality. How many times have we heard that on earth? Turning to Jigaku, powerless and elegant household. Hypnosis. There should be no hate. What can happen to a person who has never been reunited? People have their ups and downs. The moon has its ups and downs. The rounds and the silences, idiom, figure everything is fine in its time. It is an ancient affair that cannot be completely resolved. I wish you all the time in the world. 1,000 miles of Cindy. As the last syllable fell, Suchen appropriately walked to the center of the stage and gently bowed to all the audience under the stage. The nice voice then spread throughout the venue. Welcome to the Otherworld Poetry Symposium. And together with me, come to appreciate Chinese poetry and the unique charm brought to you by the Chinese of the parallel world. I'm Su Chen, a traveler from the parallel world of China. The words just fell. Next, the scene was filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Su Shen, it's so beautiful. It's unheard of to show the beauty of poetry in such a way. Chinese poetry. This is the moment when I begin to really wonder if such a civilized world of outrageous beauty really exists. Just this one verse alone already feels like a worthwhile trip. The audience on stage was thrilled. And the stage. The young writers from Dragonland who participated in the panel looked at each other. They kind of get it. Why is this traveler, Su Chen, able to rely on a collection of poems claiming to be from a parallel world, and then firmly dominate the hot search lists of all major platforms recently? And that's when Pei Qingrong, who was responsible for hosting the symposium, held the microphone and also walked onto the stage with an excited face. He didn't expect it either. Su Chen was surprisingly able to display the beauty of ancient poetry so perfectly in the opening scene in a way that was unheard of in Blue Star. It's so beautiful. The poem is beautiful. The words are beautiful. The song is even more beautiful. Let's all welcome the arrival of the self-proclaimed traveler from a parallel world, Su Chen. Once again with a warm round of applause. The applause thundered again. I think everyone must be curious as to why Su Chen calls himself a traveler, and what all the poets that appear within this compilation of otherworldly poems of his are really like. Right? The scene responded loudly. Right. Pei Qingrong laughed cheerfully and haha. Regarding Su Chen's crossing identity, he had also communicated before the symposium. Su Chen insisted that Pei Qingrong emphasized that these poems came from a magnificent civilization, Huaxia. How many classics have been left behind by poets and even literary figures of previous ages in the earth? And the poet's bones, always like the sun and the moon hanging high in the clear sky. Su Chen categorically didn't dare to be greedy for heaven's credit. After making the opening statement, Pei Qingrong, as the president of the Dragon Kingdom Ancient Civilization Research Association, was quite experienced in hosting such large-scale events, and after looking at the handcard, he continued, now that our guests are out. So next, the Travelers, Poems from Other Worlds panel exchange, officially begins. First of all, our first topic is, the love of poetry. With his introduction, the whole atmosphere of the scene became quiet for a few moments, and the lights seemed to dim for a few moments, as if they were giving the next topic a sense of history and civilization. And it was at this time, Qin Chuan, who had been grimly maintaining his silence, and a young writer from the Dragon Kingdom's literary world exchanged glances, but the writer stood straight up, interrupting Pei Qingrong's hosting. President Pei, regarding the love, I have doubts I want to raise. See him move. Live and in-studio viewers, there were puzzled expressions. As you know, this is a young writer who specializes in romance literature, and the theme of this conference is poetry, so what does he have to ask? However, he saw the young writer glance at Su Chen with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Since President Pei talked about the love of poetry, I feel that Su Chen's poetry, with the gimmick of being a traveler, is all about expressing the family and humanity of the world he supposedly lives in. To know, poetry, though chanting and reciting ideas, is ultimately about our great world. It speaks of every living being in our great world, since it is called a traveler. Could it be that, in Su Chen's world, human emotions and values are so cheap that they don't even deserve to be celebrated? After all was said and done, this young writer looked at Su Chen and revealed a cold smile. Before he came here, he had gone to the bookstore to buy a book of Su Chen's poems to do some research. In order to better display the bones of Chinese civilization, Su Chen selected in this collection of poems some highly representative heirloom works of classic mood. And yet, this person has exploited the loophole. Pei Qingrong froze. He didn't expect that Qin Chuan and the others had directly done an investigation on Su Chen, and this symposium had just begun when they directly began to start questioning Su Chen's identity as a traveler in his world. And live on air, some fans of Su Chen's poetry began to get angry all of a sudden. Human feelings? He also has the nerve to talk about it, just based on the romance literature they write, filled with gold worship and materialistic emotions. A group of young people driving supercars and living in mansions. moaning and groaning about nothing every day. And they call this the great multitude of beings and the great multitude of worlds? Cripes. I'm so sickened by the way he talks about the emotional value of people with his mouth full of oil. But, soon, some of Qin Shuwen's fans began to hit back. I think our brother is right. Even if the rich man's emotion, that is also called emotion, Su Chen's poem, are too lofty, there are some selling sentiment. Oh, don't rich and wealthy people count as beings? You guys don't deserve it yet if you want to be like that. And in Kyoto, inside an ancient room, Zhou Lao and several giants of the literary world watched the live broadcast and couldn't help but frown. Elder Zhou, these youngsters in the literary world nowadays are a bit too much, aren't they? An old-timer in the literary world sidled up and whispered to Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao nodded. I didn't realize that the first resistance to the promotion of our poetry would come from within our literary community. I was the one who thought it was simple. However, just as the crowd began to worry for Su Chen, inside the live feed, came Su Chen's voice. Human emotional value? Love? I think that my friend is right in saying that as a poem. How can one ignore human emotions? Su Chen's words just fell. Inside the live feed, those fans of Qin Shuwen laughed. Crap, this is the first person in poetry who is known as a traveler. Can't even hear that people are mocking him. Ha ha, is he really the one who could have written the water song and the general whine? Speechless, how can he still put his face on it when others taunt him? The audience in the live room froze. The first time he turned on mocking mode towards Su Chen. On the other hand, some of the fans who were full of expectations for Su Chen were all dumbfounded. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. What did Su Chen mean by that? Did he recognize his opponent's questioning of his poetry of other worlds? No. Since the excavation of 2 poems by Zhuangpei of the poetry immortal of the Dragon Kingdom, ancient poetry, in Blue Star, represents refined taste and literary literacy, the refinement of language, the depth of meaning, the harmony of sound. Almost every word represents the vitality of the nation's mind. How can mere popular romance literature be compared to this refined art form? Seeing this, Pei Qingrong panicked and came out to round off the situation. What Ms. Su is saying is that, as literature, it's about diversity. Poetry, and romance literature, is an art form that is essential for everyone to enhance their spiritual needs. There is no thematic or contextual difference between the two. Qin Shuwen sneered. President Bei is right. He stood up as well. Slowly. After all, Mr. Su has already used his status as a traveler as a gimmick to create classic poems like Song of Water and Will Enter Wine. And how could all those Chinese literary figures he calls himself, all of whom are so high and mighty, bother to use such talent to write about such a vulgar topic as love? Kill and kill. He's mending. It caused some discontent among the audience on stage. If it's really like what Mr. Chuman said, is poetry considered to be out of touch with the emotions of us ordinary people? I am now suddenly beginning to wonder where the artistry of ancient poetry really lies. That's right. If the so-called men of letters, all of them high and mighty, are bent on the elegance of the literatis' mouths, are none of us, as laymen, worthy of being glorified as far as poetry is concerned? Suddenly it seems that the landscape of poetry has become very small. The so-called traveler, is Earth and China, is nothing more than that. Hearing the audience on stage murmuring questions, Pei Qingrong couldn't help but give Su Chen a slightly helpless look. Ancient poetry itself represents the artistic sentiments of ancient literati. It's elegant. Didn't Su Chen push himself into the fire pit with his words just now? Who knows? Su Chen smiled faintly, not showing the slightest bit of timidity in the face of Qin Shuwen and this group of people's difficulties. Speaking of love, I wonder if an emperor's love counts. This statement was made. Everyone looked at Su Chen like he was a fool. The emperor? When it comes to emperors, the first thing that comes to mind is the world, the countryside and the people. And, in the history of the Blue Star, every generation of emperors had a harem of 3,000 beauties. And you're telling me that emperors had love? Those Su Chen fans were all as if their hearts were dead. And seeing that no one from the crowd answered, Su Chen continued. In our China, there is such a saying, born in an imperial family, there should be no love. So many emperors have traveled the path of love, mostly with apprehension along the way. And there is such a supreme beauty. But in the emperor's house did the harem of 3,000 beauties, 3,000 favorites in one, even, her short life, but has the love that others can never get. Her name, Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The name, which had never appeared before in Blue Star's history, was the first thing everyone reacted to. Su Chen is now telling the story. From his so-called homeland, Earth China, 3,000 beauties in the harem, 3,000 favors in one. Qin Shuwen softly recalled this description mentioned in Su Chen's words just now, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smile. How can there be such a love in an emperor's house? Your story is made up too falsely, isn't it? Aggressive? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Just because there aren't any in Blue Star doesn't mean that in our China, there won't be such a singable story. In our Huaxia, there is such a flourishing world called Great Tang. He continued the narrative. In the flourishing Tang dynasty, the Yang family had a daughter named Yu Huan, who was born with natural beauty, and later entered the palace, and was favored by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, as if she were glued to the ground. The two, at the time of the country's prosperity, had made the solemn vow of wishing to be birds with wings in the sky and branches with branches on earth. Inside the live feed, the netizens who were captivated by Su Chen's description were all dumbfounded. In the sky, I wish to be a bird with two wings, and on earth, I wish to be a twig with two branches. It's so beautiful. It's amazing that such a love can appear in an imperial household. Shang Shi de Tang, clanking oath. Interesting. Crap. This line of poetry instantly conjures up the beauty of love vows. Instantly. Isn't this more moving than a slobbering romance novel? Get on with it. I'm dying to hear the follow-up. Stage. Su Chen's description suddenly became whispered. It's just a shame. How could Yang Yuhuan not have imagined that when the country was in decline, her love, likewise, was full of sorrow? Xuanzong's extreme favor caused An Lushan's soldiers to rebel against his power. He had no choice but to flee with Yang Yuhuan to Mawei Slope, under pressure from his ministers. In the end, the jade ring was given to death. Inside the live feed. This Xuanzong, he's too scummy, isn't he? No. Su Chen said it just now. An emperor's family should not have love. It only makes sense to end the story like this. I can't imagine that an emperor's love would be so helpless. As a woman, why should Yang Yuhuan bear the downfall of a country? Everyone had a long sigh of regret for such a love story. Symposium site. Qin Shuwen's face began to look gloomy once again. He didn't expect that Su Chen would actually weave a love story out under the Great Tang in the prime of China. Although he thought Su Chen was talking nonsense, he had to admit it. This story by Su Chen. Fascinating indeed. Not bad. If your story were rewritten as a romance novel, it would indeed be popular with many people. But, what does this have to do with poetry? Again, Qin Shuwen was unwilling to be difficult. However, he saw Su Chen faintly glance at him. Who says, it doesn't have anything to do with the poetry I'm going to talk about next? There was a pause. Su Chen's voice was clear and spread throughout the symposium. In our Huaxia, there is such a poet, borrowing the legend of Yang Yuhuan, to create a reverberating and moving poem, close to the love of Yang Guifei and Xuanzong, a love that is deeper than a poem, and more than a love that tries to be a song, because of the last two lines of the long poem, the sky is long and the earth is long, and this hatred is endless. So, this poem is then called, Long Hate Song. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Popularity value plus 3000. Popularity value plus 2000. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Su Chen's heart was delighted. At the Blue Star, poetry is still a lost culture, and with just two ancient poems by Zhuang Pei, everyone's understanding of poetry is limited to the use of poetry as an allegory for love. But who says poetry can't be narrative or about love? He landed his gaze on Qin Shuwen and the others. Romance literature? The Song of Everlasting Hatred, as the magnificent flying song of China, is themed on the theme of continuous hatred, and this sentiment can be called the best song in the ancient times. Stand on the stage. Su Chen let out a long sigh, as if his entire being was immersed in the love between Yang Yuhuan and Tang Xuanzong that was filled with endless sorrow. He opened his mouth. The Emperor of Han valued his color and thought of his country, and Goyo could not seek it for many years. There is a daughter in the Yang family who has grown up and has been raised in a deep bosom. It's hard to abandon one's natural beauty, and once you choose to be on the side of the king, smile back and 100 winks are born. The 6 palaces have no color. As he opened his mouth, everyone on stage stared in instant shock. It's a poem? With Su Chen's previous dictation, everyone already had a basic knowledge of the story of the Long Hate Song. But Long Hate Song opened his mouth in a concise manner. But easily will be a love beautiful people do not love the image of the king jumped on the paper. At the same time, as Su Chen recited, Yang Yuhuan's flavorfulness was portrayed in a few dozen words, instantly draws everyone into the story of the poem. Pei Qingrong was even more directly breathing heavily on the side. Such poetic prowess. This text is deep, no less than any of the heirloom masterpieces in poetry of other worlds. But this poetic form, never seen it. Not even in the entire Blue Planet had he heard of it in any of the records. Kyoto. In the midst of the ancient deep-colored mansion, several literary giants led by Zhou Lao still held a hint of skepticism when Su Chen said that poetry could also be used to express love. But, the moment Su Chen opened his mouth, everyone's scalp instantly tingled, and there were even a few people who stood up from their chairs on the spot. How can this poetic situation be narrated and spoken in such exquisite words? How is that possible? There has never been a literal situation like this in Blue Star. This is poetry? Yes, this is poetry, but in a way that people have never imagined poetry. The narrative is refined, the language is beautiful, and the story is laid out yet darkly ambiguous. No less than any of our Blue Star romance literature. How is that possible? A harem of 3,000 beauties, 3,000 favorites in one. The Golden House is made up to serve the night, and the Jade Palace is drunk in spring. Su Chen continued to chant. With the description of the first layer of the long hate song, he not only tells the story of Emperor Xuanzong getting Yang Yuhuan, indulging in, he not only tells the story of Yang Yuhuan's love, but also hints at the fact that he will be in great danger later on if he pours his heart out to his country. Sure enough, he follows up on the above. The poetic penny drops. The drums of the fishing sun move the ground, breaking the neon dress and feathered clothes song. There is nothing to be done if the 6 armies do not send out their troops, and the wandering moth eyebrows die before the horses. The rhythm and tone of the poem as a whole. At once it went from lingering, languid and gentle, to tense and serious. At the same time, the 6 armies will not be sent. The blood and tears of love that demanded the execution of Yang Guifei are here portrayed in a poignant and painful way. The atmosphere of the scene. It had been completely and deeply held by Su Chen. Even the group of writers of romance literature in the literary world led by Qin Shuwen were stunned and dumbfounded by this poetic form that they had never seen before. Poetry. How can you actually narrate a story and have a romance? And it's also so heartfelt and blood-soaked. Such talent. Still human? Qin Shuwen, in particular, had long since lost his previous calmness and mockery at this moment. This long hate song, completely above all his bestsellers in terms of writing, narrative, and story structure. His gaze was unspeakable as he looked at Su Chen in the middle of chanting. In his heart, he began to deeply doubt whether he shouldn't have come to bump into the Su Chen's gun today. First, the poem Water Song was compiled into a popular pop song. Later, the poetic form was directly overhauled. Changes into a narrative powerhouse of blooming flights of fancy. He couldn't help but chortle in his mind. Could it be that there really exists such an incredible Chinese civilization? And Su Chen, as a traveler, has brought such an unimaginable civilization to our Blue Star? If it's not a traveler, then this Su Chen is constantly changing the type of a civilization with one man's talent. Think about it. He couldn't help but secretly suck in a breath of cold air. Both possibilities. Either way, it's beyond shocking. His reaction. Naturally, it also fell into the eyes of Pei Qingrong and Elder Zhou and the others who were watching the live broadcast. This group of young people in the literary world has had a real eye-opener today. Only Su Chen is able to face this group of youngsters who are as powerful as they are and poke at their sharpness in such a way. And the sight. The other young writers in the literary world all looked at each other in disbelief. Previously questioned Su Chen on the internet. They're all involved. They could never have imagined in any way that Su Chen would be able to come up with such shocking talent again after publishing a collection of poems and improving the Blue Star infrastructure in an incredibly innovative way. The yellow dust is scattered and the winds are sluggish, and the cloud stacks are haunted to ascend to the Sword Pavilion. Su Chen ignored their gazes. Keep chanting. Returning to the pond garden, all remains the same. The taiyi hibiscus and the unseen willow. Hibiscus is like a face. Willow is like a brow. How can I not shed a tear at this? The story of the long hate song goes here. Surprisingly, the penny dropped again. The story tumbles in layers. It directly portrays Xuanzong's loneliness and bitterness after losing his noble consort. However, the truly romanticized part of the long hate song as a narrative poem is just beginning. Lin Xiong Taoist Hong Du Hak. Who can give his soul with sincerity? In order to feel the king's spreading thoughts, I have taught the founder to seek diligently. I heard that the Han family was envoyed by the Son of Heaven, and I was frightened by the dream in the tent of Jiuhua. With the last part of the carving, a lot of people on the scene, directly on the spot to stand up, emotionally impassioned, extinct. Originally, everyone thought that Su Chen's long hate song was perverted enough that it could be narrated in a poetic situation, but didn't realize. By this point, the poet's romance and pie-in-the-sky fantasies have directly taken the original story of Yang Yuhuan and Emperor Xuanzong and artistically manipulated it. Sea of Immortality, The Building, Fairy, and Yang Guifei woke up from a dream. Although it is a dead soul, but the style is still the same. As in the year had for the king to perform that Neishan Yui dance as charming and attractive. The sky is long and the earth is long, and this hatred has no expiration date. With the last, Su Chen's closing nod, a song of long hate, a masterpiece of love in all its splendor, a type of civilization that has never existed on Blue Star. Once again, it set the house on fire. Absolutely, I'm here for a symposium on otherworldly poetry. Why am I listening to a romance masterpiece? Poetry can actually crush romance novels? This kind of thing, I would never have believed it a month ago. So strong. What a line. The sky is long and the earth is long. And this hatred has no expiration date. Speaks of the world's sorrows. And the symposium's guest gallery. Traditional writers from every city in the Dragon Kingdom let out a long sigh. The life of Yang Yuhuan. And the fate of the country known as the Great Tang. As in the words of Su Chen. This love. Deeper than poetry. More than love. Try to be a song. This love can be turned into a memory. That Tang Xuanzong was born in the imperial family. But should not have love. A song of long hatred. 7 points of vulgarity has not been removed. It may seem like tears in the hall of eternal life. But this poignant love cannot be viewed solely from the perspective of love. Pei Qingrong, is the love in the song of long hate poignant? Or is it absurd? Tell the truth. Although I don't understand this history of the Great Tang that Su Chen is talking about, this song of long hate has flesh and blood and is very rich. The background of its time is complex. And its display of all aspects of human nature is definitely not as simple as writing a story. At least, Su Chen's talented. For all to see, this long hate song of his, and even his other poems, will revolutionize the heights of literature and poetry in our Dragon Kingdom. But, this Su Chen, what kind of monster is it? The other side. Qin Shuwen and the others' faces were almost gloomy to the extreme. A song of long hatred came out. Everyone could understand that those romance novels of theirs were directly crushed by Su Chen, the traveler, and rubbed madly on the floor. This poem, you can still write like that? Under the stage, Su Chen's fans were even more excited. Traveler's Bull. Chinese poetry is awesome. Why don't Qin Shuwen's fans say anything? Just one question for you. Can your brother write such a work? It's not worth spending a month's allowance to fly to this event. It's so worth it. Anchor Yi Xiling was even more excited in the audience. Babies in the live broadcast room. I'm having a particularly mixed feeling right now. Both sad for Yang Guifei's love and happy for Su Chen's display of talent. I just want to say one thing. I have no regrets about joining Su Clan in this life. Inside the live feed, the pop-ups are even crazier. I originally thought that with Qin Shuwen's strength, he would at least go back and forth with Su Chen. Unexpected. Su Chen directly crushed this poetry in addition to being able to sing, but also as a romance literature to see. Absolute sun ah. I hate that I didn't go to the scene to see Su Chen in person. This long hate song alone, if it were made into a movie, or a stage play, it would definitely be a popular IP. Also a human being, Su Jin is simply a treasure. Every day I wake up, thinking of the gap between me and Su Chen, I would just go back to sleep again. This earth, I don't deserve to live. Kyoto. In Su Chen's final set phrase, the antique mansion, Elder Zhou and the others all stood up. Yes, what a long hate song. What a great line about this hatred being endless, far-reaching and literate. I can't imagine that poetry can be written in such a genre. It's an eye-opener. And Elder Zhou was even more direct with his conclusion. Based on this long hate song alone, I'm afraid that little poetry immortal Su Chen's reputation will be enough to influence the Dragon Kingdom for a whole 100 years. The rest of the literary seniors looked at each other with shocked eyes. Spin. And look relieved. Yes, such a way to revolutionize the type of poetry. The Dragon State will certainly have countless imitations in the future. The impact of 100 years has been a conservative statement of the old man Zhou. If Su Chen hadn't insisted on participating in that variety show, he's also strong enough to become a leading figure in my Dragon Kingdom's literary world. Nah. Genius. That's the only way I can describe him. Kyoto Symposium site. Su Chen's ears once again rang with the system's frantic prompts. Popularity value plus 3,000. Popularity value plus 5,000. Popularity value plus 1,000. Cool. Su Chen was incomparably flattered. At the same time, he looked at Qin Shuwen. Gently, he asked, "May I ask great writer Qin, does my Chinese long hate song, according to your understanding, count as romance?" There was no need for Qin Shuwen to answer. Throughout the symposium, countless fans immediately shouted, "Count!" Qin Shuwen's face immediately darkened. But Su Chen continued to ask, "Again, I ask the great writer Qin, are the emperors in poetry considered beings?" Still a full house answer. "Count." Qin Shuwen's face directly flushed red. But, as if Su Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook, he finally asked, "May I ask great writer Qin, do you still think that my claim of being a traveler is just a gimmick now?" This time, did not wait for the fans under the stage to answer. On the stage, has long risen red-faced Qin Shuwen directly a mouthful of blood sprayed out of the mouth, fainted on the spot in place. 1 hour later, outside the auditorium of the symposium, Pei Qingrong said to Su Chen with awe in his eyes, "Mr. Su, the hospital side called back. Qin Shuwen is fine. He's just in a hurry." "Too bad." Su Chen shook his head and said, "Actually, I still have a few questions I haven't had time to ask him." "Ha ha. Several other Dragon Kingdom traditional category writers present laughed. If they were to be asked by teacher Su afterward, I'm afraid that a person of small degree like Qin Shuwen would not be as simple as a rush of fire. The words are gone. The crowd looked at Su Chen with heartfelt admiration. Our group of traditional literature and poetry researchers have never been subjected to the cold-eyed mockery of Qin Shuwen's gang on weekdays. And today, A Song of Water, a masterpiece of the Song of Everlasting Hatred, has literally subverted the pattern of poetry in our Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Su called himself a crossover for the variety show True Lies, but we prefer to believe Mr. Su is stunningly talented. His future achievements will definitely be no less than any of the poetry immortals in the future history of the Dragon Kingdom. Wait until Su Chen leaves Kyoto, sitting on a high-speed train. Su Chen, you sent a screenshot to Su Chen in the first place. What is it? Su Chen asked. Your symposium in Kyoto is surprisingly hot again. Douyin and Scarf are all over the place with hot takes on that Song of Long Hatred. Look, in the screenshot, it was the long picture of Su Chen standing on the stage reciting the long hate song that was shared by an author named Ji Xiling. With the title The Lost Culture of the Dragon Kingdom, poetry can even crush romance literature. The traveling man questioned a romance writer 3 times and made him spit out blood with hatred. The remaining few. It's all about the netizen comments that Su Chen you screenshot. What the hell? This is poetry? A genre never seen before. This traveler Su Chen, has he created another genre of poetry? Poetry from China is even of this type? This type of poetry has never appeared in the history of poetry in the Dragon Kingdom. It's definitely his original. So awesome. I just slept. How come when I woke up, there was another type of dragon poetry? I'm now really convinced that he's a traveler. Such talent is simply astounding. I just want to ask if your knees are okay? I practically read the whole poem on my knees. Did you just get down on your knees? I haven't stood up since the first episode of True Lies. It's only been 2 episodes so far. I just feel like I walked into Su Chen's traveler's world and couldn't get out. And the symposium ended with Qin Shuwen spitting blood. Netizens are even more shocked. What the hell? 3 questions. Every single one of them. How proud Qin Shuwen was before the symposium. And how wretched he was after he was hit in the face. If he didn't vomit blood, I guess he wouldn't even have the face to walk out of the auditorium of Huaqing University. Right? Sharp ah. I have long looked at him. This kind of distorted 3 views of the novel author upset for a long time. The traveler Su Chen is simply my idol. The 2 hot searches appeared. The system popularity value in Su Chen's ears grew faster for a moment. Riverside. The same rain falls in the fall. After Su Chen you sent a message to Su Chen, she sheepishly looked at her best friend who was lying next door. At this point, she was hugging her tablet and crying her eyes out. The sky is long and the earth is long. And this hatred has no expiration date. Woohoo! Xiao Yu. I can't believe I finished a tear-jerking romance in poetry. How on earth did Su Chen even do that? The long hate song is on fire in the Dragon Kingdom. As Su Chen's face fan, Su Chen Yu's best friend was no exception. I also want to know how he did it. Su Chen Yu lay on the bed, sideways head. Xiao Yu. I really hope Su Chen is a real crossover so he won't be eliminated in the revamped program. The BFF lifted her teary eyes. Ha? Su Chen Yu froze. Program revamp? Her best friend looked at her quizzically. Nod. Right. The 3rd installment of True Lies has been revamped to be called All Lie Detectors. Who's the crosser? The flow of the program all changed to an issue in which 2 angles would be used to lie detect him at the same time. Said. She immediately opened the program official on her tablet. Sure enough, on the original official, the 5 big words of True Lies had, at some point, changed to Universal Lie Detection. Who's the crosser? Su Chen's handsome photo was placed in the center of the homepage, and opposite his photo, 2 question marks were designed, with a line of small words below. Who is the next challenger? At the same time, the revamped rules are also clearly written below. There is no end to civilization. Does HWA even exist? A major revamp. The 8th season of True Lies started with the Universal Lie Detector crosser Su Chen, which was widely loved by the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. It was decided by the program's board of directors that, starting from this issue, it will be independently rewritten as All People Lie Detector. Who is the crosser? The remaining contestants all voluntarily chose to withdraw from the competition after the bonus compensation. At the same time, the rules of the show have been changed from the original 1 category per episode in which you could challenge a traveler to 2 categories per episode. And there must be a strong logical correlation between the 2 categories. Screened by the program. The subject of this polygraph falsification is history and architecture. Su Chen Yu froze for a long time. Ryoko. It was only then that she snapped and exclaimed, crap. Su Chen actually made the program all revamped for him alone. And the difficulty increases. Su Chen. Don't get eliminated nah. Achoo. Who's been complimenting me on my good looks again? On the high line. Su Chen sneezed. and then kept browsing through the third phase of the process sent by the program director on his phone. History and architecture? With the popularity value accumulated from this Kyoto symposium, he currently had exactly enough to redeem 2 classifications of civilization data. At the same time, his mind, the various great buildings that had amazed the entire Earth's civilization more than once in the previous life of China came to mind: the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, the Yuan Minjuan, sure, and the long winds of China's dramatic history. A few days later, the third installment of the revamped program. As expected, the Riverside City program, the revamped universal lie detector, Who is the Crosser? As soon as it was released, it caused a furor among all the netizens who were concerned about the traveler Su Chen and the lying Chinese. An hour before the start of the show, the crew is doing the final tally before airing. Director Zhang. The netizens have responded very well to this revamp. The daily activity of the official website surpassed 3 million in just one day yesterday, and I'm afraid that after the program airs, it will set another record. He's holding a computer. It shows the very backstage of the new version of the program. Director Zhang Yang's face then showed a hint of joy. Bet on it. 3 million. I'm afraid that after the program airs, the numbers will still have a substantial increase. Traveler lies. If Su Chen survives the next more universal lie detector tests, it will definitely become the hottest IP in our Dragon Kingdom in the future. How are the arrangements on the judge's side? The staff immediately reported. This time, we've invited Su Ian, the first person of architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom, and Mr. E. Tian, the original guest of honor on the judging panel, to jointly testify against Su Chen. Right now the two are in the conference room working on their lie detector logic. Was saying. A hoodie-clad Su Chen walked in with a cup of milk tea in his hand, and Zhang Yang immediately greeted him. Mr. Su, I watched your Kyoto symposium a few days ago. Congratulations, you've created another brand new type of poetry for our Dragon Kingdom. When he finished, he marveled to himself. Now there's a growing chorus of voices on the internet, besides your fans, questioning you as the operating persona of our program. If it weren't for the fact that I know in my own heart the strength of our program, I'm a little skeptical myself. How can one man's talent be so horrible? Su Chen smiled. Not to mention you. I wouldn't have believed it if it had happened to me before the crossing. Zhang Yang smiled brightly. The program's revamped figures were promising, and he naturally didn't care about Su Chen's words, pointing to a transparent glass upstairs. A new version of the program starts in an hour. Teacher E. Tian and Teacher Su are serving as the judges for this episode, and right now they're planning the program. These two aren't vegetarians, so keep an eye out. Mr. Su. Inside the program's conference room, even if a person's talent is amazing and extraordinary, he will definitely have shortcomings. Historian E. Tian pushed his glasses, looking across the table at Su Ian. Through my observations of Su Chen over the course of 2 episodes, his breezy performance in the face of the poetry and engineering categories is, apparently, the 2 categories that happen to be his areas of expertise. How to add architectural aesthetics to the corresponding history. I'm sure even if he's well prepared, and it's never going to be seamless. The young man across the street was dressed very artistically. A short haircut looks crisp and clean. It was clearly the first person of contemporary architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom. The architect who had designed the most famous Su-style garden in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Ian. He nodded. Mr. E is right. He can weave a history on his own, and perhaps dabble in my field of architectural aesthetics. But if a perfect combination of the two is fabricated, I believe his traverser lies. It will soon reveal itself under the expertise of the two of us. Having said that, this young artist looked out the window with a hint of arrogance at Su Chen, who had just arrived at the scene. Tone of voice, with a firm questioning. A traveler from China? Maybe. This Su Chen does have some talent, but no one can weave a lie until it's seamless. Especially, it's in my best field. I'm the number 1 in modern architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom. I'll penetrate his weaknesses with a single glance. This episode, it's the first installment of the revamp, but it will also be the end of Su Chen's variety show history. 1 hour later, the National Lie Detector Test, Who's the Crossover? The new live channel of the, approaching the opening. The online audience of the live broadcast room directly reached 15 million. Another broken record. Even with mental preparation, when seeing such horrifying data, Director Zhang Yang was still dumbfounded that the peak popularity of the last program was easily pulled up to full capacity by Su Chen directly before the start of the show. What will be the peak popularity of this installment? Even though it's 8 seasons of directing, he remains unpredictable. But there was only one thing he could be sure of, with his own power. Su Chen had actually made this program's revamp a direct data explosion. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou, can your talent, in fact, withstand such a test? Zhang Yang's mind, again, it started to worry. Inside the live feed, Over 10 million viewers sending pop-ups at the same time is quite a sight. I can't believe it. The program that accompanied me for 8 years of my youth would undergo such a revamp because of a traveler's lie? No matter what you think, I don't believe that travelers really exist in the world. The program will regret this rewrite they've done. Chinese civilization. Su Chen, even if the disguise is good, but will eventually have the ability to shortboard. The two professions combined out of the lie detector test falsification is not to write poetry and build bridges so simple. I heard that in addition to Mr. Etion stepping in this time, there's also Su Ian, the #1 modern architect in our Dragon Kingdom. Architectural aesthetics, unlike poetry, do not experience loss. Su Ian Su's architectural style is a real talent recognized internationally. I'm afraid Su Chen is going to roll over this time. In addition to these queries, Su Chen had accumulated an equally large number of fans over this period of time. Su Jin, we're here to see you. The long hate song, not long ago, simply wowed my mama for a whole year. It's been rumored in our school that a film company has begun to notice Su Chen's talent and intends to make contact with him. Really? If Sajin's crossover IP is developed, I'll be the first to buy a ticket to the theater. Just then, newly revamped stage, the lights dimmed. Immediately, a huge screen lit up alone appeared, accompanied by the loud and clear monologue of the host. Ice. Wasia. What a beautiful and distant name. It has amazing poetry that has not been lost, the ghostly craftsmanship of rockets building bridges, and the mortal love of emperors in tears. Su Chen. He used to lie to weave a glamorous civilization, shattering time and space, and walked into our eyes. He said, he is a true traveler, and no one in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom can debunk it. He challenged an entire civilization to take a lie detector test on his own. Will he be able to do everything he says? Exactly? Universal polygraph. Witnessing more Chinese charms brought to us by the traveler. Let's welcome the sole protagonist of the program, the traveler Su Chen. The lights came on. Su Chen, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing a portable headset on his head, opened his mouth aloud under the gaze of the nearly 5,000 spectators in the room. Hello everyone. I am Su Chen, a true traveler from China. Welcome to my lie detector program. Who's the traveler? And if you believe me, then follow my perspective as we take in the eye-catching treasures of Chinese civilization. If you don't believe it, then please come to the site and join the tens of millions of viewers across the country in breaking down my lies. As his words fell, across the stage, Etion and Su Ian, who had been waiting for a long time, directly stood up and said loudly, "Traveler lies. This time, we'll be the ones to expose them." Coming. Getting straight to the point without the other contestants really pulls my viewing appetite right up. It's designer Su, my idol. His Su's garden style has always been the #1 in architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom in my opinion. Even foreign countries are inviting him to help design international level gardens. There's no way Su Chen can beat them in the dual fields of history and grand designer Su. The judges' table. Historian Etion made a gesture of invitation to designer Su Ian. "Mr. Su, why don't you go first?" Su Ian nodded directly, then turned her head, her gaze shooting towards Su Chen. "Su Chen, I've seen your previous performance, the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Millennium-level super projects, but I dare to conclude that you know nothing about the aesthetics of our Dragon Kingdom architecture." He was confident. Su Chen was interested and didn't hastily refute the other party. Instead, he smiled and said, "May it be heard." Su Ian spoke his reasoning out loud to all the audience. "Because all of your previous fields were part of a specific stream of figurative techniques, just niche or not, but architectural aesthetics is different. It's not logical at all. It's an abstraction. The laws of beauty, abstract and complex. It needs to be an abstract aesthetic embodiment combining specific historical, social, scientific, technological and other various disciplines. You shouldn't have told me. In your China, the architectural aesthetics are changing at different times in history, right?" Su Ian is digging a hole. As the first person of architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Ian's words just now were in-depth and to the point, but the program audience instantly understood the meaning. "I hear you, worthy of being the #1 person in architectural aesthetics in our Dragon Kingdom." In 3 words, the essence of architectural aesthetics is directly nailed down. I finally understand why the theme of the first installment of the revamp is in the fields of both history and architectural aesthetics. Because aesthetics inherently needs to incorporate history and many other fields, and architectural aesthetics that are even more hardcore. The show is quite intentional, and at the same time, those viewers who said that Su Ian was digging a hole for Su Chen were even giving science to those who didn't understand in the live broadcast. Su Ian's words just now seem simple, but in fact they presuppose a kind of falsifying logic for Su Chen and the theme of this issue. That's it. If Su Chen wants to prove that he's a traveler, Then he needs to bring out a lot of aesthetically pleasing buildings from different historical periods that are strong enough and able to convince our modern audience. The hole is so deep. Sure enough, the difficulty of the revamped program has skyrocketed. The combination of two sets of logic, two specialties, this is no longer simply composing poems and building bridges. There's no way Su Chen can do it. Not to mention Su Chen. I'm afraid that even Su Ian himself, who created Su's Garden, is unable to do this kind of difficult falsification puzzle. That's right, these pop-ups. Naturally, it also fell into the eyes of Lin Qinxue, who was also watching the live broadcast at Zhongbin University. Crap, how can the combination of history and architectural aesthetics turn out to be such a difficult proposition? A hard look was written all over her face. Original. She thought that with Su Chen, who had written historical poems about different periods, and with his talent for building bridges, the two similar fields of history and architecture would be incredibly easy for Su Chen to deal with. However, when the pop-ups had been so explained, she exclaimed a few times in her mind, "Isn't Su Ian playing a rascal? Hooliganism?" Not to mention Su Chen. Even if he adds that historian on, I'm afraid he can't do this proposition, he assumes. Won't Su Chen be finished? Su's Garden is already considered the pinnacle work of architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom. Where are they taking a lie detector test? It's simply forceful. However, without waiting for her heart to lift, the live broadcast on the computer suddenly resounded with Su Chen's still confident voice. You're right. In our China, architectural aesthetics have indeed changed many times over different periods of history. But at the same time, there have also appeared many monuments that have shaken the whole earth. It can be a palace, a temple, or even a mausoleum, a fortification. But, immediately after, Su Chen, however, shook his head during the program. But, I don't agree with you, because even if the aesthetics change, the cultural confidence of China's magnificent atmosphere and deep heritage is always reflected in our many aesthetic fields. It is called a symbol of one of our civilizations in China. Great China, ancient rivers. It also has a ring to it. Chinese-style architecture. Great China, Vanguard River. Chinese-style architecture. Su Chen's few numbers, but the words were so clear that they were loud and clear. Program site. There was an uproar. Palaces, temples, and tombs. Fortifications? How is that possible? Palaces are used to house people. Temples are used for worship. And aren't mausoleums the kind of places that appear in those tomb-robbing novels? What's even more outrageous is the fortification. Is this considered architecture? Is he crazy? Unlike the previous life in China, in the history of the Blue Star, because there was a historical break, so the architectural style of the Dragon Kingdom did not have a self-contained system, let alone the so-called national style of architecture. So, the basis of all people's perception of architectural aesthetics is still based on simple aesthetic viewing. Temple, palace, even mausoleums and fortifications? These buildings, in their perception, it all belongs to functional architecture, which doesn't have a single thing to do with aesthetics. Even Su Ian had the same blank look on her face. He and historian Etion exchanged a glance, and both of them had a hint of doubt in each other's eyes, which then transformed into teasing. Is he kidding? That's right. Is he kidding? Inside the live feed, the passerby viewers who had come to question the lies of the travelers laughed out loud. Sure enough, Grand Designer Su was right. This Su Chen really doesn't know anything about architectural aesthetics. Has the shortcoming of traveler Su Chen finally appeared? I, a layman, can hear that Su Chen is bullshitting. Is he not even separating the basic concepts of architecture and aesthetics? None of which can be even remotely related to aesthetics, right? I'm starting to sympathize with the show's director. Revamping the show and flopping on the first issue, they really overestimated Su Chen's traveler's lie and the Chinese civilization in his lie. Ha, if what he says can be called architectural aesthetics, then my birdhouse is also a symbol of art. Ha, he also said something about a great China, an ancient river. Bragging. Sure enough, with the twofold falsification of history and architectural aesthetics, he couldn't keep weaving and simply swung for the fences. And Su Chen's fans. But there was a lot of confusion. What is Su Chen saying? Why can't I understand him? Can Su Chen give some power? Looking at this group of black powder questioning, I hate it so much. But, facing the question raised by Su Ian, I just envisioned it. It's so difficult. In fact, Su Chen directly say a similar style of gardening can also pass? Su Chen, this is what happened. It's not right either. If that's the case, then the theory of parallel worlds being similar but different in the logic of his lies will be seized upon by Su Ian as evidence to expose the lies. The palace and temple are fine, but what are the mausoleums and fortifications he follows up with? Is it just me who can't keep up with Su Shen's brain circuits? Or is Su Shen really swinging for the fences? The program team is on site. Historian Etienne similarly showed amusement and shook his head as he lamented to Su Chen, as a judge who ran with this show for 3 episodes. All I can say is that this revamp of the show is clearly a failure. In our Dragon Kingdom, none of what you are talking about is lost in history. They are all functional buildings that belong to the history of our Dragon Kingdom. At any time in history, designer Su's meaning was clear just now. A different period of history. Architectural styles are different. There simply can't be a uniform architectural aesthetic style, and I can tell you from a historian's point of view, using a historical perspective, there can be no uniformity. Because of the different humanities of history, the aesthetics are different. There was a pause. He glanced at Su Chen with slight amusement. And, you're talking about something that simply can't be aesthetically pleasing. Its practicality is what history demands. Your lies. Revealed. Revealed? Was it really revealed? Hearing Etienne's finalization, all the live audience subconsciously turned their gaze towards Su Chen, more or less with a hint of sympathy. But the next second, Su Chen, after listening carefully to Etienne's words, surprisingly nodded his head in agreement once again. You're right. In the Dragon Kingdom's architectural style, it's a hodgepodge of styles due to historical fault lines. But who told you that it's impossible for us in China to standardize our aesthetics? But don't forget, I said that in the first installment. In the distant parallel world, we, Huaxia, have inherited 5,000 years of history. Even in my hometown Earth, the long history of Chinese civilization is equally stunning to all the world on Earth. Su Chen's words just fell. The whole scene. There was a momentary lull. Su Chen is not recognizing Etienne's point of view. Soon, a hint of contempt and indifference appeared on Su Yian's face. This one, it's really tough talk. Well, then, show me. Your Wawa. He was the founder of Su's garden in the Dragon Kingdom. He knows how profoundly abstract architectural aesthetics can be, not to mention creating them in conjunction with so-called history. He, Su Yian, couldn't do it. In all of Blue Star, an entire civilization, unable to do so. However, the panic he expected from Su Chen didn't appear, but instead he nodded gently, and in the next second spoke softly in a clear voice. Yeah, then I'll show you. Su Chen closed his eyes. After the second installment of the program, he had gained nearly 5 million system popularity values, which was just enough to redeem Chinese historical data and architectural data. Next, in his brain, with the exchange, a huge burst of data swarmed into the brain. That's the legacy of a previous life. Those are the countless architectural wonders of China. That's the national treasure of China. Paper come, pen come. He reached out towards the staff on the side, and the staff who had long been ready hurriedly handed over the prepared computer, only to see Su Chen once again skillfully open the software. The scene was in an uproar. He's going to start drawing again? Architectural aesthetics is an abstract concept in the inspiration category, unlike engineering which can be extrapolated through data, and he's trying to pull the same trick again? And Su Yian froze. It's just for show. My Su's garden is the inspiration I gained after 10 years of stepping on iron shoes and traveling through the great rivers and mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, and he just said he'd come? Oh, however, didn't wait for his skepticism to settle. Over there, Su Chen had spoken. According to the timeline I traveled to this parallel world. Huaxia, 600 years ago, November 4th, Ming Emperor Chengzhu Zhudi is in Fengtian Hall, solemnly announced to the world, the Forbidden City. I sense the construction, the world's military and people, happy to tend to things, heaven and people praise, King Quangjin, has now been completed. After 600 years of wind and rain, the Forbidden City still stands tall and proud. His voice was loud. Everyone had a curious look on their faces. Is this their Chinese history? And the historian Etienne showed disdain. Just making it up. With his intelligence, it's not hard to make up a history. But, Su Chen, however, continued. The Forbidden City, aka the Forbidden City. He spoke as he drew. The Great China, the river of the ages. As the sun rises, as the moon is eternal. Ever remember, according to the rightful position of the Kunling, it imitates the rounded square of the Taizi. On his computer, a brand new and never before seen ornament of the Dragon's Land, surprisingly, began to be simply designed by his lines. A stroke of a pen, as if it had come to life in an instant. That turned out to be a stovepipe. Beautiful, blue and white three-legged furnace, seawater river cliff pattern of decoration, as if the next moment there will be waves to roll to take the furnace. And Su Chen seemed to be glowering at this cauldron. Remember? In 600 years, the path that Huaxia has traveled, everything that it has owned, and everything that it has experienced has been transformed into history, aesthetics, and spirituality. You, on the other hand, are standing at the beginning of the 600 years, guarding a batch of passers-by in the Forbidden City. Do you still remember whether, 600 years ago, an emperor left a wish on you? Isn't he going to talk about some forbidden city? Why would you paint a stovepipe just when everyone was being weird? Next, Su Chen's brushstrokes turned. It seems to start with this stovepipe. A huge and magnificent palace prototype began to appear in the whole stage screen above. Architectural style, never seen before. Hera is exactly 600 years of Chinese history of aesthetic architecture. That palace that the people of the Dragon Kingdom only used to live in. Huaxia, Forbidden City. This is, from the moment Su Chen sketched the lines of the Forbidden City, Su Yian, who had remained skeptical a moment before, was directly confused. This is the palace? That's right, this is exactly a palace. A top-notch palace that wowed the world in the parallel world, where even foreign presidents had to get out of their cars and walk when they arrived. And, unlike any palace that existed in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, every stroke outlined by Su Chen, very detailed, but also the Dragon Country architecture simply does not exist in a style of aesthetics. Things one by one carved out. He used a three-dimensional 3D modeling painting, gilded but with a heavy sense of historical beauty, and the period aesthetic of every detail of the Forbidden City. All of which began to shock every viewer of this program in a way unimaginable in this parallel world. That one vermilion door after another, one majestic hall after another, the exquisite white stone platform, as if it was really as Su Chen said, across nearly 600 years of wind, frost, snow and rain, still signaled the dominance of this palace from a parallel world. How did he come up with that? This design, beautiful cry. What did he just say? 600 years ago. Is this the architectural style of 600 years ago in Chinese history? What kind of historical era was that? Inside the live feed, those skeptical voices disappeared instantly. All changed. Crap, crap, crap. And Su Chen's fans were even more stunned. I'll be damned. Su Chen actually combined history and architectural aesthetics, on top of a palace? Unlike those cold and icy palaces in the history of our Dragon Kingdom, the palaces under his pen, surprisingly, carry the beauty of a historical flavor. As if you can see every footprint of the emperors who walked through the place from generation to generation. He actually understands architectural aesthetics? I had thought Su Chen was going to roll over, but it turned out to be another hard shot towards my knee. It hurts. In Riverside University, Lin Qin Yu jumped straight up from the bed. Su Chen, how did he do it? And her best friend had long appeared by her side at some point, sticking her head about to go into the computer screen. Staring dead on at Su Chen and the Forbidden City painted in the live broadcast. My brother Su Chen's architecture. Why does it have the feeling of crushing Su Yian's Su's garden before it's even finished? In the past, Su's garden was the #1 chair of architectural aesthetics in my mind. How is this possible? Yeah, how can you have the feeling that you're being crushed by the other side when you haven't even finished drawing yet? Su Yian's mood was incredibly complicated at the moment. Is the Forbidden City beautiful as painted by Su Chen? So beautiful that he couldn't wait to get up there and worship it up close at the moment. Program site. No one understood the abstract concept of architectural aesthetics better than he did. What an esoteric discipline it was. And until a few minutes ago, he had even thought that his conundrum would be beyond the reach of any top-ranking designer in Blue Star International, not to mention Su Chen. But, the other side started with 3 easy words? Is this the beginning of the crush? As for the historian Etion on the side, at this moment his mouth was wide open like a statue, directly petrified in place. He is not an architectural aesthetician, but, from Su Chen's description and the style of the building, he was surprisingly able to clearly appreciate the long winds of thick history that came through this ridiculously beautiful palace. It was the history of a civilization from another world, powerful, and the atmosphere is surging. The beauty of history. Can it really be manifested to such an extent on top of the building? The 600-year-old huaxia in Su Chen's mouth. How spectacular was the experience? Su Chen drew quickly. After fusing the 2 major information data, every detail of the 2 was deeply engraved in his mind. The Forbidden City was the starting point for him to begin showing. Next, he will come one by one through the time of history to show the true national style aesthetics of China with architecture. Swish! After the modeling of the Forbidden City was completed, he didn't stop. A new panel was reopened. Huaxia, 930 years ago. The Xi'an Monumental Forest. This time, his overall tone is gray and dark, and the setting is set in a situation where it's pouring rain. The great sound is silent, transmitting clouds in chapters over 1,000 years. The marvelous brushwork is heavenly, preserving the literary lineage to 10,000 years. A monument forest, built with countless immortal stones. Those on stage had just pulled themselves out of the shock of the Forbidden City. But, Su Chen's words gave them another shock. The difference is, this time there was no more questioning. but deep curiosity. Stones? What's the history and aesthetics of something like this? But Su Chen gave them a direct answer. A simple monolith. But it pours out the destiny and surroundings. Things and hearts that once happened, the great aspirations of emperors, the bones of generals and prime ministers, the intentions of famous scholars, and the sorrows and joys of ordinary people. These lifetime bets, fortunately, did not return to dust. 1,000 years of stone language, spitting out the ancient people's best efforts to inheritance. His voice seemed to carry magic. We call the strongest military feats Le Shi Ran, the most beautiful love is called Haiku Shi Ran, and the efforts of our predecessors are called perseverance and golden stone. So it is evident that stones contain what the Chinese consider to be the most important qualities: sturdiness, determination, and strength. These connotations are deeply rooted within us, which is why Chinese people carve the most important things on monuments. A monumental forest full of solemnity was displayed so easily, though not as shocking as the Forbidden City, but still beautiful. Time for history. Keep going backwards. Another one. Wasia. 1300 years. Potala Palace, Tibet. On the scroll, miles of 1,000-year-old ice and snow, with a mountain range like the roof of the world as a threshold, meet between heaven and earth. The palace at the third pole of the world, in 3,600 meters above sea level, shining 100 meters high, brilliant, eye-catching, in the 5 layers of the palace, hidden 8 layers of deep, lonely hibernation. This is the Potala Palace. You say, these people who are rich in creativity and romantic at heart, these people born on top of the roof of the world, with what kind of faith do they want to build their houses to the sky? The audience on stage nearly cried. You're asking us? How do we know? We don't have one in Rokoku. But Su Chen gave them the answer as he drew. Because it was the generations of Chinese people who held fast to their responsibilities, just like a long-lighted ghee lamp, lighting up the millennia, so that this palace, which brings together all the devotions and imaginations, will always shine on the top of the Red Mountain. His pen. That majestic snowy mountain palace was so easily brought to this parallel world by him. It towered over every viewer of the program. And that's when Su Chen stopped after he finished drawing the Potala Palace. And in his mind, the emperor from more than 2,000 years ago came to mind. The car is on the same track. The book is in the same language. He did not hesitate to bear the name of a tyrant and created the historical miracle of the great unification of China. Even more than 2,000 years after his death, he still has a mercury-driven coffin, patrolling the 9 states of China day and night. He spoke seriously. 2,200 years. Wasia, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tomb. His words fell. The whole crew. There was a commotion. The emperor's tomb? The history he's going to show now goes from over 600 years ago to over 2,000 years ago? Chinese history. It's that long? An imperial tomb? Can it also be linked to history and aesthetics? How is that possible? In the meantime, as Su Chen displayed a single Chinese monument that shook the entire Dragon Kingdom's architectural and historical community. On the web, the various netroots versus in the Dragon Kingdom immediately smelled that a new network-wide hotspot was about to be born after Su Chen struck again. Snowflake posts and news. Pervasive. The shocker. The travelers lies surprisingly crushed Dragon Kingdom civilization again. Double-crossed and crushed on the spot by a traveler? Leaving the technical flow of embodiment. The combination of abstract aesthetics and history has become Su Chen's best field of expertise. Great architecture from a parallel world, the Forbidden City. A great building, originating from that civilization which may be called China, whose lies are second to none. How dare he say that the mausoleums and fortifications of the parallel world are the ultimate in aesthetic architecture? Program site. Tian was silent for a long time before speaking. An emperor's tomb? Let's put aside the 3 architectural wonders you just displayed. I would like to ask you what dynasty you are talking about. Qin Shi Huang. And from which dynasty? He recalled the history of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Shaking his head, he said, according to you, this mausoleum came from more than 2,000 years ago, and you guys would still exist records for things that happened more than 2,000 years ago? More than a record? It's simply been celebrated for generations. Su Chen directly said, that's the great Qin dynasty that uprooted the Chinese civilization. Hissing, how is this possible? The wheel of history moves forward, and civilizations only progress, right? How can there be such a thing as a civilization being elevated by a dynasty that existed more than 2,000 years ago? Su Ian was silent. He was still immersed in the 3 architectural aesthetics that Su Chen had just drawn. No way. According to the analysis of our Dragon Kingdom historians, any civilization that divides for a long time must unite, and unite for a long time must divide. We are also after a recent battle. National movement awakening. It was only then that a great leap forward in civilization was achieved. The Dragon Kingdom has been united ever since, regardless of clan name. You mean to tell you have this idea that Wasia existed over 2,000 years ago? Su Chen laughed. That's right. I would like to call Great Qin a beacon of Chinese civilization. He recalled. According to the records of Huaxia, Huaxia once appeared far earlier than Great Qin. But, the Great Qin dynasty, it was under the leadership of that Qin Shi Huang that the world was unified, and from more than 2,000 years ago, it was directly unified. Tian directly shook his head. Doubt was written all over his face. How is it possible? Such a move, more than 2,000 years ago, was completely unhistorical, and no one could have done it, because historical ignorance and backwardness will keep the ancients in strife, and only in a truly global information age will everyone awaken to this strong sense of place. Su Chen laughed out loud. Yeah, so that's what makes the Qin dynasty emperor great. His greatness transcends the times, transcends the regions, and flows through his bloodline. According to you, his greatness transcends the ages by a full 2,000 years. Live program audience. Whispering at once. That's a lot of bull, isn't it? Ancient people from over 2,000 years ago would have had this realization? It is completely uncharacteristic of historiography, and 2,000 years beyond the times truly. Is this still human? But, Tian, however, heard his eyes light up. There's a hole in your lie. Oh, Su Chen spoke. Please speak, Tian said smugly. Not to mention whether or not the thoughts of this Qin Shi Huang in your mouth are attainable. Even from the point of view of national power and force, they cannot be realized. Su Chen spread his hands. But they did. Tian seemed to be excited about finding Su Chen's loophole. In your China, before Great Qin, how many kingdoms were there? 7 kingdoms. Is there a battle? The 7 kingdoms have been at war for centuries. Qin is just one of them? Right. How does it fight one against 6? Tian pointed directly at Su Chen. The human mind can be infinite, but the paucity of matter in history is simply not enough to do such a thing. Su Chen looked at him. Open mouth. 1. Famous general. Like the famous general, Bai Qi, the first of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, a commoner by birth. He served as the main general of the Qin army for more than 30 years. The Battle of Ik, annihilating 240,000 of the Wei and Han coalition forces. The Battle of Huayang, killing 130,000 of Zhao and Wei's allied forces. The Battle of Chu, captured the capital of Chu, and crowned the ruler of Wuhan. Battle of Chongping, wiped out 450,000 Zhao troops. Man, million-man slaughter. Crap, is this a human being? Millions of people slaughtered. Wouldn't the world be full of his enemies? It's like killing a god. These numbers alone make me weak in the knees just listening to them. ETA, and, 2, the army. Su Chen spoke aloud. The name of the Qin army has been raised for thousands of years, and you may even see them in a moment. They are disciplined, with clear rewards and punishments. There is even a saying that their heads are in their left hands and the Huns in their right. And then as far as chasing the enemy is concerned, if it were a choice between the Qin army and the beasts, all the enemies would prefer the beasts. No dynasty has ever achieved what the Qin dynasty did, where the army was not afraid to die, even to snatch the heads. Hissing, Tian was already a little shaken. Any more? Su Chen continued. Qin Min, with over 10 million people, Qin can support 600,000 armies fighting outside all year round. According to our Chinese records, Great Qin unified China with a land area of 3.4 million square kilometers and a population of more than 10 million, plus the most powerful army. Great Qin was then the strongest in the world. Bull. Although the history of our Blue Star Dragon Kingdom is fractured, it seems that such a raw and fierce dynasty does not exist at all through only a few words. Grass is a plant, and Yitan seems to be on the up and up. Finally, he said directly for Su Chen. So, is the last thing you are going to talk about the core of its most soul? That emperor? The first emperor of Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang? Because you just said so. He's great, 2,000 years beyond the ages. And one by one, the rest of the audience sat up. Listen with your ear to the side. Su Chen directly described it. Yes, in the later Ming dynasty, he was once hailed by a thinker as the emperor of the 1,000 years. Tian laughed. 1,000 emperors? Even in the history of our Dragon Kingdom, no one has ever dared to make such a comment. Su Chen, however, directly ignored his questioning. Continued. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of ancient China. On his body, there are secrets, there are merits, there are sins, there is hope. But, the biggest controversy over him is, was he a tyrant? As far as the eye can see, it seems to pierce through 2 worlds. A fragment of history about Qin Shi Huang, by the mouth of Su Chen. It was vividly displayed in front of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. It was an amazing mountain of sound. Wind, wind, wind. The Qin King's palace. It was a palace that lay prone like a giant beast over the entire land. Black flag. It was countless great Qin iron armor standing. However, there was an emperor, standing on top of thousands of troops and horses, striding up towards the 99 steps, a terrifying and incomparable aura emanating from him. The moment he looked up, a wink. With just one look, all the great Qin generals fell to their knees. Chant up. Wind. 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 This history thing, it's very esoteric. And a lot of the stories sound unreal, but they're just true. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, heroes in historical eras are not absent. But, from the time Su Chen began to falsify the Great Qin dynasty, from the lighthouse effect of Great Qin's unification of China, to the human slaughter of Bai Qi, the gallant old Qin, to the military establishment, everyone was like listening to a parallel world of metaphysics. This was all put on the Blue Star. It's unbelievable. But, when Su Chen began to describe that 1,000-year-old emperor who had transcended history by more than 2,000 years began, a heroic imperial figure, it came to life and floated before the entire Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen got a little hot under the collar with this description, combined with his previous talk about the Great Qin. This image he's describing to us now gives me a sense of immersion. He's obviously falsifying, but why does it make my blood boil? This Su Chen's lie is much better than the previous 2 installments. And Su Chen's description, it's just getting started. Ishui River, Prince Dan and all the people in white clothes and hats, sending off a man to assassinate the Qin. All things grieve. There is Gao Jianli striking the building to send off. The music is like a pale wind, and the living beings are wailing. Ha ha ha, the wind is choppy and the water is cold. Once a strong man goes, he will never return. Explore the tiger's den and enter the ogre's palace. Exhale up to the sky and become a white rainbow. The story takes a turn. It's the great hall of the Qin king again. It's empty. Only that emperor was left sitting alone in the middle of the hall, looking straight ahead with a calm expression in his eyes, with a hint of curiosity. That Fan Yuqi had plotted a rebellion and fled the world for several years in fear of being convicted of a crime, but he could not be brought to justice because of his martial arts skills and his cunning. How did this Jing Ke kill? Shen! Swordsman Jing Ke enters the temple. The voice rang out. The entire scene was oppressively quiet as Jing Ke stepped into the hall step by step from outside the hall. He looked up at the man above him, eyes sharp with the dominance of a king. He also has the great ambition to unify the 6 kingdoms. In 10 years, no one has ever stepped 100 paces into the widow. Do you know why? Thornbird looked up. Assassins are rampant. However, a hint of scorn, unconcealed scorn, actually showed in the eyes of the first emperor. Silence. Only after a long time did the king of Qin say, "Nice. Now that you have rid the widow of this great evil, what reward do you want?" That's the real emperor. Even though his enemies had been killed, his face maintained an inscrutable calm. Do not ask for a reward. Jing Ke spoke up. Under the rule of Great Qin, there will be a reward. The king of Qin waved his hand. Next, the box holding Fan Yuji's head in front of him was lifted, revealing the inside, while the former directly revealed a hint of contemplation. This rebel general has injured many sons and daughters of my Great Qin. He had a complicated look on his face, and even Jing Ke didn't know what he was thinking. But, spin. Shen. Whoever kills the rebel general Fan Yuji will be rewarded with 1,000 marquis and 100 paces to the palace. Phew. Phew. Within the great hall, as Jing Ke approached, all the candle flames all fell towards the king of Qin. The king of Qin suddenly spoke. You're killing breath. Chaos. The calm voice instantly caused Jing Ke to look up, shock written all over his face. It was like pins and needles in his body. How is that possible? Assassination of the king of Qin. He and Crown Prince Dan have been planning for many years. How is it that just an aura was easily recognized by the other side? But, I'm curious, how did you get the head of Fan Yuji, who is arrogant? The moment Jing Ke was recognized by the king of Qin, but the king of Qin did not have the slightest surprise, but instead asked calmly, an emperor's terrible. It was displayed to the fullest by Su Chen's projection at this moment. But, soon, the king of Qin spoke directly to himself. It's cutting your own throat. 3 words, like a heavy hammer, directly and easily spelled out the secret scene that had occurred in Yen, the smartest man in the world, on the basis of a single head start, an aura. Then he instantly surmised everything. You've been practicing swords for years. I think, among the sword arts, there is a style that can take the life of a widow within a few steps. Inside the great hall, the silence was frightening. Why did you hesitate when you could have just assassinated him? The king of Qin said softly. This statement was made. Even Jing Ke showed his surprise, but quickly relieved himself and said, because of the 2 words written by Fan Yushi before his death. What's the word? Jing Ke said softly. The world. This statement was made. The king of Qin rose directly to his feet. Before Fan Yuji died, he advised me that the people were suffering from the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Only the great king can stop the war and unify the world. Though he die for chivalry, but he wants my minister, for the sake of the world, to give up assassinating the great king. In this moment, the Qin king, who was always calm, actually breathed heavily. For the king of Great Qin, in order to unify the world, he is not afraid to bear the name of a tyrant. Even the civil and military officials could not understand it. He didn't expect it. The first person to understand him was, after all, a rebel general. You hesitate for the world? The king of Qin asked. Thorn nodded. Nice. Then why did you come? As the king of Qin opened his mouth, outside the hall of the king of Qin, in a flash, footsteps sounded. Countless people stood outside the great hall, surrounding it inside and out. Before I die, I would like to ask your majesty a question. This world, is the great king truly capable of unification? He was an assassin. The moment, but with his own life, he sent out a question on behalf of all the people in the world. The king of Qin looked to Jingku. The two of them, in this moment, their gazes interlaced in the air, and in an instant, Jingku nodded, and then turned around, giving up the assassination, and walked towards the outside of the hall. A huge crowd, scattered in both directions. By the time he walked to the gates of Xianyang Palace, covering the sky and the sun, his figure was transformed into a tiny historical fragment of the unification of China. Wind, wind, wind. A few years later, the sky is the limit. The Qin king's palace. Looking around, densely packed generals knelt outside the palace, and the civil and military officials loudly and respectfully said, "My subjects, meet the first emperor. May the great Qin have 1,000 generations." Millions of troops, chanting in unison. The sound was deafening and the images were mind-blowing. But the next moment, a figure wearing a dragon robe stepped out of the hall, and the unparalleled momentum made all the viewers at the program site feel as if they had literally traveled to a parallel world 1,000 years ago, and once again saw the emperor who was so proud of the world. That one has been as Jingku wanted it to be, the first emperor who unified the world. I will unify the 6 kingdoms, return the 4 seas to one, build the Great Wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 states, defend my great Qin, and protect my country. In the name of the first emperor, I hereby make an oath. I am. When the land is defended and the borders are opened, before barbarians are swept away, and the foundation of my great Qin for the ages is set, I die, by incarnating a dragon soul. Bless my China for all eternity. This oath, the sun and the moon are witnesses, heaven and earth are witnesses, and the immortals, devils, and gods are listening. A domineering declaration that resonates through heaven and earth. With a determined gaze, the air swallows 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Shocker, and palpitating. Su Qianfang's description used a clip from a movie about Qin Shi Huang by a certain director in his previous life, but most of it also originated from the allusion to Jingke stabbing Qin. After fusing information from literary data through him, told by him in such a slightly artful way, the resulting programmatic effect was undoubtedly successful. Program site. It fell into a kind of stupor. What a domineering otherworldly emperor. An emperor for the ages. Su Chen is right. Is such an emperor a tyrant? It doesn't matter anymore. His understanding of a civilization and what he did can be called great. And Etian froze up even more. Such history. Such an emperor. They, the Dragon Kingdom, have, program site, a silence. In the Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, although the history and culture is broken, but from the historical unearth only words can be learned. The history of the Dragon Kingdom is also the heroes of the wind and clouds. But, from Su Chen from the Chinese 600 years ago to show, and then to the present day of these 2,200 years of Great Qin, a piece of history, a building. The history is rippling and the architecture is beautiful. Everyone was immersed in Su Chen's description. An ancient Chinese emperor who did not hesitate to bear the name of a tyrant? Could there really be such an emperor? This big heart, that kind of pride. They've never heard of it. They've never seen it. Even in those Dragon Kingdoms novels, very few people have ever thought of being able to stand at the height of a civilization and look at this world and extend this fortune. Inside the scene, I can't believe I'm having a little trouble telling the truth of his lies. Su Yan also raised her head. So, the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, you said, is the tomb of this 1,000-year-old emperor? Even though the falsification link is to this extent. But, as the first person in the Dragon Kingdom of architectural aesthetics, he still couldn't believe how a mausoleum could possibly be connected to architectural aesthetics, even though this Qin Shi Huang can indeed be called a heroic emperor. But the mausoleum is in the Dragon Kingdom. In the final analysis, it is just building a grave. Even some of the imperial tombs in the history of the Dragon Kingdom are nothing more than sealing the earth as a grave on top of the underground palace. Even the history of the program All Lies, whose Crossing the Line predecessor True Lies also featured a life fraudster who claimed to be a gold digger. Through his perspective, the Dragon Nation was on the program, having seen the scale of the many great tombs of the Dragon Nation. But none can be called architectural aesthetics. Right, that's right. Su Chen imagined the civilization data about this miracle of one mausoleum shaking the earth and one tomb bringing fire to the tourism economy of a modern city, and preached to the crowd in the other world. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tomb, in my China, as the first mausoleum of the 1,000 years, and in the whole earth, as one of the 8 wonders of the world. Hissing, how can a mausoleum, even if it belongs to that ancient emperor, be a world wonder in their world? It's just a matter of him calling the mausoleum an architectural aesthetic. Why is it getting more and more exaggerated now? Su Yian's eyelids fluttered. No way. What is the height of its ceiling soil? Su Chen said. 120 meters. What about the bottom circumference? Over 1,700 meters. Su Yian was dumbfounded. Do you know how tall the broadcasting building for our program is? Based on residential buildings, this is at least a 40-story skyscraper for you. It's more than 10 times bigger than the biggest imperial tomb in our Dragon Kingdom. This kind of building. Where did they have the manpower and resources to build it in the Qin dynasty while Emperor Qin Shi Huang was conquering the other 6 kingdoms? Su Chen laughed. That's not believable? Then you have never seen our Chinese miles of the Great Wall, the Samsun piles and other more exaggerated existences. And, being an imperial tomb, it's even more terrifying not in the ground, and in the dungeon. Think about it. He directly said, Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum sealed soil for 3 levels of steps, the lower confinement of the 3 springs, the upper Chongshan grave its height of more than 50 feet, the circumference back to more than 5 miles. Not only that, the imperial tomb is also divided into inner and outer city walls. The inner city is rectangular in shape with a circumference of 840 meters, with 2 gates on the north wall and 1 gate on each of the east, west and south walls. The inner city being where the sealing earth is located. The outer city is rectangular in shape, with a circumference of 210 meters and a gate site at each of the 4 corners. The burial area is in the south, and the bedchamber and commode complex is in the north. The entire program site. There was an uproar. Boy, this scale, is it still called a mausoleum? And also the bedchamber and the palace complex? Even the existing palaces in our Dragon Kingdom aren't on such a scale, right? Qin Shi Huang fought a war and still had the energy to build this kind of imperial tomb at the same time? And Su Yian was even more shocked in place. You heard the reaction at the scene. Do you think we believe that? Su Chen shook his head. If you don't believe me, then I'll continue to give you science. Chinese historical records. When Ing Zheng, the first emperor of Qin, became the king of Qin at the age of 13, he began to build his imperial tomb, which took a total of 39 years to build, costing hundreds of thousands of craftsmen and countless more laborers. Crap. Su Yian was even more incredulous. This Qin Shi Huang, who ascended the throne at the age of 13, has such ambitions? He is a Kenmei designer though, but still listen out. It is surprising that this Qin Shi Huang had the ambition to unify China since he was just crowned king of Qin at the age of 13. That is why he felt that he had accomplished a great deal and built an imperial tomb of this scale. That kind of thing. If not for Su Chen's narration, it would be unimaginable. No, he snapped. But don't forget, there is another profession in the world. Grave robbers. Such a miracle. How can it be that no one knows about it when it is known to all the world? And even according to you, well preserved for nearly 2,000 years. Su Chen laughed. Your question has naturally occurred to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. It's the organ. Not only is this imperial tomb constructed in a peculiar way and not easy to be discovered, but the art of organism was widely used during the Qin dynasty, and Emperor Qin Shi Huang recruited a large number of famous organism masters to set up all kinds of obstacles. Don't say you guys. Even after the discovery of the Qin mausoleum in later generations of China, how it could be developed and excavated in its entirety without destroying the interior has still not been done. It's not just Ian Su. The nearly 20 million Dragon Country viewers within the program's live broadcast all froze. A mausoleum from over 2,000 years ago that cannot be excavated in modern times with modern technology and records? Is this still a mausoleum? This is too mysterious, isn't it? The most famous emperor of all time is still the most mysterious emperor? He swept away the 6 kingdoms while he was alive and left the world such a miracle after his death? If everything he says is true, such a mausoleum can indeed be called a wonder of the world. This kind of thing, if placed in the Dragon Kingdom, would also be enough to crush the other countries of the Blue Star. Su Yian's brain was also directly stuck, because Su Chen's logic, perfectly reasonable. and only then. Everything just makes sense too. But, why would he do that? Su Yan was a little confused. Qin has just swept away the 6 kingdoms. It should be a time when the treasury is empty. According to you, if he is an emperor for the ages, how could he have done such a laborious thing? Su Chen laughed out loud. Precisely because he is the emperor of 1,000 years. Compared to the ephemeral wealth of the nation, he cares more about the 1,000-year plan of Huaxia. Don't forget the oath he took when he unified China. Su Chen once again recalled for the crowd. I am. When the land is defended and the borders are opened, before barbarians are swept away, and the foundation of my great Qin for the ages is set, I die, by incarnating a dragon soul. Bless my China for all eternity. This oath, the sun and the moon are witnesses, heaven and earth are witnesses, and the immortals, devils, and gods are listening. And Su Chen directly did not wait for Su Yan to ask the question again. Then he said, therefore, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, with his skillful craftsmen, drew underground living water to surge into the underground palace to solve the problem of underground water in all the underground palaces. And this drainage system, 200 years later, is still functioning. This is the lower confinement 3 springs. At the same time, he used Mercury as the sea, signifying 100 rivers and seas. Machine phase installation, astronomical at the top and geographic at the bottom. Make a candle of mermaid's ointment, and measure those who do not go out for a long time. All, there is only one purpose, even if you die. He incarnated a dragon soul, thousands of years after death. Still Mercury drives the coffin and patrols day and night the 9 states of China that once made a heavenly vow. What a Qin Shi Huang! What a Qin Shi Huang Emperor's tomb! What a Mercury-driven coffin! Patrolling the 9 states day and night. Everyone on the scene. Shasta. Applause. In the pop-up, the Emperor of the Ages. Mercury repels coffins, and thousands of years after his death, he patrols the land of the 9 states day and night. Such a great emperor is nothing short of a hero. This kind of Qin Emperor's tomb is simply shocking. Kneeling down, even if what Su Chen weaves is a lie. What he recounts about all this simply refreshes my worldview. Program site. Su Yan and Etian were both a bit perturbed. Seeing is believing. If you can't draw it, it's no use talking pretty. They smiled at each other. Speaking of now, Su Chen has already convinced the two. The next only need to personally verify it. Then I'll show you. Stage. Across from Su Chen, the light from the stage hit his face in a shadowy separation. Center. His voice was like thunder and his aura was steeply majestic. The Qin terracotta warriors have been buried in the yellow earth for more than 2,000 years, and once they were revealed, they shook the world. It was a nameless Qin figurine. But 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. They use flesh and blood to secure the world and protect thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. So how can they be said to be nameless? The river and the mountains are the name. Under Su Chen's lifelike replica display, the entire sample of the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang began to appear little by little in the sight of all viewers. Still shocking. Even just by virtue of Su Chen's paintings, everyone could feel this military formation of thousands of people, as if they were in that parallel world, fighting side by side with their ancestors from another world, and adrenaline began to burst. Terracotta figurines from the emperor's tomb, as if telling this blue star world, in faraway China, although the people of Qin have disappeared, they have been turned into clay and turned into land that supports the standing of future generations, and the bloodline they created still runs in the bodies of future generations. The greatness of Qin goes beyond the unification of the world, the unification of writing, and so on. 8 tables with the same wind. The voice of heaven is long in common. Shocker. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been unimaginable. Does this imperial tomb count as a building? Count. But its beauty is more like engraved in the blood. That's what Su Chen calls Huaxia, the beauty of civilization. Is this the great Qin general who swept through the 6 kingdoms back then? Even if it's just terracotta. But I can still feel how they went to war more than 2,000 years ago, in a distant parallel world. Su Yan and Etian looked at each other again this time. But the implication in his eyes had long since changed meaning. The phantom of history, the beauty of civilization. It's long past the point where simple architectural aesthetics can be summarized. Inside the live feed, everyone is trembling. It never occurred to me that the ultimate in architectural aesthetics was the beauty of civilization. He's not just showing a history from a parallel world, but the power and conviction of that civilization. This beauty is no longer comparable to Su Yan's Su's Garden. A generation of emperors, a piece of history, a variety of never-before-seen buildings, behind which is the beauty of that Chinese civilization. Although I was reading about architectural aesthetics, I didn't realize that Su Chen had directly displayed the history of China in a timeline, and the two were perfectly blended. Oh my, honestly, I don't care about the conclusions of those two judges anymore. I have the feeling of catching up on a variety show. Parallel world history drama. The Forbidden City is awesome. The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin is awesome. King Qin is awesome. Program popularity. Soaring again. Su Ian, as the first person of architectural aesthetics in the Dragon Kingdom, had long been deeply impressed by the architectural marvels from this parallel world at this moment. He never thought about it either. A mausoleum. It's amazing that it could contain such a depth of civilization and aesthetics. He lost. Defeated by the powerful differences between the civilizations of the two worlds. Only a truly powerful civilization. It's what breeds a powerful aesthetic. That kind of stuff. Call it faith. He suddenly understood why Su Chen had said at the beginning that even though history had stumbled in that parallel world, the aesthetics of history had never changed. What has changed is history. But the constant. It's the national style of that civilization. That's what Su Chen calls it, Chinese style. The historian Yi Tian on the side was even more astonished with his face. He didn't expect it. It's amazing that Su Chen would perfect this issue's falsification again in such a way. Is he really a traveler after all? Or is it just the way he does it? Still showing off his amazing talent? Half an hour. This time, Su Chen drew very slowly. The mysterious mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. He paints against the backdrop of the Fairview Lixil Mountains. The lone peak rises up and stands tall. The trees are lush and green. And from a distance it looks like an ink-colored stallion. Plus he joins a trail of evening sunlight that spills over one of the ruins and monuments on the mountain. And the building of the Qin Mausoleum back. Inside the city walls. Door K. Bedchamber. The momentum is like a rainbow, giving people an atmospheric Chinese classical beauty. Finally, it's the 600-plus burial tombs. Burial pits. Qin Mausoleum-style palace walls. Terracotta warriors. Wait until he finally puts pen to paper. The room erupted in awe. If we weren't separated by two worlds, I would really like to go to such a glamorous holy place to catch a glimpse of the 1,000-year-old emperor back then. Simply mind-blowing. And Yi Tian and Su Ian nodded slightly. Nice. Really good. At this moment, I'm actually kind of convinced that you're really a traveler. Such a building. It does count as your #1 building in China, even for the Blue Star. But, Su Chen, however, cried and laughed. When did I say that the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang is the first in China? His words. Instantly the whole room was in a kind of frozen state. Such a building. What the hell does this mean? Such a shocking building can't even be ranked first in China? Next, the whole place exploded. Excessive modesty is pride. We're just culturally disconnected. We're not stupid. You're from a parallel world. Not an alien planet. A shocking mausoleum that has been able to be preserved for over 2,000 years. Is there anything above it? Su Ian looked at Su Chen. As the judge for this installment of the lie detector test for you, every word you say is to produce evidence of falsification. Only the truth. It's the only way to really convince the audience. Yi Tian also nodded. Su Chen, don't forget that the main theme of our program is to lie detect whether you're a real traveler or not. But, by that, I assume you mean that fortification you mentioned earlier? Yi Tian's words. A quick reminder of the strange spectators. The men woke up with a start. In today's show, they witnessed the Chinese civilization in Su Chen's words, successively from two perspectives, history and architectural aesthetics. Until the end of the program. There's still enough time. Obviously, Su Chen was intentionally still keeping his hand inside the live feed. Su Chen's fans laughed. I knew that Su Chen would immediately punch these drop-wit viewers in the face. The last Wawa building, I guess, will be very exaggerated. The mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang has already exceeded my knowledge of architecture. And I can't imagine what kind of things he'll end up talking about. After all, this China has already given me too many shocks in these few episodes. Through the Qin Shi Huang just now, I can no longer guess what other amazing moves the ancient people of China will make. Looking forward, and Su Chen heard Yi Tian's questioning, smiled. Before I announce the final answer, there is one thing I would like to ask the two judges. In the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the longest fortification, how many kilometers? It happened to be the duo's specialty, and Yi Tian barely hesitated before opening his mouth. About 30 kilometers for Longmen Pass on the border of Huguang Province. Built for the most famous emperor in the history of our Dragon Kingdom, the founding emperor of the Dragon Dynasty, Emperor Daqian. It took up to 200 years to build. Speaking of which, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a little proud. This was a famous ancient building in their dragon country. But, Su Chen, however, smiled and shook his head. And the last ancient Chinese building I'm going to announce is a fortification. It's called the Great Wall of China. Everyone, completely dumbfounded. Is the Forbidden City beautiful? Beauty. Is the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang shocking? Shocker. But now, You're telling me that a single fortification that you Chinese built for an entire 10,000 miles? Everyone was suddenly short of oxygen. Wait, how long is our Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Gate Pass? 30 kilometers? I've been to Dragon Gate Pass and it's pretty rockin'. Miles' words, my imagination, can't even imagine. And Su Yan even sat down on the chair. Su Chen glanced at him. That's it? On Earth. The reaction of those foreigners to seeing the Great Wall of China for the first time is a lot funnier than yours. Tian was even more shocked. This is simply impossible. How can it be accomplished according to one dynasty? Su Chen directly began to turn around. The likeness of the Great Wall of Miles emerged in his hands while he preached to all. The Great Wall of China is the dragon soul of China. It's the manifestation of the will of China. It's the bottom line of Chinese civilization. It spans 15 provinces. The earliest can be traced back in the Western Zhou dynasty began to build. Before and after more than 2,000 years, a total length of more than 20,000 kilometers, by the city walls, enemy towers, Guancheng, pier fortresses, battalion cities, guards, town beacon platforms, and other kinds of fortifications are composed of. What makes every one of us in China most proud? It is more than that, it represents the national belief that the emperors of China and their people are inextricably intertwined. His words, shocking to all. How is that possible? A building that spanned more than 2,000 years before it was built? And fortifications, why are they involved with the emperor and the people again? And Su Chen smiled knowingly and announced the final answer. Because, in Huaxia, the Great Wall of China, which has lasted for more than 10 dynasties, Han, Jin, Northern Wei, Eastern Wei, Western Wei, Northern Qi, Northern Zhou, Sui, Tang, Song, Liao, Jin, Yuan, Ming and Qing. A dynasty that the people of Dragonland had never heard of, even though they are 2 worlds apart. But from Su Chen's words, each one could almost feel the ripples of those dynasties in his words. In these dynasties, whether it is a wise or a foolish lord, generations of emperors have built the Great Wall. Everyone froze in place. The historian Tian, in particular, had his scalp tingling. History like this, how is that possible? But soon, he reacted. Logical. Because only such a great history can produce such great buildings as the Great Wall of China, the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Potala Palace, the Xi'an Forest of Stele, and the Forbidden City. Soon, the appearance of the Great Wall was completely sketched out by Su Chen. It was a planet. It seems to be looking down from space. But, even in space, a giant dragon could still be clearly seen banners above the vast expanse of a territory, seemingly standing tall after millions of years. Dragon Soul, the Great Wall of China. What the hell? This is too awesome. A building that can be seen from space. This civilization is so awesome. The word convince in capital letters. Su Chen on stage, the Great Wall is majestic. Every piece of green brick has witnessed the changes in the history of China. In ancient times, there was no crane, no train, no car, but they used their backs and hands to carry it, after more than 2,000 years, to build such a great building. But, my 2 judges, I've had enough falsification for this installment. Haven't I? Tian and Su Yan exchanged glances. We admit that the Chinese civilization, which is simply beyond our imagination, is at least much more awesome and powerful than any other country on the blue planet. Looking at Su Chen. And then there's the stage, where a large screen presents the great architecture of parallel worlds. The whole room then woke up as if in a dream. Su Chen once again, proving to the whole world that he is the true traveler. Scene, Shasta, applause, the clear pop-ups, neatly brushed with, Huaxia is awesome. Comments, blood boiling, historical atmosphere. Zhang Yang, the general director of the live broadcasting room, saw the scene that touched his heart at the scene of the program through the glass window of the observation room, and looked at the current online popularity of the program after 2 hours of broadcasting. No, it's Su Chen alone. He's created a miracle once again. And that's when the host, Ice, came in, walked onto the stage. She was on the sidelines and had been constantly shocked by Su Chen the entire time. It was the most mind-numbing program she had ever hosted. Is this still a variety show? Audience, this is the newly revamped National Lie Detector variety show, National Lie Detector, Who's the Traveler? And this installment's theme, History and Architectural Aesthetics, is coming to a close here. If you believe Su Chen is a traveler, come, then, with appreciative eyes, and watch the shock and awe that another world civilization brings to us. If, on the other hand, you don't believe it, welcome to the taping of our program, along with tens of millions of netizens, to find Su Chen's loophole. We'll see you next issue. When her words fell, the lights of the scene went out. The audience couldn't get enough. It's over so soon? It doesn't feel like I've seen enough. When does the next installment start? The new version of the lie detector test. After fully targeting Soo-Chen alone, the program is richer and better. I literally watched this episode with my hair standing on end the entire time. God, Sue is mighty. Riverside University. Lin Chin Yu couldn't come back to her senses for a long time after the program ended. Too strong. I never thought in a million years that Soo-Chen would make it through the revamped first issue in such a shocking way. And her BFF is currently holding her cell phone in a demented grin. What are you doing? The BFF held up her cell phone. Now online. There's actually a bunch of elementary school students who just now set up a Crosswalker fan group called Crosswalker Harem, and I'm now the administrator of the fan club. Xiao Yu. You say, what kind of family does Soo-Chen come from? The talent is so amazing. I can't imagine what kind of shocking civilization category he'll continue to weave with his talent in the next episode. Now it's not just her BFF. Even Lin Chin Yu heard this query, the same thought surfaced in his mind. Soo-Chen in the end. How many more cards are there? On the web. The first time the program aired, there was a chain reaction across the internet. The aesthetics of history and architecture behind what turned out to be the beauty of a civilization. Before watching the universal lie detector test, it never occurred to me that palaces, monuments, mausoleums, and fortifications would directly rock my worldview. Originally, I thought that after the program was revamped, Soo-Chen, the traveler, would just roll over, but I didn't realize that it was my IQ that rolled over. Whose knee is that on the ground? Oh, it's the one I threw away on the National Lie Detector program. Finished. Since watching the revamped National Lie Detector program, I find that I look at the buildings of the Dragon Kingdom. How do I look at them? And what have all the emperors in our history been up to? Groping for fish? After this episode, I actually really started to believe that Soo-Chen is a traveler. Otherwise, I'd have trouble convincing myself that I'm in a variety show, constantly watching Soo-Chen constantly crushing our Blue Star civilization with his own power. October 8th. Magic City. Inside a den. As a popular veteran theater actor in the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Jiming had just finished reading over a dozen scripts sent by his agent. He rubbed his aching temples. What's wrong with these writers nowadays? Isn't there anything else to write about but love affairs? He casually tossed the scripts into the trash. A helpless sigh. Lee, he dialed the agent's number directly. Haven't there been some roles out there for me lately? Agent Xiaoli has been following Chen Jiming for many years and knows that the serious Chen star is on the right track. However, he still reported to his boss over the phone. Mr. Chen, this batch of scripts handed over to you this time are already the IPs that some of the top film and television companies in the Dragon Kingdom are currently spending a lot of money on. Even the currently popular traffic writer Qin Shuwen, his latest work is in there. Chen Jiming immediately cursed into the phone. Bah, what Qin Shuwen? I've read his book. Except for Male Love. It's just depicting those paper-drunk extravagant pettiness. If that's considered a good story, what hope is there for the movie and television works of our Dragon Kingdom? The agent is over there scared out of his mind. After a while, only then did Chen Jiming sigh helplessly. Forget it, help me push this batch of scripts. You continue to keep an eye on those movie and TV companies for me. Hang up the phone. Chen Jiming's expression began to look a little confused. As a veteran actor of nearly 20 years in the Dragon Kingdom, his career had once been brilliant. But with the entry of capital into the entertainment industry, there were fewer and fewer good scripts. And all sorts of drama episodes of speech and domination filled the entire network. And his career went into stasis. There is a lack of good theater for real viewers. And they have the same lack of good drama from a bunch of serious acting veterans. He casually turned on his cell phone, just now reading the script, resulting in some of his WeChat messages on his cell phone also did not see. Just then, he saw his film and television industry Beijing circle a group of actors in the same industry as Crazy Praise. Crazy. It's the first time I've ever gotten so caught up in a variety show. It simply refreshed my perception of the world. Huaxia is awesome. The travelers are awesome. Chen Jiming frowned. This actor, he had the impression that he was extremely calm on weekdays. What kind of madness was this all of a sudden? Chen Tuming? The actor burst into a fuss. Mr. Chen appeared? Why is Mr. Chen free today? Mr. Chen, any new plays lately? Please. Chen Jiming, Xiao Yang. What Huaxia? What travelers? It's because of these shoddy web novel adaptations that our movie and TV industry in the Dragon Kingdom has entered such a cold winter. He preached at once. But, the other party, however, did not hear the slightest bit of displeasure in Chen Jiming's words, and instead, excitedly said to him in an amenable manner, not a network adaptation. Mr. Chen, it's a lie detector variety show. There is an ordinary young man from Jiangbin who went so far as to claim that he is a traveler on the show, allowing the show to take a lie detector test. But he went so far as to make up a civilization called Huaxia for the sake of the lie. That was Xia. It's too topsy-turvy. I actually got the urge to catch up with the drama to find out what's below during the variety show. A traveler? Chinese civilization? Still catching up on dramas in variety? What's all this nonsense? Chen Jiming frowned. He subconsciously thought that this must be just a gimmick of this program group. A capital trick. Talk about being on top? But, when he opened the next message, it was surprising to find that in another group, there was also all the discussion about this traveler Lai named Wasia. The third cluster. The fourth cluster. Except for the entertainment industry he's in. Even some of his film school students were surprisingly posting updates related to this traveler in their circle of friends. Never thought of that. I'm being mesmerized by a lie? Mom yay. Is it because my IQ has gotten lower playing sheep lately? No. It's his world of lies that's too glamorous. As you know, China was never a country, but a civilization. Thousands of years after death, Mercury drives the coffin and patrols the 9 states of China day and night. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's bull claws. From the Forbidden City to the countless imperial dynasties working together to create the Great Wall of China. Damn traveler Su Chen. How come he didn't talk about the history of China in detail in the program? Kneeling for a sequel to The Lie. Does anyone know Su Chen's address? I have some souvenirs I want to send to him. Chen Jiming was not calm now. Is this all crazy? It's just a variety show. And even his movie that won the Golden Horse Award that year wasn't so splashed across the circle of friends. Subconscious. He opened Jitterbug. And he was surprised to find that on Jitterbug's hot search list, this hot search phrase related to the traveler and Huaxia was up to a dozen. Crap. He froze straight away. Clicking on the first video. The name of the video is then called, An Emperor of 1,000 Years. A Chinese tyrant from a parallel world. First of all, there is that king of Qin sitting at the top of the hall. Face off on either side with the assassin Thorncore. You're killing aura. It's messed up. Bossy. The corners of Chen Jiming's eyes jumped, and he directly came to be interested and watched carefully. The people are suffering from the chaos of the 7 kingdoms. Only the great king can stop the war and unify the world. My subjects, meet the first emperor. May the great Qin have 1,000 generations. I am here. When I guard the land and open the border, sweep away the 4 barbarians, and set the foundation of my great Qin for the ages. I die, with the incarnated dragon soul, bless my China for eternity. Inside the study, Chen Jiming slammed his big leg. What a personified dragon soul. What a domineering emperor. He hastily clicked on the next video. Generations of Chinese emperors. No matter if it's a bright lord or a dim king. All generations build the Great Wall. Wait for the slanting sun to go down in the west. Unawareness. Chen Jiming surprisingly refreshed the videos and news related to Su Chen's travelers for several hours. But, Chen Jiming's heart is difficult to calm down. From Qin Shi Huang to the Great Wall. From the Qin's hegemony to the bones of China's successive generations. He was shocked to find that such a heated but deeply fascinating history, in the whole of the dragon's 1,000 years of inheritance. But not. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a good history to get on top of. Was it really just a lie that young man built for a variety show? By the way, what about the following? The story of what happened behind this wahoo. He started violently rummaging through Shakeology. However, after swiping through hundreds of videos, he realized that this Su Chen had only just been revamped in this variety show. And there were only so many 2 segments of Chinese history that he had shown. Chen Xiaoming violently opened his cell phone. Start asking questions in all groups. Do any of you recognize the young fraudster contestant from True Lies named Su Chen? I'm begging for a sequel to True Lies. Chen Jiming's questioning. It stunned the various groups that were already in a lively discussion. Mr. Chen is on top too? After the Riverside program, Su Chen welcomed his first wave of guests at his home. Director Zhang Yang. This time, he brought another piece of cake. Congratulations to the program's online viewer popularity, breaking 20 million. Zhang Yang looked excited. Congratulations, Su Chen. Your bonus has now accumulated to $8 million. In a few more installments, if no one still reveals you, I'm afraid it won't be far off for you to get this $1 billion bonus. Su Chen smiled and took the cake he handed him, then clinked a glass with him with red wine. What's the theme of the next installment, Director? This time on the program. In order to show more Chinese cultural treasures to the people of the Blue Star, the 5 million popularity values he had previously accumulated were directly pokered for redemption, and now there were only 200 people left in his system attribute panel who had just gained popularity values. If nothing happens next, he could only expect to accumulate almost 5 million popularity, so if Zhang Yang became fancy for him again, he was afraid that he would not be able to eat. What theme do you want? Zhang Yang asked while eating the cake. Su Chen couldn't make sense of it. I set? Zhang Yang snapped his fingers. That's right. This episode, with Mystery Tian and designer Su's difficulties, It is estimated that anyone who wants to challenge you in the short term will have to weigh whether or not they have the strength to do so. After all, they're all authorities, and one loves the other. So on the way here, the program consortium called, and for the next program, you'll be given access to a theme of your choice. There was a pause. Zhang Yang suddenly added, but there's a request from the boss's side, the effect of the program. It can't be worse than the effect caused by this issue. Zhang Yang finished. Su Chen suddenly came to a realization. If this was the case, the theme of the next issue, this would have to be thought about. If successful, then the prize money for his show could break $10 million. Wait until Zhang Yang leaves. Su Chen opened the System Attribute panel at the first opportunity. System, open the Attribute panel. Ding. Current mission, to weave a true lie and use one man's talent against everyone in the entire history of the Blue Planet. Mission progress, 50%. Redemption Mall. Popularity points, 200W. The civilization influence caused on the Blue Star civilization can generate corresponding popularity points. The Systems Exchange Mall. In addition to the technological halo is still gray. Some other categories flow colorful. But look at the amount of redemption. Su Chen a black line. Not enough. He simply closed the panel. Opened the network. Unsurprisingly, the sky is full of dragon netizens, with all sorts of shocking scenes from this installment of the show. The history of China is nothing short of epic. That Qin Shi Huang mentioned in this episode of Su Chen's program simply crushes all the historical emperors of our Dragon Kingdom. Shocking. If there is anyone who can make a movie of that 1,000-year-old story shown on his show, I'll be the first to buy a ticket. Yes, there's the Forbidden City, the Great Wall of China. In Su Chen's program, there is only a slight mention of the origin of these buildings, but not like Qin Shi Huang, so that we can understand in detail the process of the complete and vast history of Huaxia. Just then, suddenly, a Shake Shack video has emerged with a lot of heat. Su Chen clicked in to check it out. Surprisingly, it turns out to be a homoerotic Chinese short story written by a dragon netizen based on a lie detector program. My years in China. The world is divided into 10 kingdoms. One of them, a youngster from China, was looking up at the sky, which was surprisingly glittering with golden light, and it was clearly a huge golden list with the sky as a curtain, with several words written on it that shocked the entire continent, inventorying emperors and kings, and you can get a golden list reward. 10th place, the Emperor of the 1,000 Years, Qin Shi Huang of China. What's this? Why can't I see what the author is trying to say? This rubbing off on the travelers has gone too far, hasn't it? It has nothing to do with Huaxia at all. Hanging up on the dog. Reporting it. Su Chen cried and laughed, casually clicked not interested and was about to watch the next video. Suddenly, an aura flashed through his mind. Fiction. Right. Su Chen slapped his hands on his head. How did I forget about this? Web fiction. Although he had traveled to a parallel world, in Blue Star, the hotness of web novels was almost the same as in his previous life, and the ecology of web novels and the atmosphere of readers on Blue Star due to the protection of copyrights. But it's far better than the previous life, since someone can rub him the wrong way. So why can't he write it himself? He opened one of the hottest fiction platforms of the moment. Su Chen casually registered a pen name. The name is Drunkenness Falls to the Nine Heavens. Simple to create after. He simply named it Huaxia and then tapped away on the keyboard. 1912. February 12th. The Forbidden City awakens from its slumber. Everything seems as normal as the way people have been used to for thousands of years. But for ancient China, this is destined to be an extraordinary day. An epical day. Su Chen writes quickly. Wrote over 30 chapters in one sitting and posted them up. Use flashbacks. Interpolation. Various techniques are used to present the sparkling history of the previous life in these 30 chapters in a perfect and suspenseful way. Immediately, he then didn't check the reader's feedback and simply drifted off to sleep. However, what he didn't expect was that this work, which seemed to have a mediocre name, quickly caused a furor above this novel platform. Zhao Yaran. It's the head of the copyright department of a tiny publishing house in the Dragon Kingdom. The moment she was in the middle of an important meeting, decade, as the most populous country on the Blue Planet, the movie and television market cake in the Dragon Kingdom, counted among the world's best. But she spent 2 whole years scouring Blue Star and Dragon Kingdom for a large number of eye-opening IPs and novels to collaborate with domestic movie and television companies, only to have a mediocre market response. According to the words of the publisher's old boss, if it fails again, I'm afraid this little publishing house will face closure. So this time, she broke down and asked some well-connected writers in her circle to create a 10-year program of original work centered around the distinctive culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Gentlemen, you are the best writers, screenwriters, and have even won numerous awards internationally in our dragon country. Can't really think of any good themes? She scanned slightly. In the conference room, other than her, Every single person present was counted as a writer-screenwriter who had once been popular, and together, they were almost half of the screenwriters in the Dragon Kingdom. But due to market changes, most of them have retreated to the sidelines, and some are even about to give up on the screenwriting profession. The gang looked at each other. Editor-in-Chief Xiao, a good theme is one that requires historical precipitation, and as you know, this time you and the publisher have directly set the theme as the family and the country, which is so big that the difficulty of creating it is almost unimaginable. History and characters that are in need of heft. But, where's the easy part? A senior screenwriter complained. Zhao Yaren's face was suddenly disheveled. Just at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller turned out to be Qin Jiming, a famous veteran actor in the film and television circle of the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Chen? What is your business? Chen Taming directly very anxious. Zhao, you quickly see I sent you a network novel. It is very likely. Can change the fate of your publishing house closure? A web novel? Zhao Yaren was speechless. Mr. Chen, at this point, you're still joking with me. The theme of our project is family history. Chen Ximing said decisively. Right, it's family history. A great history from a parallel world. Waxia, parallel worlds? Waxia? Zhao Yaren frowned outright. What's wrong with Mr. Chen today? Are you drunk? But, out of curiosity, she still subconsciously opened Chen Xiaoming's share. Fiction platform. Number 1 on the new book list. Waxia, written by Drunken Falling 9 Days. Watch the time. The book was a new book that had just been published a few hours ago, but when Zhao Yaren saw the book's data, he was shocked. Just a few hours. The reward gifts then had long exceeded 100,000 Dragon Nation dollars. The number of people clicking on readers and comments, etc. is even more amazing. Not only that, just in the little while that Zhao Yaren was checking it out, the data was still rolling and changing, with a big tendency to directly become number 1 on this website's hot list. That hard? Which god's best is this? She then clicked on Drunken Falling 9 Heaven's personal information, and it simply read, a mediocre traveler is just that. Zhao Yaren was dumbfounded. A traveler? What a joke. She subconsciously clicked on the read button, and for a whole half hour, everyone in the publisher's conference room just watched as Zhao Yaren suddenly terminated the meeting, holding her cell phone as if she was mesmerized, and kept letting out, crap, over there, God's work exclamation. Every curiosity was stretched to its fullest. What's Mr. Zhao looking at? Ryoko. It was only then that Zhao Yaren lifted her head, a kind of unfulfilled intention written on her face, seemingly in disbelief. Only 30 chapters? That's gone? And she clicked on the comments for the last chapter. It was surprisingly clear up there that it was posting pretty much the same pop-ups. This is definitely Su Chen's real face. Su Chen, the old dog, in the program half of the speech, secretly opened the vest to send the book also to the laborers to break the chapter? Is there any Jiangbin local? Quickly find out Su Chen's address for me. Keep an eye on him for me. As long as he doesn't die, give me more to death. Wonderful. No one but Su Chen himself could write such a work. Interesting. This is so much better than the other novels on the site. This is like the novel version of the universal lie detector test. I can't sleep tonight if I don't send him a razor blade. Su Chen in order to attract readers, bringing higher popularity. In the first 30 chapters roughly outlined the 5,000 years of China's style and splendor with extremely infectious words. The 3 emperors. The 3 kingdoms are in competition. The emperor of 1,000 years. Seal the wolf. The hundreds of sons. Deming Fenghua. And in the text, there's ample space for him to play. The king of Qin sweeps the 6 kingdoms. And the tiger's eyes are strong. The son of heaven guards the gates of the country. And the king dies for the gods. And so on. Zhou Aran is just like those readers. The charm of this Chinese story actually gave me a special feeling while reading these chapters. Pathos yet mesmerizing. The civilization in that story was so powerful. But how does it follow? Why exactly was the Forbidden City renamed the Forbidden City back there, and why was it called the Forbidden City? And what kind of a time did we end up with inside that palace we saw built by millions of people? All of a sudden, she snapped toward all the dragon riders in the conference room, who had been watching her in a daze for a good half hour. Gentlemen, I've found the title that will save our publishing house. It's called 10 Years Hua. 1 day later, Su Chen was woken up by a phone call. Non-stop vibration down. Su Chen picked up his cell phone in a daze, and the number displayed on it turned out to be Pei Qingrong from the Kyoto side again. Pei Qingrong, congratulations our great traveler. Your performance in the program Zhou Lao they all watched. Simply breathtaking. Pei Qingrong was in high spirits. A sparkling history of civilization and great architecture. And while I know that your identity as a traveler is false, I've never seen anyone in the Dragon Kingdom capable of so much talent at the same time. You're the first, Su Chen politely said. This is also thanks to you and Elder Zhou's promotion. Pei Qingrong smiled and answered. But this time I'm calling because I have news for you. Just now, the chief editor of a publishing house in the Dragon Kingdom and Elder Zhou just got off the phone. And they want to take advantage of Elder Zhou's favor to ask you for an article. Su Chen froze. An appointment? Yeah, I heard you wrote a web novel about parallel worlds online? Su Chen froze. How did you know? Pei Qingrong laughed. It's all over the internet now. Your fans are threatening to turn over your home address. The entire Dragon Kingdom. The only person who can write about Huaxia with such elegance is probably your honored self. Su Chen was speechless for a while. Can't you even hide your identity if you use a vest? But it's also good. At least it helped with the system popularity value. He asked immediately. So a publisher is publishing my book under the name of Elder Zhou and you? Pei Qingrong said. Not just publishing. They want full rights exploitation. As the name suggests, full copyright development is the all-around creation of copyrighted content for a certain work of IP in the fields of publishing, movie and television development, animation, and peripheral. In Su Chen's previous life, he was most impressed by the copyright development of the famous IP of another copyright power on Earth, the Marvel Universe. Pity. Until Su Chen crossed over, there hadn't been a complete large-scale project like the Marvel Universe in China. Could it be that? An aura flashed through Su Chen's mind, but he wasn't quite sure, and asked hastily, what's the theme? Pei Qingrong said decisively. Parallel universes about travelers. A parallel universe of travelers? It's Wahoo. Su Chen instantly understood what he meant. They want to copyright the stories of China? Ha ha, Pei Qingrong laughed brightly. Worthy of being able to weave the lies of a traveler. Smart. Next, he then began to explain in detail. However, the strength of this publishing house is not considered first class in the Dragon Kingdom. You can refuse, but we have contacted them a few times in Kyoto, and the connections are still good. They are just suffering from not having encountered a good IP like you earlier. As they say, after building the IP of Travelers Parallel China, the book will be published first, and then the top domestic film and television groups will be invited to cooperate and make the whole story of China into a movie. If possible, even more extensive IP R&D. Ha ha, Su Chen directly laughed out loud. Build the worldview? No, Huaxia's worldview. All natural doesn't need him to build it at all. But, this publisher does have a good eye. The entire 5,000 years of Chinese history was originally a classic legend that no human being could write, especially for this dragon country, or even for the whole of Blue Star, whose charms would undoubtedly be a huge shock to the world. There's simply no need to think. After he had fused the information of literary data from his previous life, writing such a great work was simply a snap. He could already imagine it. At the moment when those magnificent stories of the previous civilization are displayed in front of the eyes of this world around the gimmick of the traveler's civilization, what kind of shocking waves will be raised above the entire blue planet? The Great Qin Empire, the Great Tang Dynasty, the Ming Fenghua, or even, it was that era of awakening, those youths running through the muddy world of heavy rain. How with the word cannibalism? They pulled off the world of the contending streams of all the frosts and skies. Riverside, as the hometown of the traveler fraudulent Su Chen, he began his sea voyage here and rose to prominence from here. Inside major bookstores, for Su Chen's collection of poems, everyone was almost in a mad rush. Sold out again? A social big brother who drove a BMW to buy a book stood dumbfounded at the front desk of the bookstore and asked incredulously, "This is the 7th bookstore I found today? This book is harder to grab than the latest model of cell phone." The bookstore staff revealed a hint of apology. "Sorry sir, we got the latest news. The publisher's side is working overtime on the reprint. The latest batch will be at least 3 days later." However, she immediately glanced at the big gold chain around the social big brother's neck and curiously said, "Big brother, you also read poetry?" Big brother's eyes glazed over. "Who the hell are you looking down on? Now that I'm the #1 fan in the Traveler's fanbase. Next, I want to make it mandatory for all the company's employees who are in debt to recite all of Mr. Su's works. So, does the Wahini have it?" "What a book!" The bookstore staff froze. "It's that web novel that Su Shen wrote with his vest. You haven't read it, have you?" Because of the book, Su Shen now has an additional nickname. The Broken Chapter Dog. The moment. In a tiny cafe in Riverside, Pei Qingrong solemnly introduced the young woman beside him to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, this is the head of copyright development of Kyoto Starfire Publishing House, Zhao Yaran, Chief Editor Zhao." Su Chen looked across the room in surprise. "So young? Or a girl?" Zhao Yaran took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face with a hint of intellectual beauty underneath, reaching out in style and smiling to Su Chen in a generous manner. "Mr. Su, ever since I read your book the other day, I can't sleep. I finally got to meet the living original author today. I've heard a lot about you." Su Chen similarly smiled and shook her hand. And then Zhao Yaran cast his gaze to Pei Qingrong on the side. The latter would have understood. Pointed to the body. Mr. Su, this time Yaran came because she wanted to chat with you face to face about the full copyright development of the Traveler on the phone. Pei Qingrong opened the door. Zhao Yaran nodded back. That's right, Mr. Su. Your Traveler lies on the show are simply divine, especially regarding the Chinese civilization in your lives. Our publisher currently has a decade-long large-scale IP project, from the book publication, and then with the top domestic film and television companies in the Dragon Kingdom together with the linkage development. It is expected to develop an IP universe around the theme of parallel worlds, Huaxia, which will shock everyone. When it comes to work, Zhao Yaran's words were immediately opened. Su Chen nodded as he listened. 10-year program? That's good. If it's short, it is simply not enough to show the full charm of Chinese history. What kind of content and positioning do you want to be specific with? He asked a critical question. Zhao Yaran had obviously planned this a long time ago. Eloquent. For book publishing, we intend to ask you to continue writing online as serious literature. The content is the epic and grandeur of China. Film and television adaptations will address characterization by unfolding a parallel worldview of the universe from the point of view of certain specific characters, such as the Emperor Yu Shou in the new installment. Qin Shi Huang, who took the blame for unifying the world and became a tyrant. 2,000 years after his death, he still has a mercury-driven coffin and patrols the land of China in Kyushu day and night. Such an image is simply breathtaking. Honestly, I'm mesmerized myself, and I can't wait to find out what's next for Huaxia in that parallel world, and whether that belief in the eternal preservation of the rivers and mountains is ever renewed again. Su Chen answered her directly. Of course I have. And, even more rippling, Su Chen's words made Zhao Yaran's face happy. Then I wonder, how long will it take for you to deliver the manuscript? By her prediction, other screenwriters and writers in the Dragon Kingdom, when faced with such a plan and difficult requirements, would at least have to sharpen their swords for 3 or 4 years, but Su Chen directly stretched out a finger, and she queried, only 1 year? No, 1 week, Su Chen said in a domineering manner. But, Pei Qingrong, who had just taken a sip from his water cup, it came straight out in one gulp. In 1 week's time, with the successive reprints on the side of the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom, the situation of the Traveler's collection of otherworldly poems, in which it was difficult to find a single poem, has finally been resolved. But, in major bookstores, there are still people who come from time to buy this collection of poems supposedly from a parallel world. A world in which the program's Huaxia continues to circle the wagons, and the occasional person who comes along and asks a question. May I ask Traveler Su Chen if he has any other works? Both sighed when they got a shake of the head from the staff. However, tidbits of information from somewhere began to start circulating in the rice circles of the Dragon Kingdom. The shock! Traveler Su Chen releases another new work, named Huaxia. My god, there is a continuation of the Chinese story, and the details are in the latest work of the Traveler. The epic IP, Huaxia, which is comparable to the level of Power Games, is about to make a shocking entry into the Dragon Kingdom. Is he a man or is he a devil? Is there a limit to his talent to create a top-notch IP in a week? Traveler Su Chen's nightly meeting with a big-breasted beauty is actually about this. See these little tidbits of breaking news. All the netizens in the Dragon Kingdom who were following the story of the Travelers and Huaxia were stunned. What the hell? This kind of unreliable article. Who wrote it? And it's comparable to a power trip? Who would believe it? Goat City. In a literary villa, Qin Chuan, who had an encounter with Su Chen at Huaqing University, was serving tea to an old man with gray hair. Mr. Sikong, I was able to adapt my new book into a movie or television this time. Thanks to your mention. Sikong Lingfeng, Kyoto Ding Ding famous film circle seniors, at the same time part-time guest professor of the Kyoto Film Academy. In the Dragon Country's film industry is considered to be a little famous. Traffic writers like Qin Chuan, in addition to writing romance novels that can be enjoyed by students in the Dragon Kingdom, the real profit lies more in the adaptations. And Sikong Lingfeng, this kind of character with half a foot in the capital circle was precisely Qin Chuan's backer. Sikong Lingfeng appeared to be full of red light. Xiao Qin. This time, you know I went over to Kyoto to find my old acquaintances for the movie and televisionization of your new book, but it took a lot of effort. Qin Chuan immediately nodded his head repeatedly. You've worked hard, and I'm sure I won't be able to spare you when the movie goes live. Sikong Lingfeng smilingly took the tea and took a slight sip. Asked casually, I heard that you suffered a big loss at that literary symposium in the university last time. From those old guys in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom? Qin Chuan's face was suddenly written with unwillingness and anger. If it wasn't for that Su Chen, with those old bones of traditional literature, how could they have made a splash? Su Chen? Sikong Lingfeng instantly remembered the young man impersonating a traveler that had been making a lot of noise on the Dragon Kingdom's network recently. He burst out laughing. That's okay. The guys in the literary world are pretentious, but they only make a few bucks a year. A commoner pretending to be a traveler. There's an exchange meeting for copyright exploitation in the Kyoto movie and TV industry. I'll show you the world. With any luck, maybe there, you'll even sell one of your copyrights. Qin Shuwen's face was delighted. Hastily, he smiled a few times more respectfully. Many thanks to Mr. Sikong for mentioning it. It's finally done. Riverside. Su Chen directly stretched out and looked at this general history of China completed on the computer. A small smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. 1 week. After writing nearly 400 chapters of the original manuscript, Su Chen felt that he was simply the most diligent author in the Dragon Kingdom, relying on the system's fusion of data and information from the literary heroes of his previous life. He wrote this magnificent masterpiece about the history of China with no effort at all. 1 week. It was as if he was reliving the 5,000 years of dazzling history of China in his previous life. Even he, a true traveler, also couldn't help but marvel at the charm of this civilization in his previous life for a few minutes again. He believed that when this work was published, it would definitely cause a shocking shock in the Dragon Kingdom of this world. At that moment, he suddenly received a call from Zhao Yaren. Mr. Su, the car that took you to Kyoto has arrived. Your manuscript. A week. Really finished writing it. Zhao Yaren had traveled all the way from Kyoto to Jiangbin. Half an hour later. High-speed rail travels fast. Zhao Yaren was sitting across the table. Mr. Su. Zhao Yaren sat on the opposite side of the business seat the entire time, flipping through the huaxia that Su Chen had finalized in just a week. 1 week. Even if the star of literature had descended to earth, it would not have been able to accomplish such a daunting task. But, after she spent almost 2 hours flipping through it, her expression first went from a hint of skepticism, to one of disbelief, and finally straight to a look of shock. Surprisingly, this Mr. Su really finished. Moreover, the writing style is brilliant. The framework is magnificent and atmospheric. The pen like a thunderbolt. Every section of Chinese history and every Chinese character mentioned in the book can simply be called the heaven and earth amazing characters. It's unbelievable. Her excited chest, breasts continued to rise and fall, and there was actually a real light in her eyes, looking at Su Chen with sheer admiration to the extreme. She's lucky. A week ago, received the call that changed her life. Original. She was just trying to. Didn't realize. She was thrilled that he had actually finished. Every character in this book, every story, could almost be a movie on its own. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I can hardly imagine that such a work was done by you in just 1 week. I can almost imagine the sensation you'll create when you debut with such a work at the copyright fair in a few hours. Zhao Yaren's heart burst with happiness. This week, she had also seen how many people in the entertainment industry and film studios had gone crazy over Su Chen's display of the history of those parallel worlds after the third installment of the program, and she had been worried on her way here today, fearing that Su Chen's talent was just a flash in the pan, but she was overthinking it. Not only that, the parallel world called Huaxia penned by Su Chen is far more exciting and dramatic than what is shown in the program. It simply kills that epic foreign IP that is currently the hottest, Power Trip. This is the real epic. That's good. Su Chen smiled faintly. By the way, Mr. Su, according to your instructions, after not finalizing the draft, our side kept your identity secret except for some insiders. Zhao Yaren fondly returned the original manuscript to Su Chen. The Kyoto Copyright Exchange we're going to today. I've heard that many of the top film and television companies and senior movie stars in the Dragon Kingdom have been invited, and the scale is comparable to a red carpet, of which by then, if you can even talk about a group of your favorite actors and actresses down the road. Choa Rant's publishing house is small though, but the errands are efficient. And, as Pei Qingrong said, the small publishing house still has good resources in the circle. Who are some of them? Su Chen asked curiously. He was a man who had seen many cases of remake novels flopping in his previous life. It's natural to need to worry more. A lot of them are some national-level actors. Chen Ming Chen teacher, Xin Buching, Tang Wall. Zhao Yaren said dozens of them in one breath. Su Chen listened to his eyes light up. Not bad. These can be some of the powerhouses of the previous world. Except that according to the memories of this world, the bunch of them have had a considerable stagnation in their careers because they don't have the aura of a truly great historical work to add to it. I believe that this general history of China of my own will bring a real career peak for these people. Seeing Su Chen nodding frequently, Zhao Yaren breathed a sigh of relief. Then in a few moments at the final IP unveiling ceremony of our publishing house, we'll ask Mr. Su to be the important guest for the revelation. Zhao Yaren explained. At that time, 10 years, Huaxia, the crossover IP, will be officially publicized in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Parallel worlds of the travelers, decade Warrens. Su Chen nodded. Yes. A few hours later, Kyoto, a bustling ceremony site in the West Ring, early in the morning outside the parking of many luxury cars, and many showbiz journalists are outside the non-stop on all kinds of celebrities to participate in the exchange frantic photos. I heard that all the famous publishing groups in the entire Dragon Kingdom will be there for this copyright exchange. They'll take out the rights to their own crushing work, negotiating with movie and TV companies. It's very likely that all the Dragon Kingdom movies of the next few years will be born from today. Really? To be able to attract so many celebrities, and I hear many of them are still uninvited? Isn't that Mr. Chen Jiming? He's all here? I heard he doesn't take bad movies, so he hasn't made a movie in 4 years since his last one. Why does he bother? Reporters are the most gossipy. The news is also most well-informed. And an entrance. Qin Chuan followed Sikong Lingfang and also took a taxi to the ceremony site early. He saw those reporters gathered outside at a glance, and then casually looked at the various luxury cars in the square. Lamborghini, Porsche and other luxury sports cars are not few. Even Rolls-Royce Phantom and license plate number 68. He was staggered. I'm afraid there isn't a single car like this in the whole of Sheep Town. Sure enough, being a writer doesn't have much of a future. The film and television industry is the real capital's favorite, he thought in his mind. Watch his reaction. Sikong Lingfang, who had brought him here to see the world in special views, burst out laughing. Little Qin, how about it? This time I can be considered to have brought you to see the real world, right? Sikong Lingfang had a red glow on his face, although he was also just an invited guest, but such a qualification was no longer a level in front of a traffic writer like Qin Chuan. This Kyoto copyright exchange, so powerful? Qin Chuan couldn't help but be shocked. Awesome? Although Sikong Lingfang wasn't sure what kind of amazing works would be unveiled within the movie and television circle today. He had seen the scene of those senior bigwigs going crazy in some groups. There was a shake of the head. It's truly terrifying, even for me, an old man in the movie industry. It's the first time I've seen it. Hey, unfortunately, you're just a newcomer who's just trying to break into the movie industry. You don't understand. The exchange ceremony was divided into 2 sessions. The first session was similar to a reception. Some of the film and television companies in the capital circle of the Dragon Kingdom will have an internal exchange with some of the top publishers first. Lots of good work. Often, they are picked off right at this point in the process. Cho Aran was different. She carries Su Chen's manuscript. Work directly with some publishing groups first. See if you can reach a strategic linkage. On the High Line. It was only at the moment she actually saw the manuscript of the general history of China that she realized that with a single film and television company, she simply couldn't eat it. That's the epic history of an entire civilization. She had a hunch. This Kyoto copyright exchange today will cause a great stir in the next because of their little publishing house. The other side. Su Chen? Qin Chuan's eyes stared and he couldn't help but wonder. How did he blend in? How could an ordinary person like him be invited to such a grand event? Hear his words. Sikong Lingfang, who was climbing with his counterparts, turned his head sideways and followed Qin Chuan's line of sight to see that a young man wearing a hoodie that was obviously not a star of the Dragon Kingdom was carrying a plate and looking for food. Which Su Chen? The young man who was at Hua Qin University some time ago. Sikong Lingfang remembered Qin Chuan's previous encounter and finally got it right. Right. A trace of hatred appeared on Qin Chuan's face. It's that poor kid who relied online to get some popularity on a variety show. After that symposium, I purposely investigated him. And he's just an ordinary person who just graduated from Riverside City, and doesn't have any connections at all. He boldly jumped to conclusions, so I suspect he slipped in with a lie about being a self-proclaimed traveler and the downright flawed Chinese civilization he's talking about. He's probably trying to continue to make some real stars here on the strength of that lie, right? Mention this traveler's lie. Sikong Lingfang immediately laughed coldly. An ordinary person from Jiangban City in the Dragon Kingdom, relying on this kind of gimmick. Would he want to really get a place in the celebrity world of the Dragon Kingdom? He moved at once toward a ceremonial steward. This is going to be a good one. Qin Chuan was delighted in his heart and hurriedly followed. Sir, please show me your invitation to the exchange ceremony. Su Chen has been catching up on his writing for the past few days. He hadn't even had a good meal. And he was in a hurry on the high-speed train just now. And at this moment, Zhao Yaran was holding his copy of the traveler's manuscript to discuss with the various executives. So by taking advantage of this gap, he was frantically eating. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a majestic face stood in front of him. The man was followed by 2 people, one of whom turned out to be Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was squinting at him. Obviously, since the other party's last symposium at Hua Qin University, for Su Chen to hit his face with the water song and the long hate song, his resentment towards Su Chen became less and less, almost becoming hatred. Su Chen calmly put the plate down. Something wrong? next to the seemingly event supervisor. The old man with white hair directly said loudly, "Supervisor Wang, I suspect that this person did not have a ceremony invitation and sneaked into the venue privately. Please expel him now." Su Chen suddenly came to a realization. Qin Chuan has found a backer to give himself revenge? I didn't sneak in. He looked to the supervisor and explained. The other guests around them, who seemed to have noticed this side of the room, exchanged pleasantries. What's going on over there? Isn't that old Mr. Sikong from the Film and Television Academy? Who's the young man opposite him? Never seen. Is it from our circle? His name is Su Chen, a nobody who lucked into some lie detector variety show. Qin Chuan immediately snorted coldly and taunted towards the people around him. I don't believe he has the qualifications to participate in such a ceremony. So it is. Some of the people around recognized Qin Chuan. After all, although Su Chen had recently been very hot on some jitterbug platforms, not everyone would brush the jitterbug hot searches. But Qin Chuan was different. As a flow literary writer in the Dragon Kingdom's literary world, he had more or less accepted quite a few official interviews. Sneaking in? These young people nowadays are doing everything they can to be famous. I see that this kid is all dressed up in his floor clothes, and he doesn't dress up like a guest at a ceremony. I remember. He's the Su Chen of that traveler's lie. He's actually like this outside the show? Sure enough, when I saw the clips of the show, I felt that the lie he told was poorly thought out. As well as this one in his mouth about the Chinese civilization being stronger than our Dragon Kingdom. It's really retarded. Now he's in big trouble. The rest of the people, a few of whom recognized Su Chen's identity, watched the show. Seeing things go south, Qin Chuan's heart grew even more joyful. A lying liar who claimed to be a traveler, relying on the almost unconvincing huaxia in his mouth, got lucky to get the favor of those old guys in the literary world of the Dragon Kingdom just by chance. The Kyoto Copyright Fair is not the Dragon Literary Forum. Trying to blend in with a traveler lie, he would only offend the organizers of the day. This gentleman, please show me your invitation at once. That supervisor of the event immediately reiterated it again sternly. Su Chen shook his head. I don't have an invitation, but I was indeed invited in. This you can find out if you ask Editor-in-Chief Zhao Yaran Zhao of Starfire Publishing House. Chief Editor Zhao? The supervisor was instantly suspicious, but Sikong Lingfang on the side scoffed at once. Who is Zhao Yaran? You're just an ordinary person. I heard that you just graduated from college and can't even find a job. Don't think we don't recognize you. On a variety show, claiming to be a traveler and telling a lie about being from the Chinese civilization. And sure enough, like your lie, your character is as trashy as the Chinese. Su Chen froze at his words and looked at this old man he didn't recognize. Halftime, he answered the other seriously. First of all, I'm really a traveler. And secondly, please don't question huaxia, because, the charm of that civilization, you can't imagine. The whole room was in an uproar at those words. This kid can blow too much. What huaxia? Does he still think this is that lie detector variety show he was in? His traveler lie is just a way to fool the brainless elementary school kids who watch variety shows. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Chen. Just contempt and disdain. It would be fine if it was to sneak in for the sake of chasing stars or rubbing people's noses in it. And many people would consider it to be human nature. But now you're taking a lie about a variety show and making a big deal out of it in the middle of such a dragon copyright extravaganza. This is a matter of character. And a traveler? And huaxia? Su Chen faced the accusations around him and was unmoved. This gentleman, please go out now, the supervisor of that event said to Su Chen once again. Just then, who let him out? Suddenly a group of people came out of the crowd. At the head of the group was a veteran actor of the film and television industry, Mr. Chen Ximing, followed by several glowing men, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of appreciation and surprise. Mr. Chen? There is almost no one who does not recognize this veteran actor of the Kyoto Circle, although his career has stalled in the last few years. But after all, seniority is here. The moment he saw Chen Xiaoming, the face of this activity supervisor changed, and an unpleasant feeling immediately surged to his heart. He squeezed out a small smile. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Humph, do I need to report my identity to you? Chen Ximing directly crossed over Qin Chuan and Sikong Lingfang, who had surprised faces on the side, and walked to Su Chen. Mr. Su was the honored guest of this event, and was personally recommended by me. What did you just say? Let Mr. Su out? Hearing Chen Ximing's words, the supervisor's face stagnated. This ordinary guy in a hoodie is Mr. Chen's guest of honor? How is that possible? The people here today are all bigwigs in the Beijing circle and the movie industry, so how could they invite such a liar who claimed to be a traveler? He's a staff member. But there is some inside knowledge. Heard. Chen Teming has been going around lately claiming that there's a work in progress. He had to meet with the author no matter what. Even, he'd be willing to star in even a small role if given one. Did this man, Is this the young man in front of you? Mr. Su. Excuse me. Introduce yourself. My name is Chen Taming. I've read your work on the internet, and this time I've come to participate in the event. I've come to meet you in person. Chen Taming finished. The people around them were in an uproar. Who the hell is this Su Chen? With Mr. Chen's film and television status, to be so humble to him? His work? What works? On the way here, Chen Xiaoming had spoken to Zhao Yaran on the phone. 1 week. This young man had actually used only a week's time to complete a work that would be enough to make the entire Dragon Kingdom's movie scene in the following days a sensation. Parallel worlds, Huaxia. According to what Zhao Yaran said, this Su Chen was simply a genius. His normal persona is definitely just a fake identity made to participate in that lie detector variety show. This man accomplished. In the future, it would absolutely shock the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even affect many areas of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. If Su Chen leaves in anger today, he urgently contacted Zhao Yaran. Wouldn't it be in vain to even let Zhao Yaran personally request Elder Zhou and many other efforts? Su Chen smiled gently. His face as usual. It's okay, just some jumped up clowns. Having said that, he seriously sized up Chen Xiaoming. Have to say, even in the parallel blue star, the veteran actor is still the one he has in mind to play the emperor. The Chen Taming crowd laughed, watching Su Chen chatting with this group of bigwigs from the Beijing circle. That supervisor wanted to die on the sidelines. It was over. Everything was over. And Xicong Lingfeng on the side. In the moment Chen Zhiming and the others appeared on the scene, he screamed inwardly, although his mouth and Qin Shuan had always claimed to be quite senior in the movie circle, but that was just a mouth high. With his credentials in the movie and television industry, he is simply a fringe player at such an event. Where can you compare it to a top-notch guest like Chen Zhiming? However, he couldn't help but feel a few moments of gratitude in his heart. Fortunately, I'm not an actor's. In the movie and television circle, even if he, Chen Zhiming, is even more bullish, he can't meddle in my money path. Just take it as an interlude. He looked at Qin Shuan. It's fine. Little Qin. That Su Chen is just lucky. Qin Shuan's face was even more hideous for a few moments. He realized after Chen Zhiming and the others came out that the stars had even just lightly swept him and then simply ignored him. The way he was treated and the way he treated Su Chen. It's like heaven and earth. Especially the glance that Su Chen had just swept at him if at all before he left was like looking at him like a joke, which deeply pierced his self-esteem. Su Chen the liar who gets around by lying. He spat heavily toward the ground. Those surrounding people who were watching the scene exclaimed in shock when they saw that Qin Shuan and Xicong Lingfeng had allowed a young man to punch them in the face. That Su Chen who claimed to be a traveler turned out to have a backer like Mr. Chen? And no wonder. Otherwise, with his status, how could he possibly enter a grand event like the Kyoto Copyright Trading Conference? He's so lucky. And the scene, unnoticed by all, a reporter surreptitiously put down his cell phone. Immediately, the video that had just been taken was sent directly to a colleague outside. And in a few minutes, a video was paired with a splash. It's starting to show up online. Follow up to the symposium on the literary world, Mr. Chen, the movie star of the Dragon Kingdom, actually humiliated the flow writer Qin Shuan on the spot for the sake of a traveler's lie. See this news. Those internet brainwashed fans of Qin Shuan were once again unable to sit still this time. This traveler again. A fraud from a variety show. I watched his performance in the new episode. Does he deserve to participate in this kind of event just based on him? Sisters, Qin Shuan brother now suffered such a big aggression. You hurry play what sheep a sheep. We go together to Chen Taming's official microblogging. Rushing. On Weibo, a user with the ID account Forever Love Chuan brother began to frantically lead the rhythm, and was outputting Su Chen in the news just now. A liar pretending to be a traveler. My brother Chuan said you were sneaking in, pretending to be some high-class person there. Laugh. And what parallel world Huaxia? Where is your Huaxia lie as good as my brother's new book? Vomit. And you internet heel dogs. You've all been duped by this fake traveler and you're still helping him out by holding his feet up. Bunch of retards. Cut. Goat City. An elementary school student who had just gotten out of school and put down his book bag. He subconsciously opened his jitterbug in Weibo, searching for the hottest clip videos of the traveler's show on the internet since he had been amused by his classmate, He Xiao, who had taken this universal lie detector variety show, then sharing it with the 2,000 Su Chen fans in the group who are all elementary school students like him as the third most important thing he does on a daily basis besides writing homework and memorizing poems. Just then, his eyes narrowed, suddenly swiped to a Dragon Country writer Qin Shuan's Super Talk. The gang of Qin Shuan fans inside were actually gathering people. We, the Iwan family, if our brother Chuan is bullied today by that Su Chen who is pretending to be a traveler, how can we still mix in the rice circle in the future? Alright, sisters, now listen to my order. In a while, if Chen Jiming ignores us, We'll all report the Otherworld poetry collection written by that traveler, and say that all his poems are plagiarized works. Charge. The little fat man frowned. He looked at the slurs that kept refreshing on the Twitter page. Snappy response. Next, he immediately opened the general group of administrators of the traveler's elementary school student fan group, and inside, he began to frantically ate the group leader of their group. He Xiao, Grand Secretary of the Traveling Man, calling Grand Secretary of the Traveling Man. Chairman. Is Chairman here? That Qin Shuwen who cursed Brother Su Chen at Huaqing University last time. His fans are cyberstorming our brother Su Chen. Please reply. Please reply. This little fatty may be young, but he's not stupid. He immediately took a screenshot of those comments on Weibo about Qin Shuwen's fan network storming Su Chen and his imminent intention to report the otherworldly poetry collection and sent it to the group. Crap. The group leader named He Xiao was the first to bubble up and exploded when he saw these screenshots. She knew that naturally. And the last time she met brother Su Chen by chance in a cafe, that big-breasted sister named Zhao Yaran had personally traveled from Kyoto to Riverside to request brother Su Chen to write a 10-year project. Bunch of brainiacs. How dare you say my brother Su Chen is not qualified to participate? Unbrainwashed. Who has our brother Su Chen's fan brains? Immediately, she, as the founder of the Traveler's Harem, barked orders at the hundreds of people who ran the group. Brothers, although brother Su Chen is not handsome and poor, he doesn't even have a stable job, but he has a heart of gold. He to bring us more wonders of civilization. He said more than once that his dream was to revitalize the Dragon Kingdom and to use lies to advance the entire civilization. But this kind of abuse and slander is simply the biggest insult to brother Su Chen and his fans. Who is He Xiao? The #1 barbarian in their school who could one person and countless others at the same time against the spray. Under the incitement of all the words she used, the hundreds of management in the management group, most of them were her classmates in the Goat City Elementary School. How could these schoolchildren withstand such incitement from her? Wow! An elementary school student cried out on the spot with raging tears in his eyes. These bad guys. President, what should we do? Oh, brother Su Chen's dream should be guarded by us. Right, let's guard our brother's dream. Null. The host's words fell. Those movie and TV company giants behind Zhao Yaran nodded their heads in agreement. They had just read Su Chen's manuscript. The parallel world of the travelers, China. They can only say one thing. The content of this work is atmospheric and epic, not to mention the entire Dragon Kingdom. Throughout the foreign works, there are very few works that can portray history, humanities, characters, civilization, cultural treasures, bones and countless other aspects in such a great and true way. They even did so after hearing that the author of this work turned out to be a work derived from the lies of a lie detector variety show. As in a glance at the gang on the stage, they all revealed looks of shock and disbelief. Is this fucking really just a work of lies? This is clearly the greatest work that could revolutionize dragon cinema. Okay. Just then, throughout the scene, under the attentive expectation of countless reporters and stars from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhao Yaran directly announced out the theme of this conference. Next, please welcome our heaviest hitter of this copyright exchange. 10 years, Huaxia, the author of the greatest cinematic work of the next 10 years in the Dragon Kingdom. The general history of Huaxia. Traveler, Su Chen. Clueless. For all the Dragon movie stars and media reporters who had just seen the storm between Qin Shuwen and Su Chen, all of their expressions at this moment were wonderfully varied. There are doubts. There's unbelievable. There's shock. What general history? Crap. The Su Chen of that traveler's lie? How is he? The eyes of the entire audience were instantly like a spotlight, focusing on Su Chen, who was wearing a hoodie that was as ordinary as it could be. Under the stage, Si Kong Lingfeng's mouth was wide open, as if he had been stuffed into an egg. His eyes were round. Su Chen? And Qin Shuwen was even directly petrified in place. Crap. Fuck. How could it be this kid? Didn't he rely on Chen Jiming and the others to barely enter the copyright exchange site? A common man who flails around on lies. How can you shake things up? Just the heaviest hitter at this exchange? The general history of China? How never heard of it? He a liar. His identity is a lie. His China is a lie. His talent and strength are all lies. Hello? Kyoto Publishing Group and the bigwigs in the movie industry. Are you crazy? Just then, Qin Shuwen suddenly realized that Su Chen was standing at the very front of the crowd, and swept a slight glance in his direction. A glance. With just one glance, his face instantly turned white, and his heart sank directly to the bottom. No way. Absolutely not. It wasn't just the scene that issued such a challenge. Twitter. Qin Shuwen's gang of fans were explaining to the fans of the other stars who were raising their voices in the super talk while they were watching the live broadcast of the exchange. And the moment they heard the announcement of the exchange, they were watching the live broadcast of the exchange. The group of fans were like seeing a ghost as they all exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? How can this traveler Su Chen become the favorite of a film company? What is the book, The General History of China? Have you guys ever seen such a book? What did that one say just now? That this book will be developed by a number of film and television giants in the Dragon Kingdom in conjunction with each other, and that it will elevate the heights of films in the Dragon Kingdom, possibly even surpassing foreign standards? Su Chen's identity as a traveler is just a variety show lie. Even his huaxia is a lie. Have these giants' IQs gone offline collectively? I'm surprised he didn't sneak into the meeting, gathering half of the movie industry in the Dragon Kingdom, and surprisingly the main character became him? One incredible post, constantly refreshing the screen, and the Kyoto Copyright Society site. The event officials had long since arrived at Qin Shuan and Sicom Lingfeng's side, and the first time Zhao Yaran finished the seminar just now, she was informed of what was happening outside. She immediately broke the news to the real organizers. I'm afraid, in the future, the names of these two people would not even appear in the public eye of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen, on the other hand, was the first to be respectfully invited to the stage by the staff, just flat out stood beside Zhao Yaran, surrounded by a group of giants of the Dragon Kingdom's movie and television industry, clearly firmly in the C-suite, a clear, cold gaze, sharply scanning the entire room. The next moment, he spoke. Over a month ago, I was still just an ordinary fresh college student in Sheepshead, living in a tiny rented room with little food and facing the dilemma of not having any company to hire me. That time, I was in a variety show and claimed I was a traveler. A lot of people scoff. It even feels like a sentence full of clumsiness and ridiculousness. At a later date, I have successively brought Chinese poetry, architecture, and history to this world. I can tell you this responsibly. In our huaxia, the treasures of the brilliant civilization are far, far more numerous than you can imagine. Because, if miracles had colors, it would be Chinese red. It has been passed down for 5,000 years, flowing for a moment, but illuminating an eternal civilization. The Chinese watch for 1,000 years is the Confucian solemnity that this civilization has inscribed in its bloodline, and it is the pride of our huaxia people from generation to generation. The great wind is great, the sacred fire of civilization. It has never been broken for thousands of years. 5,000 years of wind and rain contain the temperament of Chinese civilization that exhales like an orchid. 24 histories have long been its knife-carved toughness, and 10 feet of red dust have traversed its brocade life. It's the general history of China. Su Chen was at his fingertips at the moment with regard to the allusions to his previous life. 3 or 2 words. Then he easily displayed the historical charm contained in this general history of China in front of this group of reporters and movie stars. Some of them had seen the program True Lies on the internet, and at this time, combined with Su Chen's description, they instantly sketched out in their minds the picture of those 2 segments of Chinese history in the program. I'm sure, in the next 10 years, in the Dragon Kingdom, there will be active everywhere belonging to another parallel world. The bright jewels of huaxia, the bright light of civilization, will replace the bleak wasteland. Every compatriot of the Dragon Kingdom present will also, because of the Chinese civilization inherited from the Dragon Kingdom, proudly say, how fortunate to have been born in this country. Because, this world, here I come. I am the traveler, Su Chen, the entire media of the entertainment industry in the Dragon Kingdom. It's a moment of total insanity. Various news. The first frantic appearance. Kyoto's latest breaking news. The movie and TV theme that shocked the movie world of Dragon Country. 10 years, huaxia. All the old actors and actresses in the movie industry of the Dragon Kingdom are crazy about it. What kind of magical charm exists in the newest book of the Traveler, A General History of Huaxia? What makes a work worthy of being developed by a number of movie and television giants in the Dragon Kingdom? A work derived from a lie. Is the parallel world of China real? Beyond the lie detector program, the identity of the Traveler has become a hot god-level IP in the Dragon Kingdom, and Su Chen's path of transformation from an ordinary person to an IP darling. The Traveler who shocked the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen. A few days later, Yangcheng Bookstore. Just a short time after the launch of the Kyoto Publishing Group, but there is already the first book of the General History of China officially listed in the major bookstores of the Dragon Kingdom, and on the fiction platform. According to Su Chen's cooperation with those movie and TV companies, fiction platforms get the rights in the first place. Updated the content to half of the full text. An elementary school student was reading this historical account from a parallel world with great interest on his cell phone. Yao and Shun. Qin Shi Huang. Emperor Wu of Han. Seal the wolves to Huozwishu. The Three Kingdoms. He was mesmerized. He never loved to read and study before. He had never read such a classic masterpiece in the Dragon Kingdom, and he never thought that a history book could be so wonderful, and it was at this time that he turned to the last page. There was a sudden exclamation of surprise. No, that's all there is to see? How long have I been watching? Crazy. At this point, You're giving me chapter breaks? What about the next story in the Three Kingdoms period? He turned it over several times in disbelief. The first page of the book reads, The General History of China. Book I. Stay tuned for the follow-up. Got cut off from the chapter? Crap. Dog author. You write a historical novel and you publish it in separate volumes? He continued to rummage through it. On the cover of the book, there was a surprisingly clear passage of publicity that he had never seen before. See only. There are a few sentences clearly written on it. This book is a parallel world real history chapter. Author, Chinese traveler Su Chen. What? I can't believe this book isn't a novel? A parallel world? Traveler Su Chen? What's that supposed to mean? This elementary school student was instantly confused. Subconsciously, he took out his cell phone and started checking, and soon a bunch of messages popped up on Shakeology that made his head spin even more. Shocking the Dragon movie world, 10 years, Huaxia. All the old actors and actresses in the movie industry of the Dragon Kingdom are crazy about it. What kind of magical charm exists in the newest book of the Traveler, A General History of Huaxia? What makes a work worthy of being developed by a number of movie and television giants in the Dragon Kingdom? A work derived from a lie. Is the parallel world of China real? Beyond the lie detector program, the identity of the Traveler has become a hot god-level IP in the Dragon Kingdom, and Su Chen's path of transformation from an ordinary person to an IP darling. Crap. Travelers. Parallel worlds. This book is surprisingly not a novel, but a real history. His mouth was wide open, a look of shock written all over his boyish face. So handsome. Our Dragon Kingdom has actually seen a traveler? He started searching for more information about Su Chen, a 23-year-old commoner from Riverside. Take the lie detector program True Lies, weaving a parallel civilization called Huaxia out of a lie. The show successively showcases poetry, architectural aesthetics, and history from the parallel world. He turned out to be the author of the poem that was recently included in our textbook. Moreover, it was also published in Kyoto Starfire Publishing House as a historical work about parallel worlds, shocking the movie industry and many film and television companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Bull. The tiny pupils flashed with an amazing light as if they had discovered a new continent. Sure, he was also the first to realize that there were still many people on the internet questioning Su Chen's crosswalker lie, but he immediately said to himself, are these people fools? How can an ordinary person have such talent? This is clearly a true traveler. Ha! Just then, he was on Weibo and similarly saw the peak fan duel between the Dragon Country Flow writer and the traveler Su Chen not long ago. Traveler's Harem. This traveler even has such an elementary school students fan support club in addition to the official group. It's just a bunch of oddballs. Ha ha. He opened the search function on his phone. A bunch of group shares for the Traveler's Harem popped up, and the first thing he did was click apply to join. And such a move. It's also playing out in various parts of the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. The He family in Yangcheng. Auntie Wang walked along while feeling emotion in her heart. She never expected that her daughter had even recently made an effort to memorize her language textbooks every day, and that her energy for learning was simply unprecedented. I heard it was because of a young man named Su Chen. Is this the power of idols? Enter the house and change your slippers. Let me tell you, don't look at the rumors that Qin Shuan will be blocked by the Dragon Kingdom's literary world and the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment circle. Kill, but his gang of brainwashed fans are still resisting with their thieving hearts. Our brother Su Chen is the future darling of the Dragon Kingdom's film and television industry. How can he be humiliated by this kind of trash? I didn't write my homework at night, and I'm sticking to my post at home. None of you are allowed to run away. If we don't completely take down that Qin Shuan's fan forum today, what face will we have in the Traveler's Harem group to see brother Su Chen? Punchy punchy punchy. All Traveler fans, collectively charge at dead Qin Shuan's forum. Completely cool him off. Hearing a burst of enthusiastic shouts coming from Yi Xiaoxiao's bedroom, Aunt Wang immediately frowned. With that, he pushed open the door to her room. Smiley, how come you didn't go to tutoring tonight? But, Yi Xiaoxiao was wearing headphones, her hands outputting frantically on the keyboard, and her twin ponytails were even trembling from excitement. The boy, without saying a word, Aunt Wang yanked Yi Xiaoxiao's hair and carried her straight up. Yi Xiaoxiao, Mom's asking you a question. Why didn't you go to tuition? Yi Xiaoxiao was startled, looking at Aunt Wang's familiar scary expression. Remembering the 100 sets of exercise books sent over by her relatives last time, her mouth began to tremble. Mom, our tutorial teacher said that I recently memorized the poem Rolled Over, so I don't have to go tonight. Only then did Auntie Wang nod in satisfaction and released Yi Xiaoxiao from her hands. Good thing. This at least saves the family thousands of dollars in tuition fees every month. Then cast his gaze to Yi Xiaoxiao's tablet computer and asked curiously, so what are you doing now? Because of the tug just now, Yi Xiaoxiao's headphones also fell off. There was also an occasional burst of yelling from a group of tender schoolchildren inside. Chairman, where are you? Which of the opposing pages will we charge first? Fuck Qin Shuan's brainwashed fans to death today. President, I think I just heard your mom talking? He Xiaoxiao's body regained its freedom, pointing to some information on the tablet and started to report. Mom, I'm talking to you. Recently that Su Chen's brother can be bullish. His new book directly in the Dragon Kingdom to kill crazy. And the Dragon Kingdom Film and Television Company wants to make Su Chen's brother's book into a film and television and animation. And even want to use 10 years to create a top-level IP. And this? Auntie Wang's eyes widened at once. Yeah, but at that symposium that brother Su Chen and I attended some time ago, a writer named Qin Shuan with his brainwashed fans went so far as to call brother Su Chen names and slandered him as unworthy. Do you think he still has a face? I'm leading a charge on his fan forum. He Xiao said invitingly. Mom, do you think I did the right thing? Daughter? I'll go. Aunt Wang casually flipped through it and was instantly equally enraged. This rice circle is so brain dead now? Call them out. Give Mom a good scolding. With that, Auntie Wang headed out the door, seemingly to get the family's laptop, and after a pause, she said, I'll call on my square dance sisters to help you later. Daughter, Qin Shuan's fan side. It's long since collapsed. As a writer who has been in the Dragon Kingdom for 7 years, the amount of fans that Qin Shuan has accumulated during this period is not enough to be compared with those real stars and big names in the entertainment circle, but in the entire literary world of the Dragon Kingdom, it is also considered to be one of the best. That Su Chen is just a fake traveler. Why is he like this? Forum. They couldn't stop wailing in despair. Ever since that copyright exchange in Kyoto a few days ago, this fan forum of theirs has had the biggest crisis in its history. Before, they were the only ones who cyberstormed others, but now the situation is completely reversed. That fake traveler, even though he has his own fan backup club, I heard that they're all just a bunch of elementary school students, so why is he so raw? From the launch, that book about parallel worlds, the general history of China then, a few days later, smoothly made its way onto the prominent positions of the major bookstores in the Dragon Kingdom. Put in the old days, that's the kind of treatment only Qin Shuan's work would have. They can't understand it. Even if it was a book about parallel worlds, but that was just a history. How could it be compared to Qin Shuan's romance novel? Popularity value plus 10,000 points. Popularity value plus 10,000 points. Popularity value plus 10,000 points. Back to Riverside on the high-speed train. When Su Chen saw the system panel's insanely rising popularity value, he was instantly happy. Road. Zhao Yaran had already told him in advance that in the public eye of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Chen was afraid that he would never see Qin Shuan again. As for the reason, Su Chen wasn't blind these days and naturally understood. 2 short weeks. The program team side had already pushed Su Chen several times to make sure that the theme of the new issue must be innovative. Currently, the program's official website has long surpassed 5 million daily activities. He brought up his headphones, with the view from the window, clicked on a piece of music software in Dragonland and then played it randomly, but not for a few seconds. His eyes widened at once. Nope. Next song. Nope. Next song again. It's not right yet. He hastily opened the software, surprisingly surprised to find that in this music software, above the hit list, without exception, all are some foreign songs. There are Chinese songs from the Dragon Kingdom, but they're all squeezed out of almost all the charts, waiting for him to pick a song with it. But soon frowned. What kind of crap songs are these? Soon. He then responded that it was a cultural break in the Dragon Kingdom. Right. Unlike the musical legacy of the previous life in China, because of the historical fault of the Dragon Kingdom, the so-called gongshang, horn, and zhengyu did not exist in this blue planet. So in terms of the development of music, the Dragon Kingdom had to lag far behind other countries. It's decades long. On the music charts, the Dragon countryside has long been dominated by foreign music and some idol groups. All of a sudden, regarding the show's request for Su Chen to innovate in the new episode, he has a direction. Riverside. The national lie detector test. Who's the crossover? The scene. This time, due to the architectural aesthetics and thick history that Su Chen displayed in his lies in the last installment, it made the live broadcast popularity of the program set a new record in the history of variety arts in the Dragon Kingdom. So in this time Zhang Yang directly had a greater access to the program. The scene switched to one of the largest in the Riverside Broadcasting Building, which can accommodate a full 10,000 viewers at a time. But even so, less than an hour to go before the show starts. The whole scene, the seats are full, and the voices talking about this episode made the show seem crowded. Did you guys watch one of the live movie and TV shows over in Kyoto the other day? What's Live? The new book written by Su Shin, which I heard directly caused a huge stir at a trade fair in the Dragon Kingdom's movie industry, is about the parallel world Huaxia. Crap, there's such a thing? Huaxia? Isn't this the dark horse work that's been particularly hot in online novels lately? Crap. Old dog Su Chen. I knew Drunken Falling Nine Heavens was his vest. Instead of updating, he ran off to some movie industry trade show, and many more were unsure of what was going on. What web novel? It's the history of Huaxia that Su Chen showed in his last show. He even secretly opened a vest on the website and composed the Huaxia civilization in his lies into a historical novel. This 2 weeks I'd been urging for it day and night, and I didn't realize that it was written by his real father. And backstage at the show, Su Chen sat on the sofa with a calm demeanor. Zhang Yang is holding a book. I guessed you wrote that Wawa online after the show aired. My daughter, who just started high school, said that she wanted me to give her your home address so she could press for more work in person. This episode, if you collapse, I'll tell her the address. Su Chen laughed out loud, after returning to Riverside. Of course, he was the first time to moor a few chapters, but there was no way to help. The reader's appetite was too big, and the ordinary hand speed had completely failed to satisfy their needs. So Su Chen simply closed the background private message, and by observation, Huaxia fans are also in various book deserted square and the frenzied amenable to this historical masterpiece from the parallel world. Currently, light backstage sales, too, have long since broken the single-month record for web novels in the Dragon Kingdom. Just under a month, nearly $2 million in manuscript fees. Su Chen wasn't worried about the readers running away. When Zhao Yaran signed film and television Huaxia, he believed that more people would pay attention to Huaxia as a fascinating world civilization. At the same time, some of the subcultures of Huaxia had also begun to become popular within the Dragon Kingdom. For example, fans of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. For example, some of the allusions and idioms in the Huaxia story, and more. Then it is curious about the final fate of Huaxia, the ultimate end of that awakening era. These are not the products of a civilization that does not belong to the Blue Planet. In a quiet way, it is influencing the development of civilization in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen really wanted to say something to those seniors in his previous life. This pomp and circumstance is as you wish it to be. And on the program's official website, what those Su Chen's fans have been discussing the most in the past few days is the program's revamping again this time. Surprisingly, there were no judges on this one. Instead, they let Su Chen innovate the theme himself. It looks like it's going to be easy. Actually, without the judges to give the theme, it's even harder for him to cross the lie this time. Yes, because then he would need to create his own original logic out of a set of civilizational categories that could not be falsified simply on cultural differences. Coming. Is Su Chen's shortcoming making a comeback? Dog head. And these old fans of playing terriers. But it has left many new followers of the show wondering, what traveler? Don't you know? There's a recent variety show in our Dragon Kingdom that's been on the air for 8 seasons. And there's a guy who claims to be a traveler. And he hasn't been unmasked yet. After 3 broadcasts, his prize money has accumulated to $8 million. That crossover also wrote an online novel about the history of parallel worlds, which has recently been targeted by many movie and TV companies in Kyoto. And I've heard that it's all going to be made into an IP universe in the future. What? I think it's just a gimmick. You're crazy to be famous. Gather around. Requesting a link to the program. The Universal Lie Detector. Who's the crossover? After all, it was just a variety program. And according to the population base of over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, the people who knew about it were still in the minority. Travelers and parallel worlds are terms that the vast majority of people think are just ideas for web novels. But, they never expected that a real traveler would now appear in the Dragon Kingdom, and were immediately preoccupied with the idea that it was a show gimmick. But, there are still a lot of people who follow the address of the program and come to the live broadcast in the first place. He stepped through the barriers of time and space, taking on the identity of a traveler. With an entire world's worth of civilization to start showing to this Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, would you be curious if it were you? Would you want to see him exposed? Or rather, when they saw the 3 words of the traveler, the intention of the program's revision, from a mass lie detector to a lie detector specializing in only Su Chen's lies, was a success. However, as soon as these passerby netizens enter the program live, seeing as it's not even on yet, then the nearly 20 million online viewers were stunned. Crap, this show, it's so hot? Not only that, inside the live studio, they saw the live audience of the program and once again, their eyes widened. 10,000. What the hell? A variety show with so many people on the set? In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, even for some hot celebrity concerts, there would never be this many fans, unless it was some of the foreign hot list celebrity concerts. I'm numb. I just went to school for the last 2 months. How come the sky has changed in our dragon country after I came back from vacation? This is too much, isn't it? Riverside. Isn't that a small city? How come there are so many live spectators? Longtime fans of the show saw the reaction of these roadies. There was a loud laugh. Cool, that's right. When they first saw the program, saw the Traveler Lies, and heard about the so-called parallel worlds, they had the same reaction as they did. And not only that, but when they truly appreciated Sushen's prowess, I'm afraid that this bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well would have to drop their jaws on the ground in shock. God knows how they were on their knees watching Suchen crush and cross-check the dragon civilization in the first few episodes. 2 months. 2 months. You guys are unaware how we spend our days doubting life. As time goes by slowly, the number of people online in the live broadcast room finally stopped at the 25 million mark, breaking the record again. All of the staff, subconsciously, turned their eyes to the center of the stage. A little while longer, Suchen will then need to stand there and take on a brand new challenge after the show has been revamped again. Will he continue to blow away the Dragon Kingdom or not? The lights dimmed. Suchen's unique Terminator BGM sounded. The host, Ice, stepped lightly and strolled towards the center of the stage where all the people were watching with a white dress. At the same time, with the revamped lines, she's become much more proficient as well. 2 months ago, the Blue Star Dragon State, he came across with an entire world's worth of civilization. Absolute poetry. A new cultural chapter in the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom has been created. Supercomputing. Solving the Dragon Kingdom's Millennium Super Project. Shocking history. An architectural marvel spanning the ages. Under his display, amazing Chinese civilization. It has set off tens of millions of followers. And him. It's the traveler from the parallel world Suchen. Host Icy's introduction. Those brand new viewers who had just entered the livestream were instantly captivated. How could he have done so much? Isn't it a lie? I suddenly realized that I seem to have just passed through the web. A person's talent can go to such an extent? It's not real, is it? Didn't any of you veteran viewers realize that it was a gimmick by the show? And the old fans are laughing. The program stage. With the presenter's introduction, Suchen's figure appeared under a long-awaited gaze. Perhaps because of the more fan groups just a short time ago, the scene is even more a lot of female fans holding a light sign. The non-stop screaming that accompanied Suchen's appearance. Hello everyone, I am Suchen the Traveler, from a parallel world that is extremely similar to the Dragon Kingdom. If you believe me, so, please join me in enjoying the cultural charms from China. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. This time, Suchen joked with everyone in the last sentence, which led to laughter in the room. This issue, because there was no lie detector judge, the sense of urgency at the scene was a few points less, so Suchen also seemed unusually relaxed. And the host, Ice, then took care of the whole flow of the show. Mr. Su, for this installment, the director has made yet another revamp that will feature a thematic innovation by you. I heard, in search of inspiration, you've all secretly gone off to write web novels with a vest. Are you preparing to fail a lie detector test and find yourself a new career direction? She said half-jokingly, and mentioned this. The entire audience then gnashed their teeth in anger. Shift-breaking dog. Old dog Su, if you can't satisfy me in this episode, you can't leave the show today. All sorts of crusades are going on, but the atmosphere of the scene, it was mobilized with enthusiasm. See this scene. New viewers of the program were even more dumbfounded. The fan stickiness of this program, so high. He also writes web novels? By the looks of it, it's pretty hot? And Suchen said with a smile, if you said so, then I'm afraid I won't be able to leave in one piece today if I don't bring out something good for you guys. Host Ice laughed. However, he saw Suchen directly say, for this installment, the innovative theme I chose for myself to prove I'm a traveler is the music of China. Off stage, live stream. There was a pause. Music? You're afraid you really want to just ditch the race and become an internet writer, aren't you? What's innovative about the music? Not only that, those passerby viewers in the live broadcast room even laughed out loud. I told you, this traveler is a fake, right? All of you tens of millions of people, all of you were fooled by his first few episodes of the show, and the crew asked him to innovate, and he just revealed himself, right? Sure enough, there's no such thing as a traveler in the world. Music? Is our Longhua music chart a display? And backstage at the show, Zhang Yang's eyes were even more glazed over. What the hell? Didn't we agree that you had already thought of an innovative theme? What's with the music for me? More than 20 million online viewers. Are you kidding me? And in the face of a full house of skeptics, Suchen didn't panic. Small scene. I've seen this scenario 3 times on this program. I'm afraid your faces haven't been swollen by Huaxia yet. He smiled. It's the music. In our Huaxia, music is divided into ancient music and modern music. Gong Shang Jiao Huiyu. For the 5 attributes of the 5 elements given by the ancient philosophy of Huaxia, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire and earth respectively. Even, in ancient times, Really good Chinese medicine practitioners didn't need acupuncture or Chinese herbs. With music, the song is over, the sickness is gone, and this medical maneuver is called pentatonic healing. As Su Chen opened his mouth, the whole room was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What are you talking about? Big brother? What are the gong shan, angle, emblem and feather, and they correspond to the 5 elements? In the Dragon Kingdom, the legacy of the 5 elements has not been lost. So everyone had some idea about the application and profundity of the 5 elements. But now Su Chen even said that in the parallel world, their ancient music even corresponded to the 5 elements. And it's also healing. Although they had witnessed Su Chen displaying his amazing talent 3 times, this time, what Su Chen said was nothing short of heavenly. And Chinese medicine? Acupuncture? And what's that? Have you been writing too many novels lately and started hallucinating? Su God. This time, you're afraid you're going to roll over. Let you get creative. I didn't ask you to create. That qualifies as a fabrication, doesn't it? Everyone looked at Su Chen in unison with the eyes of a fool. The whole scene, there was an eerie silence. Jitterbug platform. Yi Xiling. She was right on time and followed the universal lie detector, who was the crosswalker's airtime and opened her live broadcast. Since entering the Pit Traveler's civilization, the content of her live broadcast transformed directly from promoting the culture of the Dragon Kingdom to promoting the parallel world of Huaxia. And, on Shakeology, anchors like her are becoming more and more common, counting at least a few dozen of them, who call themselves crossing anchors. Hello, bro Mo. It's a beautiful windy day, and it's a great day for the opening of the Sajin program. As soon as you open the lens, she then directly greeted all the viewers waiting in the broadcast room while introducing them. This episode, 2 of my cold country classmates have something to return to, but don't panic. I invited 2 students from Eagle Jam. On camera, 2 exotic beauties with high noses appeared and greeted the crowd. Hello Rococo fans. But, surprisingly, Yi Xiling's live broadcast room was clear of pop-ups. Please call me Wasia's netizen. We're all from parallel worlds. Yes, we're all Chinese. The 2 hot babes froze. Yi Xiling explained with a smile. Ignore them, they're all playing Terpsichorean. And that's been our theme lately. The traveler Su Shin and his Huaxia spin. She then explained towards the 2 of them, while opening the live broadcast of the universal lie detector, ready to introduce the 2 eagle saucers to the great civilization from that parallel world. Audio. The familiar voice of Su Chen rang out. In our China, music heals. The song is over. The sickness is gone. Yi Xiling was frozen. Even though they are Su Chen's hardcore fans, but she still jumped up from the camera. What the hell is he talking about? In the meantime, in the Dragon Kingdom, some producers in the music industry of the Dragon Kingdom were also the first to be watching this episode of Su Chen's program. After Su Chen finished his opening remarks, everyone subconsciously raised their eyebrows. Immediately, loudly exclaimed, "Holy shit, that's not a lie anymore. It's in the sky, isn't it? In case one day I sing on stage and someone off stage falls ill, won't I be asked to sing a song to cure him? What do I sing? Ryo? Su Shin? Don't mislead the audience." In the program pop-up, there was an equal burst of tears and laughter. Su Shin, you're afraid you can't think of a novel theme for your lies, so you're just touching the music industry, right? The music industry of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen, don't come over. Ha ha ha. I was ready to get down on my knees and worship this issue, and now well, guess what? My knee it's back. The idea of healing with music is a good one, so don't think about it next time. If I didn't have a brain, I'd almost believe this installment. Don't doubt Su Shin. When I was a child, Master Zhang from the next village passed away, and as a result, I sang a song, and Master Zhang jumped up and slapped me in the face. Ha ha ha. Host Ice shook her head helplessly. Mr. Su, you've gone too far with your jokes. Don't forget that although this episode is for you to innovate the theme, we are ultimately a lie detector show, and if you can't disprove it, according to the rules, you will be eliminated from the show. At the same time, the $8 million in winnings you have accumulated will go to the prize pool, and the theme of the show will revoke the traveler theme. Su Chen nodded. Continuing, he said, we in China, since ancient times, there have been 5 tones, and 5 tones is to describe a person who sings hard to hear. Everyone fell silent. Ha, logical? Edit. Keep editing. The Chinese Zhuozhuan once said that the 5 tones are like medicines with their own flavors, and that listening to the wonderful tones often can make people free from all kinds of diseases and prolong their lives. Not only that, in another country in a parallel world, music therapy is still a discipline. Even in the ancient courts of China, there were band singers, these emperors and nobles. But it's not just for entertainment, it's about soothing and calming the mind and body with music. Music, which is cognate with the Chinese characters music, medicine, And healing. All diseases are born in the air and stop at the sound. Even in Chinese novels, there are stories of warriors healing their wounds with the sound of the zither. The more Su Chen spoke, the more metaphysical he became. The many illusions within. It's even unheard of in the Dragon Kingdom. These statements, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that even in the entire Blue Star, it was the first time I had ever heard of it. Hissing, I originally thought he was joking, and he was actually serious in explaining it to us, though I didn't catch that. But it doesn't in any way affect my ability to question him, especially since he just said Chinese novels. So what does that mean? It's very likely that he got those statements from some novel bridges. It was as if some of the new viewers of the program had caught Su Chen's loophole. The pop-ups have begun. This is solid. You guys were also fooled by this Su Chen in the previous installments. He may have indeed shown some things that amazed you, but it's likely that they were all bridges that he read from some novels. Yes, that must be it. Didn't you guys say that he even started writing web novels recently? He may not have gotten his inspiration from web novels. And the scene. More than that, some people couldn't listen. Sajin, if you want to prove yourself, then I have a mouthful of stale disease. Will you heal me? Right. I've been having chest congestion lately, and I've been to a lot of doctors who can't find the root of the problem. So if you help me look good, I'll believe it. There were 10,000 people in the audience. One by one, they started talking about their various ailments, even if it's a parallel world. But the stresses of life and work leave the vast majority of people in a state of subhealth. For a moment, a variety show instantly becomes a clinic. Mr. Su, you see? The host, Bing Bing, immediately looked at Su Chen in a difficult situation. Unexpected. Su Chen, however, was dry and straightforward, saying, yes, but, according to the principles of Chinese medicine in our other world, all diseases are born from qi, and this qi can not only refer to emotions, but the dirty qi of the 5 viscera is also included. Said. He then picked a young audience member who had been suffering from chronic insomnia due to the stress of his job to come straight to the stage. At the same time, he walked backstage and took out an instrument that had never appeared in the Dragon Kingdom before, with 5 strings on it, fixed on top of an ancient wood, which was precisely the Chinese musical instrument that Su Chen had specially made himself a few days before for the sake of this program, the Huaxia Guqin. Continuing to explain, this principle of the 5 tones, combining the 5 elements, which are born from each other, and are restrained from each other, will appropriately emphasize a certain tone to harmonize the body through a certain combination of tone matching. And Huaxia music has the attribution of meridians, elevation and levitation, cold and heat, warmth and coolness, possessing various properties similar to those of medicines. This is a Chinese guqin. Next, I'm going to go through it and use the rhythm, intensity, and harmony in the music to cure this audience member's insomnia. The audience on stage. What is it? Never seen it. My guess is that he's going to roll over this time. Even though it's insomnia, it usually takes a combination of medications to have a noticeable effect. But, Su Chen, however, ignored these queries and directly sat down on his knees, looking at the patient, and according to his request, the program team had created a special room with a large bed for the insomniac viewer. It's covered in cameras, and at the moment his eyes were red. Obviously he had been insomniac for many days, and was looking anxiously at those cameras around him, not in the least bit sleepy. Next, his hands gently rested on top of the ancient Chinese zither, corner, emblem, merchant. The 3 tones form a Chinese musical movement that resounds throughout the program in an instant. All the audience on the floor. It was a big surprise. This music. Never heard of it. And, it's good. What Su Chen played was precisely the famous 3 plum blossoms from his previous life, also known as Plum Blossom Leader and Jade Concubine Leader. It is said to be a flute piece composed by Huani in the Jin dynasty and later adapted for the Guqin. A fiddle called the Moon. 2 to get through the clouds. 3 lux across the river. Melodic tone sinking. Fixed Ji Zainshan, the entire tune style pure, mournful sadness, pale and soft, such as the sky-hanging crystal curtain. The entire scene of all people seemed to see a plum blossom in the cold wind swaying against the wind, white and fragrant, live streaming pop-ups. It's amazing that he really knows music. And, moreover, this kind of music has never been seen in the Dragon Kingdom. Pentatonic, he used a tone like Lingfeng, completely different from the 7 tones of our Dragon Kingdom. And it's even possible? Have you noticed? His instrument. There is something to be said for this instrument, and only an instrument like his can play this kind of tone. He shouldn't be for this live program, and a musical instrument was made on purpose, right? And unlike the program's fan interaction, those new viewers who were just getting into the program were even more dumbfounded. Crap, is this program so high-end, that he, a false traveler, would devise an entirely new tone and instrument to disprove a lie? Fuck. It's not real, is it? Am I dreaming, traveler? How is that possible? And at the moment, on the side of the program, director Zhang Yang was even more dumbfounded. Crap, this Su Chen has really innovated a kind of music for me? From the very beginning when Su Chen said that Chinese music could be driven away by one sound, he subconsciously thought that Su Chen was afraid of failing this time. After all, see a doctor without medication. No surgery. Instead, listen to the music. This kind of thing, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, in the entire Blue Star could be said to be something that would make people laugh their asses off. But, Su Chen actually just really took out an instrument that no one in the Dragon Kingdom had ever seen before, playing a form of music that had never been recorded by the entire Blue Star civilization. A horrible thought came to his mind. Healing with music. In the palace, the emperor used music to soothe his body and mind. Even ancient people in another parallel world used music to prolong their lives. All true? Stage. That audience member who was invited on stage by Su Chen, due to his nervousness, was still lying uneasily in front of the camera at the moment, tossing and turning, and the symptoms of insomnia didn't seem to have been resolved in the slightest. However, with Su Chen's music playing, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour, obviously, in order to truly expose Su Chen this time, everyone maintained good patience. At the same time, this new form of music and instrumentation was also refreshing to everyone. Unawareness. It was amazing how much time had passed, but no one has found, I don't know when, that audience member, who was always slightly tense. Surprisingly, in front of the camera, that tightly frowning brow gently soothed down. Slowly, he felt as if his tension had been greatly relieved. Finally, he himself seemed to have realized that something was wrong with him. Anxiety in the heart. It seems to have really lightened up a lot. Host Ice was one of the first to realize this. She watched as the patient spectator's face changed from a slight blush to a soothed, natural color, and eventually even looked a little more calm and peaceful. There was a delicate, the body shook, slammed. She turned her head and looked at Su Chen, who was still over there continuing to play. Mr. Su is actually really using music in treating his opponent's insomnia disease? And this effect, how? It defies both musical common sense and medical logic. In her eyes, revealing a shock that had never been seen before. This kind of shock was stronger than anything Su Chen had shown in the first 3 installments of the program. Soon, not only the host, Ice, but also some people in the audience of the program found out about this matter. It was dumbfounded. How is that possible? If one day someone said to him, don't take sleeping pills for insomnia, listen to me play you a song first, they would go up and slap him in the face. What's going on? You're crazy about the banquet, aren't you? But, at this very moment in this lie detector program, a traveler who claims to be from a parallel world is just using an odd instrument with a piece of music that has never existed in the Dragon Kingdom, directly with the naked eye visible speed to help a chronic insomnia patient to get effective relief from the condition. This kind of pie in the sky, if you don't see it with your own eyes, say it and who will believe it? The program is becoming more and more of a dazed discovery, and in a close-up by the show's cameraman, live on air, more than 20 million online viewers, all of them were also confused at this moment. Crap. The moment. Whether it was the Su Chen fans of the program, or the passerby viewers who had just joined the program's live broadcast booth in this episode, all of them were numb from watching. This is a fucking shill, isn't it? Am I mistaken? The man's eyes are getting a little sleepy. My mom. So God is actually using music to cure insomnia? Mama, why are my knees down again? Oh, my God. Are you sure this isn't a program effect? He's not a traveler. This is just an old god, isn't it? Isn't this a lie detector program? Why is it like magic? I'm not well read. Don't lie to me. Is this program a show or not? Why can't I understand a variety show anymore? Kneeling. I can't believe I'm kneeling in front of Su Jin for the 4th time. And all over the Dragon Kingdom. The musicians who are watching this lie detector variety show at the moment. At the sight of this scene, everyone was all in a tizzy. Crap. I always thought I was an artist. But it turns out, I'm a doctor? I'm not singing a song. I'm healing? Crazy. Is this crossover trying to smash the rice bowls of all the musicians in the Dragon Kingdom? No. All the musicians in the Blue Planet? Not only that. At this time, in the southern hemisphere of the Blue Star world, it was late at night. A Blue Star global information platform. In the Dragon Culture section, there was surprisingly an additional category, Traveler's Parallel World Civilization, though I don't know what was built. But, when the first video in the category was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many foreign netizens on the Blue Planet. A fraudulent variety show from the Dragon Kingdom in the Far East? Universal lie detector test? Aha! Travelers? What does that mean? And the subtitle of the first explanation of the video reads, in Eagle script, in the Dragon Kingdom, a lie claiming to be a traveler has recently taken the Dragon Kingdom internet by storm, claiming to be from a parallel time and space, the Huaxia. In that world, the Chinese civilization has a long history, inherited up and down for more than 5,000 years, and in many fields, it has crushed other countries on Earth, including those similar to us. This video came out. Those foreign netizens were instantly nonplussed. Laughing, Rokoku people really like to fantasize about themselves. It's amazing that they would design a program like this and create the persona of a traveler in order to satisfy their own ego. Traveler? Is this the name of the time traveler in Rokoku's mouth? A kind of terrier that originated from a dragon country's web novel is just a terrier. Wasia? Have any of you ever heard of this civilization? As more and more netizens from various countries discover this video of a variety show in the Dragon Kingdom, this global culture section in, for the Dragon Kingdom, for the traveler Su Chen, various taunts, instantly filled the entire information forum, Dragon Nation, program site. Su Chen finished his song, and according to the rules of the program immediately sent a doctor from Jiangbin to the stage, through the instrument that had long been installed on that patient to detect the nervous system, real-time observation. When he saw the data on the instrument, this doctor instantly widened his eyes and repeatedly brought them close to the instrument. Once, twice, as if he could hardly believe it. His reaction, it immediately aroused the curiosity of all the spectators around. What does that mean? He's documented this patient's condition before, so it's not like he's going to have an accident listening to a piece of music, is it? Until now, all the viewers in the room and everyone in the live broadcast room still didn't quite believe that Su Chen was able to cure the disease by relying on music from a parallel world. Medicine has medical principles. Music is also judged by music. The two are very different. But if one day, there is a person who claims to be a traveler, and also tells you that there is an ancient inheritance in a distant parallel world, the 5 tones are like medicine with their own flavors, and listening to the wonderful tones often can make people free from all diseases and prolong their lives. This kind of thing, or in a variety show, people can't believe it. Unlike the show's regular viewers, the new viewers hadn't seen Su Chen's performance in the previous episodes of the show, and while waiting for the doctor's final results, were sending pop-ups discussing the results in droves. Just now, taking advantage of the program's empty slot, I went to the internet to search for information about this program and Su Chen. Guess what? Aha! Come on! Say something! A new viewer with an IP address of Riverside City said, this variety show is all about the contestants weaving lies and then asking various experts and authorities to expose them with their own professional logic. And in the program, there was a man who called himself the Gold Mapper, and the program was on fire for a while, if not for the fact that in the end, the officials of the Dragon State followed the trail and busted that megatomb robbing syndicate. I'm afraid that this program could use that real gold digger to make a big splash in the Dragon Kingdom and make a fortune. There's such a thing? The rest of these viewers, who rarely pay attention to the Dragon variety show on weekdays, were surprised. This incident rings a bell with me. I didn't realize that tomb raiding group had participated in this variety show, but what does this have to do with the traveler's lie, and that Riverside netizen sold his point of view, so the conclusion came out. Since then, the show's popularity has suffered from not getting to a new level, and they realized that a gimmick no less than a touchdown was needed. This Su Chen I see information. He's one of us from Jiangbin. I had some friends investigate. He was an ordinary person before he participated in the lie detector program. He didn't even go to college. How can you have these talents? Ordinary people. All the new viewers have been shocked. And the scene. Naturally, it also fell into the eyes of those old spectators, who laughed without saying a word. Naive, aren't you? Think about the beginning. We had the same idea as you and what happened. Have you seen my knee? Since kneeling down, I have never stood up in front of Su God. Oh foolish humans, you know nothing about Su God's talent and the parallel world that is simply mysterious and powerful. But, the silence of the older audience members, however, allowed that IP for Riverside to find evidence of his point of view in general, getting more excited, jumping up and down in the live stream of the National Lie Detector, who was crossing the line. Definitely. What travelers? What parallel worlds? This is all fake. Even this lie detector travelers program. It's all fake too. And, even if he's a traveler, how can he have so many talents on his own? What was he in his previous life? An encyclopedia? Ha ha ha. Yeah, that must be it. If this is a lie, his talent is unrivaled. This is completely impossible. Program site. A full half hour. That audience has been unknown for some time. Sleeping peacefully long ago. That doctor that Riverside City had hired also completed his diagnosis at this time with a shocked look on his face. At the same time, in the presence of the official notary of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been invited by the program. The doctor took off his stethoscope and said in a tone of disbelief that he himself couldn't believe. Various audiences. According to the diagnosis of our Riverside First People's Hospital, the insomnia disease suffered by this viewer belongs to a high level of nervousness caused by the reason is probably the pressure of his work. Normal treatment. It needs to be combined with the various medications we prescribe for sleep aids. The condition is not very serious. But, just now, after my serious and systematic diagnosis, I found that his brainwaves, which are beginning to stabilize, are surprisingly extremely similar to the effects produced after taking sleeping pills, and his insomnia has really, to a certain extent, been relieved. And, in medical terms, he went through the music and got healed. The words just fell. The program Who's the Crossover? The show's set. Everyone was in an uproar. This doctor is speaking euphemistically, but, the meaning in that statement is clear. This patient, although not immediately cured, but the traveler Su Chen's lie, from the parallel world of the mysterious music type, really has a medicinal effect. Often heard the wonderful sound, can cure the disease. The jaws of all the dragons on the scene dropped. Inside the live feed, there was also a brief gap in the pop-up. Director's room. Zheng Yang directly slapped his face with his hand, thinking he was dreaming. And the Duyo platform. Yi Xiling and the two Eagle Sauce students had their mouths wide open. Especially Yi Xiling. Su Shen actually didn't flip the car? He went so far as to create another lie this time, using his identity as a traveler, that the mysterious music of China can cure diseases? At this very moment, this world, this program, no matter what the industry, no matter what the field, how much they didn't believe Su Chen the moment before. This moment, in their hearts, how shocked they were. How is that possible? Outside the program, among the viewers who followed this episode, there was no shortage of musicians and producers from various companies in the Dragon music scene. At this point, a number of music studios in the Dragon Kingdom let out a shocked gasp from within their windows. Just kidding. This program, it's fake, right? Is this program really a lie detector test and not a show for the entire Dragon Kingdom in conjunction with this so-called traveler? Outside the window on the pole, a sparrow was startled, and inside the window, the group of musicians were dumbfounded. An hour ago, they had just entered the live broadcast of National Lie Detector, Who is the Traveler, when they saw this young man, who claimed to be a traveler, go so far as to say that a kind of musical heritage that had never existed in the Dragon Kingdom existed in another parallel world. And, this mystical classical music heals and has a medicinal flavor. They subconsciously think, this one is definitely touching the Dragon music scene. Even, some of it is clumsy and ridiculous. But now, everyone blinked. And deep inside, it was as if the surface of a calm lake had been smashed into a boulder. Ripples. Minor lesson. A music inventory up master on the Dragon Kingdom's secondary platform, known as the lesson leader. Honestly, having been engaged in this field for many years, in his opinion, the global music industry, the situation of the Dragon's music is comparable to that of some other lost cultures in the Dragon's country, which are in a half-dead state, even though there have been one or two classics. But unlike ancient poetry, music needs to be pioneered and keep up with popular aesthetics. And the music of the Dragon Kingdom, it is always following and emulating foreign pop music, with absolutely no style or real character of its own. Lately, he's then doing a video installment, 20 years of classic music from Blue Star, the era of god-awful music, hundreds of classic songs, from popularity, creative concept, rumorability, there's also record sales, etc. And the class president voted by the fans throughout for fairness and openness. But, none of the Blue Star Top 100 golden hits are from the Dragon Kingdom. For that matter, the courser was both angry and helpless. Who can blame you? His mouse scratched the computer, browsing through some online information and current news about music, muttering, blame it on the fact that Dragon music is not as skilled as others. The Korean wave is in the air. Eagle Country Gold. American rap. Indeed. Looking back at the Dragon Kingdom, what's there? Suddenly, a snapshot of the program caught the class president's eye on the computer screen's webpage. Hashtag shocked. The mysterious classical music of China can actually cure diseases. Hashtag. Subconsciously, after he clicked on it, he was surprised to find that it was about a variety show in Longhua. And the courser had the impression that the show had aired online for 8 seasons, and he had heard that it was a way for people to engage in lie weaving, and as long as the show couldn't be dismantled, they would be able to stack up the prizes. And this season's bonus, a whole billion. I'm told. However, skipping over these tedious introductions to the show's snapshot surprisingly mentions that this season, there was a contestant who claimed to be a crossover and set various records for the show in consecutive installments. It even made the show undergo a major revamp because of him alone. Traveler? How can that be? The courser gave a dismissive laugh and shook his head as he continued to look at one of the play button videos below. He's curious. It's that mysterious classical music that cures diseases mentioned in the title. Even if he knows it's a variety show gimmick, travelers in whatever parallel worlds simply don't exist either. However, half an hour later, he looked up in confusion, his hair all mussed up from the constant rubbing he'd just done, his eyes red and his lips quivering. Gong Shang Jiao Wei Yu, a classical instrument never seen before in the Dragon Kingdom. No, it's a musical instrument that has never even been seen in Blue Star. And this form of music, not only is it good to listen to, but it can also heal. This musical idea. Crap. What a traveler. What parallel worlds. The moment all of the skepticism was put behind him, and only one thought remained in his mind now, regardless of whether or not this kind of music and idea came from a parallel world. Wasn't this the damn way he had been looking for the rise of Dragon's music? There was hardly the slightest hesitation. He immediately captured the audio and edited the track out at a frantic pace. Then it was decisively added to the list of options for the 100 classics from around the world. And top, bolding, extra fine, heavily recommended for selection. Give the old man a listen. Choose for the old man. A fairy fight? Have you guys actually seen the fairies? Music that heals. Have you seen it? Gongshang, horn, emblem and feather. Ever heard of it? Mysterious musical instruments that Blue Star has never seen before. Ha ha ha. He was in a state of insanity. Dragon's niche music? He had a hunch that dragon music could, perhaps, take off. Program site. From the time the doctor in Riverside City finished his diagnosis, a full 10 minutes had passed before all the dragons woke up as if from a dream. After repeated assurances from an official notary brought in by the program, the theme of this issue, absolutely true, and in order to make the audience believe, director Zhang Yang even deployed a whole 3 issues have not appeared on the lie detector, the notary public and the Jiangbin City doctor, and that the scene of the lucky audience were lie detector. Everything is shown to be true. Next, the scene and the live stream all blew up in unison. Crap, these people are definitely not trustees, able to withstand a polygraph test. They would have signed up for a lie detector program long ago if they had that kind of mental capacity. Doesn't that mean, inside the live feed, it's even crazier? Crap, Sushin really never lets me down. There's only what I can't think of and nothing Sushin can't do. Every display of talent by Sukin almost pushes the limits of my nerves. I remember that at a medical symposium in the Dragon Kingdom, a famous doctor once said that medicine is the most rigorous human science, and that there is absolutely no room for any chance events or flukes. The 5 tones are like medicine. The Gong Shang Jiao Hui Yu, the wonderful sound can prolong life. Does it mean that they are all true too? Crap, whether it's medicine or music, this is almost considered groundbreaking. How did he do it? How is this possible? This divine twist. It's too outrageous. Are you sure this wasn't played by an actor from the show? And host Icy. It was even more frozen. She originally thought that without the judges in this issue, with Suchen playing and innovating the theme on his own, he would surely encounter difficulties in the falsification session. But she didn't expect that Su Chen would actually do it, and, at first, she thought it was a concert. But turn your eyes. It turned into a major diagnostic scene. What's next? It's so hard to host this show, because she can't even guess right now what kind of shocking stuff Su Chen will come up with next with Su Chen's Traveler's Lie. A brand new theme for this installment that's almost beyond imagination. Program site. A staff member came on stage temporarily and whispered something in the host's ear. Soon, Bing Bing stared wide-eyed at the audience on stage and hesitated for a moment before raising the microphone and addressing Su Chen and all the audience of the program. Audience, just a moment ago, our program team actually received a private message from a dragon music master, who claimed that teacher Su Chen had passed the polygraph in the first phase of the lie detector test, and so it could prove that the person was in a certain level of mental quality if he did so. Follow the rules of the program. The results of the polygraph test can only be used as a reference. It can't be the only criterion. So he questioned it. If Mr. Su is really a traveler, then in the other world, isn't there any other music? Moderator's words. Su Chen instantly listened to music. Coincidentally this is not. Huaxia Shen Yun. The uses in the other world can be much wider than on the blue planet. Saying that there is no other music in Huaxia? Have you heard of the Yongle canon? Ever heard of astronomical music? Have you ever heard of a musical poem? Not to mention in the Blue Star and the Dragon Kingdom. In the other world of Eastern music, are dipped in the light of the Chinese music theory, some globally famous symphony masters, not only from the Chinese music theory, but also from the Chinese canonical sheet music, folk tunes, etc. to get inspiration. There was even a bull in the northern Song dynasty of China who had divided an octave into 12 tones. Each tone is subdivided into 16 tones. This makes 192 tones in one octave, which are used to view the heavens and measure the earth. If we were to have a piano made in the western countries of this world according to this cowboy scale, it would take 608 keys for 4 octaves. So, what does this music master want me to challenge? Su Chen thought about it and asked directly. He wants the world to understand. No matter which civilization. Wa stream. It's the grippiest. Host Bing Bing spoke directly. Since the other party was able to contact the show, it was obvious that they had already thought of asking Su Chen questions about this civilization of Huaxia in response to the existing problems of the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star. 3 days later, a global music festival will be held in the Dragon Kingdom at the Pearl Plaza in Magic City, and he has asked you to present 3 pieces of Chinese music at the festival as a traveler. But, each type of music must be saturated with genres that have never existed in the Dragon Kingdom, and preferably can reflect the so-called historical flavor of Huaxia. Wow! On the set of the program, there was almost an uproar. This request, it's too much. Especially those fans who believed in Su Chen's identity as a traveler immediately expressed their dissatisfaction in the live broadcast. Global Music Festival? I seem to be able to guess the true identity of this dragon music master. Isn't this a mindless lie detector test? Even if Su Chen is a true traveler, but he's not a god. 3 pieces of music, to create 3 types of music that reflect the flavor of Chinese history, and the time is only given for 3 days. Why is his face so big? Isn't today's Chinese mystical music and this kind of instrumentation considered to be doing innovation? Dragon Country's music has been suppressed by the rest of the Blue Planet, and not only did he not rejoice because Su Chen brought a new genre of music to our Dragon Country, but he also wanted to kill to make Su Chen lose face in front of the globe? As a fellow Dragon Nation citizen, I'm ashamed of him. The host, Bing Bing, on the other hand, looked helplessly at Su Chen. Follow the rules of the program. Your polygraph testimony for this episode has been considered over the top, while the program can only polygraph once in the same category for each testimony. So, you are perfectly free to refuse. And, your price for this installment of 16 million Dragon Nation dollars is absolutely valid for stacking. Obviously, even if the director Zhang Yang, who was watching the development of the program from behind the scenes, deliberately explained that, after all, even if Su Chen was a real traveler, such a request could no longer be considered to be taking a lie detector test. It's just, nakedly difficult. But, after hearing this request, Su Chen surprisingly did not hesitate for a second and directly said with a smile, yes, since our program is called Universal Lie Detector Test, then I would welcome every one of our friends in the Dragon Kingdom or maybe even the Blue Planet to take a lie detector test. I'm a real traveler. There's a whole civilization standing behind it. In whatever world. Huaxia, always the grisliest. Bullying. Confidence. Almost instantly, the entire program site, including the backstage of the program, burst into applause. Well said. Good job. Just from this strong cultural confidence alone, I believe that there really exists a parallel world called Huaxia in the world, and that only a truly powerful civilization can produce a confident traveler like Su Chen. What global ceremony. 3 days later, sit back and wait for Su Chen to make those who question Su Chen's identity as a traveler get hit hard in the face. I believe that dragon music was suppressed by the rest of the Blue Planet for decades. There will be a huge turnaround in 3 days. Cool. Huaxia, it's the most gripping, and live on air. The pop-ups are also rolling like crazy, and regardless of how shocking Su Chen's previous display of Chinese civilization was, just because of Su Chen's speech this time, I'm willing to go to Mordor 3 days later, to be there to wave the flag for China. This is probably the hottest I've ever been in the 8 seasons I've been following this show. Such a lie. If it's false, then I'm willing to believe Huaxia. Although this is the first time I've watched Su Chen's Traveler's Lie Detector Test, I'm surprisingly enamored by Su Chen and by the Huaxia confidence in his mouth. All kinds of intense pop-ups instantly dominated the screen. The next day, the popularity of the National Lie Detector Test, whose crossing the line skyrocketed again. This lie detector program that has ushered in many questions due to the revamp. Everyone ignored the slot of whether or not Su Chen had colluded with the crew to cheat, and the program's bib followers surprisingly broke 5 million for the first time, because the program group had gone so far as to make an exception and directly change the rules on Su Chen's behalf. As long as Su Chen still maintained his identity as a traveler in this global extravaganza, the program bonuses would once again accumulate. On the other hand, it is because the show All Lie Detector, the charm of Chinese civilization on display, has long been in many areas of the Dragon State to promote civilization. Those white-whoring Chinese civilization of the Dragon State civilization areas, the literary world, the 4-building authority of the Dragon State, construction field, the IP development team of 10 years, Huaxia, including Kyoto Publishing Group and Zhao Yaran as the head of the group, have made their position clear at the first time. It's Huaxia who is the grisliest. The other side, the head of the music inventory up masterclass at Little Broken Station, whose backstage private messages have nearly exploded in just one day. Take stock of the world's top 100 classical music. The mysterious Chinese classical music that Su Chen displayed on the program, after he placed it on the top and added it to the inventory poll, relying on the heat of the travelers surprisingly in just one day's time, it directly gained hundreds of thousands of likes and votes. One day, the Three Plum Blossoms. It's firmly in the ranks of the Blue Star 100 classics. The class president's entire body was dumbfounded, as far as he remembered. Dragon country music. Since decades ago, when he was suppressed by the music of the rest of the Blue Planet, the discography videos he made have almost always belonged to a niche area in the short videos of the Dragon Kingdom, and have gone unnoticed for many years. But right now, he just wanted to shout at Su Chen and Huaxia, "It's too strong, Traveler Bull, Wachovia Bull." However, when he saw the private message in the background, he immediately furrowed his brows into a chuan. IP for Sakura Nation's netizen, travelers? The music that the Up Master is inventorying is pop music. Is this kind of pure music also considered a kind of pop? Netizen with IP of Eagle Sauce. Cheating. How is it possible to get hundreds of thousands of likes and votes in one day? It must be the Up Master brushing the data. IP for the cold country's netizens, laughed me to death. Such an inventory video. Just a show of self-congratulation and self-satisfaction of the dragon people. How can there be a traveler in the world, and also claim to be from Huaxia, our Korean nation's idol singles? Surprisingly, there are many did not enter the top 100. Cheating. IP for pretty country, this music is not even in the top zones of global music. I just want to ask the Up owner on what basis it is located in the top of the options. Do you really know music? When he saw the private messages, the courser almost exploded. What's wrong with Huaxia? What happened to pure music? Su Chen, as a traveler, has the right to join in judging the inventory as long as he brings such music to our Dragon Kingdom. These hundreds of thousands of votes can be cast by netizens one by one. That I'm cheating? That's good. Will you cross one for me? Said. He turned on the camera and showed up to record a clarifying video directly into the camera. Hello to all of you who have been following me on this roundup. This time I'll add Traveler Su Chen's mysterious classical music to the poll. The whole process is fair and impartial. The backstage of the small broken station can check the data at any time. There is absolutely no cheating behavior. As to whether or not Sajin's pure music counts as pop music or not. Since rap can count, electricity can count, jazz, rock counts. Why shouldn't pure music? In my mind, there is no doubt about Su Chen's talent and the magnificence of Chinese civilization. And he even conquered countless fans and netizens in our dragon country long ago. If people in other countries of the Blue Planet doubt this, well then, we in the Dragon Kingdom have a personal program about Su Chen, All People Lie Detector. Who's the crosser? You guys could have just signed up for a lie detector test, to respond to you guys with the same thing Su God said at the end of the last program. Huaxia, it's the grisliest. Once this video of the courser was released, those netizens from other countries of the Blue Planet who had originally privately messaged him in the background of the small broken station saw it at once, and they all had ugly faces. But, by the time they tried to continue to respond privately again, they realized that the head of the class had long since turned off the private messaging feature in the background, but they had a twinkle in their eye. It was late at night. A Blue Star global information platform. In the Dragon Culture section. In the category of the Traveler's Parallel World Civilization. It instantly became a new front for them to troll this thing. The influence of this recent lie detector variety show in Dragonland was originally limited to within Dragonland for their Dragonlanders' self-indulgence. But I didn't expect it. They even shamelessly took the lying bridge in the program and used it to compare and inventory the cultural treasures of other countries in the Blue Planet. And even used cheating tactics to get this so-called difficult Chinese music into the top 100 classics in the world. Original. As far as the netizens of other countries who expressed derision towards Su Chen's identity as a traveler in the 5,000 years of Chinese inheritance are concerned, after seeing these posts, there was a great deal of laughter. This group of dragons, could it be that they are still yearning for the Chinese world that this fake traveler is talking about? Truly a nation of cultural fault lines, with a deep inferiority complex etched in their bones that makes them arrogant to such an extent about a liar's gag. They shouldn't really think that there is another country in the universe that is extremely similar to their Dragon Kingdom, right? Originally, All Lie Detectors is just a program spreading in the Dragon Kingdom about ancient Chinese poems. What with the Song of Long Hate? What with the Chinese style? What with Chinese history and classical music, which these foreigners can't understand at all? And just then, suddenly, a foreigner went so far as to post, "Tell everyone the good news. 2 more days." I heard that in order to prove his lies. This fraud from the Dragon Kingdom is actually going to participate in the global music festival held in the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom. And he was arrogant enough to present 3 original music genres about the Huaxia lie at the gala. I'll be performing at the awards ceremony for the extravaganza when the time comes. I'll be there for you guys and humiliate him properly. Ha ha. When the other foreigners saw this post, they subconsciously clicked on the avatar of this poster, and immediately exclaimed, Bruce. Surprisingly, it was the pretty country's favorite rapper of last year, Bruce himself, and it was found in his post history that he had posted an invitation to the Magic City Global Music Awards ceremony. The time was exactly 2 days later. The geezers were instantly bluffed by Bruce's cocky and confident tone. That Dragon Traveler show has been deceiving itself in order to poke holes in that fake traveler and fake Chinese civilization. This time, the star of our pretty country will personally see the so-called mysterious country they talk about. Ha ha. And the city of Riverside in the Dragon Kingdom. Suchen looked at the digital audio workstation just bought back in front of him and was falling into a deep thought. Another world of wah-wah music genres. Much as the sky is full of stars, there are countless genres that don't even exist on this blue star world. But how does he pick the most compelling type of music? Because he wants, for this blue star world, a true divine comedy. His mind. A few of the Godfather top streams of Chinese music have surfaced. Saying a few words, there are 3 main points that people are currently complaining about. 1. The logic of why travelers need so many talent categories to prove themselves is a bit implausible. 2. People are more interested in seeing the collision of 2 civilizations. These 2 chapters are already starting to adjust in that direction. 3. The point about music healing. I'll change this point after today's update. Next I will continue in the direction of the previous and subsequent plot, in accordance with the views of some adjustments and modifications. 9 days is to write a book of small chickens. This new book's own position is cool text. Many places have shortcomings. I have accepted one by one, and constantly adjust. Everyone be patient, because it's a new topic. There aren't too many of the same topic to give me a model to show me what to write. And a lot of the content is lacking in my measurements without writing it out for you guys to see and get feedback from you. Regular readers know that I write books have been in writing a completely new genre. Can only write while optimizing and adjusting through reader feedback. Thank you for your support. There will be another shift in the evening if I have enough time. Honestly, in Suchen's mind, there were some thoughts about those people, such as the godfather of Chinese style who created the pinnacle of Hualu, or those masters of Peking opera who had not dared to forget their country. But none of it is enough. The divine comedy he wanted was not only to prove himself with the civilized music genre. He wanted to show the pride and confidence of China to the people of this world even more. As a traveler, even though it is across the world, he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to really sing China in the Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom. So that history has been burning. As a young boy in China, I dare to ask heaven and earth to try my luck. Suddenly, an aura flashed through his mind. The Traveler, the Misplaced Hours, a direct adaptation. Right. His eyes snapped wide open. I can create a song about a traveler's version of dislocated time and space, and the theme will be a Chinese teenager in a parallel world. In the depths of his memory, the aspirations of countless Chinese teenagers in his previous life to carry on the past and the future instantly surfaced. Those, even though he was in a different time and space, it still moved him to a surge of fervor. Open the mind. With the 2 remaining songs, he had his choice at once. 2 days later, the sky was blue and the wind was light. The magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The news that all crossover, who's the crossover? A variety show in the Dragon Kingdom, had moved the lie detector crossover theme to the awards ceremony of the Blue Star Global Music Awards still attracted many people's attention. For the organizers, as a traveler, Suchen's ultimate goal in the matter of performing on stage was just to take a lie detector test, so they could only arrange an off-site small stage for Suchen. Usually this is arranged just to help warm up the ceremony. Naturally, it's not comparable to the infield's true pop divas and divas from around the globe. Suchen, this side of the program team was setting up their own equipment and arrangements under the command of the ceremony staff. When Zhang Yang saw from afar that Suchen Han was still in that hoodie, walking over with a relaxed look on his face. This is the sound effects and music video that you will need to play in a while. Please, Director Zhang. Suchen handed over a USB flash drive. Zhang Yang didn't look relaxed. Suchen, according to the rules of our program, as long as you don't make it to the stage, you can refuse. A look of worry crossed his face. Even if it's a true traveler, no one is a god. So how is it possible to make a song that meets that person's requirements in 3 days? That master musician from Dragonland who issued a lie detector challenge to you is, I'm told, one of the organizers of the ceremony. Originally this offstage was just a hotspot. He pointed to the setup site over there. Look, he went so far as to arrange for the organizer unit to connect the offsite live channel to the main venue. The performers in there can be the top streaming musicians in the Blue Star world. So when the time comes for you to perform at the same time as the other party, it's all about debunking you and humiliating you at the same time. although the lie detector show did 8 seasons. But Zhang Yang himself adheres to always focus on talent and IQ competition. Even if the contestant fails, he will never be so aggressive with this program, especially since Su Chen's entry for the show but brought a huge revision and popularity, but also in a way, sort of promote the development of certain areas of civilization in the Dragon Country. He is now to appreciate more. Naturally, he didn't want Su Chen to end up in an ugly situation. Su Chen patted his shoulder. Before anything else could be said, suddenly, a man with gray hair and a ponytail came out from the inner passage of the festival next to him and Zhang Yang, looking like a music producer, with a hypocritical smile on his face that made people subconsciously feel disgusted. Mr. Su, you're finally here. I'm a big fan of yours. My name is Sikong Chi. Nice to meet you. Zhang Yang came to Su Chen's ear and hurriedly whispered the inside story. This is the music master who challenged you. Just that Sikong Lingfeng that you had a chance to meet in Kyoto last time. Is his own brother? Original. It's a meeting of enemies. Su Chen suddenly came to a realization and reacted to the inside story. Last time, after the Longhua Film and Television Circle's copyright exchange conference in Kyoto, he had heard Zhao Yaran talk about Qin Shuwen's final fate, and he thought that the old man who traveled with Qin Shuwen must be similar. What's that saying? Friends come with good wine, jackals come with shotguns. Su Chen immediately smiled and shook Sikong Chi's hand, and said enthusiastically, the Sikong family is really capable of producing many before there was your younger brother, and now there is another you that popped up. Thanks to you mama, gave birth to you 2 good sons. Sicky? Why does that sound like cursing? Zhang Yang was beside him with his mouth wide open. The Su Chen turned out to be a yin and yang master? It looks like cursing. But then again, there was such overwhelming sincerity on his face that it was hard to argue what he really meant. Sikong Chi's face was embarrassed, that I rolled straight up and pointed to the stage being set up over there with a leathery smile. Mr. Su, in order to cooperate with your program's lie detector test, I've spent a lot of contacts to let you have the opportunity to perform at the same time with the top streams of Blue Star Global. So don't let me down. 3 songs. Even the popular idols of the Dragon Kingdom don't have a chance like you. You must come up with a repertoire that meets my requirements for you to pass your lie detector test. Nah. Su Chen was thoughtful. Who was it that behaved at the same time as me? Sikong Chi said triumphantly. Mr. Bruce, the rapper from the pretty country. Why him? Zhang Yang immediately exclaimed. Last year, he was the rap king who won the National Golden Globe Award and ranked in the top 10 in the global music charts with amazing sales. This Sikong Chi. It's properly in the name of lie detector test, wanting to make Su Chen and the whole universal lie detector test program team lose face together, right? Yeah, Su Chen, however, laughed on the side and praised. This arrangement is good, because in the last life, in another world, once we also had a rap godfather in Huaxia, who had appeared on the Beautiful Country's Time magazine more than once. I'll take a look at this one. In a different time and place, could I have accomplished what he did? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The various guests of the Magic City Global Music Festival had all arrived, and media reporters from countries all over the world were frantically taking pictures and interviewing these superstars who dominated Blue Star music, and beyond an off-site stage. Some of the dragons, who didn't seem the least bit concerned about what was going on over here, were gathered over there with various lighted signs in their hands. It was written boldly, Traveler Su Chen, Wachovia Bull, and other special words of support. At the same time, the live channel of the program All Lie Detector, who is the crosser, was also activated at that moment when the red dot lit up. As, not being his home turf, the host of the show, Bing Bing, could only stand in the viewing gallery with them, the fans of Chinese civilization, and do the opening of this lie detector test. Hello audience, welcome, everyone, once again to the live broadcast of our Dragon Kingdom lie detector variety show, All Lie Detectors, who is a traveler. This time, it's the most exceptional installment in the 8 seasons the show has been on the air. As the protagonist of our program, Su Chen, a traveler from a parallel world, will meet a special challenge off-site. In a moment he will be on the off-site stage of the Magic City Global Music Festival. Accept the lie detector challenge from Mr. Sikong Chi, the master musician of the Dragon Kingdom. Host Ice was equally worried. 3 days. Mr. Sikong Chi has requested that Mr. Su Chen must produce 3 Chinese music genres that have never appeared on Blue Star before, and each of them must incorporate the theme of Chinese civilization into it. Otherwise, it will be ruled that the Su Chen traveler lies have been exposed. Inside the live feed, there was a lot of cursing. This is simply making things difficult. Even if Su Chen is a true traveler, he's a human, not a god. 3 days. How is that enough? That's right. On the last program, Su Chen used music to cure his insomnia. I tried it later, and it did work. The lie detector test in the music category should be considered a pass. Gongshan Jiao Hui Fei, the original 5 tones, and also demonstrated the mysterious classical instruments of China. Doesn't this still count? I just watched the flow of the program. Su Chen will perform at the same time as global rap superstar Bruce. Isn't this an attempt to compare out Su Chen's music by using the performance of a foreign superstar? This is to humiliate Su Chen. Yeah, it's no longer a request for Su Chen to innovate the genre of music. It's a request for the quality of Su Chen's music to be of a global standard. Is he thinking of farts to eat? What no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can do. And he's asking Su Chen to do it? Same time. In Blue Star Abroad's global information platform, the Traveler Civilization section. Those geezers. Surprisingly, the first time a live show thread was made out in this section, it was showing a live interview with the Bruce singer. But see the front of the camera. He was in a backstage dressing room at a ceremony and was speaking eloquently to an accompanying reporter. Oh my god. I heard. In the Dragon Kingdom this time there will be a young man known as the Traveler who is going to perform at the same time as me on the sidelines of the ceremony. Tell the truth. I really can't understand these Dragon Kingdom people. That anyone would believe such a poor lie as a traveler. And I've heard that many of them have even become followers of the so-called Chinese civilization. The most beautiful country in the world is the pretty country. How can anyone believe such an idiotic statement that Wasia is the grisliest? The reporter immediately asked. Is this arrangement, strictly speaking, a clash of civilizations? And may I ask Mr. Bruce, do you think that when you perform at the same time in a while, and see your wonderful performance, there will still be people who will hold this kind of Chinese most gripping idea? Bruce laughed out loud. If he really has the strength, he just shouldn't be off the field. Instead, it's at the awards. Nightfall in the Magic City, slowly descending above the venue. A global music extravaganza. Tens of thousands of people were on hand almost screaming to be able to topple the ceiling of the extravaganza. The awards ceremony is held at the end of the event. Before that, there will be celebrities from various countries, performing on the show to showcase the impact of their songs for the year. As one superstar after another takes the stage, the atmosphere of the music festival kept pushing to the top, and no one noticed that just as rap superstar Bruce was coming out, a young man in a Chinese robe was actually boarding this small stage outside the venue with a bland face amidst hundreds of pairs of gazes at the moment, on a hot stage outside the venue. At the same time, the big screen on the stage behind him was surprisingly displaying the music video for his first song. Unlike what everyone perceives as a music video, up there, surprisingly, it was a sheet of hand-drawn versions of various characters, no matter from the clothing, appearance, and occupation, etc. Surprisingly, there were many of them had not been seen in the Dragon Kingdom. Every face, all from the other world, China. At the same time, an off-screen voiceover dubbed by Su Chen plays along with the music and the constant appearance and disappearance of these images. I seem to have been acquainted with them, watching them as young boys freshly dressed and in their prime, watching them as determined and strong, with their hearts set on the light. Accompanied by this drawing voice of Su Chen. On this music video, Su Chen surprisingly also used the form of pop-ups, showing one after another as if it was another time and space. From the Chinese teenager's pop-up remarks, I have no regrets about being in Huaxia in this life, and I will still be a Huaxian in the next life. You may not know what they're called, but you have to know that there is such a group. I am the only young man in China who dares to test the edge of heaven and earth, before the Huns are exterminated. How can we call ourselves home? There is no regret for the young man of Huaxia, and under 1,000 years, there is anger in the austere world. This heart is bright. What else can be said? Helping the building to fall, pulling back the tide, honoring the martyrs of China. This prosperous world, my generation will protect. Those program viewers who thought Su Chen would have stage fright, with just this opening music and the never-before-seen format of the music video presentation, these dragons were instantly stunned. Crap. These are? Su Chen is using this form to connect 2 time periods and let us feel civilizations and peoples from another world? Chinese teenage boy? Is this the speech of the Chinese teenagers that Su Chen remembered from his previous life? The beginning of this paragraph is so sensational. What theme song is this? Why am I actually getting a little goosebumps when the title of the song isn't even out? And just as everyone was amazed, on the big screen behind Su Chen, the title of his first song was shown. Displace Time and Space, The Awakening of the Chinese Youth. At the same time, as the song title appeared, Su Chen raised the microphone, relying on the system's fusion of Chinese music data. His singing voice was in no way inferior to any of the powerhouse vocalists in the Dragon Kingdom. He sang softly as if his gaze pierced through time and space. But who? The hurried flit of a dream. Weave me. Verses for April on Earth. To eulogize this soulful earth. You have traveled the length and breadth of the southern Gobi. His singing gradually went from gentle, become powerful for a few moments. It seems to be a belief firmly held by those Chinese teenagers in another world. I hear a great river flowing east. At the pound, the renewed spring flood has rung. I'm fearless even if I'll go to pieces, day and night. With the first part of the song, Su Chen's off-screen voice once again inserted. The music video is the voice of one of the Chinese martyrs, and his voice is impassioned and infectious. They have been walking in darkness. They have been looking for the light, and they have not seen the light. They are the light itself. Goosebumps. It appeared instantly on every dragon nation, in the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the whole of the Blue Planet, as there has never been a chapter of history as dramatic as that of parallel China, much less such a shimmering teenage boy who, in the darkness, in times of distress, stood up and carried all the amazing past for the whole nation, as the theme of Su Chen's song was gradually displayed. For this parallel world, undoubtedly shocking and highly impactful, it was a power and a conviction that had never been seen before in the history of Blue Star, especially when Su Chen sings about it. Behind him, on the big screen, he used countless homemade pop-ups to instantly pull the mood of the song's theme to a high point. These homemade pop-ups, the narrative, the teenagers of that parallel world, stage eyes, from the initial puzzlement, to the gradual seriousness, and finally, at some point, to admiration. There's no such thing as a sacrifice, but a new day. If you want to take on the heavy responsibility of the world, you must start by asking questions and making visits. I'm 92 years old, and my head is like a hero's. They forged the entire history of China. A pop-up that seemed to come from a parallel world. It hits harder than the song. Su Chen's lie detector theme for this installment. It is to present his otherworldly history in a completely new type of song. Although Su Chen has not yet begun to appear so-called novelty. But, up to this moment, the theme angle of the song that Su Chen has shown so far is clearly successful. That is, the entire Blue Star world had never seen the Chinese teenagers' song. Although he sings about what those moving teenagers in history did in history, through the homemade time and space pop-ups, he then shows how in the modern times of China, those teenagers of the later generations of China, declared and expressed themselves again in the peaceful and prosperous times. This way, even if you put it in the Chinese world, it is still considered a kind of two-generation dialogue that spans thousands of years. But nowadays, the kind of trance produced by being placed in a parallel world by Su Chen directly breaking the barrier of space and time was a few points stronger. All people not only ask themselves inwardly, in the Dragon Kingdom, is there a boy with such a backbone? Stage. The voiceover ended and Su Chen's song started again. Across the millennia, embracing you, I can still feel the heartbeat. All those things you've thought about for the future, never empty. Meeting you across the millennia, it's still the same. It's the eyes of a young man. The years you've turned your back on have been great. I know all about it. All know. And sing here. Pop-ups. In conjunction with the Chinese martyrs shown in one of the music videos, all of the spacetime pop-ups seem to have swiped the screen, changing to the same sentence in a clear manner. If there's no light after this, I'm the only light. If there's no light after this, I'm the only light. If there's no light after this, I'm the only light. Impact. Shocker. With the music, with the stories of those characters in the music video that pierce the heart, plus this unimaginably shocking pop-up screen at the end, all the people in the Dragon Kingdom who were paying attention to Su Chen's lie detector test this time, all dazed. Can I have such a spine for the youth of the Dragon Kingdom? Propagating a civilization that doesn't exist, and he's gone to this extent? Even though I'm not a Chinese teenager, why does it feel as if something in my chest is about to break out of the cage? I lead the way. The future of China. Leave it to us. That pop-up, why does it feel like it's stuck in my head? But, is that all Su Chen has done with this adaptation of Displaced Time? At this point, in the infield of the Magic City Global Music Festival, fans from all over the Blue Star globe are screaming and cheering in awe as the next one out is none other than Bruce, the top rapper from the pretty country. As a white rapper, his lyrical skills, there's also the rhythmic design, which has catapulted him into Blue Star's hot top stream in just a few years. And the moment he came out, unlike the outro, the huge stage design, with hundreds of meters of floor screens and gorgeous choreography made Bruce's entire body seem like a rap god, bathed in fire. He brings with him none other than a hit God song that won a National Golden Globe last year. On the big screen at the site, his appearance was clearly displayed in front of the eyes of all the audience, and he obliviously enjoyed the stage that was uniquely his at the moment, while at the same time, his gaze swept towards the audience below the stage. A sudden beat stopped in his mind. In sight, at some point, more and more people turned their attention surprisingly to a small screen on the scene, which was a real-time screen of an off-site stage specially designed by the organizers. It's not big though, but, as you can clearly see, there, a strange type of song is being played over there, waiting for Bruce to get a better look. Surprisingly, they found that it was actually a dragon song combined with Chinese pop-ups, and although they couldn't understand what the other side was singing, some of the dragon people in the audience were actually letting out a gasp of surprise. What's hair? That clownish crossover from Dragonland? His songs, are they more interesting than my golden songs? And backstage at the extravaganza, Si Kong Chi was equally dumbfounded. The theme of the song by this crossover. As a veteran master of the music industry in the Dragon Kingdom, he was instantly able to judge that this dislocated time and space displayed by the traveler Su Chen was not considered top-notch in terms of the song's melody. But his choreography design and that kernel of Chinese civilization displayed in the song is yet beyond amazing. A teenage spine of a parallel world. Such a theme. Never before in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Claptrap, he said dismissively. Making up stories is supposed to be what he's good at. A song that makes up stories about China. When did these audiences get so good at it? But immediately after, in Su Chen's arrangement, the second reworking point of the song, once again, Su Chen sang the first big verse. Gently, he lowered the microphone in his hand, slightly sweeping a glance at these Dragon Kingdom people on the stage. The sound behind him, surprisingly, in the next is not the melody expected by the crowd, but a deafening drum sound, followed by a group of teenagers to make a sound. That's an article from another world. The Wahhabi boys speak. The childish voices were intertwined with a great deal of energy. A wise boy makes a wise nation. When the youth is rich, the nation is rich. A strong youth makes a strong nation. If the youth is free, the nation is free. Everyone was shocked to hear this childish and hot-blooded voice. Moment. Creepy. Su Chen's arrangement goes here. Except for the drum beats that matched the teenagers' unison rumblings, he also interspersed the unique Chinese flute sound and some Chinese classical instruments never seen before in the Dragon Kingdom. And the feeling of rigidity and softness was so strong that it simply made people go to their heads instantly. It's simply a divine arrangement. This instrument? Never heard of it at Blue Star? Music Spectacular Live. Some of the celebrity guests from other countries also took notice of this outside singer who was performing in the same time slot as Bruce. Original. They thought that according to the usual practice, these dragon singers outside the venue were just used by the organizers to enliven the enthusiasm of those fans who did not have the means to enter the inner arena. But a closer look. This never seen before dragon singer. Surprisingly, the songs are very good. Not top level, but catchy. But, unexpectedly, the sudden interludes appear to take the overall arrangement of the song straight up a notch, especially after some of the dragon musicians translated the interlude for them. The men froze. A teenage saying that doesn't belong to the Dragon Kingdom, but another parallel world? A civilizational display about time and space. A blooming spine theme that no one has seen before? In that case, such an interlude. Simply stunning. Very musically talented. His overall design, very thoughtful. A diva star who instantly gave a high rating. Not only that, in the infield, some of the audience from the Dragon Kingdom, after realizing that the singing outside the arena was actually a special song original in 3 days for a lie detector variety show, the other guy actually called himself a traveler. When coming from a Chinese civilization that was similar to their Dragon Kingdom, there was a sudden gasp of amazement at the song that Su Chen was currently singing. Feeling it? This is what's going on. It's a sense of identity across time and space. Not only that, some people are even starting to forget that at this very moment on the infield stage, Pretty Country's top streaming rapper Bruce is performing. Instead, he raised his cell phone and began recording Su Chen's music video and singing. Music video. It was a parallel world of characters they had never seen before. Because Su Chen is in the music video, it's even more clearly written with the characters of each lyric and where the lyrics come from. But who? The hurried flit of a dream. Susanatse, the willow flower rises in the wind. Woven into me. The verses of April on earth. Lin Huiyin, you are the April sky on earth. I hear it. The mighty river flowing east. Chu Yuan sank himself in the Miluo River and died a martyr's death in Chu. At the pound. The renewed spring floods have rung in. Liang Qichao. The sayings of young China. The gentleman of the 100 days vs. Sydney's revolutionary changes and the petition on the bus. And that's when. Su Chen music video. Also once again sounded the voice, why my eyes often contain tears. Because I love this land deeply. A traveler. A wasia that claims to exist in a parallel world instantly fills Su Chen's song with emotion in this moment through these words. He continued to sing. And who is it that comes out of the apricot grove in the storm? Drain your heart and soul and plant peaches and plums in abundance. Blow down into mountains and rivers of broken destiny. The wind and the wind are waking people up with pain. The cry goes out. This paragraph. The song mood continues with the first verse. Wave after wave of emotional progression, coupled with a variety of musical instruments from parallel worlds. It was the staff of the program All Lie Detectors, who was the crosser that had their mouths open into an O shape, especially Su Chen in the first few episodes of the show. had long ago instilled in their minds the civilization of Huaxia, a civilization that didn't exist for them, those civilizational treasures and millennia of backbone. In a silent manner, the moment, as they listened to the melody and lyrics, and watched the music video of the song, some of them unexpectedly burst into tears without realizing it. The song, which is clearly about a parallel world, completely manipulates their emotions and leaves them wanting more. Mr. Su is so awesome. Huaxia, is there a more shocking civilization than this? Listen to the crying. Woohoo! Is this the teenage ethos of that civilization? I have no regrets about entering Huaxia in this life, and I'll still be a Huaxian in the next life. I'm obviously from the Dragon Kingdom, but these words poke me too much. It blew up, even though it's not in the same time and space. I can't control the urge inside me. I'm a Chinese too. Director Zhang Yang was even more dumbfounded. In 3 days, Mr. Su Chen surprisingly managed to prove that he was the real traveler again with his amazing talent. The show has aired so far. If anything, from the beginning, the director himself was still thinking of borrowing Su Chen to increase his variety popularity. But now he cared more about whether Su Chen could go longer and bring more Chinese civilization to this world. A traveler? He believed. If one is not a traveler, if there is no golden finger, with one's talent, how can one manage to crush the major civilizations of the blue planet over and over again? But, does it matter? A variety show with real crossovers, on the whole blue planet. What could be more exciting than this? The moment. He suddenly wanted to see the expression on the face of that Sikong Chi who had lied about Su Chen this time now. Backstage at the show organizers, one of the dragon musicians beside Sikong Chi actually took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes with a tissue. Even if they didn't quite understand the specifics of Su Chen's lie detector demonstration as a traveler with such a musical approach in the outfield. But, the impact of that national pride in Su Chen's song actually made the dragon music industry senior tear up. Yes, what a traveler, what a spirited Chinese teenager. Other dragon country musicians. There was also a round of applause. This kind of music, putting aside Su Chen's already passable arrangement, is already considered superior in terms of just the musical intent and overall design. They were deeply impressed, especially in the Su Chen arrangement. Various Chinese instruments were used that they had never seen before, but when placed in this song, there was surprisingly no sense of incongruity. Instead, it carried a classical and atmospheric quality that they had never heard before. This musical approach, you could call that an innovation, right? If it is possible for this young man to join the dragon music scene and arrange music in this style of music and instrumentation, the whole dragon music, perhaps, it really could change the current predicament of being suppressed for decades by the rest of the world's music. Or, he will start a genre of dragon music. But, just then, Sikong Chi, however, was reluctant to admit the song's general excellence, skimming his lips. It's just a passable arrangement with some instruments we haven't seen before. Innovating a new genre of music in Dragonland. He's not enough. However, his words just fell. In the screen, Su Chen had already finished the first song of Proving a Lie. But instead, he did not stop and said to every audience in the lie detector program, "Next, as a traveler, I'm going to bring you another song from China." Song title, The Wa Xia. The title of the song came out. Everyone froze. Isn't this the 10-year program IP that Su Chen had in Kyoto not long ago? And on Sikong Chi's side, similarly froze. For this name, he was naturally impressed, and it was because of this name that his brother, Sikong Lingfeng, suffered his later downfall. So, the moment you hear the title of the song, a cold aura couldn't help but flash through his eyes, and he suddenly snorted coldly. Sure enough, as I expected, with some cold instruments we haven't seen before and a fictional civilization he's woven together. That's all he's got. As if in response to the words of those Dragon Kingdom counterparts just now, he was instantly triumphant. Arranging. I've actually had a small success with dragon music for a long time. Trying to disprove his crosswalker lies with some fancy arrangements is laughable. On musical talent, there are countless more wonderful and amazing arrangements than his on the blue planet. However, everyone ignored him. A song about a story about a Chinese teenager called Dislocated Time and Space. No matter the content of the lyrics or the overall design of the music, together with the bones of civilization displayed in the song, it was considered a masterpiece. Sure, they had a question echoing in their minds at this point. This next song, it is even named after the Chinese civilization. Is it of higher quality than the first one? With the caliber of musicians they have in Dragonland, they have a hard time believing that. Su Chen quickly gave them the answer. Another traditional Chinese sound they had never heard before rang out, followed by a childish voice, chanting softly, "Under the warm, sunny sky, rice flowers bloom. As far as the eye can see, yo, the sea of flowers looks like a colorful haze. The songs are warm and airy." It was a breath of fresh air. At the same time, The arrangement features ancient traditional Chinese national music such as kongho, guzheng, xiao, and flute throughout, instantly creating a warm, classical feel never before seen in Manhwa. Everyone froze at once. According to the perspective of these people in the Dragon Kingdom, this song Huaxia by Traveler Su Chen is far more eye-catching than the first song Dislocated Time. It was as if there was an air of great power, pounding away from this opening track. Such music, not only the Dragon State, the entire Blue Star has never been atmospheric, but without losing tenderness, as if in the music, but also revealed Su Chen as a traverser, for that parallel world named Huaxia thoughts and feelings, higher quality. This caliber has simply created another style, using instruments we've never had before at Blue Star, and it's surprisingly perfect to create a music that contains a national flavor. What was his act again? A lie detector test to prove he was a traveler? A female music industry senior before Su Chen even opened her voice. Then he was struck by this Chinese national style, and the scene of the global music extravaganza. This kind of magnificent atmospheric music was suddenly like a gust of wind, sweeping across the heartstrings of everyone in the entire scene. Even the magnificent rap performance by Bruce in the infield. It was also instantly suppressed by Su Chen's second song, Chinese national style. It's simply crushing. A parallel world civilization crushes Blue Star. A kind of big national style that Blue Star has never seen before. Crushing pretty national fads. Even some fans from other Blue Star countries. There was also a rush towards the small screen at the Global Music Festival. And they were all impressed by the national style. This hasn't happened at any music festival before. Such a situation, if it was placed on Earth, in China, people might not be able to understand it. But, at the Blue Star, especially in a world where there has never been any real national style music, the impactfulness of such music, once it appears, is undoubtedly huge. It is a civilizing force embedded in music. And Su Chen opened his voice. The warm, heavenly voice captures the emotion of the lyrics perfectly. Under the warm sunny sky, rice flowers bloom in front of the door. The bright mountains are like a painting in full bloom. Even though it traveled to a parallel world. But, due to the difference in cultural heritage between Huaxia and the Dragon Kingdom, in terms of the development of civilization and the embodiment of the great nation's heritage, everything in the Dragon Kingdom reminded Su Chen everywhere that he came from a civilization that was even more powerful than this world, and that it was his hometown, the Huaxia, that he could not part with his bloodline even though he had crossed over. His emotions, subconsciously and naturally flowing out. The heavenly voice is mesmerizing. Especially under the full national style of China that the entire Blue Star people have never seen before. The song Huaxia is new and moving for everyone who hears it for the first time. It's called pop music, something that can't be done. On the infield stage, Bruce from the pretty country had just finished his song and looked at the disorganized audience on stage and let out a cold snort in his mind. Are these people? Are they lacking in musical aesthetics? A clown from a dragon country claiming to be a traveler. Some inexplicable musical instruments. You guys don't really think that this music comes from a so-called parallel world, do you? We have a few minutes until the next performer takes the stage. Inside the field, in addition to Su Chen's Huaxia, there was no other music sound, which also created good conditions for these global music festival viewers on the scene to hear Su Chen's music more clearly. And some music singers from other countries who don't know what's going on are of the same opinion as Bruce. What's going on with these people? It's just a brand new style of music. And how many innovative styles of music are made every year at Blue Star? However, just the next second, Su Chen's first half of the song finished, and the song reached the first climax part, but he suddenly ripped off his long-designed robe on the outside, revealing a costume on the inside that had never appeared on the Blue Planet before. Peking opera costumes from China. Big red and gorgeous outfits. The cloth is full of flashy colors. Whether it was the color scheme or the pattern design, Su Chen had hired someone to sew it exactly according to the standards of another world, with soft silk satin, colorful and delicate patterns, and pure handmade gold silk mass embroidery, written and carrying a symbol of civilization the Lansingers had never seen before. Stunning debut. At the same time, in his mouth, a clear and translucent accent resounded throughout the scene of the Global Music Festival in a manner that had not been seen in the entire Blue Planet. Opera. Chinese opera. Walking through wind and rain, tears hidden in happiness. In the next life, I will still be a Chinese, and I have no regrets about joining China. Moment. Everyone is confused. What kind of singing is this? Theater accent. Strictly speaking, unlike traditional vocalization, it is not sung with the voice, but makes extensive use of nasal resonance, and does not use the mouth to change the breath, but raises it directly from the dantian. Popular songs are sung in a way that even if you try to soar high, soar to even the extreme will give the impression that you will break your voice at any time. Even when you sing for a long time, you are immediately drained and your head sweats. But the theater accent is different. It is more of a beautiful voice. It sings. The voice is always in a relaxed state, and after vocalizing from the dantian chi through the nasal cavity, you only need to control whether the bites of pronunciation are accurate or not. It's easy to say, but to the ears of a true professional, it was a heartfelt shock. Kunshan jade shatters and the phoenix calls, hibiscus weeps and dews and fragrant orchids laugh. Somehow, as soon as Suchen's second Huaxia Theater was opened, the originally noisy inner court of the Global Music Festival shut up as they watched this stranger on the outer stage. Because they were also blown away. It's so good. Even those rappers and professional music critics, who were used to listening to Blue Star's pop music, they were still shocked by this young man from the Dragon Kingdom in the outfield of the extravaganza. A thought popped into their heads. Has music like this ever appeared on the Blue Planet? Yes. They had a feeling that the Suchen in front of them was singing this eye-opening way of music that could almost stand on its own. Even better than their pop songs. It's even more mind-blowing. Sikong Chi was even more dumbfounded. Is this guy really a traveler? Is this the unique music of China that he brought in for the lie detector test, this musical falsification? It's too good to be true. It's so shocking, isn't it? Sikong Chi even had a feeling in his heart that this so-called traveler was not proving his identity as a traveler at all, but was using the types of music in Chinese civilization to easily crush this music festival in Dragon Kingdom. Viewers watching the live stream. Meanwhile, it blew up. They had never imagined that watching Suchen take a lie detector test as a traveler for the Dragon Country's music masters would actually allow them to hear such a wonderful song. And that theater accent came out. It was more of a direct shock to them. This was the first time they had really seen the charm of Chinese opera. Even a lot of people ran to the live rooms of some music anchors and then frantically swiped their screens, telling them to hurry up and come to the live rooms of all lie detectors. Not to mention, because of these people's crazy screen swipes, it really brought in many unknown Longwa music bloggers. And when they entered the live broadcasting room, as soon as they heard this kind of Chinese opera accent that had never appeared in Blue Star before, equally dumbfounded. What song is this? What kind of singing is this? Is that really a boy's voice? Why does it feel like a girl? But how is it that it hits so close to home? However, that's not all. Since it's a lie detector test, he added more space to the opera part of the song in order to show the opera perfectly. Suchen continued to sing in a perfect theater accent. My Chinese majesty is long overdue. There are a few. If the public accomplishes this, the richness of the work will be passed on to the martyrs. As the last note fell, the song Huaxia came to an end. But the crowd at the scene was unmoved. Too good to hear. It's so moving. Especially that theater accent. It's like a voice from heaven. Sikong Chi was the first to return to his senses. But Suchen on the small stage was nowhere to be seen. Where did Suchen go? How come it's gone? Those fans of the program who had come to watch Suchen take this dragon music lie detector test also came to their senses. But instead, they realized that Suchen, who had been the unrivaled son of Gongzi Shi on the small stage just now, had disappeared. And isn't there a third song? And the number of people watching the live broadcast of Universal Lie Detector, who is a traveler, has now skyrocketed to 35 million again. Such data. It's just not scary to know. Even the number of people in the live broadcast room of the program of the Global Music Festival is just over 10 million people. But Suchen had actually relied on lie detector Chinese music, and with only 2 songs they had never heard of before, he had directly skyrocketed the popularity of this lie detector variety show to an unbelievable level. And that number is still rising. In the pop-up, the reaction of all the Dragon Country viewers was even more explosive. Mom, what song did Suchen sing just now? It's too good, isn't it? Never heard a song like that before. Yeah, what kind of divine singing is this? Popularize for everyone. This episode of the program Suchen sings not the popular songs of our Dragon Country and Blue Star, but from another world, the stunning singing of China. His kind of singing, above the Blue Star, has never appeared before. What are you talking about? I've never watched a variety show before. What are you guys talking about? Me too. I'm here from another music blogger's live stream. What the hell are you guys talking about? What other world? What Huaxia? Not a popular song on our Blue Planet? For those of you who just came into the studio, please take a look at the name of the program, and then look at the news about Suchen and Huaxia on the internet, and you'll know what you're missing. As you can see, a lot of the live streams of the National Lie Detector are filled with fans of music that the show has never covered before. A lot of people are unsure. However, when they pulled back the past wonderful clips of the show and saw the clips of Chinese civilization that Suchen had previously shown on the show in order to prove that he was a traveler, soon, these people have been shocked and they are in big shock. Is this a traveler? Crap. This Chinese civilization is too strong. Ancient Chinese poetry, architecture, engineering, innovative technologies, and the atmospheric style of Chinese history. And what they just heard, surprisingly, it was this traveler, Su Chen, who had purposely displayed a unique Chinese music genre in order to prove his identity as a traveler, waiting for them to go into detail into past installments. Su Chen's every display. Everyone was completely shocked by this never-before-heard Chinese lie, and goosebumps rose all over, especially these music fans. After all, the music of the Dragon Kingdom has been suppressed for decades by the music of the other nations of the Blue Planet, and they are well aware of how difficult and profound it is to innovate. Su Chen just with these two pieces of music, and the stunning vocals on display in the music, almost conclusively, he will start a brand new genre of music in the Dragon Kingdom, pushing and crushing the music industry directly as a grandmaster. These people are dumbfounded. Just then, suddenly, the live feed of the National Lie Detector Test, Who's the Crosser went black for a split second. Moment. The live stream was bristling directly in the room. What the fuck? What's going on? What's going on? Where is everyone? Isn't there another song that hasn't been shown? Where's Sujin? I haven't heard enough. Where's the third song? At the same time, as you can see, the official All Lie Detectors, Who is the Crosswalker is on the Dragon Nation's Twitter feed. The titles Dislocated Time and Space and Wasia have even rushed to the top 10 of the hot searches. Visible. Through the lie detector test in this episode, the Chinese music from another world and the spirit of Chinese civilization demonstrated by Su Chen drew the attention of as many people as possible. The National Lie Detector backstage at the Global Music Festival's temporary backstage. General Director Zhang Yang was even more anxious at this point. How he didn't expect it. It's amazing how much attention this installment, which counts as an away lie detector heat, can attract. Just a musical lie detector test. Category-wise, it's nowhere near as weighty as the ancient poems and the big, millennia-old, big country reworking like the Sidr River Bridge, but it's surprising that the live channel would be packed. This is something he never expected. In the small square of the Magic City Global Music Festival, the staff searched around, only to find that Su Chen had suddenly lost his figure after the live channel had been crowded. And so, they asked the host, Bing Bing, excuse me, have you seen Mr. Su Chen, who just performed on the small stage outside the venue? But, host Ice shook her head similarly. Does it say, Mr. Su Chen only prepared 2 songs for this episode and just flounced out after the performance? To this, everyone was puzzled. However, just then, there was a sudden burst of exclamations from the infield of the Global Music Festival, while the voice of a music festival host reached the small square through the barrier of the night. Not less than, ladies and gentlemen of the Global Music Festival, not less than a sea of people. You and I met at the intersection of Blue Star Music because of chance. Not greater than. Not less than 1 year on. Not greater than. Not less than together. We appreciate the mood that music holds and walk in the world that sound conveys. Not greater than. Not less than the seasons are like a song. Not greater than. Not less than Shengshi Xingwen. Not greater than. Not less than under the stars. Countless Blue Star International music masters are spending this wonderful night with you. But today, we are inviting an uninvited guest of Blue Star Music to take the stage of the Global Music Festival next. Not greater than. Not less than a traveler from a parallel world. Not greater than. Not less than Hua Hua. Not greater than. Not less than Su Chen. Not greater than. The sound of the radio, clearly audible. The entire site of the Polygraph Mini Plaza was instantly as quiet as a pin drop. Mr. Su Chen? When did he get into the infield and get invited to be a performer at a global music extravaganza? What the hell is this? Not only those Su Chen fans, the staff of the program All Lie Detectors were shocked. This lie detector test is a less formal lie detector test. Strictly speaking, it is mostly a display lie detector test as a supplement. One could even call it an exhibition match for the traveler Su Chen. But, what is the level of the Global Music Awards? International stage. But whoever accepts the invitation can be the real music superstars on the Blue Star Music bestsellers list in the past year. And what about Mr. Su Chen? Before today, has anyone ever heard Su Chen sing? In other words, Su Chen was a complete newcomer to the music industry in the Dragon Kingdom and even for Blue Star. Crap, am I hallucinating in my ears? What was the speaker shouting about the activity inside just now? Sajin was invited? Crap, 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 crap. Su Chen's status, just a newcomer in the music industry. Not even considered a person in the field of music. Just 2 songs, and he got such an exception? Moment. Countless people flocked to the live stream of the Global Music Awards event. Sure enough, on top of the stage of the Global Music Festival, Su Chen, dressed in a Chinese world costume, was holding the microphone and speaking softly under the tens of thousands of gazes of the entire audience. Hello everyone, my name is Su Chen. Next, I will bring you an opera from a parallel world, 10,000 Borders. A theater piece, 10,000 Borders. The entire Global Music Festival was once again in awe. And backstage at the music spectacular, Si Kong-chi has long been stupid. Did not expect that he originally wanted to take a lie detector test and use his professional and occupational convenience to make this crosser Suchen lose face. But it was a misadventure, helping the other party to surprisingly make it to a global stage like the Global Music Awards as a rookie singer. Such an attitude. And regardless of Suchen's identity as a traveler and newcomer singer posture, even if they were the entire music industry of the Dragon Kingdom, no one can even do that. Senior Si Kong-chi, as the program director of all lie detectors, I need to tell you, at some point, Zhang Yang had long arrived at the backstage of the global gala and looked at the white-haired Dragon Country music senior. The mouth is polite though, yet the next sentence is solid. This music category lie detector test of Traveler Suchen perfectly fits the logic of the lie detector test you proposed, from the type of music, as well as the content of the parallel world shown within the song. Next, our program team will officially announce the results of this time, and Mr. Suchen's Traveler's Live bonus, accumulating 18 million Longwa dollars. Thank you for your support of our polygraph program. You are welcome to continue your ongoing interest. Si Kong-chi's body shifted. The face was hard to see. Zhang Yang, as the chief director of all lie detectors, had long been on the same side as Suchen from the moment of the revamp. He couldn't wait for everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom to come and use their professions to argue for Suchen's identity as a traveler. But this Si Kong-chi's little trick at this music festival was obviously unsettling. For someone like him, Zhang Yang most understand, they are extremely small, very easy to calculate, cannot see their own hostile people half a day good. So, Suchen this lie detector results. In other people's words, if you see the emergence of a new genre of music in the Dragon Country will only be reported to the perspective of appreciation. Otherwise, Suchen also categorically would not enter the stage of the Global Music Festival as a new singer because of this lie detector test. But, people like Si Kong-chi are different. He didn't care if Suchen's identity was that of a traveler or not, nor would he look at a cultural treasure from another world with appreciation. However, that's not all that really zapped Sukseki. The moment, as the Global Music Awards entered the actual awards ceremony, suddenly, the host on stage looked at the hand sign in his hand and listened to the voice in his headset. His face surprisingly marveled. Audience, with the wonderful scene that has occurred tonight at the Global Music Festival, and in accordance with the rules of the convention that we've had at the festival over the years, I'm going to make an impromptu announcement. A new singer from the Dragon Kingdom. He will be joining the awards judging rules as a crossover with 3 songs he claims to be from a parallel world. Also, say it, my definition of this book is that it's a cool read. Regarding your claim that travelers can't be omniscient, he then explains that he is a traveler with a golden finger, and that everyone at Blue Star is welcome to dismantle it with their own specialties. It's all in the system. He is omniscient. He is God. Because, storyline, also by doing so, let the Chinese civilization in this world show various different areas. For example, I write about the backbone of the Chinese teenagers. I will write about anything that I think we Chinese deserve to be praised. That's what I'm going to write about. All of this book is about awesome. It's a time when you can get your favorite readers to read it. Think cool, and I'm content. And, Suchen is so awesome. Why do you still want to participate in the program's questioning? Please bring some brains before you spew. It was his system mission. And, next, it'll pull out more about him publicly crossing over and then founding traveler culture to show the framework of a publicly crossing over story in more ways than one. I won't be reading the comments from now on. In the world, everyone has different tastes and preferences, and this book is meant for those who like it, and for those who don't. Just go find a book that meets your standards. I've decided not to read the reviews anyway. Write only for your favorite readers. The internet is too hostile. Last book funeral on the countless malicious daily report. This book to write a cool article again. God. Read a novel. Figure a relaxation. The whole thing is like the author has a grudge against all of you. So strange these people. What? The viewers of Lie Detector for All, the staff, and some of the countries that were part of the global music extravaganza, all froze in place. But this host of the event immediately explained to the room. That's right, friends. According to the awarding rules of the Global Music Festival, the Blue Star countries will select 10 favorite songs as the ballot list. Time deadline. It was an hour ago. But, just now, within an hour, this contestant Suchen from the Dragon Kingdom, who performed 3 songs as a traveler, entered the Dragon Hot 100 and music charts, respectively. As per the rules, she paused. It seemed that even she had trouble believing that something so bizarre could have happened. Within the hour, Suchen's 3 songs have beaten all the songs in Dragon Country in a year and managed to top the top 3. Boom! Off stage, there was a commotion. Everyone naturally knows the rules for voting in the Global Music Awards. but to everyone's shock, with an hour of fermentation, 3 songs from this self-proclaimed crossover were able to beat the results of the entire music industry of the Dragon Kingdom over the past year and go straight to the top? How hot is this? More to the point, the other guy is not a professional singer, and the original intent of the 3 songs was just a testimonial song in response to his being a traveler. If you talk to me, there is a man who crushed the musical success that Dragon has achieved in a year with one lie, and I am crushingly unconvinced. But something like this is happening right in front of your eyes. Could this be a mistake? Su Chen was in the backstage of the Global Music Festival and was about to leave when he heard the announcement from the host on stage and similarly froze, subconsciously pulling out his cell phone. Sure enough, on the music charts of the Dragon Kingdom, 3 still very hot Chinese songs were firmly occupying the top 3 positions with an unbelievable gesture. Hot fire in the back. It's as if it's declaring its popularity to everyone. This can't be right. Sikong Chi directly slammed the water cup in his hand heavily on the ground. Dragon music charts on your phone. It was like a slap. A heavy slap in his face. Who is he? A senior predecessor in the music industry of the Dragon Kingdom. He knows better than anyone. Even though the overall level of music in the Dragon Kingdom is uneven, but the involution is actually quite serious. In this ranking, not to mention the top 10, even if it enters the top 20, it has been counted as a big shot in the music industry of the Dragon Kingdom. But at the moment, it's amazing that a variety show liar would set a record for someone's year in an hour with just 3 originals just to prove the identity of a traveler. This was put before. It's unbelievable in any case. Mindlessness. Beside him, that other music senior who had always expressed his appreciation for Su Chen's musical talent, sneered coldly at the annoyed Sikong Chi. The former's figure shifted, nearly fainting from anger at these solid words. Since it's already in the awards nominations, so Su Chen stayed backstage at the awards for the time being, but he didn't really have much hope in his heart. After all, follow the rules. Individual awards are scored based on 40% jury votes and 60% audience votes. Combine the two with the highest score. That is the winner. His 3 songs, truth be told, he prepared in extreme haste. The selection of the song is even for the requirements of this lie detector test, and is not considered to be the true meaning of the divine song in the Chinese civilization. After all, even though this is a parallel world, the Global Music Festival is already considered the highest hall of fame for all singers in Blue Star. But he was curious all the same. A feast for the many Blue Star divas gathered. Who actually takes home the trophy at the end of the day? Who gets the award? Inside the live streaming room of the event at the Music Spectacular, fans from all over the Blue Star globe are also buzzing about the most likely winners. Definitely Bruce didn't run away. He's the king of the All-Americans. Yes, I also agree with Bruce. His record sales in Blue Star last year are said to be in the tens of millions, and the dragon country that crosses the Su Chen. Oh, with all due respect, I cannot appreciate his songs at all, but also those people in the dragon country to get high on themselves. I guess he's just a nominee, and the award ceremony is purposely letting him run with the rest of our country's divas, and the fans of all lie detectors who entered the live stream of the event. See these fan discussions, but all remain silent. After all, this is a global music festival. Putting aside the identification of some of Su Chen's fans in the Dragon's own country with the Chinese lie, these fans from other countries can't really appreciate the civilized connotations of this cultural difference within, is perfectly understandable. And, for Su Chen to be able to be nominated with an hour's time was already another mythological record set by Traveler's Lie, enough for them to brag about it for many years. Think of all those singers with tens of millions of fans in Dragonland. Tough as they come. It's also just a matter of running with the rest of the Blue Star's superstars for years. Music Spectacular Live. After various opening remarks, the ceremony officially moved on to the awards. Dear fans and friends of Blue Star, guests of the music industry, all eyes are on the highest hall of Blue Star's music scene, the 18th awards ceremony. It's official. Under a huge firework bloom, the whole scene, applause thundered. There are 6 awards in this ceremony. Separately, Blue Star Most Popular Golden Melody Award, Blue Star Award for Best Writing, Blue Star Award for Best Male Vocalist, Blue Star Award for Best Female Vocalist, Blue Star's Most Creative Music Video, Blue Star Award for Best Lyricist. Only one. It would be the equivalent of a year last year, in terms of music, to be a true music hall of famer. And that's when that presenter, under the expectation of all the people, took his hand sign and looked at the list on it, his expression full of enthusiasm and extremely infectious, announced, first prize, it's the Blue Star Favorite Gold Award. Let's have the winner of the award. Everyone on stage, all subconsciously cast their eyes on the rap king Bruce, who had pride written all over his face in a suit. The song 10,000 Borders from the Dragon Kingdom. Let's give it up for the songwriters. Traveler, Su Chen, The opera section in 10,000 Borders was instantly used as the background music for the awards, resonating throughout the awards ceremony. Bruce, the crew of The National Lie Detector, Siki, Su Chen. Next, Su Chen. Next, inside the live broadcast room of the Global Music Festival's event, those fans of the program, all lie detectors who had thought that Su Chen was just a nominee, instantly boiled over. How is this possible? Si Kong-chi was the first to make a sound, his eyes almost coming out of their sockets, while the others also revealed a look of surprise. The whole scene, the red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. The sound of beautiful theater. Wow! Thunderous applause rang out across the room, enough to see that everyone in this music festival recognized and liked Su Chen's opera song, and singers from other countries, except for Bruce and others. Most of them shook their heads and smiled. The music of this opera, which had never appeared in Blue Star before, had a style that was both operatic and atmospheric, but also carried an ancient flavor that had never been found in any of Blue Star's countries. Especially, the previous host said that it was a song that just came out and topped the top 10 of the Dragon Music Chart with only 1 hour of heat. Such a horrible achievement. It's enough to prove that this song can be called a god song, even if they are. I'm afraid that none of them can do it either. This Su Chen is simply a musical genius. Stage. Su Chen similarly walked up to the podium with a face of surprise. He had intended to accept Si Kong-chi's lie detector test for falsification, and such a gain was purely accidental. So, he himself could not have prepared any speech at all, and after receiving the trophy, even he himself was a bit baffled as he delivered his acceptance speech into the microphone. Thank you Global Music Awards for liking the song 10,000 Borders. There was a pause. He added, of course, more importantly, thank you all for enjoying the civilization of China. Boom! At the moment he finished his speech, instantly the whole room even broke out in applause. Having said that, he then walked right off the stage with a bow. The jet-setters on the Global Music Awards livestream, on the other hand, were nonplussed. That's it? Is this it? This is Blue Star's annual music festival, and he's straight off the stage in 2 sentences? Does he know that he is holding but the Blue Star most popular Golden Melody Award trophy? The Dragon Country for decades have not been someone to get even the host was slightly surprised. But, Su Chen's figure had long disappeared into the awards receiving channel. She could only look directly at the hand and continue. Let's continue. The next award we enact is awesome. In our Blue Star, creative strength is the true test of a singer. As far as we know, Mr. Bruce, the rap phenom from the pretty country, spent 3 full months in seclusion on a country farm just to work on the lead single from his album. Bruce, who had just gathered himself from the emotions of Su Chen taking the favorite Golden Song Award from him, straightened up when he heard this. Hearing the host use his creative experience as an example, he subconsciously looked up, waiting for this announcement. But the next second, stage, the host's words traveled across the stage. So let's move on to the best song written at the Global Music Awards, which is, the whole room held its breath. The song 10,000 Borders from Dragon Nation was written at 3 days? Subconscious. Even the season hosts were a little out of breath and shocked. However, the theater had already resumed with that operatic cadence. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. The sound of beautiful theater. Su Chen, who had just disappeared into the awards channel, once again walked up to the stage with a bewildered look on his face, took the trophy from the host's hand, looked at the microphone in front of him, and said to the applause of the whole audience that was even more enthusiastic than just now, it's an honor that the type of opera about 10,000 Borders is being enjoyed by everyone. Thanks to the Global Music Festival, I hope you will continue to pay attention to more of China's magnificent civilization in the days ahead. This is the end? Straight from the booth. Everyone was once again confused. What? 2 more sentences? 3 days? Just now the host said that it only took him 3 days to compose this song? 3 days to beat the Rap King for 3 months? It's him again? Don't talk about them. Even the host was a little dumbfounded. Although the organizing venue of the Global Music Festival is in the Dragon State, the award judges come from all over the Blue Star world, and the audience on the spot is even more in accordance with the proportion of the public ticket sales. There is absolutely no moisture of any vote control and backroom operation. So, it can only mean one thing. Su Chen wins again. It's all about strength. But, even so, is this award so sloppy? This is a global music festival. But, what really amazed her was yet to come. When she calmed down a bit and turned this hand right over, then looked to the next award, she subconsciously glanced at the winner, and suddenly her mouth trembled and she didn't know how to speak. Catch. Next up on is Blue Star's most creative music video. Last year, The Blue Star music scene is kind of a godsend. In order to relentlessly promote their singles in various media and platforms, these music companies have gone to great lengths to package their celebrity singles, from the format of the music video to the originality of the song's intention. So, this award is kind of one of those awards that is extremely hard to predict. After all, creativity is such a thing. There are no specific criteria for judging. It all depends on how much the audience likes it. However, seeing the host's expression, everyone's hearts thumped and a thought could not help but surface. Not again. Sure enough, from a music video that just came out in the Dragon Kingdom, a music video that utilizes time and space pop-ups to express Chinese teenagers in a parallel world, dislocated time and space. This time, except for the highly combustible voiceover and music sounds in displaced time, on the big screen on the stage, directly and densely appeared the music video that Su Chen had previously used on the small stage in the outfield, finally settling on the sentence that the pop-ups had gathered into. If there's no light after this, I'm the only light. One big line. Shocking. Under the thunderous applause of the entire audience, Su Chen ran back once again with a burst of trotting. This time, he was so confused himself after receiving the trophy that he looked at the microphone and didn't even seem to know what to say. Thanks to Global Music Awards. Thank you to all the Chinese teenagers from the hometown. After all was said and done, there was a bit of a meltdown in the live stream pop-up. Or two. Or you replace me up there. I can even say it better than you are. How many awards is this? What the hell? Did he pack the Global Music Festival for a lie detector test? However, next, after announcing the most popular female singer and best lyricist awards, the host saw the last remaining award, which was also the most golden award of the ceremony. Blue Star Award for Best Male Vocalist. See the name. The presenter subconsciously looked down that familiar aisle to receive the award. Fruity. The moment she opened her mouth, it was as if the sound engineers at the scene had already been lightly familiar with it. And once again, the BGM that everyone was familiar with rang out. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to carry a lineage of blood. Immediately, there was almost unprecedented applause. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! No need for the host to announce. In the chance of the whole audience, Su Chen walked towards the stage. Surprisingly, it was a grand slam, including himself. All of them were stunned. Unexpectedly, he actually took a lie detector test. In the Global Music Festival, such a most valuable, the most brand influence of one of the most valuable music festival, unprecedentedly created a grand slam music miracle. Before that, Dragon music was on the blue planet, but it had been suppressed by other countries for whole decades. Dragon Nation Network. There was almost a roaring sound, including those Longboy music bloggers who were following all lie detectors, and all of them let out a gasp of surprise at this moment. It's a miracle. The decades-long downturn in the music of the Dragon Kingdom has been directly reversed by an amateur who claims to be a traveler. Using the so-called Chinese music, Su Chen is bullish. Huaxia is awesome. I almost forgot. I was watching a lie detector variety show, and everything he showed was just to disprove his so-called traveler lie. 3 days to create, 1 hour to hit the charts, and a grand slam against the odds. This kind of thing, it even happened in our Dragon Kingdom, and on the side of the little broken station up masterclass leader. When the final winners were announced, this music critic was almost in tears. For a few days, since Su Chen's Huaxia music entered the top 100 in his inventory video, it was welcomed with all kinds of abusive questioning from all the countries of the Blue Star. But, at this moment, he looked at the live broadcast in the computer screen, his hands tightly clenched into fists, waving a few times towards the air with great force, his voice carrying a hint of trembling under the excitement. Yes, bravo, Traveler lies bull. Si Kong Chi sighed. The program staff who had just come to inform him of the lie detector program had not yet left. At this point, listening to the screams from the infield that almost toppled the ceiling, Director Zhang Yang came over and patted Si Kong Chi's shoulder hard with a hint of excitement on his face. Mr. Sicken, thanks. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that Teacher Su wouldn't even be qualified to participate in this global music festival, much less have the opportunity to use a lie detector test to obtain the first Grand Slam in the history of music for our Dragon Kingdom on such a stage. You for our Dragon Kingdom. For Dragon music, a new era has been created. What do you mean by solid? It's called the naked zing. Si Kong Chi's white hair looked messy. His face even rose into a pig's liver color. Pointing at the front desk is picking up the trophy Su Chen, stuttering for a long time, and finally even his eyes rolled over, directly pretending to faint. The people around them came forward at once. Call 120 for 120. Choke on the choke. Only Zhang Yang was over there watching coldly. Playing fake Halo? I've been running a lie detector program for 8 seasons. I've seen all kinds of deception. This is so pedestrian. You wouldn't even make it to the audition. Spin. He raised his head and looked at Su Chen, who was preparing to give his acceptance speech, with an admiring gaze. Mr. Su, bull, stage. Su Chen received the trophy from the hands of the host, who did not know what to do with his face. This trophy, it must be said, is far heavier than the other trophies, but, looking toward the microphone, he was once again in trouble. Eventually, he whispered softly to everyone in the room. Thanks. 2 short words, not even 2 sentences, but it was enough to make the whole scene boil. And on this day, everyone witnessed the birth of a miracle. There is no need to say more. His achievements are the best testimonials. A few days later, though days have passed since the last installment of the National Lie Detector, Who's the Crossover? The buzz about this lie detector test continues to heat up because of the exciting reversal of the global music extravaganza. Unlike previous installments, in addition to a single clash of civilizations and falsification, Su Chen, for the first time on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, rewrote the plight of the music field that had always been suppressed by the rest of the Blue Star for decades. More in the way of lies. Once again, it opens up a whole new era in the field. On the Blue Star Global Network, The Crossing, Huaxia, words like theater slam have become almost the hottest topic of the day. Within the Dragon Kingdom, more than that, the whole nation has entered into a kind of unprecedented discussion about the traveler Su Chen and the parallel world of Huaxia. Scarf on. It's unbelievable that we, the music of the Dragon Kingdom, have been opened up to a brand new era with lies. It's just a lie to him, but it's reached a height that many musicians in the Dragon Kingdom can hardly reach in their whole life. How can that group of musicians play in the future? Originally, I thought that he had been superb in his first few episodes, but I didn't realize that there was no limit to his lies. Shakeology, crosser lies, Huaxia. These 2 phrases directly became the headline of the 2 long-term domination list, firmly occupying the first and second position. In just a few days, the people of the Dragon Country, as long as the internet, almost all of them recognized such a person. With lies, constantly refreshing the culture of the Dragon Country and various fields ceiling, and riverside. Su Chen received a call from Zhao Yaran from the Kyoto side at the very first moment. Mr. Su, make sure you give us the rights to all 3 of your songs. The adaptation of the Huaxia IP is simply a perfect match for all 3 of your songs. Sure. Royalties. According to Blue Star's first-tier Divine Comedy, Zhao Yaran obviously also watched the program, and naturally understands the stakes. The IP of the parallel world of the Traveler is almost tied to Su Chen. As long as the heat on Su Chen's side keeps rising, then, the value of the crossover's IP will only continue to increase. She suddenly understood. Why was it that when they first saw Mr. Su Chen's epic masterpiece of parallel world history, the gang of film and television company bosses would link up like crazy? They're all old foxes. The best thing they've ever done in their lives was to invest in the Travelers. Yes, Su Chen was not stupid. His career could not be tied to all lie detectors for the rest of his life. Through this experience, he also had his own ideas. After a pause, he and Zhao Yaran said, "But, Mr. Zhao, this song license is no longer a single collaboration between me personally and you. Next, I want to start a company, Traveler Culture Limited. I'm going to use the lie detector test to create an IP company that can better, multifacetedly display Chinese civilization, and I'm going to, myself, create the Traveler IP." Half an hour ago, traveling across the blue planet for nearly 2 months, Su Chen's public crossing of the identity, because it has the backing of the variety show All Lie Detectors. Nowadays, his system's current popularity had long since reached the standard, and at the moment, a light screen was displaying the system's changes on the attribute panel in front of him. Host, Su Chen, current mission, to weave a true lie and use one man's talent against everyone in the entire history of the blue planet. Mission progress, 100%, completed. Redemption Mall. Popularity points, 2000 W. The civilization influence caused on the Blue Star civilization can generate corresponding popularity points, and a virtual treasure chest that just glowed faintly. It hovered in front of Su Chen's eyes. It was the reward for Su Chen's first fraudulent mission in 2 months, with a hint hanging above it, whether to open it or not. "Turn it on," Su Chen said in a deep voice, and with a ray of light, within the space of his consciousness, a building unexpectedly appeared, with 5 big words on it. As if from the end of the universe, emanating a majestic aura, the Museum of Civilization. System item description, the mysterious Chinese museum that exists at the end of the universe. Countless treasures of Chinese civilization, such as the Riverside Scroll at Qingming, the Simuo tripod, and the Lanting sequence, are just a single piece of inconspicuous collection in the museum. Through the system popularity value, you can exchange for more treasures of time and space civilization. Even through the hologram exhibition, let the Blue Star visitors first-hand experience in the Chinese civilization. A variety of history books have not been recorded in the secret. Born a basilisk, descends and gives birth to Shang. Relationship between Mayan civilization and Chinese heritage? Why has the small country of Goryeo been nearly destroyed so many times? Friendly reminder, every reveal. All need a lot of popularity value. Crap. Seeing this reward, Su Chen's entire body breathed in tightly, nearly screaming out, and right at this moment, in his ears, the system's prompts once again rang out. Ding! New system mission released. Weaving lies around the Museum of Civilization to invade other countries of the Blue Planet with Chinese civilization. Culture. Current task progress, 0%. At this point, Traveler Culture Limited? On the phone, Zhao Yaren's voice was quite surprised. According to her understanding, Su Chen's current prize money had already accumulated to 16 million Longwa dollars in the program. It only takes almost 6 episodes. As long as Su Chen keeps innovating and demonstrating again, he will be able to get the unprecedented $1 billion prize. But, if any loopholes were to appear at this point, with his company also featuring the travelers, they would be seized upon, and thus his lies would be disproved on the show. It means something. $1 billion. It will just hit the fan. Of course, there is a second option. That is, Su Chen directly in the program. Choose not to continue the challenge. Take the prize money to go away. As per the rules before the revamping of Polygraph for All, Su Chen was perfectly capable of doing so. Right. Su Chen nodded through the phone. In fact, he also had a lot of egg on his face. After all, the system's new mission now was a weaving of lies around the Museum of Civilization. And the purpose of the mission was for him to directly culture invade other countries in the Blue Planet. It was the same as his last mission, using the power of one man to crush the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom. Not a difficult one at all. So, the Traveler IP and the Traveler Company are the best packaging he has come up with for this civilization museum. So what's your plan? Zhao Yaren understood that Su Chen had definitely come to seek help by informing her of this plan. I will create a museum of the Traveler civilization on the outskirts of Riverside. In time, I'm going to use this museum as a base to display many items that are true treasures from China, and I need to extend them to all of Blue Star. Su Chen initially said his plan. However, on the other end of the phone, Zhao Yaren's surprised voice almost shattered the phone. What? A real item from another world? How is this possible? Kyoto sighed. Because of Traveler Su Chen's performance at the Global Music Festival, the otherworldly poetry collection has become much hotter again. And even many friends and foreign students from other countries on the Blue Planet have taken notice of this civilization from another world. In the antique mansion, a group of great scholars and poetry seniors from the Dragon Kingdom's literary world each held a book of Chinese poetry in their hands, shaking their heads and savoring the meaning of it. Flat and oblique rhyming feet, rings from time to time. For more than 2 months, this collection of Chinese poems, I never tire of reading it, and every time I savor it, I gain something new, an old-timer said seriously. Pity. The allusions in the poem, although there are similarities with our world, there are still many gaps that prevent us from fully experiencing the 100% beauty of the poem. Another person said with regret, they had long memorized these poems backwards and forwards, and regarded them as heirlooms, but this felt like, there was a door in front of them, the key was in their hands, but they never had the chance to enter. For his part, Elder Zhou was equally sorry. Then little friend Su Chen. That historical epic masterpiece Huaxia linked with Kyoto Publishing Group and other film and television companies can help us understand more about the Huaxia civilization in his words. Just, a Huaxia, in the end, cannot present the whole of a civilization in its entirety. Regrets. However, right at this moment, suddenly, Zhou Lao's disciple Pei Qingrong walked in from outside, and seeing these old-timers of the Dragon Kingdom in the courtyard who were shaking their heads and holding a Huaxia poetry meeting, he understood with a sweep of his gaze. This group of old people, again, were lamenting the regret that Su Chen's poetry could not fully appreciate the beauty of the individual. Teacher. Pei Qingrong attached himself to his teacher's ear and reported softly. Just now, Editor-in-Chief Zhao Yaren and I talked on the phone and said that Su Chen is in Jiangbin, planning to set up a Traverser Culture Company. And his first step, it's about creating a landmark for travelers in Riverside, a display of civilization from another world, the Chinese Civilization Museum. I heard about. Inside, it is highly likely that treasures of civilization from another world will appear. It's not very loud. However, the falling words were like thunder, setting off shockwaves throughout the elegant little courtyard of Kyoto. What? The Museum of Chinese Civilization? And possible treasures of another world civilization? Shasta. Everyone's breathing was ragged for a few moments, and at the same moment, on the Blue Stars network, Su Chen, as a traveler, had 3 national-style songs from China, including a display of opera cadences. Winning the Global Music Awards Grand Slam ushered in the first wave of skepticism from the rest of the Blue Planet. Ding! Popularity value plus 10W. Popularity value plus 10W. Su Chen was looking for a suitable plot of land in Riverside City to see how to extract the Museum of Civilization. The system beeps in his ears came one after another. He froze. Ever since he won those 5 trophies in the music industry at the Global Music Festival the other day, his system popularity value had gone into a continuous growth. Currently, the ancient poems of the dragon's literary world to promote the collection is considerable. And after the Chinese Qin Mausoleum and the Great Wall and other buildings came out, Su Ian, as a master of the dragon's design, heard that the night white head, several times folded in the Chinese national-style architecture of esoteric aesthetics. But what really brought Su Chen huge amounts of popularity value, or the last installment of Wahoo Music, even so, 100,000,000,000 jumps, which is, Su Chen frowned. Just then, on his cell phone, a message popped up. It was none other than the program director Zhang Yang. A few issues down the line, and the two had become much more acquainted. Old Zhang, I've already given your daughter's signature to the program staff. Zhang Yang called with a smile. The program was held until now, and within the Dragon Kingdom, after several cultural exchanges, more and more people had become aware of the existence of Su Chen as a traveler. After all, Su Chen's performance was too much of a fan, and he originally left the last installment of the show to Su Chen's own innovations, and was a little worried, especially about the show's extra musical extravaganza showdown, which was nothing short of gut-wrenching. Mr. Su, after you suddenly disappeared from the outfield, the gold master behind our program was so frightened that he called 10 times in a row. Although Zhang Yang's tone was light, but with a little thought in Su Chen's mind, he knew that it must have been this director who had stood up for himself against all the pressure at that time. He couldn't help but apologize a little. After all, starting the moment the show was revamped, his lie detector showdown had long since gone from being a testimonial for the show's crew to being geared toward the entire population of Blue Star, and Zhang Yang and the program staff. Then it is a grasshopper tied to a rope with him. However, Zhang Yang seemed to sense Su Chen's embarrassment and immediately jumped over the topic cheerfully on the phone and said, "But, the consortium behind the program watched your performance and it was nothing short of gushing praise, even asked me to inform you, in the future, if there's another good thing like crushing the Blue Star Civilization or 10 years of China, make sure you give priority to cooperating with our program group. They're bigger than you think." Su Chen froze. They are bigger than you think. What's that supposed to mean? Honestly, in the 8 seasons of the program before the revamping of all lie detectors, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom only knew that the program was backed by the top 10 consortiums. But surprisingly, no one had ever investigated which top 10 they were. But, the individual prize pools alone could reach $1 billion. Such strength. By heart. Even those movie and television companies linked on Zhao Yaren's side couldn't do it to the extent of giving a certain actor $1 billion as a separate paycheck. Sure, Zhang Yang continued. The top has given us more power to use lie detector tests to a greater extent in the program to show your Chinese image. We need you to come to our program for a bit this afternoon. First order of business, to negotiate the theme and polygraph format for the next installment of the show. Online, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are cursing all over the place, saying that what with 3 days gone by, the landlord's donkey wouldn't dare to take such a break. So let's hurry up and put out a new installment. Su Chen coughed slightly. Seems like I can imagine that picture. But Zhang Yang was directly talking about the second thing. And then there's this. Tomorrow, there's a special guest that you need to meet. After all, counting the 2 revamped installments, the lie detector test is now in its 4th installment. And as is customary for the show, your lies require a check-in with the official people. Officials. Su Chen's heart tightened, and he instantly realized that it was above the Dragon Kingdom of this world. But that's not much of a surprise. A person who claimed to be a traveler had brought a civilization down to the Blue Star world. Not to mention the displays and shocking aspects of the civilization. Su Chen had crushed so many civilization domains with the power of one person. If anything, the top didn't notice at all. That's what makes sense. However, Su Chen was not afraid of being sliced and studied. He fused the system's many civilization data, and it seemed that subconsciously the pattern of looking at the problem had become a lot bigger. If he was an official of the Dragon State, compared to studying his physiology, in his head, that infinite civilizational heritage that is contained is what the Dragon Kingdom really needs. Good thing too, Su Chen responded. The latest installment of Polygraph for All, due to Sikong Chi's halfway participation, by mistake, Su Chen has surprisingly pushed the development of the music field in the Dragon Kingdom. At the Little Broken Station, the video of Plum Blossom before the disc alone had tens of millions of views, and that Upmaster even put out several videos in a row, combining the two magnum opuses that brought Suchen to the Blue Planet, an anthology of otherworldly poetry, general history of the HWA, taking clips from it and borrowing the intertemporal pop-up approach of dislocated spacetime for numerous second creations, and he's even opened up the genre to a new video from Little Busted Station, Manhwa Xia. For a moment, within the Dragon Kingdom, there are all Huaxia Lang, and inside Jinzhou University in the Dragon Kingdom, as one of the most professional conservatories in the Dragon Kingdom, the windows of every floor were lit up, the usual. All these so-called musical talents of the Dragon Kingdom are warbling downstairs, but at this point, the downstairs was incredibly quiet, with the occasional girl with wet hair passing by to fetch water, and listening to the constant wailing from inside, with a bewildered look on her face. Bull. I've taken apart the audio tracks of Huaxia, 10,000 Borders, and Dislocated Time and Space dozens of times back and forth, and I couldn't analyze the principles of the instruments he used in them. Instead, the more it's dismantled, the more I think Sushin is awesome, only his theater accent. It's with this instrumental sound that it's able to give a sense of atmosphere and combustion. 10 points. Even at 10 o'clock at night, sounds such as these continued to emanate from the various dormitories. Damn it. When I watched the program, I only thought that this lie detector test was also too pedestrian, and when I used my field of expertise to dismantle the details in it, I found that it was simply so awesome that my scalp went numb. Damn it. How in the world did Su God's music do that? The horror. These students of music in the Dragon Kingdom had chills running down their backs. It had been 3 days, and Sushin's lie detector program had yet to start the next installment, and apart from the program, they were unable to learn more information about this from other sources. They hate it. There was another wail, and the hostess aunt, greatly startled, threw back her head and cursed downstairs. Isn't that sick? Watching a variety show is like being possessed by a ghost. Dragon Nation Twitter. Since the end of the Global Music Festival, the hot searches seem to have gone crazy, frequently appearing words that the people of the Dragon Kingdom have not seen before. The spine of the century, otherworldly country style, opera, instruments the world has never seen before, etc. But, hanging first on the Hot 100 list is the prominent phrase, is he really taking on the whole world with one man's talent? The name Suchen had already filled too many people's eyes in 2 months. Even some celebrities who don't pay much attention to Twitter. All were also urged by their agents to start studying and mimicking the direction of this so-called traveler's talent. And at the moment, on top of a commercial building in the magic city of the Dragon Kingdom, Ju Music's 4 large 10-meter lightbox letters hung brightly at the top of the building, and although it was already 10 o'clock at night, the meeting room in the building was brightly lit. What's going on? It's been 3 days. Still haven't worked out what the principle of this Suchen's music-making trajectory is? A white-haired Western centurion with a broken Chinese accent glared angrily at the company's crowd of music directors, including some of the world's top music producers. The music producers in the room bowed their heads in shame. As a top music company in China, which is funded by several foreign capitals, a year ago they discovered a young musical talent from China, Milk Tea Brother. Its flexible and versatile musical style. There's also a knack for juggling all sorts of unexpected electronic music and R&B elements that has made Milk Tea Brothers' music a quick hit with the young people of the Dragon Kingdom. It even pushed down the older generation of heavenly kings in the Dragon Kingdom. He is known as the opening man of the new era of dragon music and the little king of pop. The most popular thing about Brother Milk Tea is that he can make a song out of 3 syllables, and as long as he is allowed to play 3 syllables at random, Brother Milk Tea can quickly make a piece of pop music with a strong personal style within 5 minutes. Brother Jason. Don't blame them. In the corner of the conference room, a young man wearing a duck-tongued cap and a red sweatshirt suddenly spoke out. His looks were not outstanding in the entertainment industry, but his lazy eyes were unusually clear. Trends like that. Ben is style-oriented. I've been listening to the Suchen song for a few days now, and I have to say that even I can't manage to create a new instrument. Hear the young man's remarks. Everyone present fell silent once again. Brother Milk Tea was right, and this was the biggest doubt they couldn't figure out. Even if the style of music was variable, but based on the musical structure or instrumental style commonly used by some arrangers, even if they couldn't do anything to surpass it, following the trend and imitating it was always possible. But the most puzzling thing about this Suchen is, the elements and instruments that appear in the song have simply never been seen before on the Blue Star. And these unseen instruments are coupled with his practically heavenly operatic voice. It's almost like an explosion of pop musicians. It just gives the feeling of a national team versus amateur players. Len, are you telling me that even you couldn't make music like his? Treat the company like a cash cow. The white man, who held absolute power in the company, softened his tone, but asked a sharp question. This is the future star of dragon music that several of their foreign capitals are looking at. Board assessment, a new generation of heavenly kings who can kick off a new era of music in the Dragon Kingdom. Such a genius. Can't even do that? No. In the white man's mind, the answer was no. He had a sentence left in his heart but never confessed. If not for the fact that Brother Milk Tea was from the Dragon Kingdom, with Brother Milk Tea's talent, he could have become an iconic figure in the new era of global music, even if it has made many pop stars abroad. But the white man had never seen a genius whose musical talent was horrifying like Brother Milk Tea. However, as the interest controller of the global music pattern, even if the foreign capital injected money into Brother Milk Tea, they would never allow a person from the Dragon Kingdom to lead the direction of global music. But, in the line of sight, Brother Milk Tea slowly picked up a cup of milk tea from the seat next to him. His bright vision seemed to darken for a moment at that question. Brother Jason, do you know the reason why this Su Chen is attending the Global Music Festival? White men, including those foreign music producers, have been confused and shook their heads. Although the Dragon Country microblogging is hot, but as a daily attention to the global music wind direction of the first-line staff, they usually do not have too much attention to the habits of the Dragon Country microblogging. After all, in their view, the Dragon Kingdom, a musical wasteland, was always just a low-end market, even if it had a large population. Their time, there is no need to waste on top of such a low-end market, no need to research or dig deep. Sucked in a couple of pearls, Brother Milk Tea glanced outside at the reflection of the lighted sign of Jew Music, his English name and a representation of the music field. He had made a name for himself at the age of 27, to be able to charter an office building as a company in the area next to the Huangpu River in Mordor. Ask who has such power within the music industry in the Dragon Kingdom today. He used to be proud of it, but now, he cannot help but feel a little frustrated. A newcomer who has never been in the music industry, a dark horse younger than him, a style of music that even he cannot see through. He single-handedly gave the answer. He's not even a musician from the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the realm of music, he's even just passing through. Because his purpose was only to make a series of songs in just a few days for a variety show in the Dragon Kingdom. In response to a request from a challenger. If you guys get to know him in the show, it can be easily spotted. Even before he participated in the Global Music Festival, he was on the program and created a kind of musical miracle that had never been seen in the Dragon Kingdom before. And he called this Chinese classical music, Chinese national style. It's also called national music. Variety show? Bam! A foreigner music director's fingers shook. The pen in his hand that was taking notes fell to the ground. But none of them noticed the truth. It was too shocking. But Brother Milk Tea stood up by himself and looked out the window at the scenery of the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom, as if he wanted to see a place he had not seen before, or that place was named Huaxia. I've always wanted to create a style of music pop that is unique to our Dragon Kingdom before. Electronic music, vintage dance music, even the game's historical soundtrack, but it wasn't until I saw his music that I realized what I'd always wanted the way it was. But it all seems too late. From the moment he appeared, I felt as if I would live, for the rest of my life, under his shadow. The musical genius who always thought he was brilliant. The eyes were indescribably forlorn at the moment. State-of-the-art music. Young man, although I've never paid attention to your so-called Dragon Country variety show, in the world, there has never been a place with the name of Huaxia. The white man stood up and patted Milkman on the shoulder with a light smile. Before entering the music industry, I had a master's degree in geography from the Imperial University, and I practically memorized the names of places all over the world. And Huaxia, this place has never appeared on any country's map. Obviously, this place is just something your so-called variety show made up out of thin air for a gimmick. White men's words. It was a moment of recognition from the rest of the music directors in the room that there was no mistaking the hype of creating a genre of music that they couldn't emulate for a variety show. It's definitely hype. This is a world where trends, be it trendy music or movie literature, are popular and sought after in a certain area. There is bound to be capital involvement behind it. In other words, there is no one talent, in any country, that can stand against capital. Behind us, Jew Music is backed by the world's top music production company, and as your manager, I have absolute confidence in your talent. The white man's direct words were cryptic, implying something about the milkshake. At the same time, he didn't forget to appease. Recently, it just so happens that I've gotten you another endorsement song deal, a theme song for a game with a song proposition called Ninja. With his narration, a staff member in the conference room immediately took out the prepared materials, and as the file was opened, a Japanese-style game login screen was projected on the conference room's large screen. The main line of the game is very simple. A samurai who has been inherited for hundreds of years, while practicing ninjutsu, befriended a beautiful royal princess, but unfortunately the princess was captured, and the samurai, with his superior ninjutsu, went all the way through, Final rescue of the princess. And the name of the game is then, Legend of the Ninja. Video games. Extremely hunting ninjutsu theme, and a fast-paced samurai worldview. According to the business logic of capital, this is obviously a popular game that will take the Dragon Kingdom by storm as soon as it is released, and as long as Milk Tea Brother writes hit songs with matching styles, then with the heat of the game, Milkman's position in the music industry will obviously be further solidified among the youngsters. What a Wawa national style. What a Dragon Country variety show. No young people would waste all their time on some variety show challenge. But young people who livered until the sky was dark in the game were all over the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, after reading the introductory information of the game company, Milk Tea Brother's mind immediately appeared to be inspired by the direction of multiple versions. Does it mean that his heart, which had been slightly thwarted by Su Chen's national style music, seemed to have regained a trace of confidence in himself? Was I really wrong in what I had been trying to pursue before? Yeah, pop music, itself, is a product of capital, no matter what style. As long as it has a huge audience of fans, it is a success. In this world, there will be no one, at all, who can, by himself, to go against the so-called capital world. Su Chen can't, neither can the so-called Wasia he talks about. Riverside, at Su Chen's home, after returning from the Global Music Festival and having just repaired her exhaustion, He Xiao moved directly to Su Chen's home with her change of clothes on the pretext of writing homework. And she's just doing her homework. As to live directly in my house? Su Chen looked with a helpless face at the landlord's aunt in the room who was helping her child pack her clothes, while He Xiao stood next to her with a victor's smile on her face and directly mocked. Who made you write so many hard-to-memorize poems? Now that the school has revamped the textbooks and our teacher has assigned tons of after-school assignments based on your poems. The little girl snapped her fingers. Not only our school, but all of the elementary, middle, and high schools in Riverside City have added a large number of Chinese culture study courses in the last 2 months. If the principals hadn't stopped it, I heard that the city school board was planning to eliminate the foreign language program, uniformly switch to the Chinese curriculum. After all, as an otherworldly country, the civilization of Huaxia is equally a foreign language to the Dragon Kingdom. So exaggerated? Su Chen's mind immediately appeared Pei Qingrong's figure. The last time Pei Qingrong came to the house, accompanied by what seemed to be the leaders of the Jiangbin City Education Bureau. Su Chen, as a native of Jiangbin, his identity as a traveler has become a cultural signature of Jiangbin City in the last 2 months. Obviously, the above is trying to use this signboard to completely boost the local economy. It's in here. Naturally, Pei Qingrong's push. The students in Riverside City probably want to send me razor blades. Su Chen did not move, and asked sideways, "Do you have a lot of homework?" He smiled and turned the book bag directly upside down. The original modest bed. The papers were spread out at once. Su Chen burst into a torrential sweat, but did not wait to say anything. He Xiao but the manchild said, "Inside these assignments, it is not all the assignments inside the school. There is also a large part of the Crosser Harem fan club's exercise material. Now that we have 100 fan groups, management-wise, it's natural that the fish and dragons are mixed up, and in order to avoid those black fans, I, as the president, have increased the threshold for joining the club. That's why I use hierarchical management. Different levels of fans will then need to answer questions about Chinese civilization with different levels of difficulty. It's like playing a game. This increases fan loyalty to you as a crossover and also greatly ensures the unity of mind of the fan club." Su Chen was dumbfounded by what he heard. "Nima, you are the real traveler, right?" He couldn't help but once again scrutinize this elementary school student of the Dragon Kingdom for a few eyes. While at this time, Aunt He walked over and said with a smile, "Isn't it very surprising?" Su Chen, Aunt Ho lamented, "Even I didn't think of that. She's now letting me and my old man buy her a couple of books on the art of management after studying every day. And I have to say, that's the power of an idol. Is this the horror of elementary school students?" Su Chen began to plan. Should he find an opportunity to move? One is only a traveler, not some gang leader. He Xiao this is not a fan club, simply comparable to a well-disciplined Iron Blood army. But just then, suddenly, his cell phone rang and he was suddenly happy to see the name. Here comes the savior. "Su Chen, where are you? That special guest has arrived at the program's planning room. Can you meet if you have time?" Zhang Yang's voice was like sweet rain after the rain for Su Chen. He glanced at the duo of He Xiao who were beside him. "Director Zhang, my house is now filled with important guests." "I'm afraid. An important guest? Is that me?" He Xiao's eyes lit up. "Sure enough. As the #1 assembly president of the Backup Association, my position in Brother Su Chen's heart has reached such an important level that she couldn't help but feel complacent." Zhang Yang's voice was suddenly a little hesitant. "An important guest? How come I haven't heard Su Chen mention it? And wasn't today's meeting already scheduled? He couldn't help but say. But this particular guest is an important help to the Travelers Limited and Travelers IP that you are going to create next. A rare opportunity. And at that moment, and he Xiao Xiao couldn't help but say from the sidelines, since it's important to you, go ahead, and I'll go home with your uncle to tutor you on your homework. Only then did Su Chen nod his head in embarrassment and immediately said into the phone, okay Director Zhang, I'll be right there. He smiled with a blank expression. What seems to be wrong with Riverside City Television Building? Since this national fraud show has exploded, the crew has skyrocketed on TV. All the columnists are now making way for Zhang Yang's all lie detectors. Such a strong arrangement. Naturally, it has attracted opposition from other program teams within the TV station. And behind the scenes, many people are quite dissatisfied with Zhang Yang and his program team. But what can be done? Su Chen, as the first openly traversing fraudster of the Dragon Kingdom, had demonstrated the charm of Chinese culture, which had long become a city card of Jiangbin City. Someone's eyes are red. There are also people who are jealous. But more than that, there was suspicion and disdain. No matter how magnificent the display is, it's just a liar. And this kind of underhanded program is just a hot mess. That's right, the mountains and the waters have a meeting. But the hearts of people are bottomless. What is said to show the civilization of China? But in the final analysis, isn't it still for money? The world's scientists have long said that with our current human civilization, it is simply impossible for such a thing as time travel to exist. They program group used this kind of cheap lies to exchange for momentary traffic, and will only end up being backfired by the double-edged sword of traffic. A bunch of jumping clowns, can't bounce around for long. Zhang Yang silently used his trumpet to watch the gossip in these private groups. A sneer. Since the show has been running, due to the specificity of the fraud theme, he has created a small number that he uses to observe the word of mouth and messages of his peers by mingling among the major departments of the station. For a long time, he then had a lot of vests in the TV station. Fifi, the choreographer who came back from the sea. Freshly graduated innocent lowly writer Mei. Video Big Brother Lao Wang, who was a proficient editor. Due to the large number of people in the station, everyone's communication stays within the work group, and no one cares about these extra vests around them. Bunch of mediocrity. Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of a sentence written by Su Chen in the general history of China. It is a mediocre talent who doesn't attract envy. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit sitting opposite him opened his mouth and asked, Director Zhang, your program has been on air for 2 months. Do you think that this Su Chen is really a traveler? Zhang Yang raised his head nonchalantly and looked at the other party. Mr. Liang, as your company is the largest mobile operator in the Dragon Kingdom, you've always had real-time monitoring of Su Chen's data as a traveler. How often has the phrase Su Chen and traveler appeared within the Dragon Kingdom in the past 2 months? Liang Ka-chun, one of the 3 leading companies in the communications industry in the Dragon Kingdom. As the first-class agent operator in Jiangbin City, Liang Jejun possessed no small amount of authority within this group. Being able to take the initiative to approach Zhang Yang and the All Lie Detectors program team, he naturally had his intentions. Liang Jejun froze. Suddenly he laughed. Director Zhang is worthy of being the hottest program planner in the current Dragon Kingdom, and I'm sure I can't hide it from your fiery eyes. He opened the door and said, starting from the first issue of Su Chen's participation in your program, his name and the 3 phrases of traveler and huaxia frequently appeared under the editorial text messages in various application scenarios of our users. As the program continues to be revamped and upgraded, 2 months from today, Su Chen and the huaxia in his mouth have long since become the #1 buzzword in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yang had a look that said it all. Nodded. I felt the same way. And in the beginning, I thought that his traveler's lie in otherworldly China was just a beautiful and unrealistic fantasy. But to this day, the Chinese civilization displayed by Su Chen is so stunning and unexpected that I can no longer tell whether what he said was a lie or a real existence. So, I'm curious about what the Traveler IP and that Traveler Limited he's talking about showcasing will actually bring to the Dragon Kingdom, and the world as a whole. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside the special conference room of the program team, and then Su Chen, who was dressed in his everyday attire, walked in through the door with a bemused look on his face. Director Zhang. Su Chen's expression froze when he saw the stranger appearing in the conference room. And this is? Liang Jejun took the initiative to extend his hand to Su Chen, and at the same time introduced himself. Liang Jejun, the head of Longhua Communication Group in Jiangbin City. Traveler Su Chen, I'm a big fan of yours. Dragon Country Communications? Su Chen instantly understood. Capital. He had heard that as a program that was broadcast live in real time for all people. The program team had the backing of a number of capitals in the Dragon Kingdom, and obviously, this was one of them. He offered a handshake. In his heart, he thought, Right. It's been so long, and he should have attracted the attention of these capitals after coming to Blue Star for 2 months. And it's been 2 months before he capitalized on finding himself. Obviously, they are silently evaluating and observing themselves behind the scenes for a long time. Wait for the three to take their seats. Zhang Yang, as an intermediary, straightforwardly introduced Liang Jiejun's intention to Su Chen. Su Chen, the group that Mr. Liang is a member of, recently wanted to launch a tariff package for teenagers within the scope of young people in the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, they wanted to find the newest dark horse of the Dragon Country music scene, Milk Tea Brother, but not long ago you gave a wonderful performance at the Global Music Festival. Mr. Liang and the others then changed their minds temporarily. Prioritize working with you, or rather, working with your traveler status. This was the help of the Traverser IP that Zhang Yang was talking about. Su Chen came to a realization and turned his gaze to Liang Jiejun, asking softly, I wonder, Mr. Liang, in what way would you like to cooperate with me? A traveler? Su Chen's tone was light. However, Liang Jiejun could not help but look stunned. As usual, no matter which popular star artist, as long as they heard the name of the leading group of communication in the Dragon Kingdom, they would subconsciously assume a low posture. After all, no matter how popular you are, you have almost no place in front of absolute capital. It's a money-oriented society. It's not the first time that Liang Kachan has sought out a celebrity to work with, but it's the first time that he's seen an artist with such a laid-back attitude towards capital. Right. In his eyes, no matter how much of an effect Su Chen had caused within the Dragon Kingdom with his identity as a traveler, he was just an entertainer brought up by the all-lie detector program. He was instantly a little puzzled. In a deep voice, he said, it's very simple. We plan to first use Jiangbin City as a test point to launch a Traverser-themed tariff package, targeting the student party and youth groups. And as you are a popular star who has openly crossed over, we would like to ask you to compose a song that is unique to your lifestyle. And this song will be used as the exclusive caller ringtone and SMS alert for this tariff package. For this reason, our company is willing to pay $10 million for the endorsement. 10 million. According to Liang Jiejun's examination and assessment, Su Chen's current bonus accumulation was $16 million, very much in line with the current value of Su Chen. And, for the same price, they could have hired any popular star within the Dragon Kingdom. His calculations were very reasonable. With Riverside's current population base, this package will only be a sure thing. Su Chen nodded as he didn't know what he was calculating in his mind. May I ask Mr. Liang how much price your company has drawn up for this package? It's not exactly a trade secret. Liang Jiejun directly gave their expected price, 99 Dragon Country dollars per person. Zhang Yang, who was on the side, nodded silently as he listened. 99 Longhua coins. The price point is very reasonable. His daughter was a fan of Su Chen herself. I believe that when this package comes out, in order to support Su Chen, the national idol, they will be the first to apply for it. It only takes 1 million people to get this package. Then this package from Dragon Communication will bring in almost $100 million a month for the group. And this is still only a small-scale attempt in Riverside. Once it is rolled out nationwide, with the appeal that Su Chen and the program all lie detectors have had since then, it's clear that it's possible to net billions of dollars a year. Hearing Liang Kachan's answer, Su Chen, however, shook his head. Not enough. Zhang Yang was stunned. $10 million is less for an endorsement? This was the market rate for a first-tier star in Dragon Kingdom, but he instantly realized that with Su Chen's talent, he could indeed ask for more. Instead, Liang Jiejun laughed. Sure enough, even if you are arrogant in your posture, you will reveal your original heart when you hear about the high endorsement fee. That's human nature. Even if you're the traveler Su Chen, you're no exception. But as he laughed, he was relieved. As long as you're greedy for money, then all is well. I wonder Mr. Su, how much do you want first? He changed to a more comfortable sitting position and crossed his legs, assuming a negotiator's stance. Su Chen directly stretched out his finger. It's not the endorsement money I want. He opened the door and said, I want a deal. An appointment? Liang Jiejun and Zhang Yang looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what kind of medicine Su Chen was selling in his gourd. Right, an engagement. I would like to write a song for your company for free, even more than one song, for every year after that. What? Liang Jiejun's hand, which was just about to light a cigarette, directly stopped in mid-air, and his stunned face was written with incomprehension. What's that supposed to mean? Writing songs for free? This was to be a free endorsement for them? Just now, his heart, which still felt that Su Chen was no different from other Dragon Country stars, suddenly jammed in general and his brain couldn't react. What else is going to fall out of the sky? No. The copyright protection within the Dragon Kingdom is a lifelong system. With Su Chen's talent and appeal, the name of the traveler and the quality of the song. Enough to bring ordinary people a lifetime to spend endless money. Even, he was all set to plan for Su Chen's endorsement fee to rise directly to 50 million after the package's national rollout. He couldn't figure out if Su Chen, this person, didn't love money at all, if it wasn't for the money. So why is he on this lie detector show? Then what are Mr. Su's demands? Being a businessman, Liang Jiejun keenly captured the key point. The crossed legs were subconsciously lowered. I have only one request. Take the price of the package and knock it down. $9.09. Su Chen looked straight into Liang Jiejun's eyes. Regal, firm and determined. What? Inside the conference room, there was an out-of-voice scream from Liang Jiejun and Zhang Yang at the same time. $9.09? You think this is online shopping? In the country of Longhua, even the cheapest package has to be nearly 50. No company has ever offered a $9.90 package. That's right, Su Chen affirmed and repeated again. $9.09. And every standard within the package cannot be changed. As long as you apply for this package, it's valid for life. Su Chen. Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask in shock. Director Zhang. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Yang. Before I came, I had said that there was a very important guest in the house. She showed me something. In this world, in order to learn the culture of China, there is a group of children who not only work hard with the new Chinese civilization curriculum added to the school, but also assign themselves extra homework outside of class. There are even people, with the seniority of elementary school students, who are learning things about management just to better promote Chinese civilization. Thinking of He Xiaoxiao's man-child appearance, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. I thought I was the only traveler in the world. For a very brief period of time, I've even felt a twinge of loneliness and confusion. But soon, I was surrounded by a bunch of such backers, who would be the first to recite every ancient Chinese poem, as well as guarding the civilization of China and dueling with people on Weibo all night long. At the Global Music Festival, I sang a song, and inside the song were our Chinese teenage boys, who are the past and the future of China. But at the Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, these children, likewise, are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Even, they, like me, can be called a traveler, and together with me, they are building a bridge between the civilizations of China and the Dragon Kingdom. So, their money should be used to buy books, to study, and to promote more and more Chinese civilization in the future, and not to be used for so-called stargazing. Su Chen's calm and collected tone, one word, but like 1,000, deafeningly stimulating Liang Jiejun and Zhang Yang's minds. The two of them couldn't help but glance at each other, subconsciously revealing a hint of gravity and contemplation in their expressions, especially Liang Ka-chun. As a professional manager, he had more than once contacted the artists in various fields in the Dragon Kingdom, and the intuitive impression those people gave him was a lack of reverence. Most of the artists never loved the industry they were engaged in, and their purpose was clear: to make money, or make money. For a long time, in the business world, Liang Ka-chun is used to solving all problems with money. The same, also learned to use money to measure the purpose of all these people's behavior. But, the unassuming young man in front of him, however, gave him the feeling of being unable to see through for the first time. What exactly does this Su Chen want? Su Chen, what you said, is also too idealized, right? Zhang Yang, as the chief director of all lie detectors and even as the person who operated Su Chen's identity as a traveler, had almost watched the shining new star rise within different fields in the Dragon Kingdom for 2 months. He originally thought that Su Chen had come here for the billion-dollar prize. It even felt that many of Su Chen's actions seemed noble. But in the end, he was just a contestant on the show, and the direction in which he's revamping and building his show, it's also just a move towards making the crossover sign the show's biggest gimmick. But now he realized, he's wrong. Su Chen's behavior seemed to carry a purpose that he couldn't see through. Or rather, is this the real reason why Su Chen has always brought him unlimited surprises over the past 2 months? As a veteran programmer, Su Chen said this, yet it was as if he had found the true direction of the program in the underworld. 1 song a year, and the proceeds are equivalent to all going to our company. Liang Jiejun reminded, if this package is implemented for decades, then you will have to create dozens of songs for our company. Mr. Su, it's necessary for me to remind you that with your talent, such a huge amount of songs may bring you more than 100 or 200 million in revenue. Add to that concert proceeds, copyright operations, TV promotion, peripheral sales, album revenues, etc. And you're giving up a potential mountain of gold. Liang Jiejun's business ability instantly analyzed the stakes for Su Chen. Su Chen's level of songwriting at the Global Music Festival can be seen for all to see. And, the Chinese national style genre created by Su Chen might even cause enough of a stir around the Blue Star globe. Even if Su Chen is great and ideal, but the cost of this, Would it be too big? This is a lifetime of wealth, all given to the world unconditionally and freely. Su Chen smiled. Of course I know. However, there was one thing he didn't say explicitly. His previous life was the ancient civilization of the world. Huaxia. Dozens of golden songs? That was simply underestimating Huaxia, and his future would bring more civilization wonders to this world than the Blue Star people could ever imagine. As a traveler, there was potentially more than a mountain of gold in him. It was a world with a civilization far beyond Blue Star. Until now, Zhang Yang suddenly lamented at this time. I suddenly realized something. It's no longer Su Chen who needs all lie detectors. It's us, the program team. Who needs Su Chen? He had never seen such a person in the Dragon Kingdom, or even in the world. In that case, Liang Jiejun's attitude went from questioning and contempt at the beginning to starting to heartily admire and adore. This deal is not a loss for our Dragon Communication Group. I'll do everything I can to convince the company's board of directors. But it would also require Mr. Su Chen to really create a song that's no less than the one at the Global Music Festival. Riverside will be a test for this plan of yours. He seriously got up this time and shook hands towards Su Chen. No problem. Su Chen was straightforward. 3 days later, the full version of the song will be sent directly to your company's hands. Wait for Su Chen to leave. Liang Jiejun and Zhang Yang were still as if they were in a dream. What he had just experienced was too unbelievable, almost beyond everything they had originally planned. I can't imagine what kind of sensation such a traverser package would cause in Jiangbin City and even among all the young people in the Dragon Kingdom once it's released. Liang Jiejun looked at the contract left behind by Su Chen before he left, his tone indescribably complex. A short hour. I can't believe that I've been successfully feinized by this Mr. Su. Ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed and patted his old friend's shoulder. Originally, I was still having a headache about what exactly the theme of the fourth installment of All Lie Detectors should be. But now, I've finally found the real direction of this program. I'll make this all the people who don't believe in travelers in Chinese civilization be amazed by what Su Chen does next. Liang Jiejun couldn't help but glance enviously at Zhang Yang. With this Mr. Su, I'm afraid that in the future, you will become a legendary figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The two of them unanimously looked in the direction Su Chen had left. You say, this Su Chen, is he really a traveler? Everything he's done keeps me from seeing into his future. Walking inside the TV building in Riverside, for the first time, Su Chen realized that the surrounding TV crews were constantly pointing at him. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Have I become handsome by now? It shouldn't be. The system will only increase my insight and civilization accumulation. I haven't heard that there is also a beauty effect. Suddenly, he heard a TV writer with glasses behind him whispering. He's the one who's letting that underhanded lying show take over the best resources in all of our departments? It doesn't look like it has 3 heads and 6 arms, does it? Eating a wave of traffic with the kind of clumsy lies of a traveler is just a moment of prestige. Now that the Dragon Country is emphasizing value orientation, this kind of person, including his show, as I see it, should be banned and blocked. It wasn't loud, but with this TV writer's non sequitur, everyone around him joined in the discussion. Meh. Su Chen didn't intend to pay any attention to them and just whispered, a bunch of mediocre talents. But these people saw that Su Chen didn't react. It seems to have gotten the better of me. There were even some people who secretly took out their cell phones and filmed Su Chen, a country fictionalized with falsified history. If such a liar can become the top stream of the Dragon Kingdom, it will be a shame for the entire TV variety industry in Jiangbin City. Su Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Cold, stern gaze snapped her eyes to the woman who was all obese in a tight black dress. Look at her work badge. It's a previous wilderness survival program in Riverside. Su Chen had a memory in his head. Before the revamping of all lie detectors, this wilderness survival program was considered the leading show in Jiangbin City, dominating the head of the ratings for a long time and bringing billions of dollars in revenue for the Jiangbin City TV station every year. But all of this has changed since Su Chen participated in all lie detectors as a traveler. Writer Wang, right? Su Chen's cool gaze swept past the fat on her body, and even looked around at all the TV station staff who were participating in the non-discussion, and he understood that to be able to discuss it in front of him, it was obvious that such a situation within the TV station had long since formed a scale, Huaxia, but not a simple country. Rather, it is a civilization masquerading as a nation. He seemed to recall the situation when he first came to this world, responded with one of the show's most iconic lines. It is not my mission to persuade all fools to be human, but if you question my status as a traveler, so, please bring your brain and come to the show to break me down. Having said that, Su Chen took big steps and left the crowd's line of sight. And when he stepped out of the TV station building, the outside was covered with gloom at some point. It seems, even after taking out a part of the essence of Chinese culture, I still haven't managed to convince everyone to believe in Chinese. He couldn't help but shrink his collar. The system gave me a new quest, and I think that's what it intends to do. Build a mysterious Chinese museum in order to better display the 5,000 years of Chinese history, and I need more popularity value. He looked up at the sky. The wind is picking up. Then let these trashy programmers destroy Kyoto Press Group. It's now busy enough to take off. In the era of self-media, the paper media had originally been gradually eliminated from the sight of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, becoming a marginal product of the times. But since the appearance of Su Chen, the traveler, Zhao Yaren's work has increased almost exponentially. With the constant reprinting of the general history of China, the combined efforts of various film and television companies to develop it, and Su Chen's representation of the song at the Global Music Festival, plus Su Chen's ancient poems became required reading for parents in major cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Some educational institutions have even begun to constantly Zhao Yaren wanted to ask the publisher to parse some of the content of Su Chen's poems to make it easier for them to follow up on the current education reforms after school. Mr. Chen to Ming. Zhao Yaren received a phone call from this senior in the movie industry since the morning. I've already made it clear at the Kyoto Copyright Fair that for the role of Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor of the Thousands of Years, no less than a dozen movie star level characters within the Dragon Kingdom have already participated in the audition. Your temperament is more suitable for another character appearing in the general history of China, named Emperor Wu of Han. I'm looking forward to your audition. It didn't take 2 seconds to hang up the phone. The phone rang again. You want to ask which river is the yellow river whose water comes from the sky? Zhao Yaren cried and laughed. We've sent specialists to work overtime for the education and training in analyzing ancient Chinese poems. Many of the answers can be seen in Su Chen's general history of China, but more unfathomable contexts can only be expected as Su Chen explores the details of China through continuous demonstrations in the upcoming episodes of All Lie Detectors. Yes, Zhao Yaren directly muted her cell phone and let out a long sigh of relief. It's safe to say, because of this crossover IP of Su Chen, Huaxia and Su Chen managed to make Kyoto Publishing Group reach unprecedented career heights. But, since the Chinese civilization is simply too vast and profound, the workload they face as a publishing group has long since outgrown the volume they can carry. It seems, this situation can only be alleviated if Su Chen, who is a traverser, and his Traverser Limited come out. Think about it. She subconsciously opened her phone's Douyin platform and found the official account of All Lie Detectors, wanting to see what kind of surprises Su Chen and the program team would bring to the entire Dragon Kingdom in the next installment of the program that would soon be ushered in. 2 short months. As a variety show, the account of All Lie Detectors has reached an astonishing 10 million followers. Such a speedy rise in powder. It simply staggered Zhao Yaren. As expected, within the comments of the official account, the most frequent messages were similarly some questions about Huaxia and whether Su Chen was really a traveler. May I ask if there will be a follow-up to the otherworldly poetry book? When is the movie and TV series of the epic masterpiece Huaxia going to be online? If it's made badly, I'll turn into a keyboard warrior and fight you all. Will the rules be adjusted for the next installment? What is the theme of the 4th installment? Why did you let me discover this treasure program so early? Where is Su Chen's address? I have some specialties I want to send to him. Will the Crosswalkers dynamic only be on the show? Have you guys considered approaching Su Chen's life? I want to see if the traveler sleeps at night. Otherwise, with his ability, how could he have so many areas of talent all by himself? Sure. In addition to these, there are some familiar figures active in the comments section. Dragon Infrastructure. I want the 4th installment to continue to look at that hellish infrastructure field of China. Millions of Dragon Infrastructure people blood book. Chen Xingan, Douyin certified, beyond the long hate song. What are the beauties of classical Chinese literature? B-Station user Darcy, why is the wait for a new episode so long? Just then, suddenly, a foreigner avatar with the prefix Jew in his name left a message in the comments section. I really can't understand you Rokoku people. A variety show is just a variety show. Any business practice is a competition of capital. Even if its content and form are gimmicky, the beneficiaries are just the program group and this fraudulent actor they put up. My inside information is known. Su Chen will launch a tariff package in your Dragon Kingdom as a traveler, selling the name of culture and harvesting the wallets of all teenagers and student parties in the Dragon Kingdom. A traveler like this is simply a fake. He's all about nothing but money. His words. It caused a furor in the comments section. Where's that foreign dog from? Get out. Shut up with your white trash condescension. Wasn't it hard enough for Su Chen to punch you in the face at the Global Music Festival? Have you ever heard the phrase, go on stage to receive an award at the sound of an opera? With your hundreds of years of history, you can't appreciate the beauty of China's 5,000 years of civilization. But there were others who noticed something was wrong. Jew Music. Isn't this the same company that milk tea's from? I heard that Brother Milk Tea was interested in becoming the official spokesperson of Dragon Communication not long ago, and it seems that this has been affirmed by the insiders. Could it be that Su-chan is really in contact with that side, harvesting the money of the Dragon Student Party? It can't be true, can it? Could it be that Su-chan's Traveler and Wasia are really a money-making tool for the program? Zhao Yaran subconsciously tightened her eyebrows. JEWE music? She has heard a little, behind a number of Blue Star foreign capital, on the surface to promote the local singers of the Dragon, but in fact all use foreign music genre, in the cultural baptism. As a commercial head of a publishing group, she was acutely aware of something. Although Su-chan is in the ascendancy, he is ultimately a newcomer to the jungle and does not understand the disparity between heaven and earth, between personal power and capital. The traffic will eventually pass. She had seen too many geniuses with amazing talents pass away under the suppression of capital. If Su-chan really offends the capital prematurely for some money, I'm afraid it will be bad for him. Zhao Yaran couldn't help but worry. In her opinion, Su-chan's talent was definitely a wizard in several fields in the Dragon Kingdom today, and even though by the end of all lie detectors, his traveler's lie was revealed, with the two works, otherworldly poetry and huaxia, then it is enough to take a place in the cultural field of the Dragon Kingdom. If you suffer obliteration for offending capital, this is not only Su-chan's loss, it is more of a loss to the cultural field of the Dragon Kingdom. Riverside. The hose. Brother Su-chan is attracting jealousy again so soon? He Xiao, who was writing her homework, let out an exasperated exclamation from her bedroom. Auntie He, who was cooking, couldn't help but frown. He Xiao, you're stealing your cell phone again. Auntie wiped her wet hands casually on her body, then walked to He Xiao's bedroom, and looking at her daughter's vain appearance, she straightaway pulled out her hidden cell phone from under her workbook. Straight up slate. If you don't finish your homework today, no checking your cell phone, and don't think that just because you're some kind of Trekkie fan club convention president online, you're going to behave yourself at home. Mom. He Xiao begged for mercy and opened the Douyin platform on her phone, pointing to the Jew message on it and nearly jumping out of her skin in anger. How dare you falsely accuse Brother Su-chan of calling himself a traveler in order to cheat us kids out of our money? Do you think it's infuriating? If you have the ability, don't hide behind the keyboard. Ah, he came to me to say this. You see, if I, a schoolboy, slap him, and he directly twisted He Xiao's ear. Well, let's see if I'll slap you as a mom first. You're failing all your classes now except for full marks in languages. You've gone off the deep end since you became the president of this society of travelers, understand? Listening to mom spit, he smiled and whispered down. It's not that I've gone off the deep end. Chinese civilization is so topsy-turvy. Who can stand it? Half the words. She then sensed her mother's murderous gaze and hurriedly lowered her head to open her math homework, pretending to study carefully, and her cell phone, non-stop vibrating alerts of messages. Obviously, as the first wave of fans of the travelers in this world so far, the people in the group had been in an uproar for a long time. Study hard. Hear that? After a few more vicious instructions, Auntie closed the door to He Xiao's bedroom room and walked out, and when she walked to the kitchen, she skillfully opened her cell phone and lightly clicked on the group chat above called, Crosser's Harem Group Management 1 Group. A quick finger tap to enter. Jasmine of the 3rd year class 2, angry. Brother Su-chan would be questioned by a foreigner? Chinese civilization is so bright, even if it's a lie, but it's not the turn of a music-making foreigner to hack it. As soon as Auntie Ho's schoolboy vest spoke out, the group was like an added fire. Is our group's #1 administrator alarmed? That's right, even Jasmine, who seldom bubbles, has come out to speak out, and we can't keep a low profile this time. I didn't play well at the last music festival. Jasmine management, show your sword. This time let them see if my Italian canon is accurate or not. Magic City. Jew music. Turn off your cell phone. Jason leisurely lit a cigar for himself, the view of Mordor looking out the large floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. The Dragon Kingdom. What a wonderful country. Since coming to the Dragon Kingdom a few years ago, with the speed of Milk Tea Brothers' music creation, Jew music has earned him the first small goal in his life. And in his opinion, as a historical fault and cultural wasteland, the Dragon Kingdom is simply a paradise for picking up money. Follow the logic of capital. Milkshakes. Fans. They're all just moneymakers. Life on Earth. It was nothing without money. And money would have given him a sense of infinite security. But just a couple hours ago, as the top company in the field of communication in the Dragon Kingdom, it was surprising that the endorsement plan with Milk Tea Brother was temporarily cancelled. And the reason for this was that Light Reverser Su-chan from that Dragon Kingdom tiny fraud program. The dragons who don't understand the aesthetics of music. They're so far behind the world's trendsetters. Exhaled a smoke ring. Jason smiled. What a traveler. What a huaxia. Only the foolish Dragon Kingdom people believe in such ridiculous things. He glanced at the desk regarding the personal information about Su Chen that the insiders had gathered. Just an average college freshman from a small place, and you presume to make gods. I'll show you what true capital power is. Achoo! Su Chen, who had just finished pretending, was suddenly attacked by a cold wind, and even a pattering rain fell on his head. He took a quick cab ride. After reporting an address to the driver, the cell phone began to vibrate non-stop, and the first thing I saw was Zhao Yaren's message. Then Pei Qingrong, Liang Dongwei, and some other newly made friends in this world. With a brief understanding of the situation, Su Chen realized what happened. He couldn't help but rub his chin. The action on the Dragon communication side is really fast. The intention was just confirmed 2 hours ago, and a chain reaction has begun to occur. But, milk tea brother? Sure enough, it's a parallel world. In my last life, I was still a fan of his. Su Chen couldn't say whether it was the butterfly effect brought about by his own crossing, or the parallel world principle. This world's milk tea brother had become a star in a foreign capital. He was under the impression, in his last life, Milk Tea Brother seemed to have shortcomings in thinking in terms of business layout. God opened the door of musical talent for him but closed the other one for him. Just can't imagine. In this world, however, I became his rival. Su Chen was a man of two lives. Combined with the encounter in the Riverside City TV station just now, he could vaguely estimate that the leakage of the news had something to do with those other departments in the TV station that were eyeing him. No wonder they dared to taunt me to my face. It seems, it's trying to kill someone with a knife. Su Chen laughed softly. This was considered his first time to confront the capital of this world head-on as a traveler. It just so happened that the exchange of the Huaxia Museum needed a lot of popularity. Then let's see how the behemoth that is the Huaxia civilization will be crushed in front of the capital. Mr. Su, your place is here. Just then, the cab driver suddenly turned his head toward Su Chen. You know me? Su Chen looked at the driver's face and searched for memories to no avail. In the entire Jiangbin city, who doesn't recognize you, Crosser Su Chen? The driver laughed, casually turning off the meter and pointing to a father-daughter photo hanging in the compartment. My daughter just started junior high school, and has suddenly started to fall in love with studying recently. It was only when I asked that I realized that your variety show made her feel the charm of culture in a new perspective, and it was really well run. Su Chen was happy to hear it. It was the first time he'd encountered a pure passerby voicing his opinion on the lie show and the identity of the traveler. Don't you think it's cheap for a fraudulent program to use a crossdresser's lies as a gimmick? Su Chen asked curiously. At this time, it happened to rain outside. Pedestrians have. It looks like the driver lit a cigarette is not in a hurry to go. The two will climb in the car. The driver cried and laughed. Harm. What do you mean by low? How many variety shows have been hot in the Dragon Kingdom in the past? Often investing billions of dollars. Star appearance fees, luxury productions, various crews, copyrights, and I haven't seen much advanced The driver was very talkative. All are small people, where there are so many preoccupations, watching a program, but also divided into a high level and low level. This is not purely to find fault. In the figure of a fun time, there is something to gain. This is not what you cultural people say moral education for fun. Su Chen was immediately impressed with this driver. It was an angle he'd never thought of, and the driver's master was surprisingly reasonable in what he said. Mr. Su, can I have your autograph? The driver surprisingly pulled out a copy of the Kyoto Publishing House's extra edition of otherworldly poetry. My daughter shouts every day that she wants to chase after a star like you. You don't know, but your book is sold out in all the major bookstores. And when her mom and I put our heads together, it's a good thing. So I was skulking around the TV station pulling jobs, and I actually caught you once. Ha ha. Su Chen laughed. Directly on the book cover, he signed the sentence. It is the good scenery of Jiangnan. And I meet you again when the flowers fall. Gifted by Su Chen. It stopped raining. Su Chen, however, stood outside the Riverside High-Tech Industrial Park without going in. He was standing under the roof of a convenience store, crossing over for 2 months. For the first time, I took a serious look at the world. Riverside City, as the coastal city of the Dragon Kingdom, compared to the Jiangnan of Earth China in the previous life, there is more of a tidal wave and less of a sheepishness. As a native northerner, Su Chen had thought that he was not adapted to the climate here. But just now, in the cab, he had suddenly realized that his discomfort came from his rejection of this blue star, of this world. Traveled 2 months. From the time he made public his identity as a traveler, he, along with China, was caught in a kind of torrent and whirlwind. Program, the literary world, infrastructure, music, even now there is a capital confrontation. For him, who was only a small person in his previous life, this flood of huge changes in his life gave him a powerful sense of an empty window, but he forgot, regardless of which world, The Dragon Kingdom or China. Most people are simply living. Nothing today, hooking up to listen to music. If there can be one more surprise in life, it is naturally the best. Perhaps, it is my coming that is the best gift for the world. He extinguished the cigarette he had lit at some point, toward the interior of the industrial park. Look at it this way. Riverside is still beautiful. High-tech industrial park in Riverside. The park has always been focused on supporting cutting-edge technology or emerging industries, but a brand new sign that went up this morning has caused a flurry of discussion among other startups in the park. Travelers Liability Company. What does that mean? A programmer-looking plaid-shirted youth rubbed his disheveled hair and peered in, confused. What new game company is it? A girl next to her snickered. The one who's been very hot in our Jiangbin lately. The self-proclaimed traveler Su Chen from otherworldly China. Haven't you heard of him? Plaid shook his head in confusion. At that moment, a colleague next to him who was dressed in trendy fashion reminded, it's a fraud and lie variety show that has been aired for many seasons in our Jiangbin city. And this season a Su Chen who claimed to be a traveler suddenly appeared. A couple of episodes in and a superb performance. He borrowed some civilization from Huaxia to prove his traveler lie, and has already broken our Dragon Kingdom's cultural records in several fields. And I heard that, not too long ago, he even made it to the Global Music Festival and took the Golden Melody Award as a newcomer to the music scene. Although these news had long been hot in Riverside, every time they were spoken of, they caused a gasp of amazement from those around them. Su Chen really seems intent on taking one's talents to challenge an entire civilization. Where are the limits of this one? It seems the only way to find out is to keep catching up on more shows. So awesome? Plaid Shirt was shocked. He was immersed in the world of programming every day. He didn't realize that something so amazing had happened in the outside world. It's just a shame. What shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it? I have a cousin in the TV station. I heard that because the traffic is too concentrated on this headline variety show, Su Chen and his Huaxia program have already caused dissatisfaction in the other departments of the TV station. The hipster colleague revealed the secret in a low voice. There's even gossip that this time, even the real capital enterprises are going to suppress Su Chen. I'm afraid his path as a traveler won't last long. Just then, suddenly, at the front desk of the Travelers Limited Company, a very gentle and soft-looking clean-cut officer came out. Looking at the crowd of onlookers outside, his eyes instantly locked onto that talkative hipster youth, gossiping in front of another company during work. What kind of business are you all in? Is this how the boss pays you to work? The girl glared at the hipster youth with one almond eye. The latter shrunk at once. Just then, at the end of the road, suddenly an ordinary-looking idle boy wandered over towards the side, seemingly still enjoying the scenery along the way. Boss! The company girl immediately changed her face and called out sweetly. She was Su Chen's hardcore fan, and when she couldn't imagine that Su Chen was going to open a company, she jumped at the first opportunity to apply for the job. This is Su Chen? The plaid shirt was puzzled. It looked ordinary. It is? Su Chen approached and asked strangely when he saw the people gathered outside. Su Chen, we're all co-workers from nearby businesses. What do you sell here? Traveler books? Someone asked curiously. Su Chen burst out laughing. Then shake your head. All of my Chinese works have been fully commissioned to the Kyoto Publishing Group. Other than that they're all pirated. So don't make the mistake of selling them. He then pointed to a building sign on the traveler's signboard. What our company brings to the table is something that has never been seen before in this world. Consider yourselves. It's my gift to the world. A gift to the world? These young people engaged in all kinds of new industries had frozen in place. Something that had never existed in this world? That was an interesting thing to say. Everyone understands one thing. There is nothing harder in the world than innovation, because the first crab is always the fattest one. But so much for the theory. The truth is that the difficulty is more than a hell of a model. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people following the trend and failing one after the other. It's not easy to mimic and follow all the trends. Trying to innovate in every way is almost humanly impossible. And Su Chen's words were ambiguous. What is it exactly that there is nothing in this world? From the culture of China? Or something else? But Su Chen left a backdrop without much explanation. Inside the company, since it was still being renovated, the exact shape could not be seen yet, except for the front desk which had been simply cleaned up, and some of the decorators were busy setting up some strange arrangements. Boss, what's this? Looking at the company's quirky decor, the receptionist asked curiously. Su Chen patiently explained to her. This is called mortise and tenon construction. Since the theme of our company is travelers in China, I will naturally fill every detail with the radiant charm of Chinese civilization. Mortise and tenon? What's this? Not only that, things like this can be found everywhere in Su Chen's company, and she heard that the first department established after the company was formed was to apply for patent copyright protection. And the first project to be protected is the renovation of the company's interior. She is not a professional in the construction industry. Don't know anything about structure either. But in the past few days, the renovation workers hired by the company were amazed after seeing the renovation drawings provided by Su Chen. Could it be that this is the gift the boss said he wanted to bring to the world? She cocked her head. Su Chen smiled and did not explain too much. This is even if the gift. Then in the future he is in the Chinese museum. Exchange out of the Qingming Shanha Tu and Wen Hao. Exchange out of the Lanting sequence and Hao. And even let the Blue Star tourists, personally to go to the Chinese space and time, to see that incomparable mysterious and brilliant history of the style, and how it will be. Arrive at your own office. After Su Chen briefly explained, he directly closed the door. This time, he moved all the equipment and some things from his home inside the company at once, such as the ancient zither that amazed the Dragon Kingdom, and thick stacks of Chinese manuscripts and so on. Since the request for a dragon communication in an unprecedented way, a collaboration, Su Chen's aim was naturally to obtain more system popularity values through such a means. Count on the next installment starting in almost a week. Just right. Until the show comes up with a new lie detector program, he can plan for the popularity value of the Xia Museum. In the last world, Milk Tea's journey to stardom is almost treading the path of flowers, even pulling off a new chapter in the Chinese music industry with one man. Su Chen vaguely remembered, when Hong Kong music was popular in the 1980s, almost most Hong Kong stars relied on covers of Japanese or Korean songs to become popular quickly, and the birth of Milk Tea has almost changed this predicament. I can't imagine that in this world, Milk Tea's destiny has become a rising star of foreign capital by mistake. Casually open the music arranging software. Either it's because this world's historical faults have left him without the basis of inspiration for the national style, or it's because I've come to this world, but with brother Milk Tea's talent. I'm afraid that his future heights will be more than just now. Su Chen's mind turned. To be honest, this cooperation from Dragon Communication wasn't that difficult for Su Chen, who had obtained the Chinese music data. Just, on the one hand, as Su Chen's first endorsement in this world with the Traveler IP, he was naturally cautious. Secondly, the direction of the target is those Dragon Kingdom teenagers in this world who love Xia. Brain. Countless suitable for the color bell music and songs keep emerging, which there are more than some. Su Chen would have liked the ancient Chinese style songs, but no one can at the same time compatible with the culture. The national style, Chinese civilization kernel. Windows. The light rain was drizzling, and with the unique climate of Riverside, it created a kind of hazy rain mist, together with the soundproofing effect that Su Chen had deliberately designed for his office. It was as if the world had fallen into an implicit serenity and peace. Far away, a high-tech industrial park office building towers in the sky, rain and fog. Square, but seems to be a few points of raw. Still, our Chinese classical architecture is good. Rain falls on the eaves, introverted and beautiful. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, hands crossed behind his head. I remember when he was in college, he had taken the opportunity to go to the Suzhou Garden, but also such a rainy season. The stars of the rain curtains fell in the courtyard between the deep, strolling in which there will be a kind of gentleman to the gusu. The people are pillowed with the beauty of the river. That was the first time that Su Chen felt the introverted but unperturbed beauty of the ancient Chinese people. The city has mountains and forests, waiting to hear from you. The rivers and mountains are like pending. Fish and birds come to meet. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through Su Chen's mind. A song that stood out from those memories. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. And I'm waiting for you. Celadon Porcelain. A Chinese national treasure. Ru Kiln is the title of a national style pop song. Smoky Jiangnan, but has a scholarly and romantic atmosphere. And the entire song style and lyrics with a Chinese culture unique, introverted, implicit, under the fine taste, but it rhymes with a different flavor, as if a cup of green tea. It falls in your mouth and makes you savor it, especially in the lyrics. That sentenced self-care beautiful, Celadon excellent, incomparably in line with the current Huaxia and Su Chen traveler identity. In the Dragon Country, facing the capital and many questioning the suppression of a Huaxia-style attitude, with the added bonus of civilization data, Su Chen directly used that Guqin with some modern instruments from the software and started to make it. Shasta. Inside the office, with the flow of music, a mat of rain and misty Jiangnan ink painting, in the water clouds sprouting between quietly spread, vaguely visible, the iron white dress plain clothes, holding a paper umbrella, with the sound of rain and wind outside the window, as if the quiet mountain springs, there is a trickle of meandering, in the cold turnaround, vegetarian embryo, servant, Hanley, a series of moody national style lyrics that are good enough to be passed down in the Dragon Kingdom, and in Su Chen's ancient and tender vocals, this classic from the previous life is perfectly sketched out. Beyond the banana curtain, the curling smoke and rain of Jiangnan, just as, across parallel time and space, quietly viewing the unchanging beauty of the heirloom and the heavy history of China. You have a smile in your eyes. The rainy night is pale. While this rain continued for several days, the planning sessions for the work on all lie detectors continued in full swing. Ancient Chinese poetry, general history of China, Chinese infrastructure, and even the beauty of Chinese architecture and so on. Within 2 months, all the staff of the program was like a dream. They didn't expect that a variety show could create such a big sensation in the whole Dragon Kingdom. Is Su Chen really lying? It seems to have long been the biggest confusion in everyone's mind. Everything Su Chen had shown in a few months was just too shocking. And although the Dragon Kingdom had experienced a historical break in this world, as Su Chen continued to show it, the professionals in the various fields of the program had conducted a sandbox simulation of the country of the same root and bloodline that existed in a distant and alien world, as Su Chen had claimed. They assume, taking the Chinese civilization demonstrated by Su Chen and making a backward projection, then what would the Dragon Kingdom or any country on the blue planet develop into? The results are surprisingly revealing. In such logic, the development of Chinese civilization almost defies many human and sociological concepts. That is to say, such a civilization simply cannot exist. Director Zhang, we've sandboxed this civilization from multiple dimensions this time as you instructed. A senior planning writer who had followed the 8 seasons of all lie detectors looked over the thick books of notes he had made in the recent past. There was no way that the Chinese civilization demonstrated by Su Chen was too extensive, and the degree of civilization was of great depth and deduction value. At the same time, I also incorporate everything he's shown recently, including the humanistic core in Chinese music from the Music for All festival, plus the Travelers column that we have in our official website. A large number of viewers and experts in various fields in the Dragon Kingdom have also asked some relevant and constructive questions. We've summarized a few important points on the topic. Zhang Yang tapped the desktop. While listening to the program's debriefing, I thought hard about all the hardcore logic involved. The program has evolved so far. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom, including himself and his family, had already become Su Chen's fans, and were even deeply impressed by the talent and charisma that Su Chen had displayed. But, the lies about Su Chen on the show need to continue to be verified. In other words, now it was no longer in simply arguing Su Chen's identity as a traveler, but in going through his identity as a traveler to then verify the central point that kept coming up in Su Chen's mouth, Huaxia. It is, after all, a lie detector program that can have far-reaching consequences. Except for Su Chen himself, the program's ability to transform and validate thinking is likewise considered to be among the best in the Dragon Kingdom. After only 2 issues of tweaking and rewriting, these professional variety artists and experts in the field of lie detection then quickly found a new breakthrough. That is, could HWA actually exist? As Qin Danshen said in the first episode, the development process of a civilization is complex, and weaving a lie of such complexity is almost the most difficult subject in the world. Especially if you extrapolate Huaxia with the development patterns of the Dragon Kingdom and even all the countries of the Blue Star, you will find more new directions. Zhang Yang instantly understood what the program staff meant. Nodded. Not bad, that's a good direction to go. What are the highlights of what you found? The staff breathed a sigh of relief. Silent glances were exchanged. Before the meeting, their biggest fear was that since the show was revamped around Su Chen and the talent he displayed, and Zhang Yang and the consortium behind the show would start adding in the scripted blackouts that the show managed to use for the sake of so-called traffic. Thus, the true falsification position is lost. If that happens, the work about them loses any meaning. It seems, even if Su Chen is hotter in the Dragon Kingdom, as long as the program group doesn't lower the intensity of the lie detector test and keep the program a watchable contest, the attitude of Chief Director Zhang Yang and the consortium is unchanged. That's the most dedicated variety artist in the Dragon Kingdom. First direction. The lead planning writer, who had apparently summarized everyone's thoughts, stated, "We can temporarily release the direction of Su Chen's traveler, shifting the focus to the ethereal and mysterious civilization of Huaxia itself. After all, his openly crossing identity has now become a difficult problem for us to falsify, and all he has to do is to come up with some talent or cold area in a few of his falsifications and we'll have no way to do it, which will make our program look very passive. But the development of a civilization is different. Although our Dragon Kingdom has had cultural faults, our science and technology, humanities, and many other areas are unbroken, so it seems much easier to just stand in the perspective of our Dragon Kingdom civilization and deduce. Even, we can invite other countries in the future to come along to verify the Chinese civilization. Clarity of thought. Directions are clear." Zhang Yang nodded approvingly. "Not bad. This adjustment will be a direct increase in the difficulty of this lie against Su Chen. As soon as it's proven that the HWA he's talking about doesn't exist, that indirectly proves that his identity as a traveler is false." Exactly this thought. Everyone at the program seminar seemed excited, and as soon as the director approved of the adjustment, then everything would be much more proactive. So what if Su Chen's fame is on fire? As a veteran polygraph variety artist, and what could be more exciting than dismantling a supposedly great civilization? Point 2. That writer continued. We purposely spent a large number of people on a collation of all the Chinese civilizations and related works displayed by Su Chen. It has to be said, if Su Chen is a fake traveler, then his talent is truly amazing. But the show was revamped in a hurry, so every lie detector test we had for him revolved around identity, while ignoring the question's original purpose, which was the logical relationship between every demonstration he made and the development of civilization. For example, in the general history of China, why the king of Qin burned books and pitted scholars? What's Confucian? For example, why are there no other countries in the 5,000 years of the Chinese bloodline that has been passed down in his mouth? On Earth, is it hard to believe that there is only one country, Huaxia? If there are multiple countries on Earth, then how can China's legacy remain unbroken? Speaking of which, the more his thoughts opened up. As a country with a huge population base on the blue planet, the Dragon Kingdom, with our development, will yet experience multinational wars, even missing territories, cultural breakdowns, and so on. If Huaxia is really as a gem, how can the rest of the world not be jealous when they will be like jackals? So we agree, even if Su Chen is incredibly talented, but the Huaxia in his mouth is illogical in many places and most likely doesn't exist. Reasonable. Zhang Yang followed the train of thought of the writers of the program, and since Su Chen, as the first time since the founding of the entire program, competed as a public traveler, all the attention fell on the authenticity of his identity, and after the revamp, it's more of a multi-dimensional disproof of his traveler status as the show's breaking point. But a few issues in, have to admit it, Su Chen's talent is truly amazing, and there is no doubt about that from almost every display he makes. Even Su Chen in the Global Music Festival and yesterday's Dragon Communications Group approached. Su Chen's talent can be said to be epic-making genius level. Zhang Yang had reason to believe the future of the Dragon Kingdom in areas such as poetry. It will have an era of Su Chen throughout the long history, but their entire program has gone astray. That would be Huaxia, a country unheard of on the blue planet. That's right, the progress of civilization is complex, and any historical period of civilization is never just about one country, China. Look at it from this perspective. Su Chen's so-called brilliant civilization of China was simply too idealistic. Wonderful. Zhang Yang had to admit that this restructuring conference would surely bring the show all lie detectors to a new level of civilized dialogue falsification. Su Chen, Su Chen, even though you're incredibly talented, I'm afraid you're in for your biggest challenge in this episode. For the falsification of Chinese civilization, write an arrangement demo of Celadon. A long time has passed. As it was getting late, Su Chen simply didn't go home. And after sending a small sample of the song to the work email address left by Liang Jiajun, he fell into a deep sleep in the company. Day 2. It was the various vibrations of his cell phone that woke him up. Open it. Het was a bunch of messages. It seemed that busyness had become Su Chen's daily routine at the moment. The first one was Zhao Yaren's daily caring greetings to him, and then it was about informing him about the publication status of Huaxia. Nowadays, this 400-chapter history of the emperors of China has been published in its 4th volume, which deals with the exit of Qin Shi Huang, the emperor of the ages, from the stage of history, while a brand new era has just begun. The people of the world rose up. Chu Han's fight. First glimpse. Xiang Yu led his group and Liu Bang's group to become the two main forces of the anti-Qin armies. And now all the fans of the Dragon Kingdom books are looking forward to what role this forceful king of Western Shu will play in that history. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there were rivers and mountains that fell, but they were not as dramatic and heroic as those displayed in the book of Huaxia. Even Zhao Yaren couldn't help but be stirred by reading the entire manuscript. Right. Regarding the casting of the play, Mr. Chen Jiming specifically requested that he play the role of the King of Qin, but after our discussion, we agreed that Emperor Wu of Han, who was a man of civil rule and military prowess and who made a name for himself in the annals of history, was more suitable for him. And you, Su Chen, as the original author, what do you think? Su Chen thought seriously. According to the development of this parallel world, Chen Jiming, the Dragon Kingdom actor, although his acting skills were superb, was far less smooth than he was in the other world. And with the barren history of the Dragon Kingdom, he never found the most suitable path for his imperial drama. That's why the Kyoto Publishing Group and Zhao Yaren's Starfire Publishing House were inaccurate in their assessment of Chen Jiming's acting skills. The segment about Jing Ke stabbing Qin and my lie detection for all belongs to a perfect artistic processing of Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor of the Ages, and if this segment is filmed in a heroic way, Mr. Chen Jiming's acting style can just perfectly interpret Qin Shi Huang's way of mind of uniting the six kingdoms to make the world a commonwealth in an extremely perfect way. Cinematized Jing Ke stabbing Qin heroically. Zhao Yaran was the first to return the message. Spin. She made a direct call. Su Chen. Your idea is really great. Mr. Chen Jiming has an elegant and noble temperament. But his temperament is not just limited to the display of his outer skin, but an aura that emanates from within, making him elusive. Using the story of Jing Ke stabbing Qin heroically to show that period of history and the transformation of the great system of China, Mr. Chen Taming's style is just the right introverted and calm expression of cold. It's wonderful. Su Chen smiled and answered. This is the vision of the master of the state. How can it be bad? Next is Liang Kachun's side. Su Chen. Although this song Blue Flower Porcelain is good, and the style belongs to the type of Chinese national style that you demonstrated last time, but regarding the content of the lyrics, the professionals on our side are unable to read it. Su Chen had expected his feedback, replied directly by text message. Cyanotype Ru Kiln is a Chinese national treasure craft. The porcelain tire is delicate. The use of cyanotype material in the glaze of the Ru Kiln outlines the Chinese oriental aesthetic of landscape flowers and birds, but it needs to be in the time of smoky rain, using the humidity and temperature in the air, in order to be able to fire the most beautiful celestial blue color. A word woke up the dreamer. The other party even sent a few exclamation points and then no more news. Apparently, is to go to hastily discuss with the staff over there to go. Outside the office, the renovation workers of the Traveler Limited Company had already started to get busy early. Su Chen checked the speed of the system's popularity value acquisition. Although it was progressing steadily, due to the fact that this time in the system's mission, it was to replicate the real national treasures of Huaxia directly over time over here. The value required was far more than the redemption of civilization's data, so he could barely display any of the real national treasures of Huaxia right now. It seems like there's still a long way to go to get the Dragon Kingdom and the Lansing people to make an unprecedented journey through the future Chinese museum. Sure enough, it was still on the show all lie detectors that the popularity value increased the fastest. Su Chen casually opened the official website trailer for all lie detectors. After a simple day, it's amazing how efficiently the showrunners have already made a preview of the new installment. Su Chen's eyelids jumped. On the page, at some point, it had been revamped again, with 10 large, unusually conspicuous words on it, as if Huaxia did not exist. Then the crossing is false. Nice guy. It's kind of fun. In the preview of the new episode below, it reads, he claims to be a traveler, which many experts cannot refute. Huaxia from another world, hanging on to the Blue Star civilization? Local variety hits national rating spree? The show is just a program. The program team has joined hands with the fake travelers to arrange a shocking lie? Let's see this time. Break all the rumors, and use the civilization of our Dragon Kingdom to talk about the Chinese world in the mouths of the travelers. Updated, dialogue among civilizations. A dialogue between two civilizations? Su Chen instantly understood the program group's thought process for this lie detector test. Very nice. And very fetching too. If my status as a traveler is false, then civilized dialogue will be the most hardcore challenge to my lies. So next, let the entire Blue Star people see the truly breathtaking brilliance of China, because you guys keep leaving messages in the background, letting me know that there is a group of lovely people who have been supporting 9 days, so I'm coming back to reshuffle this book. After a long time, I'm updating the back while also revising some of the toxic points from the first 100,000 words. I used to think they were forcing the bar and brainless blackness, but with this revision, it suddenly dawned on me that the sister point was really incongruous. And even though the protagonist was traveling into a parallel world of herself, it always felt weird, so they just removed the biological sister status, tweaked her to be just a neighbor, and removed a lot of her appearances. There's also the poisonous point of the traveler's omnipotence. After a serious analysis, you guys are right. I got the coolness of the book wrong. Before I have always taken the self-proclaimed traveler against the fraudulent show as the core coolness. Now suddenly understand that the real expected side of the book lies in the perspective of the Dragon Country. Unable to understand the magnificence of our China, the identity of the traveler is just the cause and trigger of everything, and it's the experience of Huaxia from the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom that is the most exciting part. So, I'm directly in the middle of this episode, so that the plot begins to move in that direction. I was wrong about the readers who reviewed poorly and called out Poison Point. You guys are just mean, but not stupid. This is a cool article. I'm the one who upset you, and you're the one who'll upset me, humble. So, I'll be refocusing the entire book in that direction as I go, and looking for an opportunity to tweak the off-kilter parts of the first 100,000 words in the near future. As old friends and family members who have seen my funeral know, writing a book for 9 days has always been a no-brainer. It's just that sometimes the level is limited and inexperienced. To be honest, 9 days before engaged in is the net writing industry, even to the extent of several tens of thousands of dollars a month. Initially opened the book, just because an author and I said, boss, although many of your theory is right, but in practice, many details we control is not good. How about you open a book yourself, to find out how to deal with the specific details. You come to solve these problems, certainly more efficient than us. That's why it's the story of me coming to Tomato Open Book. But then, I began to experiment with various writing styles from the perspective of the subject matter, the framework, the emotional point of the content, and so on, and discovered all the differences between theory and practice. In the funeral book, the protagonist does not appear in the opening chapters, which is a groundbreaking way of writing. By the second Peking Opera Commission, I was pushing even further into the original company employee story, going straight to the emotional flow of the subject matter, and also all pushing the possibilities of online writing. Even later I wrote a book in the genre of whole scam phone calls, which as some readers of Tomato may know, has seen a lot of followers all over the web, including this site. Starting the Traveler book was just a whim at the time, and I saw a good theme and wanted to try it out for myself. So in the event of a large number of bad reviews, I thought to myself, these dogs, I'm not going to spoil you, I'm not going to write, but see that I am constantly being urged to come back. Suddenly I felt a joy that only authors feel, and that's the readers, also you guys, so that I can be quiet this time to seriously review the reasons for this failure. Interested can show you guys I do a lot of analysis. Ha, so don't worry about me running away this time. The book is actually not making any money at all after such a long break. And the reason for saying so much is to tell you guys the real reason and purpose of my writing the book. So feel free to join me in discussing the writing and various details of each book. I've misjudged every reader before, excluding, of course, fellow travelers who are maliciously bad reviewers. To paraphrase a joke my friends and I have, those little hacks may talk tough, but they truly understand fiction and the need to read. Although I am a veteran of online writing, a member of the Provincial Writers Association, a published author, a screenwriter, and many other things, I need to learn from you guys instead. 4 shifts today, to repay every family member who has seriously read my novel, including those who have left bad reviews. Grades don't matter to me now. Finishing a serious book is the only thing I want right now. Thank you again. The official website of Lie Detector for All instantly ignited all the viewers. Dialogue among civilizations. Using the logic of the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom or even the entire Blue Planet to deduce the loopholes in the entire Chinese civilization. Official website below. Su Chen's Travelers column was almost crowded with comments of all colors. Exciting. I'm afraid Su Chen is really in a bad way this time. I originally thought that after the display of the Global Music Festival, the confrontation between Su Chen and the program would enter a kind of stalemate. After all, as long as Su Chen's talent has no limits, then his lies will be unsolvable. This tweak by the showrunners simply refreshes the original heights of a variety show. Civilization dialogue. Looking at the loopholes in the development of Chinese civilization to push back the lies of the travelers, the showrunners gave it a go this time. This is a direction I never thought of. Looking forward to the day when Su Chen is revealed. And within Su Chen's official website fan support group, take the weekend. He smiled and said, only from the hands of the mother to get the phone. See, the group is discussing heatedly. Looking through the records, her entire little face is instantly taut. I'll go. Play so big. At her age, she couldn't yet analyze some of the key points of hardcore logic here, but the overall discussion showed that Su Chen's brother's traveler's lie was almost the biggest challenge she'd seen in 2 months. After all, this was no longer just targeting Su Chen's identity as a traveler, but rather unfolding the falsification from the entire civilization process of Huaxia, a civilization. Such a weaving of lies simply killed Su Chen's identity as a traveler itself. She wanted to call Su Chen the first time. However, it was found that the other party has been in occupied line. Okay, Mr. Liang. Su Chen was eating the watermelon, a specialty of Jiangbin, while leisurely crossing his legs and negotiating with Liang Jejun's side about the details of the traveler's first endorsement. I have to say that your song Celadon definitely belongs to another masterpiece in the history of Dragon Country music. Liang Ka-chun sounded very sincere on the phone. It's a different type of tune than anything you've shown before, but then again, it gives off an air of oneness, classical, elegant. It's as if only the Huaxia that you speak of can breed such a style of song, and our company unanimously judges that if your subsequent works if you can always maintain such quality in the future, not to mention you as a traveler. I'm afraid that the Chinese national style songs will become a one-of-a-kind on the Blue Planet. Su Chen smiled slightly. The magnificent treasure of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization is not a blue and white porcelain can represent, but its quality is really resistant. Not to mention the Dragon Country, Even if you put it in the previous generation of Chinese pop music, it is an enduring classic. It's just a shame. This parallel world's milk tea brother lacks the heritage culture of the Dragon Kingdom, just like Mr. Chen Jiming, and his career is hampered as a result. Possibly. It's called the butterfly effect. Then how has your company evaluated the cooperation method I proposed? Su Chen didn't forget the business. No problem at all. Lian Zhejun was extremely excited. One of your national style songs managed to convince all the executives of the group's headquarters. If you were to implement the traveler's package at your price, I'm afraid that it would become another legendary story in the Dragon Kingdom's business world. And as our company, owning the rights to one song a year after you can change the profit section from a single type of business to a cultural phenomenon, we don't lose. Su Chen sighed in relief. It's good that you guys don't lose out. The system is also just too sick. This was only the second system mission that required a ceiling-level popularity value requirement. If he didn't rely on this method, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold out until the day that the Huaxia Museum cashed in. And the Magic City side, Ju Music's conference room, however, was greeted with a new storm from manager Jason. How is that possible? What exactly does he, Su Chen, want to do? His hands. It was the business informant within Dragon Communication that provided him with the latest news, and it took the traveler Su Chen just one day to deliver a satisfactory answer sheet to Dragon Communication. Unsurprisingly, the centerpiece of its theme song is still from the distant, otherworldly China. According to what is written on the information, the material of the song used by Su Chen was surprisingly from a national treasure ceramic craft of China called Celadon, Otherworldly Crossing, Huaxia, national treasure material, plus Su Chen's elusive Chinese national style type. Obviously, upon its release, Su Chen's first commercial endorsement as a traveler was bound to be an unprecedented success. More importantly, Su Chen does not take any money, but chooses the free endorsement method, with only one request, which is to reduce the package tariffs to a price that people cannot imagine, and he would later provide dozens of free songs for the Dragon newsletter. Such a ridiculous thing. Dragon Communication, as the industry giant of Dragon Capital, even agreed easily. This Su Chen's behavior is completely inconsistent with the laws of capital. What the hell does he want? Dragon Capital even agreed to it. Are they stupid? A fictional civilization. They actually chose to work with such a deceiver. Milkman was sitting in a corner of Jason's office, still wearing a ducktail hat and a hoodie, but his mouth was trembling slightly as he sucked on his milk tea. One day to create a song that can change the minds of capitalists. What kind of masterpiece is this? The national treasure material of China. Celadon. What the hell is that? How many more secrets are hidden in the Huaxia he talks about? All parties in the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, it was quiet for several years because of a brief period of silence when Su Chen had just participated in the Totally Ball Music Festival. But I didn't expect just one day. On the topic of HWA, the moment detonated in several areas. A General History of China by the Kyoto Press Group. It tells of the first meeting between the King of Western Chu and Lu Laosan, the pavilion chief of Pei County, under the chaos of Qin II, who brought down the empire. And the organizing committee for the development of copyright in China is also vaguely leaking its intentions, to make up for the regret of all Chinese fans for the short life of Qin Shi Huang. Huaxia IP Universe will usher in the first personal IP movie, a heroic account of Jing Ke's assassination of Qin, the National Lie Detector Program, unprecedented major revamp, grasping the core of the traveler's lie. The development of Chinese civilization will stand against the falsification of the Chinese lie from the point of view of the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Planet. Huaxia. It's still Wahoo. Just when the fans were going wild and the roadies were taking sides. As a top capital group of the Dragon Kingdom that had never had any interactions with the travelers, it was as if it was going to come and join in the fun. And it also threw a heavy bomb in this ocean of China. Our division has reached a cooperative agreement with the traveler Su Chen, with the theme of Chinese civilization. Launched Huaxia Traverser tariffs, 9.9 per month, 200 SMS packages, 500 call minutes, and 20 G of traffic per month. And Mr. Su Chen committed. We will create a Chinese-themed national style song for all fans of Chinese civilization every year as a free endorsement. What the hell? Everyone was confused. Dragon Communication is considered a leading company in the mobile business. And coming out at this time to add fuel to the fire is undoubtedly a direct way to push Su Chen and the topic of Huaxia in his mouth to an unprecedented height. For a moment, the new confrontation about Huaxia and all lie detectors attracted everyone's attention and became the #1 on the all topics hottest list. Since the show started, it's highly likely that the show's experts just happened to bump into an area that Su Chen specializes in. If his civilization is revealed, then all of his current business ventures will backfire on him in unpredictable ways, and even leave him with huge amounts of compensation on his back. That's the kind of show you like. Unscripted, Real. It was a fire before it aired. Before the program began, those who supported Su Chen and Hua, those who questioned and didn't believe in it, and people from all walks of life expressed their opinions. Time passes in a flash. Saturday. This time the crew made way for Riverside TV and all the live channels and chose the most prime time slot for the live broadcast. The show didn't even start, and tens of millions of people flooded the broadcast room. Once again, it has broken the record of the Dragon variety show set by all lie detectors. Program site. Due to occupying the largest studio and equipment resources of the TV station, the program team made a brand new arrangement on the spot, with the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Great Wall of China, and the Forbidden City and other Chinese buildings, and made various scenes according to the drawings made by Su Chen in the last program, making people feel as if they were traveling through the world. There was a constant loop of Chinese classical music playing on the scene, and on every glass floor of the stage, both were filled with various poems in calligraphy from the instantly pulls the vibe full circle. The scene was on the big screen. It was the program group that contacted Su Chen in advance to shoot the trailer, and Su Chen, who was wearing a Chinese tunic, was gentle and elegant, with a faint smile on his face, said in front of him, 2 months ago, I come to this show as a crosswalker. The magnificent and radiant history of Earth China pushes me forward. Culture, architecture, music, time and time again, civilization is on display, making me feel more and more proud of that soulfulness of being a Chinese. This time, I will still use the mysterious and vast civilization of China to convince everyone I am a true traveler. I, for one, await your revelations. It's starting. I feel so excited every time I watch the opening credits. It's a civilized angle that the show is challenging this time. How else is he going to make up lies? There is no specific theme, which avoids the possibility of him doing his homework ahead of time. And this time there's a real hint of a civilizational confrontation between the travelers. Looking forward to it. With the trailer, the lights in the room dimmed. Only a beam of light remains. It was Su Chen with the word Huaxia behind him, walking slowly from afar, as if a time traveler, bringing the cool descent of another civilization that was in the same vein as the Dragon Kingdom but on a different fork in the road. Backstage, Chief Director Zhang Yang's mouth was tinged with an elusive smile. It seemed to have full certainty that the program was able to dismantle Su Chen this time. The moderator takes the stage. This time, the All Lie Detectors program has decided to simply withdraw all lie detector equipment. She winked mischievously. After all, a traveler who was able to weave a lie of civilization. We on the show have reason to believe that his inner qualities exceed those of the world's most professional agents. Ha ha ha, the agent has no one else. The program is starting to live the whole thing as well. Ha ha. The pop-ups in the scene were a laugh riot, but the host suddenly waved his hand. When the lights came on, there were thousands of people sitting in the thousands of square meters of the program, and there was a computer in front of every one of them. But we this time, 2,000 experts in various fields of Blue Star were specially invited to work together to use AI intelligence to generate the lies in Su Chen's mouth on the spot. AI intelligence? Generated on site? All the viewers were puzzled, but the host opened the door and explained, since it's a logical confrontation, our program will take a logical deduction to more than 2,000 domains. An AI deduction with Su Chen's lie at the same time. We removed all associative functions from AI, and use hardcore logic to generate rules. If there is a loophole in Su Chen's lie, the AI will fail to generate it, and by the same token, if there is a loophole alert on the computer of one of the experts in one of the more than 2,000 specialized fields. So, it will also be the show's moment to turn on Su Chen. As soon as the moderator spelled out the rules, some programmers or data architects in the broadcast room understood. Wonderful. I understand that the principle on which this set of rules is based is the logic of civilization's development, and since the development of a civilization is complex, each of its points in time is closely related to many factors in that civilization. So, and the program team then identified 2,000 areas of greatest influence based on the laws of development in the Dragon Kingdom to reverse the trend in China. This is the civilized dialogue they mentioned in the preview. Use logic to have a conversation, extrapolating from the perspective of a vast civilization. And this principle, it happens to be the same data architecture as AI intelligent generation, but even bigger and scarier. Clueless, the tens of millions of viewers in the live room were confused on the spot. They thought that the show group will play a big game this time, but did not expect to play so big. This is to be in the Dragon Country. Restore the Chinese civilization in Su Chen's mouth. Success. In turn, it will simultaneously advance the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom proper in many areas. Defeat. Then they would expose Su Chen's traveler's lies on the spot. What a great hand the show has played. Su Chen, who hadn't been leaked by the program beforehand, also nodded silently after hearing the rules. Not bad. This time, The IQ of the program team is directly online, and it is surprising that they will play such a hand. And he has a premonition that after this episode is aired, Zhang Yang and the program All Lie Detectors will surely become a variety show that will remain in the history of the world. Its significance has long gone beyond the variety show itself. He looked at the host. Since that's the case, I'm sure that the more than 2,000 expert teachers present are all considered to be the judges for this lie detector test. May I ask which area of our China you would like to inquire about? Wow! 2,000 polygraph experts raised their hands in unison in the guest gallery on the floor. The eyes were all focused on Su Chen. The host didn't expect it either. After adjusting the direction of the lie detector traverser, this group of experts in the Dragon Kingdom was surprisingly like a chicken blood, debunking the lies of a civilization. The conductor's command came over her headset, and then she said aloud, "And what academic expert could resist such a temptation? In that case, we use a voting system for every challenger." Soon, on the big screen at the show, the question of voting first appeared. Origins of civilization. On the judge's bench, a plainly dressed white-haired old man rose slowly and said with a sharp gaze, "Hello Mr. Su. I'm a professor of geology at Kyoto University in the Dragon Kingdom named Li Si-ming, and I'd like to ask, in your mouth, your so-called Huaxia civilization stretches on, inherited up and down for a whole 5,000 years. According to the years of our Dragon Kingdom's heritage, it's almost impossible. From a geological point of view, the origin of the development of human civilization requires, in addition to a certain degree of chance, a large number of inevitable factors to influence it, and the Dragon Kingdom was able to become the country with the largest population base on the current blue planet. Naturally, it's not out of the realm of that. May I ask what Mr. Su thinks? Regardless of the civilization, many of the world's subject specialties intersect with each other, and in the field of geology in the Dragon Kingdom, there is a third branch of geomorphology, which is the ancient humans and civilizations. At the same time, geology also intersects with physics, organic chemistry, applied mathematics, agronomy, geography, and civil engineering. So, this challenge, made by Professor Li Si-ming, unanimously obtained the vote of the majority of experts. If you extrapolate HWA from this perspective, then it will be very nebulous for this civilization called Huaxia to want to pass on 5,000 years, which the Dragon Kingdom has not done, nor any other country on the blue planet. One could even say, this question directly refers to the most central data of Huaxia civilization origin. Su Chen nodded. This first question may seem extremely difficult. However, in his system exchange list, it only existed as basic civilization data in the first place, and instead of rushing to exchange more information, he directly spoke. Nice. The development of a civilization is naturally accompanied by changes in geology, and we have a very distinct geography in China. It's vast and complex. I have said that even above the earth, the Chinese civilization is one of the few that has remained unbroken for thousands of years, and several other ancient civilizations such as the Chinese have ceased to exist. Only the flower of Chinese civilization blooms more and more. Su Chen's opening statement directly attracted the interest of all the experts present. Ask the Blue Star, which country can achieve such an accomplishment? And Su Chen continued, there's a saying in China called the world's momentum. Division will lead to unity and unity will lead to division. And unification has been a staple of Chinese civilization. It is geographically a semi-enclosed structure, with the sea to the east and southeast, the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert to the west and southwest, and the only opening in the north, which is the main reason why the Chinese emperors and kings built the Great Wall from generation to generation, as I have mentioned in previous installments. And because of that, it is on such a geology that the ancient language of empire is bred. Wide open ocean, the roof of the world, including the Yellow River Basin, the most ancient initial point of China, the Longshan culture in the field of archaeology, the Erlitou culture, including the Liangzhu in the Yangtze River Basin, the Sangxingdui, and other information began to frantically surface in Su Chen's mind. And with Su Chen's statement, the 2,000 lie detector experts were using the AI deduction software specially provided by the program to generate the map of Huaxia in Su Chen's mouth in a synchronized manner, and live on air. According to the AI summary, a geographical map of Huaxia from an alien world was gradually revealing itself on the screens of all viewers in the Dragon Kingdom. Southwest side. It is the insurmountable moat in the Chinese civilization, together with the Taihang Mountains, Yinshan Mountains, Helan Mountains and other geographic barriers, which wrapped up the Chinese civilization in layers. It's really powerful. I finally know what Su Chen means by the yellow river water coming from the sky in his mouth. Which country of the Blue Star possesses such a geographical feature? There doesn't seem to be one. The Yellow River and Yangtze River Basin. Not bad. Li Si-ming glanced at the map of otherworldly China on the big screen. As an academic professor of Kyoto University, he could tell at a glance that Su Chen's description was extremely professional. In particular, Su Chen's description suggests the location of the beginning of the Great Wall of China, which is very reasonable according to geography. The riverlands as a site of civilization, establishing the birthplace of farming. Not bad for a fraudster capable of convincing several periods of experts, but I still found the suspicion that it was flooding. Li Siming directly pointed to a mountain range in the Yellow River Valley. In an excited tone, he said, "The remaining veins of the mountains here have strange peaks, but the mountain passes are excessively narrow, making it extremely easy to cause the Yellow River to silt up and flow poorly, which, according to the origins of any civilization, is extremely easy to cause flooding without the help of modern tools and technology. To know, the origin of Huaxia was 5,000 years ago, in the backward stage of your Huaxia ancients. This flood alone, then it can overthrow the birth of any civilization. So, your version of China has a fatal loophole. Crap, cow, worthy of a revamped lie detector. It only took such a short period of time to find a loophole in the Chinese civilization. AI intelligent deduction is really awesome. The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, meaning to speak of the Yellow River's water rushing in majestic, but also side by side. The Yellow River is extremely prone to cause flooding. This time the experts give strength directly combined with every falsification of Su Chen previously stated to deduce civilization loopholes. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that soldiers come to stop water to cover up earth. And how can you cover up water like this? Let's see how Su Chen rounds it up. With the revelation of Li Siming, the pop-up instantly exploded. Opening with high energy, the show's effects took just under 10 minutes to quickly pull full circle. Su Chen said slowly on the stage, "What you said is not wrong. This flooding problem is indeed a major problem in the Yellow River Basin, but also for this reason. Huaxia has a other name and a much longer time. It's called Jiuzhou. People have wondered, 9 states? How is this related to the flooding of the Yellow River Basin?" And Su Chen's voice had resounded throughout the program. More than 4,000 years ago, the Yellow River in Huaxia was indeed flooded as Professor Li Siming said. In the early days, Yao, the chief of the ethnic group at that time, ordered Jiuji to be responsible for leading and organizing the water treatment. He used the same method as the Dragon Kingdom, water to water. But it's a shame, he failed. 4,000 years ago, in a land called Kyushu, flooding is a scourge. People are suffering, and an ancient civilization is even close to being destroyed. A few light words from the program, but it outlines that raging history of great change. In the Dragon Kingdom, Li Siming nodded. According to some unearthed historical fragments, a long time ago, there were several great floods that similarly struck. And all the other kingdoms on the blue planet also had similar experiences. That's a big part of why it's impossible for civilization to continue for thousands of years. Except for man-made disasters. Even more terrifying are the natural disasters that are enough to shake the foundations of civilization. As a geologist, Li Siming stood on his own professional point of view and had his own unique views on civilization. And a chorus of voices of agreement appeared in the pop-up screen. Professor Li is right. Even in our recent history, a major flood that occurred decades ago displaced us modern people. And if not for the official emergency mobilization of all resources, I am afraid that the loss is not just as simple as hundreds of billions of dollars. That was thousands of years ago in the ancient past. Without the various high technologies and programs of modern times, there is absolutely no way to cope with such a terrible disaster with only the wisdom and strength of the people of the ancient past. It wasn't until recent times, with the iteration of civilization plus some timing, that such a situation improved. There was also a heated discussion in the pop-ups. While the 2,000 polygraph expert seats, professors and scholars from all major fields were using AI polygraph deduction to deduce the various possibilities of Huaxia with the cornerstone of civilization in the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, they then came up with the results. And Professor Li Siming, who was the first to get the data, said aloud, "Sure enough, it's not as wrong as I predicted. Traveler Su Chen, according to the records of our civilization, if the ancient people of the Dragon Kingdom had lived in your Yellow River Basin and encountered the great flood natural disaster you speak of, civilization would have suffered a devastating blow at the very least, and it would have taken 2,000 years before the cornerstones of civilization could be rebuilt. That is to say, the origin of Huaxia in your mouth simply cannot continue for 5,000 years. Even in the best-case scenario, Chinese civilization is at best a 2,000-year legacy. Speaking of which, confidently, he continued his diatribe. And that's not even including the presence of any human misfortunes in the history of the world. Your Wawa lies, revealed, said, in the program site of the big screen, including the live broadcast room, at once appeared AI-generated data of various civilizations. And the final result shows that, the Chinese heritage, can only start from 2000 years ago. This statement was made. The pop-ups exploded. The program team revealed it so quickly? AI deduction. Horrible as it is. More than 2,000 specialized fields simultaneously deduced the flooding of the Yellow River Basin in China. It is really stronger than the previous issues of Polygraph. Has the dust finally settled on the 2-month-old traveler Wahoo Lai? Faced with skepticism, Su Chen didn't panic and said with a smile on his face, "When did I say that the Chinese civilization was destroyed directly after that great flood?" This statement was made. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Everyone didn't understand what Su Chen meant by that, but the deduction of the various data are incomparably accurate, especially Professor Li Siming after getting the deduction results, is directly in the heart to deny Su Chen's identity as a traveler, even less likely to believe in any so-called parallel waffle. But Su Chen didn't give him a chance to retort. Speak directly. 4,000 years ago in China, Yao ordered to cure the water. Jiao Ji replied. 9 years, Jiao Ji ended up failing, but at this time, there appeared a man who turned around the situation of China thousands of years later. CU. When the Yellow River floods, the sky pours to the northwest and the earth sinks to the southeast. There are historical records. The real cause of the great floods in the Yellow River Basin, geological problems aside, came more largely from a movement of the Earth's axis, with hundreds of kilometers of seawater racing toward the land plateau. It is evident in many of Earth's records that it was a global catastrophe not limited to China alone. In some later surveys, it was evident that many of the peaks of the 3 gorges of the Yangtze River had once produced cliffs, and that man-made imprints from ancient times had been found on them all. The sound of the keyboards of 2,000 experts calculating and simulating together resounded, but that didn't affect Su Chen's continued description. The 3 Gorges waterway of the Yangtze River, Wushan County, has obvious cleavage marks, and the key figure in all of this comes from a Chinese ancestor who changed the fate of the country with his own power. Taking advantage of the calculations, Professor Li Siming immediately said in incomprehension, "How is this possible? Even if we use our modern man-made machinery in the Dragon Kingdom to excavate the mountain peaks, or dynamite the road, it is still a very difficult thing to do. Is it hard to believe that this CU of Huaxia led men with shovels to split such tall peaks? Unless, the CU you speak of is not human at all, but a god." Su Chen laughed aloud. 13 years to rule the water and set up the 9 states. Such a character. When the latter is sealed, Li Siming became even more disbelieving and pressed on. How does he cure the water? Open the canals and drain the water. Publish the wood with the mountains. Dredge the rivers. Divert the water into the sea, and the sea will be filled with water. Boom! All the experts at the scene who were making calculations raised their heads in unison. Shocked looks written all over their faces. Who can believe it? In a distant parallel world, 4,000 years ago in the ancient times, it was surprising that someone was able to pioneer such a method in that era when all the people were backward. Seems feasible. Professor Li Siming, as a senior geologist of the Dragon Kingdom, immediately began to roughly simulate the possibilities in Su Chen's mouth and his mind, and was then dumbfounded. More than feasible? According to the level of civilization development in the ancient times, if one wanted to manage this great flood in Su Chen's mouth, it was by no means humanly possible, but if this CU's method was used, it was simply wonderful. Do you have a specific program for the great U to rule the water? Li Simeon's voice seemed to be hoarse for a few moments because he was so excited. Naturally, Su Chen said in a loud voice, in order to cure the water, Yu led Bo Yi, Ho Ji and other assistants, bid farewell to his wife Tushan, who had been married for only 4 days, and trekked through the mountains and water, eating and sleeping in the wind and leaving his footprints on every part of the soil of Huaxia, known in later times as the Yu Trail, and it is also by this trip of footprints that he measured the Chinese world with his footsteps, regarded the whole of China as one, planned and governed it as a whole, and redivided the 9 states. They are, the states of Hebei, Qing, Su, Yenzhou, Yangzhou, Liang, Yu, Yong, and Jing. Live from the National Lie Detector. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded as they listened to Su Chen talk about this godlike figure from 4,000 years ago in China. Both forgot to send pop-ups. At this point, inside the office building of Ju Music Group in Magic City, Jason, the manager of the company from an exotic country, had a grim black face. That little fraud from Dragon Variety. Surprisingly, he was able to convince the largest Dragon corporation in the mobile sector of the country with just one so-called Chinese national style song, Dragon Communication. In his perception, it's a complete impossibility. The Blue Star, no matter which country, obeys an ironclad law, capital seeks profit. A week, my informant in the Dragon Communication Group was unable to get a small sample of that so-called Chinese song. In the end, what kind of music can make a capital like Dragon Communication make concessions? He frowned tightly. on the verge of gnashing his back teeth. It's just a fictional civilization. Why are these people doing this? In front of him, it's all the hot material about China in the last week. Published books, otherworldly musical instruments, big country infrastructure, and extensions of movies and TV shows that veteran actors in the Dragon Kingdom are clamoring to audition for. He saw more than a lie. Rather, it's a vast business landscape that revolves around HWA. He didn't understand, and unwilling to believe it. Manager. At this moment, an exotic gold medal producer who had followed him into the Dragon Country music scene let out a light laugh. There's no need to be so angry. I've read about this so-called traveler from the Dragon Kingdom. That parallel world, Huaxia, is pretty ridiculous. A civilization that has been inherited by an existence for 5,000 years is something that completely defies logic in the history of world derivation. I've heard that Dragon Kingdom variety program has been revamped this time around and will use this angle to expose his lies. Once Wachovia is proven false. So, all of this traveler's Chinese works will lose its original value. And even, he may face sky-high compensation. Jason's eyes lit up. My God, there is no civilization on Blue Star that can withstand 5,000 years of weathering. Why didn't I think of that? The gold producer looked at his watch. If I remember correctly, the show is on now. He turned on the remote control as he did so. While swearing, he said, "Next, let's watch together how his so-called Huaxia is revealed by their Dragon Nation people themselves." With the office TV on, inside came Su Chen's voice that shook the entire program site. "My, Da Yu, after the Yellow Emperor, Zhuan Su's grandson, my father ruled the water. 9 years have not seen its success. The responsibility of ruling the water fell on me. How can I not know the difficulties?" Riverside City program site. Su Chen Lang and said. He used role-playing to answer the last question of Professor Li Ximing Fong. Water management details. On him. As if with a mysterious aura that no one had ever appeared in the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. The sea changed. Time and space changed. Relying on the system's civilization data instilled in his eyes as if it was the ancient years. That the earth floated in a flood. Lai Min. Swamp. There are countless starving floaters. Ran. The floods are raging and the people are suffering. So how can I not meet them? Right in front of his eyes. As if a fellow ordained man like him had appeared. A tan man in rags but with a determined gaze stepped forward to snatch his tools. You've just been newly married. And there's a Tushan waiting at home. I'm strong and sturdy. So let me go and explore. Yeah, let's go. Ho hum. At the entrance of Longmen Mountain, all the subordinates who had traveled with Dayu throughout the land of the 9 states fell to their knees in great numbers. Know ye not? What is my 9 states of China? The bottom color of Yu's eyes reflected the countless people struggling in the flood, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down slowly from his eyes. Jizhou, Qingzhou, Shuzhou, Yenzhou, Yangzhou, Liangzhou, Yuzhou, Yangzhou, Jingzhou. The ministry chanted in unison. You looked at the assistant from earlier and asked softly, "Then do you know about Jizhou?" The man answered truthfully. Jizhou is in the northern part of Kyushu, with Pingyang as its hinterland and a vast area. What about flooding? You asked again. But the dark man's voice was suddenly a few points smaller. Take Huku as an example. Huku is dangerous. And the Yellow River as an example. The Yellow River is flooded. Di Wu's gaze crossed over to him. Look again to the second man. Then tell me more about Yangzhou. But he saw the man directly bowed down and said word by word, Yangzhou is located in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. And there are 3 rivers. The Song River, the Qiantang River, and the Puyang River, which are flooded. Dayu nodded slightly, his gaze settling once again, region after region, party after party of the people. As he kept asking questions, the silence grew, but the answer that Dayu gave became clearer and clearer. With more than a decade of trials and tribulations, traveling throughout China, visiting the people's hardships, and being of one mind with the people, split the 9 mountains, Tom Kuzawa, decide the 9 rivers, fix the 9 states. Only when the 9 states are one can they be passed on for 100 generations. How can I back down? Longmen Mountain, with a gap of 80 paces, drew the Yellow River upstream, but the roaring and ferocious floods were difficult to cut through, even with the sharpest tools. So, all the craftsmen simply chiseled the embankment themselves, under the leadership of Dayu, and opened up the road, inch by raw inch. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from behind Dayu, who was a few dozen paces away, but he saw a gaping hole hardened under the force of the torrent of water. The dozens of men who were on the dam were all swallowed up by the flooded Yellow River. One of the struggling dark men, it was none other than that assistant who had previously tried to snatch Dayu's tools, and his body was like a tiny ant that had instantly disappeared, but over the entire river. But the last words of his dying man floated. For the sake of Kyushu, Dayu rose instantly, made a deep, large bow in the direction in which the Hanyu was engulfed, and turned back resolutely. Continue. Time passes. The roaring yellow river has lost its former ferocity, flowing tamely and gently toward the east, and the formerly submerged mountains are gradually revealing their loftiness. A poet came from a distance. Look at that magnificent view. The heart feels something. The waters of the yellow river come from the sky, run to the sea and never return. Program site. After acting out everything, Su Chen's own heart stirred and rose. Professor Lee, you asked me if the Yellow River Basin was flooded ferociously enough to wipe out an entire civilization. And you asked me why the Chinese civilization originated. And you have an answer. Silence. Minutes-long silence. Mangy you traces, painted as the 9 states. Your answer is very good. I seem to understand where the 9 states of Huaxia came from. Professor Li Siming's voice was filled with an unprecedented complexity. Try the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you have that kind of style? The answer is obvious according to the developmental origins of civilization. Why Huaxia is one. The answer Su Chen gave. It's all too obvious, both from a geological governance perspective and from the ancient forefathers of China. Huaxia since ancient times. It is one. Program site. Experts from all major fields input the Chinese Dayu's method of ruling water, which Su Chen had just demonstrated, into the deduction program, and a result soon appeared on the large screen at the scene. Civilization feasibility. 100%. Wonderful. The host was looking dumbfounded, and even she couldn't help but sweat for Su Chen when the program team proposed to use civilization to deduce Huaxia's lie rate. After all, this was no longer a matter of personal talent, but a challenge to the entire civilized outlook of the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Planet. A lie. Taking on an entire civilization is like talking to God. I can't imagine that Su Chen is not only talented, but also has an equally profound understanding of civilization, ruling water and establishing the ancient roots of Huaxia. Such logical ability is simply beyond human imagination. She passed the microphone to Su Chen's side, but the latter smiled. Don't dare to be greedy for heaven. This is also thanks to all my ancestors in China, said. Su Chen bowed in the air, as if he was paying homage to another group of people in a parallel world. Thanks to the Huaxia ancestors. Thank you, Huaxia ancestors. The clear pop-ups were obviously from the gang of Huaxia fans in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was only when Su Chen recounted the magnificent history of Huaxia 4,000 years ago by playing the role of Dayu that they truly understood why Su Chen would say that Huaxia's civilization had never been lost after he claimed to be a traveler. Perhaps, Huaxia has the group of people from all walks of life written in Su Chen's book. But, similarly, there were Chinese emperors who built the Great Wall from generation to generation. Perhaps, Huaxia has a variety of humanities displayed in Su Chen's poetry and music. But, likewise, all cultures share a common name, Chinese national style. Perhaps, the civilization of Huaxia, which existed in a parallel world, might have never been imagined by them, but their hearts yearned for it. It's so heartwarming. Professor Li Siming looked at Su Chen's inner feelings. From his professional point of view, have to admit, Su Chen traveler lies in this China. If there is a group of such ancient ancestors, with such ingenious wisdom, can indeed avoid such natural disasters arising from geological territory. Next, it's a comparative extrapolation of Huaxia from the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Siming returned to the seating area. According to the program's revision process, only one topic could be selected for a lie detector test on Chinese civilization in each issue. But next, this group of experts will stand in the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom and use comparisons to find out the existential loopholes of Chinese civilization. Let the horses come. Su Chen is very easy to handle, standing on the stage with the momentum of a man who can't get away. Inexplicably, I feel that I, Su Chen, have started to have a kind of beauty filter after displaying Huaxia over and over again. That's right, I also think he seems to have gotten handsome. Is this the aura of civilization? The pop-ups rolled. The first to make the comparison was a dragon agriculturalist. Hello Mr. Su. I have to say that the issue of the origin of the Chinese civilization has managed to make me fascinated by this lying civilization you are talking about, but it is not without a source of water in the rolling river of history of the Dragon Kingdom. According to the geographical characteristics, the farming technology of the Dragon Kingdom has not developed by leaps and bounds until recent times. If we trace it back, the agricultural history of the Dragon Kingdom has thousands of years of development, far beyond our other areas. May I ask how the Huaxia of which you speak solved the problem of feeding the people at the early stage of the origin of civilization? Food is the only thing that matters to the people. If we talk about the origin, this is naturally a topic that cannot be bypassed. And in the history of the development of the Dragon Kingdom, due to the food problem, the population had several major crises, and there are even archaeologists who analyze that the reason why the Dragon Kingdom is broken, in addition to some necessary factors. Another reason is that agriculture in the Dragon Kingdom is different from nomadic herding in the West. in which it has made the development of the Dragon Kingdom suffer a great loss. Su Chen nodded. The history of the last 1,000 years of agricultural development in the Dragon Kingdom. In the parallel world, our ancestors in that land of Huaxia possessed wisdom that far surpassed that of other countries, with the earliest of these developments dating back to the early 12,000 years. 12,000 years. The entire scene was suddenly filled with a sound of cool air being sucked backwards. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. 12,000 years. What kind of concept is that? Note the details of Su Chen's words. He is no longer referring to after the concept of Huaxia appeared, but when the concept of Huaxia had not yet appeared. There was agricultural development in their land. Thoughtfully, how is this possible? Su Chen nodded and opened the door to explain. Early humans hadn't yet evolved to their present form, but in our Chinese province of Jiangxi, Hunan, remains related to cultivated rice have been found around 10,000 years ago, and at a site called Xianrun Cave, pottery and plant silicates from more than 10,000 years ago have been found. Pottery and seed pellets have also been found at the Jade Toad rock site. All the academic experts of the Dragon Kingdom at the scene were dumbfounded by what they heard. So it's not just in your blue star, on our planet. Similarly, there is a theory that the origins of agriculture came from ancient China, which has to say something about where the key technology was for the early Chinese ancestors to switch from fishing and hunting to agriculture, growing, stockpiling, and processing. People in the early days of China accumulated a great deal of experience in growing gourds in order to use them as drinking water, and with the birth of pottery, instead of simply stockpiling seeds, the Chinese ancestors could stockpile more food more safely. And even after domesticating wild animals to become livestock, the Chinese ancestors began to do everything they could to protect crop seeds, and this custom accelerated the cultivation of various major food varieties, or grains, in China. Men farming and women weaving. It is by no means simply an idiom, but a characteristic product of the law of development of Chinese civilization. As for the tools, according to the development of your Dragon Kingdom, we have a few more very famous tools in China. Can you guess what they are? Su Chen directly started drawing on the drawing board prepared by the program team. With the experience of designing the Seto River Bridge last time, the audience was used to Su Chen directly falsifying in such a way. But this time, they looked at Su Chen's drawings and once again showed confusion. What's this? Not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that in the entire blue planet, they had never seen such an odd tool. But some of the dragon academic experts at the scene, after seeing Su Chen finish his drawing, immediately associated with something. Their eyes subconsciously glowed, and some even began to try to simulate something on their own paper. Then there were all sorts of exclamations. Wonderful! How did the ancients of the Dragon Kingdom not think of that? According to the technology and stage of civilization at that time, these tools were a ghostly creation. Su Chen didn't sell out either. Name them directly. The quill plow, tube car, Ishmael, water wheel, ding. System popularity value increased by 100W. With a system alert in his head, Su Chen understood. This episode is coming to a real climax. Follow the rules for rewriting. After making the comparison, the 2000 experts only had 1 hour to compare civilizations. Obviously, this dragon agricultural expert wasted too much time. But look at those dragon academic experts who were glowing. I'm afraid this polygraph is civilized. Will be the most important lesson of their academic careers. Exquisite! The agronomist kept exclaiming. It's simply exquisite. I hardly need AI to make deductions to guess how great a role such a divine work of agriculture would have played in the originating push of history if it had appeared in ancient times. If it weren't for the universal lie detector test, I'm afraid I'd be the first to become a die-hard fan of the Wahini you're talking about. It's a straight shot at his inner preferences. There was a chuckle from the scene. We are all scholars and experts. Early on, when the program team approached them, these old pedants who bury their heads in a lot of academic materials every day were still a bit reluctant. After all, their duty is to do research, not to put on a show. A Chinese lie claiming to be a traveler. And where is an essay or research important? But now, they all can't wait for the show to go on a little longer. A little longer. Preferably, as long as a lifetime. Magic City sighed. Jason and his gold producer watched in disbelief as all lie detectors went live on the air. Shit, have these Rococo people forgotten what they started? His white skin had long since reddened, and although he didn't understand the rules of the lie detector test for this little Dragon Kingdom variety show, watching the whole thing, he could clearly feel that this clown from the Dragon Kingdom, who claimed to have traveled from Huaxia, seemed to be succeeding in earning another wave of traffic, a civilization. The significance of home and country far outweighed his own destiny itself, and he did not understand this oriental obsession. In his opinion, this is an outright lie. One more question. Seeing that the program's lie detector time was coming to an end, That agriculturalist suddenly went overboard and asked a different question about Chinese agriculture. Population. In your previous programs, you mentioned a detail that the population of China has grown to more than 1 billion. And even in our Dragon Kingdom, standing in the perspective of modern development, when the population is saturated to a certain extent, there will be a problem of the production of farmland not being able to satisfy the population of the people. Even every year the Dragon Kingdom spends high tariffs to trade food from other countries. There's a saying on the Blue Planet: if you want to sanction the Dragon Kingdom, you just need to smash their rice bowls. No more food. Civilization is then like water without a source. Does it mean that by relying on modern tools you will be able to improve the yield of your farmland? The agronomist asked the final and most crucial question of the episode. Wow! Everyone's gazes were focused on Su Chen alone. This was no longer just as simple as a civilized lie. If Su Chen could even answer such a question, then this episode of his show could simply change the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. This episode absolutely sealed the deal. All the viewers in the live broadcast room of all lie detectors also held their breath instantly. Superlatives? No. This topic is just superb. Okay. Mama asked me why I knelt down to watch the variety show, and it's no exaggeration to say, family, I didn't think the show could rise to such heights after the revamp. Is this a program for mere mortals like me to watch? Is this still a variety show? Other variety shows come out and get beaten up. I don't know what bullet points to post to express my feelings at this moment anymore. Your questions. The expression on Su Chen's face was indescribable, complex, as if at this moment, people interpreted from his face admiration, gratitude, yearning, nostalgia. You're right. Food is the people's livelihood, and if we have to ask other people for even basic food, then the future of this country will all be a luxury. Right in front of his eyes, it was as if a picture had appeared. Clear wind, high summer. It was a vast expanse of golden rice paddies, plant after plant of rice, growing a few inches taller than sorghum, their spikes as long as broomsticks, grain, the size of a peanut, a gracious and kindly old man, sitting comfortably under the ears of rice with an assistant to cool off. In our China, even in recent times, there have been famine situations similar to those in the Dragon Kingdom, but our key to changing that is not what you call modern tools. Instead, it's a person, a great man of the nation. He used a seed, feeds 1.4 billion people in China. Boom! The entire all lie detectors program was instantly blown up. Cacophony, incredible sound, seed dropping sound, as if Su Chen's answer, it directly shattered everyone's imagination. This, backstage of the program group, Zhang Yang was directly dumbfounded as he looked at the various data on the monitor display. His entire body was numb. Crazy. The numbers for this show are completely insane. Director, the pop-ups are now refreshing the screen at a rate of tens of millions per second. Our servers are about to crash. The technician also reported back in a mood of near collapse. Director, the leaders of our country's Ministry of Agriculture called you. They said that they will personally come to the scene in half an hour, and asked us to make sure to put the program on extra time. A female assistant with a phone ran in incredulously, directly uttering a news that blew up the entire program team. Director, the station manager has just instructed to put the other department's programs on emergency pause and make way for all the live resources for our program. Bam! With a bang, a cry for help from the staff erupted in the background. Not good. The director fainted. One seed to feed 1.4 billion people. Insane. It's like my CPU is completely fried. And this show needs to be watched not with snacks, but with fast-acting heart pills. How can such a character really exist in the parallel world of China? Such a unrivaled nationalist. Not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that in the entire Blue Star, it's a godlike existence. That's right. God. How can this be done by a human being? I'm afraid it's only in mythological stories. All the pop-ups. Totally crazy. But, on the live stage, Su Chen's description didn't end. Dreams under the harvest. The fragrance of rice helps all beings. His name is Yuan Longping. Program site. It's almost like a mess. Civilized dialogue. Using the civilization's point of view to lie detector test on Su Chen's Traveler in the Mouth of Huaxia, itself has been regarded as a groundbreaking move in the history of variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom. And I can't imagine that the lie detector test will be a high-energy process throughout the first issue that has just been revamped. And Su Chen's response pulled the show right into an unprecedented level. Mr. Su, that agronomist from the Dragon Kingdom reacted with far more excitement than Professor Li Siming did when he heard about Dayu's water healing. After all, although the Chinese water healing was shocking, the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Planet had long since passed through the ancient times of the Great Flood. But food production is different. If we can really find a way to improve the yield from a variety show, it would be something that would merit 1,000 years of work at the moment. No exaggeration. The current polygraph Huaxia can change the future of the Dragon Kingdom and a country's national destiny. This Elder Yuan that you said that one seed feeds 1.4 billion people, is that true? The agronomist's lips couldn't help but tremble. Quiet. The entire scene, and even within the program's broadcast room, was plunged into an eerie silence because of this question of his. 1,000 times over, Su Chen nodded, proudly and adoringly. On our planet, this Elder Yuan can all be considered a true nationalist, an existence comparable to a saint. Even when traveling to a parallel world, Su Chen couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the mention of this old Mr. Yuan. His voice, it was as if it carried an infinite magic power that tugged at all the Dragon Kingdom people in this parallel world. He had a dream, dreaming of coolness under the harvest. Rice grows as tall as sorghum, and the kernels are as big as peanuts, even in the years at the end of his life. Yuan's dream of coolness under the harvest still supports the continuation of his physical endeavors. He has trained 14,000 technical talents in hybrid rice for us in China and even for more than 80 countries around the globe on Earth, and it has been realized on a large scale in almost 40 countries, based on a planted area of up to 8 million hectares per year. He made it possible to yield about 2 tons per hectare more than any of the good local varieties. Eliminate hunger. Vectoring. As Su Chen described one of Yuan Lao's great deeds in detail, every word, every number was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Try the Dragon Kingdom, or even the Blue Star. How many others have been able to accomplish such a feat? None. Not only Blue Star. Yuan Lao that is placed on the earth is the existence of crushing all beings, with the power of one man. Feed half the planet. Heavy breathing, resounding in every corner of the program site. Envy, jealousy, admiration, fervor, and many other emotions, making them completely forget that this was a lie detector variety show, making them completely forget that their purpose was to come to expose the lies of Huaxia. Agronomist, the lifetime contribution of such a character is nothing short of meritorious. In other words, whether it's the blue planet or Earth, ask any hard-working expert or scholar who doesn't dream of achieving this, then he must be the richest man in the world. 2. The person who asked the question. And not surprisingly, after all, in the Dragon Kingdom, most scientific research is vigorously supported by the state, and there are even people who conduct research over and over again while sitting in mansions, because they feel it, they deserve it. On the contrary, Su Chen's reply once again made everyone's jaws drop. Elder Yuan lived in a turbulent society since he was a child, followed his parents in their upheaval, and then practiced in the countryside before he saw a scene under the turmoil of China at that time. The people who did not have enough to eat, the barren and desolate land, the bleak and depressed countryside. This scene, deeply touching Yuan, he remembered his war-torn childhood. All his life, day after day, he squatted in the rice paddies and talked to himself about the seedlings. Even when he was hit by a major earthquake, in the moment of crisis, instead of running away, he thought of running to the lab at the first opportunity to save 5 precious seedlings. Over 20 years ago, there was an American on Earth who questioned who would feed China in the 21st century, and Yuan used his own behavior, gave him a resounding answer, and the rest of the world affectionately calls Yuan, father. Su Chen's narration, hearing everyone was dumbfounded. Such a legendary life was too unbelievable to be a lie, one that has experienced suffering, but a God who keeps the world from suffering? Su Chen continued. However, Elder Yuan missed the last opportunity to meet because he was promoting his rice technology. His constant bending over to glean not only landed him with injuries, but also shrunk his height from 5'7" to 5'6", and he merited it in spite of it. But always living in the old house many years ago, with only a few dozen dollars of clothes on his body, if he buys clothes more than $100, Yuan will feel very satisfied. Once, he wanted to buy a watch for his wife, and when he saw the exorbitant price, he turned and fled. He's become the richest man in the world, yet he managed to live a simpler, more low-key life than most of us. A road named after him, a college, a high-tech development zone, an asteroid, all his most glorious adornments. Even in our China, his name has become a symbol, a spirit, a belief. Su Chen spoke. A loud cheer suddenly came from the audience. Good. What a nationalist. Chinese saints. They really aren't just a waste of time. It was only after hearing this description from Su Chen that all of them realized why Su Chen had said that Elder Yuan was an existence comparable to a saint. Don't talk about the Dragon Kingdom. The entire Blue Star civilization had never seen such a legendary figure. My generation should learn from Yuan Lao. That agronomist nodded and said seriously. Just now I got a backstage notification from the program team that this episode of the program has alarmed some of the departments above due to the content of the topic being too gold, and they have asked for the program to be extended by half an hour. About that one seed of Elder Yuan's, it will be up to them to follow up with Mr. Su, but when it comes to the fate of the country, it's not something we can disclose on this show anymore, and the results of the program will be followed up on the official website. and the moderator woke up as if in a dream. I can't believe how fast time flies. If I am fortunate, I really hope to go and admire this elder Yuan. There will be a chance. Su Chen looked at the system popularity value in his mind, which had almost completely gone crazy, and replied in an affirmative tone. Not only Yuan Lao. According to the system's level exchange, he had the opportunity to meet every legend in China. And the pop-ups. Half an hour of overtime has passed? Where did the time go? I haven't seen enough. National luck. A lie detector variety show has alerted the nation. This program is a direct success. Ju Music in the Magic City. Jason and his gold medalist producer watched the live feed of the show Lie Detector for All hit the airwaves to see you next time, oblivious to the hot cigar in their hands, feeding 1.4 billion people from a single seed. And 4,000 years ago, the Hua Xiao water cure. They never expected that they were originally rushing to see this fake traveler make a public spectacle of himself after being exposed, but ended up seeing such an unbelievable installment of the program. This Dragon Country's variety show couldn't have invited more than 2,000 Dragon Country experts at the same time to weave a civilization called Huaxia together with this Su Chen, right? How, in the world, could such a civilization exist? Jason was incredulous in broken Chinese. I don't know. The golden producer's face was filled with an unspeakable ugliness that could not be described in words. The program was for show? If the show was fake, then what was the explanation for the 2,000 experts' razor-sharp questions against the Chinese civilization? If 2,000 experts are also fake, so what was the explanation for the 1,500 Dragon viewers on the air? Even the live stats are fake. And what will be the explanation for the final mention of the Dragon State Department in the program? Try above the blue star. Which variety show could have alarmed the State Department to come down personally? His mind suddenly recalled the recent period of time. All kinds of Huaxia hot searches, movies, literary works, songs, and even hardcore infrastructures and constructions about the Dragon Country. What kind of beings are being lie detected on this program? In the Dragon Kingdom, the two were suddenly curious. What would be the level of the Chinese national style song that traveler Su Chen wrote for the Longhua newsletter in only one day? The musical landscape of Dragonland. Has it really changed because of a HWA lie? Walking backstage at the National Lie Detector, the program assistant hurriedly handed Su Chen a towel, then conveyed in an adoring tone, "Teacher Su, our station manager invites you to his office for a moment. The department over there asks you to wait for a moment. They'll be here soon." "Where's Director Zhang?" Su Chen asked while wiping his sweat. "Sent to the hospital," the aide said bitterly. Su Chen's face was full of questions, and his assistant hurriedly explained. "Director Zhang was shocked by the program's data when you spoke about Yuan Lao's segment. Plus the station manager said that he would let all the Jiangbin TV slots to be the road for our program, and that the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon Kingdom would have to come in person. So Director Zhang couldn't withstand it, and he fainted directly." Su Chen suddenly drifted off. Even though all lie detectors has repeatedly been on the hot seat under the topic of Huaxia, it's ultimately just a tiny variety show on local TV. Relying on a lie detector test to change the fortunes of a country in the Dragon Kingdom is something that no one would dare to think of if it were in anyone's possession. "Okay," Su Chen nodded. "Then I'll go to the station manager's site first. The show hasn't released the results of this lie detector test until now, so it looks like there was a direct intervention on the national team's end to have an off-the-record conversation. Wow." Push open the backstage access door. Outside the door of the not-so-narrow aisle but crowded with colleagues of the Jiangbin TV station. All have heard of the Su Chen weaving the Chinese lies, even involved in the Dragon Country's national luck. Specially come to admire the real person style. Seeing Su Chen come out, everyone subconsciously stepped back a range, and even more so, instantly gave Su Chen a passageway. Asked the entire Riverside TV station. Who can do a program to such an extent? Su Chen smiled at them and walked towards the stage manager's floor. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and craned his head to a fat female writer in a black dress next to him, frowning slightly. "I remember telling you that the last time you gossiped about me behind my back. Bring your mouth and come to the program and talk to me. How come I didn't see you on this episode?" That fat woman immediately revealed an expression that was worse than death. Red-faced and shook her head in a hurry. Froze and did not return to the previous flair. Sure enough, when Su Chen walked out a few more meters, he heard a man's scolding voice, and it was clear that he would never see that female writer on TV again. The station manager's office, more spacious than Su Chen imagined. A middle-aged man with gray temples had long been waiting outside the door, saw Su Chen walk over and hurriedly brought a bottle of water over, and opened his mouth without stinting to praise. "Teacher Su has worked hard. This episode of the program has made my blood boil. Come on, drink some water first to wet your throat." Su Chen hurriedly laughed. "I wouldn't dare." The station manager first made a self-introduction. "This is sort of our first meeting. I'll do the self-introduction first, My humble name is Sun. Single name a Gene character. Director Sun. Su Chen readily accepted good advice. I heard from the program's team, and thanked the station manager for mobilizing the station's resources to boost our program at a critical moment. Where are the words? Sun Jin directly waved his hand. Our show developed into the 8th season, and it was already sunsetting, all thanks to Mr. Su's use of Chinese civilization, which raised the show right up to a level we never imagined. To be honest, even I have been in the TV industry for more than a decade, but I never thought that a variety program could be done to the extent of influencing the nation's fortunes. From the beginning of the ancient Chinese poetry to revitalize the poetry of the Dragon Kingdom, then the infrastructure polygraph directly opens the door to a new world of bridge construction. At the Global Music Festival, pioneered a style that has influenced the music scene in Dragonland. And then now, with just one topic, it leads directly to a path of strength for the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Jin could hardly imagine. In the next 8 installments, Su Chen will take the show and go to what heights. But now, all he could do was to take out his book, and then said with a false sense of humor, Teacher Su, while the leaders of the country have not yet arrived, I would like to ask for an autograph. We are a family of 4, all of whom are fans of Huaxia. Ha ha, station manager Sun, not to mention your family, our entire ministry is now a fan of Mr. Su. Right at this moment, a dark man in ordinary clothes walked in outside the door, followed by a group of strangers, all with glowing eyes looking at Su Chen who was drinking water inside. Minister Lim. Director Sun hurriedly got up. He didn't expect that it was the #1 person from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon Kingdom who personally led the team out. Such a character. He had only seen it before in the official news, and it was surprising that this was the man who said he would be there in half an hour. Lin, Minister Lin. Su Chen's relevant information about this big shot appeared in his mind at once. The history of the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. The youngest Minister of Agriculture, graduated from Huaqing University in the Dragon Kingdom, and later led the Dragon Kingdom in large-scale greening of sandy areas, rural reform and other major decisions. Now in their young 40s, it is one of the most popular of the current generation. Su Chen. Su Chen took the initiative to shake hands with this big brother and said in a deep voice, from a parallel world, Wa Xia. It's true that the latter is a great successor. Minister Lin's body carried a simple and unassuming air, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Su Chen. Wa Xia. He directly led a group of Dragon Agricultural Technology backbone behind him into Sun Jin's office. The latter naturally someone closed the door of the room. The matter of the Dragon country's national fortune has long since not been the level of the Sun stage director can listen to the audience. But in the moment of closing the door, Sun Jin still heard Minister Lin's vocalized question. I'd like to see that. Whether the Huaxia of which you speak really exists in the feat of feeding 1.4 billion people from a single seed. Time passes slowly. Director Sun's office was temporarily requisitioned, and from sunrise to sunset, except for the staff of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon Kingdom who came out to ask for tea a few times, for the whole day and night, all the people inside were wasted and sleepless, as if they had forgotten that this wasn't some major meeting of the Dragon Kingdom's agriculture, but just an initial approach against a generalist of a variety program. Director Sun personally waited outside the office. This absolute powerhouse of Riverside TV was saddled with no complaints at the moment. This side of the TV station, the city of Riverside cooperated with the Ministry of Agriculture in this action, providing additional office space for all departments within the station, just to keep everyone from disturbing this important civilized dialogue of Su Chen. And during this period, outside of television, there have long been shockwaves about the revamped Civilized Conversations episode of The Universal Lie Detector. Dragon Media Daily. The seal of approval. A variety show with no ceiling, surprisingly leads to a civilization beyond time. Fighting sound hotshots. Dialogue of civilizations. From Dayu's water cure to the unparalleled Chinese warriors, how could the civilizational lies of a parallel world cause the national team of the Dragon Kingdom to step in? Dragon Nation Twitter. I thought Chinese poetry was the pinnacle of his lies, but I didn't realize that everyone's pattern was small, and that there was no bottleneck in Chinese lies. One day, before the program group had said anything, the comments about this episode had already surpassed all the records of previous episodes, and even some foreign media had begun to reprint this episode of the civilized lie detector dialogues of the Dragon Kingdom. Interesting. While everyone was in shocked awe of the Huaxia of this episode, an announcement was silently posted on the entertainment page of the Dragon Kingdom. In view of the concept of discord, Milk Tea Brother decided to withdraw from the Magic City Ju Music Group and voluntarily accept all compensation. As to how to go, Milk Tea Brother did not have any disclosure. By the time people found this news, microblogging and personal account, Milk Tea Brother has long cancelled all the company's certification about Ju, clearing the dynamic, as if it is all zero general. Some good people in the enterprise software query, surprisingly found in the same day. By a number of foreign capital investment in the Magic City Ju music surprisingly fire right off. Sure enough, Zhang Yang was sitting on the bed in his house, enjoying the fruits peeled by his wife with a look of enjoyment and coziness, and was holding up the phone in a spirited manner. Ignoring them before was the right choice. On the other end of the phone, Liang Jejun from Dragon Country Communications couldn't hide his excitement. It's still you boys who have vision. This time, I've really picked up a treasure. After this episode aired, all the books and related products about Huaxia had become hot and explosive products in the Dragon Kingdom. And even with the Huaxia Traveler package launched by their group, the number of subscribers had exceeded 10 million in just one day. Plus Su Chen's free endorsement and vigorous publicity of his deeds for the welfare of the Chinese fans wave. Dragon Country Communications also took advantage of the wind and had a small fire. The above is a direct breakthrough in the Traverser package to cancel the Riverside trial of the Prudent program. Directly in the Dragon nationwide vigorously promote, simply refreshing the capital usual cautious. In the future, Su Chen will provide you with a free Chinese-themed national pop song a year. It's simply enviable. Zhang Yang lit another cigarette. In the past, he had never dared to smoke in front of his wife, but today is an exception. Liang Jejun said in the same envious tone, "The one who makes people envious is you, right?" A local TV variety show that was originally 8 seasons old, relying on $1 billion prize as a gimmick. But I didn't expect that it would dig up an existence that shocked the Dragon Kingdom like Su Chen and Huaxia. Your career, old Zhang, has just begun. The two men burst out laughing in unison, especially Zhang Yang. Prior to the start of this episode, there was a lot of grumbling throughout the station as the station manager mobilized the best studio and live shooting resources. But it's different now. All the private TV station groups he lurked in with his vest were unanimously silent about Su Chen and the All Lie Detectors program team. After all, the last ignorant female writer who had openly questioned Su Chen in a public forum had already been issued a ban on the entire industry. A variety show that deals with the fate of the nation. Who dares to question it? Time. It's really the best answer. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang heartily lamented. No doubt about it. Su Chen withstood this installment of the show. And HWA. It has likewise stood the test of time. I wonder on Su Chen's side, how is the situation? He subconsciously glanced at the date on his watch. Mr. Sun? Mr. Sun? Wrapped in a blanket and sleeping on the floor outside his office, Sun Jin had just fallen asleep for half an hour when he was pushed awake. When he opened his dazed eyes, he was startled by the man in front of him. Madness, the haggard and reddened eyes, coupled with the disheveled hair, gave the young man before him the illusion that his body had been severely overdrawn. Assistant Wang. Sun Jin hurriedly climbed up. He remembered this person. Minister Lin's personal assistant, also said to be a technical backbone of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon Kingdom, came with meticulous hair, giving people a feeling of meticulousness. How just one day? And it's a big change? How's it going? Sun Jin lowered his voice for fear of disturbing the important conversation inside. Assistant Wang was haggard though, but the eyes were shining and glowing like never before, as if some kind of magic had been injected inside by Su Chen, pulling out a document with the words top secret, which was clearly stamped with the Great Seal of the Dragon Kingdom. It is? Sun Jin took the pen unknowingly and asked while turning it over in confusion. Non-disclosure agreement. Assistant Wang was straightforward, explaining, regarding this installment of your program's lie detector test for Su Chen, all the things about the agricultural aspect of Huaxia, the above explained that it is forbidden to ask again in the future. Otherwise, treat it as treason. Bam! Sun Jin had not yet read the content of the document clearly, and when he heard Assistant Wang's words, he was so shocked that the pen in his hand dropped, and an expression of disbelief was written all over his face, and after gulping down a mouthful of water, he still could not react. Wait a minute? The content of a variety show, and you have to sign a national non-disclosure agreement? No one knows. What exactly did Mr. Sun go through during that day and night? But he was tight-lipped about whether there was really a pie-in-the-sky scenario of one seed feeding 1.4 billion people in China. The program team the following day. The final lie detector test results for this episode were announced on the front page of the official website. Tested by the program group of all lie detectors. The prize money of my program's contestant, Mr. Su Chen, in the current program, has accumulated to 32 million Longhua coins, and by today's deadline of 1 week, we welcome the top teams in all fields of the Longhua to join the lineup of all lie detectors, a Chinese civilization from a parallel world. Welcome to the challenge. Are you ready? Blow up. The announcement shook the nation. There seems to be no end to the rain in Riverside. After exchanging all the popularity values gained from this episode into all of Yuan Lao's research results in his previous life, Su Chen walked into a bookstore on the corner wearing a gray duck-tongued cap and a mask. System mission. weaving lies around the Museum of Civilization to invade other countries of the blue planet with Chinese civilization. Culture. Current task progress, 5%. Inside the space of his consciousness, the mysterious Huaxia Museum that existed at the end of the universe was lying quietly inside. The 5 big words of the Museum of Civilization shining in gold. One more installment. It will probably be possible to fully redeem this system reward that has been coveted for a month. And in this episode, Su Chen has a clearer plan to use representative objects of civilization to restore some of the classic scenes of China's history. The AI-generated lie detector test for all is accurate and convenient, but it's nowhere near as profoundly shocking as experiencing it in person. This time, the way he played the role to tell the story of Dayu made him realize some of his shortcomings in presenting Huaxia. Truly great. It is impossible to replicate. Welcome. The bookstore girl's voice was sweet and lovely, and on the conspicuous position. All the works about Su Chen's arrival in this world were placed as much as possible. Hello, I'm looking for some historical information about the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen's purpose was clear. Workers want to do a good job must be the first to profit. The Dragon Country even if the cultural fault, but after all, is the Blue Star big country? Only a full understanding can be more wonderful to show the contrasting side of China. This body of his own in the parallel world was just an ordinary person. And the storage in his brain obviously could no longer keep up with the height of the current program. It's just up ahead on the second row of shelves on the right. Oh, well, thanks. Shopgirl, no, I won't. She looked at Su Chen's back suspiciously. Now parallel China is the historical hotspot. This person is really strange. What kind of dragon country information is he looking at? A general history of the Dragon Kingdom. A brief military history of the Dragon State. An overview of the development of the Dragon State. Su Chen picked a variety of books. Suddenly another also wearing a hoodie wearing a duck-tongue hat with a mask to cover the face of the boys. Sneaky close to Su Chen. Whispered inquiring. Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Chen? Su Chen twisted his head and was instantly amused. Why you, Luan? Didn't you terminate your contract with the company? Why did you run to a small city like Riverside? Milkshake's eyes widened. The mouth behind the mask was obviously open in surprise as well. How did you recognize me? Su Chen pointed to his eyes. After all, your eyes are very iconic in the dragon entertainment industry. Small and spotlighted. Very handsome. Milkman looked very excited. This hottest little pop king of the Dragon Kingdom didn't have the slightest bit of a stance when facing Su Chen. Instead, he carried a sense of modesty and sincerity. Mr. Su, I came here specifically to see you. Even used some of the station's contacts to find your whereabouts. Do you mind? Su Chen packed the books together as if nothing had happened and placed them on the bookstore's cashier's counter. Checking out as he climbed lightly into conversation with the heavenly superstar of his former life. That's not going to happen. In fact, I more or less guessed it after I saw you leave Ju Music. Milkshake was in a state of shock. In addition to taking lie detector tests, Mr. Su can also tell fortunes? Su Chen cried and laughed. Sort of. When Zhao Yaran conferred not long ago about Mr. Chen Jiming's desire to star as a Chinese emperor, Su Chen had vaguely discovered some butterfly effects of parallel worlds. Since the historical wheel of the Dragon Kingdom is very different from that of China, some of the movie stars and kings who relied on Chinese culture and history to get to the peak of their careers in their previous lives have each fallen into a state of stagnation. In their previous lives, they interpreted the splendor of China, but China has also achieved their far-reaching future. Their own arrival has given them in this world the key that has been missing in their careers, the underpinnings of civilization. So according to the butterfly effect, one's own crossing will accidentally cause them to cross paths with oneself, and use the Chinese heritage of the parallel world to influence and change them. Perhaps it could be called fate. God, Brother Milk Tea didn't understand Su Chen's strings, and was still talking about what he had prepared in advance. Mr. Su, I don't mean to intrude, it's just that before I saw your Huaxia lie, I always had a feeling as if there had been something missing in my career that I wanted to pursue. The two conversed as they walked out of the bookstore. I have made various attempts to transform music styles, study the top foreign melodic music theory, and I even added elements to many popular music that had never appeared in Longguo before. Obviously, I've gotten some level of progress in my career, but still, that feeling is always there. Until I heard your compositions at the Global Music Gala, about Huaxia, about opera, about the Guqin. It's amazing. Brother Milk Tea had always been a man of few words, but at this moment it was as if he was going to say his entire life's worth of words at once as he rambled on and on. When I got back to the office, I mimicked it overnight and even consulted with a lot of gold producers, but I developed one. The feeling of always living in your shadow. It kept me awake for a week straight. He pointed to the circle of black around his small eye. It seems, the impact that the Chinese national style has had on him has really kept this musical genius up at night. Until this episode. Seal the God. This is an installment I've seen that deservedly could be called a seal of approval. And everything about your delivery in it has given me a throbbing and euphoric rush. And I don't understand what it's all about. But I knew that the only way I could find the answer was to find you. The little heavenly king of the Dragon Kingdom, with an air of a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, suddenly stood still and asked Su Chen, "Mr. Su, do you have an answer?" In the sheer rain, Su Chen did not have an umbrella, and under the green-colored smoky rain, he turned his head slightly, with a meaningful smile, but it was as if he let Brother Milk Tea see Xiang, because the Dragon Kingdom is not Huaxia, and not all civilizations in the world can be called by that name. Milkshake froze. Su Chen's words were like a sharp sword, directly piercing through the haze that had been plaguing his heart for a long time. The rain dashed down. After giving this answer, Su Chen directly turned around, his figure drifting away in that roiling curtain of rain in Riverside. But only Brother Milk Tea was left standing between this heaven and earth, unable to return to his senses for a long time, until a few minutes later, he suddenly woke up and stood on the street outside the bookstore and exclaimed excitedly, "I get it! It's the soil of art!" The moment, as if he had gone mad, he ignored the strange looks cast by passers-by on the road, and clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to grab hold of that missing part of his destiny. It takes fertile cultural soil for true hallowed music to be nurtured. It carries more than just the genre of music. Rather, it's a deeper kernel. Civilization. He even wandered from side to side, back and forth on his feet, frowning and glowing. The Dragon Kingdom is a blue star power though. But it is not Huaxia. It does not have the historical inculcation of 5,000 years of Huaxia's civilization. It does not have the 4,000 years of the last century's self-contained lineage. It does not have the sublimation of the sentiments of the poets of all generations. And it does not have the spine of the world that is so prevalent in the lyrics of the Huaxia songs. The Dragon Kingdom is not China. Not even any country on the blue planet. Not China. So, it's not talent that I lack. It's a great civilization that has inspired me. Am I right, Mr. Su? It was only at this moment that he realized where there was still Su Chen's figure around him. Only the pedestrians that stopped around were constantly pointing at him as if they were discussing a madman. Who would have thought that this little pop king of the Dragon Kingdom had just experienced the most important moment in his life just now? And that's when he suddenly realized that his hand was unexpectedly left with a note by Su Chen before he left. And when he opened it, it was an ancient Chinese poem left by Su Chen. Setting the storm. Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. Why not chant and walk slowly? Who's afraid of a bamboo stick and shoes that are lighter than a horse? A straw raincoat in a cloud of smoke and rain. The spring wind is blowing the wine to wake up. Slightly cold. The slanting light on the hill but welcome. Looking back toward the depression. Return. There is no rain or shine. Days in Riverside. Suddenly it cleared up. High-tech industrial park in Riverside. Under the signboard of the Traveler Limited Company. It was crowded with people who came to apply for the job. After the broadcast of this episode of All Lie Detectors, the ceiling scene of Chinese civilization crushing the Dragon Kingdom directly made more people notice the strange company of Su Chen. People have never seen a company like this. After consulting the front desk, the only female employee in this company went so far as to say that the boss, Su Chen, had said that the company was recruiting, but not in the traditional way of recruiting, but by fate. What's the word? What kind of talk is that? Is this a trick or not a trick? The other companies in the industrial park even revealed that Su Chen said that the main business of this company would be the gift he brought to this blue star world. Inexplicable. It's even more puzzling. And in 2 days' time, originally thought that such bizarre company and recruitment categorically will not be anyone. I did not expect early in the morning. Outside the queue of applicants actually lined up 400 or 500. Suddenly let the other companies shocked. The HR people who are suffering from the fact that they can't recruit for their own companies are so jealous that they almost pass out of breath. What about the promised aughts overhauling the workplace? How come you guys don't even have a bottom line? But that's it. The front desk girl still refused everyone. The boss explained. Today the company will come to the first employee guided by fate. The boss also left a note, the top of which is clearly the ancient Chinese poem. Fixed wind wave. What's the name of the game? Is this a show that's on fire and can't see us? Don't. I want to be a propagandist of Chinese civilization. I can definitely do my job. I have organized school celebrations for 3 years in the university. One by one, young job seekers jammed outside the company. There were complaints of discontent, but an hour passed. Froze. Not a single person left. They are not convinced. Would like to see this company's first employee in the end is what the bird. And that's when, suddenly, a young man wearing a duck-tongued hat and a red hoodie, his face covered tightly by a mask, walked over from the distance and was startled to see the long line outside this company. Is it that competitive? Think so. This is the only company in this world in China. How hot is Huaxia in the Dragon Kingdom? Compared to this situation is really a small scene. He walked politely to the front desk of the company. To the receptionist girl sitting inside, she politely asked, "Hello, I heard that the company is recruiting. May I ask how is it lined up?" The front desk girl laughed bitterly. "Sorry, our boss said that this recruitment is not open to the public. But by fate." Ridiculous. Even the receptionist girl herself said it out loud that the boss Su Chen left her with this recruitment requirement, which was really too ridiculous. Not to mention the hundreds of disgruntled recruiters out there who couldn't understand it. Even if she, as a person from Travelers Limited, was equally unable to understand it, but there was no way around it. Who made Su Chen the only open traveler in this world? Other than Huaxia, there was no one who could seal a lie show with civilized conversation. Destiny's Guide? Milk Tea Brother wore a mask and froze, but then he whirled around and pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket, handing it to the receptionist and asking weakly, "Does this count for me then?" This little heavenly king who was on fire in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment had an extremely low posture. It's as if a new college student, new to the world, is desperately craving a job, setting the storm. It's the owner's handwriting. The receptionist stood up in shock. Someone was actually here? "Guys, I'm sorry, the first employee our company has been waiting for seems to have arrived, and the hiring is over for the day." She apologized to the hundreds of applicants outside. "What? How is that possible?" The crowd was in an uproar, and someone even pointed at the masked milk tea brother with disdain, saying, "Just based on one ancient Chinese poem? Not to mention one, I can recite the collection of otherworldly poetry backwards and forwards. Okay, take off your mask. I'd like to see what kind of person has 3 heads and 6 arms. Yeah, let's see." Facing a group of people's skepticism, Brother Milk Tea had no choice but to take off his mask, revealing his face while saying, "Sorry guys, I really need this job." Brother Milk Tea. Silence. An eerie silence fell over the outside of the Travelers Limited, as this little pop king who had just recently terminated his contract with Ju Group. Everyone naturally recognized him, but no one could have imagined that Milk Tea, with her current price tag and status in the music industry, would come to Travelers Company to compete with them for an ordinary job? What the hell is this? All the job seekers in the room who were clamoring for a glimpse of the milkman's identity. Inside, it was as if 10,000 divine beasts had raced by. Fake, right? In particular, the few leaders who had just been complaining non-stop about their dissatisfaction with Su Chen's bizarre recruitment for this traveler company in their words. Their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten a fly at the moment. Joke. This was the hottest pop singer in the Dragon Kingdom before Su Chen appeared. His amazing and absolute sense of sound and versatile musical talent had allowed him to gain several foreign music capitals in just a few years, becoming the most popular little heavenly king player in the Dragon Kingdom. In particular, Milk Tea's earlier remark, "I really need this job," had directly punctured their last glimmer of hope. What about organizing school festivals on campus? What about the various certificate qualifications? What is the unity in front of such a level of people? "I'm really sorry, guys." Brother Milk Tea had a very sincere attitude. "If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life." But there were all sorts of sounds of spitting blood on the scene, and some people even suspected that they were dreaming. Where is this an apology? It's clearly a way of patching up our insides. Watching Brother Milk Tea go inside to check in, the door to the company outside closed, leaving the gang of job seekers looking at the signboard of the Crossing Such Limited Company, standing in the wind in disarray and skepticism. All of a sudden, they realized a problem. They still far underestimated the travelers, underestimated the infinite potential brought by the Chinese civilization. Inside the park, the rest of the companies that were sitting back and waiting to see how the travelers company recruited were surprised to hear that the first employee of Su Chen's company was the Dragon's Milk Tea brother, who had been on the hot seat for the termination of the contract fiasco a short while ago. Various tables, chairs and benches fell to the ground. It's so fake. How can their employees be at such a level? In other words, a person of this level can only be an employee in their company? What the hell is Su Chen doing? The program was canonized in Dialogue of Civilizations. The official of the Dragon Kingdom has taken the initiative to stand up for the program. The company recruits employees that are diva level. How in the world could something so bizarre happen? These doubts, also frozen in the mind of the former Ju company manager. In front of him was the check for $10 million that Brother Milk Tea had left behind when he departed. And of course, the well-worded message. "Excuse me, I have found the true direction of my life, and that is the underpinnings of Chinese civilization." As a capitalist, ever since Su Chen had appeared with the Chinese civilization, the development of all things had completely overturned this white businessman's perception. Manager, I've heard that the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon Kingdom over there has set up a special team for scientific research overnight, secretly conducting research, And the content is likely to be the Chinese agricultural technology that Su Chen mentioned in their little variety show. The assistant reported next to him. One seed to feed 1.4 billion people? Jason muttered. How can this be true? I don't believe there are real travelers in the world. And even if he's a traveler, there's absolutely no way a civilization like Huaxia could exist. He was in a state of disarray. The world's civilization. But our lighthouse country. According to the analysis of our country's scientists, with the current civilization of mankind, it is impossible to do time travel. Their program team must be putting on a show. That? The assistant seemed to sense something in Jason's words. I'll make Brother Milk Tea realize that he made the worst decision of his life. Jason's face held a hint of resentment. I heard that their program has opened up registration for lie detector tests for a week. I'd like to see how these clowns from the Dragon Kingdom will round up this stupid Chinese lie. Blue Star, a media outlet in the Lighthouse State. The day is just breaking. A phone call was then received in the editor-in-chief's office, and the brunette bearded man gave a ridiculous look followed by a series of shifting expressions when he heard the contents of the call. Shocker. Unbelievable. Complex. Out of the blue. The last is a kind of enlightenment. Hanging up the phone, he hurriedly dialed his subordinate's phone. Jennifer, hurry up and notify the printing department. This morning's headline. To be urgently replaced. Stupid Dragon Nation people. Ah, they even made such a ridiculous attempt. Ha ha. The Daily Beacon. As the highest-selling media in the Lighthouse State, each newspaper delivers the latest current conditions and news from around the globe, usually focusing on national events. But today's headline carries a hint of an entertainment newspaper. It has an unusually obvious title. In bolded and enlarged English is a query. The translation is, a civilization woven of lies has become an object of pursuit for the people of the Dragon Kingdom? How foolish a nation can be. Those people from the major regions of the Blue Planet revealed puzzled expressions when they saw it. Read it carefully. It was only then that it dawned on him that the Grand Lighthouse Daily, a top 5 selling newspaper and media outlet in the world, would report on a tiny local variety show in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only that, it is mentioned inside the Dragon Country Internal. For this show appeared in a civilization named Huaxia as if namely shock and worship. The program appeared in the ancient Chinese poetry, directly led to the Dragon Country textbook revision. The Dragon Country Infrastructure Department. Because of this lie and save hundreds of millions of dollars. Even more ridiculous. The people within the Dragon Country were surprisingly clamoring for a historical novel titled Huaxia, even to the extent of making a scene in Luoyang. At the end of the news, they saw the self-proclaimed traverser of the Dragon Country people, threatened that China even someone can accede to feed 1.4 billion people, and even the Dragon Country Ministry of Agriculture official was alarmed, personally approached even after the incident for this Chinese civilization to stand for. Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And there are some good people to check the internet, but found that the previous global music festival held in the Dragon, but also this China alone claimed most of the awards. Shady. This civilization fault of the country, can only rely on a lie to support the last dignity of civilization. Huaxia? The world has not heard of any civilization that can be so amazing. This is definitely a shady showmanship put on by Dragon. And a couple hours later, Riverside City TV. In the spacious work area that Director Sun had specially redivided for the All Lie Detectors program team, hundreds of operators were all busy at the moment, and without exception, all the calls came from other countries outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Some of them are famous scientific researchers from abroad, some are entertainment media, some are history and archaeology hobbyists, even more so, from a number of military researchers abroad, but all of them have one purpose, as long as Su Chen dared to take the move. They will travel across the ocean to Jiangbin City in the Dragon Kingdom to debunk all that is ridiculously civilized in China in front of the tens of millions of viewers of all lie detectors. The program team made the first call to Su Chen's side. A panel of foreign polygraph experts? Su Chen closed the book in his hand. Blue Star Development Biography. A few days after the end of the program he closed his eyes to cultivate, and painstakingly read more than a dozen books of the history of the Blue Star civilization of the winds and clouds of the interchanges. The Dragon Kingdom has played too weak an identity in global history. With Su Chen's understanding is, empty of the name of a great country, but not the reality of a great country. The wheel of history had several times to make the history of the Dragon Country break, and those western countries of the Blue Star are the culprits. Isn't that just right? Just hung up with the program. Zhao Yaren's call came in again, opening with the King Bomb message. Su Chen, this week the sales of Huaxia has broken 2 million copies, topping the book market index of the Dragon Kingdom with an absolute sales index. This is definitely a milestone in the promotion of China as a civilization IP. Zhao Yaren looked extremely excited. This was not only a milestone event since they published the book Huaxia, But it was the first time in the entire publishing group that they saw an unfinished workbook that could reach the top of the sales record. So fast? Su Chen was also taken aback. From the time this book came out to the time it entered the market, it was just over a month, and the story had only just gotten to the part about the Chuan struggle, and many great chapters had yet to unfold in the time of the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. There's also a little surprise, Zhao Yaran said in a mysterious tone. Oh, Su Chen's mind turned. Then he said, it's Mr. Chen Jiaming's Jingke stabbing Qin movie that's making progress, isn't it? This time it was Zhao Yaran's turn to be surprised. How do you know? Su Chen smiled. The butterfly effect of Huaxia in the parallel world has begun to appear more and more frequently in the recent past. Milk Tea Brother deliberately terminated his contract to run to his company as a Heavenly King employee. It is not difficult to guess that Mr. Chen Timing, as a movie star in his previous life, his career has stagnated in this life. It's also time to make a move. Huaxia seems to be subconsciously changing the world as a result of his crossing. It's the teaser that came out. The crew over there will go live today with the first IP film and television production of Chinese civilization in this world. Well, it's equally milestone. Ha! Zhao Yaran appeared to be looking forward to it as well. Su Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. Previous life. Zhang Guisher's one hero can be said to have taken the story of Jingke's assassination of Qin to a ceiling level. I don't know about the Dragon Kingdom of this world. What would be the display like? Dragon Kingdom Kyoto. Chen Jiming deliberately freshened up early and opened his live camera with the most spirited look. As a famous veteran actor in Longwei, suffering from the lack of a real seal of approval, so his acting career can be said to be a lot of regret. People in their middle age, in addition to some of the older age groups, very few people pay attention to his live room. It's also just some of the students in the movie and TV industry who will enter the live broadcast from time to time to learn some of his understanding of acting. Why is Mr. Chen glowing today? It's the weekend. Could it be that Mr. Chen is going out on a date? Anything good? Mr. Chen. Facing the camera, Chen Jiming mysteriously revealed. It's very likely that some new friends will come in during the live broadcast in a while, so please look forward to it. New friends? Is this a new movie coming out? I've never heard of it. The last time, Mr. Chen's performance as the second master in Deep in the Mansion left me with a hard time. Unfortunately, with such a good acting career, there are no really good works for Mr. Chen to soar. Yeah, it feels like we don't have any scripts within the Dragon Kingdom that are worthy of Mr. Chen's acting skills. Both students of the Academy of Film and Television, Chen Jiaming has more than his share of work on weekdays, but it only stays on some niche subjects. Despite the top stream of acting, they both understand that Mr. Chen Jiming's career has been limited by scripts and subject matter, and has not been responded to by the mainstream public for a long time. But just then, suddenly, the number of people online in the live broadcast room, from the original dozens, suddenly jumped. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. It only took almost a minute for tens of thousands of users to suddenly flood into this originally cold live room, and all the users were frantically refreshing their pop-ups as soon as they came in. King Qin is awesome. Mr. Chen's performance as Qin Shi Huang is simply a perfect representation of the ancient Chinese emperor of my fantasy. The trailer has been watched. When will the main movie be released? Sure enough, my fans' Chinese civilization never lets me down. The short trailer kills every movie on the market. The world. What is the world? What is a real hero? Trailer I blow up okay? The original dozens of people in the live room were startled. What's the situation? What was xia? What trailer? It was only when they reacted that they suddenly caught an amount of information from the pop-up that made their goosebumps plummet all over. Mr. Chen pressed is not a positive release, and it just came out with a trailer and it's straight up fire? Even Chen Jiming himself did not expect that so many people would come in at once in the live broadcast room, and he originally thought that there were at most thousands of people. But in his line of sight, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was still climbing wildly. Ha ha ha, people, don't rush. The crew is just setting up the project and shooting a trailer for a little pre-promotion, and the actual movie is coming out at least a year from now. But don't worry, I've read the script. It's written by Mr. Su Chen himself, and although my role as Qin Shi Huang is only the second male lead in the drama, it's definitely the most domineering emperor of the world I've ever seen. Chen Jiming quickly stabilized his emotions and said with a smile. The dozens of old fans in the original live broadcast were even more baffled by what they heard. Who are Qin Shi Huang and Su Chen? They are busy with their own things during the day and rarely pay attention to this aspect of variety except for some out-of-the-ring news in the industry. Qin Shi Huang? Is that the name of an emperor? This world. Why can't I see it anymore? An old professor from the theater academy in the live broadcast room was sitting in front of his computer, wearing his presbyopia glasses with a perplexed look on his face. What's up, Dad? His son walked over. Yo, Why is Mr. Chen's live room suddenly so hot? The old professor explained. I heard that it's because Mr. Chen played a supporting role for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and just one trailer attracted so many fans. Son, who is Qin Shi Huang? How come I've never heard of it? What? Qin Shi Huang? His son, who was engaged in the television industry, suddenly glared with his eyes and exclaimed loudly, that Qin King of China who swept the Six Kingdoms has come out with a trailer so soon. Oh my god. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and began searching the internet for relevant information. Soon, he then searched on his phone and found an official public number called the Cast and Crew of Under Heaven, and underneath the account, which had obviously just been registered, there was only a brief 2-minute trailer, posted about an hour ago, but the likes are already 100,000 plus. The number of comments is in the tens of thousands. The old professor was dumbfounded when he looked at the introduction of the stand-up program on it. The first film and television production of Chinese civilization in the Dragon Kingdom. A superb presentation of 1,000 emperors. Mr. Su Chen, the traveler, is personally responsible for this. What do you mean? What's the deal with Chinese civilization? There's even someone who claims to be a traveler? Is this Su Chen famous? The young son rushed to brief the father, who had presided over many major conferences at the film school, on the basics of that recent show, Lie Detector for All. The old professor was nearing 70 and was relatively much slower to accept new things. He frowned when he heard it. A local variety show in Riverside City has come up with so many tricks? He had the impression that other than the official central media, the small variety shows of other local TV stations were all entertainment-oriented. Where's the authority in that? Hype. It's all just that showbiz hype. Mr. Chen is really degraded as well. A visiting professor at a film school. To star in this kind of movie that is extremely obvious in its entertainment nature, and still gloating about it. The old professor counted off as he did so, while tapping on that trailer on his son's phone, but only for a second. He was shocked. Colors. The first thing he saw was the extreme color palette of the trailer's very visual language. The trailer is divided into 3 segments. Yellow woods, the 2 red-clad heroines, between the blue water and the mountains, and the 2 well-known kung fu stars of the Dragon Kingdom dressed in green chivalrous clothes. The use of color to express the inner world is a very advanced cinematic audiovisual technique. The scene shifts. The entire tone of the trailer changes to black all of a sudden. From the costume of one of the emperors played by Qin Jiming, to the subtle hair ornaments of that black-robed assassin, and the furnishings inside the Qin Palace Hall, to a kind of black color of the guards ministers at the end. All of them are filled with a kind of majesty and cruelty of the era of the Iron Horsemen of history. And finally, the black-clad assassin flew and stabbed a sword. Chen Jiming as Emperor Qin Shi Huang, however, turned his back to the living world and silently looked at the calligraphic swordsmanship in the Great Hall, and suddenly whispered to himself, I realized it. It's the world. The trailer ends with an overwhelming rain of black arrows, which eventually transforms into the special effects produced word, echoing the title of the movie. Who? The old professor's son watched the trailer and was so cool and shocked. It is worthy of being the first movie and television production of Huaxia in Blue Star. And the old professor was even more dumbfounded the whole time. Enough special effects technology to rival international super-tier commercial blockbusters, top-notch luxury cast, extremely subversive audio-visual colors, and that unprecedented hardcore story text. Where is this a program extension that a small local variety show could produce? Huaxia. What the hell is a Wawa? Seeing his father's disbelief, his son instantly laughed. Dad, I reacted like you when I first heard about Huaxia, but, because of this civilization of Huaxia, this small local variety show, hard within 2 months kept refreshing the records of many variety shows in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the State Ministry of Agriculture, also personally went down to verify. His eyes were filled with admiration for Su Chen and Huaxia, not to mention other variety shows. I'm afraid that even those programs in the central media will have to give way when they see the word Huaxia. So exaggerated? The old professor was simply having his knowledge of the world refreshed by his son. He opened his computer browser directly, entered the word Huaxia on it. Instantly, a screen full of all kinds of hot news appeared. Shocked. Dragon Kingdom's #1 variety show, even from a local TV station. A Chinese civilization from a parallel world. True or false? Is Su Chen a real traveler? Or is he singling out an entire civilization with his own power? Does Huaxia exist? 3 of the world's leading military commentators will take part in the Lies program, a civilized dialogue that crosses national boundaries in time and space, which will take place in 2 weeks' time. Thursday, Milk Tea Brother wore a mask and lowered his baseball cap early in the morning and arrived at the entrance of the People's Bookstore in Riverside City. Early in the morning, there was a line outside that was thousands of people long. Milkshake, is this a bookstore event? No, today is the release of the latest volume of HWA. Ha! These people can't all be here to buy Wasia, right? Brother Milk Tea's face burst into tears. Yeah, aren't you? Me too. Milkshake was embarrassed. Ever since he became the first active employee of Suchen Traveler Limited as the little king of Dragon Country Pop, Suchen had only given him one job. That is to completely understand and meld all the underpinnings of China. Includes history. This man, who originally grew up abroad and received a Western education, was instantly captivated by the greatness and vastness of China, especially with the release of the trailer for Wasia's first themed movie, The World, a few days ago. It made many veteran and heavyweight actors and actresses from the Dragon Kingdom, and directly set off a wave of world fever throughout the entertainment industry. Milkshake is envious. When will he or she be able to create the first music about the Chinese national style? Can't imagine. He was a heavenly star, but he would get up at 6 or 7 in the morning and go out to buy a book. And what was even more unexpected to him was that the pre-sale of the book was even hotter than his own concert tickets. Dude, can I talk to you for a second? Milkshake's eyes rolled back. What is it? I'll pay 10 times the price for the book you get in a few minutes. Will you pass it on to me? I really need this book. Milk Tea brother begged. The youngster at the front of the line looked brother Milk Tea up and down. Suddenly he laughed. No, let alone if you use 10 times the price. I divorced my wife on the spot last night when she tried to cover some instant noodles with my collection of otherworldly poetry. Suchen woke up and opened his computer at the first time. Check out all the recent data and promotions about HWA. Zhang Yang's phone suddenly rang. Suchen immediately picked it up. Zhang Yang's voice was unusually serious. Suchen, can you reflect with the Kyoto Publishing Group side? I'm really angry. Suchen, early in the morning, I went to the bookstore and stood in line to buy the book, only to be told by the clerk that it was sold out after 2 hours of waiting for my turn. I told him I was the director of the National Lie Detector, and he actually said it was sold out even though the King of Heaven was here. Just hurry up and have them reprint it. Did the King of Chu cross the Wujian River or not? And what was the ending of Yuji's last dance? It's even harder than when I watched our program out of context. Suchen was speechless. He could only call Zhao Yaren's side and ask the printer's side to urgently add more copies. As the travelers in Chinese civilization continue to heat up in the Dragon Kingdom. Saturday prime time. The second installment of the civilized dialogue of The Lie Detector is here as scheduled. Suchen was still in that traditional Chinese costume, standing on the stage with a smile on his face, and by the special order of station manager Sun, all of the station's choreography equipment and live streaming servers were made available for this installment of the program. 2 months ago, I crossed over with the treasures of Chinese civilization, Chinese ancient poetry, creating a new cultural chapter in the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom. Stunningly beautiful architecture. It has made countless dragon designers go crazy. National style music, great powers infrastructure. In the dialogue of civilizations, the old man who rode under the grass shocked the world with a single seed. I'm Suchen, a traveler from a parallel world in China. China has been up and down for 5,000 years. Historical achievements are numerous. You are welcome to bring the civilization of Blue Star with you. Expose me. The host took the stage in style. Today, we welcome a special group of lie detector guests after our revamped civilized dialogue. The lights came on. Across the room at the judges' table, 3 foreign judges of various skin colors and strong physique stood, and the host introduced them one after the other. First, a military man from the Land of Light, former head of the Foreign Mercenary Regiment of the Land of Light, Major Tom. The Tom in green camouflage had a serious expression, although nearly 50 years old, but with a murderous aura. One had no doubt what kind of cruelty he had experienced on the battlefield. Hello everyone, he greeted the room in English. I have led my soldiers in hundreds of battles, large and small, and as a warrior, I believe only in the absolute truth, in the hands of the few, instead of a showy civilization touted in this variety show of yours, Dragon Nation. This issue, I'll tear down your Huaxia lies with no mercy, as if I were facing an enemy on the battlefield. Suchen nodded faintly. Welcome to the challenge. The second one who stood up was an old white-bearded man with a jungle hat on his head, who looked much more introspective than the previous one. I'm Professor Jack. As an archaeological historian who has traveled to all the countries of the globe, I have carefully worshipped that set of HWA books that are popular in your country, and I regret to say that I remain skeptical about many parts of the books. I hope you don't reveal yourself so easily in a moment. My adventurous spirit tells me that would be rather boring. Didn't wait for Suchen to reply. The third polygraph judge stood up, and her appearance caused some of the dragon audience in the broadcast room, who often watched international news, to gasp. How is she? Why is she here? This young woman had an Asian set of face, but looked at Suchen across from her with a kind of arrogance. My name is Park Sun-hai. It's the daughter of the head of the Lodi Consortium in the Republic of Han. The 4 major consortiums of the Republic of Korea, Su Chen immediately narrowed his eyes. Above the blue star, this consortium belonged to one of the top consortiums in the world, manipulating the steel industry of the Republic of Korea and the electronic telecommunications. This woman is considered a true royal queen, and the host facing her couldn't help but ask curiously, Mississippi Park, I'm very curious as a consortium's daughter. You even have the royal blood of the Republic of Korea. May I ask what you think of the Chinese civilization in our program? Park Sung-hai shook her head. Bullshit. Very childish lies. A great civilization that exists in a parallel world. I can't guess why there are a large number of people from the Dragon Kingdom that believe in Wasia and fanatically follow it. I'm just here today to see this program live in Dragonland. How to hype in my face. If Major Tom and Professor Jack succeed in dismantling the Chinese lies, then I, as the future successor of the Lottie Consortium, will reward you two with $1 billion each. Crap, this is kryptonite coming to the show? Kryptonian lie detector test? First time I've seen that. I don't understand the rich man's world. The damned hatred of the rich just got a lot worse. And Su Chen smiled, directly ignoring Park Sung-hai. He looked at the other two judges and asked right to the point. In that case, which area would you two like to start the lie detector test with first? Let's start with the military. Judge Tom from the Lighthouse Nation Mercenary Corps rose straight to his feet, proudly pulling out a clear locket from one of the backpacks he carried. You just said, in the parallel universe in your mouth, China has been up and down for 5,000 years with countless historical achievements. Do you know how foolish and ridiculous this statement is? He raised the war medal in his hand. I have fought countless battles in my life, and through the experience of countless battles, I have become the holder of the highest achievement in our mercenary community, and at the age of 45, I was awarded the Lifetime Award of Honor. May I ask what is the highest military achievement in China, as you call it? King of Mercenaries, 45 years old to receive this medal. From what I understand in the history of Blue Star, he seems to be the first person, right? Although I look at this judge in a very unpleasant way, I have to admit that he is really strong. However, after Su Chen heard his proud introduction, his face did not have the slightest ripple, even some disdain. Having fought in hundreds of battles in his life, and having trained until he was 45 years old to receive lifetime honors, but in our China, there is such a thing as a title, Seal the Wolf, and the first Chinese god of war to receive this title used his practical actions to tell future generations what it means to be a true military genius. He made his first start at 18, with 800 Iron Horsemen. He overcame the Xiongnu and became famous in one battle. On the march again, 10,000 Iron Horsemen, killed 40,000 enemies, captured the Hun's Hunxi tribe's small golden man sacrificed to the sky, opened up the Hushi corridor, and directly changed the entire Han-Hungarian versus Han situation. 22. Seal the Wolf and ascend to the vast sea. He killed and captured 70,000 of the enemy's main force and completely crippled the Huns. He was directly crowned a god. What appears at first glance to be a somewhat fake curriculum vitae is a real part of history, and its owner's name is Hua Xiaodong, also known as the Great Han God of War. His life, it can be summarized in one sentence. That is, geniuses. They don't need to be practiced. Su Chen finished. The opposite Tom judge directly shook his head. The story you made up is too fake. An 18-year-old teenager directly becomes famous, and at 22 years old, he is even sealed as a god. Such a story would only appear in your Dragon Kingdom's online novels. What do you call this in the Dragon Kingdom? He frowned, suddenly remembering. Cool article. Yes, it's cool writing. He laughed lightly with disdain. I'm sure this Chinese war god in your mouth is a lie you made up. You don't know the rules of war. His words immediately aroused the recognition of the remaining two judges beside him. Even if they were not from the military, everyone had the common sense that war was not a person's fantasy, but a contest of strategy and absolute force. In the history of our lighthouse nation, there have been countless battles of empires fought in short order, but we have never been transitory in our touting of meaningless war heroes. Our Alexander the Great traveled thousands of miles and destroyed countless nations, and every one of his battles had a battle-loss ratio of 1 or more. Do you really think that war is as simple as your empty words? Facing Tom's aggressive questioning, Su Chen just smiled faintly. There was also such a group of self-righteous people in China in the previous generation who liked to analyze problems from their own point of view. There are even some so-called keyboard warriors who try to use their childish language. Go ahead and deny something that even you can't do. 18-year-old Hua Xiaodong is already a teenage general with a feudal title. And what are these 18-year-old keyboard warriors doing? Hiding behind a screen and silently outputting? In our China, during the Western Han Dynasty, the entire country was still in the age of farming, and warfare was in the infancy of infantry engagements. Su Chen weighed his words. The mind digested the vast database of the system's civilization data, searching for material suitable to corroborate his point of view. That's true of warfare in agrarian times, but anyone who's read some of Blue Star's historical military books can get that information from them. Tom thoughtfully continued to question. And that doesn't prove your story true or false. However, Su Chen, directly took over the topic. But before our champion Ho's debut, he made a point. Those infantry combat techniques in the ancient art of war have long since become unsuitable for large-scale cavalry regiments fighting in the vast grasslands. What is the winning formula against the Huns? The answer is simple. Light cavalry and fierce generals, fight in motion and destroy the Huns' vital forces. Tom was right. War is not simply a matter of words, and in the agrarian age, such strategic thinking was said to have existed since the dawn of time. Let's see what the history books of the time say. Go to the Sikh years 18, for the service center, good writing and shooting, and then from the great general to hit the Xiongnu, for the ticket Yao lieutenant, and light cavalry brave 800, straight abandon the army hundreds of miles to go to Li, beheading and arresting the head of the captives over the Dang. It was a time when the soldiers, horses, and troops of the hosts were inferior to the ticket riders. Su Chen explained. From this text, we can see that Hua Xiwei's first expedition was followed by not ordinary soldiers, but prima donnas who could ride and shoot well. In our current parlance, special forces. Is this the war mindset of that era? Tom's otherwise smug expression froze. With only a handful of provisions, he penetrated deep into the enemy's rear, fed on the enemy, executed a wide penetrating encirclement, and utilized the quality of his forces in a brilliant battle of annihilation. One can't cope in a chant made up out of thin air. So when Su Chen mentioned Hua Xiwei's art of war, Tom, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, instantly started sandboxing in his mind. But he made a startling discovery. The war strategy in Su Chen's mouth was surprisingly very reasonable. No, if this is all you have to go on, it doesn't prove that he can earn what you call the highest military achievement of sealing the wolf. At best, he's kind of just a tactically innovative military talent. Su Chen laughed. Not enough? Champion Ho is the biggest bug in the history of our Chinese war. In the age of war, the pinnacle of other people's dreams is just his starting point. Chinese AD 121, Battle of Hoshi. The champion marquis and the hopscotch marquis went all the way out to attack the Xiongnu, but unfortunately, he got lost along the way. After all, it was an era without satellite navigation, and there was a vast steppe of Gobi in front and behind. Ha ha ha, lost teenage general. Suddenly, what's wrong with this champion Ho being a bit nerdy? However, after traveling nearly 2,000 miles and consuming so much munitions material, how can we explain to the court if we don't win a battle? How can I explain to Emperor Wu? Su Chen's description caused some of the Dragon Country audience at the scene to burst into laughter. It was the first time they had seen such an interesting interpretation of history. Su Chen intentionally sold out. Let's see what happened to a few of the others who were out on the road at the time. First, we will see General Li Guang, the Order of the Longzhong. This famous unlucky man led 4,000 cavalrymen first, while Zhang Qian led the main force to meet them later. It wasn't long before the unlucky Li Guang once again ran into the main force of the Huns. The Han army fought bloody battles with the main force of the Xiongnu all night long, but never waited for Zhang Qian's backup troops. It turned out that Zhang Qian got lost again, and it was good that when Li Guang was about to run out of ammunition and food, Zhang Qian finally arrived with his troops. There was a great deal of laughter. It was the first time they had ever heard of such a lost fight. But there is no harm without comparison. Again, lost, some were hung. Some people once again get confused and keep getting lost. And some of them? But Hua Huzar, after losing his way, went deep into the enemy's column and traveled for a little more than half a month to the Qilian Mountains, where he successively beheaded the Xiongnu Shanhuan and the Shiktu Wang, as well as the Sangwa and the capital. Those who surrender, 2,500, more than 32,000 beheadings. The Chinese art of war has a cloud. Soldiers do not have a constant momentum. Water does not have a constant shape. Those who can win due to changes in the enemy are called gods. Tom's side of the family was dumbfounded to hear it. A critical question was asked. What about his battle damage ratio for this campaign? Beheading more than 30,000 Huns. If you're fighting out of ammunition on your side, then this isn't exactly what you'd call a bug battle. Su Chen, however, said indifferently. 3/10. Afterwards, there was even a Xiongnu's mournful song. Losing my Qilian mountains makes my 6 animals not flourish. Losing my Yanji mountains makes my marrying woman have no color. Tiny. Seal the wolf. Su Chen looked at this mercenary who claimed to have gotten the Lighthouse Nation Lifetime Achievement at the age of 45 with a "you are good at it" look. Asked softly, "May I ask if this teenage general of Huaxia is the biggest bug in the history of war?" In the pop-up, instantly exploded. What a great seal of approval. Such a general is indeed the existence of the crown before and after. I thought that the generations of emperors in Huaxia had already carried the weight of Huaxia's history, but I didn't realize that there were still such godly people. Why do I have the feeling that this Huo Zaiwei is the real traveler of China? This episode just started and it's back to high energy? Cold War era. The existence of the champion husband Huo is really quite buggy. Su Chen was on Earth in his previous life. The first time I heard about Huo's exploits, I was just as incredibly emotional as the Blue Star man in front of me. It's just a shame. It was only because of heaven's jealousy that Emperor Wu of Han had to suspend his northern expedition plan for a long period of time. And after that, Emperor Wu of Han even ordered the Huns to form an iron-armored army that lined up along Chang'an all the way to the tomb of Huo Zaiwei in Maoling after Huo Zaiwei's death. His mausoleum was built in the shape of Qilian Mountain to highlight the solid foundation that this brave general had laid for the Chinese territory. But, even so, the other three judges on the show, from outside the Dragon Kingdom, still expressed confusion. There is no royal court in the beaten desert because of getting lost. This is something that never happens even in Blue Star. Is it because the Huns on your side of China are too weak? Tom's question asked what was on many people's minds. Such a battle-loss ratio. Such an age. Even though the strategy is amazing. War is war after all, not a heroically cool story. Except for one possibility. It's not that Huo is too strong. Rather, the other side is too weak. Huns weak? Su Chen shook his head helplessly. This is a bit of a trick. Just now he spoke very clearly. In addition to Huo Zaiwei, the other generals of the northern expedition all the way to Li Guang. But the bloody battle was fierce. The Huns have existed side by side with the Chinese on our planet for thousands of years, and have been in such a state for hundreds of years in the border regions of our country. Su Chen thought about some of the movies and dramas in his previous life. The villains that often appear in it are then all Huns, and in some historical accounts, are outrageous beings. They were even called barbarians by the people of the Central Plains because of their coarse habits. Initially, after the unification of China by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Huns were expelled by General Meng Tian, and it was only during the early Han dynasty that they gradually slowed down and slowly became powerful. And after the Huns finally surrendered, one of them marched directly to the west. Su Chen glanced at Tom. The West, that's our Chinese term. You can understand it as a white race territory such as your lighthouse country. Upon arriving in the West, this army of Huns drove the Goths straight out of the primeval forests and took over their territory. The Goths then came to Roman territory and waged war within it, culminating in the death of the Roman emperor in battle. Here was a moment of confusion for all who heard it. That Park Sung-hai of the Lodi Consortium hastily interrupted and asked, "Wait, you mean that the Huns, who were killed by Huo Zaiwei to the point of having no royal court in the desert north, directly took over another country's territory when they arrived in the West? And the people of this country are equally tough, going to a Roman country and directly causing the other's emperor to die in battle?" Su Chen nodded. Right, so here's the question. Are the Huns too weak or what? Or is Huo too buggy? So the answer is simple. In the Han dynasty of China, there is a saying called, Su Chen said word for word, "Anyone who offends my strong Han will be executed even though they are far away." Hiss. At the show, there was an uproar. Good one though. What a juvenile champion husband. The war civilization of Huaxia is surprisingly so bright. Chen Xiaoming's home in Kyoto. After finishing another round of pre-promotion for the movie The World, he tiredly closed the live broadcast. Originally, he just wanted to simply publicize the Chinese civilization, this style of superb ancient emperor, but did not expect the Chinese civilization is too hot. The number of people in the live broadcast room can almost be comparable to the scale of Hollywood stars. The crew saw this and gave a direct order. All the main actors, after filming the live broadcast for a month, will be Mr. Su Chen. This script depth of interpretation to all want to understand the netizens is a kind of early out of the viewing guide. But the most popular side is still Chen Jiming's side. After all, the king of Qin, who was the first emperor in Chinese civilization for thousands of years, was simply too popular. Various questions directed at the movie Under Heaven and about Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the Universal Commonwealth of China made Chen Jiming, the actor, a bit overwhelmed. It's not easy to lead this class of netizens. I can understand only these. Chen Jiming's style so said. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, only Mr. Su is a self-proclaimed traveler from China. Want to understand more Chinese content? People still have to he himself for interpretation. But the netizens' enthusiasm is undiminished. Chen Jiming was only able to get off the air early because another live broadcast was now starting. Live broadcast of the second installment of Civilized Dialogue on the Universal Lie Detector. This side of the net just left. Chen Jiming also immediately ignored his fatigue and opened the live broadcast of all lie detectors. He could have heard that in this episode, Su Chen was facing several lie detector tests from foreign judges. Huaxia and the Dragon Kingdom were, after all, linked in a single lineage. But on the whole blue planet, what a civilization. How would Su Chen use Chinese civilization to deal with other different civilization types of lie detector tests? Offenders of my strong Han. Though far, far away. Just watched not a moment. Chen Jining's exhaustion will be swept away. A good Han dynasty. A good sealing of the wolf Jushu. Hua Zaiwei, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. Xiong Nu. The Dragon Kingdom Marketplace. About the publication of the book Huaxia is also only told to the Chu Ba Wang refused to cross the Wujiang River, but also by the publisher of All Evil stuck a chapter. So as for the back of the story of who took over the world, and how the dynasty, in addition to Su Chen and the publisher, no one in the Dragon State can know. At the time, when Zhao Yaran approached Chen Xiaoming to play the role of Emperor Wu of Han, Chen Xiaoming balked, full of only Qin Shi Huang's style of 1,000 years, but he is now. Suddenly another fire was lit inside. Hua Zhaoi. It's just not age appropriate. But, Emperor Wu of Han, he wants to act too. Program site. Tom, still undeterred in thinking about his lie detector angle, continued to ask. I recognize that. The champion marquis who sealed the wolf's death can indeed be called a tough general. But doesn't your China claim to have a magnificent history of 5,000 years? It's not possible that for 5,000 years, the only warrior and fierce general is this Hua Daisy, right? Su Chen laughed out loud. Then you've hit the nail on the head. If we are talking about triumphant bravado, we have Xuerengui's 3 arrows to fix Tianshan. 662 AD. More than 100,000 troops met the Tianshan mountain. The Tiela ministries of the elite soldiers and strong generals. But there is General Shui on the battlefield to challenge the enemy. Dozens of generals, not afraid to shoot 3 people, making more than 100,000 iron horsemen dismounted and surrendered. What a confident swagger. If we're talking about misery, we have the Battle of Yayama. Because of the command error, the southern Song sailors were all wiped out. The left prime minister committed suicide by throwing himself into the sea with the 8-year-old Song emperor on his back. A bucket of 800 royals jumped into the sea one after another, and the Empress Dowager went to the sea and committed suicide when she heard of the death. Subsequently, the more than 100,000 soldiers and civilians who accompanied them saw the failure of the navy and committed suicide together. More than 100,000 floating corpses at sea, stretching to the sky. Though defeated and sad, Su Chen's description couldn't help but make everyone at the scene stand in awe. But then he turned his words around. And we have the Yu family army of 800 to break the Jin's 100,000 strong army. There is the king of Qin of the great Tang dynasty, whose 100 horsemen have broken 100,000. There is Qin Qingji 3,000 decimated 370,000. Su Chen was talking up a storm, and the things he told were getting more and more bizarre. Lu Xiao, the son of Qi, facing Wang Mang's 300,000 strong army, with meteorites falling from the sky and strange winds rising. He captured mountains of supply wagons and equipment with only 10,000 men, 28 generals of Pantai, adjust taxes and rest with the people. But that's not what really comes first in my mind. Su Chen took a drink of water, subsequently glancing at the time. Everyone at the scene and in the live broadcast room had their appetites whetted and subconsciously held their breath, sitting and waiting for Su Chen to announce the answer. But the hosts will be on board and immediately take the stage. Apologized to the crowd. Sorry, everyone, due to the rules of the program, the first half of the round of the lie detector's civilization dialogue now comes to an end. Unfortunately, Major Tom did not find the loopholes of Chinese civilization of Mr. Su Chen. The second half of the round, it will be continued by Professor Jack. Everyone will see you in half an hour. What? No. Who the hell is it that came in first place? There was a wail from the scene. Pants are off. And you're giving me this? But Su Chen has long since stepped down. Entering the backstage lounge. Everyone can only be interested in the first half of the live broadcast. Once again return to the head to start watching again to savor once again. Starting with Hua. Then Su Chen's slapdash mention of each of the Chinese militarists and bruisers in the back simply pulled up their other interpretation and perception of China. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Also curious about what comes next in the second half of the round. What kind of lie detector questions will that adventurer from abroad ask? Backstage at the show, Zhang Yang walked into the restroom with an excited look on his face. The tableau in his hand kept slapping in his hand. Bull, 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 just bull. Su Chen asked with a smile. Am I the bull? Or is the champion husband who sealed the wolf's death the bull? All bulls. Zhang Yang sat down next to Su Chen's sofa with a relaxed face, and unscrewed the drinks on the table with a self-consciousness. These were specially provided to Su Chen by the program team, so he didn't treat himself as an outsider. I'm even. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. The bulls are the Chinese forefathers over in the parallel world. I'm just a civilization statement maker. Zhang Yang waved his hand. For the Dragon and Blue Star, as long as the show airs for one day, it means that the lies of the Chinese civilization cannot be debunked. But on the Dragon side, in fact, many people have already circulated the idea that you might be a real traveler, and that in a distant parallel time and space, there really exists a bullish China as you described it. Su Chen didn't explain any further. The vastness and greatness of China is more than the tip of this iceberg mentioned in the program. It was a brilliance unimaginable in all of Blue Star. However, the three people who came to challenge this time are just too childish. Zhang Yang finished his drink and peeled another orange from the fruit plate. As if this installment of the program had nothing to do with him, he explained, originally, we received a large number of calls from abroad and thought that this group of foreign viewers were going to send out some kind of genius lie detector to make things difficult for the Chinese lie. Because they rejected all of our program's previous proposals and were very confident that they were going to do it their own way. It turned out not to be expected. Their lie detector thinking is simply inferior to the most elementary auditions of our program. This civilized dialogue is simply wasia crushing their perceptions, arrogance, and ignorant. Su Chen nodded. Even in the previous life above the earth, the arrogance of the Westerners is notorious. It seems that even through the crossing, a lineage is a lineage, which is engraved in the bones. I'm actually curious as to why they're suddenly interested in our show. Zhang Yang looked deeply at Su Chen. Su Chen was instantly surprised. Pointing a finger back at himself, he burst into tears. It's not because of me, is it? Ha ha. Zhang Yang snapped his fingers and laughed as he watched the show. It's really because of you. That traveler company of yours has heard that it has recruited its first employee, who is still a small Heavenly King level curiosity in the music industry. Brother Milk Tea? Su Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Yeah, what's it got to do with him? Zhang Yang directly pulled out the frontline battle report from Liang Zhejun's side of the Dragon communication. It all started with the Chinese national-style song you wrote for the Longhua newsletter, and the traveler's package came out and directly made the foreign capital behind Brother Milk Tea take notice of your bug-like existence. And Milk Tea directly pissed off a music manager from a lighthouse country by terminating her contract with their company in order to learn the Chinese national style. He wrote off Ju music on the front foot. The backhand then poked our show and Chinese civilization as an oriental joke over to the Daily Beacon, which made the West happy, as they couldn't understand why Chinese civilization would set off such a big chain reaction in the Dragon Kingdom, but they won't miss any opportunity to mock us in the East. And, to them, anything in Chinese civilization is full of ridiculousness. Su Chen came to a sudden realization. Before and after things have surprisingly peaked and turned so many times in a month, he focuses on the program and the company between every day, and does not pay much attention to these outside gossip. And what about now? His curiosity was piqued as well. Zhang Yang directly switched an interface on his cell phone, and as the little prince of the West, he was so heartless that he mixed up as a manager in a private English group abroad. The name of the group translates to, Watch Wahoo Jokes Discussion Group. What a childish name. Su Chen spat out a sentence. Not only is the name of the group childish, the speeches inside are even more so. Zhang Yang said, just now during the program, I was bored and watched how they watered it down in the group. The group was making a lot of noise. All of them were scolding that Major Tom, saying that he only fights wars and has no brain. How can he not be able to dismantle even such a simple civilized lie? Apparently, they still don't believe in the great radiance of China. Said. Zhang Yang clattered and switched interfaces. Dozens of software in his hands were skillful and incomparable, and he didn't know what kind of hobbies he had in private. But Su Chen felt that this guy was not only suitable to be a variety director, but also more suitable to be a sleeper agent. Zhang Yang said, hundreds of clusters, mostly similar situations. These Westerners are really arrogant to the bone. I've never seen such a hard mouth. I guess after cremation they'll still have a mouth left in the ashes. Su Chen smiled. In that case, let the presence of that one give these Blue Star Westerners a good poke in the ego. Half an hour later. Stage. Facing the many expectant gazes that were whetting his appetite, Su Chen, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, picked up on the first half of the conversation and said softly, comes first in my mind. Wachovia has a special name for him. A generation of heaven. Those veteran spectators from the Dragon Kingdom on the scene froze. The pride of a generation? Following the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, this Su Chen how to come another generation of heavenly pride? How many more bigots are there in China that haven't been told yet? Professor Jack, who was the second-round judge, also subconsciously frowned. As an archaeologist who had set foot on most of the planets of the Blue Planet, an adventurer for that matter, he might not have as much insight in military matters as Major Tom, but in terms of insight, he thought he had seen a lot. He instantly snapped. The generation of heavenly pride you speak of, did you also seal the wolf? Su Chen was silent for a moment. A shake of the head followed. Jack continued to ask, So he also fed 1.4 billion people from a single seed? Su Chen continued to be silent. Jack thought for a moment. He pushed forward the technological civilization of Huaxia, or did something that laid the foundation of Chinese civilization? Su Chen confessed. Neither. Since we, in this installment, are talking about the military aspect of China, it's only natural to talk about the war aspect. His deeds are simple. Iron hooves on the march. God's whip on horseback. Jack and Tom and 3 other judges from outside the Dragon Kingdom laughed at once. Jack shook his head inside. You still have too little knowledge. Above the blue star, there are as many militarists on horseback as there are stars. As early as the last century in the West, we are the cavalry strategy. I have traveled and toured dozens of countries. In the west of the blue planet, it is known as the Mecca of the traveler nation. And many places are even rumored to have stories of the Knights of the Round Table and the spirit of chivalry. Some of them were called great emperors and ruled a country for hundreds of years of history. And some are taking the knight tactics to the extreme. It became an ancient tradition that exists to this day. Jack seemed to have caught Su Chen's weakness. Straight from the judge's table. When you were just talking about your Chinese wood way, I then had a sentence that I've been wanting to say all along. That because the Dragon Kingdom's geography and social system belonged to the farming-oriented, cold weapon era. That's what allowed you to fabricate the lie of a champion husband with a light cavalry strategy. On horseback warfare alone, it's still up to the Blue Star West. Jack's words were justified, citing some of the history of the Blue Star civilization, directly jumping out of the geographical history of the Dragon Kingdom to point out the loopholes in Su Chen's words. Compare that to Major Tom's military perspective. Jack's words were more of a civilized stand to question, but what he expected didn't happen. Instead, on the stage, Su Chen spoke in the calmest of tones about this Chinese generation's pride. Do you know any of the Blue Star civilizations where the Western Knight civilization is strong? Coincidence. What you are talking about is equally true on our planet, where the culture of chivalry is prevalent in the West, and even has all sorts of ancient traditions. But, his tone paused for a moment. His eyes glanced with a hint of playfulness at the live audience from abroad on the stage, and he asked clearly in Chinese, can you all guess where the battlefield of this generation of Heaven's Pride is located? The scene came alive. Is it the Huns he mentioned last turn? Is it the other horseback tribes? Is it hard to believe that it's a dogged intra-family power struggle? Since it's a horseback war, it's likely to have taken down the Middle Kingdom? For a while, there was a wide range of opinions, and Su Chen directly pointed his finger across the street. The 3 judges looked at each other in dismay. It was them? How is that possible? Major Tom was the first to respond. The Dragon Kingdom is almost the furthest distance away from us in the Lighthouse Kingdom on Earth. And according to your lie, the blue planet is 90% similar to Earth. So the geographic locations are roughly similar. Not to mention riding a horse. Even flying an airplane to fight is difficult. Ha ha, Su Chen burst out laughing. Right. This heavenly pride of our Huaxia is the one who beat you. The West. He is called the most powerful conqueror in the history of mankind. East to West. 25 years for the Iron Horse to cross the conquest. I've read the history of civilization in Blue Star. In this world, your greatest Maro Empire took almost 600 years to build an empire of 10 million square kilometers. However, this parallel world's generation of heavenly pride has conquered a total land area of 30 million square kilometers. 30 million square kilometers. What kind of concept is that? If you put it into today's context, that would be the equivalent of more than 30 countries with a population of nearly 3 billion people. The scene was suffocated. Especially those Blue Star Westerners who came to see the joke of Huaxia. Su Chen had just said that this generation of heavenly pride was hitting them in the West. The Western empires who boasted that the Knight civilization was number 1 in the world. 25 years versus 600 years. One country versus more than 30 countries. And Su Chen's magical description of this heavenly pride was just beginning. Jack, how many soldiers did he use? Su Chen, 100,000 people. Jack, what about his enemies? Su Chen, wipe out 600 million people. 100,000 people beating 600 million? You have to realize that the people he defeated were not just backward tribes, but various large countries with more developed economies, cultures, tens of millions of people, and even millions of armies. The Dragon Nation now exclaimed at once. What kind of fairy military man is this? How did he do it? A generation of heavenly pride. Truly awesome. Those Westerners, on the other hand, each had an ugly, grim face. Arrogant, tough talk. People's generation of Chinese pride used only 100,000 people to steal the old home. And Jack, still not dead, asked, if it is to fight a harassment war, 100,000 people of special forces, indeed, can do it, but it is clear that his final rule will suffer from the constant counterattacks of those Western nations. Su Chen glanced at him. No, the most magical thing is here. After the iron hooves went out, he didn't just win the war, he ruled for nearly 250 years. In the time of any dynasty, this man who conquered half the world was unprecedented. Speaking of which, all three judges were dumbfounded. The 1,000-year-old Park Sun-hai, who was only here for the kryptonite lie detector test, was even more direct. Neither civilization is capable of such tactics and domination. Magic. Su Chen's description was simply magical to the point of being unbelievable. However, Su Chen seemed to have anticipated it long ago, pointed to the big screen behind him. So, just now, during the break, I directly used technology to restore a portion of some historical images from my past life. So I'll let you all see how a generation of heaven's pride crushed the Western world with 100,000 people. The large screen that had been used to monitor the program data suddenly went dark. Immediately, a deafening sound of horses' hooves resounded throughout the program and the broadcast. The yellow sand in the sky. The hooves of iron that covered the sky came from far and near in the picture, as if they had crossed time and space and descended on this parallel blue planet. On the fiery battle flag, the 9 standards pattern with its grassland undertones delineated a sunrise-like golden color that filled everyone's sight. Countless muffled voices called out the name of their Sky Khan, Genghis Khan, live from the programmed lie detector for all. All the viewers, including the live broadcast on the Dragon countryside, were all stunned by the shocking scene in front of them. At the Blue Star, it's not that there are no movies and TV shows about medieval Western warfare, but they have never seen such a shocking and realistic scene. Su Chen simply used the civilization data in the system exchange mall, coupled with the special effects technology of the system's gold finger, to restore the dust of history as much as possible. Not as good as the real scene at the time though, but it was enough of a shock for the people of the Blue Star world. A Cold War from a parallel world, the Gully of the Mountains. It is like a winding and circling gnarl, and like a hump that travels through the grassland mists, linked by the arm, the medieval uncontaminated blue sky, and jingoistic steppe lions unstoppable. In that instant, the entire world suddenly became shattered, as if the only thing left was the devastated cold weapon Iron Blood. The Western Knights, who clearly had a sheet of Eastern European blood, were equally well trained. As Professor Jack said, Knight culture, likewise, is the cultural treasure of the Western world, but this treasure is now being crushed by an unparalleled power from the Chinese civilization. Templar heavy cavalry, gunslingers, archers, conscripts. They were bloodthirsty, led by the cavalry on the left and right flanks, with archers pulling out their bows and arrows to meet the reckless advancing Mongolian iron horsemen in unison, while on the side of the formation were priests from the Holy See patiently praying for blessings for the soldiers in each array, inspiring warriors from all over to rise to the occasion. They are convinced you will be favored by heaven when you die in battle yourself. But, just as the entire Western Allied army was about to break into the Mongolian front line, what awaited them was a hailstorm of arrow strikes. Mongol cavalry from China covered their horsemen with swifter rapid fire, and were like young cornstalks, smashed to pieces by hail. Hiss. Good strong Chinese iron horsemen. This is what you call an elite unit that's been refined over 1,000 times. The western side of the blue planet. Their faces got unusually ugly, especially on the side of the Daily Beacon that was on the phone with Jason. The busy cacophony of the newspaper office disappeared. The large office was filled only with the real and unmistakable sounds of killing and soldiering. These proud Western nations of the Blue Star for thousands of years. Ever seen your own civilization being crushed by such a strong and brutal madness? Even the most knowledgeable war correspondents had their hearts pounding. This image was from a small local variety show in the Dragon Kingdom. But this kind of cold weapon pure body harvesting scene was something that would make every human being tremble in fear. A phrase inexplicably popped into their heads. Good on. They live in a world called Blue Star. Program site. Su Chen's production of restored images of the Western expedition continues. Blitzkrieg. For the Mongolian iron horsemen who have been fighting all year round, it is as skillful as eating and drinking water. Round 1 of the exchange. The Western Allied forces were immediately thrown into a confused and chaotic state, and many of the noble cavalrymen turned their horses around, unmotivated to fight and wanting to flee. But, all of a sudden, a Mongol officer carrying a triangular flag began to dance a huge long pole, on which an ugly head, with a queer beard, was placed, and a vapor, thick with smoke, immediately arose, and with a foul odor rapidly spread through the whole army. This flag with crossed sheep and consumptive cattle bones is laced with reeds and cow dung, croton, gunpowder, and wolfsbane. The smoke seemed to suck out the last of the Western Union's morale in an instant, and the rear of their escape. The flag of the Chinese Iron Cavalry suddenly reappeared, and another wave of cavalrymen, as if they were evil foes, with wet cloths on their faces, leapt out from the smoke, and in the midst of the sky's flames, they crushed and killed them directly like chopping and slicing vegetables. And not far from the hill, a stout, bearded man holding a horsewhip looked indifferently at the shocking scene of war before him. Behind him, on the back of the horse sat the chiefs from the various tribes, watching the man's mountainous back with an almost ardent gaze, whispering his name softly. Genghis Khan. A war to knock on the door of the West. A restoration of a war from a parallel world has thus been plunged into darkness once again. Wait for the lights to come on. It took the viewers of the National Lie Detector to wake up as if from a dream, and many of them got chills down their backs and were shocked to realize that this was just a variety show, not a spirit returning to the other world. The two white judges from the West subconsciously glanced at each other. Such a war, such military irony, such an elite group of men and women, totally crush all medieval armed forces of the blue planet. The moment. It was only then that they suddenly realized that the phrase Su Chen had just said about the most powerful conqueror in the history of mankind was not a joke. This generation of Chinese pride, it can indeed be done. Time flowed quietly until the host took the stage, and after a few reminders, the duo simply shook their heads. How could a variety show see such a shocking war scene? As a mercenary major in the Lighthouse State, Tom has been on quite a few missions, but modern warfare was more about precision strikes. The battle of technology, where he had seen such a shocking scene. The adventurer who prided himself on his knowledge was even more pale. Even though he had traveled most of the planet in Blue Star, he had a deep understanding of the history of the many civilizations of the Blue Planet, but under the absolute crushing of civilization, all of this had long exceeded his knowledge. A variety show. How could such a horrible and shocking Chinese civilization be hidden? I still can't believe in the existence of HWA though, but I'm sure there will be more people that will join in debunking you afterward. That Cold Kingdom's powerful daughter from the Lu Di Consortium was still unconvinced with her mouth, but she couldn't mention any meaningful insights. I await your revelation. Su Chen laughed indifferently. Once the program is over, within the Dragon Kingdom, those fans who had always identified with the Chinese civilization were once again in a frenzy. Civilized dialogue in the Cold War era, genius generals, all sorts of over-the-top Chinese generals, and the generation of heavenly pride that appeared at the end. This is simply China's war heavenly group. The world is so big. I want to visit China. And at the moment, at the home of Chen Xiaoming in Kyoto, the veteran actor from the Dragon Kingdom, who had just wanted to call and discuss with the publisher's side about the plan to cast Han Wu-di in the movie, was in a tangle at the moment. It's over. After watching Su Chen's display of a generation of heavenly pride, he also developed a desire to play the role of this iron-blooded Khan of China. Great. It's really great. And backstage at the show, Su Chen had just returned to the lounge when Zhang Yang, the director of this installment of the show that was purely groping for fish, held up the dozens of vest groups on his phone and brought a new message. That Park Sung-hai. I told you, she is a person who knows nothing about lie detector tests. Why did she run to our program site to take up a judge's spot? So, she reported for such a purpose. Su Chen subconsciously smiled. The whole program length of more than 2 hours. It looks like this one is paid to touch the fish. Also, this installment is purely a brainless smear made by the Daily Beacon side in order to grab hold of the Eastern countries. It's just that they think too much. They underestimated the 2 months or so of cross-country lie detection on Lie Detector for All. Also underestimated Wachovia. What's going on? Su Chen took the opportunity to pick up Zhang Yang's slack. Take advantage of the fact that you are showing off the Chinese Iron Cavalry in the second half of the round. Zhang Yang's gaze swept the chat group of various languages on his phone and added, just to be clear beforehand, I'm not touching the fish. I've thought of so many texts about Chinese military civilization regarding this edition of the Chinese Civilization Dialogue. He is afraid that Su Chen a phone call directly to speak to the side of the director of the Sun Station. The hat will not be guaranteed. That's when he got back to the point. I joined a few more foreign groups discussing our program during the show. It's good to know what their subsequent plans are. As it turns out, it's quite a scoop for me. Speaking of this, Zhang Yang gloated. In one of the entertainment company groups of the Cold Kingdom's Lodi group, I was surprised to see that Park Sung-hai made a company announcement just after she left the show. She's going to join forces with several foreign civic companies to set up a new program. Oh, Su Chen was instantly interested. This Zhang Yang was really talented not to be a spy agent. It had only been an hour and he had penetrated the other company's internal group? How did he do that? He suddenly remembered the time when he Xiao Xiao led the Travelers fan club. The two share similarities and differences. Got to get the two of them to exchange on this particular skill sometime. What program? He asked, with an indescribably puzzled look on his face. Zhang Yang's answer was announced. The name of the program is called Other Travelers in the World. Open-mindedness. Su Chen's biggest doubt about this installment of the program was suddenly cleared up, and he came to his senses. Are you saying that her purpose is not to participate in our all lie detectors at all, but to do an on-site research? Wanting to see what level of Chinese civilization we have on our show and in our show? Su Chen's mind turned extremely fast. Zhang Yang gave Su Chen an approving look with a gaze that was worthy of you, and exclaimed, how did you guess? The general meaning of their company's announcement document is really something like that. His hand scratched out a screenshot. This document was in cold text, but Su Chen, who had absorbed the data of the civilization in his previous life, had no trouble reading it. The meaning of the document says it all. The Cold Kingdom's Ludi Consortium will lead a number of foreign entertainment companies to launch a traveler-themed program globally this month. The document says, since the Dragon Kingdom's all lie detectors mentions a Chinese civilization that can't be debunked at this point in time, then, according to the parallel world theory, it was simply impossible for there to be only one crossing civilization in the world, and she didn't believe that the Chinese civilization was really as bright and dazzling as Su Chen had said. So, other travelers in the world will be open to the world, and is looking for contestants to sign up, all of whom can claim to be travelers from a parallel Earth, as long as you come up with your civilizational lies and proofs of falsification. After taking a lie detector test on their show, you can win a full $10 billion. It's 10 times the size of the universal lie detector. Even as soon as an otherworldly civilization more powerful than China emerges in the other travelers in the world show, the capital behind this global lie detector show will fully build up that winner civilization with a more polished production. This is coming for our show and Chinese civilization. Su Chen was surprised by this Park Sun-hai's flirty maneuver. Sure enough, underestimated the man and the episode. To be able to become the head of one of the four major consortiums of the Cold Kingdom's daughter, naturally, is not an oil lamp. In the program has been groping the fish, and even said to Kryptonite to support the other two judges of the silly white sweet speech. It turned out to be a kind of disguise for her, but it only makes sense. As a consortium daughter, her ends justify her means, and now she's doing what's befitting her status. Honestly, I feel a crisis. If there really are other players in this world who claim to be travelers and come up with a lie that is far more brilliant than the Chinese civilization, then I'm afraid that you and our show will all become stepping stones for them. Zhang Yang said. No way. Su Chen suddenly smiled as a plan rose in his mind. I don't know. He suddenly smiled and asked Zhang Yang, would you be interested in joining my fan base? Zhang Yang froze, didn't understand Su Chen's deeper meaning. The Chinese ceiling of wolves and wolves. 100,000 people crushed half the planet's generation of heavenly pride. There was also every one of China's military wizards that Su Chen mentioned in this episode. All of them have once again set off the big and small corners of the Dragon Kingdom. Until I watched this episode, people only afterward realize, Su Chen in the Huaxia, this otherworldly historical novel, is still too low profile. For example, the era of Qin Shi Huang, able to unify the 6 countries, then the people within the Great Qin by Qi, and the brothers of Meng Tian, etc. These do not have too much space for heroes, must have its own superiority and sparkling life. Just as the successive emperors of Huaxia were simply too dazzling, they covered up the light of these people in general. Everyone started digging with interest for any details in the book Huaxia, but history is more than just history books. It's never a story in a book, or a cliché, or a green plum, right or wrong. After they actually get to savor the gritty end details of that HWA, it was only then that the more majestic side of Chinese history was truly appreciated. In the dustbin of history in a parallel world, someone was in the midst of the roiling white light, in a white robe, with black hair and black pupils, and a blood-colored cloak dancing and fluttering wildly. He is a bright red backdrop in the history of China. In the midst of the roiling yellow dust, someone looked at the rolling wolf smoke and shouted out, "Poor Taoist Zhang Jiao, please invite the great man to die." In the springtime of the city, someone was covered in mud, roared, "Kings and lords, rather than men." The book Huaxia. They can't be read or savored. Riverside. The first thing he did when he returned to the company, Su Chen went to see what the former little heavenly king of the dragon country music scene was doing at the moment. Once inside the company's front door, then came all sorts of shouts from Brother Milk Tea, this little musical genius who originally carried a showy and introverted look. At this moment, looking at the various Chinese traditional musical instruments that Su Chen had specially made for him, he was falling into the biggest madness of his life. Boss, Milk Tea Brother Big and Small is also considered a deservedly popular little king of the Dragon Kingdom. Previous years, graduated from Berklee College of Music in the Lighthouse State, easily taking first place in the department. Later on the examination of a number of capital, he was gifted, listening to the sound of the keys to amaze the crowd. In just a few years, not only his music is popular in the Dragon Country, there have also been a total of hundreds of songs written for others, large and small, considered the top talent in the Dragon National Orchestra today. But, such was his mind that he nearly exploded when he was confronted with the Chinese music theory from a parallel world. He followed Su Chen's words and gained an in-depth understanding of China's civilization heritage, starting from the ancient Chinese poetry before Su Chen's all lie detectors was revamped. Experiencing that treasure humanities from the bright civilization, then to the world for the shock of the ancient songs, architectural aesthetics, generations of emperors, and finally his civilization journey stops at Su Chen's magnificent spine and stunning opera voice at the Global Music Festival. His whole being was in a state of self-doubt about the music he had previously studied. I can't imagine how your arranging skills and Chinese vocals, boss, combine that nostalgic cultural background in a modern musical genre. This little diva has completely put himself out of his mind and simply sees himself as a musical apprentice. One grabbed Su Chen's hand and begged for help. You show me the small sample you tried to write. Su Chen took the few original attempts handed over by Brother Milk Tea, and he who had mastered the data of the music civilization in his previous life saw the problem at a glance. Cat by cat. Drawing a cat is not a good idea. Su Chen frowned. Ha! Milkman blinked in confusion, his small eyes filled with great wonder. What do you mean, boss? That is to say, you have an empty melody, but no divinity. Su Chen directly broke the sky with a single word. In a previous life, there was once a musical global superstar who, in the face of Chinese music being covered and invaded by the Korean wave, took his national style music and uttered a supreme statement. Milkman froze. What quote? Su Chen patted his shoulder and left behind that musical idea that the one from another time said. We, Hualu, are the dicks. Boom. Brother Milk Tea seemed to freeze in place at once, the nerves of his brain like a lightning strike. Lack of charisma? Hallyu is the dick? For a long time. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, looking at his small sample of the song that he had so far mimicked the melody of. His eyes were again repeatedly studying the song Blue and White Porcelain that Su Chen had taken to him. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the lyrics of Celadon. Something snapped into focus. Confidence. It's civilized confidence. Whether it's the arrangement of the song itself, or the lyrics that reveal the kind of elegance and lightness that is unique to Chinese civilization. But hidden behind it all is that pampered, civilized confidence. It's he who is strong, let him be strong. The fresh wind whisks the mountains with the air of a great nation. Is even if the tune is nostalgic, but it still amazes everyone, even in which civilization in world, as long as the opera cavity is open, the world will know that the world is surprised by the composure. Is never seen in the Dragon Kingdom, never had one either, but in every area of Chinese civilization, there is that powerful divinity that is revealed in detail everywhere. Because, Hallyu is the dick. Light imitates the melody. It is not possible to write a real Waryu. Su Chen didn't belabor the point too much, but he believed that with Brother Milk Tea's talent, he only needed a bit of aura to be enlightened. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would never have faced the whole world and supported half of Chinese pop music with the most written attitude. Back in his office, he pulled down the curtains. Brother Su Chen's traveler lie cannot be uncovered. He opened the Crosswalker Harem fan group that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time, and the first thing he saw was Xiaoxiao's rallying cry. The other travelers of the world. What kind of shit show is this? It's a plagiarism. As the first force of the travelers in the Dragon Kingdom, most of the members of the general group were the first generation of patriarchs who fought against Qin Shi Feng at the time, and later, as the programmatic landscape of the dialogue of civilizations ascended, the fans of the travelers and Wasia grew with each passing day in the Dragon Kingdom, and this general group has become a mecca for all fans. South to north. Unstoppable. Every elementary school student in the group can recite the ancient poems of Huaxia backwards and forwards. If you ask who the last emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was, perhaps they don't know. But if you ask which tiny character left a glimmering chapter in the dust of Huaxia's history, they can be as good as they are. And Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly the top of the food chain in their holy land beside Su Chen. Not for a few days. This little girl unexpectedly with amazing perseverance, read more than a dozen masterpieces of management. Listening to Aunt, he said. The little girl began to study the imperial Yangqi in the book Huaxia. Su Chen sweated profusely, panicking. What a shame. This was Xiaoxiao's statement in the group, facing the clutter of the group. As soon as Xiaoxiao appeared, the chat box that was originally brushing the screen became quiet, as if waiting for Xiaoxiao to be giving orders. Training is in order. Discipline is strict. Where is this like a bunch of middle school students? Su Chen inwardly even more shocked. This is only a month. This group of fans have changed so much? Where is this progress? It's clearly evolution. President, aren't you angry? A group manager whose note was third year class 2 Zhou Xiaopeng asked. The 10 groups I manage, nearly 5,000 people, all of them are studying how to go to the extranet and play as their own people like last time. Self-hacking operations. Childish. Xiaoxiao analyzed in the group. Last time, when we played Qin Shi Feng fans, we took advantage of the right place and the right time. This little girl spoke with a set of words. But this time, how can we play it when we don't know anything about the contestants on their show, the countries they belong to, the history of their country's civilization? A burst of blood. Su Chen looked in awe. This little girl is simply amazingly perceptive. Did she learn this from Xia? Ha? What then? That Zhou student asked bitterly. Ha! He Xiao sent a sneer in the group and suddenly typed out a word they had never heard before. Have you guys been watching Brother Su Chen's Huaxia? In the paragraph of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the king of Qin used a trick called the Three Immortals Offering Tripods Bureau when he was changing the law in Xianyang's way? Crap. Not to mention the gang of elementary school students in the group. Even Su Chen, who had been peering at the screen, was directly sweating, his eyes widening as he looked at He Xiaoxiao's avatar, as if in a vague way. What he saw was not a schoolboy from the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it was a magnificent female emperor from the prime of China. The Three Immortals Offering Tripod Bureau. The top Chinese Yang Mao. The Three Immortals Offering Tripod Bureau. Su Chen in this parallel world. Only in the Huaxia book written to the Xianyang change of law in a simple stroke. It really alludes to the four great masterpieces of Huaxia from the Journey to the West chapter. It was the Jade Emperor who used a stone monkey to lay out the heavenly court. Who do the three immortals refer to? Tai Shan Lao Jun, Queen Mother, Jin Yuan de Xian. In Chinese history, in addition to the King of Qin, there are also Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty. Chao bosses and other people have used this scheme. The most disgusting thing about it is that everything is in the open. You know it is a game, but just cannot be broken. What Su Chen really felt shocked was that he hadn't published Journey to the West in the parallel world, and according to the publication progress of Huaxia, he had only talked about the Battle of Wujiang of the Western Chu battler. The latter Han Wu Di and Three Kingdoms have yet to actually land on the blue planet. He Xiao. This little girl even relied on the paragraph of Xianyang's change of law, and directly integrated the Three Immortals Offering Tripod Bureau? What an amazing talent. There's one to say. Su Chen suddenly began to wonder what kind of evolution He Xiao would have when the chapter of Huaxia came out with the Three Kingdoms. He paid no further attention to the group dynamics. After all, the behavior of the fans does not represent the star itself, as the real soul of the traveler's harem group. On the old six, who can compare to him Su Chen? So what if it's a parody copying the national lie detector? Perhaps He Xiao and director Zhang Yang also failed to see that Park Sung-hai's real intention for this imperial millennial was not to use other crossers of the world, to create an even hotter variety show than Dragon Kingdom's all lie detectors. As a traveler, Su Chen understood the cold country people's way of thinking better than anyone else in the world. Suppressing Dragon Country's all lie detectors and utilizing this wave of traffic from lie detectors to earn gimmicks is just the first step of her plan. Merchants for profit. But it was just a pawn in her plan. Across the blue planet globe, the call goes out to the true universal contestants to bring out their most valuable civilizations to weave lies on their show and win prizes, while these radiant civilizations simultaneously surrender their words to the show itself, saying that they are helping to develop it. Actually, it's fetishized. This is the second step of Park Sun-hai's Lottie Group plan. It was also very much in line with Su Chen's previous life's consistent perception of the people of the Cold Kingdom, and her real intentions. It's wanting the civilization of China. Su Chen's gaze flickered. In this episode of Civilized Conversation of All Lie Detectors, Park Sung-hai seems to be playing the whole thing and pretending to be a silly white sweetie, but he and Zhang Yang are not wrong in their estimation. For her purpose in this episode is to come to the research. However, Zhang Yang only saw the first layer. She wasn't doing research to go back and create a show similar to Dragon's All Lie Detectors. What she was researching was the value of Chinese civilization. 10 times the $10 billion prize for the national lie detector. The more refined and feared capitalization than all the IPs of Huaxia is all a bureau of Park Sung-hai as the head of the family's daughter. Who wants to pass other travelers in the world, to suppress Huaxia's commercial value and market on this parallel world? Then, at a time when the value of the wasp is getting lower by the day, take away all the civilization of China directly. Su Chen could even imagine it. After all the global traffic had been temporarily diverted to her show, Other Crossers of the World. After that, this woman would come to the aid of Lie Detector for All with a pretentious gesture, joining in the capital of the program in the name of capital injection, slowly nibbling away at it, and eventually annexing it outright. And once the show is in her hands, all she had to do was to take control of Su Chen and the treasures of Chinese civilization that Su Chen spoke of. That is the Millennium Plan. It's just a shame. Su Chen smiled to himself in the office. The reason why he pulled all the curtains as soon as he came in was that he had his own response. A response that was considered his first secret in this world. I'm a real traveler. And the Chinese civilization. You Cold Kingdom people wanted it and took it for yourselves in your previous life. And in this life, I won't let you have your way. On this parallel world, the only one who can defeat me is myself. He skillfully opened his own computer. In the lounge of the All Lie Detectors program team, he had briefly read on Zhang Yang's phone the other travelers in the world's program plan. Only that it was an internal document, so it was not released to the public. But this tawdry maneuver by the little prince of Zhang Yang's best also helped Su Chen's plan gain a head start. Extranet. There has been a heated discussion about this episode of the dialogue on military civilization on lie detection for all, with a large number of users on the Daily Beacon and a number of media boards in other countries. But unsurprisingly, everyone expressed a sense of skepticism and disdain for the Huaxia civilization in Su Chen's mouth. Lighthouse country, eagle country, bread country, lotus land. There were also the Cold Kingdom in the east, the Ko Kingdom, and so on, all of which had their own pages discussing the matter. But soon, on every page, suddenly there appeared one bizarre post after another with different titles but extremely similar general meanings. In the world, Su Chen is not the only traveler. I'm also from a parallel world, and in my civilized realm, where the culture is just as bright. I will use my story to show you what a true traveler is. Post subject. Shocking the pages. And in these posts, as if to prove themselves, while using the first-person self-referential body, they go so far as to come up with categories of civilization that have never existed on the blue planet, such as the so-called pyramids of godly architecture. Take for example the pinnacle of fantasy, Dungeons and Dragons, or, on the Cold Kingdom's page, the name of its post was surprisingly very pandering to the people of the Cold Kingdom, saying, in our parallel world, the Cold Kingdom is the center of the universe. For example, at the origin of our dimension, as early as more than 9,000 years ago, our Cold Kingdom's ancestors established the Huan Kingdom, which consists of 12 federations. Its territory lies unknown to Mongolia and Lake Baikal, and encompasses the later generations of Irang, Pakistan, Afghans, Wasia, and Kao, 50,000 miles north and south, and 20,000 miles east and west. This divine post is out. Not to mention the netizens of other countries. Even the academic and archaeological circles of the Cold Country's own family were dumbfounded. What? In the parallel world, our Cold Country even dominated Asia and Europe 9,000 years ago, and established such a huge regime? Nice guy. The netizens of the Blue Star Cold Country called out a good guy. It turns out that in other realms, the four major ancient civilizations are small case, and the various evidences that archaeologists have vomited and dug up suddenly seem worthless and small in front of such history. Awesome. Layout. The netizens of the Blue Star Cold Country quickly went into a state of ecstasy almost immediately after a pause of less than an hour. Ashiet, the capital city of the Cold Country. A popular primetime program called Music Bank, relying on the high popularity of those fresh male and female groups live, and the scene of the program that exploded in the world of variety arts. A specially purchased live girl group Otaku fan was waiting for his favorite group to come out, and when he was bored, he opened a mysterious website, but didn't look at it for more than a few moments. He then straightened his eyes and his breath caught. What is the meaning of this? Beside him, his traveling female companion, who had a face full of plastic surgery, turned her head sideways when she saw the difference in his appearance. It's All People Lie Detector, a variety show that's been very hot in Dragon Kingdom lately. And there's a guy claiming to be a traveler from a parallel world, and the Chinese civilization in his mouth seems to be very impressive. This Konishi Hachi had obviously been paying attention to what was happening in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Explain things, traveler? The expression of her fellow female companion stiffened. Chinese civilization? Won't anyone tear him down? That show, Lie Detector for All, was all about high-energy dialogue throughout, using every imaginable way to debunk, but Frozen allowed the fake traveler's prize money to roll over to the present day of $64 million. The geek's tone was full of envy and jealousy. $64 million. Her fellow female companion covered her mouth, her eyes flashing a myriad of money symbols. But the geeks are oblivious, said to himself. So how can this kind of shitty lie stand up? And Huaxia, the Dragon Kingdom's civilization is considered weak in many areas around the globe. So it's ridiculous to make a lie about Huaxia to make up for the gap in their civilization. Just now in this global forum, there was a bigwig from our Cold Country who claimed that he was also a traveler. And he said that in the parallel world, we, the Cold Kingdom, are the origin of the universe, and it goes into all sorts of details that correspond to many things in our world, yet are extremely different. I think that's a real traveler. That traveler from China is ridiculous, said. His eyes returned to his cell phone over the self-exploding traveler god post, not even noticing the appearance of his beloved girl group. Such a situation. It's also happening to varying degrees among the various countries of the Blue Star globe, and depending on the time difference, some people are seeing it on their way to work, while others may be browsing it in the shower. But without exception, with the appearance of these self-exploding crossover god posts, corresponding crossover identities appeared in various countries, and the whirlwind seemed to drive others, with more and more people joining in on the pages of various countries. One by one, they claimed to be from parallel worlds, weaving lies that belong to their imagined travels, but on the highest popularity. It's still the earliest batch of those self-exploding posts that appear that are the most popular. Netflix even made a hot post recap. In the self-explosion thread, the civilization testimonies that appeared in order were the mysterious pyramids, the fantasy masterpiece Dungeons and Dragons, the Renaissance in the age of romance and adventure, the Lotus Kingdom of the greatest Buddha, the Cold Kingdom's theory of the origin of the universe, and the Kingdom of Ko's kingdom of fantasy, to name a few. Godly, breaking. Even the netizens of their countries wondered if travelers really existed in the world anymore. And on the side of the Daily Beacon, it was meant to make a global fool out of the dragon's Huaxia lie, but I didn't expect that crosser from the dragon to directly counterattack the West with an over-the-top military strategy. The white-bearded editor-in-chief was chafing at why he got a call from an old friend that early in the morning, regarding the complaint against the Daily Beacon. These days are like snowflakes, but just then, the winds have turned sharply against them for all the bad reviews, and many of the people who have cursed the Beacon Journal for its absurdity and ridiculousness have instead begun to thank them for being a voice for their civilization. What the hell? The white-bearded editor-in-chief hurriedly sent someone to find out, but the news he got simply dropped his jaw. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, that there is a large number of travelers all over the Blue Star globe, and all weaving their own lies of civilization? What's more, there are parallel world stories of great romantic heroism within the lighthouse country called the Marvel Universe. Its central character is named Captain America? Damn it! What a wonderful name! Dragon Kingdom, Riverside City, High-Tech Industrial Park, Traverser Company. Closing the external web page of dozens of accounts, Su Chen stretched a long lazy waist. The whole day, he successively played different identities. In the whole network of the Blue Star have woven the identity of another Traverser lies. So tired, he got up and poured a cup of refreshing tea. He could roughly imagine how the posts, once they appeared, then how the gale would be swept through Blue Star, otherworldly civilizations. Since Park Sung-hai wanted to use Global Entertainment's hand to hold a knife to slash at all lie detectors in Chinese civilization, he didn't mind going to be that knife himself and cutting the Le D Consortium's hand first. $10 billion bonus? A more refined production of the traveler's civilization? Then we'll see who's manipulating who when the time comes. Although Yi Xiaoxiao's Three Immortals offering tripod game was ruthless, she was after all only an elementary school student, and the true essence of making a game is that I am the chessboard itself. Boss. The receptionist knocked on the door at that moment, followed by a group of unfamiliar guests who were staggering in shock at the mortis antennae decorations and diva-like staff in the company. Mr. Su, we should have come to pay our respects a long time ago. A man in plain clothes at the head went forward and took the initiative to shake Su Chen's hand. Su Chen didn't wait for them to introduce themselves. He guessed the identity of this group of people. Counting the time, they should have come. We are from the investment attraction of Riverside City, and we have heard about you and your Chinese civilization for a long time, but it suffers from a lack of access. I don't dare to pay a visit, but the above has given us a good policy this time, wanting to take advantage of this new cultural card of ours to truly make Riverside City a coordinate city of Chinese civilization. Speaking of which, Su Chen understood at once. This was a grant of land. Just in time, Su Chen warmed up, putting the other travelers around the world matter to the back of his mind for the time being, and took out from the table the business plan for the traveler's Blue Star, which had long been drawn up for more than a month, and handed it to this line of people. Since there are instructions from above, as the first spokesperson of Huaxia, it is incumbent upon me to cooperate. This way, in my plan, I want to first create a Chinese civilization museum from a parallel world civilization with Zhongbin City, and exhibit the Chinese national treasures and history that I know, one by one. My initial estimate of the approximate area needed is 50,000 square meters. Hiss, are you building a palace? A few days later, over the weekend, a group of elementary school students of varying skin tones were welcomed into a library in New York City, Lighthouse Country, just after it opened. They didn't have the first option of going to the favorite children's fairy tale area. Instead, they sat at the long table in the hall, reverently pulling a printed copy of the homemade book out of his school bag. A freckled little boy at the head of the group said as the crowd watched, "This is the treasure I found. The Avengers." He pointed to some of the crooked images he had drawn on the cover and described them one by one. This one, in the red and blue tights, is named Spider-Man, and he's an ordinary student in the Lighthouse State, just like us, but after he was bitten by a spider, he possessed all the supernatural powers of the spider lineage, and his brightest abilities are self-healing and spider silk. When night falls, the New York City criminals, pursued by the police car, did not realize that over the cash truck they had just robbed, a figure approached, accelerating with the great elasticity of spider's silk, and behind his spidery mask was the calm, cool gaze of a high school student. Description of freckled boy. not only attracted the attention of all the Lighthouse Country elementary school students, but also let some adults in the library cannot help but stop, including a head wearing a painter's hat with a pipe in the mouth of a middle-aged cartoonist. Such a scenario. The same happened in other countries of the Blue Planet. In the middle of a noble castle that had been inherited for hundreds of years in the Eagle Kingdom, noble women were sipping fine aromatic tea, a pianist was playing beautiful music in a corner of the parlor, and under the ancient Indian decorations, several noble children were similarly seated around a side, enjoying their world. The bat shines over Gotham City. That high-tech Batmobile, representing the dual incarnations of good and evil, rushed out of its castle's secret passageway, and unbeknownst to the Joker, the locator device inside his exploding remote control had long since been modified by Batman. The young boy in English breeches turned to the last page of the book, but he informed with disappointment. That's the end of the Batman story. The mysterious fantasist who calls himself a crossover on the internet didn't continue the serialization. Oh, my God. A little aristocratic princess dressed like a Barbie doll shouted toward her mother. Mommy, I want to see Batman. Among the noble women who are climbing pleasantly, one of them frowned. Darling, what is Batman? Mrs. John, a mysterious fantasist who appeared online a few days ago, claiming to be from a parallel world, has written a fantasy worldview of the DC universe, and Batman, like us, has unimaginable wealth, yet he lives in sinful Gotham City. Wait a minute, the noble woman's brain instantly reacted. A fantasist from a parallel world? Wouldn't that be a traveler? It's ridiculous. The internet really has everything nowadays. There are even people claiming to be travelers writing these messed up stories. Where would she who has received an aristocratic education believe these stupid lies? She took the picture book of Batman stories that the little boy handed her, featuring a man in a batsuit, stocky and well-defined, with a deep gaze and a hard, three-dimensional face behind a bat mask. Not surprisingly, this is a handsome male with a British aesthetic. Subconscious. It was as if her heartbeat had somehow sped up. The Beacon Journal's headline editorial board seems to have had a busy couple of days. As the first global newspaper in Blue Star to report news about the travelers, it was subconsciously assumed that the news questioning the Chinese civilization of the Dragon Kingdom half a month earlier was just an appetizer for them to throw in the towel. The real intention of the newspaper is to promote the civilization of travelers belonging to each country in the global area. These foreign populations with unrivaled brainstorming skills. After being exposed to all that sudden overnight crossover culture from various sources, the first call was placed to the editorial board of the Daily Beacon. There is no shortage of globally renowned cultural companies. There's the #1 comic book studio in the Lighthouse State, and also the movie company that came to the house. There were even some fervent believers who expressed a strong interest in the Lotus Kingdom's great thousand Buddhas, and for a moment, even some of the Jesuits began to express their dissatisfaction. Mr. James, we've contacted the websites where these crossover cultures appear. The white-bearded editor-in-chief lit a cigar for the man before him, but got a uniform answer. They appear to have suffered a hack. And all the IPs about the self-proclaimed traveler are using a broiler transmission, so that even the most highly skilled technical engineers can't trace back his original IP. The people in charge of these sites say that the people who have that ability, accept God. Then there are only true travelers. Phew. Exhaling a smoke ring, the agent, an agent from one of the top film and television birthplaces in the Lighthouse State, Holiday House Warner Pictures, tapped his fingers on the table. Crossovers? Dozens of real crossovers? What a brilliant idea. His eyes, which had seen countless top-notch scripts, sparkled with a regal light. Whether or not they're true travelers, the traveler IPs these people are displaying have top Blue Star commercial value. No matter what, he must be found. Top business value? The white-bearded editor-in-chief subconsciously asked. They are worth hundreds of millions. You think? A glance. It was just a glance at him, but he already felt the full disdain in the eyes of Warner's agent. Billions? He pointed to the book titled The Avengers and said aloud. In our preliminary estimation, the value of this IP alone is worth hundreds of billions globally. Bam! The white-bearded editor-in-chief stumbled, his incredulous gaze momentarily hard to shift from above the Avengers, but suddenly he realized what was happening and his gaze shifted from the Avengers to the DC universe to Harry Potter. Cold country. In the capital's prime location where every inch of land is gold, there is no one else who can own an entire luxury commercial office building except for the Lodi Group, which is one of the 4 major consortia. Inside the program conference room with the words Lottie's Entertainment Agency written on it, as instructed by our group's higher-ups, we have been urgently analyzing the logic of the show All Lie Detectors and the Chinese civilization of the Dragon Kingdom during this week, and we have come to the astonishing conclusion that the seemingly absurd Chinese civilization known as the Traveler's Civilization is in fact extremely challenging. It has crushed the existing progress of all civilizations in the Dragon Kingdom from multiple dimensions, in a comprehensive manner. we have reason to be suspicious. Huaxia doesn't exist at all, but rather the official Dragon Kingdom has taken out their core cutting-edge technology in order to create their own civilization gimmick to form a fictional civilization. The other program producers in the conference room nodded in unison. That's right. The Chinese civilization theme of dragon countries all lie detectors has long touched on many high-end areas that are not something that can be found in a variety show. An example is the early infrastructure sector. They believed that there could be no such thing as a traveler who would bring a civilization to a so-called variety show, and that it was highly likely that the Ministry of Infrastructure of the Dragon Kingdom itself had prepared two sets of programs. One set is used to announce the world. The other set was titled Parallel Worlds and did a show in conjunction with the program. Then there is the example of the agrarian Holy Father in the back. So far, the Ministry of Agriculture of the Dragon State also did not publicize the specific details. A seed to feed 1.4 billion people, not to mention the Dragon State. Even if such a thing is placed in the entire Blue Star is a completely impossible thing. It's not as if the Dragon State doesn't announce it. Rather, it is simply not true and cannot exist. A local variety show that affects the nation's fortunes. This is just a YA for the dragon's ego. As for the issue of dialogue on military civilization that Park Sung-hai participated in, according to them it seems, this is simply standing in the perspective of modern people. The use of modern thinking fabricated an ancient military story only. In ancient times these strategies are indeed unique, but if you stand in the modern era, such a strategy is not difficult. So, we plan, directly using the power of the state behind the consortium, to write the top civilization script, and then hire vegetarian artists that our company has developed. Pretend that the contestants are competing, in which case both the gimmick of the show itself and the attribution of the tens of billions of dollars in prize money will be optimized to the greatest extent possible. Speaking of which, the top program producer of this cold country, who had produced a number of national hit variety shows, such as RM, No Pick, and 2 Days and 1 Night, the man pushed up his glasses. I don't believe that there will really be any so-called crossovers around the world competing to take our $10 billion prize after the show announcement comes out. Dragon Kingdom. Riverside City. He Xiaoxiao's house. This elementary school president who held hundreds of thousands of fans of the Travelers Backup Association was currently wrinkling his brows and looking at the various posts on the computer screen. Exasperation. Shocker. In just a few days, on various foreign websites, many god posts that also claimed to be travelers appeared at the same time. And some of these posts turned out to be extremely persuasive, with many foreign netizens making civilization deductions below the posts. But amazing discovery. Standing up for the civilization of the blue planet. It's amazing that they can't disprove it. For a moment, foreign countries have set up many traveler fan clubs that are unique to their countries, and the trend of development is actually vaguely catching up with the heat of the traveler fans in the Dragon Kingdom. The three immortals offering Tripod Bureau is not working well anymore. In the end, He Xiaoxia was, after all, only an elementary school student, even though he had learned some strategic skins in the book Huaxia according to the cat's drawings. But faced with such a raging cultural situation, he was suddenly in a state of confusion and shock. She sensed that these travelers appearing abroad carried a posture of invincible crushing. It was not at all the brainless questioning players that Brother Su Chen had encountered at home. It's horrible. Brother Su Chen and the Chinese civilization have encountered unprecedented challenges. President, the group avatars kept flashing. I've heard that the Lighthouse and Eagle countries alone have set up a number of schoolboy traveler fan clubs, filled with some of their country's aristocratic children, who use kryptonite to buy promotional hours on the big screens in the Lighthouse country's Times Square, promoting their country's traveler culture 24 hours a day. I have a Chinese cousin from the Lotus Kingdom who said that the Great Thousand Buddhist Kingdom that appeared in the Lotus Kingdom had even alarmed the Lotus Kingdom state officials. It's horrible. Brother Su Chen's Chinese civilization took 2 months to attract the attention of the Ministry of Agriculture. All sorts of sensational news. Non-stop bombardment in this HQ group. Aha! Don't say it. He Xiaoxiao instantly went into a frenzy in the group, changing back to her original appearance as the shrewish child. We are about to fight to the death. Why did the Prime Minister surrender first? The little kids in the group. He was also confused. This is it. The outskirts of Riverside City. An abandoned factory. The director of the Riverside Investment Promotion Office led Su Chen to stand on a high place with a big hand. As requested by Mr. Su, we purposely found an abandoned industrial area like this, covering an area of nearly 60,000 square meters, not to mention building a palace. Even a university town would be enough, this person said sincerely. Thanks a lot. I wonder how the rent works. Su Chen counted his current savings. He didn't ask for a cent of the rights to the ancient Chinese poems. After all, dare not take the work of the sky. These copyrights can be the ancestors of the past life. If he uses these profits, it is difficult to pass the inner that. Do the math. He's the first traveler in the history of travelers to give the copyright back to Li Bai, right? Drawing of the Seto River Bridge. He didn't ask for money either. After all, 100 years of engineering, 1,000 years of planning. His drawings, if it is to make money. It is not necessary to use the program to submit to the Ministry of Infrastructure. He's not a Madonna, but he is a Chinese. Do the math. There was only the book Huaxia written by himself, and the income from the movie and television rights, plus the income from the download of those songs in the Global Music Festival, which was not much, but it was still a big few million, because the real bulk of his income is the split proceeds. Look at it this way, even though I changed the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, I'm still one of the poorest amongst travelers. Su Chen laughed to himself. No money. That director's words immediately caused Su Chen to freeze. Looking at Su Chen surprised, he explained with a smile, to drive the economy of a city with the lying identity of a traveler, and even change the fate of the Dragon Kingdom several times during the program. We should pay you for such a feat. Consider it, our Dragon Kingdom owes it to Huaxia. This way. Only then did Su Chen nod his head and waited until he had arranged for the workers to remove some unnecessary places. And all the remodeling matters. Su Chen thanked all of them. Wait until everyone is gone. It was only then that Su Chen opened his system exchange page. The rise in popularity after the dialogue of military civilizations, while normal, was really big. Surprisingly, from those products of Earth's culture made public by foreign countries posing as their own. Su Chen cried and laughed. I don't know exactly how the system calculated the popularity value. His vestigial identity abroad? Did it also indirectly promote the development of Chinese civilization in this world? And after this wave, not only can you redeem the mysterious Chinese museum out of it, but you can even redeem the museum's first temporal function when it opens. China's national treasure reappears. System. Su Chen directly said in a deep voice. Make the exchange. There was a subsequent ding in his ear, and a virtual light screen panel appeared in front of him. Host, Su Chen. System Authority Level 2, exchange various items of the Earth's civilization with the Huaxia Spacetime Museum. System Popularity Value, 300 million. Hint, the system popularity value is generated by the civilization influence caused by the host in the Blue Star civilization. Current mission necessity, Mysterious Chinese Museum. Civilization access open. Mission essentials popularity value detected. Please select a building location. The three-dimensional graphics of a mission's landmarks appeared in front of his eyes. Just like a simulated city game Su Chen had played in his previous life. Selected. A vast and majestic aura filled this abandoned industrial area of Riverside in an instant. A huge building that loomed large, in embodiment as fast as the naked eye can see, and the generative process that accompanies the building. A picture of history from a parallel world in a previous life was constantly interlaced and displayed in the building's virtual shadow. From the earliest flint to fire, to Fuxi sitting and talking, from the chaos of the Three Kingdoms to the majesty of the Han and Tang dynasties. Laughing at the world's ups and downs, Su Chen stood in front of this magnificent imaginary building. It seemed so small, it was as if he were dreaming, but the dream was so real. As usual, this life of his crossing over is full of all sorts of unbelievable and magical imagery, with the frantic generation of the Chinese Museum of Time and Space. His mind, various system beeps abounded. Ding! Huaxia Museum permissions generated. First generation curator of the museum bound successfully. Ding! Museum History Exhibition Hall permissions generated. Current permissions holographic display of real Huaxia history scenes. Ding! Museum National Treasure Exhibition Hall permissions generated. Current permissions can perfectly display 3 national treasures from any period of China, including lost objects. Ding! Museum Humanities Exhibition Hall permissions generated. The current permissions can display a character in the real history of China's style, the length of 1 hour. Ding! Museum Modern Hall permissions generated. Current permissions temporarily locked. Ding! As if it were the most pleasant sound in the world. The various beeps were straight up deafening to Su Chen's ears. Where is this a museum? It's like moving the whole of China from a parallel world. Bottom line. The real bottom line. In this museum, it can be perfectly true to show within this parallel blue star. Su Chen never expected that the system's level 2 authority. It can be directly presented the bottom of the world. That level 3 authority? He hardly dared to imagine it. This is a real invasion of civilization. On top of this huge building in front of him, the green bricks and green tiles were ancient, and the entire flavor of the building carried a special temperament that only China possessed. That feeling. It's not something that can be demonstrated in a few simple lines of ancient poetry, nor is it something that can be made palpable through the architecture of his painting skills on the show, much less an otherworldly Chinese historical novel for people to touch. This is truly from a parallel dimension. The people of the entire parallel blue planet can be allowed to touch, personally experience, and even see, hear, go crazy for, and be shocked by, the real Huaxia. Huaxia. Descend on the blue star at this moment. Travelers Limited. Brother Milk Tea, who was burying his head in writing, suddenly raised his head. The pen in his hand stopped in midair, and subconsciously looked out the window. He felt it. Something he'd been chasing for a long time seemed to be coming very close to him. Very close. In the middle of an old mansion in Kyoto, Pei Qingrong was reciting Su Chen's collection of otherworldly poetry with Elder Zhou. When he read the line, looking north at the divine state, born with a majestic presence, the dragon Jinjioding, the name of Huaxia, when, the fire trees and the distant direction seemed to make the two of them feel something in their hearts. Incongruous, the two said in unison, I really want to see this China with my own eyes. In the cast of Yokohama City, Chen Jiming as Qin Shi Huang stood in front of the parallel world Qin King's Hall built at great expense, and in front of him were those otherworldly Qin armies played by the Dragon Kingdom people dressed in black uniforms, with the black water dragon flag of the great Qin hunting and clanking. His long sword drove and swallowed the mountains and rivers with his breath. I will unite the 6 kingdoms and bring the world under one roof, build the great wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 states, defend my Qin, and protect my country. I swear in the name of the first emperor, when I am here, I will guard the land and open up the border, sweep away the 4 barbarians, and set the foundation of my great Qin for the rest of my life. If I die, I will also become a dragon spirit and bless my China for all eternity. The sun and the moon will be the witnesses of this oath. Heaven and earth will be the witnesses, and the immortals and the devils and the gods will listen to it. And it was somewhere in the direction of Riverside that his gaze settled. Zhao Yaran, He Xiaoxiao, Chen Qingan, Liang Dongwei, and other people who had established inextricable ties with Huaxia. At the same moment on this night, they all coincidentally felt a trace of throbbing from the depths of their hearts, a feeling that the Dragon Kingdom and even the Blue Star will never have, and that belongs solely to the other end of the parallel world, and that belongs solely to a place called Huaxia, Riverside Suburb. Ding! Generation of system permissions is complete. The current level of the Huaxia Museum is level 1. After the basic permissions are bound, please continue the host's civilization push to gain more popularity values to unlock advanced permissions. Ding! The current mission has been completed. System Civilization Authority is level 2. Level 3 Authority Task Open. Please host in the Blue Star Civilization to obtain 10 billion popularity value. The task rewards can be in a limited time, shuttle time and space. Crap. Hearing the system's last tip, Su Chen directly people are numb. Level 3 Authority is to travel through space and time. The meaning of this space and time does not only refer to the materialization and conversation, but to lead the entire Blue Star and the Dragon Kingdom to the Chinese realm. Shasta. He was in place for a long time, and he waited until a long time had passed before he woke up as if from a dream, looking at the mysterious and grandiose Huaxia Museum in front of him. His heart fluttered. Just now, the system had truly unlocked dozens of permissions. No wonder it took him 2 months to accumulate enough popularity value, and at the sight of these permissions, he only felt that it was worth it. Great value. Travelers from other worlds. Whether it's the threat of the show or the various ripple effects that would come from a foreign traveler that he or she has impersonated with dozens of vests, this museum, all of it, would be his biggest card. Huaxia, at this moment with its true heritage, it would begin to truly crush the entire Blue Star civilization in an unparalleled manner. Huaxia, descend on the Blue Star. Several days in a row, the staff of the Investment Promotion Office of Jiangbin City arrived at the suburban industrial area, and the mysterious appearance of a building covered by a huge tarp immediately aroused their curiosity. However, even more explosive news directly diverted their attention. Have you heard? Recently many internet vests have appeared abroad that also claim to be travelers. A construction worker wearing a helmet revealed in a whisper. I've also heard about it. And some foreign capital groups are even directly begging for heavy money for all the information on these travelers' vests. Wow! The other workers who were working came over at once, their eyes bursting with amazement. Really? A traveler? As a local of Jiangbin, the Huaxia effect that happened in Jiangbin including the whole Dragon Kingdom in the past 2 months, including the lie of the traveler of all lie detectors, has directly become a new cultural card of Jiangbin, especially Su Chen's infrastructure drawings for the Sidu River Bridge project. Being in the construction industry, they are far more aware of the gold content of these figures. Huaxia. It has become their direction of civilization for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. How did the traveler pop up again all of a sudden? I've also heard that the parallel world culture exposed by such a traveler's vest has a lot of fans in the West, and it won't be long before it can become a new cultural trend. Wouldn't that make the status of Chinese civilization a bit untenable? And the showrunners of The National Lie Detector, Zhang Yang, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and kept saying to Su Chen, who had a breezy face, "My big star, aren't you in a hurry? Dozens of countries have their own crossers vests, and many people abroad have already become loyal fans of these crossers, and there are remarks that the civilization value of these vests is much higher than that of the Chinese civilization. He also had a stack of papers in his hand. The Cold Kingdom over there, in conjunction with the entertainment companies of several countries, has announced that show to the public, and like their predicted name, it's called Other Travelers in the World. Zhang Yang is in the first echelon of today's dragon country's variety industry. There's any global variety material that's detailed. Su Chen picked it up to check it out. The first thing you see is the prominent string of numbers on it. The Other Travelers of the World. A precise counterpoint to the universal lie detector. It's not like Dragon Nation did it for 8 seasons. Their first season of the program alone has a budget of 1 billion. Will be synchronized online in 32 countries around the world. The pre-publicity costs a whole 100 million, in addition to the use of national power, but also directly with the audience scoring system. As long as the audience is 50% or more skeptical, it is considered a failure. It seems that they have decided that the existence of the Chinese civilization is fictitious and unconvincing. That's right, Zhang Yang agreed with Su Chen's judgment. Not only that, recently more people have appeared abroad questioning the Chinese civilization because of those traveler vests in this program from Cold Kingdom. They think the Chinese civilization is a script jointly created by our show and the official Dragon Kingdom. There is no such brilliant civilization in the world. It's all just the self-importance of our Dragon Kingdom people. So what they're doing in this show, Other Travelers in the World, in which it's all about finding other self-proclaimed travelers. The logic of their program is simple. First, seek higher lies with high prizes to prove that the Chinese civilization is not as radiant as you say. Secondly, if they can dismantle those lies, it indirectly proves that our lie detector test is watered down. Have to say, full marks for logic. This was also a point of concern for Zhang Yang. However, Su Chen's reaction once again exceeded his expectations. The Su Chen in his sight got up and stretched, seemingly not taking it to heart. My great director Zhang, this has always been the way of reasoning in the world. We can't persuade others, so we can only adopt the fact that others can't overthrow us to prove ourselves. Here's the falsification logic of the universal lie detector. The existence of Chinese civilization. Likewise, as he watched Su Chen get up and leave, Zhang Yang was frozen in place by the words he said before he left, and in his mind, there seemed to be a flash of light. The influence of Chinese civilization in the Dragon Kingdom. It has been more or less unavoidably affected by a series of changes abroad. Will Milkman's termination be the most wrong step in his career plan? Milkshake's fan base. His fans who love rap and hip-hop music have been in a kind of funk since these changes affecting the news of Wasia came about. It's been a month. The entrance of the Dragon's Ministry of Agriculture in all lie detectors since the last installment, showcasing Yuan's story, has put fans firmly on the side of Milk Tea Brothers' direct transition. But over the past so many days, Brother Milk Tea had not updated any developments since joining Su Chen's Traveler Limited as a Heavenly King and studying the Chinese national style behind closed doors. Over time, everyone began to wonder if Brother Milk Tea had made the wrong move with this one. Perhaps, the Chinese national style wasn't as radiant as Su Chen had claimed, and it wasn't as if other equally very stunning traveler civilizations had already appeared abroad, and it's business as usual, though, with the filming and publishing situation of the book HWA. But lately I've been getting a lot of requests for interviews from foreign media. They only want to ask one question. For that foreign program Other Travelers in the World, and Other Travelers Vest, will the Kyoto Publishing House and the various dragon film and television companies at the Copyright Conference still steadfastly choose to support Chinese civilization? And the answer Cho Aran gave was very loud. In the face of all the speculation, all the shareholders of the Dragon Copyright Conference have decided not only not to withdraw their plans, but also to increase their investment. If the Halea side is confident in their country's travelers' vests, then the Dragon Kingdom will not show weakness. Huaxia will always be the world's brightest civilization. Crazy. These arrogant people of the Dragon Kingdom's literary world will have a day of regret. The Blue Star foreign media reporters who had eaten the closed door sneered and opened their own portable computers, and with the most disdainful penmanship began to write their opinions on the current situation. And that's when the Cold Kingdom's Other Travelers in the World, a trailer for the show, which appeared on the big screens in the center cities of every country. The Marvel Universe, the Pyramid Civilization of the Parallel Worlds, the Lotus Kingdom of the Greatest Buddha, a single punchy word, in the title of a traveler, literally logging on to the entire blue planet, each teaser carrying a highly targeted tagline behind it. Above the blue planet, a civilization of travelers more brilliant than Huaxia, a strong appearance, President, Cold Kingdom's Lodi Group Other Travelers in the World. Inside the conference room, that top gold producer of the Cold Kingdom handed over the publicity feedback forms from various channels, and Park Sung-hai put on a pair of glasses. all but losing the silly sweet look she had on the show in the Dragon Kingdom. Competent. Shrewd. A kind of powerful businesswoman temperament in her body. Nice. Looking at the various crazy heat indexes on it, each of the data far exceeded Dragon Country's all-people lie detector, and it was obvious that once the program went on the air, it would cause a huge stir in the Blue Star world. Those dozens of anonymous crossovers who are among the most prestigious in the world have been communicated with by our showrunners, and they are willing to participate in the show by connecting in an anonymous format. Speaking of the dozens of anonymous travelers, even this cold country gold medal producer can't help but have a burst of admiration. Now the commercial value and hotness of those IPs in various countries is no less than the Chinese civilization of the Dragon Country, and there is even a hidden trend of catching up. Originally, the group was reluctant to participate in their program. However, the show agreed to join the other party by not showing their faces and only using online entries, and the other party only reluctantly agreed to do so. As long as these most popular crossover lies join our show, he looked extremely excited. The dawn of Chinese civilization is thought to be eclipsed by the global fervor of more civilizations. You're crazy, Dragon Nation. Zhang Yang looked at Su Chen with an incomprehensible gaze. Since Su Chen's entry, Su Chen had brought the Huaxia civilization to set off several civilization changes in the Dragon Kingdom, but he had never questioned the strength of Su Chen and the Huaxia lies. But at the moment, his entire hand was trembling and his mouth was fighting up and down, as if he was at a loss for words to describe Su Chen. You asked me to put together the next installment of A Month's Delay? Su Chen nodded seriously. That's right. Why? Zhang Yang was holding the hot information on the lies of various foreign travelers. God knows how many vests he had actually used to get such internal documents again, as he patiently tried to convince Su Chen. In the 8 seasons that our show has been on the air, we've never had an extension. Moreover, now that the Cold Kingdom is targeting the Chinese civilization, other travelers in the world, opens its first installment tomorrow. And did you know that there are now dozens of mysterious people around the globe who also claim to be travelers, and their lies about traveling through the world are just as persuasive? Even a few of them crushed some of the other cultures of the other countries of the Blue Planet. Do you know what will happen if you postpone the program at this juncture? What consequences? Su Chen asked, pretending to be at a loss. At that time, if these people bite the bullet and say that the Chinese civilization in their world is far less brilliant than theirs, in the heat of global traffic, your lies will fall into a difficult position that is hard to prove to yourself. Zhang Yang broke his fingers to popularize the stakes for Su Chen. Ha ha. Su Chen suddenly laughed. How did you conclude that the civilization in their mouths would be more brilliant than Huaxia? Take for example. Zhang Yang has obviously done a meticulous analysis of these foreign traveler lies. The Lotus Kingdom's Great Thousand Buddhas lie, which has formed a perfect system of Buddhism and its lies, both in terms of inheritance and disciplines. It is extremely persuasive. No, Su Chen directly denied it. That Great Thousand Buddhas country of theirs can be far inferior to the Taoist heritage in my Chinese civilization. Zhang Yang continued to give examples. And then, for example, the pyramid building they say is just as mysterious as an unsolved mystery. Ha ha. Su Chen laughed once again. This were more mysterious than our Chinese Samsung pile. Although the pyramid is indeed good, there are many historical materials that can reveal its secrets. And then there's. It was at this moment that Zhang Yang suddenly froze. Something seemed to have suddenly dawned on him in his mind as he looked at Su Chen and asked in a very hesitant tone. Shouldn't it? Shouldn't what? Su Chen continued to play dumb, but he did give Zhang Yang a peace of mind. Don't worry. As I said, no matter in which realm, the Chinese civilization will always be the world's most brilliant civilization treasure. Trying to use the same program to indirectly suppress the existence of Chinese civilization, or even trying to negate the value of the 5,000 years of Chinese history, will only lead to a cocoon. What the fuck? Zhang Yang's heart simply set off a shocking wave. The words here, where he still do not understand, those most popular foreign travelers lie. Dozens of the most popular vest? All are Su Chen one person. In that case, it wasn't the showrunners of the Cold Kingdom who were manipulating the tide of civilization at all, but rather Su Chen who was manipulating the entire show. Cow. That's a real fucking vested little prince. And he never thought that Su Chen, after weaving the many civilization miracles of China, could still have the energy to weave the civilization lies of other countries with his vest while going abroad? Is this still a human being? He's seen all the lies from abroad. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that there was already Su Chen's Chinese civilization in all lie detectors, he would have hated to invite those people to participate in the lie detector challenge in the Dragon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it. The rightful owner stood before him, and in a very calm tone, he was told that those lies were worthless in the face of the Chinese civilization. Now that's a true master of fraud. You postponed it for a month just to go to their program with a vest? Zhang Yang asked tentatively. Shake your head. Su Chen also didn't beat around the bush. No, it just so happens that their actions have made me understand a problem. A purely civilized dialogue is obviously feasible in the Dragon Kingdom, but when it comes to the other countries of the Blue Planet, it may be difficult to persuade the other countries because of the cultural differences. If I want to put the Chinese civilization in conversation with the entire Blue Star civilization, then I will need to come up with something more convincing. For example, a true Chinese national treasure from a parallel world. Bam! Zhang Yang sat directly on the ground. What do you mean? Not only do you weave lies, but you create real otherworldly artifacts? The official website of the Dragon Kingdom. The news that the show had been postponed for a month instantly triggered all the viewers who had been following the recent confrontation between the civilizations of the Blue Planet, who looked at the words on it and fell down. The program was postponed for a month? Why? Could it be that the Chinese lie is out of strength under the siege of those lies abroad? What is Su Chen up to? Didn't the civilized conversation on the last show work quite well? Has his talent run out? Or is it that there is nothing left to show for the Chinese civilization? And amidst a sea of skepticism, Su Chen sat in front of the computer, burning incense, making tea, leisurely opening the computer. Above, dozens of different vests of the interface. It is clear that all of them are his entry in the contest Other Travelers in the World's recording screen. Welcome, everyone, to the world's biggest cultural variety show. In the screen, a popular entertainer from a cold country came on stage as a global program, and her voice in the live room changed directly to dozens of languages ringing out in real time through AI translation. The Other Travelers of the World, created by 13 of the world's top civic companies, the contestants signed up more than 100,000 people in a week, all claiming that they came from parallel worlds and mastered civilizations even more brilliant than the Blue Planet. Wow! As she introduces herself, the screen is filled with a myriad of travelers' lies, all kinds of words and all kinds of testimonies, so varied as to be breathtaking. And for the first installment, we screened a full 100 crossers. Everyone gets 5 minutes to introduce themselves. As long as more than 50% of the audience votes to disapprove of the traveler contestants theory, it is considered a failure to advance. The female artist blinked her plasticized eyes, purposefully said with a playful expression, "Tell the truth. As a staff member of the show, I don't believe in the existence of so-called travelers in the world or that any civilization can crush Blue Star, and in a few moments I'll be part of the audience, casting my mind's decision vote." With her stepping down, the first contestant on the program took the stage, but his appearance instantly caused a crowd to laugh. With his long face, tiny eye slits, and a large bulge on the top of his bare head, the reason people are laughing is because of his status as a very famous featured comedian in Eagle Country. Rely on its unique looks. Played the role of an alien in many sci-fi movies. Obviously, a lot of people in the audience recognized me. The equally monstrous-sized actor squinted skillfully at the camera, then shrugged helplessly. But you're all wrong. I came to the show today just to tell you that I am indeed a time traveler from beyond the Blue Planet. On my home planet, those who look like me are fresh meat level handsome. The heterosexuals who pursue me are lined up from the home planet to the solar space station. Ha 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 ha. I don't know why, but looking at his looks, I'm convinced that this Zuanrong is indeed not a normal human aesthetic. Ha ha. Soon, the viewers then hit their ratings, and in this crossover program aimed at the Dragon Kingdom of China, these Blue Star foreign viewers surprisingly hit a super high 70% believability rating. Su Chen similarly smiled and shook his head, casting his vote in an entertaining nature. As the program airs, more and more oddball travelers come and go, but the one that really holds gold is only a famous scientist from a lighthouse country who uses the theory of quantum entanglement to come up with a fairly reasonable explanation for his status as a traveler. In particular, his expertise is extremely persuasive. At one point, the vote beat that alien-looking time traveler by a whopping 79%. Sure enough, it's an audition. Whether it's the traverser lie or the solid foundation of the theory, it's completely incomparable to the Chinese civilization. Looked halfway through the day, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief either. As long as there were no other true travelers in the world besides him, then everything was under his control. And at the moment, due to the side of the dragons all lie detectors, Zhang Yang cooperated with Su Chen to postpone the broadcasting schedule for a month, and various viewers in the Dragon's country from the extranet were also watching the show as a crossover program that could crush the Dragon's Chinese civilization. Not for half an hour. They then started whining in the live room. What this program level, and still dare to claim $10 billion in prize money? Not to mention the most popular Chinese Emperor Yuan and the generation of emperors. Even the installment of Seal the Wolves could have easily crushed them. I'm already sleepy. I miss Su Chen and all lie detectors so much. The month they weren't on the air, Did I have to eat kimchi and watch this lowly crossover show? At the time of the airing of the Dragon's Crossing program, they didn't feel that this program could crush the entire Blue Star variety. At best it was just a local variety show relying on the extent to which Huaxia had bucked the trend and become a hit. But now, they just realized, the bullishness of Huaxia's civilization was more than just crushing the Dragon Kingdom. It could simply dominate the Blue Planet. Again, a lie. The hardcore and shocking nature of the Chinese lie is still horrifying in retrospect. And inside the offices of the Riverside program, Zhang Yang was first relieved with a sigh of relief. It was obvious that Park Sung-wai of the Cold Kingdom Lodi Group was smart enough to know that borrowing the wisdom of everyone around the globe to enlist even more bullish traveler lies though. In this way, they used the knife to kill people and want to suppress the Chinese lie headlong. It's a shame. She had underestimated the Chinese civilization, as well as the universal lie detector. And even more so, she had underestimated her opponent, the king of the Riverside Vest, who could almost be called a true traveler, Su Chen. Su Chen is coming out soon, right? Looking at those information on his hands, Zhang Yang still had trouble believing it. Su Chen went so far as to finish weaving all the lies of Chinese civilization in the show, and easily came up with so many vests, weaving lies about other countries. Jax, it's your turn. Su Chen's computer. An official notification from the program group suddenly popped up on the vest software named Jax, and Su Chen hurriedly put away his legs before opening the voice changer on his computer. And a thick elderly voice came out of his earpiece. Yes, program site. That female entertainer from the cold country came on stage again. This time she was secretive and said with anticipation as she held the table book. In our world's other travelers, global search for candidates. There were a number of travelers whose sayings created a huge stir around the globe, and we were fortunate enough to have some of them. And today's first installment features a contestant who goes by the alias of Jax, who will be presenting his traveler sayings as an online entry. With her words, a virtual avatar appeared in the program's live broadcast room, while a muffled older man's voice, fluent in English, came out of the earpiece. Hello everyone, my name is Jax, and my identity is actually a native of the Blue Planet. But on one occasion when I was traveling to my family's farm, I was abducted by a group of aliens and taken to another time and place. Years later, I was sent back to Blue Star by them. I wrote a book about my experience. The name is The Prophecy of Jax. And today I'm going to bring the first shocking thing I've seen in other parallel times. It's called, The Building of the Pyramids. Boom! The pop-ups in this cold country's live broadcast instantly exploded. Pust! Inside the office of all lie detectors, Zhang Yang sprayed a mouthful of cola straight out. If he hadn't known in advance, I'm afraid that he and those netizens in the cold country live room will be the same reaction. The pyramid is the reason for and popularity of another Su Chen vest announced the traveler lies. Take a tower building. Much to the shock of the Bluestarians who saw the travelers lie at the time, the mysterious Sphinx statue, the huge and strange way it was built, and architectural principles that everyone can't understand. In the original words of Su Chen's horse armor blast, the construction of the pyramids, even in modern times, cannot be duplicated, and Zhang Yang never expected it. Su Chen is in this program. The first vest used was actually a lie within a lie, using one lie to confirm another lie. This first operation simply showed his scalp. Sure enough, inside the Cold Kingdom live. Various netizens have inquired about it in their own language and text. What's a pyramid? This is a lie by another of the show's crossovers, who published a structure called the Tomb of the Pharaohs on the internet. This building, also from that parallel world called Earth, possesses 1,000 years of mystery and is called the Heavenly Ladder of the Soul. This netizen was obviously a hardcore fan of Su Chen's other vest. It was a moment of detailed science on the air. Stairway to the Soul? What do you mean? These Blue Star users who hadn't paid much attention were frantically curious to ask. Because, cursed by the pharaohs, it is the largest pyramid on Earth, up to 146 meters in height, made up of 2.3 million stones, each weighing dozens of tons, and through the cuts, the stones fit tightly into each other's seams. It's called absolute precision. 2 stones. If it is done to such an extent, it is not a difficult task. But, 1,000 years ago, if all 2.3 million stones were made this tight, it would have been almost unthinkable in Blue Star. But, that's not the most shocking thing about the pyramid for the Lansingers. That webmaster went on to cogitate. It is said that at the time the pyramids were built, the Earth was still in the Bronze Age, 600 years from modern times, and with his description, the Cold Kingdom's other travelers of the world. The crew also pulled up the information on the pyramid civilization that jackass, Su Chen, was talking about in the first place. Among our selection of Blue Star global contestants, there is an archaeologist who also claims to be an Earth traveler who claims to have found a piece of salvia on the edge of Earth's Red Sea, and after studying it, the chilly female artist read into the screen. He claimed that it was a piece of diary left by the pyramid builders, and that through the clues left in the pyramid diary. The expeditions made paleomagnetic measurements of the pyramid. He found out all the stones that have the same magnetic north. Moreover, the pyramids were built in a structure of the most typical sacred geometry. In ancient times, when there were no large mechanical devices, it was completely impossible to accomplish such an unthinkable move by human power alone. According to the calculations of our Blue Star mathematicians, if the largest stones weighing 10 or even 60 tons are to be moved using a ramp, the angle of the ramp should never exceed 5 degrees. That means, as the pyramid rises, the length of the ramp needs to be continually extended. And to build the pyramid, this ramp would have to be several kilometers. The materials used for the ramp alone would be enough to build another pyramid. And that traversing contestant said that no traces of an ancient ramp were found in the vicinity of the pyramid. As she kept describing it, shocked voices continued to ring out in the live broadcast room. In comparison, the Eagle Country actor, who relied on his peculiar looks, and the scientist traveler from the Lighthouse Country, instantly looked much more childish. OMG, what a hardcore traveler's lie. Wait, did the host just say that the pyramid traveler lies? Also from Earth? These Blue Star foreign netizens finally discovered a common thread among these vests of Su-Chen. Earth's civilization. It comes from the same homeland as the Chinese civilization in Dragon Kingdom's all lie detectors. And there were some netizens from the Dragon Kingdom who were even more excited. Crap, this pyramid lie is so awesome. I'm actually getting the kind of excitement I felt when I was worshipping the god of Su. It seems that Blue Star abroad isn't useless. There are still some hardcore talents. Just now I went searching for the pyramid mentioned in their program. One can only say that in the entire blue planet, only the Huaxia Lai may be able to fight with one of them. So dangling? I'll go check it out too. For a moment, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom searched curiously, and the presenter went on to introduce it. Not only that, our scientists at Blue Star have tried the principle of buoyancy. Although stones weighing tons can reach the top of the pyramid by a special device, but each of these guesses has a fatal flaw. That's the limitations of the work schedule. To know, the pyramids that the Earth archaeologist mentioned were built in the Bronze Age, and it's not a simple excavation to mine blocks of the same size and weight that can be tightly connected. But again, we can't explain many of the mysteries of the pyramids. First, its architecture contains many mysterious numbers which bear a striking resemblance to the laws of the universe, far beyond the current level of civilization on Blue Star. The first number is its altitude, 148, which exactly matches the distance from the Blue Star to the Sun, 140 million kilometers, exactly 1 billion times the height of the pyramid. The second is its coordinates. It is centered at the coordinates 29.97925. Blue Star scientists have discovered that it has this coordinate, which happens to be the number for the speed of light. There was a lot of outcry. Other travelers in the world. All the viewers were confused. Light, speed of light? A mysterious building on a planet right at the coordinates of the speed of light? Is this a coincidence? If those two were coincidences, it was the fact that the presenter came out with a third discovery by a Blue Star scientist that really shook them up. We found out when we were testing the pyramid lies. It becomes multiplied by 2 and divided by its altitude of 148. That is, removing the number of the distance from the Blue Star to the Sun, which is exactly 3.1415926 circumference. Now, the same jackass networker who claims to be a native traveler, who wrote a book called The Jackass Prophecy, and his first stop on the show is to decipher the pyramids? Ask for a wave of freebies and hypes. Crap, my whole body sounded stupid. I have no grudge against your excellency. Why would you test my intelligence with such a thing? What's scary is that this contestant who proposed the pyramid didn't make an appearance. And this jackass contestant is straight up planning to reveal his secret? What a strong smell of gunpowder. This is truly a high IQ divine battle. He can explain away a mystery that the entire Blue Planet scientists can't explain or deduce. The pop-ups have exploded. Each one gives his or her own view. It seemed a lot more lively than when those previous players described it. And on the dragon side, Zhang Yang was even more directly dumbfounded by what he heard. Crap, these travelers' vests of Su-Chen's are simply terrifying as hell. The pyramid lie. As one of the more popular topics among Su-Chen's many vestigials, he also had knowledge of it, but it was not at all like the side of the Cold Kingdom program team, which had directly used the official power to deduce and argue. Innocent. I'm really still too naive. This is Su-Chen. Even if it's a vest, it can never be that simple. He laughed bitterly. Now the other travelers in the world. The crew is just treating the current situation as if the lies of the two contestants have collided, but he is told ahead of time that the true form of all these vests is Su-Chen alone. Standing in God's eye view of the program process, he suddenly had the feeling that Su-Chen was using the power of one person to rub this program group on the ground. Vests versus top civilization versus top civilization. super strong hardcore scientific theories and bizarrely changing true and false traveler identities. Cold countries and other foreign civic entertainment of the Blue Star. Where would have thought that Su Chen would use such a way to deal with the threat they posed to the Chinese civilization? Live from the Cold Country program. The moderator also apparently didn't expect that anyone would want to falsify themselves by taking advantage of another traveler's lies. Such difficulty. Far more demanding than simply describing a mysterious pyramid. Mr. Jack Sr. Our program has just made public the contents of our assessment of the pyramid lies. And after you listen, you have 2 minutes to decide whether or not to change your testimony on an ad hoc basis. However, without waiting for a second, the raspy elderly voice in the live broadcast room rang out directly. No. I'm pretty sure that what I'm going to talk about today is how the pyramids came to be. The mysterious structure that no Blue Star scientist can explain. Sure, as a contestant on this show, I understand the rules of the show, and you can express disbelief in anything I say next, but it doesn't matter to me. What matters is that I actually saw it. Whether it's true or not, I'm pretty sure that you can't prove the truth of everything I've told you, but you can't prove it either. So let's all just have an eye-opening experience. Su Chen's logic is clear. Quick thinking. Every line alluded to the rules of the program and the audience nodded their heads as they listened. Nothing wrong with that. That's why that previous comedian and scientist had access to a high percentage of assessment data, as long as it can't be disproved. It's considered a reality. That in itself is the rule for polygraph programs. In that case, then please begin your description. The female artist from the Cold Kingdom directly handed over the program discourse to the hands of Su Chen's vest, but on her face, what was written was full of disbelief. Meh. Su Chen first laughed lightly, then began his description. My name is Jax, and of course, there is no need for anyone to guess where I am, for there are no less than millions of people on the blue planet who share my name. But, before I tell you about the mystery of the pyramids, I want to popularize a concept. That is why I called the book I wrote The Jackass Prophecy. The scene froze. Yeah, this was another point that had been overlooked by everyone, whose attention had been focused on the pyramid earlier, but had been reminded of it by him. There was a questioning outburst. It's not possible, is it, that everything written in your traveler's book is a prophecy of the future? Ha ha, how is that possible? If someone can really prophesy, I'll really believe there are travelers in the world. At the same time, there were also some black fans of Wasia and Earth who were jeering to their heart's content. Wasia, Earth, and now another traveler prophecy who has been to Earth is ridiculous. And what's all this talk about prophecy? Does he think he's writing a novel? Ha! Su Chen once again used his voice changer to let out a cold laugh that made the group of them extremely uncomfortable. Exactly. What was said earlier was not said. And in this book of mine, the Traveler's Book, it is the prophecy of the future of civilization that I have written about. Boom! The whole place was plunged into a kind of scorched earth. But Su Chen didn't nag this time. Straightforward preaching. I started with this query precisely because the central theory of it all, whether about the pyramids or about my book, is that of reincarnation and origins. I was one night many years ago, encountered a magical blue light that sucked me straight up from the ground, higher and higher, and finally into absolute darkness. At the time, out of the darkness came a man over 3 meters tall with a blue light all over his body. He called himself from a level 9 civilization in the universe, and the highest ranked civilization among all the planets in the present universe. And both Earth and Blue Planet can be called first-class planets. This blue man is androgynous and relies on mental and telepathic communication. And it took me 50 years to travel to his planet with him. Speaking of which, suddenly someone on the scene interrupts. Wait, you just said that you went to the outer planets a few years ago. Why is it another 50 years to go to their planet? Your timing is off. Su Chen responded indifferently. It's a time lock. At that time I was time locked, and by the time 50 years had passed, only 10 days had passed since I was on the blue planet. The spaceship we are riding in is a round sphere, silver gray in color, roughly 70 meters in diameter, with a very, very large screen inside, through which I can see that the ship is going very fast, and I've seen even more landscapes that I've never seen before on the blue planet. Planetary belts, meters of red ants, meters of cockroaches, and on the way, I passed by a planet with species extremely similar to our blue star, and that alien told me that blue star and Earth are actually different dimensional states of the same planet, and that the earliest inhabitants of our planet were relocated there from this planet, because there was a nuclear war on their planet that caused the planet's core to cool down. And every planet, if the core cools, then the whole planet will be without energy. And the reason why there has been no more subsequent alien relocation on our planet, the main reason is atoms. When a planet has this kind of energy, then the greed of the species will surely lead to the destruction of the planet. And this, then, is my first prophecy. The planetary core, levels of civilization, telepathy, time lock, atomic. There are also hidden travelers' prophecies, the secrets of the pyramids of parallel worlds, other travelers in the world. The program audience's enthusiasm skyrocketed with Su Chen's description, and that host from the Cold Kingdom was even more directly dumbfounded. After Su Chen had changed his voice, the calmness and composure that belonged uniquely to him, the traveler's vest, reappeared in the ears of this group of viewers in Blue Star. However, while the planets are attributed to the same ancestor, according to the law of the jungle of the universe, these high-level dimensional civilizations never help first-class civilizations like ours. Why? The Lighthouse Nation scientist who had received a high assessment ruling earlier asked subconsciously. Obviously, although they were the same players, the point of view put forward by Su Chen, the vest, opened up a new pattern and thought process for the Blue Star people's explanation of civilization and unknown phenomena. This crossover contestant who competed with internet networking simply crushed the crossover lies of their group. It's simply too hardcore. Even at the level of the current scientific civilization of the Blue Planet, there was no way to come to the truth of this jackass lie, though Jakes tells the story. But, there are all sorts of hardcore theories involved. Where is this a level that can be present in a program? Because of the order. Su Chen just wanted to laugh as he watched the reactions of the group of people on the program. The high-or prophecy he used was a divine book that couldn't even be disproved on Earth. Crushing this show in Cold Country was a breeze. Order. Su Chen's answer made everyone freeze. But the state of most people was one of bewilderment and confusion, with many more Bluestarians shouting that the CPU was drying up and burning up in the broadcast room. This traveler contestant hasn't even gotten to the pyramids yet, and I feel like I can't keep up with his thinking. That is absolutely the most awesome lie I have ever seen in my fucking life. Too strong. Just too strong. I was thinking that this program could crush Dragon Country's all lies, but as a result of the first installment of the program, I encountered such a great god. I feel that this program is about to be scrapped by this great god's traveler lies play. Obviously, the entire Blue Star audience within the Cold Kingdom's live broadcast room all fell in a heap. Even the fans of the previous few foreign players who were quite good. At this moment they had to assume that this jackass player who was only competing with networking was not even in the same LV as the rest. This way, Su Chen, who had rested for a few seconds and took another light sip of tea, said slowly, like planets revolving around stars, the laws of the universe are relentless and cruel. Once a high-level civilization intervenes, then the low-level order is in chaos, and any help from them weakens the human race's desire to survive. His words suddenly dawned on the Lighthouse Country scientist. Simultaneous nods of recognition. The dark jungle laws of the universe. On the Blue Planet there were no masterpieces like the previous generation's three bodies, but thoughts about cosmic exploration never stopped. That's why Su Chen's words were a little bit too much for him. But, just then, Su Chen, however, suddenly continued. They will also intervene occasionally, such as growing some plants, or save some animals, whereas they intervene more by giving these people the power to survive through dreams and telepathy. On the whole they just observe. What about the pyramids? A member of the audience was there to voice a question he had been wondering about. Yeah, so far, he hasn't mentioned the pyramids. Su Chen's jackass prophecy spoke to this point, having long exceeded their cognizance, and they had no way of determining it, but it was evoked with endless curiosity. And the pyramid, which was built by the ancestors of this planet, originally served as a receiver of cosmic energy. Speaking of which, the program gave just about the end of the hour to Su Chen, the vest, though the intention is not yet complete, but that host from the Cold Kingdom still came on stage with a shocked face, and the program's lights came on, weakening the mysterious atmosphere created by Su Chen just now by a few points, and there was a cacophony of activity. Apparently there is a discussion going on about how this jackass trip through is really going. Inside the live feed, people were even frantically spitting on the Cold Kingdom's program team, cursing them for the unreasonable rules of the program, and that some of the muddy contestants and the true god-level contestants were even the same length. It left them scratching their heads as if they were reading a novel with a stuck chapter. Obviously, the crew didn't see this coming, especially the goal producer on the set who was always in charge of observing and adjusting the program was outright confused. He was on the show before it started, thinking that Dragon's all lie detectors must be an official state-created crosswalker persona lie. He similarly used his contacts on his own show to engineer a few contestants to use some of the state's undisclosed items as crosswalker lies, to seek a big score rating vote from a foreign audience. But now, I didn't expect to come out with a truly hardcore crossover contestant, and the crossover story presented was more than even their show could debunk. In other words, their show was crushed by a network contestant? Now please click on the vote button on the air, the Cold Kingdom host prompted. For those of you in the audience, there are voting machines next to your seats, with a tense wait time. Subsequently, Su Chen's score this time appeared on the big screen of the scene and in the live broadcast at the same time. Lie recognition. 90%. Breaking the record for everyone on the show so far. Wow. Just then, all of a sudden, an obtrusive pop-up appeared in the comments section of the program's live broadcast. Sam, I didn't realize. That jackass could get such high ratings for this kind of nonsense? This show is so watered down. Those viewers of the program who had just been overwhelmed by Su Chen's lies suddenly turned black. But he didn't say much. Maneuvering the computer, he launched this vestigial account of Jax's directly, and that made the cold country programmer giggle. Even the host couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment on his face as he hurriedly said, "This Sam is the other traveler contestant we have on the show." She looked at the program flow card in her hand. There was a pause. Bitter smile. Surprisingly, his entry is the same as that of the jackass contestant, who, for special reasons, was not able to be there either, so he will have to do it by linking up as well. On the big screen, a connection window with the account name Sam appeared, and a flailing British accent resounded throughout the program. Being a true traveler, seeing that you guys are actually scoring high for such a contestant, I honestly feel a twinge of disappointment in the standard of this program. Wow! With Sam's highly flaming opening, the show's face grew even uglier, and the city of Riverside in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen was currently operating this account named Sam, and said into the voice changer, pretending to be very angry, "And me, Sam, it's the real travelers from Earth." Another Earth traveler? These foreign viewers of Blue Star were all dumbfounded. In the conference room of Riverside TV, Zhang Yang was even more dumbfounded. "I dare you to use so many vests to compete abroad. Are you trying to play Mission Impossible?" Suddenly he seemed to understand Su Chen's plan. Park Sun-hai of the Cold Kingdom pretended to come to the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the all-lie detection, but in fact, he was examining the level of the program of the Chinese civilization lies in Su Chen, and immediately followed the example of the all-lie detection after returning to the country to set up a counterpart program, trying to use it as a way to kill people, suppressing the Chinese civilization and Su Chen's business plan for travelers. As a result, Su Chen directly took the trick into his own hands. Borrowing the internal intelligence obtained by Zhang Yang, he laid out his plans in advance and released numerous gimmicky travelers' god postings all over the Blue Star world, so that the Cold Kingdom's program team would put their worries to rest and take the initiative to invite them. Wait until all of these vests have competed and put on a scheme, while crushing the rest of the Blue Star Traverser players. It also left the crew of this program with only Su Chen left in the end to PK each other with dozens of vests. Shit, vests playing to such an extent. Is this still a human being? Zhang Yang said with vicious jealousy. Think about the beginning. Using a vest to play different identities to lurk in various groups of peers and colleagues was his Zhang Yang specialty, but now compared to Su Chen, it was simply incomparable. Because every vest, it meant that Su Chen had to come up with a traveler's lie that was enough to convince Blue Star or even crush Blue Star. Such difficulty. It is nothing less than a civilized dialogue between the Dragon Kingdom and China. All of a sudden, he began to look forward to how Park Sun-hai of the Cold Kingdom's Lodi group's face, which was full of plastic surgery marks, would look the day the truth was revealed. Cold country. There was a cacophony of noise on the set of the program at the KBS building in downtown Seoul. Another traveler who claims to be from Earth. What kind of planet is this Earth? Prolific travelers of all kinds? But they had frowned, and the flailing attitude of this Sam had left most of them feeling a twinge of dislike compared to the last jackass player who had solved the riddle of the civilization's hierarchy in the pyramid's origins. After all, so far, even that Lighthouse Nation scientist had shown a kind of recognition of Jake's traveler's remarks by his silence. All those scientific words that Blue Star had never heard of, invariably gives new direction to many scientific conjectures. Some even suspect it. Behind Jax's identity must be some Nobel Prize-winning scientist of the blue planet itself. But what is this Sam? He was obviously not very old by the sound of his voice. People like that. There was clearly no way that either the reading, or the experience could have been of any substance. And it was purely and simply jealousy of the great god of Jax. Player Sam. The female host of Chill Country got a hint from the director's team at this point and said with a smile, "Since you said that the caliber of our show and the lies of the last jackass left you with a hint of disappointment, you must have a better story to bring to the table." "Sam, I have nothing against you. Why are you talking so much crap to me?" Program moderator, in that case, may I ask what your point is? Su Chen looked at the scene's reaction, with a kind of playfulness on the corner of his mouth, compared to participating in the all-lie detectors in the Dragon Kingdom to show the Chinese civilization to have a conversation. He now appeared to be all relaxed. After all, not all civilizations can be called Chinese, and at the moment he's more of a game mentality. Only, he's targeting the entire audience of Blue Star. My point is this, whether it's your yet-to-be-released Pyramid Tail Traveler or whether it's the last old man jackass who went cosmic sleepwalking, it's all farting. For being a pure Earth traveler, I can tell you all responsibly, The pyramids on Earth are not Egyptian or cosmic energy receivers at all, but from one of our greater civilizations. Its name, Maya. Ha ha ha. There was a thunderous outcry of derision from everyone in the audience. Maya. A word you've never even heard of on Blue Star. Why is this person so ridiculous? It's amazing how much you can go up against the previous Traveler contestants' pyramid reveal in order to make yourself known. People reveal the pyramids. You also uncovered the pyramids. What's going on? On Earth, the pyramids are wholesale, huh? Every family? The people in the live broadcast room even looked at the avatar named Sam like an idiot. Everyone just listened to him speak the beginning of the face of certainty that this kid is not a serious contestant at all. Is pure to make trouble in the program. Also, if every player could easily crush the Blue Star civilization like the great god of Jax, then the show could just be renamed. Instead of calling it the other travelers of the world, just call it these liars who slapped Blue Star civilization in the face. Dragon Countryside. Zhang Yang even jumped up from the sofa, a few more excited to watch this program than he was to watch his own. Another pyramid? Is this Su Chen consumed with pyramid lies? The first vest from the pyramid, and then the cosmic angle of Jax's reveal, and now a Sam vest. The same is still unveiling the pyramid. He admitted that he had just underestimated Su Chen. This kid's level of playing with the horse armor is more slippery than he imagined. Just how many other secrets are you hiding amongst your many travelers' vests? And what sets him apart from those program viewers is this. He understands. Since Su Chen used another vest to propose revealing the secrets of the pyramids, it was by no means as brainless and reckless as they saw it. And Su Chen intentionally used a flamboyant tone just to cover up the similarities between his different vests. Maya. What the hell is it again? His insides began to rise up vaguely. Yes, it's Maya. Su Chen maneuvered Sam's account and very definitely dejected loudly to everyone in the live broadcast room and on the show. On our planet, there exists a civilization of immense mystery and remoteness. It has been lost though, but as a descendant of the Mayan civilization, I have crossed over to your blue planet, and I can tell you very responsibly that our lost civilization can equally crush any ancient civilization on your blue planet, because it has a ringing name, Heaven in a Storm. Said. Su Chen directly utilized the program's transfer picture function and displayed a photo he had prepared in advance in the comments section of the live broadcast. Under a turquoise blue sky, the ruins of a huge building loomed above the wasteland, surrounded by an ancient aura. There are some differences from the pyramid look on bluestar.com though, but all discerning people can see that this building, just another form of pyramid, and older, more mysterious. Originally, the audience underneath and the netizens in front of the screen still had a look of contempt, wanting to see what kind of proof he could actually come up with. As a result, the moment the picture came out on the big screen, a nameless mysterious feeling haunted everyone. There's something about it that one wouldn't dare to desecrate at will. The audience was quiet for a second, but this was a live show, and then a question rang out from underneath. Pyramids again. What can a picture tell us? With all the technology nowadays, what kind of pictures do you want that aren't there? Even if we can't disprove Jax's words, that doesn't mean Sam's player's pyramid is true. A sentence. As if enlightened, the people who were still immersed in the mysterious atmosphere of the Mayan pyramid in the picture, immediately reacted. According to their Blue Star technology, computerized production of a picture was a snap, coupled with various psychological cues. It's easy to feel the emotions the makers want you to feel. This Sam is probably just an aesthete who knows a little psychology. A clown trying to get attention and plagiarize jackass statements. The audience on stage couldn't help but roar with laughter when they heard this. Ha 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 ha. The host, Park Sung-hai, who was also very good at grasping pain points, immediately sent a direct question to Sam on this point. Mr. Sam, the audience is saying that you are faking this picture, and even your speech this time is suspected of plagiarism. May I ask, what are you using to prove that the civilization you are talking about really exists, and even more brilliant than the last contestant's civilization? Sam's avatar flashed and a dismissive snort filtered through the screen. Meh, none of them were witnesses to the Mayan civilization. I forgive their ignorance. One certainly only believes what one has seen, just like that frog in the bottom of the well. Su Chen on the other end of the computer had maintained the uninhibited and flamboyant nature of Sam's persona, while Park Sung-hwai, who was present at the scene, pulled out an awkward smile. Sam's light mouth was tantamount to mocking all those present who questioned him. And sitting behind Su Chen, the director Zhang Yang, who knew everything about the situation, was simply having a harder time suppressing the corners of his mouth than AK at this moment, wordlessly giving a thumbs up, showing appreciation towards Su Chen's operation. Who would have thought that an entertainment program group with international attention would be played by Su Chen alone? Su Chen cleared his throat playing Sam and continued. As you might expect, the picture is of course only a portion of my memory of the restored Mayan pyramid, and its true mystery and majesty is less than 1/10 of this picture. And since I dare to speak out in public today about the identity of the travelers and the Mayan pyramids, I have enough evidence to prove the splendor of the Mayan civilization. The crowd of people at the bottom who were being taunted by Sam were, of course, psychologically very unhappy. Even the pop-ups were full of the word disbelief floating on the screen. Unbelievable. This guy definitely lied. I knew it as soon as I smelled it, and I don't believe anything he says afterward. When people talk about pyramids, they have historical stories and data to back them up. What do you have? Sam's taunts drew the ire of viewers from all countries watching the program, and pop-ups filled the screen for a while, but he took a sip of water without slowing down, not taking the taunts on the pop-up screen in the least, and continued in an arrogant voice. It is important to know that the origin of a civilization must originate from rivers and water sources, but the Mayan civilization that I have seen is a civilization that originated in the primitive jungle, and not only that, but the Mayan civilization appeared as if out of thin air, and developed into one of the three major civilizations at that time in just a short period of time. Although they were still in the Neolithic period, the Mayans already had great achievements in astronomy, mathematics, agriculture, art and writing. The Mayan pyramids are proof that civilization was at its peak. Knowing that the origin of the primitive jungle is something that is very difficult in the evolution of biology in human beings, it is incredible that the Mayan civilization managed to develop achievements such as astronomy and mathematics in the Stone Age. Sam just briefly introduced the origin of the Mayan civilization, and it made the crowd of people underneath suck in a breath of cold air in amazement, and they began to discuss the feasibility of the development of the Mayan civilization. The Mayan pyramid has a square base and is surrounded by 91 steps. If you add up the number of steps and stepped platforms, it equals exactly 365, which coincides with the number of days in a year. The north side of the pyramid at the bottom corner of the two, placed two snake-headed statues. They are the Maya faith feather snake god head. Legend has it that the Maya people in charge of the harvest of the gods, on the days of the spring and fall equinoxes, you can see the spectacle of the feathered serpent god on the Mayan pyramids. As the sun sets in the west on the day of the spring equinox, 7 isosceles triangles are formed under direct sunlight on the sidewall of the north side steps, which are connected together and sinuous, with the top connecting to the snake's head carved at the bottom, as if a giant python were swimming from the top of the tower to the earth, symbolizing that the god of the feathered serpent awakens and climbs out of the temple at the time of the spring equinox. In the afternoon of the autumnal equinox, the direct sunlight also creates a shadow of light, which then connects the snake heads on the top of the tower as if they were giant snakes winding their way up to the top of the tower, symbolizing that the god of the feathered serpent has returned to his position as a god and marking a year's good harvest. What's more interesting is that the two visions lasted exactly 3 hours and 22 minutes, and every second counts. So the mysterious landscape is also known as the light and shadow serpentine. Upon this statement, an architectural scholar on stage immediately interrupted Sam's speech with a question of his own. What is there to take out of this phenomenon? It's nothing more than a visual effect caused by the Mayans utilizing light and shadow from the direct sun. Modern architecture can make the same effect. The audience under the stage seemed to have discovered the flashy point at this point, and immediately pursued the question. That's right, modern architectural design can also design this kind of light and shadow effect through calculation. Sam snorted. And you know it's modern architectural design. That's the Stone Age. The time when you didn't even know you had to eat cooked food. Can't they use computers to calculate the distance between the sun and the earth to design a light and shadow serpentine? Wow! The crowd at the bottom seemed to be enlightened. And the original contemptuous eyes and smug tone immediately turned into a joke. Stone Age. People counting might not even know they have to break their fingers. And the Mayans actually designed such precise patterns with their minds. Precise even to the second. It's almost unimaginable to think how far the Mayans' intelligence had progressed, and in what way they had calculated and engineered this phenomenon. The audience each froze in their seats, swallowing all the words of skepticism they had been thinking of. Sam continued, if you are careful enough to explore it in depth, you will find that the basis for this spectacle, you must have enough knowledge of geometry, architecture, optics, and astronomy, only the perfect combination of the above 4 theories, in order to be able to complete it, and all of them are actually Stone Age ancient Maya to create a miracle. Based on this alone, we can see that the Mayan civilization is a far superior to the Egyptian mysterious and intelligent civilization. Suchen broke out the details inside and spread them out in front of the audience. Now the audience, who had been mocking Sam, were all blown away by the Mayan civilization Sam had described. Even if a person hadn't just taken a liking to the impolite Brit, they were now going to have to look the other way at the flashing avatar on the big screen. Even the scholar underneath who suggested that light and shadow serpentine was worthless froze and fell into self-doubt. For a moment, the scene couldn't even refute Sam's answer. Everyone seems to have forgotten the suspicion that Sam copied the pyramids in the first place. So it would seem that the Mayan civilization existed in a much more backward time, yet managed to create an architectural and aesthetic phenomenon comparable to modern times. Indeed, it is refreshingly different than the pyramid proposed by Jakes. But that's not even enough to prove that the Mayan pyramids are receivers of cosmic energy on Earth. Su Chen looked at the number of people in question scrolling above the live program. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but think back inwardly. Joke. Mayan civilization Earth multinational experts, after hundreds of years of research, have to marvel at the wisdom of the Mayans. You just glimpse a corner. How dare you question the Mayan civilization is not worth mentioning. Su Chen struck while the iron was hot and continued to play Sam, describing the mystery and splendor of the Mayan civilization for them. The mysteries of the Mayan pyramids certainly go beyond that. They were able to accurately observe the heavens and developed an extremely accurate calendar system, creating not only the long count calendar, it was also able to accurately predict the orbit of the sun and moon, as well as the appearance of planets and comets, all recorded in the murals of the Mayan pyramids. Maybe you will say that these are not enough. Then let me tell you that the Mayan also left 5 major prophecies on the murals of his pyramids, accurately predicts the invention of latter-day airplanes and submarines, and even has portraits of astronauts, includes the 5 important events of later times. So to say that the Mayan civilization didn't have the hints and help of the cosmic information, I believe it's impossible to do that. Accurate prophecy? Or the Big 5? Curious, which 5 prophecies are they? Man, this is even more exciting than the pyramid jackass proposed. Tell me about it. At this point, Sam purposely paused, leaving an infinite amount of reverie for the audience underneath, and the pop-ups on the big screen kept rolling, asking what exactly the 5 Mayan prophecies were. Park Shin-hye, who is a talented producer and host, was still immersed in the shock caused by the Mayan civilization, but she didn't know what was being said in her headset, and in the next second, Park's expression became serious as she raised the microphone to ask Sam a question. Mr. Sam, according to you, the Mayan civilization already possessed civilization and intelligence comparable to modern times during the Stone Age, and could even accurately predict the scenes of the later generations. So after so many years of development, the present-day scenes of the Mayan civilization should have stepped into the cosmic level, right? Can Mr. Sam describe in detail the current state of development of the Mayan civilization? Park Shin-hye's problem is a trap, because their group of experts after analysis. Sam's previous statements after polygraph, although there is no discovery. But Sam's mouth of the Mayan civilization developed that will be an unbeatable country, and even the conquest of the globe are possible. Subsequent statements by Sam that are viewed in the context of technological development are the slightest bit uncritical, and the preceding lies instantly topple over like dominoes. There are also some smart netizens who have likewise noticed this and reacted immediately. Ha ha, making the Mayan civilization sound so bullish. I'll see how this kid named Sam rounds it out. In the end, it's still not as good as the great god Jax. And it's a bit too tender to leave such a big hole. Why didn't Sam say anything? Didn't he just call us frogs in the well? Ha ha, the pop-ups were sighing, all of them singing at Sam, and others saying that he had a good story and that he'd come back next time he made it up. There are even Dragon Nation netizens who cheered. It's far worse than our Dragon Kingdom's Su Chen. The Chinese civilization is the most splendid in the blue planet. Park Shin-hye stood in the center of the stage confidently. There was no denying that the Mayan civilization Sam had described was truly amazing. But they needed something that could surpass the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese civilization, instead of bringing out stories that are laughable and full of holes. Sadly, Sam is the latter. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa and heard Park Shin-hye's question. Su Chen did leave a big loophole in his statement this time. As Su Chen on previous shows, nothing like this has happened at all. Could it be that Su Chen is going to be planted on a foreign program this time? Su Chen was not in a hurry and waited for them to finish laughing before he faintly spoke. This is what I'm talking about. The first of the 5 Mayan prophecies, destruction of Mayan civilization. Boom! The audience at the bottom was totally surprised that Maya's first prophecy was the destruction of her own civilization. It was also tantamount to a direct answer to Park Shin-hye's question. As you can imagine, the Mayan civilization had superb intelligence and capabilities, and the kingdom was growing at a high rate. But the Stone Age was deadly in terms of population explosion, food shortages, natural disasters, and climate change. The demise of the material base on which they depended was devastating to the upper civilizations, and with the demise of Mayan civilization came the fragmentation of the Mayan population. The wise Mayans got the message long ago, so their first prophecy was to conclude that they would be at the end of their rope. No holes in it. Conforms to the Stone Age. It also exhibits the wisdom of the Mayan civilization. The traps designed by the program team had no effect on Sam, no safety, and many netizens immediately had the feeling that they had punched cotton. Park Shin-hye's prepared question was also choked in her throat at this point, and half a word couldn't pop out. Even Zhang Yang couldn't help but say one thing after hearing a slap on the head. and it's still the SOS. At this moment, Zhang Yang's admiration for Su Chen deepened in his heart. Just now he was still questioning Su Chen's old horse losing its hooves, but now it seemed that he was shallow. Not only was Su Chen's intelligence matchless, his reaction was also really fast. How else could he have devised such a subtle civilization in prophecy? Zhang Yang even began to look forward to how shocking lies the other vests after Su Chen would actually tell. For a while, other travelers in the world was at a fever pitch. The number of viewers on the live stream has grown geometrically. The director backstage, Song Li Zhong, looked at the constantly rising heat of the program with a relieved face and directly clapped his hands in praise. Very well. It seems we were right to invite these lie founders on the internet. There's definitely more than just that one genius of lies in the world. Su Chen of the Dragon Kingdom. We will inevitably find a more subtle lie than the Dragon Kingdom and build a more splendid civilization. The Dragon Kingdom of China, a land of lies, will then be unraveled. An assistant on the side immediately helped. The Chinese civilization that the Dragon Kingdom is so proud of is a joke. Not only do we have the Sam, but we have more players yet to come. And we, the Chilling Kingdom, will build an even more glorious civilized nation. Thinking of this, director Song Lizhong seemed to have seen the great benefits that this program would bring in the future, and instantly smiled a big smile, revealing his shit-colored slate teeth. The show's experts had sworn that they had caught the loophole in Sam's contestant's statement until Sam uttered the first prophecy of the Mayan civilization. Gagged these experts straight away. In the audience, biologist rocks. Oh, God, Sam the Eagle has a real quick mind. To actually use our program's questions to answer us. It's almost as cunning as a rat on a farm. Similar comments likewise scrolled across the big screen in the broadcast room. Sam's contestant's reflexes are beyond words, and just based on his answer to the last question, I'm voting for him too. Our players from the Eagle Kingdom are just better than those from the Dragon Kingdom. Speaking of which, the time given by the show is almost over. Su Chen, who played Sam, laughed lightly and asked the question in a provocative manner. I wonder if there is anything else you would like to ask about the civilization that I, the traveler, have brought with me? When Sam finished, there was a rare moment of silence. Park Shin-hai couldn't say anything at this point. Whether it's by impromptu on-set reflexes or the hole he dug for the show long in advance, it's clear he's already won at this point. She began to look forward to what splendidly civilized deeds the Sam contestant would bring to the show behind her. When the time comes, they will also have one more base to fight against the Dragon Kingdom's Huaxia civilization. Time's up. Please click the vote button on the air, not forgetting to cue the live audience after that. For those of you in the audience, don't forget there's a voting button next to your seat. The voting time after Sam's speech was noticeably different from how smoothly it went for the previous contestants, and his speech was noticeably more topical, with a surge in pop-ups. There were many viewers who doubted the Mayan civilization, but even more who chose to endorse Sam. Eventually, after a tense wait, the ratings finally appeared on the big screen. Lie recognition, 90%. I can't believe it's on par with Jax's rating. It was something that many of the Jackass fans in the audience were not expecting, even as some viewers took to the pop-ups to wonder about the show's shady practices. The scene also started arguing for the show to flash the backstage numbers. The host, seeing the crowd's excitement, put the Jackass voting data directly on the big screen in order to calm the audience. The voting statistics show significantly more voting against Sam than Jax, but Sam is more talked about, has more voters overall, and Sam does equal Jax's numbers by percentage of headcount. In light of this, Jax's fans quieted down. The number of people in the live room is for all to see. It can't be faked. If the data is like this, everyone is still acceptable. This is basically the end of Su Chen's role as Sam. He stealthily logged out of Sam's account and watched the events unfold in silence. But the departure of Sam's account doesn't mean the conversation is over. A student at a school in the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my god. This player named Sam is actually rated the same as Jax. And the logic of Sam's entire lie is simply, if Su Chen meets such an opponent in the future, Alexander. After Su Chen quit his account, 3 more contestants came out on the show. One was a player from the country of Hinako, short and with a look that was all over the place. He came on stage and bowed before he began to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Taro Kamita from Hinakuni. Don't look at me. But who would have thought that I had traveled back to the blue planet 300 years ago? By relying on my modern knowledge, I solved the plague at that time, and also became the emperor of the Hinakuni kingdom at that time, and led our nation to occupy 2/3 of the land of the Blue Star. Finally, a Blue Star home planet traveler. The civilization of the blue planet is about to rise. Rokoku, take that. The countries that were supposed to be on the program, such as Chill Country, Hinako Country, and Beautiful Country, all reported quite high expectations for the lie of the contestant called Kamita Taro. After all, as long as they could take it out against the Dragon Kingdom, they seemed particularly excited. Unfortunately, This Kamita Taro is so far off in both the logic of his lies and the brilliance of his civilization, especially with the two high scorers, Jax and Sam, in front of them for comparison. 2 minutes into the story, the audience found 3 holes in the story before the experts even stepped in. You said that you have become the Blue Star Overlord. How come I haven't seen you have circulated any deeds down? Kamito explained in a hurry. Back then no one dared call me by my first name, but only His Majesty the Emperor, so my stories have been passed down by that title. But you said you cured the plague. Can you elaborate on what you used? During this time, Taro Kamita stumbled through his explanations until the last question on the pop-up, and Taro Kamita simply broke his defense. You're an emperor now. Didn't you find some good genes to pass down to your family? No comparison hurts. So it seems that Sam and Jax are geniuses. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups erupted in laughter, and even the hosts took one look at his quiver and almost didn't hold back. Kamita kept wiping his sweat away with a handkerchief. Not surprisingly, Kamita ended up with the lowest lie rating at 20%. There were even people who voted out of a sense of fun. The viewers in the Japanese country even called out the disgrace and told this Kamita Taro to hurry back to his country to kneel down and apologize. The second and third are significantly better than Taro Kamita's statements, but they're still a bit more heavily weighted towards the entertainment nature, and can only be read as a story that can't be scrutinized at all. The viewers of the show's live broadcast were visibly disappointed after the comparison, and half of the audience walked right out. It caused director Song Lizhon to sigh in the background. It's true that geniuses like Jax and Sam are still in the minority, compared to everyone else on this episode, but not a moment later, Song Lizhon straightened his back again and muttered to himself, but we have 2 high-scoring contestants in one episode, against only one from Dragon Nation. We have a better chance of winning. After Suchen finished playing Sam, his part in this episode was basically over, playing 2 travelers of different ages and personalities at once, as well as building up a glorious history and kingdom in the audience's mind with a huge amount of information, is really a bit of mental exhaustion. He greeted Zhang Yang and was ready to go home to rest. Zhang Yang waved his hand and continued to stare at the live broadcast to study the strength of the contestants behind him. He was really a bit worried that in case a genius like Su Chen came out, he would at least be prepared. As soon as Su Chen left the company building, he received a text message from Lin Qinyu, the little sister next door. In the text message, she sounded anxious. Su Chen, did you see today's other travelers in the world? Both contestants, Jax and Sam, had such strong speeches. That program even claimed to take down the Dragon's Lie program. They are running towards you. How come you didn't react at all? Su Chen, you speak. Su Chen looked at the text on the SMS, as if he saw a cranky loli on his cell phone screen with her arms crossed and puffing up, which was a bit funny. Regarding his use of a vest to participate in the program, he wasn't going to tell Lin Qinyu just yet. After all, once he thought about the fact that he had several other identities to play, he felt a bit of a headache just from the huge amount of information. With Lin Qinyu's curiosity, if she was exposed, she might have to pester herself with questions. In the end he just replied back, "Don't worry." So he didn't bother, and got into the back seat of the cab and took a nap. After a dreamless night, Su Chen returned home yesterday and planted himself on the bed to sleep. Wake-up ears are outside the window as a continuous rain, non-stop hit on the leaves of the sound, pattering. Let a person listen to the physical and mental comfort. So cozy. But Su Chen touched his cell phone from the pillow. The dense calls, text messages had filled the screen of the phone. The most conspicuous thing on the cell phone was Lin Qinyu's messages, and there were more than 80 unread messages from one person. Su Chen, what the hell are you thinking right now? Or are you scared like the internet says? I don't believe it. Some people even sent private messages directly from Su Chen's fanbase. And the world outside has long been in chaos over the airing of the program The Other Travelers of the World in the Cold Kingdom. True lies. Filming process delayed by a month. Suspected program suffers heavy damage. Cold Kingdom's Other Travelers in the World. 2 high scorers appear in one issue. Where does Su Chen's future lie? Clicking on the article, Lin Qinyu read it without missing a single line. And most of the content of the article was worried about the Dragon program and Su Chen. Su Chen asked Zhang Yang to postpone the recording of the program for a month in order to play the role of his dozen or so vests. These are things that no one else knows about except director Zhang Yang. This led to most people thinking that the show was sort of hit hard and that Su Chen may have run out of steam as well. The more Lin Qinyu looked at it, the angrier she got. Her tiny fists, her fingertips pinched red. Boo! When he saw the end of the article, Lin Qinyu directly punched his fist on the desk. Lin Qinyu's dark eyes and tightly furrowed brows all spoke of this person's unpleasant emotions. Someone actually dared to say that Su Chen won't be recording the program now that he's been adopted by a rich woman. That's bullshit. This white-eyed wolf. For the sake of his reputation, Missy, I was so anxious that I didn't sleep all night. He actually isn't worried at all. Opening the chat software. That page of Su-Chen was still stuck in yesterday, Lin Qinyu said, gnashing her teeth, but where this would be her standing in front of Su-Chen's door. It was estimated that she could gnaw the door of Su-Chen's house. Nay, Lin Qinyu's heavy schoolwork these days made it so that she didn't even have the chance to rush to Su-Chen to ask the other party what she really thought. I'll see how you can hide when this lady is on vacation. After saying that, Lin Qinyu got up and went to the bathroom. The sound of running water from the faucet sounded, and the roommates next to her breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the three girls' heads came together to gossip in whispers. What's wrong with Qinyu? Does your face look that bad? Don't you know yet? She's the #1 supporter of Su-Chen's fan support club. Can she be happy? Two sizzling high-scoring contestants appeared in one episode of Cold Kingdom, and the show all lie detectors claimed to the public that it had been delayed by 1 month. So many people say Su-Chen is afraid, and has long since taken the money and run away. The program is yellow. No way? So unreliable? Suddenly, the three roommates coincidentally felt a piercing chill shooting from behind them, and the sound of the faucet had just stopped at some point. The three suddenly realized what was going on and began to change the subject. Hey guys, look, the moon is really full today. Oh, yeah, the two replied in unison, scratching their heads in embarrassment as they each returned to their beds and pretended they were busy. Knowing that she was in bad shape and didn't want to affect her roommate anymore, Lin Qinyu grabbed her textbooks and went to the library with panda eyes. Before I left, I couldn't help but talk to my three roommates. Su-Chen isn't like that. Don't believe those people on the internet who talk nonsense. The same news was certainly seen on Su-Chen's side. After scrolling through the comments on the internet, most of the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom were still protective of their shortcomings, and the comments section was full of accusations of plagiarism by Cold Kingdom and full support for Su-Chen. Tell him not to stress out. Joke. What pressure could Su-Chen have? But there are a lot of people who question it, and there are even 500,000 taunts saying that Su-Chen has already traveled back, and that the Chinese civilization is a joke of the Dragon Kingdom's intentions. Putting down his cell phone, Su-Chen did not intend to clarify anything just yet. Everything he did now was only for the result after a month. In a month's time, one would let those who tried to trample Chinese civilization under their feet know that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have. In time, those people will realize that they are the joke of Blue Star. System mission. Please ask the host to obtain 10 billion popularity value in the Blue Star civilization. The mission reward can be in a limited time. Travel through space and time. Current task progress, 5%, 5.1%, 5.2%. After glancing at the progress of the system quest, it had to be said that the appearance of other travelers in the world, which was jointly organized by 32 countries, was really coincidental. If the 10 billion popularity value required by the system were to be implemented in the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid I don't know how long it would take to accomplish it. If it was executed on a program that the entire Blue Star was paying attention to, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long to help him complete the system's third mission. Fine-tuned, but it still turned out to be a stepping stone for my Chinese civilization. After washing up, Su-Chen didn't have any arrangements for Cold Kingdom's participation today, so he decided to go over to the museum first to take a look, and if it was possible, he would be able to finalize the arrangement of the pavilion today. Suburban industrial area. Inside a mysterious building covered by a huge tarp. System construction. The exterior of the Museum of Chinese Civilization has been considered to be basically completed. The lights are on, and the luxurious interior shows the dignity. At a glance, several golden coiled dragon pillars stand in the middle of the hall, coiled dragons floating underneath the clouds. Golden dragon scales are lifelike. If you cannot still see the texture of the relief, I'm afraid that the next second are going to feel that this pillar on the coiled dragons are going to go straight up to the ninth heaven in clouds. Museum flooring. Su-Chen about guessing is an advanced composite material. The system introduces not only wear-resistant and anti-slip, but also to be more wear-resistant than ordinary materials. Beautiful. There are also still able to absorb most of the noise. The entire museum covers an area of more than 50,000 square meters, and the number of people to be accommodated at the same time is expected to be more than 10,000, which can greatly reduce the noise and prolong the service life. And the space in the pavilion has long been rationally planned for the placement and size of each exhibit. Soft spotlights lit up above Su-Chen's head, giving an instant feeling of mystery through the bright bulletproof glass. Su-Chen just standing here, have a feeling of being surrounded by the great people of Chinese history. If this booth put a treasure of Chinese civilization, it will be able to convey the great spirit of Chinese history. Su-Chen nodded, very satisfied with this museum rewarded by the system. Well, let's see what exhibits are put in the museum. System. Open the mall. Swish. The system's transparent mall interface unfolded in front of Su-Chen's eyes. The system mall panel opens. System. Open the treasure of Chinese civilization. the page changes, and within a short time it stops at the option for the Chinese historical period, Xia and Shang, Western Zhou, Eastern Zhou, Spring and Autumn, Warring States, various periods, various exquisite artifacts lie quietly in the system's mall, each revealing the heaviness of Chinese history. As Su Chen's eyes lingered on each treasure of Chinese civilization, it seemed as if he could hear the whispers of Chinese history, each one, as if telling its own story. For the first time, Su Chen felt that he was so close to the history of China, and as long as he reached out, he could touch the historical artifacts of each period. Su Chen glanced at the system's display permissions. Museum National Treasure Display Hall permission, current permission to display 3 national treasures from any period of Chinese history, including lost objects. Museum Humanities Exhibition Hall, current permission to display 1 real historical figure of China, 1 hour in length. Unfortunately, only 3 pieces can be displayed perfectly. It's too difficult to pick from so many Chinese national treasures. The rest of the Chinese national treasures can only be displayed in their later excavated state. On the contrary, when he saw the Humanities showroom option, Su Chen did not hesitate to choose Qin Chao. The first one that comes to mind is our old ancestor who tried to unify the world and standardized weights and measures. The first emperor Ing Zhang. The Ocha was quickly finalized. System, the Hall of Humanities is displaying the style of the first emperor Ing Zhang. Ding, please confirm with the host. The Museum of the History of Chinese Civilization, showcasing the history of Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang, 1 hour in length. Confirmed. Without hesitation, Su Chen nodded his head in confirmation. Ding. Confirmation complete. The system will now show you the history of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, for 1 hour. Swish. A blinding white light flashed in front of Su Chen, like a computerized 3D screen, gradually unfolding from bottom to top. The lights on the display table began to change with the scene. The scene begins with Ing Zhang, a young man in a bearded coat, standing by the high wall of his country and sighing. It's so big. Is this our land of Qin? The young man Ing Zhang is pointing far away. And those? Are they also our Qin lands? A fellow courtier replied. Not now, but in the future, when your excellency becomes king, all these lands will have to be taken back, and the entire world will be yours. The young man Ing Zhang did not understand. Why? In the future, you will be the king of Great Qin. Not only will you take over the lands of the world, you will also take over the hearts of the people of the world. Make them your subjects, let them prostrate themselves at your feet, and then you will not only be the king of Great Qin, you will also be the king of all things and all people. At that time, the young man was still a protege of Handan, but in his heart he planted the seed of unifying the world and recovering the people's hearts. The scene shifts. A back figure of a man with a black and gold children's shoe-looking immortal boots, wearing a basalt-colored imperial robe, wearing a 7-foot Qin king's sword at his waist, wearing a heavenly crown on his head, and with a magnificent figure gradually appeared on the booth in the Humanities Hall. The scene pulls away as the man turns and waves his sleeve, standing on top of a high watchtower, which is surrounded by burning beacons. The young man of his time had already become the king of Great Qin. The razor-sharp face was a look of disdain on his face. With a wave of his hand, he looked at the tens of thousands of Qin troops under the stage and raised his arms. Build the great wall to subdue the dragon vein of my 9 states. Defend my Great Qin. Protect my country. The 6 are united. The world is one. I hereby swear in the name of the first emperor. When I am here, I will open up the borders and expand the land, sweeping away the 4 barbarians. I will establish the foundation of Qin for the rest of my life. If I die, I will transform into a dragon spirit and bless China for all eternity. This oath is witnessed by the sun and the moon. Heaven and earth will witness it. The immortals, the devils and the gods will hear it. After the beginning emperor's words, Su Chen only felt his blood boiling like the generals under the watchtower. Both fists were clenched and could not help but tremble. Visualizer screen transitions. The first emperor, Ing Zhang, sat on the throne, his brow furrowed as he sternly scolded. There are 19 ways to write one character, which is extremely inconvenient. When I finish destroying the 6 kingdoms, and then the other kingdoms, I will leave only one character. Won't it be a pleasure? Under the throne, the courtier was puzzled. Didn't the great king only destroy 6 kingdoms? Ing Zhang gave a mocking smile. The 6 kingdoms are nothing. I will send the Iron Horsemen of Great Qin to fight out a great frontier. At the end of the scene, the first emperor Ing Zhang faces Jing Ku, who assassinated him, and asks indignantly, Jing Ku, why did you stab me? Jing Ku sat paralyzed, his back against the beam. You're poorly armed and have annexed the world. How many people's families have been ruined? Ing Zhang laughed instead of being angry. Ridiculous. If the widow dies, people like you will pounce like jackals to tear at Qin, hunting poison and stealing the country, dragging the world back into endless strife. and I want to bring to this world will be east to the CG North Korea, west to the Lin Tao Changzhong, south to the north of the household north refuses. What is the plug? And because of the mountains of Liaodong of the great country, and peace for all time. Throughout his life, Jingku had held himself to be a chivalrous man, had been full of benevolence and righteousness, but had never thought about what the consequences would be. Before he died, his eyes actually dimmed and he began to take a fresh look at the brutal monarch in front of him. An hour was long. So long that Su Chun was so immersed in it that he almost didn't react from witnessing the old ancestors sweeping the sixth harmony's aura. 1 hour is too short. One can only briefly look at the life of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and can only understand his glorious life from only a few words. From Ming Zhang's teenage protege cluelessness to the first emperor who swept away the 6 kingdoms in standardized weights and measures, the shock level shown in 1 hour is totally unmatched by any hero movie. Su Chen could think of what kind of storm this humanities exhibition hall would cause in the future after it was open to the public. Office of the Deputy Director of the Investment Promotion Office of the City of Riverside. Deputy Director Li Shang is also watching other travelers in the world. Organized by Cold Kingdom. Previously, the superior explained that he wanted to establish a new cultural coordinate of Binjiang City. The director then strongly requested to cooperate with Su Chen's Huaxia civilization. Ready to create an emerging cultural coordinate. Li Shang is not very happy. In his eyes, Su Chen is a brainless touted traffic star, is a capital launched to make money tool. There were so many star poets in their dragon country. They could just come and pull out one to replace Su Chen. For example, last month, in the Riverside Cultural Expo, took the initiative to wink at their own actress Jiao Jiao Baby, foreign Jianxiao University graduates, and can sing and also dance. Good looking, the body is also with a very strong, much better than that Su Chen. Jiao Jiao Baby also said that if through Li Shang and Binjiang investment promotion cooperation, in the future we'll have to go to the door to thank Li Shang. Thinking about it, Li Shang's mouth almost watered. So when he saw the pyramids that Jax came out with, and Sam's Mayan civilization, he knew that the opportunity for Petite Baby to come to his door and thank him had come again. Li Shang immediately opened the search page and began to look up Su Chen's recent movements. In the search box, typing in the word Su Chen, a large list of related words immediately popped up. Cold Kingdom's other travelers in the world. Once aired, the ratings exploded, with real-time pop-ups reaching a maximum of more than 30 million. The program Language for All announced a 1-month postponement. The reason is unknown. Su Chen is suspected to have taken the money and run away. The program suffered a heavy blow. A paparazzo broke the news and photographed Su Chen pairing up with a rich woman in Kyoto. Lin Lin totaled more than 30 read down. Li Shang basically can be sure that Su Chen's side of the program group is considered to have received a considerable blow. As a dragon nation, he naturally didn't want other countries to surpass the dragon nation. But as the deputy director of the Riverside Propaganda Department, the state of the whole network sings, cooperation with Su Chen has been a cost-effective project. At the end of the day, where is the greater temptation that Jiao Jiao Baby can bring to him as a deputy director? Li Shang called his subordinates. Chang. The office door was pushed open and a plainly dressed secretary walked past. Director Li, what are your orders? Li Shang looked up and down at the assistant's outfit and skimmed his eyes in utter disgust. Didn't I tell you not to dress so plain? There's no femininity at all. It affects my mood. The secretary pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose and said in a serious voice, Director Li, not being feminine won't affect my work. Li Shang waved his hand, not wanting to look at the tasteless woman in front of him. Fine. I want to know what's going on with Su Chen by the end of the day, and put together a copy of the internet postings of Jax and Sam's for me. You get out. The assistant nodded and turned to walk out, clutching the file. If you, Su Chen, can't cope with this situation, I don't see him having to do any cultural propaganda. Inside the Chinese Civilization Museum, Su Chen thought twice and selected 3 perfectly displayed Chinese treasures respectively. The first one is the Qingming Shanghatu system, perfect display of the Chinese national treasure. Qingming Shanghai Tuesday. Ding. Please confirm to the host that the Qingming Riverside Scroll by the Northern Song painter Zhang Zidwan is about to be perfectly displayed. Confirmed. Swish. A scroll painting 528.7 centimeters long and 24.8 centimeters wide unfolds in the center of the museum's exhibition hall. Su Chen had seen the Qingming Shanghatu in the latter days when he was on Earth. Both the colors and the paper quality have been eroded over the centuries and have long since lost their most original touch. Su Chen came close to observe. The painting depicted the life scene of various social classes during the Qingming festival in Bianjing of the Northern Song dynasty. The brushstrokes are meticulous. The picture is real and vivid. The brush and ink skills are both workmanlike and writing, lively and concise. The characters are vivid. The form of livestock, radiation, the city, bridges, trees and rivers, all of them are not the most perfect and exquisite. which can be called the wonderful brushwork of the divine work. Boats go back and forth, rainbows lie on the waves, and people are thickly populated. Throughout the entire era of Chinese paintings, it is really difficult to find paintings similar to the Qingming Shanghai too. It is one of the top 10 heirloom paintings in China. The moment the Qingming Shanghai diagram was restored by the system and displayed in its entirety, Su Chen felt as if he was there. I hear the shouts of the traders, see the children playing and chasing, and smell the aroma of the food coming out of the restaurants and eateries. Very good. Next chime. Ding. Please confirm to the host that a perfect display of the chimes is about to take place. Confirmed. Dang. A heavy, long bell tolls from the museum's galleries, carrying a distant story. Huaxia was the first country to use musical bells, and it is also the most complete musical instrument unearthed in Huaxia. When it was unearthed, not only was the chime intact, but it could even be played, recreating the sound of historical music. This is simply unprecedented, so much so that the excavation resubverted the status of Chinese musical culture, which is of great significance in the long history of China. The first chimes were made up of 3 pieces grouped together, and as they developed, the number gradually increased to 9 or even 13. The bells are made of bronze, and are arranged from small to large flat and round types, and are hung on a bell frame. Instead, the artifacts it uses to pound are a dinged mallet and a long wooden stick on display. Along with it, a score appeared in Su Chen's hand. It is? Su Chen fixed his eyes on it. It's the score of the chimes. Su Chen could completely confirm that this was the score of the chimes. The score, after all, was completely unlike any of Su Chen's music on earth. Just by humming a couple of lines briefly in my mind, I felt this ancient texture that belonged to history. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. This system has been generous for a rare time. There's actually a giveaway. After being delighted, Su Chen did not forget to savor the music score. Just for 3 minutes, the music score was memorized in Su Chen's mind like a brand. How could he not forget it? System. The third perfectly displayed Chinese national treasure is the Yongle Dictionary. Ding. Please confirm, host, that the third perfectly displayed Chinese national treasure is the Yongle Dictionary. Confirmed. Su Chen remembers that the Yongle Dictionary was the result of Zhu Di's determination to repair a masterpiece for the benefit of future generations during the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, ordered that year to order the co-compilation of more than 3,000 people. It took 3 years. Later, Ming Qingzhu himself wrote the preface and gave the name Yongle Grand Dictionary. Astronomy and geography, yin and yang, medicine and sangha, skills. The record is so comprehensive that it belongs to the encyclopedias of the world at that time. However, since the original Yongle Daji was destroyed in the war, the copy was also determined to be missing 2,422 volumes. This is just a huge shame for future generations. Therefore, Su Chen wanted to make up for the regrets of the whole of China by completely restoring the full text of the Yongle canon through the system. The text of the Yongle canon is missing. The system automatically completes it and displays it perfectly. White light flashed, and with it a third exhibit appeared in the middle of the museum's hall. A total of 22,877 volumes. The entire book of 3.7 million words neatly displayed in the display case. The parts of the paper that were mutilated and the text that was blurred were all automatically repaired by the system. When he saw the complete Yongle Dictionary placed in front of him, Su Chen had to sigh at the magic of the system. Chinese experts, after a long period of restoration, excavation, spent how much manpower and resources, but also only a small part of the restoration. But Su Chen, as long as the opening of a mouth, the complete Yongle Grand Dictionary appeared in front of Su Chen. Other treasures of Chinese civilization. Su Chen then, in accordance with the Xia, Shang and Western Zhou dynasty changes and into the museum to observe the order of display. After more than 10 hours of setting up, the 50,000 square meter Huaxia Culture Museum finally took shape. From the beginning of the establishment of China, to the later prosperity of the national treasures that can be represented, all of them are in the museum in a big way. Phew, it's finally over. I haven't eaten for a day, and I can't believe I don't even feel hungry. From the morning when Su Chen came in, it was already dark at this point without realizing it. Looking at a piece of cultural treasures displayed in the museum's display case, Su Chen had indescribable satisfaction. Rubbing his stomach, Su Chen decided to reward himself with a good meal today. There was still a hard battle to be fought tomorrow in the program over in the cold country. Su Chen said it was a good meal. Back to the residence, just ordered a barbecue from the neighborhood to pack home. Granted, he's got a system and a reputation, but the show's prize money he hadn't gotten yet, and the songs and cosigns hadn't charged him a penny in order to promote Chinese civilization, so his quality of life hasn't made much of a leap for a while. Brother Su Chen, he Xiao, an elementary school student, pinched her waist and stood in front of Su Chen's door with a puff of air, her ponytail, not knowing whether it was angry or tied up, going straight up to the sky. Smiley, what are you doing here? Su-chen was puzzled. After all, it was getting late. As an elementary school student, Xiao Xiao shouldn't have appeared here. Is she also there to rise to the occasion? Xiao Xiao took a look at Su-chen's appearance, puckered her mouth and vigorously sniffed the scent in the air, and said accusingly, my parents didn't come home from work today, so I just came to see you. I haven't eaten yet. Su-chen hurriedly opened the door of the room to let this little girl in to eat first. Only Xiao Xiao was a bit embarrassed at first, and it didn't take long for her to be like a lion seeing meat, left and right, a skewer in one hand, eaten all over the place. Xiao Xiao clearly saw himself looking like he had something to say, but once a child sees food, he probably forgets what he came for. Hiccup! Xiao Xiao finally burped with satisfaction, rubbing her rounded stomach. Xiao Xiao directly paralyzed in her chair. Su-chen saw this and joked, I didn't realize you were so small, but your appetite isn't small at all. Say, I know your parents can't work overtime and leave you alone outside the door, looking for me in the end. What is the matter? Xiao Xiao smiled and sat up in one bone, some naive giggling, but his eyes turned and sized up Su-chen, as if he could see what was going on. Indescribably witty. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you. My mom left me the key, but I was worried about you, so I waited here. But I'm not worried now. Why? At Xiao Xiao's age, it was only normal for her to be curious, only to see Xiao Xiao calmly take a sip of water and said somewhat smugly, I was going to ask you about the show too. You don't even know how bad the news is talking about it out there, but I see you're all calm. Your room isn't making any moves to be renovated or moved, and you don't eat or dress like you're getting violently rich. I knew it. You're not panicking at all, much less taking the money and running. Then what else do I have to worry about? Saying that, Xiao Xiao approached Su-chen with wide eyes and continued, as long as you don't panic and we're not afraid if you lose, I'll always be your #1 backup fan. Eat and drink. Go home. Xiao Xiao jumped out of her chair to pick up her own school bag and bounced out the door. Su-chen spat out a sentence in his heart, human child, and then saw Xiao Xiao enter the house before he felt relieved. The next day, it was time for the recording of the Cold Kingdom program. Su-chen didn't choose to go over to the TV station. Anyway, his own persona is all about not showing his face and network entries, so as long as he has a computer, Su-chen is the same wherever he is. On the contrary, a text message was sent to Su-chen from director Zhang Yang's side, reminding him that today's program was slightly different, and that a strong opponent had even appeared for him to pay attention to. Graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a double master's degree, a famous novelist in the beautiful country who has won several international awards and is now starting to dabble in the movie and television industry. Robert. This person has a strong ability to make up lies. It's not as simple as an ordinary contestant, and this person also has a huge amount of fans, so he might be one of your few opponents. Hello everyone, welcome to the, jointly created by 32 countries and produced by the Cold Kingdom, other travelers in the world global large-scale cultural variety live program. The host, dressed in a competent professional outfit, standing straight, hair combed meticulously, holding a microphone and greeting the audience cordially. In the last issue, we were introduced to the subtle lies brought to us by the great gods of Jax and Mr. Sam, and I wonder what new and strange worlds the contestants from various countries will show us today. Let's wait and see. The host held a microphone in one hand and turned to point behind him, as contestant avatars streamed frantically on the big screen and the lights flickered on and off in just the right way. The chants from the audience at the bottom also rang out. Of course there were not a few people in the live stream, and even many people from the Dragon Kingdom were watching. Since the airing of the last episode, Su-chen's roles as Jax and Sam have created a lot of buzz and attracted more eyeballs to the show, which has now become almost one of the must-catch variety shows for young people on the internet. For this installment, each contestant will likewise have a 5-minute personal introduction. As long as more than 50% of the audience votes that the lie is unreasonable, the contestant is considered to have failed to advance. Okay, let's cut the crap and have the first player take the lead. Let's see what happens. The show went on in a smooth flow, and from the build-up to the last installment, this one went straight into the contestants' personal introductions without much introduction of the rules. Hi everyone, I'm Robert. Wow. The first contestant drew a gasp from everyone as soon as he came out. High Ting's nose, snow-white skin, and slender limbs all tell the audience that the contestant in front of them is from a beautiful country. Isn't this the famous beautiful country novelist and director Robert? I didn't think our program could attract such a highly intelligent upper-class person. The moderator was the first to exclaim. The audience at the bottom and on the live pop-up screen also exploded, unable to figure out how such a person could participate in an entertainment program. Lin Qinyu, who was far away in Longwei University, frowned deeply when he saw the first player. Such a famous writer and famous director is a genius wherever he is placed. And besides, He graduated with a double master's degree, and his knowledge reserve is unimaginable. Su Chen is in danger. Another strong opponent has been added. Two great gods in the last installment were already outrageous enough, and here comes another one? Will there still be a place for Chinese civilization? Just by seeing his face, I can imagine the lies that are coming out of his mouth. There wasn't a single viewer on the air who didn't recognize Robert. The man was said to have had several universities vying for his acceptance at the age of 12, and by the age of 16 he had won an international prize for fiction. Then once he was out in society, he was a firebrand in everything he did and wrote novels that were household names. Life was literally on easy mode, and fame and fortune were the least of his worries. Wherever this man is placed, the basic situation is set. Without much explanation, Robert began to introduce himself directly. Maybe everyone knows who I am, but a lot of people don't realize that I'm also a traveler. At these words, the atmosphere of the scene instantly warmed up. How is it that I don't feel the least bit out of place when he says he's a traveler? The man's intellect, and his deeds, in the river, in the Ganges, man. Starting to look forward to Roberta's story. Maybe you're wondering why I'm on this program today exposing myself when I haven't said anything about it before. Today, I have come here to defeat Su Chen, to let the Dragon Kingdom know that Chinese civilization is not as bright as they think it is at all. Roberta carries on with her introductions as she walks to the center of the stage, the spotlight closing in and hitting Robert alone. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the already heated atmosphere of the live broadcast site went straight to a high point. The director was even more excited to hear Robert's declaration backstage and jumped up and down. Quick! Quick! The camera closes in. Lights follow. This is going to be our breaking point for another installment. Maybe Robert will be the one to push back Chinese civilization and the travelers. Benchmarking dragons all lies proves that Chinese civilization isn't that bright. That was the slogan of the 32 countries that joined together to create the program in the first place. But the words came out of Robert's mouth, and that greatly increased the chance of success. I am not a traveler from other worlds, and the place I travel to is limited to the blue planet. Robert spoke slowly. I'm not well read. I didn't get it. What does Roberta mean? Could it be that there are other spaces that exist in Blue Star as well? Is the civilization of the blue planet going to stand up too? The curiosity of the viewers in the live room grew even more. Robert continued. It is the center of the Earth of the blue planet that I am traveling through. Yes, you heard me right. The center of the Earth. It was a civilization completely different from the ground, where people communicated through consciousness, with the ability to transmit and control consciousness. I saw the time tunnel. Robert's tone was low, and the lighting on the stage became mysterious with the telling, as if with a hazy veil that made it impossible to see his expression. The statement, which was clearly different from any of the contestants, managed to capture the hearts of the audience and the people in the live stream. Su Chen showed a different expression to the tall, thin white man on stage. He had also read a couple of Robert's novels after traveling to the blue planet, and I have to say, it did have a little something to it, but it's still not even close to the novels of my previous life. This man, put on Blue Star, is a genius, but used to compare with Su Chen, who had all the knowledge of the civilization in his previous life, the genius of the Blue Star that was just a threshold to talk to him, and his speech even sounded a little familiar. Totally just a legendary story of the Earth disguised as a civilization. How can it still be taken out to do with an entire Chinese civilization as a confrontation? If this can also be taken out as a civilization to fight against, then we still have mythological stories in China. The journey to the West, with a worldview so huge that it's hard to imagine. Wouldn't they all be taken out and pretended to be civilized? Su Chen smiled faintly. The civilization of the Earth's core has its origins in a time that no Blue Star human can trace back to. A time when Blue Star did not yet have any intelligent beings. And those who live in the center of the Earth are not human beings, but reptilian, cold-blooded animals with higher intelligence. They have a name of their own, lizard people. The moment Robert's words came out, it was as if he had set off a shocking wave, and the hearts of the entire audience in the live broadcast room were thrilled. Traveling through the Earth's core is already a novel method of travel, and the ones living there are actually still cold-blooded creatures. Reptilian creatures? How can they be called highly intelligent creatures when their brains aren't as big as their thumbs? Isn't the planet's core just hot magma? Could it be that the experts on the blue planet were wrong after all these years of research? What do they eat? What do they drink? How can they live without the sun? A question flashed up on the pop-up screen again, and there were some viewers who had been very excited about Robert, but now just felt that there were too many questions about this story of Robert's that went beyond common sense. The number of pop-ups also nearly covered the full screen of the live broadcast at this point. The number of viewers in the background continued to surge, and the technicians rushed to perform pop-up control so that the live broadcast room would not be trapped in paralysis. The director was more than thrilled. Worthy of the genius Robert, All by himself he has raised the ratings for this installment to double that of the previous one. The panel side of the room also brightened up when they heard Robert's presentation. But based on reality, they let the moderator field their questions. The moderator receives the message in his headset, nods slightly, and steps forward to ask the question. Mr. Robert, about this geocentric crossing experience of yours, I see that the live audience and the viewers in the live broadcast room all have a lot of questions they want to ask you. Why don't you help us answer them first? The host owed a slight bow. His tone was gentle, and he acted very polite. Robert nodded his head and, without going on, began to answer questions from the audience. In fact, the reptilian creatures I'm talking about are not the reptilian creatures that exist on the surface of the blue planet, but rather reptilian humanoids with bodies close to those of humans. Their brains are actually far more or less the same than a human's. And the fundamental reason that determines their high IQ is that they were originally the product of an alien planet. As we all know, whenever a planet is active, the inner core is basically blazing hot magma, and they have the technology to fully utilize the heat of the magma to make up for being cold-blooded. 3 or 2 sentences, plain and simple. The audience came to a realization. I see. So it seems quite reasonable for them to choose the center of the Earth as their survival environment. Worthy of the genius Roberta. Unbroken. It's not much more exciting than Chinese civilization. The unknown audience was completely caught up in the crossing doctrine of Robert's geocentric civilization, and only Su Chen was unmoved. It's laughable that this genius with a double master's degree would take a sci-fi story and claim to defeat Chinese civilization on his show. When Su Chen checked the information in the library at first, he found that the science fiction genre in this world was very rare, even to the extent of being scarce. The idea of writing a science fiction novel was born. Nah, I was participating in the Dragon Lies program at the time and couldn't find the time. Coincidentally, he also took a liking to Robert's writing, so he attempted to anonymously write an email about the geocentric civilization and sent it over, intending to seek cooperation and grow his popularity value in many ways. But that email was sent so far after more than 3 months without reply. Su Chen had long thought that his email was screened out. I didn't expect to hear about geocentric civilizations on this show after such a long time. Robert did not even know before he came on stage that the person who sent the email was Su Chen himself, and thought it was the product of the brainchild of some unknown little author. But when Robert saw that email, it was like seeing an untapped gold mine. This kind of sci-fi civilization that had never appeared above the blue planet, no matter if it was written as a novel or made into a movie or television, it would be an existence that would stir up the entire blue planet. This is the kind of subject matter that simply doesn't get the most value when it's in the hands of a small, unknown author. It is in his hands, Robert, whose fame and fortune are of the highest order, that it will be of the greatest value, or even create a larger sci-fi business empire. In order to hit the ground running on the subject, Roberta then went on this Other Travelers in the World program herself, firing up the heat as a crossover. Apparently, the plan was also very successful. He thought about the fact that even if the little author who sent the anonymous email came looking for him, with his own power, he could just pay him some money to keep quiet. Anyway, that kind of person, who had no power or fame in his life, couldn't do confrontation with him, a well-known person. Anyhow, from the creation of the Lie show to this point, all the contestants have basically said that they traveled to another time or planet. No one had yet indicated that there could actually be a civilization underneath the blue planet. The audience, which was there, was in a very enthusiastic mood. The number of people in the live room broke records at one point. Such an effect completely exceeded Robert's expectations. Sure enough, his vision was not wrong, and such a subject, once it is released, is the biggest IP. For a moment, he was surprisingly very envious of even that little author for coming up with such a sci-fi civilization. I couldn't write a story in my own lifetime that was half as good as this. It wasn't hard to imagine that if that anonymous person hadn't sent the email, a new star would have risen on the blue planet that would have been brighter than himself. To put it bluntly, one's own position will be compared. He was glad he opened that email that day. Ha ha, I didn't think someone like Robert would go on the show with a story I wrote for him and brag about it by saying it was his own experience. Su Chen felt some irony in front of the computer. Originally, he thought that Robert, as a well-known figure, would not do something like appropriating someone else's story. At least, he's making enough money. He still underestimated the greed of human nature, and the value of the story of the geocentric civilization. Not bad for a capitalist in a beautiful country. Su Chen sneered. When seeking cooperation, Self to the other party sent only a simple synopsis. The details of the part, they did not write. He was also curious to see what kind of effect his own geocentric civilization would turn out to have after going through Robert's mouth, declaring that the civilization of the Earth's core was fighting against the Chinese civilization. What kind of expression would appear on the other side when they found out that they were the senders of the emails? The genius who claimed to be the #1 genius of the blue planet was exposed in front of the globe by him. A lying traveler. Su-Chen was very much looking forward to it. The smile on Robert's face couldn't help but deepen a few more points when he saw how well his speech had gone over. Prior to the crossing, I had received radio signals from the interior of the blue planet as a heavy fan of physics and astronomical research. Upon locating it, it was surprisingly found to be coming from several hundred kilometers below the blue planet. Originally, I thought that it was just a chaotic radio signal generated by geological activity within the blue planet, but after analyzing it, I found that it was a digital subcode, not at all a signal that nature could produce, but a product of highly intelligent beings. After all, with our current technology, there is absolutely no way to penetrate the ground to transmit a signal. A signal caller far away in the beautiful country couldn't help but nod his head at this point as he watched Robert's speech, and then explained it on the pop-up. Indeed, by way of analogy, if Blue Star wanted to send a signal to the back of another planet, it would have to send a signal relay satellite between the two planets first, or else Blue Star would not be able to send a direct transmission to the back of the planet with its current technology. The signal transmission alone shows that geocentric civilizations are much higher than those on the surface of the Blue Star. The Great Spirit's science is timely, or else my intellect would not be able to judge such a complex lie. Am I the only one wondering how exactly Robert traveled to a geocentric civilization? A pop-up caught the attention of many netizens, so they asked about the opportunity to cross the center of the Earth. According to what I learned after I arrived at the Earth's core, entrances to travel through the Earth's core would actually be found in many parts of the blue planet, and I entered the Earth's core civilization in a cave called Mystery in the Beautiful Country. Robert didn't hide it, and introduced it directly based on Su-Chen's email. Blue Star itself, there are many unknown caves and rare places. Blue Star scientists have also explored the secrets of the depths of the caves, but in the way of limited technology, basically all to no avail. So Robert says this and no one can come up with evidence to refute him. Su-Chen in front of the computer sneered. It really doesn't change at all. What it writes says what it says. Originally this geocentric civilization was a sci-fi story that emerged from the setting of Earth, and the two planets are very similar. On the show's side, the crew was again very cooperative in showing mysterious caves and bizarre stories of unexplored places all over the blue planet on the big screen. Goes so far as to provide some plausible support for Robert's geocentric civilization. For a while, there was a lot of debate on the internet, and most of the uninformed netizens were in support of Robert's statement, and were even very eager to do so. Rokoku, Other Travelers in the World was playing on the big multimedia screen in the study hall at Sunnyside Elementary School. At this moment a little blonde boy stabbed He Xiaoxiao's back at the front table with the tip of his pen. Hey, what Robert said about the geocentric civilization sounds awesome. Su-Chen's Huaxia civilization is far worse. He Xiaoxiao's heart was also beating straight, but she still threw over a blank stare and said with a stiff upper lip, "What do you know? Su-Chen's Huaxia civilization is the best. This geocentric civilization is a lie." The little boy puckered his mouth in defiance. Humph. It's not like no one has found Robert's loophole. Can you find it? I think those mysterious caves are the entrance to the geocentric civilization. Can Su-Chen come up with such an awesome geocentric civilization? Robert's genius persona, coupled with his bizarre geocentric civilization traversing exploits, has left many mesmerized. But that was just one of Robert's plans. As long as the name is out there, he or she will take the story and write novels and make movies and television, whether the lies will be exposed or not. To that end, after seeing that email, he set everything in motion. Robert continued. However, an unknown signal doesn't mean anything, so I splurged and put together an expedition of a dozen people to explore the surface closest to the signal. A radio X-ray device was utilized to discover intermittent voids in the ground where the signals were emitted, and a map of the tunnels made up of the underground voids was later drawn from the instrument. For this reason, we visited the neighboring natives, and the chief of the natives not only refused to allow us to continue our study of the underground tunnels, but also told us a story about their race. Well over 1,000 years ago, there used to be a highly advanced race on the planet Blue at the time called the Lizardmen. At that time they predicted a meteor shower of catastrophic proportions, and in order to survive they chose to build a geocentric city underneath the planet Blue Star. And so our team conferred and judged that there must be the site of a civilization, or a civilization that is still going strong, under the ground. This speculation, which had appeared in the newspapers of the beautiful country even 2 months ago, I'm sure that there are many people on the air who have seen this news. Then, as I was exploring alone at night, for some reason it suddenly lit up as I walked, and a prairie appeared around it. A prairie inhabited by extinct animals and inhabited by people who were blonde and white, but with Telson eyes. Their city, made of a crystal-like ore. The transportation is still all without wheels and looks like the fabled flying saucers. Technology is far more advanced than on the surface of the blue planet. I met the chief there, who told me with his consciousness that it was the world of the Earth score, and that I could come in because they had invited me. Now I stand on this show to bring geocentric civilization into the open. Robert nodded to the host, who understood what he meant and immediately pressed the button in his hand. On the big screen, the news about the expedition's discovery of the underground tunnels, as Robert had described it, was then shown. In one photo, 18 members of the expedition are dressed in uniform, surrounded by several sophisticated probing instruments. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the right shoulder, on the upper right shoulder of the expedition's clothing, also bears the Roberts Company logo, and the other photo shows a map of the underground tunnels drawn by the expedition's instruments. The map shows the tunnels in all directions and in an organized design. At that time, when this news came out, various news media reported one after another, and there were even many experts to speculate. But the news of the expedition team behind the underground tunnel and then too much information disclosure. So netizens only guessed that it is a naturally occurring crypt only, and then it will not be settled. Now in conjunction with Robert's statement on the show today, the viewers of the live broadcast are now realizing the unimaginable side of the story. I've seen this news as well. Nowadays Blue Star is all about technological development. I didn't realize at all that there was such huge information hidden in this ordinary news. Robert's mouth is really tight. Such a big thing. He froze and didn't reveal a single word. Doesn't the appearance of an underground civilization mean that the beautiful country's overall civilization is on a higher level? That was 2 months ago, with the news to back it up. The audience's enthusiasm was undiminished, and the pop-ups were a torrent of discussion. Director Song Lishong had already excitedly stood up from his chair and didn't even care when he spilled the hot tea on the table. Geez, is that still a lie that Robert told? I wonder how many people are going to explore the civilization at the center of the Earth when this episode airs. On the side of the program's experts, after seeing the news displayed on the big screen, they also looked at each other, unable to distinguish the truth of this lie. Assuming Robert was lying, who would have gone to all that trouble, created the expedition, and used the detectors, and even made the news? To put it in another position, Roberta, as a capitalist, was doing this before Chill Country's other travelers in the world program even existed. He couldn't gain anything at all by spending a lot of money to create that expedition. To summarize, Robert's experience as a traveler is highly credible. Su Chen, who was sitting in front of the computer, nodded instead. Well, good for you, actually starting the layout the first time you got the email. What with the 18-man expedition and the weird underground tunnels, including the native chiefs, it's basically a reference to the setting of a geocentric civilization and a caste. The news is something like that, and he doesn't tell you the truth or falsehood of the event. Whatever is gimmicky will be reported. For the rest, just leave it to the endless reverie of the audience. After all, in the imagination, they've helped you fill in the logic of the story. But Zhang Yang, who is the director of Dragon Country, can't sit still anymore, and he just thinks that it's Robert's well-prepared lie from the center of the Earth. Even so, up to tens of millions of live streamers have not yet been able to find the holes in this lie. While watching the live stream in real time, he kept track of the number of people supporting Robert on the pop-ups. Anxious, he went round and round in front of the computer. If this trend continues, it will soon surpass Su Chen's votes. As expected by Zhang Yang, before Robert's 5-minute introduction was over, the audience in the live broadcast room could not wait to ask the program to open the voting channel. It looks like there's been a lot of outcry, and already a lot of viewers are asking us to open up the voting. The host's face couldn't hold back the excitement. After all, the previous contestants had all entered as civilizations from other time periods. Not only is Roberta the genius of the beautiful country, she is also the first on the show to introduce herself as the geocentric civilization of the Blue Star beautiful country. The audience was predictably enthusiastic. The director also agreed to the audience's proposal with a straight hand. After our show's deliberations, the geocentric civilization brought by Mr. Robert has broken the all-time viewer count, so we've decided that we'll open the voting lanes early. Without any further introduction from the host, the moment the voting button lit up, the audience in the broadcast room couldn't wait to vote in favor of Robert. The percentage of votes on the big screen kept growing. The votes that could have been counted in just 2 minutes actually took more than 5 minutes to be counted in the background this time. That's how long it took, and it took 2 extra staff members backstage to get it done. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the number of votes stayed at a steady value. The final rating, lie recognition, 95%. Wow, so high. The elementary school students in Xiaoxiao's class all made surprised noises. The little boy from the beautiful country at the back table stood up and applauded directly, and scoffed as he did so. Ha ha, I knew it. Robert is the god of our beautiful country. Your Chinese civilization is going to end. The hosts on the set were also shocked when the show's tally was complete. 95% lie recognition. The fact that such a high-scoring contestant appeared in only the second installment of the show was something they didn't expect. A lot of the voting audience had a very simple idea as well. After all, this was the geocentric civilization of the beautiful country of Blue Star. The civilizations that Jax and Sam are talking about are from Earth, and the geocentric civilization of their own home, ultimately, smells good. But more viewers voted out of belief in Robert's presentation. Their reasoning is also simple. No one creates expeditions to explore backward areas for no reason. The news from 2 months ago gave them a very convincing argument. Voting is over. As the host made the announcement, the lights on the stage came back on. Robert's face reappeared in front of the audience. It seems that our program's contestants are truly hidden talents. The first introduction of this episode is so surprising. Mr. Robert deserves the name of genius. The moderator's emotional intelligence is also high. In one sentence, in addition to elevating the show, he also patted Robert on the back. Even Su Chin, a traveler, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and praise her for being marvelous when he heard it. I just don't know how the host will be able to round out the day the truth is exposed then. Robert was introduced and the crowd was in a state of not wanting to put him down. Asked him a lot of questions about the geocentric civilization. Robert did not want to say too much to avoid exposing the problem, so he had to take a sentence. We'll answer everyone's questions in the next issue. A polite, perfunctory gesture was made, and this was let off the stage. Compared to the other contestants, the treatment was not a little higher. The contestants in the back screamed in their hearts at the sight of such an opponent. Robert's in first place. How else are we supposed to introduce ourselves? Mom, I want to quit. Murder kills. With such a quality opponent in front of them, what else is there to see for them little shrimps? Pop-ups also floated from time to time. Hey, let's go. Let's go. The gods are gone. So I guess there's nothing to see in this installment. Everyone, go check out robertthegreatsfaceplate.com. It's blowing up there. I'd like to take a road trip. Anyone looking for the geodesic tunnel with me? Raise your hand. +1, +1, 11111. With Robert's departure, the audience in the live room was mostly missing. While the backstage tech department of the program is relaxed, the director is helpless. When he saw the list of contestants, he only thought that they had the same name. After all, with 100,000 contestants, it was more than normal to have a few with the same name. If I had known he was Robert himself, I would have put him at the end of the program. Now we can only plead that the contestants in the back aren't too weak or the flow of this episode is going to be unsupportable. Meanwhile, the meltdown was also on the technical maintenance staff of Facebook.com. For some reason, Facebook suddenly had a huge influx of users, who even came over the wall and went straight to Robert's personal page. The search terms on Facebook can't escape Robert's domination. In less than half an hour, more than 500 articles were directly swiped by crazy fans, and Robert's fans went up by more than 3 million. Facebook's servers have even been crashed a dozen times by the crush. The site's maintenance staff maintains it while looking for the source of the users. In the end, another 40 maintenance employees were deployed to rotate for a day and a night to keep the servers up and running. I later heard that on that night, because of the appearance of the geocentric civilization, the entire building of the Facebook company was lit up. The host watched Robert leave and raised the microphone to begin introducing the second contestant. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room was already down to a third. Although the audience was pretty much gone, the show still had to go on. The next contestants to compete, for some special reason, are not comfortable appearing on the show, so online participation is used. Perhaps many of our viewers have already seen some of this contestant's statements online. Let's have Mr. Ace. The program's music plays, and the big screen changes from the name of the program to a headshot of a figure with an imposing expression, a stocky figure, and a weapon in hand. Hello, everyone, I'm a traveler from Earth, Ace. Suchin adjusted his voice changer and greeted the audience in attendance with a hoarse European accent. As always, he was still using his Earth traveler identity. Oh, geez, this contestant's voice is too good. Damn, it's rare to hear such an attractive voice and not show your face. I decided that I'm going to vote for him, even if he doesn't have a great presentation. The voice changer provided by the system to Su Chen completely surpassed the technology of Blue Star's home planet, making it impossible to tell that it was not out of a real person's voice. Charmed a bunch of fans of the show into retardation, but some of the sober viewers in the Dragon Kingdom were also furious. Does he think we can't uncover him just by claiming to be from Earth? The players from the Cold Kingdom are really shameless. It's not like Earth's travelers are wholesale. The few pop-ups defending Chinese civilization were quickly drowned in the screen by the pop-ups of the fans of the 32 countries, and no one cared. The host was also surprised to find that the Ace contestant had similarly claimed to be from Earth, and asked a curious question. Mr. Ace, are you saying that the Atlantean civilization you published on the internet also came from Earth? Yes, It's the Earth. Wow. The audience at the bottom who were originally looking at Su Chen's voice left behind let out a gasp. It's that Atlantean civilization that's been all over the internet? The program actually invited him here too. It is said that that civilization was a kingdom founded by a god, and that the remains of the civilization hid a great deal of treasures. I heard that Ace player hasn't said a word since he caught fire online. He's just so mysterious. God's civilization? I'd believe you if you said aliens? A god? Who's seen it? Su Chen just briefly explained his vest, and it caused a small commotion in the scene, and the live broadcast audience that was originally lost also stopped exiting because of Ace's statement. Ace from the Atlantean civilization is just one of his own multiple vestiges. The host's eyes instantly lit up when he heard Ace's statement. After all, she was one of the fans of the Atlantean civilization herself. God's civilization. As soon as this title was taken, it stood out among the many lies of the travelers. That's why the show is so desperate to have each other on board. Unfortunately, with the genius Robert's Blue Star Underground civilization in front of him, there was a massive loss of viewers in the live stream, and the tastes of those left behind have been spoiled. The host shook his head darkly. This Ace was not going to achieve much good. I'm afraid. Okay, now that you've all had a first look at contestant Ace, let's invite Mr. Ace to introduce us to the Atlantean civilization from Earth. The host extends his left hand and points to the big screen where Ace is. The lights on the stage slowly focused, and Ace's avatar became the most visible presence on stage. If I say that the Atlantean civilization was created by God, some people may say that I am exaggerating. However, if you listen to what I have to say, your thinking will change. The country I traveled through was a sea-worshipping nation, and they built their city on an island surrounded by sea on all sides. The style of the city was designed as a structure of concentric circles, and later generations speculated that it was a phalanx that summoned the gods. As Ace finished speaking, on the large screen, drawings of the city of Atlantis were displayed. In the center of the drawing is a lofty castle, while the surrounding buildings are orderly and well-housed, forming a regular concentric circle around the palace. This civilization emerged at a time when countries of the same period were even still in the tribal stage, and there was no such thing as a city. Yes, an online historian of an ancient civilization who claimed to have traveled across the world once claimed online that he had brought back a book by a literary scholar named Plato, and the contents of the book had also mentioned Atlantis was a country founded by the sons of God. I've seen that post too. That traveler also posted parts of the book, and there's a picture where not only is the architecture of the city exactly the same, but the text is similar to parts of Blue Star's text. I also remember that son of God was the son of Poseidon, the king of the seas, by the name of Atlas. When I look at the avatar of Ace's contestant, the image also looks like the image in that book. Finally, some viewers noticed at this time that Su Chen was using a very strange avatar this time. To say that this is some kind of anime character, but with very much more majesty on the face than an anime character. To say that this is a portrait of a god is not unreasonable. Upon closer analysis, Su Chen's avatar was none other than a god standing on the heights of some building, weapon in hand, scrutinizing his land. Just a sideways glance alone reveals the character's unusual aura. Not at all the eyes of an ordinary superior. Yes, this avatar of mine was drawn with reference to the history of Atlantis. Wow! There was an uproar when Ace finished. Could there really be a civilization created by God? Such similar questions appeared in the minds of every audience member. But in contrast to Robert's statement, what Ace said was not at all credible enough. Atlantis would have used technology only available to us in modern times 600 years ago. Although the city was built on the sea, the city did provide all the needs needed for human survival, even to the point of producing countless amounts of gold and silver. The people live in wealth and peace and wisdom. There have been historical scholars who, while searching for the Atlantean civilization, dug up gold with a single shovel. When the audience heard that there was a lot of gold and silver there, their ears instantly went straight, especially the audience from the beautiful country, whose eyes were shining green. In those times, when the humans of the blue planet were still in a period of exploration, the people of Atlantis built palaces, houses, fortifications, and carved huge statues out of huge rocks. Atlantis right in the center. The palace that houses the throne alone covers the size of 4 basketball courts, an overall composite structure with 10 times the number of rooms than the Black Palace in the Land of Beauty. A full 300 rooms. Su Chen desperately portrayed the extent of the splendor of the Atlantean civilization. Listening to the audience underneath brightened their eyes again and again. Composite structures? That's a building only found in modern times. Simply put, palaces in those days were tall buildings. Civilized buildings of this degree of size were centuries ahead of their contemporaries, not to mention ancient civilizations. The construction of such a huge palace on an island surrounded by sea would have required the entire island to be leveled and the land to be built in the form of terraces so that the palace could be constructed on multiple levels. The base stone of the palace walls, constructed from an ore that is abundant in the area, glistens in the sunlight. Not only that, but the entire city has a complete water supply and drainage system, which not only drains large quantities of seawater, but also collects rainwater from the entire island, making fresh water available to the entire island. I know. That traveling historian once said that the palaces of Atlantis were built of real gold and silver. That's why they shine, isn't it? I'd live in a house like this, and I'd marry Angelina Jolie if I had to. Roll. Upstairs. What good things can you take? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and as soon as this pop-up appeared on the big screen, it stirred up the curiosity of the audience. A 300-room high-rise, in the blue planet, that was at least a developed country and a wealthy region. There are poor countries that, to this day, can't afford to live in tall buildings and are still living in trees in big forests. The audience in the beautiful country was even more envious and jealous. Why isn't this civilization in Blue Star? But whenever this civilization is discovered by any country, they can just sit back and enjoy it. Gold, silver, but if they possessed one, they would be the hegemon of the entire blue planet. And why would they be afraid of being held back by the Dragon Kingdom? The people of Atlantis actually used it to build their houses. It was a luxury. While most of the audience was attracted by the palace built of gold and silver depicted by Su Chen, there was a group of architecture students from the University of the Dragon Kingdom who were stunned. Remove an entire mountain of land and have to build into a terraced form on an island full of ore. The amount of manpower and time required for this has been unimaginable. Not only did they build out the foundation of the entire city, they designed the water supply and drainage system. Is this still an ancient civilization? It's a good thing I was born in the Dragon Kingdom of the Blue Planet. Otherwise the pressure would have been too much. No wonder they say this is a god civilization. Only a god could build it, right? And only a god deserves to live in such a glorious palace. Even these students from the Dragon Kingdom were sweating for Su Chen. Such a degree of construction was not something they had ever heard of in Chinese civilization. And it's only 2 episodes of brilliant civilization back to back, with so many scary opponents. Will the Dragon Show still be on in a month's time? They, as supporters of Chinese civilization, are not sure anymore. I can only hope that in a month's time, the dragons don't lose too badly. Ace's statement was effective. The gilded palaces and the civilized islands rich in gold and silver managed to attract the attention of the audience. The number of viewers lost in the live stream keeps coming back. Take back what I just said. It looks like there's still something to see in this episode. Sloppy, just backed off early. Didn't hear anything in front of me? Looks like I'll have to watch the replay tomorrow. A palace made of gold and silver ore. I don't want to go to some geodesic world anymore. Looking at the increasing number of pop-ups on the big screen, the director backstage couldn't help but be impressed with the anime avatar contestant. Song Lizhong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the ratings held up a bit for this installment. Instead, some sober viewers couldn't help but ask questions. Doesn't this city, which is called the civilization of the gods, have its own culture? If it's just a palace with gold and silver seats, it's too vulgar. A capitalized and bolded pop-up floated across the screen as viewers yearned for it, but it also caused some to think about it. God civilization, if that's all it is, really doesn't see any elegance in it. And what's the difference between it and the common man? It's really cheesy. The civilization of Atlantis was naturally more than that. The beauty of the city's architecture is not only that it is far superior to its contemporaries, but it is the city's musical flavor that is even more amazing. Ace made a comment that directly confused the audience. The city's musical flavor? Why didn't I get that? Is it hard to believe that cities sing? It's not like the city is alive. Is Ace kidding? The audience who had been looking at Ace in a different light were all frowning. They had been talking about it so well, but now they couldn't make it up? The moderator was also confused on stage and rushed to the microphone to ask a question. Player Ace, what does the city's musical flavor mean? I don't think there were any devices that could emit music during that time period in Atlantis, right? According to Ace's statement, the period of civilization in Atlantis, which was still in the Stone Age, and the vocal devices required electricity to maintain them. Then the lie falls apart completely. The host's original expectant eyes became very complicated. Su Chen, on the other side of the computer, was unhurried and pontificated. How do you know that there were no audible devices in Atlantis at that time? Not only that, but it's a sound device that runs through the entire city. At this statement, the audience underneath became even more confused. Ace is blowing himself up? Can't pretend to be a traveler anymore? But after hesitating and trying to warn something, I ended up not interrupting the program. But Ace on the big screen was looking like he was winning. Not the least bit different. But the hearts of many in the audience had already silently voted for elimination. The Atlantean civilization's architectural design of circular roofs would have left holes of various sizes in the roof. The holes will make harmonious sounds depending on the wind and temperature. For Atlantis, this was one of its key features. The streets on each level of the city are spread diagonally from one corner of the waterfront to the other, and there are still many intricate underground promenades underneath. What? Everyone froze for a second after hearing Ace's player's introduction, and then realization dawned on them. The host even secretly pinched his thigh. So it is. I can't believe this is where the Atlantean civilization got its musical rhythms from, utilizing nature's trajectory to make buildings make regular music. Why didn't I think of that? Added a professor of architecture in the Buddhist district, trembling and holding a handful of old glasses on the bridge of the nose, could not help but clap his hands and sigh. This design simply subverts the entire artistic attainment of Blue Star architecture. After that, he did not forget to take out a pen and paper to record this whimsical idea for designing brand new building concepts in the future. Originally, when he had been enlisted by his students to come and watch the so-called Travelers program, he had thought it was simply a pipe dream. It's just a bunch of idiots looking at a bunch of liars. Now it seems that the contestants on the show have some real skills. Blue Star, due to the lack of civilization, is mostly just plain buildings and wooden houses that lack ornamentation and interest. Utilizing the sea breeze to play the music of the city was simply a point they hadn't dreamed of. When he had the chance, he must find this player named Ace and learn about the architectural civilization of Atlantis. So when Su Chen broke through this point, the entire audience on the program were all refreshed, as if they were really seeing and hearing that small island with floating music, piled up with gold and silver. This civilization that possesses supreme wisdom and also makes perfect use of the laws of nature to produce beauty. It is not too much to say that it is the civilization of God. Su Chen had just finished his introduction, and the 5 minutes were just about over. The old professor was originally still guarding Ace's live feed, wanting more nuggets of wisdom about the Atlantean civilization. As a result, Ace's introduction time had ended without him realizing it. The old professor sighed. Why is it over so soon? I haven't seen enough. Trembling, the old professor tapped his cell phone's address book and dialed the student he had labeled number 1. On the other end of the phone, there was just one ring and it was quickly picked up. Hello, teacher? The person who answered the phone was a young man, and his tone was also very respectful to the old professor. Teachers hate modern technology so much that they usually contact them, the students, by writing letters after retirement, and have never seen their teachers call them for anything. I don't know what kind of emergency the teacher had today. Flanders, take a look at other travelers in the world and do whatever it takes to find that Ace guy. It may be up to this guy if we're going to cross over into a whole new era of architecture. Ace? The young man named Flanders brainstormed about the big names in the field of architecture, and there was absolutely no information about this man and why the teacher said that a new era in architecture would be in this man. Or is the other person a rising star in the construction class? The caller quickly hung up. Puzzled, the young man named Flanders turned on his computer and clicked on the Cold Kingdom's other travelers in the world program. He wasn't just looking for this Ace guy. He was curious as to what kind of character this Ace was. It could make the old professor of architecture class, who was admired by the whole of Europe, call, and also make him, the leading figure of the global architecture industry, personally go to look for it. Flanders' wife had recommended this entertainment program to him before, and had been in front of him talking about how great the jackass was and how mysterious the pyramid was, but he just thought it was a program effect and never watched it, citing his busy schedule. Now his own teacher had called personally and asked to meet the contestants on the program, something he hadn't expected at all. Flanders clicked into the live stream of Chill Country's other travelers in the world and opened the replay. The first thing you see is Su Chen's weirdly styled avatar. Using this style of drawing for an avatar, is this really the rising star of architecture that the teacher is looking for? With puzzlement and disbelief, Flanders stiffly ignored that and read on. The style of the city was designed as concentric circles, and the palaces were composite structures. The beauty of the city's architecture is not only that it is far beyond the level of its contemporaries, but it is also the city's musical flavor that is so amazing. Not only that, but there are sounding devices throughout the city. The Atlantean civilization architecturally designed circular roofs would have holes of varying sizes in the roof. The holes will make harmonious sounds depending on the wind and temperature. Concentric circle design, composite structure, and gable roof that utilizes wind and temperature to generate sound. Flanders actually looked in without realizing it. Every point Ace made about the building caught Flanders' eye. Hearing Ace's contestant describe the architecture of Atlantis, one can't help but visualize a scene of misty sea breezes and fairy music. Wonderful. It's incomparably wonderful. Since graduating, Flanders has basically bagged all the architectural, aesthetic masters with unique ideas in Europe, thanks to his deep family connections. But an architectural design such as the one proposed by Ace was a point that had not been thought of at all by Blue Star for thousands of years. No wonder the teacher said this man is a symbol of a new era in architecture. Flanders was very excited. sitting at the top of a 100-story building. The building is located in the center of Europe's inch of land. Looking out the window of Flanders' room, there were white clouds, tall buildings, the occasional private jet crossing overhead, and leather seats hand-customized by top artisans underneath. None of it showed the strength of the man. For this president with his hands in more than 40 companies, finding a contestant on the Cold Kingdom program couldn't be easier. Flanders pressed the button to his right. A short while later, a pretty-faced, very tall assistant pushed her way in. "Mr. Flanders, what are your orders?" The young assistant bent down gently, then inquired. Flanders handed over the book with Ace's information. "Find this person and better contact a meeting as soon as possible." The assistant respectfully took the book from Flanders, and although she was slightly taken aback by the person named Ace on the book, she narrowed her eyebrows and bent down to exit the office. On this side of the show, Ace's introduction was nearing the end. The original loss of live viewers has also gradually picked up, even approaching Robert's momentum. As is customary, the moderator reads the rules of the program. 5 minutes are up, and the live audience is now paying attention to the voting buttons on the right-hand side, and the live audience can vote via the buttons at the bottom of the program. With more than 50% support, it will be considered passed. Okay, now for the vote. As soon as the words left their mouths, a number of people pressed the voting buttons in their hands, and the hosts, for a change from their previous skepticism, couldn't wait to cast a vote of support for Ace. In a short while, the votes had been settled as well. 93% approval rating. Looking at the bright red numbers on the big screen, the scene also burst into applause. Snap. After all, it's very rare to have such a high approval rating under Robert's high pressure. Everyone was impressed with this ace. Su Chen finished playing, habitually took off his headphones, and closed his account on the computer. But the moment Su Chen exited the live broadcast, a phone call spanning half of the blue planet called into the backstage of the Cold Kingdom program. The phone that end is exactly far away in Europe. Flanders' assistant. Just the program group side in addition to a name. No, Su Chen did not leave any information. "I'm sorry, but we can't provide Mr. Flanders with useful information either." Hearing the meaning conveyed on the other end of the line, the young assistant politely thanked him and hung up, telling Flanders about it. Flanders leaned his back against the handmade leather boss chair and rubbed his thumbs together in a somewhat playful manner out of habit. If it were anyone else, it would only be his loss if he could not see me, but this man, if I cannot find him, is the loss of our whole architectural world. When this program is broadcasted, he is bound to be the only one who recognizes Ace's architectural ability, and a slow step for such a talent may affect the future landscape of the architectural world. Gather all the cyber experts under our company. I only have one request. Find this person as early as possible. The little assistant's expression was slightly difficult. It's like breaking into someone's house without knocking. Isn't that a bit rude? Flanders fell back on his cloud and laughed softly. When we find this man, I'll explain it to him personally. Just do it. The young assistant nodded her head. The news spread quickly, and Frank, as the controller of more than 40 companies, there were also a handful of webmasters, and soon all of these people were summoned to the head office to form a makeshift team. And the main thing that makes this team special is just to find someone. That's too easy. It's the foundation of every hack. Although everyone was wondering in their hearts, since the boss had issued a directive, all they needed to do was to cooperate without any reason. The team analyzed Ace's location based on his accent, and the accounts involved in the broadcast. It was only at the first moment of their action that Su Chen's side of the system received a reminder. Ding! Suspected network attack. In order to ensure the host's safety, the system has automatically shielded the host's information. Su Chen was also not surprised and directly ignored the system's message. Ever since he created a dozen or so accounts using the system and posted various traveler introductions on the internet, just about a dozen hackers from different countries take turns attacking his account every day, trying to dig out the real user behind it. The team on the Flemish side of the company originally held strong confidence, but for some reason, when tracing the source of the account and analyzing the account information, all you get is garbled code. A team of more than 20 people can't get to the point of cracking state secrets, but it's impossible to not even get an address. Everyone on the team was puzzled by the situation. The hell with this. You can't even find out something as simple as an address? This has simply never been seen before. The only way to explain it, that could only be that the other party was a more advanced cyber hacker. The kind of existence that even the 20 or so of them bundled together couldn't shake. The leader quickly reported the conjecture, and Flanders had no choice but to abandon the approach. If Ace is really an advanced hacker, it's not unlikely that he'll piss off the other side and give his company a big one. Letting go of his previous contemptuous thoughts, Flanders dared not make another rash move, and after much thought decided that it would be better to meet the man in a formal setting afterward. Office of the Deputy Director of Riverside Advocacy. Li Shang was reading through the thick pile of website information and news handed over by his assistant, with a twinkle in his eye, as if he had thought of something good. A smug grin lifted up on his face. Minister Zhang spent so much cost to cooperate with Su Chen this time, and now that there's no trace of Su Chen's side, and the cost can't be recovered, I'll see if he can still sit on this position. This matter seems to me to be as big as possible. It's best that the entire people of the Dragon Kingdom can see it. Make that Su Chen spit out the cooperation project, and it's best if that Zhang surname has to leave as well. The more Li Shang thought about it, the happier he became, and he immediately arranged for an assistant. Immediately help me contact the most famous reporters and newspapers in Binjiang. In the name of our propaganda department, announce to the outside world that we're about to hold an interview session tomorrow with the theme of Chinese civilization. This is in the name of the propaganda department. Shouldn't we ask the minister first? The little assistant was given the order and did not directly second it. After all, this deputy minister is notoriously unreliable. Li Shang was very unhappy with this little assistant who questioned him. What do you do when I say something? Am I not the minister? And I told you to change out of these old-fashioned clothes. Why don't you change? The little assistant sighed secretly, unable to raise a single objection in the face of this unreasonable boss. And one is here to work, not a beauty pageant. And there is nothing the least bit wrong with knee-length professional attire. The little assistant could only nod her head in perfunctory agreement, and after turning to leave the office, she frowned suspiciously. Inwardly, he couldn't help but mutter, "What's this old den up to again?" Either he hates the girls in the office for not looking good, or he hates that he's not being treated highly. Not much ability. Can't you sit honestly in a position that relies on connections? Li Shang's personality has always been criticized by everyone in the propaganda department. No ability not to mention. Relying on the relationship above to sit on the position of deputy minister, but also unwilling to listen to the arrangements of the main minister. Always feel that they have a great talent nowhere to release. Didn't do a single thing reliably, but was quite opinionated on what the female office staff should wear. Every day, the female staff members are either told that their skirts are too long or that they don't have any makeup on. What good can come out of this sudden need to approach journalists and newspapers in the name of the Ministry of Propaganda? After thinking about it for a while, the young assistant decided to ask the minister, who was after all Li Shang's superior, for instructions first. If there was anything wrong with this matter, he himself had at least gotten rid of the relationship and wouldn't be dragged down by Li Shang. The minister didn't quite understand when he got the call. After all, he also knew something about Li Shang's private affairs, and he himself had been too busy with his official duties to manage him before. He had also heard that Li Shang was privately displeased with him as a minister, and had the idea of replacing him someday. He would like to see what Li Shang wanted to do. Minister Zhang put down the pen in his hand, his voice as calm and serious as ever, and said to the little assistant on the other end of the phone, "I know, you can listen to Minister Li's arrangement in this matter first. Just pretend that I don't know about this matter." The little assistant received Minister Zhang's instructions, and only then did he settle down to arrange for the reporters, the journalists and newspapers that received the invitations, who are also smart people, quickly sniff something unusual out of the phone calls. The Ministry of Publicity and Creativity has never just approached us to publicize the culture of Riverside, and has never done any interviews or other columns. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. This is a big news. I'm afraid. Hurry up. Get all your gear on. Maybe we'll get a headline tomorrow. Reporters were scrambling, rushing to pack up their gear, cameras, recorders. Time is money. The call must have been received by a number of their peers as well, so they'd better get first-hand information as fast as possible. Ringing the bell. After Su Chen's side quit his account, the second installment of Cold Kingdom basically didn't have any more high-profile contestants. Still, based on the show's original intent to bring down the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese civilization, there were a number of contestants who received more than 50% support. It caused many viewers in the Dragon Kingdom to yell shameless. Su Chen mockingly seemed to close his computer, but his cell phone rang at this time. The cell phone lit up with a string of unfamiliar numbers. However, Su Chen still picked it up and asked tentatively, "Hello, and you are?" A somewhat greasy middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the line. "Oh, hello, I'm the head of the Riverside Propaganda Department." For some reason, the other party just introduced himself, but his voice sounded like it made Su Chen feel less polite, and it had always been the minister who had made contact with him at the Riverside Propaganda Department before, which clearly didn't sound like this. "I remember the minister of the Propaganda Department who contacted me was Minister Young. I wonder if you are." When Su Chen said this, the other party obviously froze for a moment and explained a bit awkwardly, "I'm the Vice Minister of Propaganda, Li Shang. Didn't we collaborate on a project before? I'd like to invite you to participate in our Propaganda Department's talk show tomorrow with the theme of Chinese civilization to promote it." Li Shang had always prided himself on being too superior to do anything himself. The fact that he was willing to personally invite Su Chen over naturally made it hard for Su Chen to refuse. The talk show wasn't to give any publicity to Chinese civilization either. It's just that he wanted to lay out the information in front of everyone that Su Chen's show was off the air and his approval ratings had plummeted, forcing Su Chen's cooperation to end. With so many reporters watching, Minister Zhang couldn't possibly do anything to him. If Su Chen was willing to spit out this cooperation project when the time came, then he just needed that project. If Minister Zhang bailed out Su Chen and the project failed, he himself would have a way to make Minister Zhang step down from that position. Either way, one earns it. Su Chen thought that Minister Zhang had something on his mind, so he arranged for the deputy minister to contact him. A good match with the publicity department on the show would do wonders to boost his popularity value. After a short hesitation, Su Chen nodded and agreed to the interview the next day. Hanging up the phone, Li Shang dialed Minister Zhang's side again. The reasoning used was similar to what Su Chen said. Still using interviews designed with the idea of promoting Chinese civilization and enhancing the visibility of Riverside. Minister Zhang, with his knowledge of Li Shang, did not trust what the other party said. After all, Li Shang had been slightly dissatisfied when he had proposed to cooperate with Su Chen before. He didn't believe that Shang Li would set up any kind of talk show for this project that would serve a promotional purpose. If Li Sun wants to pull something out of this show, it's a good opportunity to weed out the rotten bastard himself. So Minister Zhang pretended to be trusting and nodded his head in agreement with Li Shang's proposal. The next day, Su Chen simply packed up and took a taxi to the Binjiang propaganda department. Before Su Chen entered the door of the propaganda department, he saw a group of reporters holding cameras and microphones at the door of the propaganda department. As soon as Su Chen showed up, he was spotted by the reporters who smelled the traffic. Isn't this Su Chen? Why is he here? It's rumored that he hasn't shown up since Chill Country came out of the show. Looks like the editor-in-chief was right. There's definitely some big news today. Go up and ask. A group of people crowded up in great numbers. Their mouths were full of curiosity about Su Chen's future intentions and today's personal situation. The microphone was close to poking Su Chen in the mouth. Surrounding Su Chen for more than 10 minutes, Li Shang in the upstairs which arranged the reception of the assistant downstairs to relieve the siege. Along with him was Minister Yang. After the reception took the reporter away, Minister Zhang also appeared behind Su Chen. Su Chen? A familiar voice sounded behind him. Su Chen turned around and caught a glimpse of Minister Zhang who had returned from a meeting outside. Minister Zhang waved his hand to signal the reception that Li Shang had arranged to stand to the side, and Li Shang immediately ran downstairs when he saw this scene from upstairs. Su Chen was, after all, the one he called to go. The superficial effort, at least, should be taken care of. Minister Zhang was still a bit surprised to see Su Chen. After all, after their last meeting, they only kept in touch by phone. The impact of the Cold Country program there was not small. It was said that the program in the Dragon Country had been pushed back by a month. As a senior, for this kind of teenage talent, he did not want to give Su Chen too much pressure. After all, the strength Su Chen had shown before was hard enough. And even if the Chinese civilization was compared to those foreign travelers, he himself believed that Su Chen wouldn't be someone who would run away. Minister Zhang walked in a line with Su Chen, with his ministry following close behind. The receptionist that Li Shang had arranged for bent over somewhat sheepishly and stood awkwardly at the very end. Minister Zhang walked towards the reception room with Su Chen while discussing Mr. Li Bai's poems with him. The two of them walked to the entrance of the reception room, and only then did Li Shang arrive late. Minister Zhang's face was obviously a bit displeased, but his mouth was still a light sentence. Vice Minister Li is a bit busy with official business today. Ahem. Li Shang was clearly choked by Minister Zhang's words. Although Minister Zhang's tone was not heavy, the implication was self-evident. Li Shang everyday idle bubble. Something is under the staff to do for him, which is busy. Li Shang stepped forward and patted Su Chen's shoulder to hide his embarrassment. Ha ha, Minister Zhang is joking. Although Li Shang had a smile on his face, his heart was grim. Right now you're Minister Zhang. After today, this position won't suit you. Su Chen sort of recognized that this was the vice minister who had called himself and invited himself to come. It's a disgrace to the propaganda department to leave a guest they invited outside and not care about it. It was no wonder that Minister Zhang was a bit more eccentric. Su Chen originally didn't have much good feelings towards this Minister Li on the phone, and after coming over today, he felt even more so, and it was clear to hear from Minister Zhang that the two did not deal with each other. Su Chen's mind was calculating the reason for Li Shang's inexplicable malice, but on his face, he still gave face to Minister Zhang, and nodded and smiled vaguely at Li Shang even if he greeted him. The group entered the hospitality room and the reporters all stood waiting for them to come in, especially the curious gazes that kept flowing over Su Chen's body. After Minister Zhang and Li Shang each sat down, a young female reporter with black-framed glasses stood up to ask a question. Minister Li, Why is the propaganda department promoting Chinese civilization in the mode of an interview today? This is an unprecedented format. The female reporter's question actually represents the inner doubts of other peers in the room. Instead, it was Su Chen who presented different information from this female reporter's mouth. First, this interview was initiated by Shangli. Secondly, Li Shang clearly disrespected himself and showed hostility intentionally or unintentionally. Thirdly, Minister Zhang and Li Shang do not get along, and the real intention of today's interview is not necessarily really clear to Minister Zhang. Su Chen thought about it carefully in conjunction with Li Shang's and Minister Zhang's attitudes towards himself. This interview today is definitely not as simple as promoting Chinese civilization. It's very likely that they're coming for their own collaborative project with the propaganda department. Su Chen guessed 8 or 9 times, and could not help but sit slightly straight up, his heart ringing with defense. Facing so many reporters and cameras, he couldn't guess exactly how Minister Zhang would react. The reporter asked and held up the microphone waiting for Li Shang's answer. Minister Zhang also passed his eyes over, clearly looking to see what Li Shang wanted to say. Li Shang directly swept away his previous awkward look and hung a big smile. As you may have heard, previously our Minister Zhang of the Binjiang Propaganda Department had collaborated on a project with Mr. Su Chen, and so far this project has not been made public. This matter, although it has not been officially announced yet, everyone knows something about this project from different sources. It is said that Su Chen made a big mouthful and asked Minister Zhang of the Binjiang Propaganda Department for a 50,000 square meter piece of vacant land, but so far no announcement has been made about what program will be set up. As soon as they heard Li Shang propose this cooperative project, everyone opened their eyes wide and waited for Li Shang to continue. So, I just want to ask Mr. Su Chen, it's said that we've been working together so far, and there hasn't been any progress on Mr. Su Chen's side, and the show there, it's going to be off the air for a month as well. What are Mr. Su Chen's plans for the project we're working on together that he can reveal? As expected, Li Shang didn't want to give Su Chen a good time, but what Su Chen did not expect was that the other party was in such a hurry, and once he came up, he went straight to the point. On the contrary, Minister Zhang raised a rare eyebrow. After all, Li Shang questioning Su Chen was tantamount to questioning him. He hadn't seen Li Shang this licentious. The reporters at the scene were also stunned by Li Shang's statement and glanced at each other with secret joy in their hearts. The Vice Minister of Publicity, Mr. Yu, does not fit in, questioning Minister Zhang's decision in public. Wouldn't that be a slap in his face? In a situation like this, if he's not stupid enough, then he must have a backer to back him up. Su Chen glanced at Minister Zhang, who directly gave a nodding helpless expression, gesturing that Su Chen could play as he pleased. Su Chen saw this as also not polite, pulled once a corner of the mouth. Mockery seems to return. This project, it's always been Minister Zhang and I communicating. It's not within the scope of Minister Li's official duties, is it? In one sentence, he directly scolded Li Shang for being nosy. The scene was full of gunpowder, with cameras in the hands of the photographers, and the camera disliked the expressions of the 3 men directly. Li Shang did not expect Su Chen to be so direct. He thought that the other party's program was off the air. He must be a very wimpy person. How dare you dislike yourself in front of a reporter? Naturally, Li Shang couldn't stand the humiliation he was being subjected to, and immediately dumped a thick stack of information in his hands on the table. I'm responsible for all the people in Binjiang. As far as I know, Su Chen, you shouldn't have done anything, right? Reporters' eyes have followed the documents that Li Shang flung on the table. Densely packed pages of A4 paper, presented in front of everyone. The building of the pyramids, the Chinese civilization in question, Li's program off the air in January, suspected to be run by Su Chen. Genius Robert declares war on Su Chen. Does Chinese civilization still have a fighting chance? The support rate on the extranet has been revealed. The number of supporters of Chinese civilization continues to fall. Where does Su Chen go from here? Flipping through, a dozen pages of A4 paper are full of questions about Su Chen and Chinese civilization. This information was laid out, directly causing the reporters on the scene to place their eyes on Su Chen. Some questioning, some mocking, seeing that the effect he wanted had been achieved. Li Shang couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth to continue adding fuel to the fire. The support for Chinese civilization continues to fall, with so many highly popular foreign travelers being produced and Su Chen's show having gone off the air. I don't see any point in this project working together any longer. After he finished speaking, his eyes stared at Su Chen with intent. Having said that, if Su Chen could take the initiative to propose the termination of the cooperation project, then he wouldn't have to expend any more energy. The female reporter who just took the lead in asking a question also captured the point of today's interview. Su Chen's show is suspected to be off the air, and the status of Chinese civilization is in jeopardy as it faces challenges from many countries. Minister Li of the Riverside Propaganda Department wants to stop the loss in time and terminate the cooperation with Su Chen. Mr. Su, is it true that the show is off the air? Is this the end of Chinese civilization? What are your plans for the publicity department's partnership program? A dozen questions were thrown out at once, and the microphone was handed to Su Chen's mouth. More than 10 pairs of eyes stared at Su Chen in unison, waiting for him to say something. When Su Chen saw this, he just wanted to stand up and explain his situation. It just so happens that there are also many reporters today. And also, by the way, to appease the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone be quiet for a moment. Minister Zhang patted Su Chen's shoulder and stood up first, waving his hands to signal silence. The eyes of the group also all gathered on Minister Zhang, but Li Shang's expression visibly changed for a split second. I know that everyone is very vague about the current situation of the status of the Chinese civilization in the Blue Planet. Minister Li is also thinking about the future development of Binjiang. However, I was the one who decided to work with Mr. Su Chen on this project in the first place. So today I want to tell you all that even if the show goes off the air, this project will not be terminated for any reason. The crowd clamored. But you have to realize that what Su Chen is carrying is the reputation and economy of the entire Binjiang. Li Shang jumped up and questioned. Minister Zhang didn't look at Li Shang. Instead he firmly looked at Su Chen. Of course I know that as head of publicity, but no matter how many travelers came out of the Cold Kingdom, or how bright the civilization is, but Su Chen is the one who really exists to preach the Chinese civilization and promote the progress of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I'm willing to fully support the cooperative project with Su Chen with the power of one man. Minister Zhang looked grave, without a hint of negotiable ground. Li Shang is a little unconvinced. So much information to support, the Chinese civilization was revealed sooner or later. How to still be so confident? Today he, Li Shang, has already said his words. If there is no result, where will he put his face in the future? Minister Zhang, I know that you value Su Chen and personally love the Chinese civilization. You have to know that we represent more than individuals. There are also countless people of Binjiang. How are you responsible for this? Minister Zhang turned to look at Li Shang, his heart already clear about the other party's mind. It's not good to pick a fight because of the reporters on the scene. Minister Yang asked a rhetorical question. How do you think I'm responsible? These words fell right into Li Shang's mind as he stroked his rounded chin and glanced at Su Chen again. Minister Zhang, since you're trying your best to defend it, I'm afraid you'll need to step down from your post to atone for your sins if this project fails and causes losses. Li Shang this word out. The atmosphere of the scene is considered to drop to the freezing point. Visiting reporters holding up the microphone. Face to face I also dare not make a sound. As soon as Su Chen heard this, he cursed Li Shang for this person trying to kill two birds with one stone. And just as he wanted to stand up, he was pressed by Minister Zhang's shoulders and sat down again. Li Shang couldn't resist and directly began to press the issue. Minister Zhang, you don't just want to play the big head and don't want to take responsibility, do you? Even if we agree, the people of Binjiang won't agree. Looking at the black hole of the camera in front of him, Minister Zhang did not change his face and did not have the slightest expression of regret and hesitation. Good, then I will personally vouch for Su Chen in this project. If the project fails and causes losses, I will step down from my position. Wow! When the reporters heard Minister Zhang's words, they were directly shocked until their mouths opened wide. The Cold Kingdom show featured the amazing crossover civilization one over the other. Su Chen's proposed Huaxia civilization could obviously feel a lot of decline in popularity even if people didn't say anything about it. Even the viewers who had previously supported the Chinese civilization began to sway after watching the contestants' speeches on Chill Country's show. What kind of confidence did Minister Zhang have in Su Chen that he could make him use his position to take it on for him? Minister Zhang? What makes you willing to pack your bags for Su Chen? Or do you have some private plans that are not publicized? The reporters' questions got harder and harder to hear, and Su Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Minister Zhang had always treated him as a talented young man, defending himself in front of so many reporters out of love for him as a junior. Su Chen placed his hand on Minister Zhang's arm and patted it twice, giving the other party a reassuring look. Minister Zhang hesitated for a moment, but seeing Su Chen's firm eyes, a sense of trust inexplicably welled up in his heart. Minister Zhang let go of the hand on Su Chen's shoulder and sat down. He could sense from Su Chen's eyes that this young man, who was not as fragile as he thought, could let go of himself. I think everyone is mistaken. With one sentence, Su Chen managed to pull everyone's gaze over. Li Shang asked suspiciously, "Oh, tell me where there's a misunderstanding? First of all, the live program is only postponed. It's not off the air. I, Su Chen, am standing here to tell you that I, as a traverser of Huaxia, will not be able to run away from the battle. The bones of China are proud of themselves in the wind. The fiercer the enemy, the more courageous the battle." Su Chen's momentum did not diminish. and the more he spoke, the more agitated he became. In a trance, it was as if he saw Su Chen again on the show explaining the Chinese civilization. Minister Zhang sat on the sofa and looked at Su Chen with a more appreciative look. Li Shang, who had originally thought that Su Chen had been thwarted by the Cold Kingdom program, was also intimidated by Su Chen's aura. He froze for a second, still retorting ferociously. So what? In a month's time, the yellow flowers will be cold. What are you going to do against so many traveler civilizations? Although the reporters were also shocked at Su Chen's unchanging aura, on reflection, what Li Shang said was also right. The Cold Kingdom show was a joint creation of 32 countries, and only 2 episodes into the broadcast, several brilliant civilizations appeared one after the other. If the Dragons program is put in a month's time, that's 1,000 armies to face. Will there be any fans of the Dragon show then? How will we face so many opponents then? Under the sniping of several traveler civilizations, can the Chinese civilization still be the most brilliant and glorious civilization? No one dared to nod in affirmation except Su Chen, but they are not a group of people who will keep their questions to themselves, and if they have a question then they will ask it. Mr. Su Chen, even if the show is only postponed for a month, but a month is already enough time for the Cold Kingdom side to select enough contestants, so how can you guarantee that Chinese civilization will still be invincible by then? A small-eyed, chubby male reporter in training asked. This is what everyone in the room was wondering. Of course Su Chen understood their confusion. After all, the one who single-handedly manipulated the Cold Kingdom program was himself, and this secret couldn't be publicized for the time being. This is a question I know is on everyone's mind, but the answer involves the content of the program in a month's time, so I'm sorry I can't tell you in advance. All I can say is that they are rejoicing too soon. The journalists here were also confused by what was said. Su Chen seemed to have said something, but then seemed to have said nothing. Su Chen's simple statement was just a ploy to cover up his failure in Li Shang's eyes. Haha, Mr. Su. Your explanation is too pale and weak. How do you expect us to believe you? Su Chen said it simply, but the expression on his face didn't look like he was talking about it. Tight lips and glittering eyes have a natural persuasive power over people. Su Chen naturally wasn't worried about Li Shang questioning him, but Minister Young, knowing nothing, defended himself in front of a large number of reporters out of personal confidence in him. Su Chen was very grateful, but he wasn't unprepared. He couldn't let Minister Zhang take all the pressure either. I have full confidence in my project. If this project fails, Su Chen reasoned to compensate all the losses of the Binjiang propaganda department. Hearing this, Li Shang was simply happy. Originally thought that the project and promotion can only get the same, did not expect Su Chen mouth so hard. Wouldn't he have both then? Li Shang asked as he came over with wide eyes. You said no regrets? Su Chen looked at Li Shang's greedy face and let out a light laugh. Minister Li, a gentleman's word is a promise. So many reporters are watching. How could I regret it? On the contrary, Minister Zhang couldn't help but frown when he heard Su Chen's words. With Su Chen's words, the odds were that he was trying to reduce his own responsibility, which was why he offered to compensate for all the losses, taking all the blame on himself. Minister Zhang reached out his hand, trying to stop Su Chen from continuing, but Su Chen had long guessed that he would stop himself, and grabbed Minister Zhang's arm and swung it gently. Minister Zhang understood that this was meant to put him at ease. The young man in front of him was a little more responsible than he had expected. The journalists at the bottom don't care who gets the profit and whether the project can continue. What they care about is just whether this interview is explosive or not. Apparently, they were worth the trip today. But, Su Chen turned his words around and pointed his spear at Li Shang. The reporters followed Su Chen's line of sight and looked over. Li Shang was also very puzzled. If this project is successful, what should Minister Li do? Su Chen's words revealed playfulness. As if it was as simple as asking what to eat this afternoon, Li Shang was faced with this question. But he wondered, project success? You're not talking in your dreams, are you? Can't you see the stream of online mockery of Chinese civilization? Li Shang spoke spitefully. Su Chen smiled back without anger. Minister Li, if the project fails, Minister Zhang and I are all willing to take responsibility, or even gamble our reputation and fortune? Do you just have to spit and turn your bloody mouth over in front of so many reporters? I'm going to make this bet with you right here today. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? The more Su Chen spoke, the closer he approached. His sharp eyes, like a viper spitting out its male, would threaten Li Shang's life in the next second. Li Shang winced for no reason. The original snickering expression went nowhere. The reporters around them began to whisper as well. Yes, Minister Zhang is betting on his position. It has to be a position that you have to struggle for many years to be able to sit in. Su Chen even promised to compensate for all the losses. As far as I know, he's still just a young man who just graduated from college. The program side is still going on. That means Su Chen bonus or not getting. Compensation. How many part-time jobs have to do? Reporters' words. All imply that this is too unfair. Why Li Shang? What price do not have to pay? Stand here to talk on it. With so many pairs of eyes staring at Li Shang, it made him feel a bit weak to see him. Li Shang scrunched his neck, feeling again that he had nothing to fear at all. Su Chen's program? To put it nicely, that's a postponement. To put it harshly, who knows if it will still be on time in a month's time. Cold Kingdom show is jointly created by 32 countries. That is, the civilization of high-scoring travelers who are out there nowadays is enough for the Chinese civilization to drink a pot of water. Su Chen, which has what full certainty, but it is just a bluff. Stirring up the water here. Maybe they are just waiting for them to get scared and renege on their previous promises in the process. Li Shang thought of this and reared his back again, tugging at his tie in a manly manner. I have nothing to fear, but don't say that I'm standing here talking smack. I'm thinking about the development of Riverside. Since you said you want to bet with me, then I, Li Shang, will stand here today and say this. If your project is successful, I, Li Shang, will resign on my own initiative, and I am even willing to lose half of my fortune to donate to the poor mountain areas. What's the matter? Satisfied with the money? Li Shang purposely made a big deal out of it in order to show that he was responsible for Riverside. After all, he had been certain that the project would only fail, not succeed. What's so scary about him? Who doesn't know how to brag? Maybe if we report on today's interview, we'll gain a bunch of goodwill from caring people. The more Li Shang thinks, the happier he is. After today, this is half successful. Today after work he must open a bottle of 82 years of champagne. A good celebration. But he didn't know that Su Chen was waiting for this sentence. Huaxiao civilization. The most brilliant civilization on earth. Li Shang. He's got a small frame. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned to the direction of the camera to inquire. Did you record it? You guys will be witnesses then. The reporters nodded mechanically. So far they hadn't figured out what kind of backbone Su Chen had to make this bet. Su Chen clapped his hands and gave Li Shang a thumbs up, praising him in a conspiratorial manner. Minister Li's atmosphere. This bet should not be regretted by Minister Li in the future, right? Li Shang glanced at the blackened camera, cleared his throat, and stood up straight. Of course not. Like you said, what a gentleman says is hard for a horse to follow. Put. A soft laugh came from the crowd beside him. Such a simple idiom. He didn't even remember it when Su Chen uttered it on the program. He didn't know how hot it was. The kids at school can remember it. Li Shang coughed awkwardly. Minister Zhang even didn't have eyes for this Li Shang. The man had found some kind of connection to plug him in the first place. There's no culture, no emotional intelligence, and here they are pretending to care about the development of Riverside. No matter what, Minister Zhang had already figured out that he would fully support Su Chen. A place of pandemonium, one does not stay. With his contacts and reputation, work is not a problem. It is Su Chen is also a bit young and impetuous. Compensation for all the losses. Such a talented young man is afraid that in the future, it will be consumed in making money to pay off the debt. Good. Then let's broadcast this news today and ask all Blue Star viewers to be witnesses. All the journalists present nodded their heads in response to this agreement. Su Chen's face did not change as he spoke, still looking relaxed and smiling. Li Shang stood on the sidelines, his heart stealing, looking at Su Chen resolutely immobile expression. Also only think he is forced to calm down. Maybe regret is his own. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Li Shang gestured towards his men. The lapdog standing behind him immediately farted up and greeted all the reporters. Okay, that's enough interview time for today. If you have any more questions you can ask them privately in a moment. Upon hearing this, the dog-legged man invited Minister Zhang's trio out of the hospitality room, and the moment the trio walked out of the doorway, a heated discussion resounded within the hospitality room. Have you noticed Minister Zhang? Although he didn't say anything on his lips, his eyes were on fire when he looked at Li Shang. Who doesn't know that Li Shang was stuffed in by connections and forced his boss to make a bet in public? Can Minister Zhang not be disgusted by him? Don't you say that. In a month's time it might be Minister Li who's in charge. Su Chen's Chinese civilization is indeed dangerous. I have a friend abroad who says that there are even more perverted contestants in the later phases of the Cold Kingdom show. Minister Zhang loves talent. Su Chen is considered to have put Minister Zhang in harm's way. Hey, Su Chen is still too young. A momentary whim. This interview is sent out. It's too late to regret it then. That's all out of our hands. Today's interview will surely be the most explosive news in the history of Binjiang News when it's sent out. Who says it isn't? I've got the title all figured out. The three of them walked forward side by side, and the constant murmurs from behind them all entered the ears of the three of them word for word. Li Shang swept away the previous appearance of being a small ambush. After listening to the reporter's comments, his back was quite straight. It was as if he had been promoted as of today. Minister Zhang saw Li Shang's smug look and teased with a smile on his face. Minister Li really cares about the development of Binjiang. How did you not realize it at all before? Li Shang's 8 big teeth were uncovered. This project is a big deal for the whole of Binjiang. If there is any problem, we will be asked by the top. Minister Zhang mustn't listen to others chewing on his words. I treat you with respect. After saying this, Li Shang couldn't help but spit in his heart. Bah! What kind of thing are you? Once Chinese civilization is finished, you'll still have to roll up and leave by then. He had always disliked this so-called Minister Zhang. He doesn't like it when you invite him to a big dinner. And he doesn't want to be introduced to women. Day after day is to study the cultural propaganda of Riverside. Hanging out with a bunch of poor literati. What can be out of it? Starting today is his last month here as a big head. One only has to endure for another month. Li Shang's face was a smug grin, but his mouth persisted in patting his ass. Minister Zhang also saw through Li Shang's mind a long time ago and just smiled on his lips without saying anything else. Li Shang, in order to maintain his outward demeanor, even proposed that he treat the three of them to a good meal at the largest restaurant in Binjiang. But he was pulled away from Minister Zhang by Su Chen on the pretext of discussing the Huaxia civilization propaganda project. Only Li Shang was left waving in place. As soon as the two left, Li Shang put away his playful expression. The dog-legged man came from the side and inquired in a low voice. Minister Li, the location of the restaurant has been set. When do you think we should go over? Li Shang gave a blank look and kicked the dog's leg. The pain caused the other to ouch. What's the point of going? Can't you see people aren't happy to eat with us? We'll go eat by ourselves. The dog-legged man rolled and got up to follow Li Shang. So we're still at the same rate as before? Old me is happy today. The standard is doubled. You eat with me too. When the dog leg heard this, his leg didn't hurt anymore, and he walked cheerfully. After Su Chen's side walked out with Minister Zhang, he just found a nearby fly tavern and ordered a few small dishes. The owner of the restaurant should be very familiar with Minister Zhang, and seeing that Minister Zhang brought an extra person with him today, he even sent 2 extra plates of cold dishes when serving the food. Xiao Su, don't look at the smallness of this store, but the flavor is very authentic. I often come here to eat. So try it. Minister Zhang didn't have the slightest bit of bravado, and took the initiative to hand his chopsticks to Su Chen, and even enthusiastically used his official chopsticks to give Su Chen a dish. While Su Chen ate his food, Minister Zhang said regretfully, Su Chen, don't look at me as old, but I am also online. I've seen quite a few of those comments on the internet that say Chinese civilization doesn't work, but I'm just willing to vouch for you, even if it means betting on this position. Do you know why? Su Chen stopped the chopsticks in his hands and looked seriously at this middle-aged man with some white hair on his head. Before he could say anything, Minister Zhang spoke to himself. Because, whether it's from the poetry of the Chinese civilization, or the wisdom of the Chinese civilization, including from the fact that you write songs for free for cell phone packages, just to make the entire Dragon Kingdom use the cheapest packages. This pile and piece is the figurative embodiment of Chinese civilization in you. I've met a lot of talented young people, but most of them are proud of their talents. And what we lack most is a real young man like you. So, I'm willing to bet with you. Minister Zhang's originally cloudy eyes also became clear at this moment, and a little bit of tears even emerged from the corners of his eyes. After Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but respect Minister Zhang inwardly. He could see that compared to Li Shang's moralizing, Minister Zhang was truly thinking about the people. Minister Zhang finished, rubbed his eyes and asked jokingly, Su Chen, tell me so I can have a bottom line. This project, just how sure are you? Su Chen's gaze flowed as he looked at the other party's slightly gray hair and grinned firmly. 10 points. Minister Zhang laughed after hearing this and patted Su Chen on the back. Good boy. There's really nothing wrong with comforting people. Minister Zhang still didn't believe Su Chen's words and just took him as a comfort. Su Chen didn't continue to explain. Time would tell anyway. It was already evening when Su Chen came out of the small restaurant. Minister Zhang pulled Su Chen into a very enjoyable conversation from education in the Dragon Kingdom to the development of science and technology. Before leaving, Minister Zhang also strongly requested that Su Chen must go to his house next time. Between his words, he was full of appreciation and expectations for Su Chen. If it were not for the fact that Minister Zhang's family is a son, I'm afraid that they would all be introduced to Su Chen. Back at his rental house, he wanted to get some rest when there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't order takeout and I don't have a delivery. Who would come to me at this hour? Su Chen was puzzled and looked out through the cat's eye. A woman in her early 30s with a diminutive figure in a cheongsam stood in the doorway. Su Chen for a moment in his memory would not be able to think of the identity of this person, hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door for the other party. Click. Before the door was fully opened, the woman's enthusiastic voice reached Su Chen's ears. Xiao Su, you're at home. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. It looked like the other party was quite familiar with himself. You are? The woman put her hand on Su Chen's arm as if she was familiar with herself and explained with a smile. You can't even remember me. I'm Sister Lu. I haven't seen you for so long. It's normal for you to forget. Su Chen's brain was running at high speed, which corresponded to a name in the corner of his memory. The rhyming woman in front of her was Su Chen's original landlord, and Su Chen had been renting this house for 2 years. At that time, when he had just graduated from college and was poor, this landlord saw Su Chen as young and handsome and was willing to rent the house to him at a low price. At that time, Su Chen's thoughts were also very simple, just thinking that he was lucky. After the rental contract was signed, Sister Lu directly hit the nail on the head when she brought up the fact that she had a dozen houses in the city, and this was the cheapest one she had. If Su Chen was willing to be his boyfriend, she could give him the house for free. After 3 years, it's okay to pick one of the big houses in the city and give it to Su Chen. The reason why the rent was low and rented to him was also because he saw that Su Chen was handsome and eye-pleasing. That would be Su Chen's original body is also ambitious. Completely unable to eat a mouthful of soft rice, directly rejected Sister Lu's good intentions. Although Sister Lu is not willing, but Su Chen is also a good young man. All righteousness. The rent has not been raised. And then also mentioned this again. The contact between the two was limited to a rent transfer on a certain letter every March. In 2 years, Sister Lu hadn't found any excuses to pester Su Chen. Any problems with the house are also the result of Sister Willow finding a repairman online to come to the house, and Sister Willow just communicates with the repairman, so it was normal for Su Chen, who had crossed over, to not remember this person. That said, Willow is kind of borderline, though good at this, but the main one is a you-know-what. Even if Su Chen was unwilling, he had never flipped his face and raised the price. As a landlord, he was also very conscientious and did not affect Su Chen's life at all. Speaking of which, Su Chen's predecessor was still very grateful to her. Sister Lu, what brings you here? Come in and sit down first. Su Chen was busy inviting the person in, and incidentally poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over. Sister Willow sat at the table, looking like she wanted to say something. Actually, yeah, I got here at noon, but you weren't there, and I've been nagging the owner at the supermarket across the street. Su Chen was puzzled. What the hell is it, Sister Willow? Just tell me straight. It's fine, Sister Lu said as she held her teacup and pursed her lips. According to the contract, the rent is due on March, and it has been regular before. But 2 months have passed this quarter, and there's no news from your side, so I came over to ask. Saying that, Sister Lu hurriedly waved her hand in explanation. And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to press for rent. I just want to think about asking. Are you in some kind of trouble? You tell sis. After Su Chen heard Sister Lu's words, he then remembered that he hadn't paid for his rent when it was due. Having crossed over myself, I've been so blindfolded thinking about being on the show that I've forgotten about it. This makes it so that you've actually lived in the house for 2 months for nothing. Not only did Sister Willow never say a word, nor did she raise her prices or anything because she was on the show, but she was still a very nice person. Su Chen came to a sudden realization and hurriedly opened his cell phone, preparing to transfer the rent to the other party. A look at the balance, 38.22. Su Chen slapped his head. God damn it. He forgot that the prize money for the Dragon Show hadn't been paid out yet. The cell phone package has no charge for the endorsement itself. The Riverside partnership hasn't been officially launched yet either. The program at hand has only expenses and no income yet. Despite his fame, it still doesn't change the fact that he doesn't have liquidity in his hands. Su Chen's movement of looking at his cell phone immediately settled. Sister Lu could see Su Chen's difficulty and directly pushed Su Chen's cell phone back. Oops. I said I'm not here to rush your rent. I know that you've been under a lot of pressure on the Cold Kingdom side since the program aired and the internet has been talking so hard about it. Even if you don't pay it, sis isn't that far behind you. Sister Lu patted Su Chen's shoulder comfortingly and asked tentatively, what about before? What I told you still counts. I know you're a little younger, and men want to save face, so as long as you squeal, I'll totally take the initiative. Su Chen gave a somewhat awkward smile and immediately explained. Sister Lu, it's not what you think. How about this? I'll give you the rent tomorrow. I really don't have liquidity on hand right now. Su Chen didn't hide it, and directly told the truth. But it was a different flavor to Ryu's ears. She felt that Su Chen still couldn't let go of his face, and odds were that tonight he was going to borrow money from someone to go. After all, it's only a matter of moments before a person falls from a great height. But she wasn't uninformed and just smirked. There's no rush. You can think again. Sister Lu took a sip of the tea Su Chen poured and got up to say goodbye. I'm going to go home for the day. Take your time to think. Su Chen scratched his head. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but explaining himself seemed deliberate. Su Chen simply said nothing. After sending Sister Lu out the door, Suchen then began to think about the issue of funding. Before it was all about vendors approaching themselves and whatnot, but now that the Cold Kingdom program has aired, there are basically not many endorsements or events approaching them. Now he couldn't just sit back and wait. He needed to take the initiative. The show bonuses and programs kind of can't wait, and it looks like it's time for Milkman to step up. Suchen thought for a while, and it was this method that realized the fastest cash. As soon as he said he would do it, Suchen took out a pen and paper. Brush it off. With an unforgettable memory, a tune immediately surfaced on the draft sheet. Hummed a few lines briefly. I have to say, it's that same flavor from a previous life. After saying that, Suchen began to fill in the lyrics. It didn't take long for a song called Celadone to jump off the page. Suchen took out his cell phone and directly flipped to Brother Milk Tea's number and dialed it. The familiar ringtone rang less than a moment before the opposite party picked up. Hello, boss. There was a hint of disbelief in the surprise in Milkman's voice. Suchen hadn't shown up since the Cold Kingdom program aired. The company there, too, had no arrangements for him. There were several times when Brother Milk Tea wanted to contact Suchen, and after picking up his cell phone and hesitating, Brother Milk Tea gave up again. No matter what, since one chose to follow Suchen, one should trust the other party instead of asking questions. Suchen will surely arrange himself. Milk Tea didn't know why, but ever since listening to Suchen's song, she chose to believe in each other unconditionally. So during this period of time, apart from studying the poems written by Suchen every day, Brother Milk Tea was paying attention to the movements of the Cold Kingdom program. A certain blog expressed skepticism about his switching to Suchen's crew and not producing another work for so long. If Brother Milk Tea hadn't changed companies, it might have been a small fire. But now it's fine. The boss is running away. It's not too late for Milkman to turn back. Milk Tea Brother looked at a large paragraph of the message on a certain blog, and finally chose not to read it directly. Therefore, when he received Suchen's phone call this evening, he was in a whole state of being flattered. Suchen didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Are you free tomorrow? I wrote a song. Let's find a venue to audition for it tomorrow." Milkman rolled over in bed in excitement. Really? I'm free and available tomorrow. No wonder Suchen hadn't moved recently, so he had spent his energy writing songs. In that case, Suchen was still very responsible for him. Fine. Then I'll see you at the office tomorrow at 8, and get an early night. After saying that, Suchen hung up the phone. Dealing with that superficial Minister Lee and a group of reporters today was tiring enough, and now he just wanted to rest. Get the liquidity problem solved properly, and next time you can't make Sister Lou feel like she's in trouble. There was no talk all night. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Suchen went out on time, bought a salted tofu brain and 2 vegetable buns at a familiar breakfast store, and sat down at the stall to savor them in silence. During the 20 minutes of eating, passers-by constantly passed by, casting various glances towards Suchen. There was heartache and regret, and there was even someone who shook his head at Suchen. Even the owner of the breakfast store seemed to be concerned and sent a xiaolong bao. Eat more. Suchen was unsure, but turned his head to see a copy of today's Binjiang Daily News sitting next to the store owner's hand. Suddenly understood why these passers-by reacted the way they did. Before leaving, Suchen still paid for that 1 xiaolong bao. Before he even entered the front door of the company, Brother Milk Tea carried 2 cups of milk tea and greeted him from inside the company. "Boss, you're here. Have a cup of milk tea first." Milk tea early in the morning? Suchen sighed at how much Brother Milk Tea loved milk tea, and it was true that even a parallel world couldn't change it. Suchen took the milk tea and straightened up and entered the company, completely ignoring the puzzled eyes of the company's employees. Entering his office, the two of them sat opposite each other, and Suchen took out the song he wrote last night and placed it on the table. "If you want to take a look at it and there's nothing wrong with it, we'll audition for the song, then go rent the studio." Milk Tea Brother nodded his head repeatedly. No matter what Suchen said, he had a look of trust in his eyes. The time Suchen disappeared was all just the other party writing songs for himself. Brother Milk Tea did not expect Suchen to come up with the same level of songs as before, but only to have the general level of the previous songs. He was considered satisfied. Even if it was only half the level, that would be an existence beyond all singers in Blue Star. Milkshake picked up the manuscript paper and hummed along with it while his mouth was full. The blue and white brushstrokes on this bottle turn from thick to light, and the peonies depicted on the body of the bottle are just like your first makeup. Ran sandalwood incense through the window of the heart of the matter I know. Rice paper on the pen to this half-shelved. The glaze rendering of the flavor of the lady's picture is being privatized, while you smile sweetly as if you were budding. A wisp of your beauty drifts away to places I can't go. In just a few lines, the strong historical texture of Chinese civilization is imprinted in front of Brother Milk Tea's eyes through the lyrics. It was as if Milk Tea had found a long-lost favorite, and the stirring in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. "It's written to me?" Milk Tea can't believe what kind of days and nights of revisions and negotiations this manuscript paper in front of him has gone through. It's the only way to achieve such a thick feel, Suchin said carelessly. Yeah, how does it feel? After all, it's not Earth's milk tea, brother. Suchin still has to see if the other person can feel the sense of story in the original song. Milkman's hand trembled slightly as he held the sheet music. The song hit him like a bolt of lightning in the chest. This song is great. This is the feeling I've been chasing for over 20 years. With just one line, Milkmaid's eyes sprang slightly to tears, and it was hard to imagine a day when she would be so excited about a few lyrics that she would cry. Keep singing down. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, cooking smoke rises millions of miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese clerical script to emulate the ethereal nature of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you. The sky is blue waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. The moon was salvaged to halo the ending. Like heirloom celadone, beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. Taste the lyrics mood. As if into a poetic bridge, the end of the bridge is a hold oil paper umbrella body slim girl waiting for their own. A paragraph ended, and tears had unknowingly flowed from Brother Milk Tea's eyes. This song, it's so beautiful. It's like it was completely customized for me. He could feel that this song was incomparable to all his previous songs. As long as he sang out, he would become a singer in the Dragon Kingdom limited to Suchen. Suchen smiled slightly after hearing this. This is just for you. That said, Suchen was right. Originally, this song was tailor-made for Milkman on Earth as well. The song uses Chinese porcelain to depict the mystery and longevity of love, plus the gentle euphemism of the smoky Jiangnan to create the song. At that time, when the song came out, it directly triggered the direction of Chinese pop. It's almost to the point where it's universally celebrated. Milkshake was in tears, and originally so many people said he was with the wrong person. Even his own juniors were all successful in music. Only he himself had nothing to show for his daily blindfolded study of Chinese poetry. He chose to believe Su Chin. Now when he saw the song, he knew that Su Chun was a responsible person. He didn't give up on his training. Just from that, Milkman knew that he wasn't with the wrong person. Okay, since the song is okay, let's hurry up and find a studio to record it. Su Chin directly clapped his hands. Milkman slapped his thighs and stood up excitedly. Okay, I'll contact my former friends now. They'll love it. Milk Tea called several friends in a row, and there was either no answer on the other end of the line or a reason to hang up. In the end, there were 2 or 3 who answered the phone, and they were also the ones who asked Brother Milk Tea if he was willing to terminate his contract with Suchan and change companies. After Milkshake's outright refusal, the other party didn't follow up. Brother Milk Tea scratched his head and looked at Suchun with a slightly embarrassed expression. Boss, wait, I have another friend. I'll ask again. Suchen nodded. I didn't realize that I was having such an impact on those around me by just delaying the show. When Suchen originally founded the company, he hadn't thought about recording studios, so he didn't enter any equipment. Otherwise there would be no need for Milkman to use his resources to ask around. The last person that Milk Tea called was his best friend from before his debut, Lu Jinghong. Lu Jinghong is a small singer from the Bayside, and when they first met, neither of them had yet been exposed to the entertainment industry. After joining the industry, the duo's relationship was pure and they often had dates to play basketball and other things. It's different from the friends who make friends by sniffing around the fame of Milkman. So, Milkman is still sure it will work. The phone rang twice and was quickly picked up. Hello, Inuyasha? Lu Jinghong's enthusiastic voice rang on the other end of the phone. Hi, Milkshake. Long time no see. Milkman's heart settled a lot as he listened to his best friend's usual enthusiasm. Long story short, I've got a tune over here that I need to find a recording studio for. Would it be convenient to borrow a venue for me on your end? We can pay for it. As soon as Lu Jinghong heard that his brother was in trouble, he agreed without saying a word. Okay, come to my place and I'll lend you the studio. Although Lu Jinghong debuted earlier than Milk Tea, he has been suffering from the lack of his own characteristics and famous songs, and is just a small singer whose fame is not high. To say the company has a recording studio, he's not in a position to borrow from anyone. But Brother Milk Tea was a close friend of his, and the other man wouldn't have asked if he wasn't in a difficult position. On that basis, he risked himself to do this favor. Hanging up the phone, Milkman was overjoyed. Armed with the sheet music, the duo soon arrived at the appointed place. Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong are both very happy to see each other after many days. Where have you been for so long? I thought you'd been snowed in by the company. Lu Jinghong joked, a fist blamed on Milkman's shoulder. And this is? Brother Milk Tea is not annoyed, busy introducing Lu Jinghong. This is Su Chen, the boss I'm signed to now. He also wrote the song for me. It wasn't that Lu Jinghong didn't recognize Su Chen. He just didn't dare to be sure. A lot of people say that Su Chen is afraid that his lies will be exposed and has already taken the prize money and run away. For that reason, he even called Milkman, even if Su Chen's previous songs on the show were outstanding. But after all, he was just a contestant on an entertainment show. Could he write a song that suited Brother Milk Tea? And how come the other company doesn't even have a recording studio if they signed Milk Tea Brother? With doubts in his heart, Lu Jinghong shook hands with Su Chen. The moment Su Chen saw Lu Jinghong, he recognized that this person was Lu Jinghong, who was on a certain voice in Huaxia, relying on his ageless face and devilish fitness to fire up without bounds. And he's got a certain sound that by the end of the day, so many of the biggest stars in the game are asking to co-star. I didn't realize that he hadn't changed much at all at 50 from when he was younger. No wonder users on a certain voice are so enamored with him. Lu Jinghong brought the duo towards the recording studio while taking out a few masks and handing them to Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea. Sorry bro, I'm sorry for your suffering, put your masks on first. With confusion, Milkman took the mask. Lu Jinghong explained awkwardly, as you know, your brother hasn't had any good work so far since his debut, and the company won't be lenient with newcomers, so I made an excuse to free up 3 hours to take you in to record. The more Lu Jinghong said, the more embarrassed he became that he had only borrowed 3 hours for Brother Milk Tea. To put it in perspective, the average recording is a 5-hour hit, and not only does the singer have to break in with the tune, but the recording engineer has to break in with the singer as well. Emotions, voice conditions all affect the recording. 3 hours? That's really rushed. Brother Milk Tea also knew Lu Jinghong's difficulties, glanced at Su Chen, and wordlessly patted Lu Jinghong's shoulder. Su Chen sighed. Lu Jinghong is worthy of being the best friend of Brother Milk Tea. In the Blue Star, it is also the same righteousness. The duo wore masks and were brought into the studio by Lu Jinghong's swipe card, because it was secretly borrowed. Lu Jinghong could only act as the tuner today. Show me the score first. Milkshake handed over a piece of manuscript paper, which was tattered and torn, and even had an advertisement for a supermarket on the back. It's on the level of something that would not be picked up if it was dropped on the floor. What company would write the sheet music in such a random place? Can you write a good song? Lu Jinghong's doubts deepened, and he felt even more unreliable. But after he hummed a bit, his eyes brightened. A divine song. This song is fantastic. At the end of a humming song, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but sigh. The song is complemented by echoes between Celadon and Love, and there's a great sense of ambience throughout the track with the smoky rain of Jiangnan. Lu Jinghong just sang it once, and the tune lingered in his mind. I can't imagine how many days and nights it took Su Chen to polish the gems of such compelling songs. Lu Jinghong suddenly didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the music score being written by Su Chen on the advertisement sheet. Maybe genius is just so spontaneous. All embellishments and packaging are superfluous in the face of absolute talent. As a singer, he couldn't do a song at this level, but that doesn't mean he couldn't discern the energy the song contained. By now, a large portion of the concerns in Lu Jinghong's heart had dissipated. Brother, your vision is really something. Originally I was worried that you were being fooled. Brother Milk Tea's heart was very grateful to Su Chen. After all, how could a song of this caliber have fallen to a minor character like them before? As long as you record this song within 3 hours, brother, it's only a matter of time before you're on fire. Speaking of which, Lu Jinghong was again in a difficult position. Su Chen wrote such a great song for Milk Tea, but being able to use the studio is too short a time for a fine song. If it's not properly polished, it's something that's a huge detriment to the singer and the song as a whole. Su Chen could see Lu Jinghong's concern and comforted him. Don't worry, I've customized the song for Brother Milk Tea's voice. I believe it will only take half an hour to record it. Half an hour? Lu Jinghong looked like he had heard something heavenly. Their company would also customize songs for popular singers, but no one ever dared to say that they could record the song in half an hour. Complete, flawless and full of emotion. Su Chen was talented, but still overestimated his own strength. Lu Jinghong and Su Chen sat in the outer room of the recording studio through the glass with Brother Milk Tea. Milkman cleared his throat for the opening and a brief audition. Lu Jinghong is in charge of debugging the recording equipment. When the preparation was complete, the two gave each other a hand signal. Lu Jinghong reminded Milk Tea through the microphone. Don't be nervous, we'll sing it briefly and think about adding emotional parts later. Across the glass, Milkman gave a thumbs up in agreement. The recording begins. The first time, Brother Milk Tea sang Celadon to the script with the intention of trying it out. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. It's just a simple paragraph, with the gentle voice of Brother Milk Tea, but it gives a feeling of naturalness. Lu Jinghong was surprised outside the studio by how well Brother Milk Tea and the song Changhua Porcelain fit together. Couldn't help but keep his mouth tightly shut to keep the shrieks from escaping. Milk Tea was still fully immersed in the rhymes of Tsinghua porcelain at this point and continued to sing. The sky is green and waiting for the rain while I'm waiting for you. Cooking smoke rises up across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you. The white and green koi carp jumps on the bottom of the bowl. I was thinking of you when I was copying the inscription in song. The secret you've been hiding in the kiln for thousands of years. Extremely delicate like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Outside the curtain, the banana is causing the rain, and the door ring is causing the copper green. And I passed by that small town in the south of the Yangtze River and messed with you. In the ink landscape painting, you are hidden from the depths of the ink. Like heirloom celadone. It is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The song ended, and Brother Milk Tea was still not finished. For some reason, the song flowed as he sang it, and the emotions within the song flowed as if he had been destined to sing it in a previous life. The whole recording process can be described as perfect. Lu Jinghong, on the other hand, froze for a few seconds outside the recording studio separated by glass, knowing that this was a high-quality song, but he didn't expect Milkman's voice to fit so well. The moment the song takes up the key, a painting of thick ink is shown in front of Lu Jinghong's eyes. Even Brother Milk Tea's voice gives the song a gentle and melodic tune, adding to the smoky atmosphere of this Tsinghua porcelain song. Just once, it has reached a double climax of emotion and meaning. He didn't dare to say that Brother Milk Tea's voice was the best voice among the dragon singers, but he was absolutely certain that Milkman was the best person for the song. But any other singer would not be able to perfectly interpret the mood in the lyrics of Tsinghua porcelain. Snap! I've never met such an awesome arrangement. Lu Jinghong was so excited that he couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Just auditioning for the song. It's already perfectly recorded. What with the mixing, the editing, none of it. It wasn't as if he hadn't heard Milkman songs before, and there were quite a few that claimed to be professionally customized. I can't say those songs were bad, but they always felt like they lacked something. And after he listened to Su Chen's tailor-made song for Milk Tea Brother today, Lu Jinghong, who is also a singer, could feel it. Su Chen created more than just a song. He also lets Milkman's voice sing with soul. Just now he was worried that the studio would be too short for the time he could use it, but now it seemed to be completely more than enough. Lu Jinghong looked at the calm Su Chen sitting on the side, as if he had already heard Brother Milk Tea sing 10,000 times so calm, got a better understanding of what he meant by tailoring. There was also a whole new understanding of Su Chen as a person. How many gold medal winning songwriters and arrangers would have to be put to shame for a contestant on an entertainment show to write a song like that? Milk Tea Brother also took a break from the rhyme of Tsinghua porcelain at this time. And before realizing what had happened, he hurriedly asked Lu Jinghong, how did it work out? Lu Jinghong gave a thumbs up, still flooded with excitement. It's simply heavenly, and it's not too much to say that it surpasses existing songs in the Dragon Kingdom 100 times over. One time over, getting such high feedback from his friends Milk Tea Brother was also very excited, not realizing that he had sung the entire song so fluently. Lu Jinghong continued, let's record the chorus while it's hot. Milkman nodded through the glass. The duo worked together and in less than 10 minutes, the chorus had been recorded as well. And that too, in one sitting. The entire song was recorded in no more than half an hour combined. This is a no-brainer for the two singers, Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong. Even top recording teams and top stream singers can't do it. Not to mention the fact that they were both just newcomers and amateur recording artists. Lu Jinghong's simple editing, augmented by instrumental sounds, resulted in a final effect that left both of them wide-eyed. Lu Jinghong swore that when this song was sent out, he might be about to see the next top stream rise. Before the two of them could enjoy it, the door of the recording studio rang drip twice. A woman in an exaggerated costume with eyes only for the ceiling strutted in, surrounded by many staff members. The person is Lu Jinghong's company recently vigorously promoted the popular female singer. Jia baby. This person relies on the foxy means to succeed in the company's boss. Usually look down on serious song peers. The most skillful is to suppress the newcomers by virtue of their status, robbing each other of resources and works. As soon as he came in and saw Su Chen and the others, he immediately screamed like a fried rooster. Why is there someone else in the recording studio? Didn't we agree that I was the only one using it today? Su Chen looked at the other party's pretentious appearance, frowned in disgust, and couldn't help but skim his face to plug his ears. Who's this? Lu Jinghong leaned over and leaned into Su Chen's ear to explain. This is our company's popular flower girl, Lu Jiajiao, also known as Jiajiababi. Su Chen let out a salty O. Having traveled over for a few months, the name rings some bells. Lu Jiajiao looked at Su Chen sitting steadily in his chair, again looking like he didn't recognize himself at all, and immediately broke down his defenses again, pinching his voice and asking loudly, how is the company managed? Don't even recognize me. Who's your boss? I'm firing you." Saying that, Lu Jiaojiao scanned the circle. The employees around her took a look and immediately recognized Su Chen's identity, as well as the newly signed milk tea brother under Su Chen. Needless to say, the two have been all over the headline evening news for a while now. It's hard not to recognize it. On the contrary, Lu Jinghong, or an employee of the same company, end up half a day to remember. The one sitting there is Su Chen, who's been hot on the hotspots lately, and the one with the small eyes is Brother Milk Tea. The remaining one is our company's newly debuted singer. Seems to be called something like Lu Jinghong. There's not much work so far, the henchman explained to Jiajiababi. As soon as she heard Su Chen's name, Jiao Jiao Baby's fire came up. It's really not an enemy of the enemy. Lu Jiaojiao had spent a lot of energy before, and only then did she convince her company boss to take her on as the civilization ambassador of Binjiang. But, good death, Su Chen just aired a few entertainment programs, so that the Minister of Publicity of Binjiang into the same as the devil must cooperate with Su Chen cultural publicity projects. For the sake of her status as an ambassador of civilization, she endured 3 months without daring to utter a single swear word. I don't dare to smoke a cigarette outside, and I'm scratching my head to endure it. You still have to go out and act approachable. Who would have thought that? A sentence from Minister Zhang of the Binjiang Propaganda Department. I think the promotion of civilization in Binjiang should not be entertainment. Rather, it's culture. He directly rejected Lu Jiaojiao and turned his head to sign a contract with Su Chen. It also gave Su Chen a plot of land of more than 50,000 square meters. Angry, she could only take it out on the assistants around her, and in half a month's time, beat away 2 of them. Just run and go ahead and blast her online. Luckily, she had the backing of the big boys, who put her on PR tactics and defined the outbursts directly as rumors, and that's how she escaped the scene of the collapsing of her persona. Up to this point, it's not over. Su Chen has been hogging several phrases on the hot list even during the show's hiatus. It messed up her already slipping popularity, and now she couldn't even make it to the hot list. It was simply the most stifling few months she'd had since she'd been a top streamer. So, she put all the losses on Su Chen's head. However, that Minister Li of the propaganda department was a fool, and he himself had only said a few ambiguous words on the scene to coax the other party to make a move on Su Chen. Minister Li even made a point of contacting her this morning to make sure she read today's paper. In the newspaper, Minister Li forced both Su Chen and Minister Zhang to guarantee the success of the project with their fortunes and positions. It's also a small way to take a breath of fresh air for myself. Today the two met face to face. How could Lu Jiaojiao let the other party off easily? Lu Jiaojiao condescendingly questioned Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea. What are you guys doing here? We're in competition. You guys aren't here to bug my new song, are you? After Lu Jiaojiao finished speaking, she turned her eyes to Lu Dinghong and mocked after looking up and down. You, then, are a company spy. Assistant, call the police. Tell them someone stole company secrets. Lu Jiaojiao didn't ask any questions and ordered the assistant beside her. Anyway, it was Su Chen who appeared here for no reason, and she was looking forward to what kind of effect the person who had sworn to guarantee the success of the project yesterday would have when he was taken away today on the grounds of stealing trade secrets. Lu Jinghong didn't want Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea to get into trouble. He directly went forward and pulled Lu Jiaojiao's assistant and explained to Lu Jiaojiao, "They're just borrowing the space. There's no stealing trade secrets. Didn't know you were going to use it today. We'll be leaving soon." Lu Jinghong actually also very much hates Lu Jiaojiao's style, but people under the roof have to bow their heads. Lu Jinghong pulled Brother Milk Tea's arm and was about to take the person outside. Lu Jiaojiao coldly grunted and blocked in front of the three. "Wanna go? Who promised to lend them the recording studio? You're the one who brought the outsiders in privately, aren't you? Do you think I can get the boss to fire you just for that? In a moment, as long as you tell the police that these two sneaked in, I'll pretend nothing happened." Lu Jiaojiao wrapped her hands around her chest, threatening Lu Jinghong with her mouth, while her eyes were fixed on Su Chen with a provocative expression. Lu Jinghong blocked in front of Brother Milk Tea and Su Chen and said righteously, "My curiosity is low, but I won't betray my friends. The company has stipulated that the recording studio can be rented to the public. It's useless for you to call the police. We're here to record songs." After the assistant's reminder of the company's regulations, Lu Jiaojiao learned that there was indeed a rule that recording studios could be rented to the public. Seeing that the threat of calling the police didn't work, Lu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and mocked without a good mood. "So what? You're a shrimp. I can fire you if I want to. Besides, you three stinky fish and shrimps tied together. You don't even have a recording studio. What kind of good songs can you make? Do you have a team as professional as mine? And you learn from others to sign singers. It's really funny, waiting peacefully for the passing of time. What's the point of fooling around when you don't have a life of fire?" Lu Jiaojiao spread her two hands and cursed all three of them. In her eyes, at most, Su Chen was still a bit famous before, And the remaining 2, she didn't even bother to put them in her eyes. Unlike yourself, you can block it for a decade or so with a wave of your hand. What good work can be done by such stinking fish? How could Lu Jinghong stand such humiliation from her? Directly grabbing the work badge on his chest, he heavily slammed it on the ground. I don't care. I don't have a job. I'll move bricks. What are you so proud of? Su Chen's song is a million times better than yours. Pop. Lu Jinghong's work license plate fell to pieces, and a loud ringing sound filled everyone's eardrums. Lu Jiaojiu of course do not believe that Lu Jinghong said. A recording have to borrow the venue of the company, and then good can be better than their own foreign high-priced professional team? Lu Jiaojiu laughed in the face of Lu Jinghong's mockery without anger. Ha ha, ridiculous. 10,000 times better than me? Look at the way the 2 of them are down and out. You don't even have the equipment. How can you compete with me? Also, if you unilaterally terminate your contract, you have to pay the company 10 times the liquidated damages. Speaking of this, Lu Jinghong choked a little bit. He was not questioning Su Chen's song, but this 10 times the breach of contract. All the resources after he signed on had to be picked by Lu Jiaojiu before the bottom person got a turn. Layers and layers of selection. And the ones whose turn it is to get their hands on are already the worst resources. The usual subsistence is already the limit. How can he afford to pay this breach of contract? But a man can't live under a man for so long and be subjected to this kind of nonsense. Lu Jinghong secretly swore that he was starving to death and would no longer suffer her Lu Jiaojiu breath. Thinking of this, Lu Jinghong clenched his fists and stepped forward. At this time, Su Chen interrupted the duo's conversation. His breach of contract, I paid. All the people present looked at Su Chen in surprise. What did you say? Lu Jiaojiu asked rhetorically. Su Chen stood in front of Lu Jiaojiu at this time and looked straight at the other party. I said, Lu Jinghong's breach of contract. I'll pay it. And me. Milkshake stepped forward at this point. His own good brother. To be guarded by himself. How could he stand by and watch the other side being bullied? Lu Jinghong was touched and whispered in the ears of brother Milk Tea and Su Chen. I don't know you yet. You don't have any money. Mr. Su Chen. It would be even more wrong for you to pay for me. I can do it myself. Brother Milk Tea held Lu Jinghong's arm and said righteously, you're my brother. If this song goes out today, you're still afraid I won't have any money. But that's, Lu Jinghong wanted to refuse, and was directly signaled by brother Milk Tea to stop talking. As the 3 of them talked, Lu Jiaojiu laughed out loud. Don't get all fraternal here. Do you guys know how much he's in breach of contract? That's $10 million. You'll never be able to pay it all back. As Jiaojiu Lu knows, although Su Chen signed Milk Tea and created a company, he hasn't released a single song or made a profit. On the show's side, there's no news. To say that you can pay Lu Jinghong for breach of contract just based on one song is a fantasy. What's so great about just one song? I want 100 songs too. I'd like to see that. After saying that, Lu Jiaojiu snatched the sheet music from brother Milk Tea's hand without regard to her image. This is your song? Not even a decent one? Still better than me? Lu Jiaojiu spoke to herself. The hand holding the sheet music pinched into an orchid finger with some disdain, only barely holding it with the edge of her manicure. I hate to twist my face away, just in case there's something dirty on it. Lu Jiaojiu frantically scanned the sheet music as fast as she could, but her eyes grew whiter and whiter, and his mouth trembled involuntarily. Did you write this? Although Lu Jiaojiu can't write songs, she has sung no less than 100 of them. The score on this tattered piece of advertising paper was literally in a style she had never seen before. Just a few simple sentences captured her attention. Su Chen didn't answer Lu Jiaojiu. He just took the sheet music back without changing his face. Ms. Lu, you also said that we are in competition. I can sue you for looking at our songs so casually. Lu Jiaojiu's eyes rolled. 800 heart eyes in her heart. For a change, he cleared his throat from his previous condescending demeanor. I'm just curious. Nothing else? Mr. Su Chen, you won't be so petty. Brother Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong all twisted their heads in facial contortions when they saw Lu Jiaojiu's appearance. That's disgusting. Lu Jiaojiu reached out and peeled up Su Chen's arm. Su Chen each, or you can sell this song to me. I don't want Lu Jinghong's default payment. As a singer, Lu Jiaojiu certainly understood what kind of value the sheet music on the back of that tattered advertisement paper had. Not at all comparable to $10 million. Su Chen drew his arm out in disgust. Just said we're stinky fish and shrimp. Miss Lu forgot I haven't. I'll pay the liquidated damages for Lu Jinghong. This song, don't even think about it. Inuyasha, I'll sign you. In just half a month, I'll make you a national idol. Lu Jinghong of the Huasha world has more than 65 million followers on just one platform, Certain Sound. And Certain Sound has even created a special section for him. Lead the way for a national fitness boom, which is a small Lu Jiaojiu to sell the flavor to pretend to be pitiful can be done. They don't want it. That's their lack of vision. Lu Jiaojiao flipped her face faster than a book, and wanted to buy Su Chen's porcelain of blue flowers. She didn't deserve it. When Lu Jinghong heard that Su Chen wanted to sign himself, he was very moved. But half a month into the top stream this thing, he is also very vain. How is it possible to do in half a month what you haven't done in years in this company? Lu Jiaojiao immediately changed her face again when she saw Su Chen putting words in her mouth. She herself condescended to plead, and Su Chen still dared to reject her. It's just a song. She's too skilled at plagiarizing. Big deal if you send it out yourself before they do. You can't even protect yourself after a month. And you want to spend half a month holding him up as a top streamer? Simply ridiculous. Fine. Then you guys sign the contract first. Don't go back on it then. With a wave of Lu Jiaojiao's small hand, her assistant handed over the release contract. Su Chen wrote his big name without hesitation. Lu Jinghong and Brother Milk Tea glanced at Su Chen gratefully, then also signed their names. On the contract, Su Chen said he was willing to use the company as a guarantee to help Lu Jinghong pay off the liquidated damages within a month. From this moment on, Lu Jinghong has nothing to do with this company. Black and white. In duplicate. Afterwards, the three of them, Su Chen, returned to their company. Mr. Su Chen, thank you. I know you just stood up for me. I'm not very capable. I'm willing to do whatever the company asks me to do. Lu Jinghong bowed towards Su Chen. $10 million just to sign him a small singer of the 18th line. The theory of who is not likely to be willing. Su Chen had done this for him, and he would do anything to repay him. Boss, I'm willing to do the same. I can do without all my payment for this song, and I'll help him pay back the company. Definitely can't let Lu Jiaojiao take the company away. Sit down first. There's no need to be so nervous. Su Chen signaled the two to sit down. Brother Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong looked at each other in dismay, but refused to sit down in any way. Su Chen had to go forward and press the two of them onto the sofa. You don't have to worry, Jinghong, since I'm willing to sign you, that means you're worth the price. It's Lu Jiaojiao and the others who are blind. Lu Jinghong was still a bit puzzled when he heard these words. I've sung my own songs and been on movies and TV shows. Not a single standout score at all. Why did Su Chen say he was worth that price? The boss is going to write a song for me too? Su Chen extended his finger and shook it. Could it be that the boss has resources for fine movie and TV scripts? Su Chen still shook his head. Seeing this, Brother Milk Tea couldn't see it either. It wasn't that he was looking down on his brother. It was just that Su Chen wasn't writing a song for Lu Jinghong, and it wasn't like he was asking him to play the lead role. Also said that half a month to Lu Jinghong into the top stream. In addition to these, in the end, how else to do? Su Chen took out his cell phone and opened a certain tone and placed it in front of the duo. Let's do this. This confused Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong. Being a Netflix star? How can this be made into a top stream? Netflix is the bottom of the barrel in this industry. Only those who can't make it in the entertainment industry will go for Netflix. And Lu Jinghong is handsome, but he's already over 30, so how could anyone like him? It also says to use half a month. But out of respect for Su Chen, Lu Jinghong agreed in a single breath even though he had doubts in his heart. Okay, I'll do whatever the boss says. Even if it means I have to perform at a roadside stand. I'm willing to do it. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Performances won't be necessary. I'm building you up for the fitness blogger route. Fitness blogger? Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong spoke in unison. Lu Jinghong fell daily cool fitness. Others call him a fitness demon king. From morning to evening practice, he will not be tired. But what does fitness blogger mean? It was the first time they had heard of it. Su Chen explained to the duo. A fitness blogger is someone who teaches people online how to work out properly, teaches people how to lose weight, and then after a certain number of followers they start a live fitness stream. Su Chen had searched for it, and Blue Star didn't have this type of blogger yet, and Lu Jinghong's appearance would be unprecedented. Lu Jinghong's eyes were glowing when he heard the fitness pour. Before that, he was doing odd jobs at the company every day and had no time to work out. But can being this fitness blogger really be a top stream? He's never seen it. He was also unwilling for Su Chen to take this risk. Su Chen could see his doubts and comforted him. Go back today and start posting videos. And since I signed you up, you should trust my judgment. Although Brother Milk Tea didn't understand either, he still nodded at Lu Jinghong. Seeing Su Chen's firm gaze, Lu Jinghong with worry registered himself a certain sound number. Real name at the same time. Added the 3 words fitness version at the back. After Su Chen left, Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly summoned 10 lyricists and arrangers for an emergency meeting. She had a professional team, and even if Su Chen wasn't willing to sell it to herself, she could still find someone to reproduce it herself. Early release. She sang half a song off and on from memory, the lyrics part of the song. She also didn't remember it clearly because she didn't have any knowledge of Chinese civilization. In the end, a team of 11 tossed around for an afternoon and only reproduced about a third of the original song. And the mood of it is all but lost. The lyrics can't even be made up. Wastes. Bunch of losers. Lu Jiaojiao cursed in anger, throwing the thick stack of manuscripts in his hands over the heads of the others. The white manuscript paper was flying all over the place. There's nowhere to look but where I sing out. The company spends so much to raise a bunch of pigs. The people at the bottom all lowered their heads, a fire welling up in their hearts, alongside the company's boss. Lu Jiaojiao is downright rude and unreasonable in the company. It's okay to copy your own artist's work, but how dare you copy another company's work? I don't know who out of the 10 suddenly came up with this. Who's talking? Stand up and talk if you can. Lu Jiaojiao pointed at the people underneath and asked indignantly. A middle-aged man in his early 30s stood up. I said it. Standing up as this company's patriarchal arranger. If he hadn't thanked his boss for knowing him before, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing for Lu Jiaojiao. You know, he's a man of honor and the last thing he wants to do is sneak around. But he couldn't hold back. Even if he offended Lu Jiaojiao, he was not willing to continue doing such things in the future. Lu Jiaojiao didn't want to hear what he had to say. Anyway, on the basis of his own coaxing, the company's president has a set. Always want to let anyone go. Let anyone go. What are you? It's your turn to talk. If you don't want to do it, get out. Lu Jiaojiao crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at the door in a snarky manner. The middle-aged uncle didn't want to put up with her, didn't want anything else, picked up his cell phone and walked straight out the door of the conference room. The uncle's men, seeing that their leader had quit, got up and dropped their work permits. I quit too. Who spoils you? Go. When Lu Jiaojiao saw this, she directly roared in anger. Get out of here. Get out of here all of you. Bunch of losers. Lu Jiaojiao blankly glanced at the crowd without any good reason. Without a moment's effort. Only Lu Jiaojiao was left in the conference room one after another. Originally, she thought that with her memory, she could at least replicate it. I didn't realize that such a group of people had worked all afternoon to make a song that wasn't even remotely palatable. Lu Jiaojiao took out a cigarette and smoked it for half a day without trying to understand where the problem was. On Lu Jinghong's side, after hearing Su Chen's arrangements for him, when I left the office, my mind was still foggy. After all, how could he not understand how posting your own do-it-yourself fitness blogger could be top stream? However, when it comes to the situation that he still has a girlfriend, Su Chen did not have a little objection, but instead asked him to bring his girlfriend along with him for a better live broadcast. This made Lu Jinghong overjoyed. Although he didn't understand, he still carried out Su Chen's arrangements seriously, because Lu Jinghong was already very much in love with fitness. There are quite a lot of fitness equipment at home, but Su Chen said that since we want to do national fitness, we should start with the simplest. Thinking about it, Lu Jinghong finally gave up all the fitness equipment. Just start with calisthenics. Nothing is required. It's the easiest and most grounding. He had already thought about it. Even if he couldn't make it to the top stream after half a month, with his excellent fitness knowledge he could still be a fitness instructor to pay back money to Su Chen. He took it as a way to share his fitness routine. Lu Jinghong told his girlfriend Wei Wei about his idea. Vivi had been fully supportive of him when he had nothing, so he hadn't given up on the relationship even when he had entered the entertainment industry and the company rules forbade him to talk to anyone. If he's a fitness blogger, he certainly doesn't leave his girlfriend behind. So when Lu Jinghong brought up the matter of working together as a fitness blogger with his subject, Vivi, though puzzled, expressed her full support. Said dry. Lu Jinghong and his girlfriend immediately changed into tight fitness clothing. Opened the live stream. The live stream tab. He also filled in the word fitness. Fitness bloggers would have been an unprecedented track at Blue Star, so soon there were a few people stopping by the live tab. Fitness blogger. First time I've seen it. What's the whole job program? Are you new here? Why haven't I seen you before? Nymphomaniac face. But the flamboyant fans closed their mouths again speechlessly when they saw the beautiful Wei Wei behind Lu Jinghong. Something's up. Next, facing the pitifully small audience in the live broadcast room, Lu Jinghong learned to greet everyone like a netizen on the internet. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Jinghong and this is my girlfriend Wei Wei. What about this account? It's just to share my fitness routine for those interested in practicing with me. The simple and unassuming introduction didn't cause much of a splash. Lu Jinghong is not annoyed. He is not a big star. The first live broadcast, no one to see is normal. Accustomed to being unheeded, he didn't take the matter to heart. Instead, following his usual workout routine, he removed his jacket to reveal a sleeveless, tight-fitting workout outfit and shorts. The pecs that had been covered by the jacket immediately jumped out, broad shoulders and delicate abs under the tights, plus Lu Jinghong's young and handsome face. And once Vivi's jacket was off, her S-shaped curves were revealed. But relatively Lu Jinghong's clothes are a bit more conservative. Fans who had just wanted to see the whole job immediately let out a gasp. Handsome big boy with a perfect body. Anchor's got big pecs. Put me in a relationship with a man like that and I'd rather drive a Maserati. Joke. The moment I saw my sister-in-law. You're a friend I'm going to make. Upstairs. You go to bed early and dream of everything. Dog's head. Lu Jinghong's move immediately triggered a small commotion. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is a delight for everyone. Straight away I couldn't walk. In a short while, the number of people in the live room, which originally only had 3 or 5 people, broke 100. There were even a couple of people who gave him a spot of attention on the spot. Lu Jinghong thanked his fans for their attention as he began to introduce today's fitness program, and then turned on the music and jumped up and down on his own. What's a fitness blogger doing live not working out? With the rhythm of the music, Lu Jinghong and his girlfriend danced with great feeling. After jumping for no more than 2 minutes, Lu Jinghong, who originally thought that everything was going well, the live broadcast room lit up with a warning of robot supervision. Attention! Detected that this live broadcast room is suspected of exposing the sensitive location of Xiong, and has now been blocked for 10 minutes. I hope the host will rectify the situation as soon as possible. The supervisory bot labeled Lu Jinghong's chest, and then the broadcast went black. The viewers who stayed in the live room were dumbfounded, seeing for the first time a live room that was blocked because of a man's chest. The original audience who watched Lu Jinghong dancing calisthenics with great interest was also baffled to see the warning from the live broadcast regulatory robot. They watched the live broadcast for the first time because the male anchor jumped to fuck because Xiong Big was blocked. The live streaming lezzies instantly exploded. The first time I saw a male anchor get banned for having too big a Xiong. Ha ha, I'm so happy. You can't escape a regulatory warning for proper jumping exercises. Too bad for the anchor. I can't. I have to wait for the anchor to come back. It's hilarious. Just want to see a proper workout. A certain tone was rubbed silly by the rubbing. Lu Jinghong was also a bit embarrassed, and was busy clicking on a certain sound backstage to complain, identifying himself as a male anchor, which led to the revocation of a certain voice's sanction. Not long after, Lu Jinghong finally reopened the live broadcast. There are still a lot of viewers waiting to see Lu Jinghong's fun who haven't left. When they saw him return, they began to flirt. The anchor's Xiong. Women see silence. Men see tears. It shakes up the intelligent supervision of a certain sound. Ha ha, I got tired of seeing the rubbers long ago, and it's the first time I've seen the Bishop Bo people work out and lose weight. Lu Jinghong scratched his head, not realizing that there were still many people who chose to stay and continue watching. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Sorry guys, let's change the fuck and start over." Lu Jinghong is, after all, the first live broadcast, and many of the rules are still not understood. To avoid being blocked before, I switched straight to a set of calisthenics to slim my arms. This workout will help everyone get rid of the extra bye-bye flesh on their arms and can be practiced at home. After Lu Jinghong's introduction, he began to dance calisthenics in a serious manner. The calisthenics that you change, most of the range of motion is placed on the arms. Avoid the chest wobble. This is what he came up with. After all, if a certain tone is blocked live, it will increase in length by the number of times it is blocked. So, bloggers of a certain sound are paying attention to this. As a newcomer, Lu Jinghong is no exception. Su Chen spent $10 million to sign himself and asked him for this one thing. Can't afford to mess things up. Lu Jinghong's label as a fitness blogger has attracted a lot of new viewers while he dances to the music. Fitness bloggers? What's the point of watching people dance and fuck? Wow. This is a calisthenics tutorial that I spent $2,500 a month on. I can't believe I'm watching it for free on the live broadcast. I'll never enroll in a class again. Every time my fitness instructor just wants me to spend money on classes and equipment. I didn't realize that calisthenics can be slimming. Then I can't just practice at home. I always used to think working out alone was no fun, but now I can work out with bloggers. Their body is my goal. With increased live hours and novel live tags, Lu Jinghong's live broadcast left quite a few viewers behind. But just when he thought his live streaming career had begun, a certain sound of the robot regulation again to Lu Jinghong's live content has read mess back. Detected the blogger exposing private parts. Will soon make a banning punishment to the live room. Please anchor to rectify as soon as possible. The location of the robot's regulatory labeling is just the armpit hair that Lu Jinghong exposed when he raised his arm. The fans on the air were also laughing. Other live broadcasts have not encountered the banning of a certain sound even if the slit is open to the root of the thigh. Lu Jinghong just lifted his arms and jumped in the drill. Sanctioned twice in less than 10 minutes, as if targeted by a certain tone. Laughs pulled full circle. Before Lu Jinghong could read the warning on the subtitles, the live broadcast room went black once again, and this time the ban was even longer, being blocked for half an hour straight away. Lu Jinghong, who saw the scene, directly collapsed. Su Chen really wasn't kidding when he said he was fit to be a fitness anchor. Was he? Going through the other live streams, They're either showing boobs or see-through, but none of them have been sanctioned. Only himself, dressed neatly, Xiong was sealed, and lifting his arms was also sealed? What's smart regulation? It's just retarded. Something as normal as calisthenics can be judged wrong. The aggrieved Lu Jinghong had to go to a certain sound backstage to find artificial customer service to complain. Another screenshot and a small essay. It took 10 minutes of work this to undo the miscommunication. Lu Jinghong helpless, lives still have to open again. Retarded supervision simply cannot distinguish. In order to avoid the same misjudgment of the situation, directly to the bottom of the thick factory down jacket turned out to wear on the body. The two had put on their down coats, hot as two wilted drop-dead chickens, with aggravation written all over their faces. When the live feed opened up again, the fans waiting to see the fun laughed outright. Puh ha ha, this is the most miserable anchor I've ever seen. Wearing a down jacket in the middle of summer to be able to broadcast live. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought the anchor was living the whole life. Ha ha, what a novel way to work out. The anchor must be trying to give me abs from laughing. The Spring Festival sketches don't even have this many reversals. Laugh out loud. This is a funny blogger with a fitness label. I didn't expect the live stream to be unexpectedly good, because Lu Jinghong was mistakenly blocked 3 times. Many viewers didn't leave, but chose to stay and watch the fun. And the large number of pop-ups increased the activity in the live room. And the regulatory bots didn't show up again after putting on the duvet. Lu Jinghong's live broadcast that night was monitored by a certain sound backstage to a high degree of activity, and also put his live broadcast into the recommended position. Later, more than 1,000 people came in one after another. Followers have also gone up by 200. It's not much, but it's a good start relative to new anchors. As Lu Jinghong's live streaming hours increased, the gang that originally stayed in the live streaming room to follow the practice suddenly realized, what's this about jumping for almost an hour? How come I'm not tired yet? Look at the expression on his subject's face. It's coming out of his pain mask. Ha ha. I can't. I'll be paralyzed in half an hour of dancing. He's so strong. This man. The expression doesn't even change. Scary as hell. Originally those who thought that Lu Jinghong was hitting the fitness label funny lazy people, looking at Lu Jinghong who calmly jumped in the drill for an hour, the impression of him in his heart began to waver. Sweat had obviously soaked through his tracksuit, but thundered through the down jacket in order to get through the broadcast. Not only did his expression not change much, except for his breathing, which was a bit heavier, but every movement was spot on as well. On the contrary, Vivi behind him was directly tired with facial contortions and could not lift her arms and legs directly. Condescending and pathetic as a chickadee. It makes you smile. Whenever Wei Wei wanted to stop, she was scared by Lu Jinghong's sentence of extra practice and could only continue to keep up. A devilish trainer with a body of steel, a panting, agonizing mask. The two are in the same frame, creating a huge contrast. The live audience bantered on, with compliments and gloating drifting through the pop-ups, and the largest number of viewers left behind were sophisticated piggish girls who wanted to lose weight with their homes. Instead of scolding Lu Jinghong for being cruel when they saw Wei Wei in pain, they corresponded to the cruel look of their own fitness trainer. I have to say that Lu Jinghong is responsible. For this reason, they willingly clicked follow. Lu Jinghong's first live broadcast was quite a smooth end. It's only today that we've gone up 200 fans. Half a month won't even get us to the top stream. Lu Jinghong was lying on his bed, looking at his pitiful fan count. But unbeknownst to him, some fans have discovered his miserable and hilarious way of broadcasting. And then there's his girlfriend who gets pulled up on the jumping jacks. The contrast between the two. Spontaneously edited several live videos for Lu Jinghong. Tens of thousands of likes and favorites in just one night. As soon as he woke up the next day, Lu Jinghong opened the account of a certain voice. The originally confused eyes instantly widened, because he had suddenly realized that he had been searched for tens of thousands of times in one night while he was asleep, and had painlessly gained more than 10,000 followers along the way. What's going on? With a mixture of surprise and confusion, Lu Jinghong found the source of the fans. Is a hilarious video clip blogger who edited out last night's broadcast of Lu Jinghong being mistakenly blocked multiple times by regulatory bots, and finally having no choice but to put on a down jacket and go live. This one video alone has gotten hundreds of thousands of likes. Open the comments section. Ha ha, armpit hair can be sealed too. The number of rubbing anchors blocked in one night is not as much as his was there last night. The anchor was really miserable. Didn't you guys see the object behind him? Jumping to the back with a frown that could pinch a fly. The live broadcast is an hour and a half long. The anchor accompanies the whole program, so the fairies who want to lose weight are blessed. Aside from that, there's also a video giving Vivi a pained expression P on an emoji. So many lezzies in the comments section begging for pictures everywhere. It's also a little bit of a hit on the massive internet. Compared to his work as a singer, this is a great result. Maybe Su Chen is right. He does fit the internet better, but it's not even close to top stream. Lu Jinghong called Su Chen and prepared to report the situation to him. The phone picked up. Lu Jinghong told Su Chen about his rise of over 10,000 followers in one night. Too slow, Su Chen said. Lu Jinghong thought that Su Chen disliked the speed of his powder increase. After all, he was the artist he had spent $10 million to sign, and at this rate, he could only become a small netizen. How could he be a top stream? But immediately afterwards Su Chen added, "But it's not your fault. As long as Brother Milk Tea song is sent out, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll become top stream. I'm going to invest in Milk Tea Gura today, so just keep broadcasting on your end." The phone hung up. Lu Jinghong even more confused. Milk Tea Brother issued a song with their own into the top stream. What has to do? Just fitness anchors themselves. But only Su Chen knows. The parallel world of the Milk Tea Brother was originally Lu Jinghong's life brother. After the Milk Tea Brother burst into flames, became the national idol of 1.4 billion people. The song copyrights are all in the buyout status. You have to pay to listen to songs, but anything that has anything to do with Brother Milk Tea can be very hot. For example, an online netizen who buys hand pies looks just a little bit like Brother Milk Tea. The stalls can be packed every day. A lot of people even traveled over the hill to his stall to buy cakes just to take a picture with that internet celebrity. And Lu Jinghong not only gets to interact with Milk Tea, he also gets to use Milk Tea's music for free while working out. Keep in mind that there are big fees to be paid for commercial use of such copyrighted songs. The cost of Milkman's music is frighteningly high. That's why Lu Jinghong's live broadcast has become the only place where you can listen to songs for free. Every day Lu Jinghong live broadcasting room will be crowded into a large number of Chinese people, while listening to the music of the Milk Tea song for free, while jumping rhythmic aerobics to lose weight and slim down. Almost become a universal project. Lu Jinghong has also logically become a leader in national fitness. So, Milkman's side is the most important part. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen took the USB flash drive that he had recorded for Brother Milk Tea earlier and said to Brother Milk Tea on the sofa, "Come on, let's go meet the investors today." To say that the investor he wanted to find for Milk Tea Brother today was Liang Jiejun, who had previously found Su Chen and made the traveler's cell phone package, that item of the traverser's package. Su Chen didn't ask for a penny and the price of the package was hit very low, but even so, up to hundreds of millions of number of buyers, but also let the Dragon Communication Group earn a lot of money. After all, it costs them absolutely nothing. Arriving at the building of the Longhua Communication Group in Binjiang City, Su Chen received the highest reception in the office building with his face. What employee could not know? The hottest package of his own group was given to the group for free by this person called Su Chen in front of him. It wasn't even too much of a stretch to say that many of the current staff positions were given by Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen rampaging through the Dragon Communication building, the receptionist didn't have a hint of pushback even when he proposed to meet the highest person in charge. Directly took Su Chen and Milk Tea Brother to the office in charge. After brewing 2 cups of top-quality black tea for Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea, not 2 minutes later, Liang Jiejun rushed over from the conference room. The whole thing was a sight to behold for Milkman. What is the Dragon Communications Group? It is one of the 3 major capitals of the Dragon Kingdom. The communications business of hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom is in our hands. It's proper big capitalist. There is no project that can't be done if they give their nod. And the influence of the Dragon Communications Group is immeasurable. None of his own previous company leaders had the qualifications to dare to say that he could meet the highest person in charge of Dragon Communication. Talking about investment that must not be like a grandson here. And Su Chen was like going home. Everyone was very kind to him. Milk Tea Brother was surprised and at the same time, swore in his heart, even if Su Chen shoot him away, he wouldn't leave. This thigh is too thick. As soon as Liang Jiejun entered the office, he took the initiative to walk towards Su Chen and shook his hand with a big smile. "Long time no see, Su Chen. I haven't heard anything from you kid lately." Su Chen didn't mention the fact that he had dominated the Cold Kingdom program, and just explained it in a single stroke. "I've been busy writing songs for my company's artists lately, and I'm planning on releasing an album for Brother Milk Tea in the meantime." Su Chen pulled out the Milk Tea Brother behind him and introduced it to Liang Jiejun in passing. Liang Ka-chun's eyes went to Brother Milk Tea, who wore a slightly rebellious broken cap and slender eyes that didn't fit a singer who could make it out of the ring in any way. As a capitalist, Liang Jiejun's criterion for judging a person or a project is always whether it can create benefits. The same goes for judging a singer. "I've heard of him, but our group is looking at you, so if you want to put out an album, I'd be happy to discuss it with the group internally," Liang Jiejun said very directly. He had heard of Milk Tea Brother. Debut so far, just a not very hot singer. Let him invest in this unheard of Milk Tea Brother. He was more willing to praise Su Chen. Those present were all smart people, and the meaning of Liang Jiejun's words couldn't be more obvious. Milkman was embarrassed for a second and didn't think much of the rest. It's not uncommon for people you can't even meet the leader of your own former company to not trust you. Su Chen only took it as a joke from the other party and smiled back. You don't trust him, and you still don't trust my vision? When Liang Jiejun heard Su Chen say this, he let out a light laugh and re-examined the opposite side of the milk tea brother, then shook his head. I've seen your ability to write songs. Just him? I'm afraid the shareholders may not even recognize him. You know, the Traveler's Package. It was through that one song of Su Chen's that it exploded. It's not just Su Chen's song, but also the value of Chinese civilization he comes within it. If they were replaced with singers like Dragon Nation Milk Tea Brother, who have been on the scene for a few years without much splash, the likelihood of viewers buying them would have to be cut to the waist. Even if Su Chen's skepticism on the internet was getting louder and louder, but they are as the capitalists of the Dragon Kingdom, after operation, firmly grasping the tail of the dividends of Su Chen's Chinese civilization traverser, can also make a hard buck. This was also the reason why he was willing to come to see Su Chen today. That's where Su Chen still has a bit of an interest. Milkshake is still a little too small for the conversation. They have countless singers coming over every day asking for collaborations, and there are plenty of people who are hotter than Brother Milk Tea. Why would they need to bet their chips on the milkshake? Liang Jiejun's meaning Su Chen sort of understood. The man in front of him, who said he was willing to give himself an album, was in actuality looking at the last interest in himself. As a capitalist, I follow a myriad of news on a daily basis. How can you not see all the news on the internet? For this kind of person, it is still necessary to let the other party see their great value before they can talk about the latter matters. Su Chen took out the USB flash drive he had prepared long ago and handed it to Liang Jiejun. Mr. Liang, why don't you listen to Brother Milk Tea's music before you make a decision? Liang Jiejun looked at the USB flash drive Su Chen handed over, hesitated for a second, but still took it. Okay, for your sake, I'll barely listen, but if it's not good, I won't be merciful with my mouth. Su Chen nodded, indicating that it was fine. Milk Tea, on the other hand, was nervously staring at Liang Ka-chun's every move. Liang Jiejun walked to the computer and opened the USB flash drive that Su Chen handed him. Liang Jiejun, who had already thought of how to reject Brother Milk Tea, was fixed in place the moment he heard the music playing in the computer. The song begins with the sound of a strange piano, with a hint of warmth and faint melancholy. Along with that comes the lilting sound of the flute. As if there are endless stories hidden behind this song, the hairs on Liang Jiejun's back stood up in sweat as he listened. He had never, ever heard a song like that, and the Milk Tea brother behind Su Chen was also deeply stunned. When did Su Chen add the instrumentals to the intro of the song? He didn't know anything about it. Moreover, this kind of piano sound, he had never heard before, and the sound of that flute was like a sharp edge, hitting the heart. Brother Milk Tea's voice came out of the computer, slowing down over the sound of two instruments, as if it were running water, telling the story in detail. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. I'm waiting for you in the blue sky. Cooking smoke rises up across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you, like heirloom celadone. It is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. At the end of the song, Liang Jiejun couldn't move for a long time. Obviously he just listened to a song, but I don't know why it was as if he saw the ancient rhythms from the Chinese civilization in front of his eyes, and the strange sound of the piano in the intro. What kind of strings are played to give the impression of a smoky rain, and that Milk Tea brother's voice, in the whole song, is different from the simple goodness of Su Chen's voice. Rather, it's a feeling that blends in with the whole song and draws it together. It's as if from the time Brother Milk Tea was born, he was destined to sing this song, but where one thing is missing from the whole song, it loses its soul, and the lyrics of the song put together the Chinese civilization of celadone and good love. Such lyrics, except for Su Chen who could write them, the Dragon Kingdom had never seen such a genius before. Goosebumps stood up again and again on Liang Jiejun's body. For a few minutes, the song washed over me numerous times inside. The words he had already thought of how to refuse were forgotten, wholeheartedly carried away by the song. Turning back again, Liang Jiejun looked at Brother Milk Tea instantly differently. What had been a somewhat strange hairstyle also became a personality. Slender eyes are a direct sign of intelligence. Did you sing this? Liang Ka-chun was a little disbelieving. It wasn't like he hadn't heard Milkman's music before. It's always sung and sung without soul. And this time, together with the song written by Su Chen, the two complemented each other, directly elevating Brother Milk Tea's voice by 3 levels. Brother Milk Tea looked at Liang Jiejun's very different expression and nodded woodenly. Liang Ka-chun was surprised and delighted. The song, the words, the voice. Heavenly music. Ah, why didn't you recommend Brother Milk Tea to me before? Liang Jejun excitedly patted Su Chen's arm straight away. He also counted on reading a lot of songs. A song of this level, as soon as it is issued, is the existence of prying the direction of the song style and popularity of the Dragon Kingdom. Then if any company invests in the release, the whole company will stand out in Dragonland. Thinking of this, Liang Jejun was as happy as if he had seen an untapped gold mine. The mine that had just rejected Brother Milk Tea had also gone out of the window. Have to say, Su Chen was right. His vision, unique and ruthless. Singers with weird styles like Brother Milk Tea singing Su Chen's customized tracks are as magical as a wonderful hand. Su Chen smiled. It was true that no one could escape the charm of Huaxia Milk Tea Brother. The same goes for the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Does Mr. Liang mean he's willing to give Brother Milk Tea an album? Liang Jejun put his hand on Brother Milk Tea's shoulder and said solemnly, we certainly won't let go of such a singer, but there's no shortage of songs written by you in between. Su Chen knew that Liang Jejun must have heard the song style and flavor that was different from that of the Dragon Kingdom. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Liang Jejun suddenly changed his words. But, Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea turned their heads to look at Liang Jejun. Only Liang Jejun frowned and asked, however, for an album, one song is not enough. It has to be at least 10. When will your side be able to finish these 10 songs? It usually takes 3 months to polish a good song. When Su Chen finishes writing the remaining 9 songs, he'll probably have to wait until next year. It must not take 2 years to record again and make an album? When Liang Jejun said this, Brother Milk Tea froze for a moment. Indeed, a good song is hard to find and even harder to write. Previously, I had received 10 versions myself without necessarily settling on one song. They only have this one song right now, and it's nowhere near enough to make an album. It would take too long again if it was all created by Su Chen alone. Are they really going to wait until next year? Milk Tea Brother and Liang Jejun's gazes both landed on Su Chen at this moment. Su Chen fell back on his unperturbed demeanor. There's no need to wait that long. As long as Boss Liang says it's available. Just one day and I'll have the remaining 9 songs ready for you to go through. If it wasn't for Su Chen trying to avoid people's attention, just with his superior memory and the help of the system, he could actually write 9 songs in full in just half an hour. In a day, he could write hundreds of songs. It's just too scary to say it. Though, Milk Tea Brother secretly came to Su Chen's ear and asked in a low voice, Boss, you still have the manuscript saved up? But in the eyes of Brother Milk Tea, writing 9 songs a day is indeed too much. Unless Su Chen wrote the song a long time ago. Su Chen shook his head and directly dismissed his idea. Other than that reason, Milk Tea couldn't think of anyone else who could write 9 songs in one day. Could it be that Su Chen is also keeping a huge team of arrangers behind him? But soon the idea was dismissed by Milkman himself. If that's true, it wouldn't have been Su Chen docking with himself the entire time. You won't be able to go out and borrow venues for recordings and stuff. Liang Ka-chan didn't quite understand how he could write 9 songs in one day without a stockpile. Even as a team, it's not that fast. Therefore, he felt that Su Chen was just afraid that he would back out. So he was just in a hurry to answer. Not really able to give him 9 songs. Su Chen, you don't have to be so anxious. Half a year's time I can still wait. I Liang Jejun determine things. This point I can still decide. And, song quality-wise, I still want to go higher. He didn't dare to say that he wanted a song of the same high quality as Celadon. After all, you can't write one song like that out of 100. But it can't be too bad. In one day, to exaggerate, you can't even write 9 children's songs. What about quality assurance? If that's the case, putting out an album is too much of a loss for them. Might as well put out a single instead. Su Chen had a confident smile on his face and didn't rush to explain in the face of Liang Jejun's questioning. Just patted the two on the shoulder with a serious look on his face. When have I, Su Chen, ever bragged? When I say a day is a day, and I guarantee that it's definitely a song of the same quality as Celadon. Milk Tea's expression twisted into a black question mark as he listened to the statement as if it was a pie in the sky. Uncharacteristically, he felt that Su Chen must be under too much pressure, which made him so abnormal. Liang Jejun valued Su Chen's talent and thought it was better not to let him get too excited. A million responses popped up in his head as he said he believed. He'll take it as a joke from Su Chen, and after tomorrow, Su Chen will be able to face reality if he can't write. Thinking of this, Liang Jejun secretly sighed. I didn't expect the program over in the Cold Kingdom to hit Su Chen so hard. Looks like what the internet said wasn't all false. Brother Milk Tea also secretly decided that he must care more about Su Chen. A person with even more talent was still an ordinary person. One's own boss is guarded by oneself. Looking at the strange expressions of the two, their eyes revealed heartache. But the duo still agreed with Su Chen on their lips. Su Chen knew that the two of them must have misunderstood something. But even if he explained at this point, the duo would only mechanically concur with fine. Fine. Helpless, Su Chen reminded Mr. Liang. Then let's sign the contract today. When it came down to business, the duo finally responded. Liang Jejun picked up the internal phone on his desk and called his assistant. In about half an hour's time, the assistant walked in on high heels, holding 2 contracts, in duplicate, Mr. Liang and Mr. Su, to see if there are any problems. Su Chen flipped through it, and the regulations of the contract were basically the regular ones. The last few, however, are slightly different. Manhwa Binjiang Communication Group is willing to make an album for Brother Milk Tea for free, pre-publicity and all other business. Milk Tea Brothers album has and only has information on one investing company, Rokoku Riverside Communications Group. The music software under the Manhwa Binjiang Communication Group can have the free play rights for all the songs in this album of Brother Milk Tea. Brother Milk Tea will automatically become the spokesperson of Dragon Riverside Communications Group for 10 years after the album is released. Advertisement fee will be paid as usual. Su Chen finished the remaining 9 songs within a year. Capital lives up to its name. Liang Ka-chan doesn't just see Milk Tea's potential now. He also wants to monopolize Milk Tea to utilize his potential in the later stages of his life. Su Chen glanced at Liang Jejun. In his heart, he could not help but sigh. The other party was simply an ambitious and hungry wolf. With the presence of such characters in the group, it will definitely rise to the next level in the future. But all in all, it doesn't cost them anything. It's just an endorsement. A commercial to say the lines. It's absolutely nothing compared to the real money the group is putting out. Su Chen gave Brother Milk Tea a look, and Brother Milk Tea didn't think anything of it. Su Chen then nodded and said, "No problem." Liang Jejun's hanging heart was released. He was worried that Su Chen would reject these terms. After all, for a singer who was about to burst onto the scene, there were many companies who wanted to invest in the album, and their family could afford it without sharing their fame at all. Milk Tea Brothers' value will surely rise after he bursts into flames in the future. The schedule will also be tight with commercials, movies, and TV shows coming up. It's still up to the other party if they want to collaborate on a commercial, so might as well just bind early on upfront. Liang Jejun laughed. Ha ha, old brother atmosphere. The duo signed the contracts they were holding with a big hand and then exchanged them. Liang Jejun was very satisfied. Su Chen, this person, was full of talent, and every time he cooperated with him, he could bring great benefits to the group. Su Chen is also more satisfied. The other party is all-inclusive. They do not have to spend any effort. After all, Huaxia's Milk Tea Brother has signed a similar contract, and there is no impact on the follow-up of Milk Tea Brother. Rather, Milkman was in a more subtle mood. He never dreamed that one day the head of the Dragon Riverside Group would be willing to be responsible for him in all aspects, and that he would not be allowed to sign with another company. Even the advertising contracts within 10 years. The other side wants it all together, counting the territory of the Dragon Country. Even if that called Lu Jiajiu has a company boss to rely on did not have this kind of treatment. He, Brother Milk Tea, is the #1 person in the Dragon Kingdom, and all this honor was because one followed Su Chen. Successful cooperation. Liang Jejun took the initiative to reach out and shook hands with Su Chen and Brother Milk Tea. Before the duo left, Liang Jejun also said to Su Chen with concern, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Great song. I'm willing to wait." The duo came out of the Binjiang Manhwa Communication Group. Brother Milk Tea said that he was worried about Su Chen's safety and had to send him back. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Chen's house didn't have any extra beds for him to spend the night, Brother Milk Tea would have had to stay and watch. Su Chen sent Milk Tea Brother away with bitter words, took out a notebook, and began to write the remaining 9 songs. Without the distraction of bystanders, Su Chen's mind spun fast, and the lyrics popped onto the paper one sentence at a time. But in an hour, Su Chen had completed the scores and lyrics of 9 songs. Nocturne, Patty Power, Mingalon, Quiet, confirming that there were no mistakes. Su Chen put the manuscript away and sent it to Liang Jejun with Brother Milk Tea tomorrow. Open the cell phone a certain sound. Lu Jinghong just opened the broadcast with his girlfriend, accompanied by very rhythmic music. Lu Jinghong and Wei Wei danced with great vigor. And today, unlike before, the live stream was flooded with over 6,000 viewers coming in to watch. It also made the duo work harder. It was only in the later stages that Vivi still had uncontrollable facial contortions, and the prolonged exercise made her look woefully out of shape. And Lu Jinghong, still with a cold face, threatened that Wei Wei would have to practice more if she was lazy. Couples who are in love with each other have become a topic of banter on the air. Su Chen was very pleased to see that Lu Jinghong was still in good shape. Exiting the live broadcast, Su Chen made a call to Brother Milk Tea. "Hello? Is there anything the boss hasn't explained?" Brother Milk Tea took it for granted that Su Chen had probably forgotten something and spoke in passing. At this point in time, Brother Milk Tea had just come out of the subway and had not yet arrived home. Only Su Chen's voice was heard on the phone. the song is written. Why don't you come over first thing in the morning and we'll go record it? After saying that, Suchen hung up the phone. Thinking he had heard wrong, Milkman looked at the note on his cell phone in confusion. The word boss went out on the screen. It's not a typo. Ha, is the boss drunk? He hadn't even arrived home from Suchen's place yet, and just half an hour had passed before Suchen told himself that the 9 songs had been written. Who's going to believe this when you say it? In half an hour Suchen gave himself drunk. This kind of possibility he believed, with a mindset of seeking confirmation. Milk Tea Brother still sent a message to Suchen. Boss, is the song ready? Then can I meet you at the office at 8 tomorrow? It didn't take long for Milk Tea Brother to receive a reply from Suchen. I'll see you at 8 o'clock at the Dragon Riverside Communications Group. We'll record a song. Milkshake scratched his head, still looking incredulous, but a trip tomorrow would not be a problem for him. If he couldn't, he would have to bring his own sleeping bag to stay at Suchen's house. Boss has been under a lot of pressure lately. Suchen then called Liang Jejun. At this time, Liang Jejun is on his way to the next city to prepare to talk about a project. The phone picked up, and Suchen didn't say anything. Mr. Liang, I've finished writing my song. Tomorrow I'm going to go record the song with Brother Milk Tea, so come and go through it as well. What? I seem to be having some trouble with my cell phone. Say that again? Liang Jejun thought that there was something wrong with his cell phone and asked again in a hurry. Suchen repeated what he had just said. Liang Jejun thought Suchen was joking. Older brother, right now I'm on my way to Tai City, so don't make fun of me if I come back and treat you to dinner, okay? There's no need to be in such a hurry about writing a song. Suchen knew that this matter was hard for people to believe when it was told. However, let Liang Jejun see the results, so that he can get the other side of the investment earlier. Mr. Liang, I'm serious. If I'm teasing you, I, Suchen, can do without a penny. Liang Jejun was silent for a while when he heard such words. Finally it was agreed. Order the driver to turn around and head back to Riverside City. He was also very curious as to what kind of song Suchen could come up with. Have nothing to say all night. As soon as the next day dawned, Suchen rushed to the downstairs of the Binjan Longhua communication group with the manuscript. Milkman, on the other hand, arrived 10 minutes late. Seeing Suchen earlier than himself, he was still a bit surprised. Logically speaking, Suchen was drunk like that last night and shouldn't be in such high spirits today. The duo breezed into Liang Ka-chun's office. Liang Ka-chun has been waiting in his office for a long time. If Suchen was just joking, then he could have asked his driver to drive him to Tai City earlier. Suchen, don't say I don't give you face. If you can't come up with 9 manuscripts that are of the same quality as Celadon, I'm still going to go to Tai City. Suchen nodded. Brother Milk Tea was also curious about what was in Suchen's backpack. In half an hour's time, what kind of song could Suchen write? So anxious to get everyone together, Suchen entered the door and hurriedly asked for a cup of white water. Half a cup of water down, which calmly took out the manuscript from the bag. One by one, they were spread out on Liang Jejun's desk. Seeing is believing. See if I'm telling the truth or not. Looking at the draft of a song in front of them, Liang Jejun and Brother Milk Tea both had their mouths wide open. Did you really write this out last night? Liang Ka-chun asked. Suchen nodded. Unbelievingly, Liang Jejun picked up a manuscript and read it. The one you're holding is The Chrysanthemum Terrace. I've read a lot of singers' scripts and know more or less music theory. Looking at Suchen's script, Liang Jejun then hummed secretly. The light of your tears, frail and soft, but wounded, idiom, weak and vulnerable. The white moon's moon bends and hooks the past. The night is too long and it's frosty. Who's in the attic? Icy despair. It was only a short paragraph, and Liang Jejun got goosebumps. It was as if he saw through the brief lyrics a beautiful woman of great beauty, alone and despondent at night, and the general who promised to guard her is still fighting on the battlefield. Liang Jejun's expression was agitated, and his hand holding the manuscript trembled slightly. Curious Milk Tea Brother, he couldn't help but come over. The chrysanthemums are broken. Your smile is yellow. People disperse their feelings when flowers fall. Idiom, to break one's heart at the drop of a hat. My heart lies still. The north wind is stirring up the night before it ends. Your shadow can't be cut. I'm left alone on the lake in pairs. After the song was over, Milk Tea and Liang Ka-chun were not yet satisfied. It was obvious that they were just reading the lyrics of a song, but it took them both as long as if they had watched a movie. Milkman murmured repeatedly as he held the sheet music for Chrysanthemum Terrace. It was an indefinable feeling, but one that he had always dreamed of, now that such a song is in front of him. Instead, the world feels unreal. Great song. This song doesn't lose out at all to yesterday's song Celadon. Even if I only rely on this one song, I didn't stay today for nothing. To be able to write such a piece in one night and still achieve such quality, even the best lyricist in Dragon Kingdom can't do it. Liang Jejun clenched his fists happily and immediately had to pick up the phone to arrange a recording studio. Su Chen stopped Liang Jejun's arm with one hand. Mr. Liang, don't be in a hurry, you haven't seen the rest yet. Liang Jejun looked at the remaining manuscript on the table in disbelief. This song would be great. Only one song in one night. Su Chen is the number one person in the Dragon Kingdom. Writing such a song in one night had been the high point of his acquaintance. Even if Su Chen was a genius, he still had his limits, right? Doesn't writing a song require thinking? Is it still human to write 9 songs in one night? Su Chen took Liang Jejun's hand and didn't let it go. His expression serious as he asked him to take a look at the remaining draft. Liang Jejun hesitantly put down the phone, which led him to take out a manuscript from the table and read it. Liang Jejun watched while his pupils dilated to the naked eye. The open mouth, shivering for half a day, could not speak, and what he was holding in his hand was one of the hottest songs of China's Milk Tea Brother. Nocturne. Wasia Milk Tea Brother was influenced by the famous pianist Chopin when the song was written at the time. The tunes are deep and emotional. It not only combines Chopin's music style and Chinese pop style to form a unique style of music, the rendering of the mood is even more impressive. Up to this point, Nocturne was the enduringly famous song of the Chinese Milk Tea Brothers, directly influenced the aesthetic of the song style of 2 generations, and even after that, the network singers, but a little bit of Milk Tea Brothers' charm can be fire. Chopin was supposed to be the genius that Blue Star never was. Su Chen, however, directly gave Liang Jejun the Nocturne to look at, which was a huge shock to him. Even more exaggerated is Milkman, who has yet to pull himself out of that Chrysanthemum Terrace song. Seeing Liang Jejun's book Nocturne sheet music, directly a whole state of being struck by lightning fixed in place. Is this a song that could have been written in half an hour? Is this the kind of song an ordinary person could write? Song style. The lyrics are in a whole new style. Morning, decadence, fills the mood of the entire song. He's not dreaming. Milkman cupped the edges of the sheet music in one hand and huffed hard on his face with the other. Pop. A crisp slap echoed through the quiet office. Even with the fiery pain imprinted on Brother Milk Tea's face, he didn't dare to believe that what was in front of him was real. The 2 frozen men looked at the sheet music in their hands for a long time. Did you write this last night too? After a long time, Liang Jejun then reacted and looked up to question Su Chen. Yes, without hesitation. Su Chen nodded his head in confirmation. Liang Jejun received a call from Su Chen last night and thought of 100 possibilities that Su Chen would not be able to get the sheet music today. But he had never thought that Su Chen could come up with such a song that could subvert the direction of the music trend in Manhwa or even Blue Star. Without waiting for Su Chen's reminder, he flipped through the remaining few pieces of manuscript paper as if he were a ravenous, hungry wolf. The scent of rice. Listen to your mother. Materia Medica. The secret that cannot be told. One by one, they are all masterpieces, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are even better than Cymbeline, even if every single song taken out of the list can make a singer's existence. And each one has a different style of song. Songs like this, yet they are going to be on Milkman's first album at the same time. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much of a stir Brother Milk Tea's album would cause when it was released. Can this be done to the extent that a person can do it in one night? Liang Ka-chun didn't dare to think about it. If that was the case, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Su Chen alone was an army of 1,000. Liang Jejun began to be glad that he had added the regulations in the contract yesterday. But whenever Milk Tea Brothers' album is released, his stage is not limited to this corner of the Dragon Kingdom. He'll be the favorite of the entire Blue Planet. And Su Chen is the creator of this Blue Star favorite. Riverside Dragon Communication Group might just surpass the other 2 communication groups with this and become the number 1 ranked dragon capital. Then he looked at Brother Milk Tea, and in less than no time, he had been shaken to tears. There was a time when the music he had been searching for was now placed right in front of his eyes. It was the surreal feeling of a dream come true. And the person who helped him realize this dream was Su Chen. Boss, you're too good to me. Writing 9 songs in one night. You're not human. After saying that, Brother Milk Tea even wiped his tears with his sleeve, trying to hold them in, but he didn't expect to cry even harder. And the corner of Liang Jejun's eyes on the side was also slightly wet. As the head of the Binjiang Longwa Communications Group, he had once wanted to surpass the other 2 communications groups, and he might be about to take this opportunity to realize it. Su Chen thoughtfully handed over tissues for the 2 and asked, "So are we still recording today?" "Record it. I'll record it if I go under the knife today." "Record. I'll call someone now." Liang Jejun picked up the phone on the table, and Su Chen once again pressed his hand. "No need. Just provide the venue and I'll introduce you to the new tuner." Liang Ka-chun gave a big wave. "There's no need to save me money. It was agreed to be all-inclusive. I can still afford a tuner." At this moment, Liang Jejun was afraid that Su Chen would temporarily back out. Then he has a lot to lose. Su Chen shook his head. I believe in your group, but I think he'll do it with more heart. When Su Chen said that person, it was naturally Lu Jinghong. Letting him be the tuner for Brother Milk Tea was partly to get him in front of Liang Ka-chun. On the other hand, the songs he wrote fit perfectly with Milk Tea's voice, and Lu Jinghong, alone, was perfectly adequate. No need for any team. Liang Jejun saw that Su Chen wasn't trying to back out, and immediately became unhurried again. Fine, just arrange it. I trust you. You can do something like make 9 gems in one night. Su Chen just asked to use his own tuner, such a small thing. What is there to be embarrassed about? Of course it's about trying to fulfill it. After saying that, Su Chen bounced a call to Lu Jinghong. Lu Jinghong saw Su Chen contacting himself, and without asking much at all, he put down the phone and rushed over. He felt sure that he wouldn't be able to meet the standards of top stream just by working out live. Su Chen should have a new arrangement for him. Half an hour later, the four of them met in front of a recording studio under the Dragon Riverside Communications Group. Lu Jinghong was dressed in a simple tracksuit, walking up to Liang Ka-chun. If Su Chen hadn't taken the initiative to say hello, almost didn't see that this was the tuner Su Chen was talking about. And there was no one else but Lu Jinghong. Where's the assistant? What about the team? Where's the equipment? How come there's nothing? Liang Jejun was dumbfounded. How can a tuner like that carry the workload of 9 songs from Milkman? But since he had already agreed to Su Chen's arrangement, he had no choice but to shut up and wait to see the final result. If it doesn't work, change the team and there's still plenty of time for revisions. Thinking about this, Liang Jejun didn't squirm anymore. He's got the best team on WeChat at his beck and call. Milkshake's album, he won't allow any problems. However, Liang Jejun did not expect it. The song Su Chen wrote for Milk Tea Brother fits Milk Tea Brother's temperament and voice very well. Just one Lu Jinghong alone is enough. It was just one morning and 10 songs were recorded. Efficiency far exceeds a team of a dozen or so tuners. Lu Jinghong was already shocked when he originally heard Su Chen write Changhua Porcelain. I didn't expect to record 9 songs at once today that are even finer than Cymbeline. And every song is different, especially that Nocturne song. The lyrics and backing vocals are simply unbeatable. As soon as the prelude sounded, all those present except Su Chen stared blankly. It's hard to imagine just how much effort and time Su Chen spent to make a song like this. And on Lu Jiaojiao's side, Lu Jiaojiao drove away all the staff members who composed the lyrics and music, and was in a hurry to copy Su Chen's Blue Flower Porcelain, so she had to come and beg the company's boss. Mr. Zhao, they're all too unprofessional. They've all been given inspiration and can't even recover a single song, and they even lost their temper with me, Lu Jiaojiao said while relying on Zhao Shiqing's body. Her fingers kept stirring the corners of his clothes, and looked at the other party with winking eyes. Zhao Shiqing grabbed Lu Jiaojiao's arm with a raised eyebrow and a somewhat impatient expression. This is the 5th batch that's gone. Are all of them unprofessional? Zhao Shiqing pinched her arm and stared at Lu Jiaojiao. As the boss of the company, he was not unaware of Lu Jiaojiao's temper. Only a small role in the company. Lu Jiaojiao want to catch up. They turned a blind eye. But Lu Jiaojiao has been a little too brash lately, going so far as to oust all the songwriters. Zhao Shiqing couldn't turn a blind eye. Mr. Zhao, those people are not important. I'll show you the song first, then you can think about how to punish me. Lu Jiajia took out half of the sheet music for Blue Flower Porcelain and handed it to Zhao Shiqing. Zhao Shiqing's eyes widened when he saw the half-song score handed over by Lu Jiaojiao, a tune of such high quality he had never seen before. With just the intermittent sheet music, Zhao Shiqing felt the deep meaning and flavor of the tune. It's no wonder Lu Jiaojiao said no one could replicate it. This is the song Su Chen wrote for Brother Milk Tea. Unfortunately, that's all I remember. Lu Jiaojiao's implication was obvious. She's got her eye on this song, and she's going to have to hurry up and reproduce it to release the album before Su Chen's side does. As far as I know, they've only recorded this one song for their album, and they're nowhere near as far along as we are. So just get someone to reproduce the song. Zhao Shiqing could certainly realize the potential that this piece held. After such a while, he seemed to have forgiven Lu Jiaojiao for driving away the 3 waves of employees, just thinking about finding out who can make this song. Then with a beat of his head, he decided to go out on a limb and invite his senior, veteran songwriter and composer Takasuk. Takasuk not only enjoys the reputation of being a gold medal lyricist in the entertainment industry, but also wins numerous awards every year. The pieces that have passed through his hands have basically come back from the dead. Saying yes, Zhao Shiqing quickly asked his senior brother to meet him. His senior brother, on the other hand, couldn't help but pinch himself after reading the half of the score provided by Lu Jiaojiao. The talent of someone who can write such a song should not be underestimated. In time, this person may take my place. Although Takasuk is now famous in the entertainment industry, who would have thought that in the beginning, he actually relied on plagiarism to gain popularity? Now that he saw Su Chen's work, he naturally felt uncomfortable. I'm afraid that apart from me, it's impossible for you to find a second person in Dragon Kingdom who can do this song, but the money won't be necessary. After Gao Suo finished his request, Zhao Shichang and Lu Jiajiao looked at each other without understanding the meaning of Gao Suo's words. Elder brother this? Zhao Shichang was puzzled. Kosuke smiled contemptuously. I don't want money. I'm going to invest in Zhao Jiao's album, but I want you to make sure that the person who wrote this song never comes out in the entertainment industry. With only half a song, Gosok had created a great sense of crisis for Su Chen. In the entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom, in the past 10 years, the only producer who has won dozens of awards, large and small, is him, Gosok. Su Chen's appearance would shake his position, I'm afraid, and he couldn't let that happen. So, making this song was not just for the duo of Zhao Shichang Lu Jiajiao, it's more for his position as the gold medalist songwriter of Dragon Nation. Hearing Gosok's explanation like this, the two of them sort of understood what he meant. With the addition of Takasuk, it's like a tiger with wings. Lu Jiajiao's songs will be elevated another notch with his touches. Plus Jiajiao Lu is now only one hit away from a hit song. It's completely impossible to catch up with the progress on Su Chen's side. Once Lu Jiajiao's album was released, Su Chen's side could only be considered plagiarism. Each of the three men had their own ideas. The contract was immediately taken out to sign the agreement. Worthy of being a gold medal composer and lyricist in the Dragon Kingdom, Gosok restored 2/3 of the original song of Celadon Porcelain just by Lu Jiajiao's dictation and clear singing. But the lyrics section, mostly a depiction of the mood created by the fusion of Chinese civilization scenery and history, made Gosok difficult. Lu Jiajiao doesn't remember all of it either, and Takasuk's attempts to rewrite the mood of the entire song with the help of Ryu's overly barren history ends up only replicating 2/3 of the lyrics. But such a result was already the limit for Lu Jiajiao and the others. Looking at their reproduction of the sheet music of Qinghua Porcelain, the three of them smiled with relief. Lu Jiajiao was the first to speak out, fawning, worthy of being a big brother. One shot is 100 times better than those straw men in the company. Zhao Shichang had never seen the original manuscript, and in his eyes, the degree of excellence of the score restored by Gao Jie was already the limit of what he had seen. Don't worry, senior brother. You are a senior in the entertainment industry and a renowned songwriter in the country. With you on board, there will be no problem with this album. Kosuke smiled confidently. He felt that with such strength as he had, the parts that were reproduced, although different from the original, could only be higher, not lower, in terms of quality. Su Chen and Milk Tea Brother as a newcomer to the entertainment industry, and there is no big capital escort. Out of the album this kind of thing is entirely a confrontation of money. I believe that they will not turn out any big waves. Takasuk smiled to himself at the thought. Perhaps all the worries he had just had about Su Chen were superfluous. How could the other party shake his position in the entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom, with their experience in plagiarism over the years? In order to avoid a long nightmare, Gosok suggests that the sooner Lu Jiajiao releases her album, the better she can get a head start. Thinking of the bright prospects for the future after the album was released, the three of them looked at each other and smiled in silent agreement. Liang Jiajun's side is very much looking forward to the effect of Milk Tea Brothers' album being sent out, while Lu Jiajiao is thinking of hurrying to send it out so as not to have a long night. So both sides released album teasers almost simultaneously. Coincidentally, both used Celadon as the title track for their albums. For a while, netizens who found this out were also confused, setting off another wave of discussion on the internet. Is it a plagiarism? Even the song title is the same. Both of them sent out teasers on the same day. So who is copying who? News of the century. Don't even change the title of the song you copied? Milk Tea Brothers' lyricist is Su Chen, so it shouldn't be plagiarized. Zhao Jiao's lyricist is still Takasuk. That's the gold medal composer of Dragon Kingdom for 10 years in a row. Lu Jiajiao did not expect Su Chen's side of the action so fast. Even with her at the same time out of the album, the original plan of the time advantage is gone. Seeing this, she had to pull out their usual tricks. Using his own resources, he bought a large number of water armies to go to the top of a certain blog of Milk Tea Brother to publicize the other party's plagiarism. On Milkman's side, the teaser was sent out, and he was excitedly waiting for his fans to care. Unexpectedly, just half an hour, a certain blog was attacked by a large number of black fans, one-sidedly insulting him for plagiarism. No bottom line. Shameless. The people who are the supporters of Milk Tea Brother and Su Chen are transformed into keyboard warriors and black fans in the comment section to frantically confront each other. We have our milkmen guarded. It's impossible for someone as talented as Su Chen to plagiarize. That plastic face of yours, Zhao Jiao, who doesn't know she comes to everything in private. And Su Chen's office phone number was also busted by different news reporters in half an hour. There was a flurry of inquiries about Su Chen's inner workings. Su Chen, who received a phone call from brother Milk Tea, then saw the online notice of Lu Jiajiao's simultaneous album release, and on the cover of the other album design, the big word Qinghua porcelain is especially prominent. Su Chen didn't expect this woman, not only mean and snobbish, but also a thief. Milk Tea also cursed in anger. This woman is so shameless that she can do something like plagiarizing a song score. Does he take us for dead? If it wasn't for the fact that the boss is so talented that he wrote 9 songs in one night, they'd really let them take the genuine position. There must be surveillance in the recording studio. Now I'll call the police. Su Chen was also furious, but he quickly calmed down and opened his mouth after a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. No need. We're recording in someone else's company, and the surveillance or whatever is probably destroyed long ago. It's useless to call the police. Brother Milk Tea suddenly realized this matter and asked in a hurry, what about that? The other party's titular composer is Takasuk, a gold medal composer who's won awards for 10 years in a row. Now that the wind is calling us plagiarizers one way or the other, if we don't explain it, it's bound to hurt album sales. Although Su Chen didn't recognize this person, Kao Suk, but from the momentum of the online side to side, the other party's influence in the entertainment industry may not be smaller than him. However, Su Chen didn't panic. Explain what? People falsely accuse you of eating 2 bowls of noodles and only paying for 1. Are you going to break open your stomach and explain to people? Lu Jiajiao only saw 1 song. We have 10 songs like that. 10 songs was only one of Su Chen's 9 strengths. He just wanted to write 100 songs, and it was a matter of faith. Why fear the name of one of the other's gold medal composers? Originally, brother Milk Tea had not experienced such a thing, was shocked by the scolding on a certain blog, and thought about whether to open a conference to clarify this matter to come. But after hearing what Su Chen said, his heart calmed down a lot. They're the ones being copied. What's the explanation? Lu Jiajiao's side is no longer using any tricks. There are songs on their own albums that have a higher presence than Celadon. Lu Jiajiao just hurriedly glanced at the accompaniment with the sound of unknown instruments. How could the other party copy all of it? It was the fact that he hadn't experienced such a big scene, and he had chickened out. Thinking of this, brother Milk Tea calmed down and asked Su Chen, got it boss, so we're not doing anything? Su Chen sneered. Long before he had crossed over, he had seen many such examples. At times like this, no explanation is even needed. The other side, no matter how much money and effort they put into framing brother Milk Tea, will only be knocked back down once the album is finally released. And all the energy and money they expended only served to do the dirty work for brother Milk Tea's side. You can simply explain and the rest is not necessary. But start posting your hard work every morning at dawn on some blog from today. This is a lead generation opportunity for us. Su Chen informed brother Milk Tea of his intentions. And when the album is released, what Water Army marketing number? All do not matter. It's not like fans are deaf. Milk Tea just needs to run her persona well and she'll definitely reap a wave of roadkill afterward. The way Lu Jiajiao is jumping up and down right now is just a clown's fantasy when it comes down to it. After arranging for brother Milk Tea, Su Chen called the head of communications of the Dragon Riverside again. And before that Liang Kachan had made 15 calls. Su Chen told the other party about the arrangement he had made for brother Milk Tea again. This not only saves us a fortune in publicity, but later on, we can sue the other party for plagiarism, compensation for damage to our reputation, and financial losses. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Liang Jejun was also much more at ease. Originally, he was afraid that the other party would share his big cake, but now it seemed that he would not only save a large sum of money, but also make the other party pay compensation. Thinking of this, Liang Jejun's frowning brows stretched a lot. The premise is that we can't reveal the details of Milk Tea Brothers' album. Otherwise, if the other party realizes it, the plan won't go smoothly. Liang Jejun nodded his head repeatedly, in order to fight for a moment of anger. The thing of losing oneself is only done by fools. While they were on the phone, a pot of noise had broken out on one of the blogs. Lu Jiajiao's Water Army found its way to the comment section of one of Su Chen's company's blogs and went crazy with insults. From song plagiarism to suspicions that Su Chen's previous shows were also plagiarized. But Su Chen's fans weren't vegetarians either. Especially He Xiao, who was the head of Su Chen's fans. After realizing that Su Chen had written a new song for brother Milk Tea and also released an album, he immediately called on his classmates to give brother Milk Tea a one-click trifecta. It turns out that female singer Jiajiao Lu actually issued the same hit song on one of her blogs. Milk Tea's comments section was also taken over by water armies, saying Su Chen plagiarized one way or the other. Angry, He Xiaoxiao's mouth was about to bite through. Lu Jiajiao looks like green tea. Su Chen is so powerful. How can he plagiarize? Don't you all watch the news? Takasuk got hot by plagiarizing before he debuted. He Xiaoxiao frantically typed out comments and passionately went toe-to-toe with black fans online. It's only half a day. And the question of who actually copied who between Brother Milk Tea and Lu Jiaojiao is being called out on a certain blog. Lu Jiaojiao, in order to stand firm on the name of the genuine version, also joined hands with Gao Min to have a pointed blog post. This time, the album is something that Mr. Kosuka and I have been polishing for 2 years now, so maybe some things are just coincidental. Lu Jiaojiao did her best to play the role of an innocent little white flower. The copy that was sent out made it seem like it was a song she had gone to great lengths to make, and even if she took a loss, she put up with it. And the copy on a certain Takasuk blog is much sharper. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. It's not enough for some people to pry away our staff. They even steal the songs we make. Is the new generation of the entertainment industry this rampant? 2 men. One to sing the white, one to sing the red. The unknown fan comments at the bottom were just as they expected. One-sidedly speaking for Lu Jiaojiao. Jiao, you don't have to speak for them. We can't be bullied like this. I heard that Su Chen also pried away a singer named Lu Jinghong from Jiajiao's company. I don't even believe it if they aren't plagiarizing. Takasuk Sensei is unrivaled in the entertainment industry, and a composer like that doesn't need to copy others. Su Chen is just a newcomer to the entertainment industry. How could he possibly write a song on the same level as Mr. Gasuk? Due to Lu Jiajiao's side of the operation, coupled with Gasuk's seniority in the circle, the comments on the internet have been almost one-sided. Su Chen pries away opposite singer. Milk Tea Brothers' new song crashes showbiz old-timers. Su Chion's delay in coming forward to explain. And Takasuk has consulted Pacific Power Source, Milkshake's first album, to switch labels suspected of plagiarism. Su Chen's talent is in doubt. Waiting for the words almost dominated the hot searches on a certain blog. On the other hand, Milk Tea Brothers' side followed Su Chen's instructions to set the comments to follow only commentable. A good number of passers-by who took this opportunity to try to bash Brother Milk Tea had to dutifully click on follow. Milkshake has gained nearly 1 million followers in just one day. It's still the boss who's smart. This kind of method is also thought of, not only on Milk Tea Brothers' side. Even Lu Jinghong has inexplicably gained several 100,000 more fans. And those bad comments were all filtered by Lu Jinghong's settings. Lu Jiaojiao's move was like sending fans to their faces. By the time the album is released, after the fans have a comparison, black fans have naturally turned white. Lu Jiaojiao's side used all the methods she could think of. This will go down. And Milk Tea's side should already be cursing. Lu Jiaojiao fantasized about Su Chen's busy schedule in order to PR for Brother Milk Tea, and her heart was already bursting with joy. Lu Jiaojiao crossed her fingers and used her trumpet to click on Brother Milk Tea's homepage of a certain blog, wanting to get in on the action as well. A new little singer also tries to copy Sister Jiao Jiao's results for hype. The snide comment typed out and Lu Jiaojiao tapped the send button, only to be prompted by the software to limit comments to fans only. Lu Jiaojiao was pleased, only to be scolded for limiting her comments. Unfortunately, that won't stop the Waterboys at all. She sneered and clicked the follow button next to Brother Milk Tea's avatar. Resend the comment you just made. As a result, her comment was prompted to contain sensitive words and had been automatically blocked by the software. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened at once and she sat up from the sofa. As an afterthought, I crossed over to the Milkman's fanbase page. The bright red million fan count pierced hard into Lu Jiaojiao's eyes, and the numbers keep growing. Look at Milk Tea Brothers' homepage. It's clear, no sign of being overrun by the water army at all. Milkshake even posted a photo of a gym workout a few minutes ago. Even on Lu Jinghong's side, he similarly set a comment limit, rising hundreds of thousands of fans for nothing. On the contrary, Lu Jiaojiao's own fans were only just over 2 million. You have to jump up and down to spend money on your own operations and buy watermen, send out notices, lawyer's letter. As a result, the people underneath Su Chen were painless, and they themselves gave each other millions of fan numbers for nothing. Lu Jiaojiao suddenly felt like a living clown. Angry, she ran directly to Zhao Shiqing's office and handed the contents of her cell phone to him. Mr. Zhao, Su Chen and the others are actually so sinister. The homepage is limited to fan comments, not to mention that they've also set sensitive words. We gave them 1 million fans for nothing. Zhao Shiqing also did not expect Su Chen to have no explanation at all on the network, deliberately letting them speculate. The water army they paid for and the news they created all became opportunities for them to increase their fan base. Didn't spend a dime and enjoyed the fans he sent there. Having been the owner of a company for so many years himself, it was the first time he had seen someone so cunning. Zhao Shiqing clenched his fist and slammed it on the desktop. Humph. So what if the fans go up? The hearts of the netizens are all on our side. And when the album doesn't sell, we won't be the ones who lose their money. You edit that surveillance clip of them borrowing the recording studio, get someone to send it out, and completely stigmatize his reputation. It looks like the album release, too, is moving up. This was originally a step in their plan as well, but Zhao Shiqing couldn't stand the thought of someone stepping on him to get to the top. If Su Chen and Milk Tea Brothers' side weren't affected, then he didn't mind making things even bigger. And the album was released early to get some head start. It's like two actresses with the same style. People will always remember the one who appeared in the audience first and compare the one who came out later as a carbon copy of the former. It's the same thing when you send it ahead of time. Lu Jiajio was instructed to immediately hand over the USB flash drive that had long been kept on hand to her men. After editors and post-dubbing, soon the video of Su Chen, Brother Milk Tea and Lu Jinghong sneaking into Lu Jiajiao's specialized recording studio appeared in the content of certain marketing numbers on the internet. The video was edited in post-dub to create a shameless man for Su Chen who used every means possible to steal Lu Jiajiao's work. Lu Jiajio, on the other hand, was very generous in there and let go of Lu Jinghong, who helped Su Chen into the recording studio. For a while, the internet was swarming with netizens, one after another. They spat at Su Chen for being shameless, saying that Brother Milk Tea was blind and followed the wrong person. Even if you can't get a new song out, you still do this kind of thing. And Lu Jinghong's side is even worse. Directly by Zhao Shicheng to find someone to give him a certain sound account to limit the flow. Directly search for no such person on a certain sound. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a traffic restriction, but it's actually a seal. And a certain sound side did not have a reasonable explanation. Just a simple sentence account abnormal. No longer care about Lu Jinghong's complaint. Lu Jinghong told Su Chen about this matter. And seeing this, he was also considered to know that Lu Jiajiao's side was putting in a big move. Trying to stomp them in the mud. Don't panic. Just take this opportunity to rest for a few days. Maybe you won't have time to rest later. Su Chen comforted. But what about the contract we signed with Jiajiao Lu before? There's still $10 million of liquidated damages that we haven't paid back. The account has only just picked up a bit. Lu Jinghong a little panic. After all, Su Chen is to take their own company mortgage. If they cannot do the top stream, how to stand up to Su Chen and his good brother? It's not something you have to think about. They'll invite you back after a while. Su Chen's tone rippled. Lu Jiajiao's tactics were sort of used up, and her own side was just getting ready to strike. Will he please go back? A certain sound at best unblocked his account. How can such a big platform say that it is possible to invite a netizen with hundreds of thousands of followers like him back? And what did Su Chen mean when he said he wouldn't have a chance to rest in the future? Before Lu Jinghong could understand, Su Chen had already hung up the phone. Do not understand to not understand. Lu Jinghong still listened to Su Chen's arrangement. Put down the hands to complain about the matter of a certain sound account. Honey, let's go out on a date today. Lu Jinghong said to his girlfriend Wei Wei who was tending to the room on the side. Speaking of which, Lu Jinghong hasn't had any personal time since he became a singer. Even if he didn't make any money, his girlfriend stayed with him without complaint. All told, it had been 3 years since he had even spent a holiday properly with his girlfriend. If it wasn't for Su Chen's offer to pay for his breach of contract, he probably doesn't know where he's working odd jobs to earn money to pay off his debt now. When the time comes for his account to be unblocked, he must work harder on his live stream. After Su Chen hung up the phone, he directly called Liang Jiajun, the person in charge of the Dragon Country's Riverside Communications Group. Mr. Liang, let's send out the album tomorrow. Liang Jiajun had long been suffocating because of Lu Jiajiao's series of maneuvers. As one of the executives of one of the 3 major capitals of Dragon Communication, he had never been able to just talk the talk in the Dragon Kingdom. If it wasn't for Su Chen saying that he would use the manpower on Lu Jiajiao's side to promote Brother Milk Tea, according to his temperament has long been issued notice, openly and Lu Jiajiao tear each other, but also can tolerate so many water army scolded to the doorstep? Now that he heard that Su Chen was planning to release the album early, the breath that was blocked in his heart was much relieved. Ha ha, good. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Once Brother Milk Tea's album is released at that time, I'll see where they can put their faces. Zhao Shicheng's side and Gossip were in a very painful mood when they saw the reaction after the video was sent out. Su Chen, can you still sit comfortably now? If you want to step on me to get to the top, there aren't many people in the world who can do that. Kosuke took a sip of the tea on the table and wiped his mouth with a winning look. Humph, that kid only has some fame on the show. In terms of being at the bottom of the entertainment industry, he's not as good as me. After Gao Suk finished speaking, Zhao Lu Jiajiao didn't forget to pat on the back. Yes, the gold medal composer winner of the decade. Who would question Mr. Gao's strength when he comes out? Su Chen's reputation for plagiarism is assured. Ha ha, it's still your sweet mouth. This time, I'll make sure you get everyone's approval with no worries. Gasuk was very confident. After all, he hadn't seen anyone in the Dragon Kingdom who was better than him at composing lyrics. The fan base is also the highest in the entertainment industry. His personal restoration of Cymbeline will only be better than the original. He wanted Su Chen, the backwave, to stay on the surface of the sea forever. On the same day, Lu Jiajio sent out her album. Thanks to Takasuk's promotion and the company's hype, this album was purchased by over 1 million people that afternoon. It's still going up as time increases, surpassed the record for the first day's sales of a Dragon Nation album. And under a certain blog of Lu Jiaojiao, the fans are even more unanimous. The quality of Jiao Jiao's album this time is so high, especially the song Celadon. Mr. Gossuk's talent is still the same, worthy of being the supreme lyricist of the Dragon entertainment industry. Like listening to fairy music, the ears are temporarily clear. Jiao Jiao baby I love you. The blue and white porcelain is so beautiful. With the song Celadon Porcelain, Mr. Gossuk is sure to win the next gold medal award. +1. +1. Under a series of compliments, they also didn't forget to pull out Su Chen and milk tea to scold them. All that was said was that they were plagiarizing, shameless, thieves, etc. Looking at the unanimous tone under the comments for the song Celadon, Gossuk smiled even more happily. In his opinion, his position in the entertainment industry is already untouchable. Su Chen is only new to the entertainment industry, so how can fans believe that he can write such high-quality songs? Certain music programs were even like seeing the birth of the next top-stream diva, directly calling Zhao Shiqing's office one after another, requesting that Lu Jiaojiao and teacher Gaojia must participate in their music programs. Lu Jiaojiao still wanted to put on a show, and politely declined several small program invitations, claiming it's not a big production show is pulling her down. Su Chen bought a copy of Lu Jiaojiao's album out of curiosity to listen to it. He wanted to know what kind of songs the gold medal songwriter of the Dragon Kingdom could actually write. The first song to play was Takasuk's remix of the album's title track, Celadon, probably to look elegant. The song begins with a piano accompaniment, followed immediately by a guitar. The tune is right, but the two pieces don't go together at all, and there's something weird about it. The whole thing loses the aura and mood of the song, and Lu Jiaojiao's pinched her throat and opened her mouth. Su Chen was directly speechless to the extent that his eyebrows caught a mosquito. A good song is sung with an air of death. It's not just the backing instruments that are problematic. The lyrics section is full of holes as well. There's no comparison to the original song, at all. Let's just say that the original tune and some of the lyrics hold up the whole song. As for the rest of the album, Su Chen just listened to one song and threw it into the trash with the box. What a decade of gold medal winning songwriters. What a pop diva. After listening to the good songs they said, Su Chen felt that it was just any random talent show novice in Huaxia who sang better than Lu Jiaojiao. Simply insulting to my ears. I'm afraid you guys haven't eaten fine chaff if you can listen to this kind of sickly, nutrient-less song. Su Chen unflinchingly posted a text on a blog with a photo of the album thrown in the trash, called Jiaojiao Lu's album worthless. Since Su Chen hadn't set a comment limit, Lu Jiaojiao's fans looked like they had finally found an outlet to vent their frustrations, and they all left comments at the bottom of the text, plagiarizing and still dare to speak so loudly. Our Jiao Jiao was sold in over 1 million copies on the first day, setting a record for the Dragon Kingdom. Who wouldn't say a good word about it? The whole song was written by Mr. Kosuka. Have no taste. The live program can't make it anymore, so you have to touch our family Jiao Jiao? Such a good singer as Brother Milk Tea is kind of ruined in your hands. It was only a short half hour before Su Chen's comment section was taken over by black fans. In the eyes of those who were unaware of the truth, Su Chen's was simply a naked provocation. They felt that Su Chen was just unable to write a song himself and had to smear others, just stepping on one and praising the other. Jealous of Lu Jiaojiao, the fans who were still a bit fond of Su Chen couldn't stand to watch, and said outright that Su Chen shouldn't be like this, and that he should apologize to Lu Jiaojiao before it's too late. The first day the album was released was almost an orgy for the three Lu Jiaojiao. The share price of Zhao Shiqing's company has risen. Lu Jiaojiao has also signed a number of endorsement ads and contracts for music programs. On Takasuk's side, it was even revealed to him that for the next award ceremony, it was expected that he would be promoted to the judges' table. That's a big step up from the original spot that was up for grabs. Just a word from him could decide the fate of the next gold medalist songwriter kind of thing. And the text that Su Chen sent out didn't hurt them at all. In a classroom at an elementary school, he Xiao took advantage of the break between classes and secretly took out the cell phone she brought with her, frantically spraying each other with the water armies in Su Chen's comment section. The little blonde boy behind her took the opportunity to come over and take a peek. Yo, you're helping that Su Chen again? Didn't you see that video? It was Su Chen who ran to someone's recording studio to plagiarize. This matter has spread to our beautiful country. What a shame. He Xiao stared at her cell phone, tapping her fingers on the screen without stopping, not forgetting to dislike the boy with her mouth. What do you know? Su Chen doesn't need to copy others at all. It must have been edited haphazardly from Lu Jiaojiao's side. His mouth was still talking, and his hand was still typing out a large string of replies on the screen, without a single punctuation mark being messed up. The little boy snorted in defiance. Maybe it's just a bad idea because the show can't run. Otherwise, why don't they explain? There must be no proof, the little boy said and intensified his tugging on his Xiaoxiao's braid, mocking. Oh, your idol collapsed the room. He Xiaoxiao was directly speechless, also an elementary school student. He Xiaoxiao was obviously more mature than the boys. After a couple of words about letting go, the boys were unmoved. Angry, he Xiaoxiao directly turned around and pounced on the boy, grabbing his face left and right. Children's skin is already tender, and with the little boy being a white man from a beautiful country, it didn't take long for him to cry out in pain. White had a few more red fingerprints on his face and ran off to the office to find his teacher. Seeing this, he Xiaoxiao directly ignored the other party and lowered his head to check how the situation was going, just in time to see that Brother Milk Tea's album had also gone on sale. As an elementary school student, most of her pocket money was saved at her mom's and she couldn't afford to buy an album for a while. All you can do all morning is watch the number of Milkman's albums on sale ripple. Only single digits. So many of Milk Tea's original fans are starting to waver after seeing the blackmail that is all over the internet. After all, if they bought a plagiarized album, they'd probably get sprayed. On Lu Jiajiao's side, the three of them were already laughing like crazy. After all their marketing, Milkman's reputation is rotten to the core. The near zero number of on-sale numbers by noon is a disgrace to the singer. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Jiajiao still had to maintain her image as a goddess for a bit, she really wanted to mock the other party online in front of the many netizens. At this point, Takasuk had also completely put his heart down. With his influence in the entertainment industry, a contestant from a small entertainment program wouldn't even have to be put in his eyes anymore. Longboy Riverside Communications Group. Liang Ka-chun can't sit still for a bit. Before, we let Lu Jiajiao's side talk nonsense, and now the netizens are convinced that we're plagiarizing. The album didn't even sell all morning. Such a good song. Su Chen sat on the sofa. His expression remained the same, unable to see any anxiety. True gold is not afraid of fire. I've been thinking about this situation for a long time. Su Chen took out his cell phone and sent a file to Brother Milk Tea. You post this on your certain blog page, and the rumors die hard. Brother Milk Tea opened his cell phone and saw the file that Su Chen sent over on a certain letter, which was exactly the Blue Flower Porcelain sung by Brother Milk Tea. But the file opens and the song is only half of what it was. Milkshake's eyes lit up. Let the netizens pay for it. They will be reluctant, but with free listening, they have no worries. After listening to the first half of the song, you will naturally be able to tell the difference between the two, and then you will have to pay for the album if you want to listen to it again. It had to be said that Su Chen had played this hand wonderfully. After utilizing the traffic that the other person paid for on one foot, they attacked the other person's lies on the other foot without saying a word. It simply played the opposite side of the field. By the time the album was released, Milkman had changed back to his normal comments. A hardcore fan of Jiajia Lu is guarding the homepage of Brother Milk Tea and is firing wildly in the comments section. Brother Milk Tea just sent out the document and this Iron fan saw it immediately. Before slurring, he didn't forget to click on the file that Milkman had sent. I want to hear what kind of song Brother Milk Tea copied from our Jiajiaobabi's song. With a click of the left mouse button, the file starts to play. Brother Iron Pink was also ready to say something. Ready to start spraying. The clear and melodious sound of the guqin rang out, followed by the sound of the flute. Brother Iron Fan, who had been in the process of preparing to start on the keyboard, was directly controlled for 10 seconds. How is this completely different from Jiao Jiao's song? Upon closer inspection, it seems as though the accompanying instrumentation of Brother Milkshake is more in keeping with the tune. Brother Iron Powder shook his head. Copying. It is impossible to be exactly the same. It's only normal to change the instrument. The fingers that had been hanging over the keyboard were just about to press down. Brother Milk Tea's gentle voice traveled through the computer into Brother Iron Fan's ears. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. Once again, Brother Iron Pink was controlled in place. This is totally different from Jiao Jiao's song. Although the tunes were similar in some places, he could naturally hear them as a music fanatic. The instruments accompanying Milkman's music he had never heard before, as if they were from another world, and as if there is a picture scene hidden in the lyrics. Brother Milk Tea's voice is the most colorful piece of the picture scene. It's simply the finishing touch. Lu Jiajiao's lyrics were already originally what he thought were the best lyrics, but compared to Milkman's lyrics, he finally understands what it means to be dwarfed. Not only is the tune off-key, but the accompanying instrumentation also seems odd. The lyrics have more of a patchwork feel to them. Halfway through the song, Brother Iron Fan was already immersed in the mood of Qinghua Porcelain. The song ended and he seemed to have a feeling of loss in his heart. Unwillingly, it was played over and over a dozen times. Still think Milkmaid Celadon is a masterpiece. That's a really good song. Brother Iron Fan was in tears at some point. to listen to the remaining half of Celadon. Brother Iron fans willingly bought Brother Milk Tea's album. After cycling through the full version of Celadon dozens of times, Brother Iron Pink was finally satisfied. Generally speaking, an album is only as good as its title track, and after listening to Celadon a dozen times or so, Brother Iron Pink finally clicked into the next track, Nocturne. However, as soon as the prelude sounded, Brother Iron fans' sweaty hairs stood straight up. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants attracted to carrion. I look at the lonely landscape without a face. Losing you. Love and hate are starting to come together. What's the point of losing you, when the dove no longer symbolizes peace? I was finally reminded. That's a bald eagle feeding in the square. I use nice rhymes. Describes a love that has been plundered. The intro is clearly an upbeat guitar sound that, a simple melody, but an uncomplicated tune to play. The lyrics, however, are written about decadent love with crows and graveyards. It's a completely different style than Cymbeline. This brand new shock made Brother Iron Pink stand up directly from his chair in excitement. This is more divine than lapidary. Brother Iron fan pressed on, pacing the room. As an avid fan of pop music, he had listened to all the pop music in the Dragon Kingdom and had yet to hear a song of this style. The Nocturne song is over, but the impact on him is not. Immediately after that, it started to autoplay the next song. The song opens with a strange string of introductions, a confusing section of English followed by an older woman who starts screaming. What kind of weird song is this? Brother Iron Pink frowned, thinking that Brother Milk Tea's album should end here. After all, such a weird intro could be a good song. Nigel's voice came out and slapped Iron Pink directly in the face. Although Brother Milk Tea sang in a blur, after reading the lyrics, Brother Iron fan wanted to cry from listening. The next few songs are even more stunning in their own right. Far more than Iron Pinko realized. Listening to the whole album, the Iron Pink man is numb. What Lu Jiao Jiao? What Gaosuk? Long ago all left behind. Now all he wanted to do was get down on one knee in front of Brother Milkshake and yell, "You are my god." That's when Brother Iron fan realized, Milkshake's first capital was made by Su Chen. If he could write an album like this, how could he have to copy the Takasuk score? Brother Iron fan immediately rushed to Brother Milk Tea's homepage to write a long list of apologies and announced that he would be Brother Milk Tea's Iron fan from now on. There are many other netizens who are equally bowled over by half a song. Everyone held on to see just what he could sing about and clicked on the file sent by Brother Milk Tea. Just 10 minutes later, Milkman's album sales reached 1 million. It broke 100 million in an hour. It far exceeded the total amount of Jiao Lu came to offer for sale in a few days. How is this possible? Lu Jiao looked at the number of Milk Tea Brother albums on sale. Doubt if I'm seeing things. Dragon Singer, with more than 1 million releases, is already a top stream existence. Over 100 million in an hour. That's never happened before. Bugs in the software? It's the only reason that can be explained. Otherwise a song, as good as it is, can't generate over $100 million in sales. But the next call directly punctured Lu Jiao's fluke. The one who called was the very same program group that had fawned so much the day before, begging Lu Jiao to appear on their music program. Miss Lu, I'm sorry, we're already planning to invite Milk Tea Brother as the guest of honor for the next episode. Why? Wasn't the contract all signed and the deposit paid? Lu Jiao didn't understand. It's like this. Probably you haven't seen it yet. The sales of Brother Milk Tea's album has broken through 100 million. This is something that has never happened before in Dragon Kingdom. If he develops like this, he'll be an unrivaled existence in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Jiao, who heard these words, had her eyes glazed over with a look of disbelief. Really not a software error? What does it mean to break $1 billion in sales in 1 hour? It was a top streamer like Lu Jiao. All the albums on sale since her debut combined did not sell as much as Brother Milk Tea did in this hour. Before Lu Jiao could reply, the opposite party followed up. Moreover, Ms. Lu, we suspect that the album on your side is suspected of plagiarism. So if our program invites you again, I'm afraid that it will affect the broadcast of the program. Lu Jiao was annoyed. What do you mean by plagiarizing? It's clearly Su Chen who plagiarized my song. Didn't you see the video? The caller sneered. Ms. Lu, we're all in the same circle. We all know very well what's going on in there. My side is already giving face. You should know that we can ask you to compensate for the damages. Lu Jiao still had a cheeky look on her face. What proof do you have? This is Mr. Takasuk's work. Nonsense. I'll still sue you. The person on the other end of the phone had obviously lost patience and directly poked Lu Jiao's last layer of face. Ms. Lu, go ahead and sue. We're not fools if we copied or not. You think we haven't heard of Brother Milk Tea's album, don't you? If you don't want to admit it, just wait for our lawyer's letter. The caller hung up very unpleasantly. Lu Jiao was also confused when she looked at Zhao Shichang and Gao Jia in front of her. Why was the caller so sure he was plagiarizing? And what the hell was in Milkman's album? The disbelieving trio immediately bought a copy of Milk Tea Brothers' album online as well to find out more. The first song, Celadon Porcelain, was played, and the three of them immediately felt the mood in the tune, which was a height that Gausuk had not reached in his lifetime of writing songs. Even the lyrics are as poetic as they are mesmerizing. But what is known is that the title track of the album is basically the best song on the entire album. But how can one song alone make an album sell hundreds of millions of copies in an hour? Just this? It's a great song, but how can it sell hundreds of millions of copies? With confusion, they clicked on the next song. The moment the song started, the trio immediately sat up straight. Another song that's big enough to shock the entire Dragon entertainment industry. And it's going to be even more amazing than Cymbeline. The tunes and lyrics are in a completely different style, making it unbelievable that this is also from the hands of Su Chen. After the second listen, the three were somewhat ashamed of themselves, but these two songs together couldn't break $1 billion. And with doubt, the trio listened to them one by one. In the Name of the Father, Nocturne, Secrets You Can't Tell. With each song, the trio's heads went down a level, and by the end of the entire album, the three had lowered their heads almost to the tabletop. With each song, it's a refreshing change of pace. Each song, taken individually, could make a superstar out of its existence, and songs like that, every single one on the album. It was then that they realized the distance between themselves and Su Chen. The single song Changhua Porcelain was thought to have been changed perfectly, but now it seems that they are living clown behavior. Any random song on Milk Tea's album just hangs them in the dirt. The self-confidence they had relied on before had all but vanished. Takasuk was even more speechless. The career he had been proud of all his life was nothing in front of Su Chen.